The girl was just using the restroom, but was judged as AFK by the King of Glory mobile game, resulting in a direct 10-year ban. Out of anger, she spent $1 million to find me, a top hacker, and I destroyed the game company with a market value of over $10 billion in just half an hour. As a top hacker, every day there are no less than 1 million people making appointments with me online, but I only randomly select one person each day to fulfill their wishes, and some even pay a high price to buy the chance to be selected. The person I drew this time is very strange. My online nickname is Ghost Disc, and her online nickname is Ghost Lady. But I never expected that this Ghost Lady's request was to have me destroy an online game. She said she recently became obsessed with this game, spending a lot of money to quickly reach VIP level 10. However, during a team battle, she went to the bathroom and the crystal in the high ground was pushed, angering her teammates who reported her. As a result, her account was directly banned for 10 years. I am a hacker, not a fool. In the process of talking to Gigi, I have mastered all her information. After confirming that she is not a competitor of this game company, I replied by typing on the keyboard, "Are you sure you want to waste this hard-won opportunity just to destroy a game?" At this point, I invaded the opponent's computer and saw a woman who could be called a beauty. She angrily typed on the keyboard and replied, "There are countless people who want to destroy this game more than I do, but we simply can't do it. If this game continues to exist, I don't know how many more people will be deceived. As the master of the network, you can come out and uphold justice." I no longer waste words and replied with 8 words in 1 second. "If you are sure you won't change your mind." Half an hour later, this game will completely disappear from the world. Tell me the name of the game, and the chat room will close. You have never talked to me before, let alone know who Goa Butterfly is, do you? After receiving the game name and guarantee from the other party, I closed the chat room. According to the information provided by Gigi, this is a very popular online game nowadays, with as many as millions of players. According to various data analysis, the total value of this game has exceeded 100 billion. And the game operator is also a very powerful online game agency. The security system it adopts is all provided by a Swedish company specializing in operating network security systems. In addition, the data of the entire server is encrypted invisibly, and only through the unique decryption program of the Swedish company can the server be effectively modified. In order to effectively prevent hacker attacks, the firewall of the server alone adopts 9 layers of encryption measures. Any data that wants to pass through the firewall will be automatically stored in isolation sandbox by the program. Even if the CEO of the game company wants to view the data, he must pass through the firewall verification. I analyzed these data one by one. Various data in my mind kept jumping, countless data nodes intersecting to form a rapidly flashing light. My thoughts finally stopped at a dazzling node, and the entire attack plan also clearly formed in my mind. The first thing to do now is to enter the data backstage of the game's official website. However, this is as simple for me as breathing, and it is easy to crack the username and password to log into the official website backstage. At the same time, several on-duty programmers in the game company were playing poker together. They never worried about the server being attacked. They also received the prompt when I entered the server backstage, but no one took it to heart. One of the programmers just casually closed the prompt and laughed, saying, "Did you see that? This is the 1000th hacker who came to die today. I really don't know what these people are thinking." Another programmer sitting across from him said, "Our firewall cost millions of euros to introduce, and there are 10 units maintaining the operation of this firewall. Even the world's top hackers are helpless in front of it. Let them go and die. Hurry up and play the cards. I've lost over 100 already." So the 4 men proceeded to play cards, and as for Senj, who entered the background, they left him to the firewall. The second thing Senj has to do is how to fix the firewall. After entering the backend, Senj had already modeled the entire firewall module in the computer. The entire firewall module uses 9 layers of encryption. Any formal as well as informal data entry, all will be automatically stored in the isolation of the sandbox, through the 9 layers of verification, before being able to enter the server's dataset. As a hacker, Senj understands that the possibility of violently attacking a firewall is almost zero, but at the same time, he knows better. Any program in the cyber world is designed by a human being, and there are bound to be loopholes. Finding loopholes was a method that many hackers would use. Simple, quick and immediate. But after scanning the data of all the modules, even Senj had to say that this firewall, designed by a foreigner, was perfect, and actually couldn't find a single loophole that could be exploited. Senj's interest lifted at once. Such a perfect firewall he had never seen before. No wonder it took 10 units to keep it running. However, years of hacking experience had taught Senj one thing: the more impeccable a program was, the more fatal weaknesses it had. This firewall was likewise no exception. Unable to find a breakthrough on the outside, Senj was going to look inside its sandbox, maybe the weakness was hidden there. So Senj issued an authentication command for normal access to the dataset, and his data was simultaneously included in the firewall sandbox. The module on Senj's computer also changed at the same time, and the overall shape was like a 9-story building, with countless encrypted data running rapidly on each floor. In less than 3 seconds, Senj received the system alert: this command is illegal, access denied, and all of Senj's login data was automatically backed up and archived before being kicked out of the firewall. Senj, who had been kicked out of the sandbox, had a knowing smirk on his face. 9 layers of encryption, 1 layer and 1 unit. The whole firewall has a total of 10 units. The extra one must belong to the sandbox. Any logged-in data first enters the sandbox, and if illegally entered, all data information will be automatically backed up into the memory of this unit, which is where the weakness of the perfect firewall lies. Senj had already fully understood the design thinking of this firewall, which had been designed with full consideration of how to sanction these hackers who attempted to attack it. Do you think you can come and go without a trace just because you are a hacker? Here to let you have nothing to hide. All your data are recorded. See if you still dare to get. This ideas may be somewhat useful for other hackers, but for Senj, it's null and void, not to mention exposing his own weaknesses. Senj once again virtualized a login instruction, and in the transmission data of the instruction, this time-delayed mutated program was hidden. This program was personally written by Senj. The biggest feature is that before the mutation, this program is only 0.01 KB, mixed into the login data packet. It is impossible to detect. Even if this firewall is an artificial intelligence, is also impossible to detect. After the time-delayed mutation, the program then completes a series of mission commands independently, thus allowing Sengar to access the firewall's crew and dismantle it directly from the inside. After entering the sandbox again, the firewall still rejected the login command and, after backing up and archiving the data, kicked Senj out again. Senj's eyes were fixed on the computer screen, and his mind had already started counting down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 inch, and just then, a line of connected, program starting appeared on the computer screen. After about 5 more seconds, the system once again prompted: the program has been successfully launched, and the module generation phase has been completed. Meanwhile, on another computer screen, the data module of the program's simulated crew had been formed. Senj snapped his fingers in excitement. Every time he accomplished a difficult challenge, he would be overwhelmed with excitement and thrill, and the sweaty hairs on his body would explode and stand up in the moment. The data module on the computer was like a new continent that he had discovered, full of surprises everywhere. After all, computers were computers. No matter how many times they could calculate per second, in front of humans, they would always be just stupid machine programs. Their only value of existence was to use their stupidity to please humans. The data module on the screen was filled with countless symbols that were like heavenly writings, but in Senj's eyes, it was as simple as viewing ordinary words, and he now didn't need any translation tools to know what these symbols represented. Soon enough, Senj found among the countless symbols the data messages that this unit had exchanged with the other units. Based on the guidance of this information, it was easy to access the other 9 units. Senj would never waste his time cracking these encrypted programs. All he had to do was add a string of code to their messages that allowed XX users to log into the data group, then modify some core code, and the door to the firewall was completely open for him. After everything was done, Senj used the pre-programmed username and password to send out the command to enter the server's dataset again. 3 seconds later, the screen displayed the message authenticated. Logging into the server, the message was displayed on the screen. After successfully logging in, all the game server data, all of it, was displayed. After calculation, all the game data amounted to dozens of gigabytes, and it would take at least an hour to delete them all. Moreover, if the other party found out during this hour and cut off the power supply of all the server units, then everything that had been done before would be lost. Senj wasn't in a hurry to delete the file. He'd considered all the scenarios that could arise, and the only viable way to do it was to compress an hour into 5 minutes or less. If it is controlled within 5 minutes, even if a player feedback to customer service in informing the technical department, it is enough to use. But the idea itself was untenable, and couldn't be done as far as Senj's technology was concerned. But Senj had something else in mind. Senj first found the test number in the game through the server's data, which was the GM number in the game. In any online game, there are such numbers. They were almost always online. One was to deal with problems in the game, and the other function was to always monitor the running status of the game. After finding this number, Senj simulated an identical piece of data code based on the pattern of data exchange between it and the server, and created a mirror-like data exchange node in the server. This way, after cutting off the data exchange between the GM and the game, through the virtual mirrored data, to outsiders, The game looked all normal. Sanj entered the official website's customer service system again, casually implanting a program that paralyzed the entire customer service system. Several of the game company's staff members who were communicating with the players suddenly realized that their call system had somehow been interrupted. The customer service foreman, however, just took off her heels and rubbed her toes while saying to a few of the other female employees, "It's probably a network glitch, or the guys in the tech department are working on something, so everyone just happens to be taking a break." One of the girls closest to her stretched before saying, "It's better to stay disconnected so you don't have to listen to those players inking away." The foreman opened his mouth and said, "Stop complaining. I let you sit and chat with people and make money. Alright, keep an eye out for me. I'm going to take a nap first. When the net is ready, yell for me." I'm afraid this net will never get better, because Senj is already deleting all the data from the server. In a house in one of the city's upscale neighborhoods, just as the moment of truth was about to arrive, the phone on the nightstand rang. The technical director's tailbone tightened at the call and his dick nearly shrank to his stomach. When he picked up the phone, he started cursing. "Grandson, if you find me gossiping with your grandpa, I'm going to shit in front of your house tonight." The caller said, "Woo, what the fuck? I just finished charging my fucking money and the game won't go on. The game won't go on. You don't fucking call customer service. What are you telling me? Your customer service is fucking dead, so get it over with or I'll daughter-in-law it tomorrow." Hanging up the phone, the superintendent's sexual interest was all but gone. Pulling out 2 large bills from his wallet and throwing them on the bed, he opened his mouth and said, "Get the hell out of here." The woman on the bed gave him a contemptuous look, grabbed the money and clothes and walked out of the bedroom. The superintendent put on his pajamas and went to the computer, turned it on and lit another cigarette. Once the system finished booting up, it was followed by launching the game's client. What's going on? The game really couldn't be logged in. And after the superintendent took a drag on his cigarette and beautifully exhaled a smoke ring, he opened the game's official website. After he saw the empty web page, he could no longer remain calm. He then logged into the back end of the official website, but as a result, he only got a system prompt. "The page you are visiting does not exist. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me." Having played with cyber technology for years, he knew exactly what that meant. As soon as he stubbed out his cigarette, he tore off the pajamas he was wearing, grabbed his own coat and rushed out the door. Half an hour later, the director kicked open the glass door of the company's technical department, and in the eyes of several technicians who were surprised, he rushed to the unit's control terminal, and then entered a series of commands, but every one of his commands could not be executed, because the data files in the entire server had been deleted cleanly long ago. The director sat down on the ground all of a sudden. Several other technicians had already discovered from the director's operation that the server data had been deleted. This was like a bolt from the blue that hit them. What was going on? Who was so capable of hacking them right under their noses? "Chief, Superintendent, what should we do now?" one of the technicians asked with a sobbing voice. The director tugged hard on the tie around his neck so that he could breathe a bit more smoothly before saying, "Notify the old boss immediately. He should have the server's backup files in his hands." A technician immediately picked up the phone, and at that moment the superintendent breathed heavily again and said, "Find out the backup data of the firewall for me. I want to know who did it." Half an hour later, the game company's boss and all the top management all stood in front of the server terminal in the technical department. Everyone's expression was particularly grave, as if what was attacked was not the server, but their asshole. The old boss was a man who was in his 50s and looked particularly deep. Unlike the others, he was particularly calm at this time. "I have 3 questions. The old boss looked at the director before continuing. "How did he break through the firewall? How long did it take him to delete the server data? Why didn't the engineers on duty in your technical department find anything during this time?" The technical director hung his head in shame and lowered his head. He couldn't answer any of these questions, and the few engineers behind him were even more speechless. If the boss knew that they were forgetting about gambling when the server was hacked, I am afraid that what was waiting for them would be a punishment worse than death. But even if they didn't say anything, when the old general manager pursued the responsibility, the few engineers were still to blame. They have already anticipated how difficult the situation will be in the future. To know, a few of them are also considered to be the industry's more famous engineers. This thing, if the word is out, a few of them, including the technical director, must let people spit spray to death. Not getting an answer to his question, the old boss turned to him and asked, "So I'd like to know, whose work is this?" The director felt it was time to say something, so he cleared his throat with great effort and opened his mouth. "I checked the firewall's backup files. According to the records, all the data illegally logged into the server were all quarantined out of the sandbox, and there was only one number that was released by the firewall about an hour ago, and I've tried to track down the user's address, but but came up empty-handed. And this time we've run into a master this time. The old boss nodded, and then went on to ask, is the definition of being released by the firewall, as you call it, passive, or active? This firewall is the one he introduced from his pocket hundreds of thousands of euros, and it is also said to be one of the most perfect firewalls in the world at present. If the firewall is actively released, the old boss can barely accept it. If it is violently broken and passively released, he cannot accept it in any case. After thinking about it, the Director General said, the entire firewall shows no signs of being violently attacked. At least that's what I think. The old boss nodded once again and said, very well, as a technical director you did what you should do. This is very good, but I, as the company's boss, can only say to you, from tomorrow onwards, you do not belong to this company. Recommended to your enthusiasm for the company for many years. This time I will not hold you accountable for the loss. This is what I should do. The superintendent only felt a trance in his head after hearing the news of his dismissal. Losing this job was the same as losing everything. His reputation, his status, and even his property, all began to shrink infinitely in this instant. Much less expect to ever find a better job than this one. For his reputation stank to the point of worthlessness like the whore he'd kicked out tonight. And several other technicians are even more tangled face. One of them was engaged only yesterday. The other party can choose him. It is only because he has a good job, but also just one night. What he was proud of, disappeared. If this matter let his fiancée know, in the future there is no need to call her fiancée again. The technical director pleaded with the boss to be able to give him another chance. He couldn't afford to lose the job. However, the boss just laughed and said, get the hell out of the company right now. So these guys left the company with their shattered hopes and hatred, under the supervision of the HR manager. This was indeed what the old boss should have done. His tens of millions of dollars of investment thrown at these devices, spending tens of thousands of dollars every month to maintain them, and having to feed these losers who couldn't even find the hacker traces of who had attacked them. As it was, there was no point in keeping them any longer. The old boss turned back to a couple of technical engineers he'd brought with him and said, I'd like to know how much time you're going to be able to get everything back up. A few engineers looked at each other, and one of them said, after our assessment, the other party is also nothing more than a hacker. He only deleted all the data files and didn't damage any hardware facilities. So within 5 hours, we can restore all the data sets using the backups we have in hand. The old boss shook his head and said, recover within 3 hours and the position of technical director is yours. These words were like a shot of stimulant in the heart of the engineer, and without saying a word, he immediately took a few of his assistants and went into intense work. The old boss then turned to the other executives and said, from now on, everyone is in a state of emergency. Finance department, assess the direct losses this time within 10 minutes. Personnel department, investigate the whole process of this attack. Administration department, inform the relevant departments of this incident, and if necessary, you can let them intervene in the investigation. In addition, connect me to the Swedish door god company. I want to video call them. I want a video call with them. Once the order was given, everyone went into a busy working condition. The old boss returned to his office, and the secretary then connected the video signal of Ms. Tiffany, the general manager of technology and after-sales service of Sweden's Mengen company. After the signal was connected, a blonde, blue-eyed, hot-bodied beauty appeared clearly on the 100-inch display in front of the old boss, and said in very fluent Chinese, very pleased to meet you, Mr. Chien. May I ask how I can help you? This Tiffany is simply a special thing. The two tiger teeth that are revealed when she smiles have a great attraction to any man, even if his wife is being slept with. You will feel soothing and hopeful in her presence. Chien was always a man, and a particularly energetic one at that, so he still couldn't help but say somewhat ambiguously before getting to the point, Ms. Tiffany, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Your smile is still as charming as ever. The female secretary, behind her, raised her eyebrows lightly and looked at Tiffany with an obvious hint of hostility. Instead, Tiffany smiled brightly and said, thank you, Mr. Chien, for your compliments, but for the sake of the female secretary behind you, I think we'd better get to the point. Tiffany is a yuppie, and a very crafty one at that. How else could she be the executive CTO of the world's premier doorstop company? Don't think that women's smiles are always captivating when they're choking you and crushing your balls with their knees. Mr. Chien was just holding back his egg pain before cutting the conversation to the chase. Miss Tiffany, I'm afraid that this time I'm bringing you a very bad topic. Just an hour ago, an unknown hacker smoothly passed the defense of the door god firewall and entered my game server, deleting all the data and information in it. Even the recycle bin didn't let go of it. After our engineers analyzed the hacker, this hacker was verified to pass by the door god. There wasn't any attacks, Cracks. Nothing, so I suspect that it was the leakage of your company's test code that caused this incident. Although Tiffany still had a professional smile on her face, a hint of shock clearly appeared in her eyes. Door God Company provided network security services to more than 50 countries and nearly 10,000 enterprises around the world. Not to mention anything else, Tiffany's technical research and development team alone was heavily employed by Door God Company. With world-class standard technicians, how could their products be compromised? This was simply something that couldn't happen. So Tiffany smiled lightly and said, Mr. Chien, you said that our test code was leaked. I need to remind you of this issue. Mention's products never keep any back-end test code. This has been clearly mentioned in the activation manual when the product was activated. Mention's firewall will only recognize the activator's unique logon code. If it is really a leak, you can go ask your own people if there is any technical error. Words, you can go and ask your own people if there was some kind of technical slip-up? Tiffany did not admit that there was a mistake in his product, which was also within the expectations of Mr. Chien. Door God Company. As the world's premier network security company, its assets have exceeded tens of billions of euros. And the existence of any mistake will cause irreparable consequences. So Mr. Chien continued, Ms. Tiffany, I think you misunderstood me. I can absolutely trust the products and services of Mention, and the technology of Mention firewall is even better. Just that you have overlooked one point. Your firewall does not block the attacks of some people on my servers, which has not been mentioned in your product specification. Oh yes, I also need to remind you that the username set when the firewall is activated is only in my hands. And the password can only be used once, and the next time you log on again, you have to use the password converter provided by you to calculate a new password. Oh yes, I also need to remind you of one thing. The username set when the firewall is activated is only in my hands, and the password can only be used once. The next time you log in, you have to use the password converter provided by you to calculate a new password to be able to. Do you think that someone else, even if they know the username, but do not have the password calculator in my hands, want to pass the firewall authentication? This thing may come up? Although Tiffany was listening without moving, her heart was also considering the meaning of Mr. Chien's words. In other words, if this matter was really as he said, then Mention Company would suffer a devastating blow. This matter was no longer within her control. Just when Tiffany was thinking of countermeasures, the door of the office of Mr. Chien was violently pushed open. It seems that 100,000 fire already do not care about politeness. Before the recovery of data engineers, staggering, disoriented to the body of General Manager Chien, such as a dreamy opening. Ghost Butterfly. It's Ghost Butterfly. After Mr. Chien heard this name, he immediately signaled his secretary to turn off the video with Tiffany. However, the name Ghost Butterfly had long been deeply memorized by Tiffany on the other side of the ocean, and in Mr. Chien's office, facing the engineer's fearful expression. Mr. Chien then opened his mouth and asked, what in the world has happened? What is a ghost butterfly? The engineer slumped on his butt on the sofa and said word for word, Ghost Butterfly is the most mysterious, top hacker in this world. No, he is a god, the master of the network. Mr. Money nodded. So, the engineer said, all the data that was deleted can no longer be recovered. Mr. Chien smiled lightly and said, he's no more powerful than a hacker, a human being. I don't care what kind of ghost butterfly or butterfly he is. You just have to tell me if the data can be recovered within 3 hours? The engineer laughed bitterly and said, I've been a network engineer for more than 10 years. I can tell you very responsibly that what you want is not 3 hours. It's never going to be recovered. Chief Chien rushed into the technical department despite everything. However, the entire room turned into a ghostly blue color, and on all the computer screens, a blue butterfly waving its wings flashed, so eye-catching and dazzling. The piece of ghost-like blue light it emitted, like magic, shook everyone's heart and soul. One such time Senj, quietly standing on the balcony, looking at the sky full of stars and bright moonlight. His mood at this time is incomparably calm and natural. Senj likes to think about some of the problems of life in this state. Everyone has unsatisfied desires. Everyone has to chase the dream. But his desires and dreams, and what is it? He wiped out a game data worth tens of millions of dollars within half an hour, thus triggering a series of butterfly effects, which included dozens of people losing their jobs. Millions of people desperately cursing the game as well as the operator, Mr. Chien, at this very moment, and moreover, putting a crisis like an atomic bomb explosion into the world's premier door god company. However, when the show came to a perfect close, Senj was not applauded by any of the crowd, and he was the only one on the large stage who was drowning in the excitement and exhaustion of the aftermath of the show. But Senj loves the solitude, because it keeps him forever calm. and that calmness allows him to give a perfect curtain call to every performance. At the same time, Sweden's Door God Company. All the top management sat in the luxurious conference room without a word, and then after listening to Tiffany's meeting briefing, Door God Company CEO, the nearly 70-year-old Brewster, slowly put down the pencil in his hand. Everyone's eyes rested on his pencil, and all those who knew the development history of the Gate God Company knew that the world's premier Gate God Company, with assets of more than 10 billion euros, was precisely sketched out by the old Brewster with a pencil, one by one, calculation by calculation. Accordingly, the trademarks of Doorstop, Inc. It is the shape of a shield with a pencil on it. The logo has remained the same for decades, yet Brewster has grown old enough to have a wrinkled face and a head full of gray hair. After a short silence, Brewster then broke the silence of the room with his pale voice. Tiffany, it looks like you're going on a trip, and no matter what it takes, I want this ghost butterfly. Tiffany considered for 2 seconds before speaking. Before the ghost butterflies are found, Mr. Chien's company, I'm afraid, needs to be appeased as well. If he'll shut up, we'll pay him a fortune as per the contract. Tiffany nodded and stopped talking. Brewster waved at the others. The meeting was over and the men left without a word. The only two people left in the large conference room were Tiffany and Brewster Sr. And at that moment Tiffany said, Grandpa, I'm not confident I'll find this ghost butterfly. Old Brewster patted Tiffany's shoulder kindly and said, Nothing matters compared to time. I'm getting old and I don't want to leave a mess in your hands before I retire. It's time to show those fools in the Brewster family what you can do. Tiffany smiled lightly and said, Grandpa, the Door God Company is your heart and soul, and any member of the family would cherish it. Old Brewster smiled with great relief, and turned to add, So, all the more reason I can't let it be ruined in my hands. I will let you enter that country as an investor. All investigations about the ghost butterfly must be carried out in secret, and if there is any discovery, report back to me at any time. The grandchildren negotiated many more details before this meeting ended. The next day was Sunday and it was a very nice day. Whenever it was a holiday, Senj would always take some time to visit the orphanage, giving some food or toys to these children who had lost their parents. He loved to see the children's smiles, and this innocence made him feel warm. The news about the hacking of the online game company had long caused a furor in the online game world. Ghost Butterfly's name also appeared in the headlines of various media again, thus triggering various speculations. The most innocent of all were the millions of players, who had played the game for several years and then lost it. And since the online game company had not given a clear answer to these players so far, many players pointed the finger at Ghost Butterfly, but more players praised Ghost Butterfly's approach. Among them, a Ghost Butterfly fan group headed by Ghost G was officially formed. Their declaration was, We are Ghost Butterfly supporters and admirers. We will fight with Ghost Butterfly to the end. The authorities have also launched another investigation into the Ghost Butterfly attacks. Senj gives these concerned authorities the description of a group of hapless people with a tenacious sense of dedication. As for the rest, Senj was even lazier. Who cared what they said or did, aside from the fact that Oniichan's fanbase made him feel a little bit interesting? Other than that, he was just a bystander. It's like watching these kids, carefree, talking around him, singing, dancing. It made him feel that all of this was especially fulfilling. Many of the female volunteers at the orphanage, looking at this handsome boy, were also full of love and appreciation. Every time he came to the orphanage, Senj had to have lunch before he left, which was a gesture of love from the old director, who was afraid that without the help of these volunteers, these poor orphans would be deprived of a lot of joy. Many volunteers will also take the initiative to say hello to Senj during dinner, leaving each other contact information, etc. Senj does not refuse such social requirements. After all, in the world outside the network, he is just an ordinary person, as long as ordinary people have to have friends. But today's meal was not a very happy one. Halfway through the orphanage rushed in a group of triad thugs, and what they wanted was very simple. They wanted this prime piece of land in the orphanage. The leader of a suit man, looks to be the head of this group of people, raised his hands and feet with a kind of effeminate, speak even more eccentric, only to hear him say, I say uncle, why are you so stubborn? We don't want you for nothing. The demolition office has also issued an approval for you to move. Our boss has also arranged for you to be many times better than this yard. Your old man just nodded and agreed to it. The old dean patted his cuffs. His dark cheeks had no expression. Only the large eyes under a pair of thick eyebrows were covered with a cold and arrogant look. Everyone knew this old man's temper. Not only was he stubborn, but he was also very traditional. How many times have I told you all that this is my home? And if I say I won't move, I won't move. The old dean's words were loud and clear, more like a slap on a pussy's face, instantly red as a monkey's ass. He stammered for half a day, but couldn't hold back a single fart. So another person behind him couldn't help but open his mouth and scolded. Fuck, are you tired of living, you old bastard? If you don't move, we'll tear this place down today, believe it or not? A few volunteers looked at each other, but they couldn't do anything. They could only pull a group of children to hide far away. The only one who still stood behind the old dean was Senj, who didn't move. Instead, the old dean laughed and said, "Young man, don't be too cocky. Didn't your father teach you what it means to respect the old and love the young?" The moment the fighter heard this, he immediately became irritated and rolled up his arms and sleeves and was about to make a move, but he was stopped by the sissy at the side. Turning his head, he said to the old dean again, "Old thing, today we won't use force with you. I'll give you a few more days to think it over. Next time we come back, we won't be so polite." The old dean snorted coldly and said, "I'll tell you the truth. As long as I'm alive, no one is going to touch a single brick or tile here. You bunch of animals. All of you. Get out of here." With a petulant grunt, the pussy took his men and left. The old dean, on the other hand, sat down in his chair as if he was deflated, his body sinking, and a cold sweat had hung on his wrinkled forehead. Senj poured him a glass of water and said slowly, "Uncle Juan, what's going on here?" Several other volunteers also sat around the old dean, and the children stood behind everyone, no one making a sound. The old dean was like their own grandfather. He was angry, and the children's mood was also incredibly heavy. A good half a day, the old dean only smoothed over the breath held in the stomach. After a long sigh said, "This orphanage is 5 years ago by the private charities invested in the construction. I, as one of the initiators, I used my house converted the current orphanage. 5 years later, today, the city's expansion. Those who are the real estate developers have played the idea of this place, said that it is a new site for us, site for the institution, but it's simply a suburb, and it's still an old house. It doesn't matter what happens to my old bones, but these poor children, their lives are hard enough, but also, the old dean really can't go on." Old tears, behind a few children also followed the whimpering and crying. These children have been abandoned by their parents since birth. This orphanage is their home. The old dean is their relatives. Relatives suffer. How can they not follow the sad? A female volunteer named Mo Ling, who couldn't help herself, opened her mouth and scolded, "Those bastards are too bullying. They're not afraid of giving birth to a child without an asshole if they do that." Several other volunteers chimed in, and one even tried to condemn their behavior by way of social opinion. But these acts of righteous indignation were useless in Senj's eyes. These volunteers were, to put it bluntly, just some college students, or people who used volunteer work to kill their boredom, and in the meantime, they could also give themselves a facelift. Don't look at the shouting now. If those triad thugs show up again, I guess a few of them will run faster than a rabbit. Senj certainly wasn't going to fight anyone, but this was something that he managed. Senj is just a normal person during the day. The night is where he belongs. There were times when he even thought he was a vampire and just liked to go and do whatever he wanted to do in the dark. And in the daytime he, like all the bored crowd, liked to sit on the beach and laze around and go to the mall and look at the beautiful legs that passed in front of him. And that was all he did on his vacations. Only this vacation he had another thing to do, and that was to dress up as a man with a successful career and go to a real estate company and pretend to buy a house. Senj wondered what a man with a successful career was supposed to feel like. Just like he could never figure out why those books existed, even if someone no longer remembers the books, but Senj still arranges them neatly, which is what a library should look like. So, Senj wore a suit, which was no longer in fashion, but Senj liked the feeling of decency, like a mouse that was used to carrying the power of its fingers. With every movement, Tianheng Real Estate Group was the largest real estate development group in the city, as well as a listed company. They are not only in real estate, but also in entertainment, catering and freight transportation. The president's name was Chen Heng, and he was 60 years old this year. When most people mentioned this name, very few people would associate him with a tycoon or a businessman, and their first impression would be that he was an unscrupulous rogue. Senj is a cleanliness freak, and when he doesn't want to see something smudged, he puts on a pair of glasses. The funny thing was that he had no idea who the glasses belonged to. They had been in the cupboard for as long as he could remember, but it definitely wasn't his father's or his mother's glasses, because of all the memories his father had left. There was one that his father had good eyesight and never wore glasses. When he first put on these glasses to see the world, the whole world seemed to change. It was as if he was completely isolated behind the lenses. He liked this feeling because he had always wanted to have a world of his own. As often as he would take out the blocks from his childhood and build a strange-shaped object, he would also put his glasses on top of it, so that the world underneath the glasses would be his. In the luxuriously decorated sales office, surrounded by all kinds of model buildings, the buildings stood in all corners of the city, silently squeezing the hard-earned money out of everyone who wanted to own them. They were not houses at all, but the Tianheng Group, Chen Heng's money-making machine. It is only a house in the eyes of those people who take the drawings of houses, information, and are thinking how to put their money into Chen Heng's pockets under the fooling of sexy salesgirls. Senj stopped himself in front of a model, pretending to look at the house, but in reality he was only counting how many floors the model had. He wasn't here to buy a house. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't buy a house from Tianheng Group. Besides, he couldn't afford it. A salesgirl in her 20s with wavy permed hair greeted Senj with a smile. Although her first impression was that Senj didn't look like someone who would buy a house, but having been in this business for a long time, he was very aware of the saying that you can't judge a book by its cover. Don't look at the person in front of you wearing a double-breasted suit that very few people wore in the 1990s, and wearing a square-framed glasses on his face. Maybe he can pull out tens of millions of dollars for you with his backhand. Let's say last time, a middle-aged man dressed in rags and carrying a stretcher came to their sales office. At first, everyone thought he was here to collect mineral water bottles, so they casually found a few empty bottles and gave them to him, and then they wanted to ask him to leave. But the middle-aged man spoke up. I didn't come here today to ask for bottles. I came to buy a house. A male employee thought he was joking, so he picked up a used model and shoved it in his hand, saying with a smile, "Uncle, don't buy it. The whole building is yours." The uncle held the model under his armpit. To him it was a valuable thing. Even if he was going to buy a house, this thing could not be left behind. But the uncle didn't express any gratitude to the young employee just because he got a model of a house. As he turned around, the uncle took out a red passbook from his pocket and placed it between more models. That red color was so conspicuous amongst the white. The numbers on it were as wide and long as the stretcher in the uncle's hand. In the end, he bought one of the best houses, and the male employee, under everyone's watchful eyes, left the company forever. His departure was a warning to everyone to realize that the saying that you can't judge a book by its cover is definitely not meant to be taken lightly. Like today's Senj, no matter how you look at it from the outside, cannot be associated with a rich man, but the salesgirl knows that the more such a person, the richer he is, maybe in the case of his own appearance is still said to be the case, will become the future mistress of his house may also be said to be the case. So the clerk said to Senj in as soothing a voice as she could muster, "How may I help you, sir?" Senj is a person who likes to observe, especially some details, but this was not just a look. The salesgirl was considered a beauty. She had a good figure, and her professional clothes looked especially sexy with her curves on her body. A woman's body is actually a trap. She will make you look at her lips as soon as you see her eyes, then down to her neck. Then you will unknowingly be guided by certain protruding edges of the heart to look down next. Do you think it's rude? No, not at all. So then you can't help but be seduced by her thin waist, then her thighs, her calves, and finally, one of her sexy feet. At least that's how I would look at it. And Senj would likewise look at it that way, except that after he looks at it, he has to analyze it. Senj likes to analyze things, just like he has to analyze the several meanings and procedures that each code represents once he enters the Matrix world. Now it was this salesgirl he was going to analyze. In other people's eyes he was a beautiful woman, but in Senj's eyes, she was nothing more than a poor person who used cosmetics to hide her true face. In a way, Senj is in the same world as a woman's face. Both have to hide their true sides in various ways. However, women are just more transparent in Senj's eyes. But now, what Senj had to do, and what he had to do to hide himself, was to have to take an ounce of interest in this woman, and only then would he be able to fulfill his plan. Senj occasionally ponders the question, how many roles does he have to play in this world? But which one is his truest self? The answer to this question, Senj could never seem to find. Whenever he considered this question, he would always go under the eaves of the house and look at the busy ants that lined up on the ground. It seemed that each ant looked exactly the same, but each one played its own role in their world. Or maybe that was the way to distinguish one from another. He was a house buyer now, and that was the role he was going to play. So Senj nodded and said, "I'm looking to buy a house. Can you introduce me?" For the salesgirl, this kind of opening statement is too common. If you come to the sales office not to buy a house, are you here to pick up my sister? If this man in an outdated suit could really come up with a surprising amount of wealth, not to mention picking her up, it would be a cannon. Want to know whether he can afford to soak, but also from the price of the house to start to test. First introduced Senj to a few $1,000s a square meter of ordinary households. In the absence of a satisfactory answer from Senj, the sales lady is a little bit of a heart. Thousands of dollars a square meter cannot see. Then 10,000 square meters. Can afford to buy such an expensive house? How to be worth tens of millions of it? If you work a little harder and make him nod his head in satisfaction, this commission money is enough for her to spend half a year. Now this salesgirl feels like a gambler at the gambling table, who got a good hand of cards, and is a little excited. It was just that her words were like an illusory murmur in Senj's ears, with no real effect at all. Although Senj's eyes were gazing at the model of the building, his attention was on the shape of the houses in this sales office. The Tianheng Group was on the upper floor of the sales office. The whole building had 7 floors, and the position where Senj was standing was the center point of the building. Just as the salesgirl turned around, Senj unknowingly inserted a chip as big as a fingernail and about a millimeter thick into a gap on the modeling table. It was as simple as that, and Senj had accomplished his mission of coming to this sales office. Now, he didn't want to stay here for a second, because the salesgirl's voice was already making him feel fatigued, and if he kept listening to it, he would most likely fall on the floor and fall asleep. So Senj interrupted the salesgirl's voice and said, "I'll tell you what, I'll go back and reconsider. Thank you for your explanation today. Bye." I'm afraid it's never going to be goodbye. Even though the salesgirl tried hard to keep Senj's heart, only she didn't know that Senj came here today to ruin the place. How could he buy a house? Senj went out of the sales office. His figure eventually slowly disappeared in the eyes of the sales lady. Some reluctance, but also some sadness. But there cannot be any emotional factors. Just let the sales lady think. This man, indeed, should be a rich man. Back at home, Senj methodically stripped off his suit, then went to the kitchen to make himself a simple lunch. He could count on one hand the number of times he went out to eat in a year. First of all, he thought that would be a waste of money. And secondly, when he had to live in the city, it was important to try and get as few people to see him as possible. He wondered if all hackers were like him. At least he liked the quiet and mundane life. It wasn't until he entered that secret room in his bedroom that he broke away from his various roles in life and opened up his world with his truest self. After loading the chip program, one of the screens immediately simulated the shape of the entire building, as well as all the electronic equipment within, including the people moving around, the voices speaking, all the airwaves and signals drifting through the building. It was clear at a glance. This chip was made by Senj himself, and he had only one function, which was to collect and simulate all the information data in the radius of its radiation. And based on the frequency of the data's refraction and emission, he made a simulation of the building, so as to determine the various directions of the signal. On another computer screen, Senj had also turned on all the video images of whichever company was in charge, and every move in this company was now clear to him. And there was also a video image showing the women's locker room of the company. The angle was so stealthy that it would basically never be noticed. In the video, there was also a female employee who was changing her clothes, and even the brand of her underwear was clearly visible. Senj immediately located the computer that was watching this video based on the video's data packet, which was located on the floor of an office on the 5th floor. Breaking down the packets program, it took Senj less than 3 seconds to access the computer. There was a lot of information in the computer, most of which were personnel documents and employee files. In addition, there were a lot of movie and video files about voyeurism. It looked like this should be the office of the personnel director of Tianheng Group, and the person sitting behind the desk would be the personnel director of this company. On top of that, Senj also found several encrypted hidden documents among these documents, and Senj copied all of them. This computer was actually hooked up to a chat program while watching videos. Senj's probing program was like an eye that immediately covered all the chat logs. After seeing some chat records, Senj felt a little strange. How come the owner of this chat software is a woman? Only men are horny. Do women like to look at women too? According to the record of the chat, it was all about her ambiguous chatting with some men, and there was even a date waiting for her in a certain hotel room, as well as summarizing the goodwill of the bed activity, all the information. It seems that this is still a very open woman. In order to determine his own guess, Senj opened the computer shopping records. Although the computer is equipped with a variety of antivirus software, but for Senj, it is virtually useless, not useful at all. In less than 5 seconds, Senj cracked her shopping account and password. One look at the shopping basket confirmed to Senj that the owner of this computer was a woman, and a rather open one at that. Otherwise, how come her shopping basket was full of female erotic products? Based on the phone number of the shipping address, Senj quickly pinpointed the device, which, judging from the signal simulated on another screen, was indeed right next to this computer. According to the information from the personnel department, Senj easily knew the name of this supervisor. Her name was Qin Shuman, 35 years old. She was also a graduate of a prestigious university, and had specialized in business management at a well-known foreign university in her early years. These things Senj just glanced over. Everyone has their own privacy, in the world belonging to their own heart, to enjoy those secrets, which is the right of any person. Even Senj also have their own privacy. He came home from work every day, have to deliberately pass through an alley. He likes a window hanging on the broken curtains, as well as the curtains behind the hidden figure. Senj fell in love with the figure, especially when the figure was reflected in the curtains, and Senj felt everything was so romantic. Everyone has their own romantic feeling. either a sound, an image or a moment. This feeling will be engraved in your heart for many, many years, and when one day you forget everything, you will still remember this feeling as if it never went away. He pulled his thoughts back from that window like he was dragging a file. There were 2 more encrypted documents waiting to be decrypted and he didn't have much time to fantasize. The document was successfully decrypted, and what was inside made Senj laugh bitterly. All the records on it are a certain year, a certain month, a certain day, a certain employee to wear what color underwear, and even a certain employee on that day to come to the ant to remember clearly. The starting time of the document was 5 years ago, and that time happened to be when Qin Chuman had only arrived at Tianheng Group to work. A woman perverted to such an extent. Senj was also speechless. The other document records some of Qin Chuman's love affairs with certain male employees in the company. The kind of first-person self-reporting type of love experience that makes Senj look a little bloodthirsty. Each article has a detailed record of time and place. After a brief count, the document recorded the details of Qin Chuman's love affairs with more than 50 men. It seems that she has not slept with anyone except the old man who was watching the gate, so I guess no one has been able to escape her clutches. This slutty woman tossed all the information into the backup folder. Now was not the time to delete them. They would come in handy sooner or later. It was time to get down to business. And Senj quickly found the data access point for the president's office, based on the module for data simulation. What made Senj feel surprised was that such a large group didn't even have a decent firewall. Were they completely oblivious to the existence of hackers? Or did they simply have no concept of network security? Most people probably don't realize that a lot of their privacy is contained in the electronic devices they use on a regular basis, and they think that it's a separate world that no one will ever enter. So, they don't even close the door. Senj barely wasted any effort to enter the middle of President Chen Tianheng's computer system, and when countless files were presented in front of Senj's eyes, he licked his lips as if he had discovered some kind of delicacy. The files were in various forms and everything. Senj first cracked some of Chen Tianheng's private passwords, including passwords for shopping, chatting, mailboxes, money, and so on, and in less than 3 seconds, all of them were clear at a glance. Welcome to Ghost World. When Senj implanted a master control program into Chen Tianheng's computer, it meant that the door to the entire Tianheng Group was completely opened for Senj. Among the files that looked like a sea of stars, Senj first found some encrypted files, and after decrypting them, they were all strings of numbers without any text, except for the date and time. Senj couldn't understand any of the other ways of recording numbers. Pulling this document into the backup folder as well, Senj saw another batch of quality of work reports, along with some letters of intent to work with other companies, and some contracts in electronic form. These things have no real meaning to Senj, but the money the guy had in the bank was astronomical, and there was most of it stored in banks outside the country as well. Of course, if Senj wanted to do that, the money would be his in 5 seconds. It was just that he didn't want to do that. Money held no allure for Senj. He needed things that money couldn't buy, and the things that money could buy, he didn't need. The paycheck he received every month at the library was more than enough for him. Though the paycheck was small, Senj's life would have been as pure as water, without any fluctuation or dirt. Walking out of this room, Senj was just an ordinary person. Ordinary people could have dreams, but they could never suddenly realize them. Even if you are allowed to realize it, then it will soon be shattered. Life is sometimes a program that does things by the book, and when some of your codes are activated, the program of your life may crash because it can't carry too much code, and eventually the whole system dies because of that program and can never be rebooted. This is the 10th of the mystical codes that Senj possesses. Never touch desire because you will be overwhelmed. Chen Tianheng is not in the office at this time, or is also wandering in the whirlpool of desire, or enjoying, but who cares? Chen Tianheng in Senj's eyes is now a secret wrapped in thousands of layers of paper, being peeled open by him little by little. Time was Senj's biggest enemy. Today was the last day of his vacation, and he had to go to work at the library tomorrow. Most of all, Uncle Wan's place had to be fixed for him quickly as well. Although he was now fighting with the power of one person against a corporation with thousands of people, Senj didn't put these hindrances in his eyes at all. The only thing that mattered was the time that was passing by second by second. Sanctioning the Skyhong Group was like placing a grain of poison in its mouth. From the time it swallowed it to the time it dissolved, it required a process. Senj couldn't wait for it to dissolve on its own, so he just went ahead and added a catalyst to speed up the process of its destruction. So his first plan was to transfer all of Chen Tianheng's money into different charitable organizations in his name. Another email was sent to the board of directors of the Tianheng Group in Chen Tianheng's name. The content was simple. He couldn't stand the starving children, the sick and weak, and the old people who had no one to take care of them. Therefore, he gave all of his and Tianheng Group's funds to charitable organizations. and the video of Qin Shumang was played all over the big screen in the sales office of Tianhong Group. Chen Tianhong, who was eating in a certain restaurant, was completely unaware of what had happened. When a large number of reporters appeared in front of him, Chen Tianhong thought that these people were here to interview him about how he single-handedly created the myth of Tianhong Group. When Chen Tianhong faced the reporters' excited questions, he felt how the atmosphere could be so depressing. These questions were completely different from what he had imagined. What he wanted to answer was how he had created a myth, rather than suddenly and inexplicably donating all his money to charity. He's a hooligan. What kind of good deeds do hooligans do? A hooligan should put all that money for doing good deeds into his own pocket instead of taking it out. Or like when he sells a house, that even if this house gets more sunlight, he has to charge a few $1,000s more per square meter. That's what a hooligan should do. Even if he wanted to donate, he couldn't possibly donate to charity. There were many places that needed him to donate money. For example, nightclubs, casinos, and the pockets of a few of his lovers. These were all places he had to donate to. How could he still have money to donate to charity? What is charity? To him, charity is the hand towel that you throw out after wiping your ass. It's comfortable to wipe, but no one will look at you again when you throw it out. Therefore, Chen Tianhong thought that the reporters had gotten it wrong, and that he should not talk to a hooligan on the issue of charity. Solely let the bodyguards drive all these reporters out of the door. What he wanted to talk about was his own myth, not charity. The lovers and smelly hooligans around him have begun to laugh at him. Who is he? Chen Tianhong. That is stomping feet. The ground are trembling. A few people. Billionaire, Tianhong Group's president, under the bodyguards have dozens of wives are more than counted. He will do charity? There is only one use for his money, and that is to provide him with the greatest protection when he is being a reckless hooligan. Brother Chen, if you have money to donate to charity, you'll donate some to your brothers for charity? Those orphans, widows and old people or whatever, can take a knife and help you to cut people? Chen Tianhong snorted coldly and said, old man wipes his ass with euros. Everyone fucking calls me doctor. Know how this nickname came about? When a man is in front of me and I tell him to take off, he has to take off. When a woman is in front of me and I tell him to take off, she has to take off. What's wrong with being a hooligan? Who doesn't donate money to charity? Fuck. All are hooligans, depending on who dares to play. Chen Tianhong never denied that he was a hooligan. So what? That's called courage. There is a song how to sing. We all need courage. Money will be with you. Chen Tianhong definitely has this courage. Even if such a nice and romantic song spits out from his mouth, it is like a dirty tune. However, just at this moment, the door of the box was kicked open. The reason for the excessive force. The door of the room was like a spring installed, opening and closing, then kicking it open again. The person who kicked the door was Chen Tianhong's eldest son, Chen Miaoxing, nicknamed Pissy. They said that Chen Tianhong had 2 sons, but exactly how many Chen Tianhong himself did not know. The eldest son, Chen Miaoxing, 23 years old, a master's degree from a business school in the United States of America. 1 meter 8, to have good looks, to have the temperament of the temperament, a melon face, 2 small thin eyebrows, double eyelids, large eyes, eyes gleaming. Chen Miaoxing was different from his father. Chen Tianhong was a hooligan. Chen Miaoxing was most disliked by hooligans. He preferred to be a bandit. The feeling that people are afraid of people makes him very intoxicated. For example, Chen Tianhong looked favorably on a project, but people knew he was a hooligan and didn't give him the job. Chen Tianhong just said, hooligans can't scare you, can they? There are still robbers in my house. Just wait. So Chen Miaoxing stepped in. There has to be someone to do this. There has to be someone to take a knife to sell their old man's life. Chen Miaoxing one person dry down more than a dozen civil workers. The foreman whisked from this side of the earth to the other side, so Chen Tianhong to get the project in hand. But Chen Tianhong is a hooligan. Got the project, also want house, say what, also want to participate in a share. People real estate developers do not do. The works are given to you. You also want a house. You, this is to take off the pants to play hooligan. Already do not know shame, right? So the robber shows up again. He's a business school graduate. What do you mean? Business school? It means to hurt you and you still have to learn how to behave. So, if a hooligan goes with a robber, it's a typical naked death. Chen Miaoxing wasn't afraid of death, but he knew that others were afraid of death, and as long as he made them feel death, he won. Therefore, he was just so pissed off. It was a beautiful sunny day. It was a good day for the orphans and the old people who had been rescued, but for Chen Miaoxing, it was as if the sky was dark. His heaven is the wealth of Tianhong Group. How many days can Chen Tianhong still jump around? Sooner or later, won't all these be his Chen Miaoxing's? However, when he found out that all of the company's funds were donated to various charitable organizations in the name of Chen Tianhong, Chen Miaoxing couldn't piss up anymore. Some people regarded money as if it were their lives, and it was not their fault, because for some people, losing money was like losing their lives. It was like the Chen clan. Money was the foundation that maintained the Chen clan's existence in this world. It was the guarantee for Chen Tianhang's rogues, and it was the strong backing for him to be a robber. If there was no money, there was nothing left, but now it was really all gone. And the headlines of all the major media outlets were all about Chen Tianhang's bizarre face. And no matter how much the content was praised, it still couldn't reverse the evil and condescension on his face. When Chen Miaoxing slammed a bunch of newspapers fiercely in front of Chen Tianhang still remembered that this photo was the one that he had specifically sent to various media outlets, and he thought that this photo was the one that would highlight his rogue's temperament, along with his noble lineage. But when he saw the content underneath the photo, and those charitable organizations jointly expressing their gratitude to him, Chen Tianhang felt that half of his body had lost consciousness, and even his tongue had become too numb to speak a complete sentence. These people around them were already completely more interested in the newspaper than they were in Chen Tianhang, especially when they saw that single number on the newspaper. Everyone felt their blood boiling. I mean, Doc, you really did that? You guys, you've got balls. Piss. Chen Tianhang liked the nickname Doctor. Outsiders called it. It seemed so elegant and connotative. It was as if he was a savior who could destroy all diseases. Only now, this nickname of his had become the person he wanted to see the most. He grabbed Chen Miaoxing with one hand and mumbled Doctor. Doctor. Chen Miaoxing was helpless. This was his father. If it was someone else, he would have stabbed him to death. But on the contrary, this Chen Tianhang was not this other person, so he could only let the bodyguard send him to the doctor immediately. Chen Tianhang went into the hospital, and was rumored to have gotten a paraplegia, and his entire body had been dumbfounded. This news was like a heavy rain falling from the sky, instantly dampening the entire capital city. The headquarters of Tianhang Group was now in chaos and completely out of control. One after another, the chairman of the board came to the headquarters, broke through the crowd that surrounded them, and dove headfirst into the conference room. It was a secret meeting as if there was going to be a war. Even the secretary who brought the water was stopped by the security guards. Any reporter, or anyone who tried to come to the group at this time to make a buck, were all turned away. Even the employees of the company were isolated by a group of security guards and thugs. This is Chen Miaoxing commanded his men to do so. Tianhang Group, including his old man Chen Tianhang's nearly more than $1 billion was donated. Chen Miaoxing did not kill people as good. The board of directors voted as a whole on whether or not to kick Chen Tianhang to death, and all the chairmen voted unanimously that Chen Tianhang could be kicked to death, with the exception of Chen Miaoxing. But before kicking him to death, someone must come forward to preside over the situation, at least stabilize the stock market first. You have to know that the entire lives of everyone in this conference room are riding on that set of constantly beating numbers. No matter what, their lives must not be devalued. Secondly, it is to figure out what Chen Tianhang is thinking. What is the point of doing a good deed when the hooligans did a good deed and made themselves paralyzed? Some people suspected that Chen Tianhang was threatened. Some people said that Chen Tianhang was stimulated. Some people even let Chen Miaoxing find a Taoist priest to do a spell for him or something. Maybe his soul will come back. None of the people, including Chen Tianxing, thought that Chen Tianhang had been hacked. They didn't even know what a hacker was. These people never took the computers that were in front of them seriously. Some of them didn't even touch the computers. They thought that if they put their money in the safe at home, and then get a group of bodyguards to watch over it, and keep a few dogs outside the door, they wouldn't be in any danger with their money. That's their logic. These rich people who go up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars a second, they think that what they use is the most expensive, the best, and the safest. But all this was no different in Senj's eyes than opening the door to his own home and then letting him come and go as he pleased. It was already almost time for dinner. Senj would definitely not change his routine because of Tianhang Group. Dinner must start at 6 o'clock. This was Senj's habit. Walking out of this room, Senj is a normal person, and eating on time is what a normal person does. Senj was in a good mood today, not because he was happy because he had successfully attacked the Tianhang Group. Although Chen Tianhang had been removed, there were still many pieces on the chessboard of Tianhang Group, and Tianhang Group had developed in the capital city for so many years. Its roots were deep-rooted. An axe could not break this big tree. But Senj was in no hurry to cut down the tree. It was Sunday and the movie theater was showing a science fiction movie he had been waiting for a long time. Senj specially bought a ticket for the midnight show, because Senj liked the feeling of walking slowly under the streetlights after the movie breaks up while reminiscing about the plot of the movie. Senj remembers as a child, when he had to go to a nightly movie, he would always worry that when he got home he would be called in for a talk by his father, and after the conversation, his mother would always bring him the meal that had been left for him. Whenever it came to that, Senj's father would let him eat first and forget about having to continue the conversation afterwards. So, every time Senj goes to a midnight show, he leaves himself some meals on the table. Even though it was all homemade, Senj was still able to eat the way he felt as a child, like his mother's smile and his father's love. While Senj was preparing dinner for himself, the doorbell was gently rung. Because the sound of the doorbell sounded slow, Senj knew that the person who rang the doorbell must have moved very gently, and was a girl. The girl must have been very tall, because the doorbell was just high enough that if she couldn't reach it, she would have jumped up and pressed it very sharply. Her hands must have been long and delicate, too, for the sound of the doorbell was pure, and no sound of running wires appeared. Senj looked at the calendar. It wasn't exactly a charged day. Who could have rung the doorbell? In this world, Senj didn't have many close friends. Aside from his co-workers at work, who said good morning and knew his name was Senj. I'm afraid he could count on one hand the number of people in this world who knew his name. Whenever he thought about the so-called friendship, Senj would always feel like he had another self behind him, the one called Ghost Butterfly, a shadow that was known but had no physical body, and his true self, a shell with a physical body but no name. It's a contradiction that can't be abstracted from. So Senj doesn't ask for physical friendship or care about shadow fame. It's like day follows night, and flowers bloom. The moment the door to the room was opened, the first thing Senj smelled was a scent of lavender. When the scent entered Senj's senses, it was as if everything around him came alive all of a sudden. Every cell in my body is pulsing, like running among the morning flowers, touching the romantic mist, pulling up the morning dew between the flowers. Crystal clear. The girl who possessed an enchanting scent. Even her smile was so captivating. When Senj saw her gaze, it was as if time was frozen in this moment. Senj had never seen such beautiful eyes. The light, soft eyes, as if they were like a pair of hands gently caressing loneliness, making people feel incomparably warm. That shallow heat, light love, like a quiet stream, although the blue wave, but not swirling, and her light red lips, between the slight opening, conveyed a touch of snow-white sexy, as the moon on the branch, the red candle sleepless, said all the lovesickness and sadness. The white floral dress worn on her lined her waist, her slimness, and the unique firmness and elasticity of a young girl, like snowy skin, delicate as if a slightly moving mind, in frustration, dragging a mesmerizing figure. Let Senj's mind, like an error program, has been messed up to the point of being unable to restart. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Mori? The young girl's voice drifted into Senj's ears like notes drifting in the midnight. Silent, yet so clear. Yes, I am, and may I ask, you are? How could Senj not be flustered? There had never been a woman who would get under his skin so much. Or rather, there was no one else in his life but his mother. I'm the new property manager. My name is Wani. Senj just remembered the name Wan Ni. As for what she did, Senj didn't hear anything, until Wan Ni handed a very delicate business card to Senj. Senj wiped his hands clean and took this business card with Wan Ni's body odor. He was unimpressed with property, because Senj had never been impressed with property as a functional department. Except, of course, when it came to paying the property fees. As for the things that properties were supposed to do, it seemed that they never did them seriously. But now with Wani, Senj felt as if the department had come to life again. At least, there was a beautiful woman in this department from now on. The business card has all of Wani's contact information, including QQ, email, and even Wani's WeChat number. Okay, I'll see you sometime. No, I mean, I'll contact you if I have questions. Senj's nervousness continued, but Wani was normal. Maybe it was because there were so many boys who were nervous in front of her that she had long ago become immune to it. The smell of food came from the kitchen. Wani smiled and said, Mr. Mori, have your dinner? I'm leaving. Bye. Okay, bye. Wani turned around and left Senj's sight with easy steps. She walked so beautifully, her figure silhouetted against the setting sun. Senj stuck the card on the mirror, and from then on, Senj would see her if he wanted to talk to himself. There had been another person in his world ever since, a woman who smiled so charmingly. During the meal, Senj looked at this business card from time to time, and several times he wanted to input the information on it into his computer program, so that by just typing in a few random letters, everything about Wani would be clear to him. Senj didn't do it in the end, because mystery is, at times, freshness. It looks like he's going to have to make changes in his life, and when you're used to a one-person lifestyle, you have to reprogram a two-person routine, which requires a lot of changes. When he thought of this, Senj laughed at himself as a bit of a fool. He in the network is a ghost butterfly that any trap, any antivirus software cannot deal with, but in reality he, all day long in the library looking at rows and rows of books, the whole person seems to have become the same as those books. Although the book contains countless knowledge, but when no one flipped, it's just a book. As with Senj now, others have opened themselves up before they even think of flipping you. When the lights of the theater went out, Senj was still thinking about Wani, the couple beside him. They didn't seem to be here to see a movie, but specifically to show Senj what love was. But no matter how they showed it, Senj felt that it wasn't the love he had imagined. If he had come to see a movie with Wan and I would never have ridden on this man's body with the back of her head facing the screen like this woman beside her. Throughout the movie, Senj had watched a bit distractedly, as if the entire screening room was filled with couples, and there weren't many like him sitting alone watching the movie in a serious manner. Were these people in such a hurry to fall in love? The movie lasted an hour and a half at most, and when it was over, did they have to sit here and continue their love affair? Senj walked out of the screening room when the movie was a minute away from ending. He didn't like the harsh lights in the screening room when it was over. He didn't like the crowd either. He just liked the feeling of walking out the door alone. The screening hall wasn't very far from Senj's house, so instead of riding his bike, Senj chose to walk. Every time he saw a movie, he chose to walk home, but this time, it felt especially good. The inside of the house was dark as they passed the window in the alley. It appeared that the owner of the house was asleep, but Senj watched for a while before leaving. Senj hoped to never see the person in the window, because that would take a lot out of his imagination. Turning on the electric light in the living room, the meal on the table was still giving off a tantalizing aroma, and Senj picked up the meal and ate it just like he did when he was a kid. Senj, who always liked to be clean, was the only one who ate without washing his hands after every movie. It was a nostalgia and a habit. Ghost Butterfly once again on the line. Tianheng Group President Chen Tianheng after doing charity. The news of hospitalized everywhere. These things cannot raise the interest of Senj, because this is only the first stage of the plan. There are still later plans. When all the plans are completed, Tianheng Group will be completely closed down. Opening the module of the Sky Hung Group, Senj discovered a lot of electronic equipment still working tirelessly in the group's building. Entering the conference room module, Senj captured all the signals of the electronic devices and simulated them according to the matrix, and soon the information of the owners of these devices was presented on top of the screen. For Senj, he didn't recognize any of these people, but to the others, these people were all dominant figures. But now, they became the initiators of Senj's second step program. The men stayed in the conference room all day, working on options to deal with this crisis. Although they were sleepy and tired now, the opening of the stock market tomorrow was the most torturous time. As a result of this shock, the market value of Tianheng Group stock would definitely fluctuate greatly. Now that the funds in the group had been donated by Chen Tianheng to the group without a single cent left, when the market opened tomorrow, there would definitely be shareholders selling Tianheng Group's shares in large numbers, and in order to keep Tianheng Group, they would have to buy back these thrown-out shares again in order to be able to do so. Chen Miaoxing in the previous to everyone. Here can be Tianheng Group of the elders, Tianheng of this industry, but his old son Chen Tianheng with his hand to fight down. These did not take advantage of Tianheng, and now the group is in trouble. They cannot just sit back and watch. To protect Tianheng Group, it is the same as to protect their property. After hearing this, a few of the chairmen flipped out a bit and said in a conspiratorial manner, Chen Miaoxing, you're really quite pissed off. Now in what capacity are you talking to us? As far as we know, you're not even a know-it-all in this group. And with your old man kicked out, are you going to leave as well? Everyone is planning for themselves. If the Tianheng Group can't hold out, the only thing that's worth money can be those properties. Split it up, or you can still recoup some of your losses. Chen Miaoxing inserted such a foot in the middle. Did he still want to ask for benefits for their Chen family? Don't think that Chen Miaoxing didn't know what these old nobodies thought, but in his case, they couldn't get anything. After so many years, hadn't they taken fewer benefits from Tianheng Group? Now wanting to kick him out and then let them come and dominate the only industry Tianheng Group had. This was simply delusional. Chen Miaoxing had ways to deal with these people. He knew that they were more afraid of death than rats, and the more they were afraid of death, the more they had to be made to face it. Don't think that they are any kind of good men and women, to be able to mix in Vegas to this position. The unclean dealings they have done are no less than Chen Tianheng, now playing rough with Chen Miaoxing. They thought too simply. The Tianheng Group is surnamed Chen up to all times. What are you guys? I'll put my words here today. If you dare to fall on your sword at this time and break the roots of our Chen family, I'll break your lives first. The two machetes that were still sticky with blood stars were slapped on the table by Chen Miaoxing. A machete that hadn't seen blood was an ordinary knife, but a knife that had been fed with blood was a different matter. A bright killing aura filled the conference room, and with one look, these people's necks tightened. They definitely wouldn't think that Chen Miaoxing's words were just words, knowing that this guy wasn't dragging a human life in his hands. For him, chopping people was as simple as eating. Which is more important, money or life? You don't want to say that both are important at this point in time, because Chen Miaoxing had only given these people a choice. There were a few chairmen who saw that the situation was not good and got up to leave. Chen Miaoxing pointed with his machete. All fucking sit down. From now on, I'm the president of Tianheng Group. I'm in charge here now. Do any of you have an opinion? Look at you. Miaoxing. You have something to sit down and say. What are you doing? Now they don't dare to provoke this killing god. Stabilize him first. As for that what president? He likes to give him a good job. Anyway, there is nothing left of Tianheng Group now. There were also some particularly shrewd chairmen who didn't even put Chen Miaoxing in their eyes. Don't look at him as some business school graduate, but he's no shit. You can ask him to cut people, but if you ask him to play a scheme, he's still far from it. Wanting to use two knives to keep the foundation of the Chen family. He was thinking a bit too much. He wanted these people to help him acquire those thrown-out shares. Wasn't this the same as sending Tianheng Group into the hands of these people? They could become the largest shareholder of the group at the lowest price. And at that time, he, Chen Miaoxing, would still have to obediently roll out of the group. What's the rush with him? Chen Miaoxing wouldn't let go. So just sit here and wait to see how he would roll out of the group. But just as these people were playing their respective schemes, everyone's phone vibrated. One person vibrating or no one paying attention. But a dozen people vibrating at the same time. This had to make everyone curious. Each of them received a different message listing all of their personal and sensitive information, including each of their bank accounts and passwords, like phones that vibrated at the same time. Almost everyone stood up after seeing the message, because all of them had another identical entry in their messages. Leave the Tianheng Group or you'll be just like Chen Tianheng. These people's expressions were so bizarre in Chen Miaoxing's eyes, as if what they were holding in their hands was not a phone, but a bomb that would explode at any time. What the hell is wrong with you guys? One of the chairmen said to Chen Miaoxing in an almost trembling voice. Miaoxing, we can't help you this time because we're all beside ourselves. What does that mean? And why does everyone look at a message and act like a different person? Could someone be threatening them? Who was so powerful to be able to threaten them, scaring them all out of their souls? In the capital city, who had such great strength that they dared to go against him? Chen Miaoxing? Who on earth was it? I, Chen Miaoxing, dare to circle the capital city's disk. Not many people have dared to stick their foot in my door yet. You guys tell me who this person is, if I can't get him killed. I'm not Chen Miaoxing. The chairmen are going to cry out. Who are you calling this number to? If they knew who it was, could they be afraid like this? They also finally know why Chen Tianheng suddenly went crazy and donated all the money. Can this fucking not be donated? All the secrets are held in the hands of others. Now is to let them go out on the street to run naked. They immediately have to obediently take off their clothes. As for Chen Miaoxing, who has time to care about him? Hurry to change the password. A second late. Or maybe their own money will have to be donated. Senj stretched. It was already time for bed. In fact, Senj didn't like to sleep. He thought it was a waste of time. What was it if you spent half of your life in bed? But Senj still burrowed into his quilt. He had to work tomorrow, so he couldn't be late. Senj treasured his time. Tonight, he had already wasted at least half an hour of sleep for this Tianheng Group. It was not worth it, so at this time tomorrow, the Tianheng Group must be resolved. Senj still parked his bike in the thundering spot, and the other co-workers thought that Senj just seemed to like that spot, so they all left it to him, and no one would fight him for it. The old librarian was the first to arrive at the library every day, as he had been since his first day as director, and every day he scrubbed the doors so clean that he wouldn't even clean up his own office even when it was so messy that he couldn't get off his feet. That's the old curator's philosophy, a clean front door is for outsiders. Your own office is messy, but it's fine to use it. Senj's job today was still moving books, a never-ending job. Senj loved moving books because his 10 codes were discovered in a romance novel by chance while moving books. When he saw the 10 codes, Senj didn't know what it was for or who had left it there. Even when Senj went to check the reading material in the library, he found that no one had read the book since he bought it. At that time, Senj had never even touched a computer, but he had a lot of time to study the 10 codes that seemed like heavenly books. So in those days, Senj did nothing but move books and look for those symbols on the code in all the books in the library. I don't know how many days had passed when Senj accidentally dropped a book on the floor while moving it. The moment the pages of the book were opened, Senj suddenly discovered a symbol on it. One of those 10 codes. Humans have a curious mind towards mysterious things, and the heavier that curiosity is, the more they want to unveil the mystery. It was like that 10 codes, if it wasn't sandwiched right in a book that no one had ever read. If Senj could read one of the symbols, Senj wouldn't have been so interested in the code. It was as if the code was tied tightly to his life, and every time he tried to throw it away, Senj would always put it back in his pocket again, because Senj had an extraordinary desire to know, especially when he could never find an explanation. the more desperate he was to figure out the meaning behind the mysterious symbol. So this chance discovery made Senj feel like he had discovered a new continent. He searched through this computer book, symbol by symbol. With each symbol he found, he had to go through more books to find the meaning of the symbol as well as the explanation. So for the next little while, Senj did nothing but move books and waste his time going through these computer books that he never seemed to understand. Senj didn't believe in fate, but he could never figure out his own. He remembers that when he got his college diploma, his leader told him that his job had been arranged, which was to work at the city library. At the time, when he found out he had a job, Senj didn't feel a thing. He assumed that the university would have jobs for everyone. Otherwise, why go to college? And no one would tell Senj that they weren't going to have the luck of having a job when they graduated. You know, at that time, the city library is still a public institution. Many people want to go cannot go. But this opportunity was given to Senj. Even years later, Senj still did not know that he came to work in the library, so that many students at that time were envious to death. Many others thought it was unfair that Senj didn't have a single friend in college, and the closest thing to him was his bed. He would never initiate a conversation with anyone, and no one would talk to him, even in class. He wouldn't raise his hand to answer the teacher's questions. But what everyone couldn't understand was that it was such an introvert who scored perfect marks in every exam. Someone had asked him why he was so smart but so silent. Was this playing deep? Senj would inexplicably ask the person in return. Does intelligence conflict with silence? And is silence always deep? And so, the person who asked him, looked at him so deeply, and was just as silent as he was. Actually, Senj wasn't like this until he was 10 years old. He was a cheerful, active boy who would climb houses to plug people's pipes and throw firecrackers under people's asses when they were pooping. But the moment his parents suddenly disappeared from this world, Senj realized that his world was suddenly empty. And from then on, there was no one who could listen to him. As a result, Senj became more and more silent. It also made his character stronger and stronger. Just as he never gives up on finding the secret of his parents' sudden disappearance, he takes on any mystery, anything he doesn't understand, and seeks out the secrets. How was this quest not an accumulation? By the time he had figured out what all the symbols in this code said they represented, his mind had studied almost all the mainstream computer software and programs of the time quite thoroughly. Although he knew the meaning of the symbols, Senj still didn't know what it meant to put all these codes together. He even listed the meaning of each symbol one by one in the order in which the codes were arranged. But he still couldn't figure out the secret. If anything, the book with the first symbol opened a door to another world for Senj. But after walking in, Senj realized that the other door inside was closed even tighter. You know, computers were a luxury at the time, and although Senj had a paycheck, it was still an unattainable thing to buy a computer. Although he couldn't afford a computer, Senj could afford paper. So there he was, on his laptop, calculating the program properties that would result from the combination of these symbols in an entirely manual manner. In those days, Senj felt like a computer, and his brain was the CPU in the computer. Except that this CPU of his was really slow in calculating. What crushed Senj the most was that tens of millions of variations would result from the combination of codes, and each variation out of the code changes would in turn give rise to millions of codes. Only then did Senj realize that the human brain could never replace a computer. Now it was only calculating the first code that was so difficult. The 9 codes that followed were almost likely to be astronomical. So after work, Senj bought 10 boxes of instant noodles at once, 2 packs a day. Straight to Senj never wanted to eat instant noodles again in his life when the first computer of his life finally let him move back home. Although Senj had never touched a computer before, almost all the mainstream programs were in his head. He would have to use certain programming software if he wanted to know what the first code represented. But to Senj's disappointment, almost all the programming software could not interpret this code correctly. So much so that it made Senj wonder if this code was a code on a computer or not. Even if it wasn't the code on the computer, Senj would never give up on researching this code. He searched the internet and found more and more comprehensive information, which also let him know that certain symbols in the code would be used by some network hackers. It was from that moment that Senj realized that there was actually a special group of hackers in the cyber world. He spent almost all of his time reading about hackers, and as a result, it gave him a better understanding of what the definition of a hacker was. The hacking materials as well as software at that time were nothing more than programs that cracked passwords, exploited the lack of system security as well as stability in order to sabotage and modify them. If he hadn't read those books, Senj would have been absolutely fascinated by these programs. But the things in Senj's mind made him completely understand that these programs were nothing more than toys without any technical content, and anyone who knew a little bit about programming would be able to make them. In the information, Senj also knew some of the world's more famous hackers. After all, foreign hacking technology, the beginning of many years earlier than the domestic. so Senj logged onto some foreign websites to find relevant information. Inadvertently clicked on a website for hackers all over the world to exchange program software, which contained countless hacker programs as well as codes. Senj then tried to enter his first code into the other site's search bar, but what was displayed on the computer screen left Senj completely stunned. This code was like a mysterious key that opened a gate to another world for Senj, and the world inside this gate was all the data files of the site, including the various directory structures, and the locations and types of file storage. As the mouse was dragged, all the information about the members registered on the site, as well as the permission settings and so on appeared clearly on top of the screen. Even without searching for the content, Senj knew what it was. This code opened the administrator's portal of this website for him, and successfully crossed the firewall of the server, allowing all the administrative privileges of this website to be seen at the end of the day, and at the same time, he could also change them at will. This was the first time Senj had entered someone else's server, and his heart was so terrified that he hurriedly closed all the web pages, even shut down his computer, and unplugged the network cable and all the sockets. It felt as if you had unintentionally broken into someone's home and spied on the owner's privacy. Senj was afraid that his masters would know about his break-in and would try to sanction him in any way they could. It was important to realize that he had opened the back door to the world's largest hacker website. 9 out of every 10 members here were hackers, and the creator of the site was the world's top hacker. The funny thing was that he himself didn't even know that he had let another hacker break into his hacker's house. No, Senj told himself, he wasn't a hacker. He just broke in unintentionally. He didn't mean to do that. He would never go out of his way to be a hacker. He wouldn't attack anyone's website. He hadn't written that code. It was none of his business. Thinking of the codes, those special symbols seemed to crawl back into his mind all of a sudden. They were like a python that was gnawing at Senj's brain. How could he get rid of them? Senj's memory of these codes was just too deep. In the past year, these codes appeared in Senj's eyes every day. Every symbol. It was all so fresh in Senj's mind. How could he forget it? He was going to try hard to make himself forget, just as he had told himself never to be a hacker. If the codes insisted on making him a hacker, then he was willing to forget the symbols. But Senj's efforts ultimately failed, because the more you try to forget something, the more you just can't. While Senj reminded himself over and over again to forget it, he was actually thinking about it over and over again. In the end, he gave up this futile compulsion, just as if his life's trajectory had already been predetermined, and could not be changed by any means. In that case, it would be better not to change it. If this was his destiny, he was powerless to fight it. But Senj had a choice, and he chose himself not to be a hacker by the standard of not destroying anything. The world defines hackers as being aggressive, destructive, and spreadable. This sounds like describing a zombie, not a hacker. But in the words of a famous hacker, the only difference between a hacker and a zombie is that the hacker knows what he's doing. Senj also knew what he was doing. He wouldn't let himself destroy anything. He was just looking for the secret behind these 10 mysterious codes. It was something he could be sure of, but what he couldn't be sure of was whether or not these codes would be under his control, or if the codes were a spreadable virus that would cause the entire cyber world to be paralyzed or something when this code was used one day. So Senj opened that hacker website again, and the moment the page jumped, Senj's hands were sweaty. He was afraid that this website could no longer be accessed, and he was afraid that the code he had inadvertently entered would bring an unprecedented disaster to the entire cyber world. He was even more afraid that he would need to take any responsibility because of this unintentional intrusion. Though Senj had always felt that there was nothing precious in his world that he couldn't lose, and it was because of this that Senj felt that everything was so precious. When that familiar website interface appeared normally on the computer screen, Senj finally let out a long breath. The feeling of relief was like hearing the school bell ring when he was in school, his father's admonishment coming to an end, and his mother turning off the table lamp that she had forgotten to turn off for him while he was asleep. Everything on the site was normal, which eased Senj's mind a little. At least the code hadn't broken anything. He just opened the back door to the site. Any hacker with a bit of skill would be able to do that. But Senj would also know with certainty that there wouldn't be any hacker who would attack this site. Because how could a robber rob a robber? Senj sometimes overthinks some things, and some too. The site wasn't corrupted because he opened the back door, but the back end of the site also recorded the LP address of the database that Senj had accessed through the back door. Senj would never take a vacation if he wasn't in a situation where he couldn't even crawl out of bed, as he still is today at work. Last night, he had sat in front of the computer for far too long. By the time he remembered the concept of time, it was already 5 in the morning. Hurriedly crawling into bed, Senj actually found himself excited and not at all sleepy. The reason why he was so excited was because just an hour after Senj opened the back door of the website last night, the founder of the website, the world-famous top hacker, Jack, took the initiative to contact Senj. Only his greeting was a bit violent. and after completely locking out all programs in the computer, in the form of one pop-up window per word, he said to Sangar, "Hey, remember to wipe your ass after you take a shit, or your stench will make everyone discover your whereabouts." These words were like bombs exploding in Senj's mind, adrenaline spiking at breakneck speed, and even the hairs of his sweat stood up one by one in a mix of feelings of fear, shock, doubt, and so on. The feeling was like when he realized his parents had suddenly disappeared, helpless, lost, and disoriented. He couldn't do anything but let the time slowly disappear in waiting, or in confusion. He even forgot to unplug his network cable and turn off his computer. He just stared at the rapidly flashing windows on the computer screen, and the programs he usually liked to use in the windows. Now this computer no longer belongs to him, completely become Jack's personal belongings in general. Do whatever you want, but Senj can do. Just watch. Jack did everything he wanted to do in Senj's computer, including looking carefully at every program in the computer. The more Jack looked, however, the more puzzled he felt. There was nothing on this guy's computer. So what was he doing to open his back door? And judging by the fact that he'd left access traces, he was simply a rookie. This particular group of hackers has been around since the 1970s. In the days before the internet was very unpopular, what the early hackers did was to use some hardware devices to modify the data patterns of the computer. For example, they would analyze hardware computing information and then modify it to maximize the efficiency of the hardware. The computer, in its infancy, is an electronic device that stores data. From the birth of the world's first computer in the 1940s until today, the greatest invention of mankind has evolved at an extraordinary pace. K, KB, MB, GB, the modes of computing data, are synonymous with their development. When certain people discovered these computers that could display their attributes with certain special data, their imaginations filled up extremely fast like a rapidly developing computer. They longed to find in this marvelous invention a mysterious message that would dominate human society for the next few decades, or even hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of years. The crowd was divided into two factions: the blacks, who attacked and destroyed for fun, and the guardians, who developed, applied, and defended against the destruction of the blacks. Since the 1980s, when the first operating system in human history appeared, the war between the two factions had never stopped. When the governments of multiple countries had to take this human invention seriously, they would even use their armies to prevent the hackers from destroying it. As a result, the movements of these hackers became more and more mysterious and bizarre. Things are often just the more mysterious they are, the more attention they attract. Despite the long and never-ending crackdown on hackers, the group still exists, has never disappeared, and is growing stronger. They have slowly evolved from their initial modifications to vengeful provocations, to sabotage. And with the birth of the internet, this group became even more powerful. Ignoring government bans and cracking down, they attacked every program that could be broken, or couldn't be broken. With program after program, the Guardians put up a stubborn resistance, but they were ultimately unable to remove these ubiquitous hackers from the cyber world completely. Jack, who was one of the earliest group of hackers, is now known as the Hacker. Like Senj a few years later, at this point in his life, Jack was like he was at the highest stage of his life, and in his words, he could open all the doors of the cyber world with his own fingers. He could throw a city into chaos, or even paralyze it, in a matter of minutes. He loved doing it, and it was only in the midst of the attacks that he could find his basis for staying alive. It was only then that he was able to preserve his reputation amongst the chaotic and large group of hackers. Therefore, his hacker codename was Redemption. In a way, Jack is a lot like Senj. They are people who live in the same world, experiencing solitude and silence. Jack likes to see the world by sitting in the courtyard in the late afternoon with a book that he can't even read. He believes that sitting there with a book in his hand is the way it should be when looking at the world. Occasionally, he likes to listen to soothing music to cultivate his emotions and sense the colors of life. His world needs something alive, not all the symbols and codes that are constantly changing and pulsating. He precipitated his own everything, locked up his own secrets, even he himself do not touch. Sometimes, he will wake up in the middle of the night, will shed tears in loneliness, and even more when he is alone, to feel the lonesomeness of grief, and the temptation to sink, as the world in Senj's eyes, so gray, but also so gentle, as if in the sea mist to see a woman's back, skirt fluttering up flirtatious, but let Senj lonely, this cannot have the blur, as if separated Senj all the feelings, empty. As Senj chatted with Jack, all that was left of the two men's screens were blinking cursors. Jack wanted to know who Senj was, but instead found a version of himself living on the other side of the world. Senj knew who the other man was, and at the same time the realization that a hacker's life was actually so similar to his own. So much so that it made Senj wonder if he wasn't living a hacker-like life even if he wasn't in the network. To this day, Jack had never asked Senj how he had opened his back door, and even if he had, there was no way Senj would have told him. If the code was capable of destroying the entire world, let it end at his own hands. Jack had also tried to find traces of Senj's visit, but had found nothing. In the world of hacking, skill but not the main thing, talent is all a hacker has. Jack never denied that he was a genius, but now another genius had appeared in this world. Or, one day, when two people rub shoulders face to face, they won't even look at each other because they are strangers. But in the virtual online world, Senj and Jack became the best, wordless companions. Jack taught Senj many things, the first being how to wipe his own ass. In the time he spent with Jack, Senj gained a new appreciation for hackers. His soul was also more alive because of the two identities he possessed. Every time they talked, it was as if the two were touching the most vulnerable wounds in each other's hearts. But instead of stinging, the touch was caressing and comforting. Under Jack's guidance and enlightenment, Senj used that code once again. Just as Jack had said, what Senj had to do was not to force himself to forget, but to thoroughly master it and understand it. Only then could this code be used in the most valuable way, whether in destruction or guarding. The door to hacking was finally, with Jack's help, fully open. When all coercion or confinement was put down, Senj felt that every cell in his body was as varied as this code. The application of each symbol in the code became more and more comfortable. As Senj got closer and closer to the core of this code, no known firewall in the world could stop him from sneaking in anymore. When the core of this last code actually appeared, Senj was once again stunned. Without knowing Jack, it would have taken Senj at least a year to discover what was at the heart of this code. But now, he had done it in only a week. Jack was as much a gift from heaven as these mysterious codes. This boon helped Senj open the door to a world, but plunged Senj into the midst of an even more mysterious and complex world. This mysterious and complex world was the core calculation and substitution method of the first code. Upon reaching the core of this code, Senj reorganized all of his notes on the computational patterns of this code. As a result, it made Senj realize that this code was a broken code. However, what really shocked Senj was that this broken code was made even better precisely because it was broken. In other words, this code was missing a key symbol. This, in other people's eyes, was like a woman who, at first glance, appeared to be a woman with perfect skin, but if you looked closely, you would find an unusually aesthetically impairing blemish on her skin. But in Senj's eyes that was not the case at all. It was this mutilated symbol that nevertheless allowed this code to be combined with any symbol, even certain program commands, and each different symbol gave the formula a different effect. For example, Senj adds a delete command, or symbol, to the end of this code. Then when Senj substitutes the URL of a certain website into this code with the delete command added, all the data of the website no longer exists. Then, for example, when Sengar wanted to pass through a certain firewall, just add a symbol for making a mirror image to the end of this code. Then this code will generate hundreds of millions of simulated pass commands in a matter of seconds, instantly crashing the firewall. This was the core of this code, which could combine with all the symbols in the middle of the cyber world and change into a code with different functions. Goku had 72 changes, but this code had countless changes, because even Senj didn't know how many symbols there were in the middle of the cyber world. From then on, whenever he had time, Senj integrated this code with any conformity on a website that Jack had given him specifically for testing code use, and then saw what it did. A month passed in a flash, and during this month, Senj recorded 5 of the most practical code combinations among the sea of symbols. These include uninstalling firewall command codes, modifying hardware attribute command codes, working with antivirus software codes, cracking the system randomly generated password codes, and canceling the website administrator privilege codes. In Jack's words, that's enough code to arm a legion of hackers. Is Senj ready to go big? Senj never had that in mind. In the cyber world he held his ground. He still wouldn't launch attacks on anyone, much less a legion of hackers. It would always be just him. The code was just a discovery, a record for him, nothing beyond that. Even Jack was deeply interested in these codes, and several times he wanted to ask something about them from Senj. But Senj was a man who stuck to his word, and he had long ago told Jack not to ask anything about these codes in his hands. And even if he did, he wouldn't say anything. As far as Senj was concerned, the code was only safe in his hands, and even if it was Jack, Senj couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't take it and attack someone else with it. And whenever Jack asked Senj, Senj actually wanted to ask the person who invented the 10 codes. Senj never denied that the person who invented this code should just be the smartest person in this world. A true genius, but a mad genius. When he invented these codes, he should have thought about the fact that if his invention was discovered by people with ulterior motives, the result would surely be a devastating disaster for this world. But he still wrote the code and it was stuck in a book. Senj always thought that this man was with him. that he must have seen this man, he just didn't know it. For a moment, Senj even thought that this code was written by this genius just for him. Or rather, it was sent just for him, for he was the only one who would not let these codes create destruction, and he was the only one who would let these codes be like blooming flowers, adorning the world and perfecting the lives as well as the souls of all. Senj stopped deliberately searching for this mysterious person and continued to devote all his energies to combining codes. However, on a certain day 3 months later, Senj added a newly discovered symbol to the back of the code as he always did. The order of the symbols on this entire code was suddenly disrupted. This was something Senj had never done before in the thousands of symbols he had combined. And what surprised Senj most was that the code finally appeared in a flawless form after the order of the symbols had been disrupted. Senj initially thought that this was the latest variant of the code, but after testing it, Senj could no longer sit calmly in his chair. This was because the reorganized code allowed Senj to be able to clearly see where the current was going in any computer's motherboard hardware, or server hardware, as well as how the information was interacting. That is to say, if Senj wanted to do so, he could immediately allow himself to enter the other party's computer hardware in the form of data, changing and controlling everything about the hardware. For example, when Senj goes to the website of a nuclear power plant, or uses some other method to get his computer connected to the computer of the nuclear power plant, then he can control everything in that nuclear power plant. This is because the code allows Senj to see, very clearly, all the equipment that is connected to the other computer by means of alternating current. In other words, this code can now control not just data messages, but all devices connected to that current through commonly used, or very commonly used, alternating current. As long as that device is not manually operated, it can all be controlled. My God! It was the first exclamation Senj had ever uttered in words, as he sought to relieve the tension, or excitement, within him. This tension came entirely from the series of visions that Senj had derived from this function. The most terrifying thing for Senj was that if one day he entered a nuclear bomb launch site, all he had to do was to enter this code in and tap to launch, and the world would end. When Senj discovered the most mysterious core function of this code, he was utterly afraid. Or rather, it was a fear that came from the depths of his heart. He was afraid that this code would ruin the whole world, and what he was more afraid of was that this code would ruin his life. Since meeting Jack, Senj felt like he had slowly stepped into the world of hacking, but Senj knew that Jack hadn't influenced him much. It was something that was in his bones, or something that had been repressed. He didn't like restrictions, he didn't like rules, he didn't like established everything. Jack, on the other hand, had merely awakened the self that had been sleeping inside him. That was what Senj feared the most. He was afraid that the true self would do something that would make him feel fearful. He was afraid that something beautiful would be ruined at his hands. So, Senj, in order to be able to distinguish the definition that this code imposed on him, and in order for him to be able to see it correctly, to own it, Senj gave it a name, the key. Senj reminded himself that it was just a key, not a bomb that could destroy the world. Senj wants to find Jack. He desperately needs to tell this best buddy on the internet about his inner fears. But when he opens Jack's website, he realizes that the page no longer exists. How come? This was Jack's site, and in today's world, no one but him and Jack himself could make this site disappear. Could this be the work of some hacker? Senj immediately opened the back door to the website and accessed the data storage server. Until now, Senj had been using codes to get into the backend of Jack's website, because Jack thought that Senj was a hacker who didn't need passwords to open all the doors. In that case, why bother wasting brain cells to memorize those passwords? You know, the one thing hackers hate is passwords. All kinds of passwords, captchas, and even authorization codes. Senj didn't really care about having or not having passwords. Just like Jack said, he was a hacker who didn't need passwords. The only way to get into the various areas of the cyber world was to use codes. And that was what a hacker should do, every now and then. Senj tells Jack that he is not a hacker and not to always look at him as a hacker. Jack, however, told him that although he wasn't a hacker, he was using hacker tactics to do hacker things. Some things are meant to be, even if you don't touch them or recognize them yourself. Had his site been attacked and it was meant to be? Senj's questions found no explanation in the server, because all the data in the server was lying there intact, never touched and never awakened. This was not the state that a hacking attack should be in. And if this place had been compromised, I was afraid that the data in the entire server would not exist. But Senj absolutely couldn't believe that with the data intact. Why couldn't the website be logged on? And the chat request he sent to Jack was like a stone sinking into the deep sea, with no response. Checking the domain name again, Senj definitely didn't believe that no one had tampered with the website. If the data were all there and it couldn't be accessed, it was very likely that the domain name had been tampered with. But Senj also knew that this possibility was almost none, because Jack in the production of the site a total of 5 www address. These 5 addresses for the virtual address can also be said to be the alternate address. The address published on the website is one of them, which means that even though it has been tampered with, the other 4 addresses can immediately take over the tampered address and continue to work, unless all 5 addresses are tampered with at the same time to shut down the site completely. But that's simply impossible, because when registering addresses at www, Jack used 5 different domain names and backed them up to 5 different server groups. No one could find all 5 addresses and tamper with them at the same time. The reason is that to change the domain name, you have to use the HTTP protocol. This protocol is in the hands of only a few people and is defended by the highest defense system in the world. In the words of Jack, if you want to attack this HTTP//www agreement, you can't modify it or destroy it unless you start a war against the country that owns it, or use super means to enter it. But so far, no one has been able to do so. If HTTP//www the world's networks are paralyzed, it would be a disaster. Network users all over the world would rise up and attack you, and all the country's network security departments, intelligence departments, and even military departments would be on you. This price is something that no one can afford. So, when Senj accessed it with the other 4 addresses that Jack had told him about, he still couldn't connect to the server. By now, Senj had basically confirmed that there were only 2 reasons for this situation. Either the network connection to the server where the data was stored had been disconnected, or the data exchange between the website and the network had been disconnected at the root directory. That said, HTTP//www is also buttoned up and disconnected from the outside world, which would also make the site inaccessible. It's worth mentioning HTTP//www because they are the masters of the online world in a sense. They control the access protocols, the data exchange protocols, and as long as they want to do so, they can, after a few clicks of the mouse, make a website with millions of visitors a day completely disappear from this world. Senj first ruled out the simplest, that is, whether the server on which the site stores data is disconnected from the network. There are a variety of reasons for this disconnection, such as running out of power, a broken cooling system, or forgetting to give HTTP//www a call when the time comes. The way to verify all of this is simple. All Senj has to do is visit this server's website. If the server's website is accessible, then it means that Jack's website is being HTTP//www. The fact that Senj had guessed correctly, the server's website could be accessed normally, but on the website, Senj also saw a news link. Especially that news headline made Senj instantly find the reason why Jack's website was closed. Because Jack's website had programs that seriously jeopardized national as well as internet security, as well as software that could be downloaded and used, etc. The Rice CLA shut down Jack's website permanently under internet as well as national security protocols. Jack's website is a hacker website and Jack is a world-renowned hacker. But Jack had told Senj that Rice is a free country where you can do whatever you want, like posting some offensive software programs in his website. But Jack has no right to stop it. Senj hesitated in the moment. A lot of thoughts came to Senj on whether or not he should help Jack or not. With his current abilities, he could have sent an email to the CLA, issuing a warning to them to leave Jack alone. Otherwise, he would have to launch an unimaginable attack on Rice. If it did, then Senj would no longer be a hacker, but a true terrorist. What is he guarding? Is it Jack? Or is it for the dignity supported by friendship? Or these particular groups of people in the fourth realm, the hackers? Senj looked over and over again at the site's dataset. Since CLA shut down the site due to cybersecurity issues, why didn't they delete the dataset? You know, any hacker with any technical skill would go into the middle of this server and simply take what's here like a cake in the fridge. Did CLA never consider this? Senj was analyzing all the details of this event as carefully as he had analyzed the code symbols in the first place. Jack had once told him that the most numerous thing on his website was not software programs, but hackers from all over the world. These people met each other here, exchanged ideas, and gave each other their proud creations. This was a country in the fourth realm. The CLA took the king, but left the kingdom for what? Senj jerked his head up, and when he thought of the reason, his hair exploded as if he'd been electrocuted. For what? For the slaughter. Like a war, when the country falls, the winning side is bound to massacre the civilians on the soil. This is the nature of war, like a program that cannot be reversed or deleted. The reason for not deleting this information is to use it to lure more people into this already controlled country. And following that, you will be in the other side's sights, and they will use all kinds of weapons and all kinds of means to kill you. Senj substituted the site's data route into the key code, and it turned out, just as Senj had analyzed, that of all the LP addresses listed by the code for Singro as being in the process of maintaining a connection to the site's data servers, Almost all of them pointed to an encrypted data server. Except for him. He knew very well that this encrypted server was not http://www. A sniper who was like putting on a disguise for himself and was spying on his prey. And these addresses that were targeted by him, although on the surface they were camouflaged addresses, after entering the sniper's domain, they showed the real LP addresses. Without looking, Senj knew that the owners of these LP addresses were hackers, and they thought that those disguised LP addresses could be hidden from the world. But in fact, people had long since come behind them, and were preparing to kick them hard in the ass. At the same time, Senj was surprised how his LP address was missing from all the LP addresses connected to this encrypted server. It was because he had met Jack in the first place after opening the back door to the site and not wiping his own ass clean on the way out. Now, he had simply changed his login method, substituting the domain generated by the key code for the site, and made all traces of the visit disappear. Could it be that using a changed key and substituting this data is the same as a person eating food into their stomach? The moment the idea arose, everything seemed to leave his mind at that moment. What CLA? Jack, the website. Senj thought nothing of it. At that moment, he was like a concussion victim who had been hit hard on the head. The only information in his mind was the key, the field. If his guess was correct, then it meant that all the functions previously found on this code were basically trivial, and its greatest function was that it could create a domain that truly belonged to itself, and all the data that had been substituted into this domain would all be controlled by it. In this realm, it is a god, and control this field of Senj, is the real master. Senj feels at this time, he has been yellow robe. Thousands of people submit to their feet, waving his hand. He can determine the life and death of people. Laughing, he can change the world. In front of him, it was just a computer with an internet cable, but in Senj's eyes, it was everything. Senj was shocked by his own thoughts of wanting something to drink. Whenever there was a surprise, Senj would try his hardest to drink. Although he had grown up so much, he had experienced only a handful of surprises. But who cares? People always have to experience a lot of surprises in their lives, especially Senj, whose surprises kept coming since he discovered this code. If the surprises kept coming, Senj felt that he didn't need to eat, just drinking water would be enough. Some people get mad when they are surprised because they can't control their emotions, but Senj was the opposite. The bigger the surprise, the calmer he became, until he was completely calm. Senj didn't understand why he was so excited. He didn't understand why this surprise was so exciting without the fear he should have had when it appeared, and he even thought about doing something about it. It was a scary thought, and Senj reminded himself that everything he found in this code was not his, but the man who had accidentally left it in that book. Senj was merely using this code to change his perception of life, of living, and of the world in general. Other than that, he won't be utilizing the code for anything. It's not something he should be doing and it's not right to do so. Senj grew up with the sound of his parents' right and wrong voices, slowly forming his perception of the world. His father told him that if you do something right, it's not a big deal because that's what you're supposed to do. But when you find out that the thing is wrong, you should never do it, because the result would not be summarized by right or wrong. There are times when you do one thing wrong and it can ruin your life. He didn't know if the code was capable of ruining his life, but at the very least, he thought that using it to do something destructive was just wrong. Even if he wanted to use it to save Jack, he couldn't do that. Turning off the computer, Senj went to the window. The silence of the evening sky and the bustle of the city were like a pair of embracing lovers, feeling tender and romantic, sexy and loving. From that day on, Senj didn't touch the computer for a full week. Every time he tried to go to press the on button, his hand would shrink in his pocket in a very hesitant manner. After a week of settling in, not only did Senj not forget the codes, but he remembered them yet more deeply. It wasn't that he was afraid that if he opened his computer, he would be targeted by the security agencies of certain countries. Rather, he was afraid that after opening it, he would never be able to close it again. That's what this week had felt like, and he wanted to forget it, but the excitement that hovered over him lingered. He wanted to know if Jack was ready to go online, and if his website was accessible properly. Senj knew that this was an excuse for himself. He didn't think he should have to go through a life like this. Moving books, as boring as it was far from all this thrilling stuff. Or maybe this kind of step-by-step life suited him better. It was just that every time he saw the computer, but he always thought of those 10 codes. He was just touching the edge of the first code now. What about the remaining 9? Forget it, or continue. You don't see a computer, or you don't think about it. Senj goes to crowded places to see the people passing by. He can go an hour without moving except to blink. Why bother moving? He liked sitting like this. He liked watching the crowds rush past him. And Senj wanted to know where they were going, wanted to know who they were going to see in such a hurry. It's just that the network in this real world requires an emotional connection. The way links are made in this world also requires dial-up. Certain protocols need to be put in place. And most of all, the network of feelings has more variations. But with the network comes the controllers. And these people use their full power, their money, to control the network of feelings. And whoever they want to disconnect, they let disconnect. Whoever they want to open the back door, they have to open the back door. The funny thing is that Senj is actually in this network and is also being controlled by people that he has nothing to fight against. Like the old curator, for example, who seemed to enjoy watching these people move books around in front of him because it showed off his status. Then there was the new female co-worker who always liked to hide behind some bookshelf and pout to his phone boyfriend when the old curator couldn't see her. Every time her voice reached Senj's ears, he felt his blood turn black at the moment. This woman told his boyfriend almost everything. Even when some male co-worker inadvertently glanced at her thighs, she remembered it all. Every now and then, Senj felt particularly powerless. He couldn't cut the connection with this female colleague. And even more so, he was so confused by her voice and her characteristic sluttiness that he almost fell off the bookshelf several times. He really wanted to smash her head with the thickest book called Woman's World with reckless abandon. Why don't you do that? Because Senj felt it was wrong to do so. But this woman felt she was doing it right anyway. There was even a time when she was pampering her boyfriend and realized that Senj was staring at her without blinking. So she hurriedly told her boyfriend that she had a co-worker who had been looking at her for a long time with a very eager and longing gaze. Yes, she was right. And Senj was eager to walk over and give her a straight punch. Damn that woman, always thinking all men were interested in her. Curse her for being mercilessly tossed in a dumpster like those books that fell apart sooner or later. However, Senj realized one day, by chance, that the female colleague's phone was not even on. Senj had wanted to kill her phone, but instead, at this time, the female colleague went to the restroom and came back, and picked up the phone and talked, as if there was really a boyfriend on the phone. Only Senj knew that it was all a lie. Why on earth is she doing this? Is she pining for someone who once abandoned her? Or is she hating someone who once loved her? Or is this the way she just wants to find that egoistic solace in her heart? Senj didn't bother to expose her. First of all, he had no right to do so, and secondly, everyone has their own disguises, even himself. If there is a mask, why take it off? If human nature is hypocritical, why care about right or wrong? If you want to be a hacker, why confine yourself to longing? If it's just about right or wrong, that's not a reason. The reason is cowardice. Yes, Senj was well aware of his cowardice, his fear of loss. He always told himself that it was because he had nothing to lose that he cherished what he had now. But only his heart knew that he was afraid of losing because he had lost too much. If the only bit of heat he had was lost again, then he would be a living dead man. He lost his father's and mother's love. He lost his youthful frivolity and romantic experiences. He lost the sunshine and joy he should enjoy as a boy. And he even lost his own pursuits and aspirations. From his wallet, which had only a few dollars in it, he drew out the picture of his parents that he always carried with him. The only thing they had left him that was worth treasuring. The photo showed his father and mother smiling happily, leaning on each other as if nothing could separate them. This smile stayed deep in Senj's memory, and 10 years later, his parents' smile was still there. But Senj had gone through so much, and had now become a tall, handsome boy. I just wonder, if they are still in this world, whether they have aged, full of gray hair, whether they are also under the starry sky, holding his photo in lowly thoughts, singing shallowly. Do they realize that because they left, a child who should have thrived has become a silent, cowardly man in his lonely, isolated days? It wasn't his parents' fault, but because he wasn't strong enough. He always hoped that when he opened the door to his home every day, his parents would appear in front of him again, just like when he was a child, telling him to be brave and face the trials and tribulations of life. But why did it all have to be told to him by his parents? But he couldn't realize it for himself, because Senj loved his parents? No, that wasn't it. Senj shook his head and reinserted the photo back into his wallet. Yes, because he's been living under a mask, never daring to look his true self in the face. He's been living in his memories. He's been living the way his parents wanted him to live, to choose, to be a good person. But no one has ever told him what to do to fulfill his dreams, what he should do. Now, Senj knows what to do. He saw his dream, he let go of himself, and finally took off his disguise. So Senj rushed back home as fast as he could and turned on his computer as if he had opened all his bonds and confinements. When the familiar images in the computer appeared in front of my eyes, it was like a flame that was about to be extinguished, but let the last bit of the spark, burned up a roaring fire. This is a kind of practice, a kind of realization, but also a kind of transcendence, like a cocoon into a butterfly, dancing under the dome of the sky, more like Senj in the wave of the hand between the layers of ripples, like a ghost dance smoke, ghosts stacked down, At this time, Senj, the excitement inside is like a volcano eruption. He found his true self, he touched the dream, he saw the direction of pursuit, eagerly want to make the world are shocked for him, follow his butterfly dance, proud of the world. Thus, Senj gave his seemingly reborn self a new name in this world that was to follow him for the rest of his life, Ghost Butterfly. He liked the name, moving like a ghostly apparition, quiet like a butterfly dance, like the characteristics of the hacker, secretive, hidden, without a sound, but a shock, more like he disconnected from the past that cowardly, timid self, cocooned into a butterfly. When this name was born, Senj himself didn't know that Ghost Butterfly had created one myth after another in the network world later on, and was regarded by countless people as the master of the network, the supreme idol. It also made him an internet legend in the years since, as well as the creator of Ghostland, and the #1 enemy of the Guardian Alliance. We have to talk about this Guardian Alliance. You know, there is black, there is white, there is attack, there is defense, there is destruction, there is repair. Everything in the world is like that, and the same is true in the cyber world. The Guardian Alliance is an anti-hacker organization initiated by a voluntary network maintenance team. In the past few years, the Guardian Alliance utilized their unique http://www to sanction countless hackers. Subsequently, the Guardian Alliance now moved towards scale and was integrated by the World Network Security Agency (WNSA), and was authorized by multiple governments to become the guardians of the network in the true sense of the word. Drumming up hackers is what the NA does every minute of every day. Even to the extent that they join forces with the intelligence services of multiple countries to discover hackers and look for them from the intelligence side. As soon as they found a hacker, they used almost every method to combat that hacker, like a shrew wielding a rice spatula. It wouldn't be called hacking if hackers were taken down so easily, because of its mysterious, weird, seductive and so on characteristics. More people are attracted to join the world of hackers. In the words of the head of NA, Amantha, the reproduction power of hackers is greater than or equal to that of rats. Even though they used all the flat shovels, they still couldn't beat these tenacious guys, and the person they had been trying to take out for so many years was Ghost Butterfly. Those who are familiar with Na Bossamantha know that she has a bad habit of not mentioning the word Ghost Butterfly in front of her. Otherwise, she will throw everything she can hold around her at your body. It was because in the past 3 years, they had exhausted almost every method, but they were unable to locate this Ghost Butterfly's figure. At first, Ghost Butterfly was still having fun with them, and later, they simply became Ghost Butterfly's punching bag. As long as Ghost Butterfly had a bad day, he would enter their server, and after deleting all the files, he would also leave a few big words of him having a bad day. At a recent annual meeting of the WNSA, Amantha, one of the main initiators, was confronted by a reporter who asked what could be done to effectively stop the invasion of Ghost Butterflies, and Amantha said, almost through gritted teeth, wanting him to stop attacking our servers will not happen unless we wait until he slowly dies of old age, or there will be no more attacks. Another reporter asked, it is said that the NA has been trying to find the Ghost Butterfly since the incident of the hacked website, but as of today, the NA has not made any progress. I would like to ask Ms. Imansa, do you think this Ghost Butterfly really exists, or is he not a person or a hacker alliance organization? Imansa replied, he's a man, a hacker, a fucking hacker to be exact, and I know he must be watching the webcast of this conference again right now as well, and I'm just here to say to you, Ghost Butterfly, that sooner or later, I'm going to crush your balls like an egg. Ms. Imansa, I'm a reporter from Hacker Times. I would like to ask you, according to the rumors, Na has become Ghost Butterfly's private venting territory, and there are even some people who say that Ghost Butterfly is just treating Na as a girl that can be trashed at will. What is your opinion on this? It's undeniable that over the past few years, Ghost Butterfly has been attacking Na's servers on average once a month, and we're guessing that it's because the guy's got his period. And that's what's causing him to be in a bad mood. It's worth mentioning that we've now established that Ghost Butterfly is a man. And as you guys listen to this name he's given, maybe this guy is a pervert who likes to belly dance in front of the mirror when no one's around. Ms. Imansa, I'm a reporter from Time magazine, and I'd like to ask you, in the future, has the NA come up with any plans to target the Ghost Butterfly? We have a number of plans. First we are going to storm his house on a very still night and bust his ass with a flat shovel. Or, we'll hang him from a tree and bolt a rock weighing dozens of pounds to his balls. And that's what we're going to do to him. Ms. Imansa, we are reporters from the Misty City Economic Times. Ghost Butterfly is known as the master of the world's fourth domain. There are rumors that he can destroy the entire world if he wants to, and as the world's largest anti-hacking alliance, will the government of the INA protected countries increase the funding for your activities? This point, I do not deny. Our capital budget this year has increased by 30% compared to previous years, and the funds are all used to deal with Ghost Butterfly. Everyone should know very well that the network has basically existed in every corner of this world. Not only is Ghost Butterfly the bastard that we have to defend against, but there are also other hackers at the same time. These people also have the same ability to paralyze the entire network world. As for Ghost Butterfly being rumored to be the master of the network world, I don't deny this point and I don't approve of this point. I would like to say that we will never give up our fight with Ghost Butterfly. Now we'll be fighting with Ghost Butterfly fight to the end. When Senj finished watching this press conference, he laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. But with people giving him so much face, how could Senj not return the favor by giving the other side a little something in return? So Senj went back into Na's server. Senj's feud with the Na started solely because of Jack's hacked website. In the beginning, it was the early group of Na volunteers that messed with Jack. Of course, at the time, Senj didn't know that there was such an organization in the world. At that time, supporting Na and providing them with http://www. It was none other than the CLA of the meter country. According to the top secret Na files cracked by Senj, there are all the details of Na's cooperation with the CLA. In fact, Na is a civilian volunteer organization initiated by CLA, but Rice denies their involvement in any Na anti-hacking program. The reason for this was because the emergence of Na was an enemy to the entire hacking community, and without confirming whether Na had any defense capabilities, Rice was also afraid of being attacked by hackers, so it was just providing Na with permissions, personnel, and funds behind the scenes. There was also a personnel file of the Na, which recorded the personnel information of all the volunteers of the Na, who, according to some of Senj's knowledge as well as on the information gathered, were also former hackers. CLA used various means to convince them to join the Na and fight against the hackers. The permissions provided by CLA to Na are simply unbelievable. Na not only has the authority to modify as well as delete http://www, but also to eavesdrop, kill networks, and even arm attack hackers. This entire program is codenamed the Fourth Domain. The Fourth Domain means the fourth homeland domain after territory, territorial sea and airspace. In the early stages of the program, it was only carried out within the national territory of Rice, but because of the expansion of Na's rights, it led to their tentacles reaching directly into the world's hacking realm. The most famous is the Jack's Hackerdom website killed.com incident, and countless hackers have been taken out as a result of that incident. Of course, Na's behavior offended many high-level hackers, and that included Senj for one. Senj would never have actively messed with them, but there was no word from Jack for a long time after the hacker field was killed on the net, and the back-end traps on the site were known by more and more hackers. Jack was Senj's only close friend in the cyber world, and the biggest motivation for Senj to get off the ground came from Jack and his field of hacking. Senj, out of etiquette, first sent an email to Na's official email address inquiring about Jack's recent situation. It was just an ordinary, no longer ordinary email. Senj just wanted to know what was wrong with Jack. However, the arrogant Na did not take Senj's request into consideration at all, and was still looking for Senj's LP address based on the data exchange within the scope of the protocol's authority. This was the most effective way Na used to deal with hackers hiding their LP addresses, and it was also one of the most common methods they used, because, no matter how much you hide your LP address, you can't eliminate traces of the data you send to the server in the root directory within the protocol scope. According to the traces, just as they were quickly about to find Senj's LP address, a ghost butterfly pattern appeared on all the computer screens in the Na headquarters at the same time. This butterfly, coming from hell, obsessed with ghostly blue flames, is like the wings of the god of death, seizing everyone's soul. When it dances and soars under the dome of the sky, all life must submit to it. And that weird posture, ghost-like dance steps, all shocked everyone's mind. This was the first time that the ghost butterfly appeared in other people's vision, and from then on, it also made this pattern become the nightmare of countless people, as well as the totem that countless people spent their whole life to worship and aspire to. Ghost Butterfly also makes Senj strong and despises cowardice. It's more of a declaration of Senj's support for the entire cyber world, versus the world of hackers. Finally, the Ghost Butterfly's motif transformed into a text that prompted Na not to try to provoke the Ghost Butterfly's wrath, or else this flame would surely consume their souls. In the middle of Senj's domain, their every move could not escape Senj's eyes. All he wanted was to know Jack's whereabouts. And not only did these people ignore his request, they tried to attempt to find his LP address by way of data exchange. All said and done, Senj is now no longer the shrinking boy he used to be. The internet is his world, and he now has an inexhaustible supply of courage to support him in doing whatever he wants to do in that world. The head of the Na group at the time was Imansa, a woman who seemed to have the nobility of a medieval queen, and when she saw this reminder, her noble temperament instantly turned into a murderous rage. From the birth of Na until now, they had sanctioned countless hackers, and no one had ever dared to be so provocative to them. To have this pattern appear on their computer screen was their greatest shame. Not only that, this ghost butterfly actually issued a warning to them with a tone that was completely above them. The reason why Amansa was able to become the head of the Na was because of her weird network technology, followed by her thunderous personality. Her authority in the cyber and application fields of the country was as respected as the president of the country, and she was only 23 years old. She was like an enigma to everyone, just like her smile. Not only was she an enigma, but she could mesmerize you. Many Na members were against joining the organization in the first place, but when they saw Amantha's eyes, they forgot everything and remembered only one thing: they would do anything for this woman, even if they had to die for her. It was such a female that led dozens of top hackers and also sanctioned countless hackers. But she, as well as her followers, had never imagined that there would be a time when their sturdy domain would actually be breached. What's this feeling? This is what it feels like when a robber is robbed. When the robber realizes it, he doesn't hesitate to fight back. Amantha was all about snatching back what was lost. This ghost butterfly had made her lose her dignity, making Na possibly the laughingstock of the cyber world in an instant, and possibly even causing a huge cyber shock, because Ghost Butterfly was able to put this butterfly in their computers. It meant that his entry into the realm of Na was exactly the same as entering into no man's land. There were too many secrets hidden in Na's servers, and if this top secret information was leaked, it had the potential to make the entire world's landscape change. This is a consequence that Amantha can't afford, and the entire Na can't afford it. Amantha took off her jacket, a black lace halter top that appeared steeped in everyone's eyes. What made lace sexy was not that it looked that sexy, but that it could cause countless reveries. And when this reverie passed through the minds of everyone in Na like a virus, there was only one thought that came to these people. If each of Ghost Butterfly's attacks could make her take off one piece, then let Ghost Butterfly attack a few more times. Sanj did this. He wasn't trying to attack the Na, he was just trying to remind them that he was fully capable of delivering an almost as devastating blow to them. Lovely Munsa didn't believe it. She even thought Sanj was looking for death. Na is the largest anti-hacking coalition in the world, and what they do is to deal with all kinds of hackers and respond to all kinds of attacks. They are the pioneers in maintaining peace in the cyber world and fighting hacker terrorism. It was a battlefield without smoke, yet the hottest, most intense, and at the same time the most brutal war was staged at every moment. Every member of Na has been baptized by this kind of war, and they can deal with any attack. Provocation. At this point in time, Amantha is the commander of this war. She was excited because every attempted attack on the Na was easily defused, thus bringing her more glory, and more money. She needed the accomplishments to keep up with Na's regular expenses, and the addition of equipment. Even an ant has to eat, let alone them warriors who contribute their own strength to cyber peace. Obviously this ghost butterfly is the hacker who took the initiative to give them honor. Just like in the online game, those NPCs with active attack attributes, as long as they are killed, the explosion is full of money and equipment. Most importantly, the hacker who can enter their domain and successfully modify their computer desktop is almost a boss-level hacker. Although they had never heard of this name of Ghost Butterfly, who cared? In the hacker world, many nameless experts would emerge every day. Likewise, many masters disappeared every day. Amansa hadn't even put Ghost Butterfly in her eyes so far. As for him being able to modify the computer desktop or whatever, it was just a small trick. Any hacker with some technical background could do it. What made Amansa look at him differently was Ghost Butterfly's unresisting death-seeking behavior. Or call it courage. Just what Amansa couldn't imagine was where the ghostly butterfly's courage came from. Did he know what he was doing? A hacker who even dared to compare himself to Na. Call him brave, or call him stupid? You get a ghost butterfly to come out and put on a face, and that's all you need to do. I can't believe you're even warning the Na about it. This is the Na, not someone's operating system that shuts down, or compromises, just because you warn it. The Na is in control, and has almost global coverage of network protocols. In this world, they are God. They are the masters. They live when they want you to live. They die when they want you to die. No one can go against their will. And not only did Ghost Butterfly ignore their majesty, he actually attempted to punch the master in the mouth. Na could disband tomorrow if they can even tolerate that. And Amantha could just go pick some other career of some sort and continue to show off her proud body. Like modeling, or dancer, preferably the belly dancing kind. In the eyes of the Na members anyway, she should just go belly dancing. But there was no belly dancing here in Amantha. There were just orders to them. Now she was like a captain commanding a pirate ship, resolutely ordering fire after spotting a merchant ship loaded with treasure. She wanted the ship, she wanted the treasure, and she wanted the ghost butterfly. A dozen or so high-end members immediately entered a series of commands into the system. And these commands then entered the server at this moment like 1,000 armies. And after docking into the attack data, they wielded the weapons in their hands and rushed towards the ghost legions that were under the feathers of the ghost butterflies like a tidal wave sweeping across the beach. Imansa's orders were given one by one to the members of Na. Some people were responsible for clearing the attack data. Some then started to activate the antivirus program and gave emergency encryption instructions to the firewall, while replacing the core code of the firewall. The other few people, the warriors who were sniping at the front line, entered the server and immediately started tracking and searching for Ghost Butterfly, and as soon as they found any suspicious programs, they immediately sniped them. But all this, in Senj's eyes, was like looking at ants that had been bottled up. The world was big to them, but it would always be in Senj's bottle, though Senj was fighting alone, and he had no idea just how many people were attempting to attack him at this point. All he knew was that the other side was trying in vain, or wishfully, to win the battle. But would they be able to break out of Senj's field? The key's code structure was unbreakable, especially after it had formed a domain. Any program generated in the domain had to be approved by the key's code before it was allowed. Within this domain, Senj was the true king, the master. Compared to the smoke and mirrors of the Na headquarters, Senj didn't have any feeling of nervousness right now. The other party's every move was generated as a list, even the way the firewall was encrypted, and the modification of the core code. Senj could see it all clearly. The current Na server is a domain in Senj's hands. No matter what modifications and defenses they make, they will be locked in this domain by the key code. Since they want to try, let them try. You know, this was Senj's first cyber battle, but he felt that it had no real significance, much less anything memorable. And the only thing that could get him excited was probably the name Ghost Butterfly, which would be known by hackers all over the world after today. He was like a star who had only just started his career, and because of a certain role, he was instantly set on fire. No wonder there were so many people who wanted to be a star. This kind of feeling of being worshipped and followed by people was really good. Although the only people who knew about Ghost Butterfly right now were just a few people in the Na headquarters, this could not stop Ghost Butterfly from becoming synonymous with the king of the cyber world in the future. Senj wanted some applause. He wanted some praise. He wanted that to soften the cold in his heart, the ice in his head. But in reality, he had nothing. Nothing now, and still nothing in the future. By becoming a hacker, he was destined to have two identities to face two different worlds. One was Senj, the ordinary, an ordinary librarian, the kind where no one paid attention to him, no one would take him to heart, or even throw him on a stage where he was the only one, and no one under the stage would even look at him. Another identity is Ghost Butterfly, a hacker, a super hacker who can do anything. But Ghost Butterfly could only survive in the virtual network world, where there were only codes, only programs. Moreover, he has to distinguish his two identities completely. One could be known to everyone, while the other could not be known to anyone. This is not a contradiction, because he is a hacker. Sangar was a person who was used to holding back. It wasn't his character, but rather his inability to fight. But in the cyber world, Senj would definitely not put up with any provocation. Various combinations of codes were skillfully keyed into the core program. It was like a Jedi Master who kept changing his attacking moves. Every combination of codes was executed with an earth-shattering effect. It was like a heavy rain that had been pent up for a long time, and after the sound of thunder, it finally poured freely on the earth. At the Na headquarters, the core members were carrying out procedures that seemed to have become a tradition. As usual, what was wrong with tradition? It was a refinement and a lesson they had learned from their long battle with hackers. Amantha stood in the middle of the headquarters. Her monitor was the biggest in the headquarters. It was like a super big screen in a war command center. She was the commander of this war. To be a good commander, you can rely on more than just a smart brain, or even eyesight, and physical coordination. On Amantha's desktop, at least a couple dozen program windows were open. Hers and the program operation windows of every member of Na. They were rapidly and methodically transforming under Amantha's operation. Various program codes, which flashed in front of Amantha's eyes, were deeply memorized in her mind, and it was analyzed and evaluated with the fastest speed. It's all about focus and caution. Any missed code or program could crash the entire system. So, for every wrong execution command she found, she would immediately correct it. Jace, don't use Protocol 3. It's outdated. Reconnect the server with the latest Protocol 5. Trayvon, hide the encryption program in a separate space, and keep useless numbers out of the firewall's core code. That's what makes Amantha uneasy about these Na members. These people have traditional personalities that can, at certain times, make them reliable. But at certain times, it can also make them very passive. Cyber wars are ever-changing and instantaneous. Each hacker has his own unique modus operandi, with the usual mode of attack, just like a food you eat every day. Over time, it becomes your habit. However, this habit, in the eyes of the master against it, like a program that has not been written, can see your weaknesses at a glance, and Ghost Butterfly seemed to have completely grasped the weaknesses of these people, and his attacks were always so unexpected and fancy, so much so that it made Na think that Ghost Butterfly was not a hacker, but a legion of hackers. The first to crash were a few of the Na members who had consolidated the core of the firewall, who looked helplessly at the program's window, and even more nervously at Amantha. Team leader Amantha, I'm afraid you need to see this. Window number 3 quickly appeared on the big screen, and the member grabbed the time to immediately enter a few characters. Amantha's hand, which was about to switch windows, suddenly stalled in mid-air. What the hell is this? Every time a character is entered, the top 2 characters are deleted, and by the time the members realize it, the firewall is in pieces. This kind of bizarre attack was something they had never seen or heard of. It didn't look like it was a hacker's attack, more like a prank. The most ridiculous thing was that even Amantha didn't know how to react. The most common means of hacking are destroying programs, implanting viruses, and deleting data and information. At a more advanced level, it was to control the program, tamper with the code, and crash the system. But this kind of complete control of the program, and to enter the internal core of the program for control, these people really have not even seen. One must know that in order to control this program, one must first crack the combined structure of the program, and then implant the code into the structure to destroy or modify the program. This is like taking someone else's stuff and changing it into your own. If it was an ordinary program, or it wouldn't make this Na's people so nervous. But what the other party was entering was the core program of the firewall. Na's firewall was written and completed by dozens of people, adding a virus sample every second, and changing its mode of operation every minute. In the words of Amantha, Na's firewall was the strongest firewall in the world at present. No attack program could break through it, and it was the strongest line of defense for peace in the cyber world. Disconnect the firewall from the extranet, encrypt the port values, change to intranet defense, and overwrite the old files with backup firewall files. Amantha's instructions were like a shot of cardiac stimulant injected into the hearts of the members, and she could always make people feel completely secure at the most crucial times. Even her voice is so calm and steady, just like a pair of gentle hands that are gently caressing your ears. But now was not the time to enjoy the voice of a beautiful woman. The firewalls had been breached. The battle was 100,000 times more urgent, and every member of Na was pumped up 100 times more vigorously. This time they have to deal with this Ghost Butterfly. Is not any ordinary hacker, can break through their firewall, and also can control the firewall. Should be included in the list of the world's top hackers. Just before they have never heard of this hacker codenamed Ghost Butterfly, and even in the network search, cannot find any information about Ghost Butterfly. Amantha spoke in a firm tone. No matter what level of hacker the other party was, he was looking for death if he dared to attack Na. The most powerful weapons are always in the hands of the righteous. This most powerful weapon is http://www. Now just find the Ghost Butterfly's truest LP address, can make him appear in the darkness, and on the other side of the internet. Senj made himself an egg scramble and added a ham sausage to it. He was in a really good mood right now, or had never been in a better one. Previously, he always thought that he was nothing more than an ordinary commoner. No one wants to be an ordinary person, but the premise is that you can have the ability to change the ordinary. Senj did not have any ability to change himself, and even the passive bearing was so humble. But now, when Senj realizes that he is fully capable of changing his ordinary life, the euphoria and excitement makes the bowl of scrambled eggs so delicious. Unlike those who are extraordinary on the outside but empty on the inside, Senj is ordinary on the outside but incredibly full on the inside. It also made Senj feel more mysterious and made his character more confident and determined. Senj would occasionally key in a few characters while eating his scrambled eggs, a feeling like teasing a pet with the realization that I am your master at all times and you are always in my control. With this head start, there was no way Senj was going to stop, and if the other side didn't provide information on Jack, then the attacks would continue. There had to be a time limit though, because Senj had to go to work tomorrow to be that librarian, which was the best means Senj used to hide his identity. No one would believe that the world's top hacker was actually an administrator in a library who spent all day with his head buried in his hands, moving books around that even rats didn't like to chew on. Not only does this identity provide him with the best disguise, but at the same time it's the financial basis of his life. It wasn't a huge paycheck at the library, but it was enough for Senj. He wasn't a spendthrift, and that wasn't because he would be frugal, but those paychecks were too much for him to eat if he bought anything else. The old curator had not said that he would give him a raise once, and at first, Senj had really believed it, but later, the old curator said again to increase wages. Senj, no. This old man must again look at the cabinet is not good, and then use this method to tempt him to work. Even with such a tight budget, Senj would never use his alter ego to gain anything for himself. It's the only thing he can't touch in the middle of the hacker world. So, he has to work hard, and that's what keeps him afloat. On the NA's side, right after the firewall server cut off the connection to the extranet, the ghostly blue butterfly reappeared and warned all the members of the NA that they only had 10 minutes to think about whether or not to tell him about Jack, and that when that time was up, the NA would disappear with it. Imansa really couldn't sit still for a bit. This ghost butterfly had completely exceeded her imagination. After using so many countermeasures, dozens of programs for defense, and dozens of codes to encircle and intercept him, he still couldn't be stopped. Did Na really have to compromise with a hacker? It was impossible. Imansa couldn't do that. She could give Senj all the information he wanted, but the implications behind it, and the consequences that the Na would have to bear were enough to affect the entire cyber world, a decision he couldn't make. If compromised, then the Na would also be dismantled by various powers for one reason. They would lose the value of their input if they couldn't defend themselves against hackers. The government doesn't give them that much money to sit around eating cookies and watching movies every day, much less to deal with some rookie-level hackers and act as if they've won the entire cyber world war pompously. The reason they gave them such high access and so much money was so that they could protect the country's interests. If they couldn't protect it, someone else would do it. It couldn't be simpler. This consequence could not be considered by others. But Imansa could be completely clear about it. She was the one who created the Na with her own hands, and even if she was allowed to die, she wouldn't let the Na be destroyed in her hands. But that was just a thought that passed through Imansa's mind for a split second, and she had to admit that this ghost butterfly was indeed a hacker to be feared, but only just a hacker. You know, hackers aren't omnipotent. Leaving the network, leaving the computer, they are nothing. If he wanted to destroy Na, unless he personally destroyed the place with a flat shovel or something else. Otherwise, as soon as he unplugged the network cable and cut off the power supply to the servers, not to mention ghost butterflies, or even god butterflies, he could only stare in disbelief. Therefore, Imansa did not take the words of the ghost butterfly in her eyes at all. He wanted some excitement. That gave him this excitement. Well, the current situation is that the firewall has been breached, and it is impossible to find the LP address. But the good thing is that the server has not yet fallen. It seems that this ghost butterfly is nothing more than that. Hackers in general have areas that they specialize in, and these areas are very clearly targeted. For example, if a certain hacker specializes in password cracking, all passwords are basically cracked in his eyes. But after they are cracked, nothing can be done in the face of a firewall. Some hackers, on the other hand, are so good at working on paralyzing antivirus software that they can attack and paralyze any antivirus software, but when it comes to passwords preventing forward progress, they can only get a password master to do the cracking, which they can't do at all on their own. From the time the ghost butterfly launched its attack, it had only cracked and controlled the core code of the firewall, and was still somewhat competent in the technique of hiding LP addresses. Beyond that, the people of the Na thought that this ghost butterfly had no more competence. Now Imansa felt that there was no point in playing this game anymore, so she told her men to immediately activate http://www, cut off all data exchange requests connected to the Na server, and enable the stealth encryption of LP addresses. They couldn't find Ghost Butterfly, and they also made Ghost Butterfly unable to find Na, so let's see how he could still launch an attack. This was Na's final means of defense, also known as the invincible means of defense, codenamed the final line of defense, or TLDHD plan for short. For Ghost Butterfly to be able to get them to activate the program could be said to be the first person to do so since the birth of the Na. Ghost Butterfly's failure seemed to be right in front of everyone's eyes, and being able to get Na to start this TLDHD program, the word Ghost Butterfly, too, would have risen to prominence in the cyber world. Although it had failed, getting this honor was already great. Imansa also closed all the windows. There was no point in looking on. After the protocol was activated, all the Na servers would be rebooted, and the ghost butterflies would completely disappear from their view. And of course, they disappeared from the view of the ghost butterflies. It had to be a shame that the hacker hadn't been found, but Imansa was confident that Ghost Butterfly would still show up. The Na member who initiated the protocol stuffed a cookie into his mouth with incomparable ease, and from the moment he launched the attack, he did not take this ghost butterfly seriously. In front of the TLDHD protocol, no matter how top-notch the hacker was and how weird the attack was, it was meaningless. As long as he passed http://www and then clicked the mouse, the problem was solved. It was that easy, even easier than eating a cookie. He felt that it was long overdue to initiate the protocol so that he could watch that movie a few minutes early. However, right after a prompt appeared on his screen, He was completely stunned and even forgot to chew the cookies in his mouth. He didn't believe his eyes, thinking that he had made a mistake, so he did it all over again. He confirmed that he could no longer even speak after this prompt reappeared without operational error. Being a member of NA, an anti-hacking coalition, the thing that scares them the most is not how powerful a hacker they encounter, but when you are attacked and you don't know what happened. NAs were trying to connect to http://www and found that their data request had been shut out, meaning that their requested data was no longer recognized by the protocol. This means that either their privileges have been revoked or the data request they sent out has been modified or never sent at all. Either way it was possible. It wasn't something he could handle right now. His skills were not up to this level, and he didn't even know what had happened. This killer app that was seen as invincible had suddenly lost all of its abilities. If this was all related to the Ghost Butterfly's attack, then one thing was completely certain. That is, everything in the NA server has been controlled by the Ghost Butterfly. Even with the thousands of data sent and received every second, every single one of them could not escape the eyes of the Ghost Butterfly. It was as if all the privacy was suddenly exposed to the eyes of others, line by line, causing fear and even despair. He had thought that Ghost Butterfly was just an ordinary hacker who could get rid of him with the final protocol in the time it took to eat a cookie. It was important to realize that this was a permission, or a limitation. It was as if you were always in God's hands, no matter how powerful you were. But Ghost Butterfly jumped out, just as the monkey managed to jump out of Rudra's hands. Yet Ghost Butterfly, the monkey, jumped even farther and couldn't even hold it if he wanted to. In the end, he could only watch as he broke this theorem and shattered this rule with the rod in his hand. By the time Amantha learned all of this from the crumbling members, less than 3 minutes had passed since the time of the Ghost Butterfly's general attack. In this short period of time, Amantha had to make a series of decisions, and the right ones, in order to preserve Na and their hard-earned honor. The irrevocable fact was that Na had been held in Ghost Butterfly's hand, and now with a little bit of force, he could crush them. Why was Ghost Butterfly able to turn them into such an unbeatable force? Or had Na never encountered such a powerful opponent before? Who was Ghost Butterfly in the end? Does he really exist? Or is he a ghost in the middle of the cyber world? It was whatever it was, and now he was right in front of her, like the ghostly blue butterfly, and between the fluttering of its feathers, everything had to bend its knees and submit. But Amantha must not give in to this. She still has time. She can still fight. Trayvon, switch to the backup network. Shut down the main servers and connect the network to the sandbox server group. This was the last resort. Amantha wanted to escape, and when she was sure that Na was no match for Ghost Butterfly, this was the only way she could use to keep all the server data, the only way to keep Na from being paralyzed. She was able to become the leader of Na not only because of her skills, but also because of her analytical ability. This ability that helps her analyze her opponent's weaknesses and allows her to see the intangible, yet present, everything. Ghost Butterfly's attack was definitely not a simple attempt to get Jack's information. If this was an organized, premeditated attack, it was very likely that the moment Na went down, the entire Rice network would be attacked in this vacuum. Na is facing the whole world, but its main function is to protect the security of the country's fourth domain. Na is the gateway to this country's domain, and if it is destroyed, the entire fourth domain of Ni's defense will be destroyed. You know, the government provides them with so much money and equipment, and the highest network authority in the world. Not let them here just do some tracking hackers LP address, watch human action movies, eat cookies. So simple. Trayvon is the most capable of Amantha's staff and also Amantha's best friend. She is the same age as Amantha, and because of this, they never hide any topics from each other. Trayvon remembers Amantha as a woman of honor, responsible and positive, never giving in to any difficulties or challenges. In order to form the Na, Amantha had gone through unimaginable hardships and costs. It can be said that Na is her everything. It also made Amantha an almost omnipotent leader in the eyes of Trayvon. But now, Trayvon could clearly see the loss and helplessness in Amantha's eyes. She had never had such eyes. Even when her father died, her eyes were all about the courage and determination to live happily ever after. Countless times when she had fallen, she had been able to get up strong and continue on her way. But this time, Trayvon felt that Amantha was afraid. From the hint of fear that flashed in her eyes, it was clear that Amantha was truly afraid. Amantha once and Trayvon countless times want to give up their own beliefs, to encourage her, and told her, wounds always have to heal. Time fell, you can get up again. No human cannot step on the heights, depending on whether you have the courage to fight, to endure the pain, loneliness, no regrets in our pursuit, dreams, even if it is death, still fearless. Only today, the light in her eyes was gone, replaced by a helplessness, an indignation, and even more, a fear. Just like a king facing soldiers staging a coup d'etat while slaughtering his subjects, Even though he was angry, there was nothing he could do about it, because her opponent this time was different. This ghost butterfly could not be surpassed, could not be conquered. The sudden interruption of the message caused Senj, who had wanted to end this game quickly, to freeze. He was sure he hadn't made a mistake or missed any symbols. The ghostly domain formed by the code was still there, but all the data had vanished into thin air. Kind of funny. Senj knew the key code well, and as long as he was surrounded by it, he should not think of breaking out. This was his confidence in the key code, and even more so, his self-confidence. At some point in his understanding of the key code, he realized one thing: in the midst of the cyber world, nothing is impossible. Even if you think you have mastered something, it might slip out of your control in the next second. This is the most fascinating part of the online world, like a flower that blooms instantly, and when you touch its beauty, it slowly fades in your hands. It is both sad and tragic. If you want to keep the moment forever, you have to know for whom the flower is blooming. Senj reassembled the symbols of the code, which is the core combination of the key code, which is the real ghost domain. Amantha thought that by cutting the network connection and replacing it with another network access, she could defuse the crisis, but she was deceived by a brief illusion. The ghost butterfly's attack did go away and the network was back to normal. In the words of Cookie Man, it had never been so good. With http://www when the door of the authority opened, everyone was like seeing the dawn of the dawn, transparent and excited. Once again, Amantha in Trayvon's eyes had won the battle with her wisdom, and everyone should be feeling the same way as she was. They were glad that Na had a leader like Amantha, and only Amantha could keep the Na brand from falling no matter how long it stood. But Amantha had a heavy face, without any expression of excitement, as if she hadn't won anything, but instead had lost a lot. She disappeared into the world of the ghost butterflies, and the ghost butterflies likewise disappeared into her world. But the truth was that she retreated, and did so in a weak manner. If this is a battlefield, then she is a deserter, and if this is a war, then she has lost her country. Chui Wen comforted Amantha. The ghost butterfly got nothing. She is not considered to lose. AI Munsa can only smile bitterly. In the eyes of others, maybe he got nothing. Only AI Munsa himself knows that the ghost butterfly got her cowardice en route. The footsteps of several mysterious people disrupted everyone's thoughts. No one knew why these guys wearing black suits, white shirts, and with black ties, why did they stomp their feet so annoyingly? Just like the mood of Amantha at this moment, when she saw these men in black again, Amantha's expression became even heavier. The eyes of everyone in Na looked towards these mysterious people, and when I say they were mysterious, it wasn't just because I had never seen them before. It was also because each of their expressions carried a kind of authority, as if they were telling everyone here, "You can't play with me. I'm powerful." General. There was no one here who wanted to play with them, and it was clear from their aura that they had isolated all of these people from some line of defense, as if these people had made some kind of mistake, and they were just about to explode. Only Amantha could ask them in a very rude way what they were doing here. What they were doing. The man in the suit at the head seemed to be the only one among all the men in black who could smile, but his smile looked, but it was incomparably weird. A feeling as if he had suddenly bitten his own tongue when he was smiling, making it hard for people to look at him and follow him. Amantha then had a hard time with it, but she also knew that the other meaning of hard was to endure, because these were the people who held Na's fate in their hands. In other words, the people who controlled her. These people came from the direct agency of the Rice CLA, the Fourth Domain Authority, or FBA for short. They were Amantha's direct supervisors, or the governing body of the Na. These people were like some kind of virus in a computer, godlike and shadowless, but they knew everything about the Na, even everything about Amantha. Amantha didn't like people knowing all her privacy, but in front of this leading man in suit, she didn't have any room for resistance. Although they only controlled all the management and intelligence gathering of the fourth domain of the MIB, they also had one of the most unacceptable powers, which was that they could define whether the Na was an anti-hacking alliance, or a hacking alliance. So anytime there is a widespread attack on Na, they are like ants smelling something sweet, rushing towards Na without a care in the world. Especially the man in the suit at the head of the group. The sight of him means endless explanations and arguments. Agent Turn, is the FBA so clean? It turned out that the man in the suit's name was Turn, but he liked to be called Agent Turn, because it was the only way to make him feel that the identity he possessed was mysterious and powerful. Otherwise, the real agents in the CLA looked at him like he was a computer repairman, and sometimes, in passing, they asked him to move a few stacks of printer paper, but he thinks he's the real agent. What's the big deal about the CLA? They don't even realize how huge the fourth field he runs is. The state didn't form this department for them to fix computers. Only the dumbass in the CLA think of the people in the FBA as computer boys. Amantha, you've been attacked. That's what we're here for. and I just want to know what you've lost this time. Turn spoke bluntly, and he considered things in the same way. Cyber attacks were nothing but gain and loss, and every time the Na was attacked, it lost a little something. Although these things were insignificant, this was the biggest provocation to FBA. No one can take anything from FBA's hands, and that's the only requirement for them to support Na to stay in FBA. You know, Na is the face of FBA and the face of Rice, and it's not so nice to talk about someone slapping you in the mouth and running away afterwards. We have nothing to lose, and I think your network terminal should see that clearly. If it wasn't for the fact that Amansa's computer was synchronized with Turn's, how could they have known that Na was being attacked, and that it was coming so fast? Turn said non-committally, but you cut the connection to me. I think I made it very clear to you once that you can't disconnect from my sink even if Na gets an atomic bomb dropped on it, and by doing that, you're only causing me to think one-sidedly about whether or not you're using the access we've given you to go for some kind of backdoor. In Turn's eyes, the Na, a civic body recognized by the state as well as the CLA, was the product of a bunch of hackers under infighting, and everyone here was a ticking time bomb that would blow up on you if you let your guard down on them just a little bit. So when the CLA was going to give Na the highest http://www, Turn was the first to come out against it. He thought that CLA was giving the key to your door to a bunch of thieves, so that they could be more comfortable in moving things out of your house. But the CLA ended up doing it because without the highest level of authority, the department is a sham. But giving them access doesn't give them complete trust. So the CLA put the Na on the front lines of anti-hacking. In other words, we give you weapons. You have to go to the front line and work for us. Imantha didn't want to argue. She thought it was a complete waste of her energy again. She was tired today and all she wanted was to take a shower and get some sleep. Just then, however, Cookie Man suddenly let out a low growl and said, "What the fuck is this?" Using the core pattern of the key code, Senj reloaded his ghost domain. And based on the characteristics of the program's records, he soon found the NAS servers in this matrix field. Their data had been completed with http://www, and the data exchange ports and LP addresses had been changed. You think I won't be able to find you if you change your internet cable? He had wanted to go to bed because it was his habit, and the rule he had set for himself was that he couldn't break his normal routine just because he was a hacker. And getting enough sleep was the fundamental prerequisite for having enough energy. Code and programs are just tools for hackers. They can provide analysis of data, but not tactics. Code will not tell you what kind of solution to use when you encounter a problem, or what symbols you should type. What it wants is your command. Analysis. It's like you're commanding an army that's fighting, and the soldiers can only fight according to the tactics, the orders, that the commander analyzes. But now Senj was fully immersed in this matrix world. This was his first real-life battle since discovering the core mode, and was excited and looking forward to it at the same time. When Ghost Domain reloaded NAS server data module, all the extended data information was presented on the screen in skywriting like symbols. No one knew what these symbols meant. Only Senj himself knew it well. His ability to read these complicated codes was entirely due to the computer books he had once read in the library, as well as the accumulation of information he had gathered on the internet. The meanings represented by each combination of symbols, and the significance of the data they pointed to, were clear in Senj's mind. He first found the data exchange channel between the NAS servers and the network, and with just a simple symbol, he cut it off. With another symbol, the NAS data stream was then connected to the Ghost Domain's data channel. In other words, the NAS server was now connected not to http://www, but to Senj's private domain, the Ghost Domain in keycode core mode, not HQ. Cookie Man rushed to his computer and quickly typed in set after set of all the commands he could think of on his keyboard. Even though he had deleted all the internet connections, the command prompt was still "This is Ghost Butterfly. I want Jack." Amantha told Trayvon to turn on the terminal computers immediately, and everyone got into their positions at once. And as for that turn, he could have painfully watched it live by now. But apart from the ghostly blue butterfly on the screen, and the text he wanted Jack to see, nothing could be seen. Turn felt that he was the boss here, that all commands went to him, and from the moment he had seen the ghost butterflies invade Na on his own computer, he knew that Amansa, with the idiots under her command, could do nothing. In fact, Turn was not wrong. Amantha was now on the verge of a kind of collapse due to fear. She could no longer take any orders. This ghost butterfly was everywhere. Even after changing the network mode, he was still able to flutter his ghostly blue feathers around you. If it wasn't for the fact that Trayvon had brought her a chair, Amantha in her trance state might have been about to go into shock. Had she known that this ghost butterfly was so powerful? Why hadn't she given him enough respect before? Had she known that she would now have to pay the price of losing Na? Why didn't she give her Jack's information earlier? Why provoke this ghost butterfly? Why be so confident in being able to counter his offense? Countless whys hovered in Amantha's mind, and with each one, she was overwhelmed with remorse. It wasn't just Na she had lost, it was her dignity, her position, her everything. As if she suddenly thought of something, she immediately went to check the time. There were still the last 2 minutes left before the 10 minutes of the ghost butterfly. Amantha always thought that time passed too quickly, but now every second was so long. It seemed like time was frozen at a certain second, making it a luxury for her to even think about relieving herself. Amantha's meltdown in no way affected Turn's play, and he spurred everyone's concentration with a clap of his hands, and then his first order was given after he prompted everyone that from now on, this place is his. All computers reboot and go straight into safe mode. Tom, you'll be operating the Cookie Man's computer. You know what to do. Yes, Agent Turn. The black, shoe-faced, chin-bent Tom came as close to Cookie Man as a boxer about to step into the ring and spoke. Hey, get your ass out of this chair. You Cookie Man. All the men in black just looked at this cookie guy with disdain. He was a hacker that was focused on by the CLA and guarded against before he joined the Na. Turn had no idea why Amantha had let this guy join the Na. He was nothing but a cookie eater after he joined. His so-called computer talents seemed to have disappeared like the cookies he had swallowed into his mouth. Cookie Man spread his hands and gladly gave up his computer. If they thought they could handle this ghost butterfly, let them try. Cookie Man wasn't going to argue with them when it came to getting smacked in the mouth. Tom had an extra USB drive in his hand as if by magic as the computer booted up. This group of FBAs seemed to make a point of showing off their so-called identities anywhere and on any item. It's just a USB flash drive, but it has to have the letters FBA printed on it. It was as if the letters FBA were a free pass to a strip show in the United States. After the computer entered safe mode, the files in the USB flash drive were automatically loaded. And when he saw the programs, Cookie Man was surprised again. FBA really has some good stuff. And it's no wonder that this USB flash drive has to be engraved with FBA. The files loaded in it are really worth too much. This program is a data protection program specially developed by the Operating System Research and Development Company for the computer operating system. And this thing is like putting a shield on the computer system. It is not a firewall, but adds an identification code behind each program. When the system is being operated, it reads the files according to the identification code. And the identification code is different for each file. And there are as many files as there are identification codes in the system. This program is based on the original files of the operating system and evolved. The hacker's attack is based on the operation of the system. If the system in the case of you no matter how to use any method does not run your file, you just have a great means of attack is useless. At that moment, Sangar's data message also appeared with the message. The other party's system was unable to load the command. The strings on Sangar's screen began to shift in a highly irregular manner, and all data sent out was blocked from entering the other side's operating system at the system's ports. Changed the firewall? Thinking of this, Senj changed a few more combinations of symbols to check the other side's firewall, and to his surprise, the firewall was like a dog with a broken leg. It could still bark, but it was no longer of any significance. Senj was getting more and more curious about what secret weapon the other side was using that could protect their system so well. Even Ghost Domain couldn't insert the key into it. He would never suspect that it was his code combination that was wrong, but rather his analysis or orders that were wrong that prevented the soldiers from attacking the city. This feeling was like a door that was clearly opened for him, but suddenly closed again when he was ready to enter. The network data connection was normal. The NAS server data collection was normal. The Ghost Domain control data flow was normal. The data exchange was normal. And the only thing that wasn't normal was that he had to get commands into the other operating system. It wasn't just NAS servers that were out of sorts right now. It was also Turn. At this moment, he was like a chivalrous man who was trying to save the day. In his eyes, what was Ghost Butterfly? In his eyes, what is a Ghost Butterfly? What is FBA? And what is FBA? And the master will always be a master. Against the match. Without any fancy moves. A move can make the other party killed. Who is he? The patron saint of the fourth realm of Rice. He has eaten with the CLA boss. He has given drinks to the president of Rice. The suits on his body are all handmade by old tailors in L.A. And his hairstyles are all the same as Tom Cruise's. He is the boss of the cyber world. Men have to kneel down when they see him, and women have to undress when they see him. The character who waved his hand and the sky fell apart, who talked and laughed and the ghosts cried, "Kid, you still want to play with me? Don't think that with your little bit of bullshit skills, you can run rampant across the internet. With your two tricks, you're just bullying Na's gang of idiots. In front of me, you're nothing. Your little bit of tactics can only allow you to lick the toes of the female cashier's toes with your tongue when you're eating at a fast food restaurant. You're not going to be able to play with me." This speech that rocked the house, as if someone was really trying to play with him, made Tun feel that his image was suddenly taller. and in his eyes, all these little people in Na should be on their knees at his feet at this point, scrambling to lick the dust from his leather shoes. And that Imansa, didn't she say her Na was one of the most powerful in the anti-hacker alliance world? What's the matter now? Confused and disoriented by a butterfly, in a quivering, trance-like state. Didn't you always boast that your Na is the most solid firewall that no hacker can cross? In the end, I still have to wipe your ass? You Na are nothing more than that. Imansa, I don't think you can defend yourselves against any hackers at all. Your existence will only be a waste of the budget. I'm going to leave this place to the Guardian team to take over. You and your members should just go on a vacation for now. With a single word, Tun dissolved Na, as if he had suddenly stuck out his fist and punched the group in the face. Unguarded and so sudden that they didn't even have the backbone or strength to defend themselves. Trayvon looked at Imansa. Her heart felt like it was being burned by fire. It hurt and was urgent. Na was her home. Every member here was her family. Just because of a single attack, it was going to destroy her home and leave everyone with nothing to fall back on from now on. An outcome that she couldn't accept. She tried to fight back, but this turn in front of her was like a black giant, and the devilish grin that seemed to be on his face deterred her. It seemed that if she moved, his giant hand would slap into her body and crush her alive. The only one who could fight against him was Imansa, but she couldn't do anything now except stare blankly at the big screen in front of her. It was as if she had already compromised herself in front of the demonic giant and had severed her connection to courage, without even the thought of restarting it. I don't know when, but the people of Na are hoping that Ghost Butterfly had better do something now. They've had enough of these FBA guys' mouths. If Ghost Butterfly wants to do something, let him do it quickly before Turn disbanded Na, and let these guys know what Ghost Butterfly is capable of. Of course, Senj wanted to do something about it, but he couldn't do anything until he analyzed the cause. Although the key code could form a domain of its own, in the end, it wasn't an attacking code. But what Senj wanted now was an attack weapon that could break through this barrier on the other side. This weapon or the other 9 existed in the code, but he had only mastered one right now, and trying to master the other 9 mysterious codes in less than 2 minutes was a pipe dream. Senj wanted to give up, although he couldn't accept this ending. But the saying that there is a world beyond the sky, there are people beyond the sky is not wrong at all. Can block the invasion of the key code. Must be a very perfect program, and this program does not have any weaknesses. Even if Senj replaced several code combinations, but to no avail. Even if you were given an atomic bomb, it would be a waste of effort if you couldn't find the place to bomb. He couldn't enter the other party's system. He couldn't make changes to the data. Delete it. This was really interesting. Senj never expected that his first hacking action would be met with a hacker killer. At this moment, even if he wanted to do something bad, he couldn't. Scared of you? Go to bed. In this invasion, Senj did not lose anything, but on the contrary, he gained a great deal of fame. If the estimation was not wrong, the name Ghost Butterfly, from now on, would be like a heavy bomb exploded in the hacker world. Shrapnel would be shot on everyone's body, so that everyone would remember the fearful destructive power of Ghost Butterfly. Of course, Sangar didn't like to lose either. It was an integral part of his stubborn personality. Losing meant losing. It meant torture. This kind of pain that couldn't be called bearable. Senj experienced it only once and couldn't forget it for the rest of his life. He remembered that it was a New Year's Eve when he was a child, and Uncle Juan from the orphanage brought him some food. Since Senj's parents had disappeared, Uncle Juan had suddenly appeared in his life. Every holiday season, he would bring a lot of things to Senj. This time, he also bought Senj a new dress. Moreover, he also brought Senj to the orphanage to celebrate the new year. A child wants nothing more than to be seen by his buddies when he puts on a new outfit. But these buddies of Senj are going to make a bet with Senj. No one ever told Senj what a bet was. That year, he was 7 years old. The boys bet on whether or not Senj's parents would come home to spend New Year's Eve with Senj. And if they didn't, Senj would have to give them the food Uncle Juan had given him and the firecrackers he set off at night. Senj bet with them, but Senj lost. He was like all the other children in the orphanage, whose parents seemed to have forgotten them long ago. Even the caretakers at the orphanage were too busy going home for New Year's Eve to forget about Senj. All his food was won by the other children, and as Senj hid in the corner of the orphanage and cried, he told himself he would never lose again. So, from elementary school to middle school, from high school to college, Senj was always first in his class. Senj knew that he couldn't afford to lose, because he was afraid of the loneliness, the despondency, that would come after he lost. Other kids can have hugs from their parents when they lose, but he has nothing when he loses. He didn't want to lose in the online world either, but he couldn't win anything back. He wasn't forcing himself to not care anymore, but he was exercising his other self's resilience and optimism, because there can never be a first in this field. Just like his key code, every symbol is in the middle of an infinite loop. When you play a role, you have the value of existence. And when you are just an auxiliary, you have to go and suffer in silence. Of course, Senj couldn't see Amance's despair, Turn's arrogance, Cookie Man's anticipation, Trayvon's uncertainty, all of which he had created. But he couldn't see anything. The virtual world. There was just a shadowless soul. Why should he care? He said that he didn't care, but before ending the code, he still couldn't help but take a look at the symbols that would be converted into all kinds of information and data in his mind. It was also this glance that made Senj suddenly realize that on the other party's computer, there was an external device. The main thing was that the data hidden in this external device could actually connect with the key code and could also exchange data. Senj suddenly sat down in front of his computer again with a sudden dawning realization. A discovery that was like a hidden treasure for Senj. After he used the key code to access the USB drive, within 3 seconds, he downloaded the only file on the USB drive. Senj snapped the file into the analysis program, and the sound of the mouse's clattering seemed unusually clear in the stillness of the night. Senj liked the sound. It was like life beating, crisp and mysterious. To open the file, you also need to enter a randomly generated code. Whether it's random or preset, it's meaningless in the face of a key code. A single symbol takes care of him. The identification codes for these system files dazzled Senj a bit. That's where the inability to get into the system came in. They put a shield over the operating system. To get through it, you had to make the system think you were one of its own to get through. That's what the identification codes are for. And that's one of the things that the operating system was designed to do in the first place. It is important to realize that hackers have been around much longer than this operating system. The designers consider the operability of the system, and at the same time, they are more likely to consider the hackers' attacks on the system. The operating system is arguably one of the world's greatest inventions and is used in at least 9 out of every 10 computers. It is popularized in the networked world, and almost all data architectures are generated on its basis. Even the tools and software that hackers use rely on the operating system to fulfill their role. Firewalls, antivirus and Trojan horse software, in the final analysis, are all in the service of the operating system. Only by making the operating system secure and stable can we realize the stability of the network world. This is a foundation. Just like http://www, it is the creator. Then WD's operating system is the creator. And the creator gave this weapon to protect himself to the FBA, and they were passing it down almost with a kind of faith. One of the founders of the WDs once told the people of the FBA that this weapon was the ultimate, and that no one would be able to break its defenses, even if the other party was the world's top hacker. In front of the rules of the WDS domain, no one could take liberties. But Senj laughed. He hadn't laughed like that in almost as long. He used to force himself to laugh in the mirror. He didn't want to forget what it felt like to laugh. Though the numbness and exhaustion of life had prevented him from finding any reason worth laughing for, he wanted to laugh, even if it was a bitter, wry smile. Now it was a heartfelt smile, a smile that was so sunny and resolute on his face. The smile was like a sweet spring from the heart, diffusing its refreshment and joy, excitement and thrill throughout his body. This was what was known as a heartfelt smile. This was Senj's true joy. He found his own joy, as he had when he decided to become a hacker and make a real world of his own with the code in his hands. The joy of this moment was when he found a very insignificant executable file. This execution file was hidden by its owner like a top-secret document. If Senj had just used conventional analysis, it would have been impossible to discover its existence. It was only in the ghost domain that it was surfaced clearly in front of Senj. This executable file was the default installer of the WD system, the installer of the identification code. Even the creator had weaknesses, and when he designed this weapon, he didn't even seem to have thought about another way for the system to install the recognition code. Even he forgot to protect this USB flash drive that provided data to the system as well. Wasn't this exactly what the MiGs were used to doing? They only protect their own interests. As for others, they couldn't care less. That is to say, they only give the system data the protection of the identification code. For the USB flash drive type of device, they did not take it into consideration. Or rather, they simply did not think that someone could find this USB flash drive through the invisible data stream. The only means of defense they did was to reject the USB flash drive after the system entered the safe mode and successfully installed the identification code, cutting off its data interaction with the system. What they didn't expect was exactly what Senj found. He backed up the entire program in a very short time, and replaced the data files in the program. After that, he uploaded the program to the USB flash drive, and the last step was to click on the exe executable program, which was the system's default and only belonged to the USB flash drive. And everything was done. Whether it's decompressing the file or executing it, as long as it's being executed by the default parameters of the WD system, it can be successfully installed into the system. It was that simple. But it made Senj waste a lot of precious time. He could have spent all of that time sleeping, which would have kept the fallen bookshelves from drowning him out at work. Not letting hacking interfere with normal life is Senj's standard. And he can't put everything he has into hacking. He had a job to do, and a meal to eat. And the cyber world, just a ghost butterfly. A virtual one that never existed. Senj would never have imagined how much of an impact his feat today would have on the future of the cyber world. He just knew that from today onwards, there would be a lot of people who would see Ghost Butterfly as an enemy. At least the FBAs had now made the codename Ghost Butterfly enemy number 1 for national security. And when they realized that the system's identifying code had completely disappeared and had been replaced by the ghostly blue Ghost Butterfly, Turn couldn't laugh anymore. Can someone tell me why we can't kill him off? Why? At this moment, Tun felt that his neck was imprisoned by the Ghost Butterfly, and he couldn't even take a breath if he wanted to, so he desperately yanked off his tie as if he had broken free from the Ghost Butterfly's ghostly hands, and breathed in deeply the air that could sustain his life. He was like a person walking on the street, suddenly covered his head and given a beating him to the bone, but he didn't know who the person who beat him was. FBA agent, the controller of the 4th domain, could only watch the data files in the NA server now, being deleted mercilessly, but he couldn't do anything about it. The Ghost Butterfly not only broke through FBA's defenses, but also pulled Imansa back from her trance. During this time, Imansa was like having a dream without any content, but when she came to her senses, everything in her eyes, just like her dream, turned into a blank, leaving nothing behind. Turn's eyes had gone red. NA's servers, it didn't matter. It didn't matter that Amantha was screwed and nearly collapsed, even if the identification code of FBA being was cracked. It didn't matter, but to lose face in front of NA's people, this thing was unbearable. There is a pain that is not when someone hits you, but when you hit yourself in the face. This kind of beating makes your face burn, but it hurts like hell. Even when you look at others again, it is a kind of contempt for him, a mockery. Didn't you say that a ghost butterfly is a moth that can be crushed at any time in your eyes? Didn't you say that you can accomplish in an instant what Na could never accomplish? How's that? Your face is all swollen. Although it wasn't his own hand, the mouths that Ghost Butterfly gave them all made all the Nas shout in their hearts. Imansa had wanted to ask Tun what had happened, but seeing Tun's crumpled expression, helpless gaze, and rapid breathing, she knew that he had let Ghost Butterfly fuck him as well. As for how Ghost Butterfly did it, Imansa didn't need to ask. Even if she asked, there was no result. So far, all the attacks that Ghost Butterfly had launched against them were not something that a regular hacker could do. This feeling is like you have fallen into his world. Your life or death is controlled by the Ghost Butterfly in his domain. You can't break free. You are powerless to escape. You can only watch it devouring your flesh, soul, everything you have bit by bit. Just like all of them were watching Tun being devoured by the Ghost Butterflies at this moment. No matter how powerful he was, in the realm of the Ghost Butterflies, he had no room to fight. He could only roar and could only go and issue some orders that even he himself knew were of no use whatsoever. He even ordered that the power supply to Na be cut off immediately and that all the network cables be unplugged. Looking at these childish actions of his, Imansa also laughed helplessly. She told Tun that it would be useless to do so. Na had already fallen. You could cut off all power supplies, but unless you were to destroy all the computers here, as well as the servers, by the moment you turned on the computer, all the attacks would still continue. Turn would never compromise, he could never lose to him off. He contacted http://www using his identity as an FBA agent, and he asked for the data terminal, the root directory of the protocol, to find all the LP addresses that had exchanged data with the Na server in the last 5 minutes. Data exchanges and data networks all over the world have to go through the root directories of the HW protocol in order to access or be accessed by each other's data. In one of the root directories is the most authentic LP address in the world. And as long as you provide a valid domain name, you can look up all the most authentic LP addresses that exchange data with that domain name. Many of the concealment tactics used by hackers can at best get past the pan-domain records of the first layer of the root directory, but can never get past the second layer of data scanning. This is because the second layer root directory uses a data collection mode in which any data sent and received is exchanged with that directory's protocols. As soon as the root directory scans for data information, the data LP being accessed is analyzed, logged, and then connected with the data LP being accessed. It was through the second level of root scanning that Tun wanted to find the location of the Ghost Butterfly, but in order to activate the scanning mode, the highest authority of the data headquarters was required, except for the minister's special authorization, and the minister had to provide the retinal recognition in order to activate the scanning device, because the scanning device can collect all the network information in the world, including all the core secrets of the military, government and silver, as well as usernames and passwords. Therefore, Activating the device is not just a matter of words. Even if Turn is an FBA agent, he can't. Admiral Bart at HWHQ rejected Turn's request outright. Even if Turn moved the CLA out of the way, it didn't work. Admiral Bart told Turn that even the Secretary of Defense, not to mention the CLA, would need the President's approval to activate the scanning device. Since the birth of the root directory of the HW protocol, a total of 2 scanning devices have been activated. The first time was when Volga launched a cyber attack on Rice, and for the sake of the security of its own secrets, Rice authorized the minister to turn on the scanning device to cut off Volga's network data exchange protocol. The second time was the cyber attack, codenamed Black Cobra, launched by 10 of the world's most famous hackers, against the national network of Rice. The attack resulted in the complete paralysis of several of Rice's largest cities. The scanning device was still turned on in the end, and it took the assistance of the CLA and the military to terminate the hack. The 2 times above that the scanning device for the root directory was turned on, it was only turned on in regards to with national security. You, an FBA agent, want to activate the scanning device just because one of your departments was hacked. Is your head infected with a virus too? Turn's demand was answered back by the HW's minister with a hard punch, which was also an uppercut, hitting Turn 100% on the jaw. Now whoever was launching the attack on him, it was all on Ghostfly's head. He was planted today, just because he just planted the ghost butterfly as a moth. This revenge he remembered, and he swore in his heart that sooner or later he would catch this ghost butterfly with his own hands and stuff his ass with 100 moths. Imansa was not in the mood to think about how to shove moths up ghost butterfly's ass. The biggest crisis right now was how to keep Na from being disbanded by this Turn, who had collapsed at this point. If Na could be preserved, there would still be a chance to fight ghost butterfly. If the Na is disbanded, the HW ultimate weapon in their hands will also be withdrawn, and at that time, not to mention the chance to fight in front of the ghost butterflies, even the chance to take a breather is not there. Tun didn't have the time to worry about disbanding the Na right now. His unilateral request to activate the scanning device had long been reported to the Congress by the HW headquarters, and even the president of the Rice country knew about it, and directly issued an order to the CLA headquarters to issue a serious warning to Tun. The CLA minister's voice was roaring in Turn's earpiece at that moment, and his voice sounded like an enraged lion that would have torn Turn apart if he had been standing in front of him. The minister told Tun that you are just a sesquipedalian team leader under the jurisdiction of the CLA. There are more team leaders like you in the FBA than you can count, but because of your behavior you are not even a team leader now, and whether or not you should be removed from the FBA is something he will look into with the higher-ups in the FBA. Finally, the CLA's minister told Amantha again that in the future the Na should not get involved in any other hacking defenses, and that from now on they would just do one thing: crush the damn moth, no matter what the cost. This was the most important decision Amantha wanted to support. After this incident, Na could be said to be destined to become the laughingstock of the anti-hacker alliance. She could endure this humiliation, but she would never forget who gave her this humiliation. Sooner or later, she would take back her lost dignity and let everyone know that only Na was the final winner. In Senj's eyes, no one had won this invisible battle. Although he had deleted Na's data files and destroyed their entire system, he hadn't gotten the information he wanted about Jack, the system that was destroyed. Na could rebuild it right away, and the honor that seemed to be gained was, in fact, the hatred of countless people towards him. Na's system was destroyed, but they didn't compromise in the end, and because of this incident, it strengthened their determination to deal with Ghost Butterfly. Senj didn't know that one of his ordinary attacks had actually alarmed FBA, CLA, HW and even the president of me. He also didn't know the resentment and loss that FBA's Tun felt when he left the Na headquarters in ashes. It all only changed into the ghostly blue butterfly in one mysterious code and symbol after another in Senj's dreams. Until now, several years later, Senj still hasn't heard from Jack, and whenever he thinks of Jack, he goes to attack Na once. Imansa has replaced dozens of defense fields, but still can't stop the ghost butterfly's attack. Only now the attack was pointless. Na had put everything of value in another department. This department was headed by Cookie Man, and it existed to protect these top-secret files of Na as well as the data backups of the servers from being corrupted by the regular attacks of the ghost butterflies. And besides protecting this data, Cookie Man is collecting all the information about Ghost Butterfly. He had witnessed Ghost Butterfly's growth over the years, just like a seed that eventually grew into a huge tree. Whether it was an attack launched by Ghost Butterfly on any field, it was so perfect that it could be called a classic that could never be surpassed in the field of hacking. But there is a saying that it is easy to get reputation and status, but it is hard to keep them. In these few years, Senj had suffered dozens of unidentified hacker attacks in total. There were even times when opening the computer revealed that the entire system had been deleted. Senj still remembered the first attack that certain hackers had launched against him. which was to try to implant a virus file into his system. What was most unacceptable to Senj was that the hacker actually succeeded. The rise of one's reputation gets more than just respect, followed by many challenges. The ways in which Senj was able to deal with the challenge were yet very limited, or none at all. It also made him realize one thing: the ghost domain formed through the key code could only open all the gates. Other than that, it could not attack. It could only connect. When faced with an attack, it couldn't do anything. It was as fragile as a piece of glass that would shatter with a single blow. At a certain period of time, Ghost Butterfly's status was, for a time, fixed in the group of unimpressive hackers. These hackers who had attacked him had openly declared on the internet that they had won against Ghost Butterfly. They had corrupted Ghost Butterfly's system and cracked almost all of his passwords. Only so far, no one had declared that they knew Ghost Butterfly's LP address, or who Ghost Butterfly was. Na has also been in contact with these hackers who have attacked Ghostbusters, trying to know Ghostbusters' real LP address. The hackers told him, "Ansa, believe me, all of us want to know the real face of Ghost Butterfly more than you do, but we can't find his LP address, and every time we connect to his data, it's as if the whole network is his system, and unless we use the root directory scanning, then no one knows who he is." There were times when even Senj asked himself again who he really was. It had been an endless joy and excitement to think that he was a hacker, and even to find his true self in this field. But with the first attack, Senj realized that he was becoming more and more powerless, and that there was hardly anything he could do to stop any of the attacks that the other hackers were launching against him at a time. He could only use the data decomposition of the ghost domain to hide the most crucial LP address. Many hackers don't understand that they can attack Ghost Butterfly's system, but they can't find his LP address. This is the biggest feature of the key code. You can connect to Senj's network and exchange data, but it all goes through the ghost domain. Ghost domain is an invisible being who can hide all protocol nodes, but he also needs the support of a system to be effective. The system files are very distinctive, and any hacker can find the directory of these system files in the first place. And Senj's defense system is simply a fragile piece of glass. Even in the ghost domain, it cannot stop the hacker's various attacks. Every time Senj's system files were deleted, the key code would automatically cut off all data connected to the ghost domain and would close the protocol channel at the same time. No one can know what Senj's LP address is. Exactly. Senj had a hard time accepting the attacks, much less tolerating the contempt and display that was all over the internet. For a certain period of time, Senj was simply unable to use the identity of Ghost Butterfly to enter the network. Once the Ghost Butterfly appeared, countless hackers would connect to his data and then be attacked by them at will. He was afraid of losing, but had to take the consequences every time. So Senj also thought of giving up the identity of Ghost Butterfly again, or starting from scratch with another more code. It's like when you get killed off in the middle of a game. You can start the game over, but even after starting over, what could Senj do? It could only continue this cowardice, and in the midst of countless contempts and taunts, it would once again be beaten to a pulp and fall at the feet of all, becoming a stepping stone for them to make a name for themselves. Either he would forget about Ghost Butterfly from now on and focus on being a good Sengoku, moving books in the library every day, occasionally going to the mall or the streets to check out the girls' thighs, or going to the orphanage to sing Smurfs to the orphans who shared the same destiny as himself. There were plenty of things he could do without being a hacker. This pastime, just think of it as an interlude in his life. No matter how beautiful the music was, there was always an end to it. Senj didn't even want to click on the internet connection program anymore, because he was afraid that after connecting with the internet, on the next day there would be another message that many ghost butterflies had been attacked. He was afraid of seeing such news, just as if that ghost butterfly of ghostly blue had been knocked down to the ground, no longer able to use its feathers to conjure up that misty, ghostly look, but only struggling to escape, trying to hide. He created the myth of the ghost butterfly with his own hands, but was unable to perpetuate it. He sketched out the ghost butterfly with his own hands, but was unable to protect its life and let it be trampled on. It was a humiliation, like all the humiliations Senj had experienced in general, powerless to resist, unable to fight back, and only able to bear it, alone, gloomy and teary-eyed. If he had known a choice would be so painful, why had he bothered to open the door in the first place? He had thought he could control the world inside the gate, but he was wrong. He did enter the world, but he could not survive in it. This unseen injury was the one that caused the most pain, because it is not your physical body that he attacks, but your soul, your intention. It's like realizing you're small in the face of the might of the world. No one cares what you endure, whether it hurts or not, and no one cares if you live or die. You can live in obscurity, but if you want to go beyond yourself to reach a height in life, all kinds of blows will come your way. Every time there's a spot for a raise in the library, it's not for Senj. Is it that he doesn't fight for it? Rather, It was his co-workers' attacks on him that left him powerless to watch others take what should have been his. Therefore, Senj has always been the person in the library who does the most work but gets paid the least. He created the ghost butterfly because he wanted to break this pattern, so that he could learn to resist and to attack others in order to protect his own interests. But the result? He only teetered on the edge of this realm for a moment before being knocked back by a more powerful opponent. Senj doesn't want to lose and isn't afraid of losing. But that's a different concept than whether or not you can defend yourself against a powerful opponent. If you were able to fight back and attack because of your defiant personality, you could never lose. But if you want to counterattack, but you don't have a weapon that you can attack with, what you get is an even more violent attack. Don't think that Sangar did nothing. When someone punches him 3 times, he punches someone anyways, going at them like he did when he attacked Naz, to teach them a lesson and make them realize that Ghost Butterfly isn't to be messed with either. Yes, he did that. But Ghost Butterfly found that for everyone that attacked him, their defenses felt as if they had been designed specifically for his attacks. No matter how much Senj deleted them, no matter how much he injected viruses, he couldn't do any fundamental damage to them. And each time, they just dropped a virus bomb into Senj's computer and everything was solved. Therefore, the most Senj's attack could get in return was a double loss. Just like when you go for a fight, you knock down the other person, and you get knocked down too. The reason for this is because Sengar doesn't have the strongest offensive weapon or the strongest defense system. The key code can only be just like its name, to be a key and then open the door of the ghost domain. Other than that, it can't do anything. Senj wondered more and more what the designer of this code was thinking. Hadn't it occurred to him that the people who used this code would also be attacked? Wait. Sangar wanted to roll out of bed as if he suddenly thought of something. He had been given 10 codes in the first place, and for such a long time, he had been working on the first one. As for the remaining 9, he seemed to be forgetting about them, because he had once again discovered the core pattern of the first code. He warned himself not to touch the other 9 codes. He was afraid that he would fall deeper and deeper into it and would not be able to extricate himself. He was even more afraid of potentially destroying the world because of some misstep. But now, Senj had to touch these codes, because these codes were not scattered individuals, but a whole. Just like a computer's system, every program and file had its value and meaning of existence. Even a single symbol could cause the system to collapse. These 10 codes, Senj felt that if he had not guessed wrong, they should also be just like a separate system, with each code having its own use. Like the first code is a key. His function is to open all the gates and form a separate ghost domain. The other codes, however, are functional codes that are used to attack, or defend, or do something else after the gates have been opened. The reasoning is simple. If Senj was the designer of this code, he would also think about how he could perfectly utilize each code. The first code was the key, then most likely, the second code, the attack, or the defense. There are a lot of forbidden areas in a person's life that cannot be touched, and no matter what reasons are used to support you to open the forbidden areas, the end result is greed and fear. Senj has opened up a forbidden zone, and has reaped the joys, the honors of this world. It had also cost humiliation, uncertainty. He had warned himself never to touch the next one, but once he opened the door, there was no turning back. It's a kind of greed. The greed that everyone has, to experience, to try, because they can't suppress their inner desire to explore the unknown. It's like trying to decipher one person's life, or all people's lives. Why are they joyful and why are they in pain? Is it because you have finally touched the forbidden zone that you should never have touched? No, it's desire. It's human nature. It's intolerable loss. It's irreversible trampling. It's even the mockery of the strong over the weak, the crushing of the weak with a wave of the hand. Senj had never considered himself a strong man. But he was trying hard to be one, at the cost of then going on to open the second forbidden zone in his life, the second of the 10 codes. If these 10 codes were the 10 seas of suffering in the world of men, Senj would already be sunk. He would rather carry them than break free, because his dignity, already detached from his physical body, was floating above the sea of bitterness. It was like a ship that had lost its direction and was taking everything he had to an unknown place. It wasn't just the direction that was unknown, but also the mysterious symbols. Senj had thought they were connected. As it turned out, they weren't. Senj had used every known cracking method to break this code, with no luck. Even bringing the second code fully into the key code, it was still just a code, no matter what it showed. What is most difficult to understand is that the same symbols, in this code, do not mean the same thing at all. The generated result of the combination of symbols is also not at all what it should be. Or rather, there is no result at all. For a moment, Senj wondered if these symbols had another, non-cyber-worldly meaning, so he went through a large number of books in the library, and even a lot of religious books. For early religious texts, or totems, were made up of various symbols. Senj hardly missed any book on symbols, and every day, besides carrying books, he buried himself in a pile of books and read them. Even the old curator had to praise Senj when he saw him so motivated and studious. A month later, Senj had read almost every religious book in the library, and if you gave him any symbol, he could tell you in detail what the symbol meant in the middle of the religion. But among the Matrix world, it had no meaning. He wrote the 10 symbols of the second code on 10 sheets of paper and went over them countless times a day. So much so that Senj couldn't understand why he was going over them so much. It wasn't until he realized it didn't make any sense that he threw all 10 sheets of paper at his head. The paper made the sound of being squeezed by the air, just like the low roar of Senj's inner self, helpless and despondent. He wanted to throw all the repression out of his mind, and never again to obsess, never again to be obsessive, and never to try to touch certain forbidden areas of life. He is not capable of unlocking the secrets in this forbidden zone, and can only give up, or escape. Just like the scattered and falling papers, it is no longer possible to return to the original order. Everything is disorganized. Now that it's messed up and thrown away, let's give it up. Senj wanted to go to sleep. He was exhausted. He had put so much time and energy into this code that he wanted to comfort himself with a dream. Or rather, only a deep sleep would allow him to forget it all. It was like turning on all the lights in the house at night when he was afraid. And then he realized that it was not the night he was afraid of, but the loneliness and isolation of the darkness of the night. Like the dream world when he fell asleep, it could make him forget about the pursuit, and the slightest bit of ties, and the falling paper, as if attached to Senj, even if it is floating down, but also to fall on his body. But Senj no longer need the value and significance of their existence. In his eyes, the only use is to give the clean ground, make up a mess. Wait, as if he had realized something, Senj suddenly fell to his knees, or to be precise, he fell to his knees on this mess. No, this wasn't clutter. This was a rule. The symbols that fell to the ground, connected to each other by chance, actually formed the shape of a shield, like a medieval cavalryman. The shield used to block attacks was exquisite. He thought he had blinked from sleepiness and exhaustion, so he rubbed his eyes vigorously. As a result, the shield disappeared. He had indeed blurred his eyes. Where was there any shield? It was nothing more than an illusion. The papers on the ground remained messy and silent at Senj's feet. They were just papers with huge symbols drawn on them. How could they be a shield? Senj laughed at himself for being attacked so many times lately that he subconsciously wanted a shield that could block attacks. So, everything he looked at was a shield. Senj thought it was just a hallucination. He really should go to bed. The dream had been waiting for him for a long time. There were still a lot of books waiting to be moved in the library tomorrow. In fact, an endless amount of books were waiting for him every day. Moving books was like a destiny he was destined for. Irresistible and unchangeable. Turn off the damn computer. Senj never wanted to touch it again. The thing brought him nothing but loss, pain, nothing. The screensaver was a labyrinth, like Senj at this point in his life, as if he could never find an exit from it. Senj clicked the mouse and the maze disappeared. How great would it be if his maze could click the mouse and disappear too? Senj is a habit-forming person. Every time before he turns off his computer, he manually goes to disconnect the network connection and change the network port, and then unplugs the cable afterward, so that he doesn't have to worry about being remotely operated after the computer is turned off. The program icons in the bottom right corner of the screen had held their place, but their presence meant nothing at all. The volume controller couldn't let Senj hear the sounds of the attack. The antivirus software couldn't kill the viruses that the hackers had thrown at his computer. And the firewall couldn't stop the hackers from trampling their hose all over his system at will. Wait, this firewall icon, how come it's a shield? It was originally a shield. It's not like it just became that way now. Senj knew that, of course, but it also suddenly occurred to Senj. The question suddenly occurred to Senj. What would it be like if this second code was not a code, but a program? Because Senj had never written this code as a program. He just assumed that it was a code, and that it should substitute or be substituted into some networked environment. Just like a key code, it was important to know that various programs were also a common tool used by hackers, and that many hackers started with an introduction to programming. Jack then once told Senj that a good hacker must know how to write a program in a good way. You can use a key to open a door, but you can't use that key to attack the door. If you program an axe, you can cleave through all defenses. Hacking is not as simple and introductory as just deleting files from a server. Hackers who know how to program, they write all sorts of viruses, trojans, snooping, cracking, and even attack or defense programs as well as proprietary software. Computers are software in addition to hardware, and all software is written by programs, including those programs that attacked him, viruses, and even system bombs. The mouse was clicked and pressed by Senj in a continuous and rapid manner. The bar 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 sound was so clear in the room at night. Just like Senj's mind at this moment. It had never been so clear. He used the fastest time possible to browse through all the software introductions on programming. There were countless programming software available for download on the internet, but Senj realized that he actually didn't know how to use any of them. He couldn't even operate the introductory programming software. Those instructions used to write the program were like heavenly books in Senj's eyes. The feeling was as mysterious and complex as the first time he saw the symbols on those 10 codes. But it's hard for Senj to read all the religious books in a month's time. And he can go on to become a real priest in the world of programming. Programming was so important to a hacker. All the software Senj was using now was downloaded from Jack's website, or brought directly into the server. But Senj couldn't do that now, because as soon as someone found out about his LD, or saw his shadow in the server's data exchange group, they would go after him like a rabbit. Even with a different LD, these guys could ask for the scent of him like a dog and come to bite him with their teeth bared. If he had learned to program as well, would he still have to go through all that dog anger? This was Senj's character. No matter what, as long as he was able to do it himself, he would never use other people's things. Even if he wanted to use it, he couldn't. From the time his parents disappeared, Senj had to accomplish everything on his own, with nothing to rely on but to suffer. So, it also creates Senj's indomitable character. Nothing can be difficult for him. What could be difficult for a child who, from the age of 6, could do laundry and cook and sell newspapers for money? Let's not forget that Senj has the library behind him. The information on the internet was comprehensive, but a lot of the core stuff wouldn't just be taken for free like a buffet. There were many useful things that could only be found through books. That was why Senj liked to look for information in the library, where, in his opinion, he could find everything he wanted. So starting from the next day, Senj began to go through a large number of books on programming, from the most basic program writing, to more in-depth program application. In the 2 months before and after, Senj read all the programming books in the library. He read books during the day and practiced programming at home at night. Or maybe Senj has an extraordinary talent in computer programming. Just 2 months, Senj's programming skills have already reached the level of an engineer. Many people, when exposed to a new thing, would be very focused on the core of the thing and its value, or meaning, but Senj wouldn't do that. He preferred to touch things. Just like the first small program of his life that he had written with the basic programming software. Originally, the function of this program was only to help Senj to automatically cut off the network connection and to change the value of the port. But Senj had added the function of expanding the network transmission speed on top of this program. The broadband speed we use is, for a large percentage of the population, fixed. But for Senj, it was easy to modify that speed. He just modified the compression ratio column of the network data transmission with a program he wrote. The idea is that a second could have transmitted 1 megabyte of data and information. But with the compression of that program, it could reach a speed of 10 megabytes per second. This is what Senj achieved when he wrote this software, using the fact that the software can access the network through a network card. And after Senj used his programming knowledge to analyze the network transmission characteristics. But in these 2 months, Senj also encountered a lot of problems. It was important to realize that programming was not as simple as one-trick pony. The biggest problem he encountered was that so far, the second code still could not be integrated into any programming software. No matter which programming software he put the code into, it always prompted the input command does not exist. This was Senj's reason for learning to program, but now it seems that he has chosen to go in the wrong direction again. Everything was non-existent, and even when Senj used every programming software known to man, it remained so. Senj asked himself countless times why this was happening, but couldn't find any way to solve it. The symbol of this second code was, for Senj, the most difficult mystery in the world to solve. What exactly did it represent? Or rather, what exactly did he want to tell Senj? All of this was a mystery that could not be solved. The screensaver's labyrinth reappeared on the computer's desktop, surrounded by rotating walls that never seemed to penetrate. There was no direction, no forward or backward. Months of dedication and still only hovering at the beginning. Senj felt that this time, it was really time to give up. Giving up wasn't the only option, but Senj couldn't do anything but give up. If that's the case, why bother to persist? There are times when clinging is a form of harm to the self. It's just that you're so engrossed in it that you can't see past the fall. And even when you struggle, you're powerless. Only by giving up helplessly can we get out of this labyrinth. And if we don't touch it, we can never lose it. Sometimes in life, you have to act as a passerby in this world. Just like the fireworks after the splendor of the lonesome. Light cannot always be in. It can only be in the long river of your life, leaving a trace of mark. That's all. Senj was given 10 codes, but was unable to decipher their secrets. It was as if he was caught in a labyrinth from which there was no escape, and he could never find any trace of an exit. as in each of our lives, we are wandering in the labyrinth of this world. Someone who finds the exit becomes strong. Those who can't find the exit spend their days thinking about how to survive. Don't go thinking about change, because your change may cost you more. And don't bother to stop what you're giving, because you might even lose your right to live by then. Senj was grateful to be alive, even as his mindset had reversed in his confused future. Before, he was afraid of loss, but now, he would tell himself, what is there to fear of loss when you never got it? It is in this transformation that life slowly comes full circle, like every instruction when he wrote a program. Sometimes, all you have to do is change them a little bit and a different effect occurs. Senj never asked himself what he had given in the process of change. He knew he was giving it all for the sake of getting more, and that's why he gave it all. Yes, clinging is a pain and there are times when you need to shift. What is transformation? From the spiritual world, it is a change of mind and soul. In terms of the matrix world, transformation is another way of applying a program. It's like if you can't open this door with one key, try again with a different key. It's that simple. When Senj realized how simple everything was, his eyes fell back on the bewitching symbols. He suddenly pulled out one of them, then quickly cut it into a million pieces with scissors. The act of a person using scissors to cut a piece of white paper in the middle of the night looks really weird. If anyone sees this scene, they must think that this paper cutter is crazy, or only he himself knows what he is doing. Of course Senj knew what he was doing. He thought about giving up. He wanted to adjust his mind, and he even thought about those splendid fireworks that appeared in the sky every New Year's Eve. They would radiate all sorts of colors and shapes to decorate the world. As with the shard in his hand, previously he had only thought to carve the symbols in the shape of his subconscious, which turned out to be a complete failure. If that was the case, why not let it show what it could do with its own form? In other words, Senj had been in the misconception of imagining, deliberately, that the symbols were like key codes, with their fixed meanings, and the significance of their existence, but he had never thought about how to constitute the meaning of this code. That is to say, this second mysterious code was not a code that had already been completed, but one that needed to be completed by Senj. Before, he had always assumed that the symbols were commands when writing a program. Now, it occurred to Senj as if in a moment of clarity, that in fact, each symbol was a program for him to write. As he thought of this, Senj clicked up the mouse and the damn maze disappeared once again. Even though this maze still existed, Senj had found the exit, and when he stepped out of this door, he could embrace the entire world. Every symbol of the mystery code was written by a large number of programs. It's like an equation problem that gives you the known result, and the conditions to find that result, and the process is left to you to figure out. This was the idea of the designer of this code. He first used the mysterious result to prompt you to get in touch with more cyber technology, which requires you to have a certain perseverance, talent, and even luck. You can't have one without the other. What's more, you can't give up. If Senj really intends to forget it completely, then these 10 codes will disappear from this world piece by piece. Just like his disappearing memories, Senj didn't give up in the end, and he didn't know what it was that one program came into existence just for the sake of another. It was as if the designer was trying to let Senj know in this way that he had given him these 10 codes not so that he could just go and use them, but to know what they meant, what they existed for, or, again, why the 10 codes were designed. As Senj went deeper into analyzing the composition of each symbol, he found that each symbol seemed to be a mnemonic of programming instructions that incorporated all known programming instructions, but it was not a sequence, but a disrupted rule, like the shield that Senj had found the moment he threw them into the sky. Senj touched the threshold. The mysterious door was right in front of him. He could even feel the magic of the world at the door. However, that's where the biggest problem lay. How was he supposed to open the door? In other words, what was he asking for? The riddle of the riddle was right in front of him, but Senj had no idea what it actually meant, or why he was typing in these instructions. What was he going to do? Compose what? And for what purpose? This is the Matrix world, isn't it? The people in this world. No one knows what they are doing, but they keep doing it. It's like those files in the system, the programs, no one knows why they exist, but they still exist. Or you could say that they exist to keep the system working, but no one knows where the system will go wrong at that point after the ask is gone. Just like people who live in the Matrix world, they don't know why they exist, but they know that they cannot disappear. It is a kind of inertia, a characteristic of life, if you will. This characteristic is not the beating of the blood in heart to, but the meaning. Yes, everyone in the Matrix world has a meaning to their existence, or is making a meaning to their existence. This is true for everyone living in the world anyway. They can know nothing, but they must know one thing, their destiny. How many people will be brought to ruin when they exist or disappear? Predestination is the master of the Matrix world. Without reason, without cause, It's like Senj moving those books around every day when he's in the library. He doesn't know why he does it. He just thinks that's how he's supposed to do it. Senj smiled. He finally understood the meaning behind the symbols. Yes, fate, meaning, value. That was the meaning the code was going to give Senj. Trying to get Senj to understand the meaning of this code, or the value of its existence, was the original intent of the code designer. It's simple. The code gives you a result. You have to create the process yourself, and also in the process, understand what you are doing, and for what. This seems like a simple question, but when you consider it, it's actually quite profound. As is the value of our existence in this world. Is it to make our own lives better? Or do we exist to make the lives of others better? We provide a service that enriches the souls of others, but our own emptiness and loneliness is never known. You can give up to create something beautiful for others, but as a result, they are still intact. But you have gone to the edge of your life. It's like a staircase. When you step on the first rung, you ask yourself, what are you serving others for? You will tell yourself that you are doing it to eat, to live. When you then ask yourself why you are living, you will suddenly realize that in fact the value of your living is to serve others. This is the ultimate meaning of the code. It is to tell Senj that the value of the code's existence is to protect his own ability to continue to exist, and that he exists so that Senj can better understand the direction he has chosen to take in life, and which field it is leading to. After you really touch this field, you will realize that you are just an ant in this world, and if you want to be powerful, you need to know why you are powerful. Why do you want to protect your power? The rising sun, shedding its light all over the room. The darkness of the night had left the earth. The morning walkers greeted each other with the habit of a lifetime. For them it was a good day and that was what they lived for. Senj pulled open all the curtains in the house, and he saw the light of the sky reflecting the whole world. The beginning of life, the basis of reincarnation. It does not take away any of the beauty of the earth, but gives it the brightest sunrise. It protects the continuity of life and embraces the magnificence of heaven and earth. Just like the 10 symbols in Senj's eyes, it lets Senj see something beyond the cyber world, the value of a hacker's existence, the meaning of his every attack, destruction, protection and concealment. Just as the creator created the world and had to give him a rule, under its protection and restriction, people ended fighting, killing, and developed a civilization for all time. Nowadays, the cyber world is like the world created by the creator in the beginning. Everyone occupies his own domain, and for the sake of their own interests, they greedily harvest, ingest, destroy, devastate, and even enslave, kill in war. The appearance of the 10 codes was definitely not a coincidence. He was like the scepter of the creator's wrath, sweeping away all evil, darkness and greed. And Senj, who got these 10 codes, is the savior chosen by the creator, and these 10 codes are the weapons given to him by the creator to help him break down all the darkness, evil, unify the chaos, and put an end to greed. The first of these 10 weapons is known to be a key. Then this second one, a shield. This is the ultimate meaning of the second code. Before you become really strong, you set your course and after that protect yourself from harm. Enable yourself to live in the matrix world, to go and slowly become stronger. He washed off the night's fatigue with cold water. It was Saturday, and he had 2 days entirely to himself. He also made himself a fine breakfast, which tasted especially good, even though it was just an omelette with a sausage. When he put his fingers on the keyboard again, the program instructions in his mind were unusually clear, and even though he hadn't slept all night, he didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead there was a hint of excitement, a hint of anticipation. It was as if you were about to lift the bride's red head, and there was a hint of nervousness in your heart. In the first step, Senj used the software he had written to break down all of the program-written instructions for the computer's firewall. In the second step, he fused all the symbols of the shield's code into the firewall's program files with the firewall's unique program instruction characteristics. In the last step, the modified file code was saved and then snapped into the firewall's program. At this point, the computer thumped and a window popped up prompting Senj. The file inside the firewall has been modified. Do you want to continue executing the file? Months of time for this moment. How could Senj choose no? Without hesitation, he clicked yes. Just this time, the entire monitor screen went black as if the power had been cut off. No matter how much Senj tried to wake it up, there was no response. What's going on? Senj confirmed that everything was fine with the monitor's power supply, and that the heat sink was still emitting a wisp of heat outward, which meant that the monitor was still in working order. But why was this happening? Can't see anything? So Senj tried restarting the computer again, and it was still the same. I couldn't see anything on the monitor. It was like it was broken. He wondered if he had miswritten some program that caused the monitor to work in an abnormal state. However, he soon denied this idea. What he had modified was only the firewall files. He had not touched any other system files. The situation must be with the shield code. But what puzzled Senj was that the hard disk of the computer was making a violent noise from time to time, which would indicate that the computer was also in the middle of its working condition. Senj knew his system very well. Every time he turned on the computer, no program would be executed except the operating system. But now the computer was clearly in a working state, and had been executing a certain program. Could it be that the firewall is autonomously modifying the system's protocols? Senj suddenly had a flash of insight. If it really was modifying the system's protocols, it would be like regenerating the system. It was normal for the monitor to have no image, but it was a bit unusual for the self-test messages and all that to be missing. Did it even modify the properties of the hardware? If it was true that the shield codes could modify everything about the system, as Senj thought, Senj definitely wouldn't find this strange, because the power of these 10 codes, Senj was very clear. One key code alone had subverted almost all of Senj's rational thinking. Now even if the shield code did anything that went against human thinking, Senj wouldn't feel surprised. Just as Senj was thinking about why, the monitor's screen suddenly snapped back to full normal. The moment after Senj's monitor returned to normal, a golden shield as big as the screen appeared above the desktop. Even though he was mentally prepared for this, he still couldn't avoid a moment of surprise when he saw the image. What made Senj feel the most amazing was that the top of this golden shield was covered with countless blood vessels, and inside each of them, blood was flowing, as if it filled this golden shield with vibrant life force. After rubbing my eyes and looking more closely, it turned out that it wasn't blood that was flowing in the veins, but those 10 mysterious symbols. They were flowing slowly just like the blood in the veins of the human body. Senj tried clicking on the shield with his mouse. A sound of metal hitting metal rang out steeply, followed by a flash of golden light as the shield scratched its way to the bottom right corner of the screen. And behind the shield, a set of stats, in notepad format, appeared in front of Senj's eyes, recording all the system data in Senj's computer, as well as information about the hardware. He had never seen such detailed analysis of the data. Even the deviation of the soundtrack output of the computer speakers was clearly analyzed. What surprised Senj the most was the presence of a dozen variants of viruses, as well as a network data port snooping Trojan horse, in what he thought was his cleanest system. My God, how did all this stuff get to my computer? According to the analyzed data from the firewall, these variants of the virus are the variants of the residual data of certain software after it has been uninstalled. Many people, including Senj, may not realize that certain software you can use it for free, but you must support him, because your support can make them earn a lot of potential benefits, such as the stock market value, such as click-through rate, etc. If you forcefully offload him, thus affecting his interests, it will play hooligan with you behind your back. It's as if you slept with this woman, didn't pay and turned around. The girl couldn't beat you and had to let you go, but she would spit at you behind your back, and her spit may have made you suffer from certain diseases ever since. Uninstalling free software is the same, especially the ones that use the free banner and let you use them as you like. But if you uninstall them, they won't do it. You used me and then uninstalled me. Fine, I'll go rogue with you. Bite me if you dare. The most unacceptable thing about these rogueways is that they will hide some residual file in the most hidden place in your system data after you uninstall the software. Even if you look for them manually, file by file, you won't be able to find them. Then these residual files start turning into all kinds of viruses, all kinds of Trojan horses at about the same time. Just like the aliens in the movie. Steal all your computer information, including all your personal privacy information. It will even, unknowingly, make your computer download some inexplicable programs. By the time one day you discover all these programs you've never used before, you might suddenly yell, "Fuck, who the fuck installed this software on me? And it's all on the fucking system disk. No wonder my computer is so slow. What the fuck did that piece of shit do?" You're the flat shovel that slaps everyone you know to death. And you won't find this person who put software on your computer, because it wasn't even a person who installed it. It was a bunch of hooligans with their variant of the virus. What can you do? Can you bite them without proof? Can you shoot them with a flat shovel or a flashlight or something? Obviously it's impossible because they're hooligans. Yes, you can scold him, but where are you going to do it? If you curse, they will still curse at you while covering your mouth. And they call on everyone to curse at you. So, think about it or forget about it. And just pretend that you bought your computer for these beastly hooligans. That's what Senj is thinking. The residual variants of these programs are the current dominant software in the country. If you say they planted a virus into your computer, they will only think you are crazy. People are regular hooligans. How could they spit into your computer? They did throw up, but it didn't matter. SHIELD had managed to crush these residual mutant viruses like they were an ant. You think you're great because you're a rogue? You think you're great because you hide viruses in other people's computers? Ho ha! Where are you rascals going to run when the shield is out? Senj shouted, following the mouse click. and went back to the port snooping Trojan. Shield not only scanned this Trojan, but also analyzed and labeled where it came from and when it entered the Senj system. He opened his browser, wanting to use the keycode to search for the LP address that planted this Trojan horse. However, at this very moment, the golden shield suddenly flashed with golden light, and one of the 10 symbols, then ejected from the shield, and fixed itself directly in the address bar of the browser. Following the blank web page, a set of characters suddenly appeared on top of it, prompting Senj. The reorganization of the browser's data exchange format is complete. The master can use it without worry. Senj smiled faintly. This design is quite humanized, and even addressed Senj as the master. No wonder. This shield was like it possessed life force. So it really did have a life existence, It was just a joke Senj had played on himself. He didn't usually like to laugh, much less go for jokes, because laughter represented joy, but he had no joy. Or rather, he had forgotten what joy was like. From the time his parents disappeared until he became an adult, the only memory this process left him with was the loneliness of being alone, the quiet loneliness, the pain of fear, the torment of emptiness. He couldn't laugh, he couldn't cry, he thought joy would never come into his world. But Senj wanted to laugh now, but he didn't know how to make himself laugh. He had no family, no love, no friendship, and he didn't know who he was going to play his jokes on, or who would understand the meaning of his laughter. He could only give all his emotional support to this computer, which was now everything to him. He also finally knows the true meaning of joy, which is the confidence that comes with change and a clear understanding of one's own worth, which is the real joy. Senj, in his smile, substitutes the LP address into the key code, which is the key code that can, based on the other person's LP address, pull everything under that address right into its ghost domain. But when Senj saw all the data under the address, Senj's hand shook. The operating system under this LP address was actually 10 years old, and besides the basic system, there were no extra programs. Even in this computer, not even pictures, notepads or operation records are all gone. The only living thing is the network cable with him for data exchange. The only thing alive was the network cable with which he exchanged data. It gave Senj the feeling of entering a haunted house where he could only hear voices but could not see anyone. One thing to know is that Senj's computer changes network ports as well as modifies his data orientation via keycodes every time before he turns it off or after he turns it on. No one can find his LP address, and those who attacked him did so by exchanging data with him. But this person, however, had been lurking outside his computer door for at least 6 months, and Senj was oblivious, thinking that no one in his ghost domain could detect it. He was absolutely certain that if this man wanted to launch an attack on him, it would be a complete breeze. But why did this person never launch an attack on him? Just peering at him from outside his door. Just like a person who hides outside your window at night, eyes unblinking, peering at your every move through your curtains. Most of all, this computer was using a 10-year-old operating system with nothing of useful value in it, yet it always maintained a connection to Senj. This forced Senj to consider that this was what the owner of this computer was trying to do. That this person just wanted him to know that he had been living or wandering in the palm of his hand, knowing his every move at all times. Who is the owner of this computer? What method had he used to break through the rules of the ghost realm and come to his door instead? If Shield hadn't spotted the eyes peering at her in time, there was no telling how much longer this program would have been peering outside his door. A lot of questions came into Senj's mind at once, but the first thing Senj had to figure out was who was the owner of this computer. What did he want from Senj? It wasn't hard to want all of this. Cutting the internet connection wouldn't be so easy if this person was going to access his system again, or at least he wouldn't get anything out of it. It was Senj's confidence in the shield code that characterized the shield's second function. Senj is well aware that no program can be observed just outside the network port. It was important to know where was the node for data exchange, but not where the data was stored. This Trojan snooping program must have been in the system, and since it was impossible to destroy it, the shield code removed it outside the system. In other words, the shield code formed a sandbox at the data node, specifically for storing data programs that could not be destroyed. It was also a field in another sense, a field of total defense. So far, Senj wasn't quite sure what the full capabilities of the shield code were, but he knew that no one would be able to attack his system with impunity anymore. To find out what else the shield code does, it's as simple as finding someone to attack yourself. So the ghost butterfly, after a few days of silence, once again appeared in the network world. Those who attacked him, see this name, like a cat saw the fish. They needed Ghost Butterfly to grow their reputation. And even more so, they needed Ghost Butterfly to prove their power. Ghost Butterfly posted a message on the forum of a hacker website with only a few words. I'm here to lead the dog. Sign up if you want to bite me and keep up. But let me tell you in advance, if you can't bite me, all your information will appear here, Ghost Butterfly. It was such a blunt and naked provocation that many hackers really followed Senj like a dog and ran away. while more people began to gather around. The news quickly spread in the hacker circle, at one point causing the hacker forum to have a server busy alert. Hackers from all over the world had almost all come here at this time, and there was no shortage of top hackers among them. Ghost Butterfly's fame, regardless of whether it was strong or weak, was always the object of people's attention. Many people thought that Ghost Butterfly, who was able to break through Na's defenses, absolutely could not just disappear, and one day he would definitely reappear. From the first time Ghost Butterfly was attacked until now, Ghost Butterfly has never openly challenged. Now suddenly come out to pull the dog, naturally will attract the attention of the world's hackers. Even the news once reached the ears of the Na. AI Manhwa is not care about these attacks between hackers. For the Ghost Butterfly, AI Manhwa decisively let all the members of the Na to enter the hacker forum. She wants to see the Ghost Butterfly and want to play what tricks. Senj clicked on a movie website, found a random comedy movie and watched it. There were times when movies could highlight a person's mood. Just like the Senj at this moment, he was happy. He wanted to laugh recklessly, so he watched comedies, but he will never watch domestic comedies. That's a waste of time. He likes to watch foreign black humor. The kind of laughter that makes people speechless is the real comedy. On the website, the topic he posted had already surpassed millions of hits, and while the founder of the website looked at the soaring hits, his expression grew heavy. If it was an ordinary website, such a high hit rate would mean astronomical benefits, but for a hacker website, such a high hit rate would attract the attention of the Anti-Hacker Alliance. Jack, that was how the CLA got screwed. So far not a single person had signed up under Ghost Butterfly's theme, and these people were all guessing what Ghost Butterfly really wanted to do. A person who usually avoids them when he sees them actually dares to openly provoke in front of them today. Either he is crazy or he has mastered some kind of anti-hacking technology and wants to let these people come to use him as a gun. No one signed up, but there were more than a few people attacking each other in a hidden chat channel on the site. These hackers from all over the world were arguing over who dared to sign up. One of the hackers from a meter country with the codename FUCK was screaming the loudest. He openly supported Ghost Butterfly, believing that those who opposed and looked down on Ghost Butterfly were trash, a disgrace to the hacker community. It looked as if he was on Ghostfly's side, but a hacker from Fusan pointed out that he had attacked Ghostfly before and flaunted his record everywhere. Now he just wanted to watch the fun, so he let others go and act for him. Really shameless. Sangar has finished one of his movies, but still no one will step up and sign up. In desperation, Senj had no choice but to make an addition here under his thread. Are you all scared? I'm going to give you guys another 10 minutes. If there's still no one signed up, then I'm going to close this thread, and I guess at this time tomorrow, the hacker community will know how cowardly you people are. Ha. By the way, I'm Ghost Butterfly. People are like this. When facing provocations, they always feel that they are great, and they always have to do certain things impulsively. The consequences would never be considered, and no matter if he won or lost, at least he enjoyed that so-called courage of pretending to be Harry. Less than 5 minutes after Senj's edition was posted, someone finally signed up. This person's information was blank, not even an avatar, and it was a newly registered LD named Butterfly Catcher. The entire website exploded all of a sudden. Finally someone dared to face Ghost Butterfly's provocation head-on, and there were even people who said that this person's LD was very meaningful, like a fable, thought-provoking. This person's entry was also very special. No matter if you're a ghost or a butterfly, you can't escape my hand, Butterfly Catcher. At this moment, the website was like an arena hosting some major competition, with almost more than half of the world's hackers sitting in front of their computers waiting for the results of their game. The one who got the most attention was Ghost Butterfly and this Butterfly Catcher, followed by those top hackers in the world. Someone asked why they didn't step in to teach Ghost Butterfly, a late bloomer, a lesson. These top hackers had only one reason: status. No matter how famous Ghost Butterfly was on the internet, it was just a flash in the pan. Just like countless people who wanted to become hackers, but in the end realized that not only did they not become hackers, but they became other people's playthings. Ghost Butterfly hadn't let them challenge his capital, and being able to come here to see him perform how to fail was already giving him face. More people, however, think that these so-called top hackers, in fact, is the top pretend hair hackers. So far, no one has been able to crack the Ghost Butterfly's LP address. You guys are so good that you stick the Ghost Butterfly's LP address and the Ghost Butterfly's information on the website for everyone to watch. Just saying, who wouldn't? Top hacker is just a name. The only function is to let them debate with people. They can use this name to pressure people. And these people are not even as good as that Butterfly Catcher. At least they still maintain the mystery that a hacker should have. So far, no one knows who he is and where he comes from. But at least people have the courage to challenge the Ghost Butterfly. No matter what the result is, this spirit is worthy of respect. Senj also found the man respectable. He purposely didn't close the web page just so that the other party could find his data through the data exchange on the website and then launch an attack on him like any other hacker. Even cracking his LP address, destroying his network defenses, deleting his system files, and using his computer as a horse collar. The butterfly catcher really quickly found Senj's data information in the website's data, which was a very easy thing for an old hacker. Just by analyzing the program and searching for the corresponding character information, his data information could be found. Butterfly catcher's offense was very conservative. He first connected with Senj's data information, and by doing so, he wanted to know the address of Ghost Butterfly's LP. And Senj had already fully grasped all the information about this butterfly catcher in the Ghost domain, including his LP address, nationality, real name, and so on. The first time this man entered the Ghost domain, when he was still thinking about how to crack the Ghost Butterfly's LP address, Senj had already gone through all the information in his system. Unable to crack the Ghost Butterfly's LP address, the butterfly catcher was also discouraged and threw 100 gigabytes of garbage bombs, disguised as data from a website, into the Ghost Butterfly system in an attempt to exchange data. 100 G of garbage bombs. If it explodes, the whole system will collapse. The only way to solve it is to unplug the network cable and then redo the system. The main thing was that all the important files in the system would disappear into thin air. As the bomb passed through the data channel and into the Ghost domain, the shield code flashed gold again, and the second of the flowing symbols entered the core domain of the shield, intercepting the junk bomb before it could enter the system. At the same time, a window of information was shown to Sangar, reminding Sangar, 100 gig of malignant junk bomb found. Options include throwing it back before it explodes, solving the problem on the spot, throwing it elsewhere, and temporarily depositing it in the sandbox. This was one of the functions of the shield code. For vicious and violent attacks, it could be used in a more violent way. Sangar just hammed and hawed and clicked throwback straight away. 2 seconds later, the shield flashed gold and returned to its original state, and all the symbols returned to their positions, flowing slowly. Senj checked the butterfly catcher's system through the Ghost domain, and it had all crashed. Even the hardware was damaged, including the keyboard, the monitor, and so on. Senj laughed. This guy must have destroyed his computer because he was angry. It was only one round, and it was a defeat, and it showed Senj one of the features of the shield code. And this butterfly catcher had done a good job. But Senj, as promised, still posted the butterfly catcher's information in the site's thread. LD butterfly catcher. Name, Asadu. Nationality, Shah. Attack result, failed. This person's system crashed and automatically destroyed computer hardware to vent his heart's frustration. Ghost butterfly. Asadu, who was far away in the country of sand, could only make a helpless gesture, sighing plus shaking his head when he saw this message with another computer. In less than 5 minutes before and after, the system crashed, the computer was destroyed, and his identity was leaked, and this was the result of him pretending to be gross. As a hacker, it was fucking infuriating. In the end, Ashadu could only modify his LD to love Butterfly Man and replied with 2 words convinced right underlay War's thread. K was the first to start shouting in the chat room, like the first failed challenger, giving Ghost Butterfly the best lay of the land with his face. Ashadu was convinced, as were many others. They only convinced Ghost Butterfly a little bit. The attack and defense were normal. But how did he know that Ashadu had destroyed the computer? Did Senj use a hacking program to activate Ashadu's video equipment? Or recording equipment? But as a hacker, this bit of defense was still there. Like Senj, he thought the best defense in this area was to not have all this hardware. And he definitely didn't believe that the other guy could see right through the monitor. Right through him. So that's where these guys are convinced. And the more important point, the one that made everyone the most curious was, how exactly did the Ghost Butterfly attack Ashadu? In the chat room, several thousand people asked Ashadu this question almost simultaneously, and Ashadu's answer was even more unbelievable to these people. When Ashadu was asked by thousands of people how Ghost Butterfly crashed his system, his answer was, he took the bomb I gave him and threw it back, without even unpacking it. Just a simple answer that left everyone in disbelief. You know, a computer system connected to the internet, whether sending data or receiving data, the system's firewall will analyze the data as a way to identify suspicious files, and the garbage bomb was taking advantage of that. And when the firewall analyzed the data, that's when it would be activated immediately. It's as if there is a package on the ground. You open it unknowingly, and suddenly a group of people jump out of the package and beat and kick you. Once the package was opened, these people would definitely show up to beat you up, but to be able to backpunch the person inside while opening, or before even opening the package, was something they had never heard of before. Or rather, It was basically impossible to accomplish. Ashadu himself had said that his trash bomb completely simulated a system program file that even firewalls couldn't stop, and he didn't know how many systems he trashed with it. But this time, he had fucked himself with his own. A lot of people, including top hackers, and people in the know thought it was simply impossible. Just as there are hackers, there must be anti-hacker leagues. If there are people working on attacks, there will be people working on defenses. But there has never been a hacker who could take either attack or defense to the extreme. And of all the known hackers in the Matrix world, no such person exists. Apparently, Ghost Butterfly has the best defense system, and junk bombs are intercepted out of the way. There was a caveat to this. Adusha's bombs were simulated system files. All known firewalls in the world, including companies that specialized in firewall software, could not possibly intercept a system file, but at most alert the file as suspicious. Moreover, by the time he analyzed the bomb, it had already exploded, and it was impossible to even give you a chance to analyze it. So these hackers were now completely unable to guess how Ghost Butterfly had intercepted Ashada's bomb and how it had thrown it back again. Even if they guessed certain results, they were unable to accept this result. In an instant, the people in the chat room then began to launch into all sorts of shock. The Na guys were among them, but they weren't shocked. Whatever Ghostfly did, they thought it was normal. Ghost Butterfly was a hacker, and that's what he was supposed to do. Just like all the hackers in this chat room, everyone had their own skills and areas of specialization. It wasn't strange. The difference was that Ghostfly was an asshole. Of course, Ghost Butterfly was also in the chat room, watching these people comment on him, praising or abusing him. That feeling of excitement all came back. He wanted people to pay attention to him. He wanted everyone to know Ghost Butterfly's name. No one would be able to attack him casually. Those who had attacked, insulted, and trampled on him could now only hold on to their former honor and show off. But their bragging has allowed more people to push them to the tip of the wave. If they are not able to once again prove their own power, Ghost Butterfly asked these people who once abused as well as insulted him to consciously accept to be insulted. It was Ghost Butterfly's special challenge to them, as if they were going to duel for something. The others thought Ghostfly was doing it for the so-called honor face, but Senj was just doing it so he could test the shield code a little more, and for whatever else. These were people he didn't care about, and was doing this just to provoke them. Senj has his own unique way of dealing with problems. In the past, he would have taken contempt as well as insults to heart, but now, he doesn't care. This change of mindset made him also thank these people who had insulted him in the Matrix world. Without their stimulation, how could Senj focus on cracking the second code? People needed motivation at times. It pushed them to move forward and become stronger. Better yet, it was so that he could see even more powerful beings, so that he could become the highest of the strong. There would always be someone who couldn't resist the teasing, and so the second challenger appeared under the watchful eyes of all. This LD hacker named Destroyer proved his courage with his practical actions. As usual, he tried to crack Ghost Butterfly's LP address, and after failing to do so, he began to sabotage Ghost Butterfly's data exchange with the HW protocol, attempting to cut off Senj's network connection by mirroring it. This kind of attack is very special. He will use the program, simulate an intercept and replace Senj's data extraction protocols, so that the HW servers think that Senj is downloading certain data and information in large quantities, resulting in network congestion. In this case, Senj's system shows the symptom of not being able to connect to the network, but all connections are normal. Those who don't know it think that the network cable is disconnected and go around checking the cable. This method is used by many websites, especially those rogue software that like to work in the background. They will always use the system's hidden information, active, and cannot be changed to download rogue information, whether it is installed or executed. No one can see it. So, the computer that the average person uses suddenly has a network blockage. Don't be in a hurry. Just wait for them to finish going rogue. But Senj, this is not a rogue. If he sends data messages too often, without HW protocol to do anything, his system itself will cut off the network. Programs are run within a controlled and reasonable range. If there is an overload, or an uncalculated amount of data, the system will default to the command as invalid, and take the initiative to cut off the network connection. This tactic of the saboteur was usually used when doing some sort of violent cracking to buy the most time for the main program. He wasn't trying to crack Senj's system right now. All he had to do was disconnect Senj's network connection and win. Even the saboteur doing the work in front of the computer thought it was over. So far, no one had been able to solve the problem of analog data download. He wasn't a top-notch hacker, but in the field of analog data, he thought that no one could be stronger than him. Time was ticking away, and no one in the chat room spoke as they waited. Everyone was staring at the computer screen. That topic of Ghost Butterfly. Some people refreshed the page every 5 seconds, hoping to get the latest results. The saboteur also looked at the time, so he tried to log on to the website to say to everyone, he won. But no matter how much he clicked his mouse, the website didn't respond, and his network had disconnected. The saboteur's network was disconnected, which meant that his challenge had failed as well. The person who had never cut off other people's network connections was cut off by someone else today. This wasn't some kind of hacking challenge. This was sending his face to someone else's face and then letting them punch him at will. Even if he couldn't connect to the internet, he knew his name rang out, like a lit firecracker. He'd rolled his own dynamite into his stomach and then let everyone hear it. Senj did hear it go off, but it wasn't a firecracker. It was a beep given to him by the shield code. Data sending encountered blockage. Analyzed as malicious simulation. Of course, one of the optional treatments was the ability to take the simulated data and send it back through the switching end. While doing this, Senj also utilized the key code to get all the information about the saboteur, which all the same appeared in the hacker's website. The saboteur had been sabotaged and hadn't shown up so far, and everything was as Senj had said it would be, and his attempts to cut him off from the internet in the form of a data simulation were still failing. 2 rounds later, the site's servers were in danger of being crushed at one point. Those so-called access restrictions, in the eyes of these hackers, just like a sham. The founder of the website could only start the backup server to support the data flow of the main server. In the chat room, it took half a day for a sentence to appear because of the sheer excess of chat messages sent. However, this did not affect these people's excitement and fervor in the least, and the initial spectators now had no room to speak at all. I don't know from when. More people have completely stood on the side of the ghost butterfly. As a result, people on both sides once had a verbal argument, openly in the chat room to abuse each other. These hackers from all over the world, not at all to other people's parents or other relatives to show mercy. Now the chat room, just like has become a world-class cursing treasure trove. You can find all the countries of the national curse here. Senj just glanced at the chat room and followed and then proceeded to enjoy his movie. Instead of challenging all the hackers, he had been just watching the show. All the shield code was there. All he had to do was just record the shield's functions. Finally someone couldn't resist posting a reply to Senj's thread. His question was simple. Ghost Butterfly, what the hell are you doing? Senj stared at this question for a long time. What he was going to do. And I'm afraid that hackers all over the world would be scared when he said it. And that's the key thing, because he can't tell people this what he's going to do. Even if it is thought that he has completely deviated from the mystery that a hacker should have, or the awareness that a hacker should have. If he just wanted fame, he got it. But fame meant nothing to Senj, and after time and experience, he knew best that fame meant harm. As with all these hackers who attempted to try to attack him, which one of them wasn't doing it for the sake of reputation? Do they want to bust some myth, or learn the value of a thing like Senj? Definitely not. What they want is to have a good time. They want to see other people lose at their hands, so they can play around with it, rubbing each other's dignity, reputation, and highlighting their power when they're having fun, as if they're the real kings in the Matrix world. That's what they're worth. That's what they want to do. Now on the flip side you have to ask Senj what he wants to do. Senj had never actively messed with any hacker, because he wanted to be a hacker, not to be a hacker enemy. But what were these people who had attacked him, or attempted to attack him, trying to do? That was a question that should be asked of them. Almost everyone was waiting for Senj's reply, including Naz Imantha, Trayvon, and the Cookie Man. More than anyone else, they wanted to know what Ghost Butterfly was up to. Was he provoking the entire Matrix world? Or was he defending the Matrix world? Hackers from all over the world were here, including those top hackers in the world. And at this moment, their mood was the same as Naz's mood. But they are also contradictory. They don't know why they should pay so much attention to this Ghost Butterfly. They just need to take their reputation everywhere to get respect. Why should they care so much about the provocation of a hacker? But they still wanted to know what exactly Ghost Butterfly was trying to do. As Imancha had said, by doing this, Ghost Butterfly was completely provoking the entire Matrix world, and would probably trigger a world-class hacker war. Those people in the chat room were already all on the brink of war, and their weapons could go off at any time. If this was what Ghost Butterfly wanted, there could only be one ending. The order of the Matrix world would never exist again. Every war kills very countless people and costs countless people incalculable benefits. No one can bear the end of this war, including Senj himself, who knows this result. He can't afford it. But what he didn't know was that because of his provocation, the Matrix world was now on the brink of war, and as a result, the intelligence departments of many countries had begun to pay attention to this incident. Even the fourth domain defense departments of certain countries had all entered a level 1 defense state specifically to deal with a possible hacker war. The Rice FBA ordered all defense departments to enter a state of emergency, and if necessary, the president would authorize the cutting of HW protocols, which means that if war breaks out, all the world's networks will be cut off. It's like using a high-pressure faucet to stop a conflict. The only thing that might calm them down. Some people don't want the hacker war to break out, but some people are only worried about the world. For example, the LD for the rice country. F.U.C.K. hacker. Actually also in the chat room to make a rice country can deal with all the attacks of the declaration, but also to all the world's hackers to issue a challenge, so that they are not convinced. You can feel free to attack all of the rice country's website, and even Air Defense Command, or the Ministry of Defense's website. Imantha hated this guy the most, so he put this guy's name right at the top of the emergency report that the FBA asked for, calling him a hate monger. The FBA got the report and the first thing they did was to submit his name to the CLA agents. So after 10 minutes, a group of heavily armed, masked operatives kicked in the door of a residential home in L.A. Everyone's guns were pointed at the same time at a blonde-haired teenager. The man was F.U.C.K. Don't think that just because you're a hacker, you can do whatever you want. You either make yourself completely invisible, or you obediently keep your mouth shut, or else at any moment there will be a dozen or so gun muzzles aimed at your head, and you'll be hard-pressed to the ground by a few of these burly men when you don't react at all. F.U.C.K. yelled as if he'd been stabbed in the ass. Hey, I'm a citizen of the U.S.A. I didn't do anything. Who the hell are you guys? A masked man typed a few quick characters into F.U.C.K.'s laptop as they tried to determine the man's identity, but it couldn't have been that hard. His laptop was practically an encyclopedia of the hacking world, and the browser still had information left about logging into hacker sites, including his Maverick. Anyone who looked at it wanted to punch him in the face. LD. The entire house was searched by these agents. Not even the toilet paper in the restroom. The agents carried F.U.C.K. out of the room along with all of his network equipment, and the last agent to leave the room turned around and threw a few high-explosive grenades into the room. A few seconds later, the room completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes after a loud boom. Hey, what the fuck are you guys doing? This is my house. You can't do this. Not anymore. A simple answer changed a man's life forever. F.U.C.K. always thought that these people were terrorists and must have kidnapped him to make him do something. It's not like the me.C.K. people would do that. At least they don't bomb your house. It wasn't until he was taken to a CLA secret intelligence base that he realized that the Rice government really did this. All of this happened in just 10 short minutes of time, and not only F.U.C.K., but hackers from many countries went offline without a word. Some of them also left messages in the chat room, reminding everyone to leave the area immediately. What happened in the Matrix world? The hackers themselves were able to solve. To the outside world, they didn't want anyone to meddle in their affairs. Instead, these hackers had become unusually united at this time. A certain top hacker even sent a message to Ghost Butterfly on the station. The intelligence agencies around the world have probably started to pay attention to you. I don't know what you want to do, but you'd better disappear for a while. Senj read the message and just smiled faintly. These intelligence agencies had been on him back when he was doing nah. If they were afraid, how else could they become a hacker? 10 codes, he had only used 2 of them, and it had caused the entire Matrix world to be in chaos. If the remaining 8 were all applied afterward, what would the Matrix world become like? No one knows. Who cares what becomes of it? There's always going to be some change, isn't there? Just like his life, it had slowly changed its intended trajectory a long time ago, and where he would go in the future, he himself didn't know. At least for now it was joy, and whenever it came to it, Senj wanted to share that joy with others. In his life, joy was as unshared as his loneliness and isolation. He could bear it, savor it, and comprehend it on his own. It was like going to feel the flow of time, without a trace, but like a shadow. He thought again of Jack, the man who seemed like a shooting star in his life. Where the hell was he at this moment? Thinking of Jack, Senj thought of Na again. There were times when they could share something, even though they considered Ghost Butterfly as their enemy all the time, and tried to kill him in the Matrix world by all means. But at this time, Senj still had to visit them for a while. Na HQ was up, and the new FBA group leader, at that moment, was sitting in front of Amantha. CLA had decided to activate a woman as this group leader this time around because they realized that women's minds were extremely delicate. So delicate that they could smell another woman even if you had washed all the skin off your body after going out with some woman. It's not that their noses work, it's just that you don't realize you're still dangling in front of her in your lover's underwear. You can call me Nicole, and let's make this short. I want to know your assessment of Ghost Butterfly. As she spoke, Nicole folded her 2 black silk legs over everything, the lace on the edge of her skirt hidden. Having a pair of beautiful legs alone was considered acceptable, but the brute waist on her legs outlined the entire body's curves flawlessly. A dark, deep cleavage in the center of the low-necked professional dress attracted everyone's attention in addition to displaying its charm. The long soft blonde hair was scattered above the shoulders. Who would have known that the hair that was straightened was actually so sexy and seductive at times? Nicole looked like she enjoyed portraying her eyes, and based on Amantha's observation, she used at least 5 or more colors for her eyes, with the proportions of each color used very precisely. It gave off such a mysterious, mesmerizing, sexy, intelligent, and flirtatious look, and between the words, the slightly moving lips, as if every word spat out was a deep kiss, and her slightly husky voice, drifting into the ears, was like a beautiful piece of music, entwined in the heart, with every enunciation plucking at your heartstrings. It's going to take a defining criteria, and other than his last attack on us, he hasn't made any moves to actively attack anyone else. It's a sizable analysis. It's true that Ghost Butterfly has never actively attacked anyone, and the damage he's done is merely deleting data and information from the servers, which isn't enough to be truly destructive, and that's the standard that Amantha was defining. Attack does not mean destruction, and there are many definitions of destruction. Deleting files was just the most basic attack, and the highest definition of destruction was to paralyze a city or a country's network, leading to the leakage of state secrets and the paralysis of departments. And the more serious one was to use hacking means to break the missile launch codes, triggering a global war, etc. But these were not what Ghost Butterfly had done. But these, the Ghost Butterfly did not go to do. Amantha absolutely cannot impose this definition to the Ghost Butterfly's head. You should know that Na is an anti-hacking coalition, although they are also paid by the authorities in the country, but what they have to do is to ensure the country's security in the fourth sphere, instead of looking around for potential threats all day long, like politicians do. Nicole blinked and said slowly, if he does, can our defenses construct an unbreakable line in front of him? I don't want you to answer. I want you to think. Nicole's words made Amantha fall into deep thought. Na couldn't stop the Ghost Butterflies. FBA was similarly unable to stop the Ghost Butterflies. Who else in the cyber world was able to stop the Ghost Butterflies from spreading? The power of an opponent does not lie in what he has done, but in his ability to make people feel powerless and fearful. This was how Amantha felt at this moment. She couldn't resist the strength of the Ghost Butterfly. Na couldn't, and neither could FBA. Either give up and come to terms with this or face it and be prepared to be battered and bruised over and over again. There are times in life when there are a lot of choices, but there are also times in life when there are no choices. It feels like you have half an hour to spend on something important, but your lover will only wait for you for 5 minutes in the hotel room where the date is taking place. If you don't show up, you're afraid you're going to be miserable for a while. I'm sure everyone has been there, and you ask yourself, why is this? You tell her half an hour. She won't wait for you. If you don't show up in 5 minutes, she likewise won't wait for you. It's a no-win situation. And technically, it's called disenfranchisement. Everyone has the right to live their own life. But how much do you really enjoy it? If you think about it carefully, you will realize that there is nothing except the freedom to breathe fresh air. Just like the mood of Amantha at this time, powerless to struggle. Fear in the face. Nicole slowly stood up. And as she did so, the odor of the perfume called Magic Mandala from her body wafted into Amantha's nostrils. The odor was disorienting, like fallen souls and tumultuous emotions, intertwined in the intrusion of your heartstrings. Ghost Butterfly wants to make an enemy of all hackers, and in a sense, is on our side. So if we can't defend, then fuse. Amantha's eyebrows gently raised. The FBA wanted to make the Ghost Butterfly one of their own. It wasn't a good idea, but it could fundamentally secure the country's fourth domain. Except for the FBA management group, all the groups had developed from amongst the hackers. Even Amantha used to be a hacker, and if it wasn't for that damn love, she wouldn't have become one of the members of the Na. This was just Nicole's one-sided idea. Not every hacker wanted to become a uniformed cyber order keeper. Now that he didn't even know anything about Ghost Butterfly, how could he be convinced to join the FBA? Nicole's idea was indeed perfect. With Ghost Butterfly joining him, in terms of his skills, he could construct a strong firewall for the fourth domain of the rice. But she, it seemed, was overthinking things a bit. Cookie Man ran to Amantha's office with a nervous look on his face. It's Ghost Butterfly. What? Amantha gave Nicole a helpless look and said, if you want to say something to him, this is a great opportunity. As long as the Ghost Butterfly had already appeared in Na's headquarters, the room was a ghostly blue glow. There was a butterfly waving its feathered wings on everyone's screen, and no matter how many strikes it experienced, its figure remained delicate and graceful. The colors it emitted were always so misty, phantasmagorical beauty. Every time it fluttered, it would conjure up 2 words Jack. The Ghost Butterfly didn't need to say too much to them. They knew what he wanted to get. In this attack, Ghost Butterfly left them a dialogue box where they could communicate with Ghost Butterfly. And even Imancha exclaimed that this was a good thing that could not be encountered in 8 lifetimes. Everyone who knew about Ghost Butterfly wanted a chance to talk to him in a straight line like this. The name Ghost Butterfly and the master behind it were now the most famous figures in the Matrix world. The people who wanted to communicate with him were not only Na or FBA, but there were many people all over the world who wanted to get to know him, no matter what they wanted from Ghost Butterfly. This opportunity, Ghost Butterfly gave it to Na, but this opportunity isn't for unlimited use, and everyone knows that hackers have little desire to chat. If you want to ask questions like whether Ghost Butterfly is a man or a woman, you might as well buy a cup of Coke, tear open a bag of snacks, and go watch some variety show that attacks each other. It was also because of the limited opportunities that it was only possible for Nicole, the highest ranked person here, to talk to Ghost Butterfly. Nicole certainly knew the importance of this conversation, and it was best to take advantage of every word. The others stood right behind Nicole. They couldn't do anything right now anyway. Cookie Man would have liked to eat a cookie while watching them talk, but the task of converting Nicole's language into letters was left to him. If you were to ask him how he felt at this point, he'd tell you that the hardest thing in the world wasn't not being able to eat a snack while watching some hilarious event. Rather, it's the fact that you're talking face to face with your idol and there's not a single word you want to say. Ghost Butterfly. We can't give you Jack's information. Only those of us within the FBA have access to it. Senj was actually snacking, but his snack was a bit special. A cucumber. You are the FBA. You use your authority to help me find Jack's information. Senj studied in the foreign language department at the university. And in the words of his fellow teachers, his foreign language skills were good enough to be a teacher for the people of Rice. This also created a false impression to Nicole and the others that this Ghost Butterfly wasn't just on the Rice soil. Why don't you think differently? If you become a FBA you can know everything. Senj took a bite of the cucumber. He liked to chew his food slowly. He wasn't doing it for any physical reasons, but he liked to search for his childhood memories while in the scent of the food. Everyone has a deep memory, where all the secrets one has seen and heard are hidden. Sometimes we forget because of the passage of time, but then suddenly remember one day. It's never clear whether we forget more or remember more. There really isn't anything etched in stone that you can't forget, whether you've been in pain or hurt, because you are busy every day for life, for the family, for the school running tired time. You still have time to remember once the pain, or happy. It's a limitation, a helpless constraint, because each one lives to fight and fight for the next meal. Like Senj, the main reason he splits himself in two is that he still has to let his true self go on living. So, he works as a librarian in a library, and he loved the job. If the old librarian found out that he gave up such a stable, secure, and promising job just to go play with computers, the old librarian would probably be furious. Unfortunately, I'm just Ghost Butterfly and don't want any FBA name. Senj directly refused Nicole's solicitation, which made Nicole feel surprised. How many people who wanted to become FBA didn't have that chance, and now that he was offered it, he didn't want it. Wasn't there a more normal person in the hacker world? The few people behind her, AI Munsa, thought that this was normal. The FBA was a cybersecurity bureau, to put it nicely. To put it bluntly, a network administrator only, although both are state departments. But the treatment can be much worse. We all know that Nicole has a rich old man, so she can afford to use the global limited edition of the Magic Mandala perfume. A bottle of it would cost hundreds of thousands of meters. As for AI Man Shah, she couldn't even afford a pair of high heels that she had liked for a long time. These few people in Na are not living in very good conditions, which is why they went to work as a so-called network engineer, hoping that through this they could improve their lives. But Na or FBA in this regard is nothing more than a name, without any practical significance. They even had to pay for their freedom and even dignity for this name. AI Man Shah used to be a rebellious character, but after joining the Na, she finally realized one thing: wherever the government is next to the department, it's just a big official who presses people to death. But Nicole was different. In her eyes, this job was her lofty ideal and pursuit. She had wanted to be a real secret agent, like those cold, arrogant, sexy female agents in the movies, who could drive a tank to run over all the objects in the city at will, or wear a combat outfit, masked and armed to raid some terrorist stronghold. But her rich father doesn't want her to do such a dangerous job. So Nicole really became an agent, a cyber agent to be more precise. She had her own office and even an assistant, but was unarmed. She also takes part in some raids, but only on the computer to deal with some hackers who are a security threat to the country. And that's what she does. At first Nicole was resistant to the job. She didn't want to sit in an office. She was going to be a real agent. There were a lot of things that weren't just how she wanted them to be. Even this job was something her father had donated a lot of things to the country in exchange for. But after a few later encounters with hackers, Nicole completely changed her mind. In this world, besides nuclear weapons, the most destructive power was hackers. There was no geographical restriction, no distance requirement, and a single person could launch a terrorist attack on an entire city, or even paralyze a country and instantly start a war. The attack that impressed her the most was 3 years ago. At that time, one of the engineers of FBA, while maintaining the defense network of a certain city, discovered one of the hidden channels. A lot of government data was leaked through that channel, which included information such as all of the city's manipulation commands and access codes. The engineer reported the situation to Nicole, who was only a team leader at the time, and through her, it was reported to the CLA. According to Nicole's team's analysis, if the leaked data was grasped by certain people with ulterior motives, they could launch a cyber attack on the city at any time. But their report didn't attract any attention from the CLA as well as the ME authorities, who instead focused more on dealing with those real terrorists. Later on, sure enough, a hacker organization codenamed Lost Sands launched a surprise attack on the city's network codenamed Operation Doomsday. The entire city was instantly paralyzed, with water, electricity, communications and various city services all cut off. All kinds of financial data of the citizens were wiped out, and terrorist remarks were distributed everywhere, causing extreme panic among the citizens. The defense system was completely dismantled, and the city was filled with sinful occurrences, just like the end of the world. After the attack, the Rice government, thinking about Nicole's report earlier, had been too far gone to do anything but have the FBA send out all of their anti-hacking engineers to defend the city from these hackers. But the people of Misha had already taken the money they had looted from the city and disappeared without a trace. Because of this, the director of FBA, with the head of CLA in charge of the fourth domain, and a large group of intelligence agents were removed from their positions. In order to stabilize the people, the president of Rice had to use the cyber attacks caused by other countries on them as a reason to stabilize the citizens in a tricky way. And from wherever, Nicole vowed to eradicate Lost Sands once and for all. However, until today, the Lost Sands were still nowhere to be found, and the hackers in the Matrix world were getting more and more numerous. And Nicole also found that the legendary scanning of the second layer of the root directory was not useful at all. Every hacker knows how long a root directory scan takes, and every hacker uses other people's LP addresses to accomplish their plans. So the best defense against hackers is the hackers themselves. After Nicole submitted this plan to the authorities of the Me Empire, it gained the full support of the Me Empire, and the plan was named the Defenders Plan. The NA team was the first group of anti-hackers recruited into the Defenders Plan's fourth domain security team. At the same time, there were other teams that were responsible for different areas of security. Over the past 3 years, these teams had stopped many hacker attacks and sabotages until the appearance of the Ghost Butterfly. Every time there was a fluctuation in the hacker community, Rice would be reminded of the Operation Doomsday 3 years ago. This time, Ghost Butterfly provoked the entire hacker community, causing hackers all over the world to split into clearly antagonistic forces. And with a hacker war on the verge of breaking out, the president of the Rice country personally ordered Nicole to handle the matter. Although Nicole was only a team leader in FBA, her actual power was greater than even the director, because she was the head of the defense program. Under the framework of that program, the Me government had given her many permissions. One of them was that she had the full authority to recruit or conduct an armed strike against a certain hacker. F.U.C.K. being the best example. F.U.C.K. wasn't even a thing in Senj's eyes. It wasn't that Senj was playing high and mighty, but Senj couldn't find a reason to pay attention to him or anyone else. Just like the old librarian often said to him, you only have to move the books on this shelf, you don't even have to look at the others. Just move them when you can and pay attention to them again. As Senj always paid no attention to this FBA, even when the seemingly dignified Nicole extended an invitation to him, it remained so. But this was not the answer Nicole wanted. Nicole had to remind Ghost Butterfly, Ghost Butterfly, you provoked the entire hacker community an hour ago. If I didn't estimate wrongly, I don't know how many hacker organizations are thinking of how to launch an attack on you. It's always better to fight as a team than as a single person, isn't it? As long as you agree to join FBA, we can fight with you piece by piece. Nicole knew what a hacker needed, and the offer she made to Senj was very tempting. First of all, no matter what country Senj was from, he could be made a citizen of the Rice Kingdom with an annual salary of 1 million rice knives. And secondly, he could obtain world-class network access. This condition made Imancha behind him feel irresistible when she heard it. When was FBA treated so well? Especially the article on world-class network access. This article is the same as being able to take that access and go right under any LP address and do anything. They call this an investigation. In reality, it's called a blatant invasion. Who cares what it is? It's what all hackers want anyway. As the cursor flashed, Ghost Butterfly's reply was a single sentence. "Thank you for your kind words, but I have a job. And, well, all I want is Jack." Cookie Man couldn't take it any longer. "Please, if a beautiful woman pleads with me like that, let me never eat another cookie ever again." Such a good deal would be enough for him to fulfill all of his dreams if given to him. First of all, he would have to open a factory specializing in making cookies for his own consumption. All kinds of favorite flavors. And if he liked it, he could even sandwich the cookies with half-meter thick baked meat patties. Not only was he anxious, even Nicole herself was anxious. If they could meet, she could definitely use her looks to conquer this ghost butterfly. But now he refused. He only needed Jack's information. And just for that, he gave up the chance to work with a beautiful woman in the future. Oh my god. Is this ghost butterfly really a hacker? I'm sorry, Ghost Butterfly. Jack's information is a top-secret CLA file. I don't have permission to tell you. This answer annoyed Senj, who hated the whole permission thing. There were times when you went to buy a dress and the attendant would tell you she didn't have permission to give you a price reduction. What was permission anyway? It was only a pretext to defend the interests of certain people. All kinds of no permission. All kinds of can't satisfy. The only thing you can get is don't go to destroy the interests of these people's right. Fine. Then I'll let someone in the CLA who has access tell me that I'm afraid you don't even have access to talk when I do. Immediately after Senj typed the string, he found the LP domain name of the Rice CLA in the search engine, and under the ghost domain of the key code, the entire directory structure of the CLA's main server appeared in front of his eyes. Without any consideration, Senj did just that. He clicked on a folder named Confidential, but what he didn't expect was that there was another directory in the folder that looked exactly like the upper directory. On clicking, it was still there. He skillfully typed in a string of symbols on the ghost domain's console, and the message in the program window changed. Analyzing the results, the directory has been transferred to an unknown server. The mirror structure is inaccessible. That is to say, the other party has already transferred all the information in the server to another server, and the transfer was carried out across the LP segment, and now the access to things are like a mirror, without any meaning. At the same time, at least dozens of probes of data entered the ghost domain and surrounded Senj's data messages. Senj was only operating alone, but in the U.S. CLA Cybersecurity Division, there were dozens of cyber engineers defending against Senj's intrusion at this time. Nicole had thought that Ghost Butterfly was going to enter the CLA just to threaten her, but no one had expected that Senj did do so, and it also managed to get into CLA's server, just like casually pulling open the door of CLA's house and sitting on the couch in a dignified manner, watching TV while eating snacks from CLA's house. The person in charge of CLA's Network Security Division immediately contacted the director of FBA, now 45 years old, the famous network engineer Hans of the United States of America. CLA's network server defense system was designed by Hans himself. The biggest feature was that by CLA gave all visitors permission to violently enter. All of them were regarded as vicious attacks, and the server data would be immediately transferred within a second. This defense system, as Hans spent 10 years to develop, the completion of one of the most difficult to overcome the problem is how to dozens of T-files in the shortest possible time to be transferred to the designated server. Hans has been working on this project for 3 years. When some people asked him how he found the creative inspiration, Hans told them that it was only because he saw a nest of frightened ants. Because Hans, when he was extremely lost, inadvertently threw a stone into an ant nest with thousands of ants. As a result, these ants scattered in all directions, and when he was sure that there was no danger, these ants returned to the nest and hugged into a group to look for food. In an instant, Hans suddenly found a solution to the problem. That is to decompose tens of tons of files, and then re-aggregate them. Among other things, decomposition is the most crucial place. To do this, Hans used all his possessions to buy access to hundreds of servers. He connected the LP addresses of these servers with his own. After that, he used the core program he had written to break down all the files in the servers into hundreds of copies, and uploaded them among these linked servers. Then it was relayed by these servers and uploaded to another pre-prepared backup server. The whole process took a minute, and the files that were transferred away amounted to dozens of G. If the number of servers had been higher, and the transmission speed of the network had been faster, it would have taken even less time. Hans succeeded, and the defense system he created was rated as the greatest defense system in the United States at the time. Later it was even handpicked by the CLA as the designated network defense system. And Hans was also appointed by the CLA as the director of the FBA. Hans was a man who was able to think things through exceptionally well, and some say he had a higher IQ than Einstein, which was reflected not only in his design and inventions, but also in his anticipation of things. When the CLA designates this defense system as its own, Hans tells the director of the CLA that in this world, no matter how perfect a defense system is, it will be broken. And what he was trying to do was not to stop these attacks, but to keep the data safe. So when he realized that CLA's server had been invaded, he remained calm. As he said, it was completely normal to invade, and it was even more normal to get nothing afterward, which was absolutely nothing to worry about. What the director told Hans, however, was that the intruder's data followed the data you transferred to the backup server. Hans, who was eating his dinner, had his knife and fork in his hand, and suddenly dropped them on his plate. Sir, that's simply not possible. There was a sudden silence in the otherwise noisy restaurant, and all eyes were on Hans. The tone of the argument was as if he were arguing with his ex-wife that he hadn't once intentionally worn the wrong lover's underwear. Hans even forgot to wipe the remains of the food around his mouth and ordered the activation of the password access identification system of the backup server while running out of the restaurant with big strides. The maitre d' watched him run out, but was too late to call out to him that he hadn't paid the bill yet. The manager laughed and said to the waiter, "Never mind. Everyone has a meltdown at some point. Maybe you'll have a meltdown too if I tell you that I'm going to take the money for Mr. Hans' meal out of your paycheck." The waiter said sadly, "Oh please, you can't do that." The manager laughed and said, "Mr. Hans is crazy. What can't happen in this world?" Nicole was so shocked when she was notified by Hans that she almost sat on the floor. Ghost Butterfly had really gone ahead and done what he said he would do. He had really gotten into the CLA servers and had cracked Hans's defense system that he claimed would never reveal any secrets. One must know that there were too many secrets about this world in the CLA servers, and taking out a random one could cause the world to shake. If Ghost Butterfly made all the CLA information public, Nicole couldn't imagine what the world would become at that time. This time, Ghost Butterfly had really gone a bit too far. He was going to cause chaos all over the world just for the sake of getting information on a single jack. Didn't Ghost Butterfly realize what he was doing? Of course Senj knew what he was doing. Just as the server files were being transferred, the keycode's data tracking function worked perfectly. No matter how much you transferred, as long as you entered the ghost domain, all of your whereabouts would be exposed. One of Senj's tracking data had bitten into just one of the hundreds of T files, and a few seconds later, the CLA alternate server was fully present in the ghost domain. But Senj was not at all interested in these so-called world-class secrets. He just wanted to know the jack information. So he tried to activate the directory file search function, but the system prompted him, "Please enter the password." It is worth mentioning that this passphrase password is not any ordinary password. It needs to be recognized after a real-time calculation. There are various methods of calculation. Some are graphical, some are numerical or alphabetic, some are symbolic. No matter what the calculation is, only the unique result will allow the system to recognize your password. There is no way to break it. Only the designer and the actual user know how to calculate the password. Just like a secret code, only the sender and the receiver know how to decode the code. If it was to crack an ordinary password, this could not be difficult for Senj, but the password, Senj could not do anything at all. First of all, he could not know how the password was calculated. Secondly, he did not have the program or means to violently break the password. This is the real meaning of attack does not mean destroy. No matter you can get into any system, but if you can't break the password, your offense has no meaning. Senj tried a few cracking programs and still couldn't crack this password code. There were times when it was better not to be too demanding of oneself. Being able to come this far, he was already able to form an effective threat to FBA. Senj also understood that he was now only in possession of the key and shield of the 10 codes, and that the real attack and destruction codes had not been researched yet. So, it was time to quit. By the time Hans arrived at the CLA cybersecurity, the Ghost Butterfly had already exited the defense system, but the Ghost Butterfly still left behind the ghostly blue figure. Between the fluttering, it brought a kind of bewildering fear, like a ghostly phantom fascination. The director of CLA, Turan, also came to the network security division in person. Although this attack didn't cause any damage, it had already caused the authorities of the rice country to pay great attention to it, and even the president had asked about it. Turan had to have a special talk with Hans for this matter. He just wanted to know, who is this Ghost Butterfly? Why did he do this? Anyone who wants to know who Ghost Butterfly is, but so far, no one knows. Even though Ghost Butterfly's report was a foot high on Hans's desk, there was nothing at the real core of it, not even an LP address to be found. All he could answer Train was to tell him that Ghostfly was a hacker, a super hacker. As for what exactly he's doing this for, Nicole had already told Tren that all he wanted was Jack's information. Other than that, he hadn't made any demands. Besides, he seems to be able to do everything for that matter, including attacking the CLA, with no chance of other areas of the department being attacked in the future. Tren nodded, and the wrinkles on his face from age grew deeper. That means that Jack should know this man's details. Hans and Nicole knew nothing about Jack. As much as they knew about Ghost Butterfly, except that he was a top hacker in the United States, and had once founded the world's largest hacker website, later vaporized, so far, still did not appear, even have been on the verge of being forgotten, only the ghost butterfly, still adhere to. It is also true that these things should not be known by Hans and Nicole. What they have to do is to maintain the security of the country's fourth domain, and not to let the rice country suffer any potential threat. The good thing is that this time the ghost butterfly did not break through the password code, but it does not mean that he cannot crack forever. National departments all have a value of existence. If they can't fulfill their job, this department cannot need to exist. It was like the FBA. If they couldn't defend themselves against an attack from the fourth realm, or couldn't secure the CLA's network, Turin would have had no mercy in letting the FBA disband. No one knew when the ghost butterfly's next attack would come. Therefore, Tren only gave Hans a little time to finish upgrading the defense system. Otherwise, he could only go back to being the poor man he was before, living by writing programs for people every day. The first lesson in the CLA tutorial was for these agents to discover a person's weakness, and later on, to use that weakness to control or destroy that person. Obviously, Hans's weakness was in Tren's hands. Hans will have to resort to other avenues to deal with the ghost butterflies in order to keep everything he has. Nicole, I want to see the Seven Sisters. The functionaries of the entire rice country are dealing with various crises that are likely to appear, while Senj is looking at the early morning drizzle in front of the window, rambling and letting go of his imagination, as if it were a 10-stripe code that never ends. The world in the rain is exceptionally clean. Occasionally there are pedestrians wearing raincoats passing in front of the window. Senj could not see their faces, as unintentional as when rubbing shoulders, or unfamiliar. There are times when emptiness is also a thought, when there are no fantastical images in the mind, but it still struggles to find something, and the more you touch the memory, the more you let all the blankness build up behind your eyes. Senj knew that he should go to sleep. Apart from the alarm clock, his sleep is never awakened, which is probably the one thing that everyone has to envy. And these people are always thinking about one question. What is their request? It's really simple. Let them sleep a little longer, even if it's only for 10 minutes. If you can afford to pay for that, you can even sleep for 10 more hours. It was a good thing it was Sunday. Senj could spend all of his time getting additional sleep, even if it was daytime. Night, on the other hand, had come to the other side of the globe by now. The intelligence agency's turn placed the ghost butterfly's assessment on the president's desk, and outside the window the city was already lit up. It should have been a quiet and romantic evening, but now even the Defense Department had to stay in their offices to deal with the crisis that could arise at any moment. After the president had read the report carefully, he crossed his arms on top of it, a gesture that would make him look more serious and solemn. The construction of the fourth domain defense plan was something that he had convinced the Congress to pass. These hackers also really gave him this face. In the few years after the defense plan was introduced, Rice suffered countless hacker attacks, and there were more than a dozen attacks that directly endangered the level of national security. This report has no value. I want to know who Ghost Butterfly is, which country's hacker, the Minister of Defense, as well as a few other presidential staff members, all cast their eyes on Turn, the head of the intelligence agency in the MIB, and everyone, including the president, was almost transparent in his eyes. If he wanted to know, even what color underwear the president's wife was wearing today, he could investigate. More than likely, in this luxurious presidential office, there is his eavesdropping equipment, always keeping an eye on the president's moves, and even FBL has to look at their face to do their work. And that's exactly why these people are going to put Turn on the opposite side of the fence. No one likes someone who spends all day investigating other people's privacy, even if it's an extra patty when they buy a burger. Mr. President, we know nothing. Turn's expression was natural, and he wasn't afraid of what it might do to him because of his ignorance. The top cyber engineers in Rice, as well as the huge anti-hacker alliance group FBA, were in his department. Knowing nothing didn't mean that he didn't want to know, but that he couldn't know. I will authorize the initiation of a secondary root scan if necessary. Turn's brow was obviously just a frown. This wasn't an opinion or an order or anything from the president. This was a threat from the president. As far as he could remember, since the birth of the HW protocols, there had been a total of 10 secondary root scans. The cost of each one was the replacement of a director and the disappearance of a large number of agents. The president's message was simple: if you can't do it, someone else will. Rice can't be threatened by anyone, especially by its own people. His Excellency the President, the FBAs are already in the middle of the process. We can stop initiating the program for now. Then let's see you guys are able to handle it. In his sleep, Senj saw his parents, and he knew it was a dream. Because dreams are always so black and white, and you can only ever go and see your dreams, but you can't touch them because then you will wake up. He saw his parents smiling away from him. Be strong and have the courage to face all hardships. These were the words his father often said to him, but the voice drifted away in his dreams. Why did it come and go every time it came to his dreams? Why did it come back to him every time it was about to be forgotten? Senj opened his own eyes, hot and painful, for in his dreams he had wept. In a dark room somewhere in the country of rice sat two people. One was Hans, while the other person completely hid himself in the darkness. Or rather, this person was just a voice, because so far, no one knew who this person was, and had never seen his face. Even those heavily armed bodyguards outside the room had never seen this person before. They always thought that they were protecting someone's soul. Otherwise, how could others call this person a ghost? So far, the only thing the outside world knew was that the ghost was a woman. Spectre was one of the 7 sisters, and just like the name 7 sisters, there were 7 of them, from 7 different countries. Each of them was an assassin in the Matrix world, but they are not using a knife to kill someone, because they themselves are the world's top hackers. Hackers always have to deal with hackers, don't they? Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take business under the banner of only for the highest bidder. The main thing was that they had never failed since their debut. Who are the hackers most afraid of? Not CLA, not FBA, not even the so-called anti-hacker alliance. They are most afraid of the 7 Sisters organization. They are the devil of the Matrix world. No one can survive their hands, because they will extract your soul and then tear it apart. It is worth mentioning that they are the secret partner organization of the FBA. The FBA gives them commissions, and they take care of a lot of things for the FBA that they can't take care of on their own. The ghost's voice was dull, sounding as if he had put his mouth on a mic to speak. You shouldn't have laid a hand on Jack. Anyone who knew Jack would have done that for him. The Spectre seemed to know a lot about Jack, but Hans' impression of Jack was just stuck on the fact that he was someone who had gotten turned special attention. Nothing else. The ghost seemed to be able to give him a lot of information, though, but now was not the time to learn about that. He wanted Ghost Butterfly. Simple as that. Mr. Hans, Ghost Butterfly's information is expensive. The 7 Sisters are on top of every move in the Matrix world and have a unique way of evaluating every known hacker, because there was no telling when someone would hire them to take out this hacker. How could they not have heard of Ghost Butterfly's fame? The main thing was that the employer this time was CLA, not this Hans sitting in front of him. No matter how great the cost, as long as he was able to obtain the information on the Ghost Butterfly, it was all worth it. At the very least, he was able to allow Hans to keep everything he had, instead of not even knowing who took it. He was able to get to where he was today, not because he had any parents with outstanding status or because he had discovered any treasure, but by earning it little by little on his own. Hans knew how precious his wealth was. He didn't care about CLA or cybersecurity, as long as it didn't take everything away from him. So what if it was the end of the world? Life is sometimes like a program in a computer, or when you can't open it, just change the mode of opening. It requires you to have a good head on your shoulders, and the ability to analyze things calmly. Someone who was able to crack the defense system was definitely not something those so-called anti-hacker alliance could deal with. He could only put all his hopes on the 7 Sisters now, and there was no need for him to take their commission. The CLA would naturally pay for it. You can have as many as you want. I just want the Ghostbusters. But I have to remind you that no one knows about the Ghostbusters. But a lot of people know about you guys, and if you don't want to be surrounded by agents someday, you'd better know what you're supposed to do. Hans tossed a check gently on the table. He seemed to be enjoying the moment. No matter the time of day, the superiority of one's employer could always be forgotten for once. The apparition reached out with 2 fingers and clipped the check. The movement was as graceful as that of a mysterious woman sitting at a bar smoking a cigarette, and the slender fingers, devoid of any excess flab, were evocative even though the rest of the hand was in a black cuff. It was as if the check were Hans's cheek and the ghost was caressing him in the gentlest gesture the world had ever seen. The knot in his throat moved heavily, as if he'd taken a heavy swig of hard liquor. Just 2 fingers made the room, where he couldn't see anything, incredibly wild, sexy and extravagant. Mr. Hans, get this straight. This is a deal, not an order, and you can have your check back if you have any other choice. Ghost lightly threw the check back in front of Hans. Since the birth of the 7 Sisters team, they had faced and experienced more than anyone could imagine. Everyone on the team had struggled to survive death. They didn't have faith, because faith couldn't bring them joy. They don't have feelings because feelings don't bring them wealth. They are not afraid of any threat, because they have all died before, and they know the fear and pain, the loneliness and depression in the darkness. Each of them has lost everything, and until now they have not had everything. They create hate because they are molded by it. Hans didn't say a word and didn't bother to take the check, but got up and left the room. There was no longer any point in saying even one more word. And in another room of the same building, on a computer screen, a pattern of a skull appeared. As the skull slowly feathered out, A map of the world glittering with various points of light followed, while the skull eventually turned into 2 words ghost butterfly. When these 2 words were like a piece of broken glass, they turned into countless pieces and fell on top of each point of light. It was dark when Senj woke up. That's the biological clock of hackers, isn't it? They have no concept of day and night. The only measure of time is to go to sleep when they are sleepy and continue to roam the Matrix world when they wake up. This is true of almost everyone who lives in the Matrix world. They are disconnected from the real world. Their behavior and words are bizarre, collectively known as crazy people. But Senj was better. At least he knew he had to eat when he was hungry. But the only thing left in the house to eat right now was a packet of pepperoni. Because of the rain that had fallen during the day, this night was cold. And walking down the street, Senj really regretted that he hadn't put on an extra shirt. But his heart was much better when he saw so many guys wandering around in half-sleeves just like him. That's how men are sometimes. Cold and warm. It sounded like a deep thing to say. But in fact whoever was having a hard time fucking knew. There are times when real life is like a bowl of ravioli. It looks delicious but is actually bland and tasteless. Senj didn't know why he liked the chaos at this place. But every time he didn't have any food at home, he would come here and have a bowl of what was supposedly chaos. It was only $3 a bowl anyway. So how else would you expect the owner to serve you a bowl of dumplings? Sometimes he didn't understand these people who came here to eat chaos. Did they have no food at home? Do they have to come here to eat this awful chaos? Like the 2 women sitting behind him. They were dressed like housewives. Why was Senj so sure of that? Because one of them was so eager to stuff everything on the table into their bag and take it away. They even spared the chili noodles. This chaos was worth it for them to eat. Then look at their age. The youngest one is estimated to be in her 30s. The old one may be in her 40s. Her long brown wavy hair is in a mess draped over her shoulders. At least you can draw a makeup or something to hide the wrinkles on your face. How old are you? And you still play with a vegetarian face? The 2 of them have a black halter and a white halter. Their bodies are not bad. Anyway, in their age group is not bad. Saying that such women won't cook. Beating Senj to death doesn't believe it. It's almost 11 o'clock. Still loitering outside. 2 white thighs will be divided for a while. Also wearing 2 pairs of red high heels. When he saw this, Senj understood. They have more exciting work than cooking. Standing on the street, a greasy face-stained boss lady served them 2 bowls of chaos, and the black garter tossed her hair and shouted to the boss lady, "Hey, get us some chili noodles. There's nothing on this table of anything." The boss's wife snorted coldly and said, "Don't you have them in your bags? It's a good thing you're going to sit down and eat. Otherwise you could have stuffed the stools in your bags and taken them away." There weren't a lot of customers, just 7 or 8 counting Sangar. But the owner's voice still drew everyone's attention. The black and white suspenders couldn't keep their faces up, so the white suspenders followed. "Hey, how do you talk? What's so great about a broken wonton restaurant? Look at you. Aren't you just a fucking boss's wife?" So a choking. The boss's wife also came to force. Stood on the side of the Sangar, cursed, "You're great. Don't think I don't know what you guys are doing? Thousands of people on. 10,000 people ride the bitch. Eat a $3 chaos. You fucking even chili noodles are smooth. You do not mind shame, are you?" When the black and white suspenders heard this, they all stood up, took a few steps to Senj's side, and also began to curse, "We have the capital to sell. If you want to sell you have to have the body, right? Look at your old face. It's like a fucking cactus. Is your mom stuffing flower pots underneath? Did your mom put a flower pot underneath you to make such a stupid bitch out of you?" The 2 sides were at loggerheads, not giving way to each other. Senj was sandwiched between them. It was not right to sit down, not right to go, only lowered his head and stared at the table, hoping that they would finish arguing quickly. He ate the chaos and quickly go home to study his code, but they seemed to have no intention of stopping. This guy, raw seafood, wild animals, household appliances are all out. As if at this time, they have been cursed, God-possessed. Senj felt that the magnetic field around them are going to be disordered. The most unbearable thing for Senj is that at first it was just cursing, and then it escalated into pushing and shoving each other, and it looked like they were about to get their hands on each other. But just at this moment, there was suddenly a girl at the door who yelled out, "Have you guys cursed enough?" People's sights were simultaneously directed to the woman at the door, only to see that this woman was about the same age as Senj, with a height of around 1.7 meters, a head of short hair, beautiful features and a hot body, especially her pair of eyes, although by eyeshadow and other things modified, but her eyes are so cold, as if never had the color of hope, a blank, like the uncertainty of loneliness, the watchfulness of the sunset, the sadness of parting. She was wearing a black leather jacket with a tight black undershirt on the inside, and towards the bottom was a short black skirt, and her 2 beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings made the blood of all the men present, including Senj, spurt, and a pair of silver white high-heeled shoes on her feet set off the shape of her feet in a very sexy way. but it was this sexiness that betrayed her professional identity, either as a desk jockey or a streetwalker. The woman's aura was so strong that a single word silenced these pussies in the middle of an argument. The lady boss seemed to know this girl, pushed away the black and white sling and said in a loud voice, "Zhuang Yuehan, you're just in time. These two people ate a bowl of 3 yuan chaos here. How much chili noodles did they take from me? When I say a few words to them, they even come up and beat me up. With the protection money they pay to the 5th young master every month. Are they going to let me be spoiled like this? Just tell me what to do." It turns out that this girl is called Zhuang Yuehan. The name is very nice, but just do not learn, like her so good conditions, find a kind of job can support themselves. Why do this? But think about it. Senj felt that these seemed to have nothing to do with him. Everyone has their own helplessness. He just came to eat a bowl of wontons. Zhuang Yuehan sighed and took a step and came close to a few people. Her footsteps were pleasant to the ear. The more melodious a woman's footsteps were, the more perfect the woman's body was. This was something that finally convinced Senj. Not only that, but there was also the scent of her body. This light violet fresh scent came from her clothes. Women always managed to evaporate the scent from their clothes so tantalizingly, which was absolutely unfair to men. "Sister Meow, the 5th young master is very busy. Why don't I ask her to send you some chili noodles sometime?" The speed at which she spoke was slow, but her tone was irresistible, causing the boss's wife to just freeze. It was obvious that she seemed to be afraid of this person called the 5th young master. "Yuehan, we're all on our own. It doesn't matter if you come to hold my business and take something, but you have to tell me. You can't just take it, am I right?" Zhuang Yuehan smiled faintly, and Senj suddenly realized that she was cute when she smiled, especially those long tiger teeth, which could be particularly effective at certain times. "Sister Meow, things can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Which eye of yours saw them take your things?" Don't look at the fact that this Zhuang Yuehan was not very old, but she spoke in a calm and relaxed manner, not panicking, and was also very calm. She was seeing that this boss's wife was afraid of that 5th young master, so now was the time to attack. "I didn't see it, but someone else did. Old man, do you think you saw it?" As she spoke, this Sister Meow's eyes looked towards Senj. Zhuang Yuehan and the black and white sling also looked at the same time at this Senj who had been sitting here all this time but had never attracted anyone's attention. "I told you, he's just here to finish his food. What's wrong with this boss's wife? A little chilly? And does it have anything to do with him?" Senj's character is very quiet. How could he be involved in their business? In a way, it was impossible for Senj to help this boss's wife. Many people have their own helplessness. You do not sympathize, but you cannot take these people's helplessness as you show off the capital of superiority. There wasn't that much filling in your $3 bowl of chaos. Now it seems that this chaos can't be eaten. Senj looked at the time. It's almost 10 o'clock. Let's go to some other place to eat something while there's still some time. So Senj got up and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't see anything. Please move over. I'm getting out of here." After saying his words, Senj then glanced at Zhuang Yuehan, and between the exchange of eyes, Senj's own breathing was a little short, especially when he saw her eyes. Senj hurriedly turned his head and took a step about to walk out, but just then, a few more people walked in the doorway, this time all men. The first one, Senj, was not a good person at first glance. This man was in his mid-30s, medium build, full of pits not to mention a rosacea, and his whole face was shaped like a slipper. No one blames you for looking like this, but what the fuck are you doing with a whole white silk scarf and a god of gamblers hairstyle? If you want to be like the god of gamblers, why don't you get a suit and tie or something? Just wear a black undershirt, a big dog chain around your neck, tattoos all over your arms. The lower part of your body is normal, but you have to wear a pair of leather shoes, right? This guy wore a slipper and did it. Senj, how to look at this guy? How like a son of a bitch. And the several followers behind him are similar to him. All slippers? Could it be that they are the capital slipper gang? Seeing this person, Black and White Sling hurriedly smiled. 5th young master. When Senj heard that, this person is the 5th young master that they were talking about before. Looking at this guy, he was not a good person. Otherwise, how could he have a slipper face? Senj didn't have a good impression of these social elements at all. But these people didn't seem to have any conflict of interest with him either. Chili noodles and all. It had absolutely nothing to do with him. Still, he just came to eat a bowl of $3 wontons. But these guys were blocking the doorway, not going out or coming in, like they were fucking dying. Senj really didn't want to mess with them, so he sat back in his seat. This 5th young master did not even look at the Black and White Sling, snapped and walked to Zhuang Yuehan's body, reaching out and wrapping her in his arms. Zhuang Yuehan seemed to hate this action of his. Her eyes filled with a look of disgust, but she did not resist in any way. Perhaps in the eyes of others, she was a woman like this, but in Senj's eyes, He saw the aggression, loss, loneliness, and even despair in her eyes at this moment. I asked you to fucking buy me a dumpling. What the fuck did you do to get here? It would be acceptable to say that a person spoke as if they had eaten gunpowder. But this fifth young master spoke as if he had fucking eaten poison and was about to die. And who was he to speak to Zhuang Yuehan like that? This could be the reason why Zhuang Yuehan was helpless and desperate. But on second thought, there was one of these people. None of them were good. No one cared about them when they died. Senj had never loathed someone so much. Or it was just a form of jealousy or a feeling of pity for Zhuang Yuehan. In a way, Senj considered himself a good man. He would never speak to a woman like that. As far as he could remember, his father had always smiled and talked to his mother. And even when he was arguing, his father was rational and reasonable. This made Senj think that a man should be so to his woman. Because of this, whenever Senj saw a man who was disrespectful to his woman, he despised such a person from the bottom of his heart. While Zhuang Yuehan's gaze remained fixed on Senj's face, for some reason, she felt a deep sense of inferiority in front of this boy. For a while, she wished she could be like a normal girl, going to school or working, enjoying the world in some other way. But she had fallen, like a mirror that had fallen to the ground and had shattered beyond healing. She felt like a ghost living in hell, with no one to turn to, and the world in her eyes was nothing but darkness, evil, and pain. She didn't want to answer any of this man's questions, just as she never wanted to see this man, but she had no choice but to endure. Even Sister Miao, who was on the side, sighed and had to say for Zhuang Yuehan, nothing, fifth young master, the dumplings will be ready soon. We're just chatting. After saying that, Sister Miao went back to the kitchen. Zhuang Yuehan gratefully glanced at Sister Miao's back. Although they would always argue over things, it was undeniable that Sister Miao was a good person. The fifth young master looked around and his eyes shot to Senj. Who the fuck are you? Keep fucking staring at my wife, you fucking dick. Senj glanced at him. This guy reeked of alcohol and was obviously looking for a fight. Senj didn't want to mess with such people. He couldn't beat them. Moreover, what Senj hated the most was fighting. From childhood to adulthood, the number of times he fought could be counted on one hand. It wasn't that he didn't have the courage to fight, but when he was injured, there was never anyone to comfort him. If you can't afford to mess with it, you can always hide from it. So Senj got up and tried to leave, but this fifth young master pushed Senj into a chair. Are you fucking deaf? Do you know who I am? I'll kill you, believe it? With those words, this guy wanted to make a move on Senj. And the only thing Senj could do in the face of such provocation was to clench his own teeth and look at him with an angry face. Although he couldn't beat them, Senj definitely wouldn't be afraid of them either. At this time, Zhuang Yuehan pushed the fifth young master and said furiously, "What are you mad about? What did they do to you? We don't even know each other. Can you save some face for me?" It was as if this beast was possessed. Without saying a word, he turned around and gave Zhuang Yuehan a slap on the face, causing her body to stumble and fall to the ground with a plop. Senj saw it clearly. 5 fingerprints clearly appeared on her face, as if her entire body was struck dumb. Bitch, you've got a hard-on now, don't you? You're fucking talking back to me, aren't you? What the fuck are you? If it wasn't for me, you'd still be getting stabbed by men every fucking day. As he said that, the fifth young master raised that slipper-clad foot and heavily kicked Zhuang Yuehan's stomach, causing her to let out a scream of pain and her entire body curled up together. Seeing this, Senj really couldn't bear it anymore, knowing that he couldn't offend these people, knowing that these people had nothing to do with him, but the sense of justice that existed in his bones absolutely couldn't allow him to just watch Zhuang Yuehan being brutally beaten up by this brute just because he helped him with his words. Was he still a fucking human being? Just then, Sister Miao ran out from the kitchen and hurriedly pushed the fifth young master away, saying, "Fifth young master, what's this about? Give me some face and let it go, okay?" As Sister Miao spoke, she also made a gesture at the black and white sling. These two took advantage of the fact that everyone else's attention was on the fifth young master and Sister Miao, and hurriedly whispered to Sing behind them, "Older brother, we'll block for you, you hurry and leave through the back door. Thank you for speaking up for sister." After saying that, the black and white sling blocked Sen's body, signaling him to leave quickly. Senj looked at Yuehan on the ground, and then at those brutes at the door, and felt that he should have stood up like a real man and fought them to the death, instead of leaving through the back door. But what was the point of doing so? He didn't know any of these people. And even if that Zhuang Yuehan was the one who got beaten up because she was speaking for him, would his impulsive standing out stop all of this? Everyone had their own helplessness, and the same was true for Senj. And now, Senj could only run out through the back door of the Chaos Pavilion. The moment the door was slammed shut, he glanced at Zhuang Yuehan again, and Yuehans also saw him leaving, and while the four eyes were facing each other again, the door to the room was closed. Senj finally chose to leave, and the closed door was like a partition between imagination and reality. In the Matrix world, he was a ghost butterfly, but in reality, he was a small man who couldn't even deal with a few groundlings. Even when he saw Zhuang Yuehan being beaten up, he couldn't even stand up like a man and use his fists to solve it all. He took out all his anger on a big tree. The only way he had done it for years, the way of a true little man. But this was the last time, because Senj told himself that he was going to become strong, not only in the Matrix world, but in the real world as well. There comes a time when a man has to do something. At least when you were facing a group of groundlings, you had the courage to face their shamelessness, as well as their provocations head-on. Senj was not a man who held grudges, much less one who got impulsive and forgot about them. His mind was as delicate as his powers of observation, and he was going to let these gangsters, especially the fifth young master of whatever, know how powerful he was. Who says a hacker can only do whatever he wants in the Matrix world? Don't forget that in the real world, these people are crazy, because they have an extraordinary imagination. Their brains can analyze things to pieces. Senj, who had calmed down, gently leaned against a tree. It was already midnight. The whole city seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, just like the people who had been busy all day and could only eliminate their fatigue in their sleep. There was not a single star in the sky, and the air was filled with the salty and fishy smell of dirt, just like that fifth young master's body odor that made people vomit. There were also those dotted lights in the city's skyscrapers, as if they were like Zhuang Yuehan's eyes, helpless and painful. While others were enjoying their beautiful dreams, she could only be on the other side of the city, going through the torture. Or was Senj going to do something for her, to forget the strange distance just because she had helped him with a word? Or was it because inwardly, the sympathy or pity for Yuehan triggered his manly nature to want to go and give protection to someone? Or just simply because of her eyes, body, or sexiness? Who cares about these issues? Anyway, that fifth young master is going to die, and the weapon to kill him is that computer at home. Who said that he could only drag and drop virtual data into his ghost domain? And who said that the shield could only protect the security of the computer system? God gave him these 10 codes. Definitely not to let him just be a hacker to become the savior of the Matrix world so simple, but also to let him become a strong man. Truly can go to face all the hardships, dangers, challenges, can go to protect any fragile, poor soul of the chivalrous. Yes, that's what Senj is trying to do. That's the sense of justice in his bones. The sense of strength to defy any difficulty or tribulation. Since he had decided to do it, he went ahead and did it. Senj was not a person who liked to hesitate. He divided the entire revenge plan into several steps in detail. First, he wanted to make this fifth young master appear amongst the internet. The concept was definitely not to search for him through the internet, but to make him passively appear among the ghost domains. The second step, get all his information. Such a landlubber. All the bad things they did could fit in a basket. The third step, the information was made public, so that he would completely stir up the public's anger. And naturally, someone would fix him. The other steps were all good. Only the first step was more difficult. Senj didn't know anything about this fifth young master. And all the internet searches had revealed were some fictional characters who couldn't move without being given a beating in the face. In the Matrix world, if you wanted to know about that LD, all you had to do was move your keyboard. But if you want to know the information of a person who possibly has no contact with the internet, I'm afraid you'll have to find another way. Senj's fingers rubbed back and forth on the mouse, a maneuver that would allow him to consider many of the dimensions of the problem in greater depth. On the other side of that nearby park, there was a red light district, where a lot of women similar to black and white sling-like women lived off of the flesh business. On both sides of the entire street, there were various hair salons, foot spas that could not be seen at a glance, and almost all of the residences and stores had become their strongholds. If there is any business in this world that requires someone else to cover it, there is none other than such red light districts. Most of the money they take out of their customers' pockets goes to their protectors, and less than a third of the benefits reach them, but they don't have any choice. For the old girls, what else can they do but do this? But what are the young girls for? They will surely tell you all kinds of loss and helplessness in life, just a different version for each guest. It is assumed that all these girls are orphans, otherwise they wouldn't be talking about their families so miserably. Whenever night comes, this street is bustling. But those who patronize this place are not rich people. The real rich people will not come to this kind of place to play this kind of class. They prefer some exciting, safe, and most of the people who came here were from the lower class of the society, such as those civil laborers, and even some dozens of years old, a handful of old men. What made Senj feel strange was that these old undead were actually still sought-after guests, waving at most to young people like him, but if they saw old men, these women directly rushed out from the house, dragging and pulling these old undead into the house. Later, Senj finally figured out that making money is also about the speed of hemp, especially for those of them who are in the skin business. It was the first time for Senj to come to such a red light district, and he looked a bit out of place in the crowd because of his nervousness and shyness. He just kept his head down and walked slowly, because he didn't have the courage to look at the women sitting in the rooms with their revealing clothes and lewd whispers, as if the whole street was filled with the unique smell of women's hormones. From time to time, all kinds of men entered the house under their temptation, but none of them greeted Senj. Maybe in their eyes, Senj was just passing by. But if they can't do that, if they can't let go like that, how can they find information about the fifth young master? Aren't they just a bunch of women? What's the big deal? At most, let them take advantage of it. If you don't have this much courage, how can you talk about being a chivalrous man, punishing the wicked and maintaining world peace? With that thought, Senj straightened his back and his gaze became active. This move did work, and finally someone started waving to him from the house. Senj was about to step inside when a woman's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Senj, is it really you? Why are you here? Senj's head buzzed when he heard someone call out his name, and the voice was still so familiar. If he wasn't wrong, it had to be the flower sister who was in charge of finances in the library. Slowly turning his face, it was indeed this twat. At this moment, Senj was so depressed that he couldn't even speak. It was nothing for the other people in the library to see him, but why was it this flower sister? It is estimated that other people don't need to see it, because at this time tomorrow, it is estimated that everyone in the library, including the old librarian, knows that he has come to hang out in the red light district, because this flower sister's biggest function is to break the mouth. When she opens the big move, basically is nothing to worry about. Even the old librarian is not spared. Die to say that people's old librarian with the library's janitor slept with the Sang at that time also believe it, and then realized that the janitor is a man. Then the old librarian is even older. Sister Hua is less than 40 years old, was widowed at an early age, and has a daughter who is said to be about the same age as Senj. Although Sister Hua has a broken mouth, but she is also a warm-hearted person. After all, she is the first group of people to enter the library to work. Later these young people are very respectful of her. Her broken mouth is also very understanding. A person living alone, always looking for someone to say something, is not it? Sister Hua was widowed more than 10 years ago, but Sister Hua did not remarry. In terms of looks, figure, Flower Sister is also considered to say past, although the age is a little bit older, but also is considered a good time, is not it? In the library, Sister Hua still took care of Senj, and she always said that it would be good if her daughter was half as understanding as Senj. Whenever she talked about this, there was always a little bit of helplessness and despair in Sister Hua's eyes. Of course, Senj didn't know what had happened to her daughter to make her so sad, but this was also a phenomenon. The progress of human civilization couldn't be all good, and would always give rise to some helpless confusion. In this generation, not many people had faith or pursuits. All they cared about was how to find the so-called joy. The old librarian would always stand in the empty reading room and sigh. He said that decades ago, people had to use the back door to read books. The library was overcrowded every day, and even the aisles were full of people reading books. For people in those days, libraries and movie theaters were the most romantic places where they could find their dreams and hopes. But people nowadays have forgotten the existence of libraries, and it can only be said that their dreams and hopes have been shattered in the course of human civilization. The only place they are interested in is the indulgence of hotels, the ecstasy of bars, the venting of the internet and the achievement of showing off their wealth. Other than that, they have nothing. Or maybe Hannah's daughter was one of these degenerates, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop them, because that was the damn world. Otherwise, Senj would never have seen those girls around his age in those dimly lit and disoriented houses. Each of them had perfect bodies, exceptional looks, but they were addicted to the sound and smell of it, searching for the thrill of life and the meaning of living in the midst of depravity. They had no intention of giving themselves any dreams or leaving behind any memories of their youth. So who cared about the damn future or the past? Who cares about the future or the past? This is how the world should be in their eyes. But Senj didn't have the time to lament the sinking of these people right now. He had to find a way to deal with Hannah, or else the old curator would be giving another lecture on so-called life tomorrow. I was just passing by and wanted to buy some groceries. The implication was, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to hang out. Flower Sister haha laughed, and it was really a bit flowery, and I don't know if it was because estrogen was involved too much, but seeing Flower Sister's laugh, Senj still felt a bit of a trance. This doesn't look like a food market. Kid, don't talk to your sister Hua. I've been here before. What do you want? Don't I know? As she spoke, her eyes glanced inside the room a few times, as if she wanted to see what kind of goods Sangar liked, and Sangar's face had long since begun to burn. What he wanted to do, Sister Flora couldn't possibly know, but what he didn't want to do, Sister Flora thought he wanted to do. There were times when misunderstandings just appeared. Sister Hua, it's really not what you think. I'm really here to buy groceries. Well, don't describe it. Young people's fire is strong. It's normal, but these places are not clean. There are all kinds of people, and you can catch any kind of disease. Listen to Sister Flower's words. Go and find a serious girlfriend. You're such a sensible kid, and you're so good looking. There must be a whole lot of girls who like you, and some other time Sister Flower will introduce you to a few of them. You also don't buy any food. My house lives in a neighborhood behind here. Anyway, it's also me alone. You'll go to Sister Flower's house to eat today. Senj felt like smoke and fire at this moment. What is all this? This flower sister not only has a broken mouth, but also has an exceptionally powerful imagination. Let's forget about dinner and all that. Senj was like hurrying out of here, returning home to take a shower, and forgetting about all this. However, Sister Hua pulled Senj and left. The people around them looked at them curiously. Those who did not know, thought that Sister Hua was soliciting business. Senj cannot refuse, can only follow the flower sister to her home. After entering the house, Sister Hua changed into a pair of slippers and took another pair for Senj by hand, but it was a pair of ladies' slippers with flowers. Sister Hua told Senj that these were her daughter's slippers, and that there were basically no men in the house, so she didn't have any men's slippers. Originally, she was afraid that Senj would wear them small, but then she realized that Senj's feet were smaller than even her daughter's. This is not an upscale neighborhood. The houses are also very old and not very big, but they are very chic and neatly organized. It can be seen that Sister Hua is usually a person who loves cleanliness. Sister Hua poured a cup of drink for Senj. Let Senj sit casually. She then went to the kitchen to busy making dinner. Senj was able to come for dinner. She looked happy, and took out a lot of ingredients from the refrigerator, and hummed a few songs as she cooked, calling her Sister Flower. She was actually about the same age as Senj's mother, and it also made Senj think of his own mother as he watched her busy back. Whenever he thought of his mother, a pain shot through Senj's heart. How good would it be if every day when he went home, he was able to see his mother's figure preparing dinner for him? Senj withdrew his gaze from the kitchen, but it landed on a family portrait on the wall. It was a picture of Sister Flora with her husband and her daughter, and when Senj saw Sister Flora's daughter, he suddenly felt a buzz in his head. Again, the girl in the photo looked unusually familiar. How it looked like Zhuang Yuehan, whom he had seen last night. It was a pity that there was only one photo in the entire room. To verify his guess, Senj then said to Sister Flower, Sister Flower, how old is your daughter? Does she live with you? Sister Hua, while cutting vegetables, sighed and said, You mean Yuehan ah? She is a year younger than you. Should have graduated from university with a good job, but halfway do not know why dead or alive is not to study. All day long in the outside with some people who do not have the right to listen to who said, I let her angry. Senj didn't listen to anything in the latter words. Zhuang Yuehan was indeed Sister Hua's daughter. No wonder when he saw her last night, there was some familiarity between his eyebrows, because her eyes were very similar to Sister Hua's. Senj took another look at Yuehan in the photo. She should have been only a few years old at that time. Her two eyes were like two curved moons when she smiled, and those cute little tiger teeth. She looked mischievous and cute, but how can Senj look at it? How can he forget to do the picture of her being brutally beaten by the 5 young masters last night? If that scene lets Sister Hua see it, she will definitely be heartbroken to death. Senj also couldn't figure out why Yuehan had to hang out with the 5th Young Masters gang. Sister Hua's monthly salary at the library was a few $1,000s. Not a lot, but enough for both of them to spend. If Yuehan found another job of some kind, they should be well off. Was this also one of those so-called unchoiceable helplessnesses? But Yuehan was a girl. She should know exactly what her choice would bring her. But why did she still go through with it? Hannah couldn't stop talking about Yuehan at all whenever she mentioned it. But from her words, Senj was able to hear that they were wondering the same thing. Yuehan had been a good and obedient child until she went to college. Because her father had died early, she knew how to love and care for her mom. But after going to college, everything changed. Reality found her smoking in the restroom, then later found her drinking, and in the end, whenever she left the house, she was gone for 10 days and half a month. Sister Hua didn't know how many tears she had shed for her. If Yuehan's father was still alive, she would never have learned to be bad. Sister Hua put the fried dishes on the dining table and said with a sigh, After all, it's still my responsibility as a mother. I didn't teach her well and let her learn the bad things. In my dreams, I don't even have the face to see her father. Sister Hua looked at the photo on the wall and tears finally rolled out of her eyes. She loved her daughter, but this love, however, was so powerless that it prevented her from even pulling her beloved daughter back into her arms. Watching Sister Hua cry helplessly, all Senj could do was hand her a towel to dry the tears on her face. Sister Hua held Senj's hand tightly, buried her face in his hand, and lost her voice as she cried bitterly. Who could have thought that Hannah, who usually always brought all kinds of laughter to everyone in the library, was so fragile and helpless. Just at this moment, the door of the room was opened. A tired Zhuang Yuehan looked at Senj and Sister Hua with a face full of shock. Senj hurriedly drew back his hand. Sister Hua also hurriedly wiped away her tears and said with a forced smile, "Yuehan, you're back. Quickly come in, let me introduce you. This is my colleague from the unit, Senj. He's older than you, so you have to call him Brother Senj. Senj, this is my daughter, Yuehan. You guys come and get to know each other quickly." Senj's mind was going haywire right now, and in a completely mechanical manner, he walked up to Yuehan, reached out his hand, and said, "Yuehan, hello, nice to meet you." Yuehan had no intention of shaking Senj's hand at all, and what Senj saw in her eyes was a wave of aggression, resentment and anger. Now Senj was really confused. Yuehan had completely misunderstood him and Sister Hua. Otherwise, how could her gaze be like an arrow, shooting at him and Sister Flower? "Yuehan, you haven't eaten yet, right? Mom will make you a delicious meal. Hurry up and take off your shoes and come inside." "Where are my slippers?" Senj looked around and grinned. "I'm wearing it. Who told you to wear my slippers?" Sister Hua hurriedly explained. "Yuehan, what are you doing? He's a guest. I let him wear them. I see that his feet are about the same size as yours. We don't usually have many guests in our house, so we don't have slippers. I'll prepare them in the future. And make sure that I don't let anyone else wear your slippers again, okay?" The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did, and Yuehan said with a cold snort, "So, he's going to come here more often in the future? Look at you, child. How can you talk? Senj is a good boy who understands things. You'll definitely get along. In the future you guys can get in touch with each other more often to enhance your relationship. I'm very optimistic about Senj as a child." Senj had opened his mouth wide in complete surprise. This rhythm was a bit chaotic. He had only come for a meal. Why did Sister Hua seem to want to give him a blind date? And the object is her daughter, Zhuang Yuehan, the lover of this fifth young master. And he came here to eat today, precisely to find a way to fuck this asshole. Instead, Yuehan said, "You'd better keep it for yourself." After saying that, Yuehan went back to her bedroom barefoot and the door to her room snapped shut. Sister Hua sighed and said, "Senj, don't take it personally, she's usually like that with anyone." Senj smiled shyly and said, "I shouldn't have worn her slippers. That's my bad. I wish my daughter knew half as much as you do. Senj, sit down for a while. I'll go fry up a few more dishes, and we'll have dinner in a little while." Originally, Senj wanted to leave, but to say that the one who knew the fifth young master was this Zhuang Yuehan, as long as he could find a bit of information about the fifth young master from her, it would be enough to use. But Senj had also considered carefully, if this Zhuang Yuehan truly loved that fifth young master, his plan might have to be exposed. The only way to find information about the fifth young master without moving was to be the safest way. At this time, Zhuang Yuehan changed her clothes and walked out of the room again. Senj took a closer look at her face. There were still some slight swellings, and when she took a step, she felt strained, so she probably had injuries on her legs. She didn't even look at Senj and directly sat next to him. There had never been a girl so close to him before, so Senj couldn't help but be a little nervous. And since the magnetic field on Zhuang Yuehan's body was so strong that it felt like a piece of cold ice, Senj subconsciously moved to the side as well. "If you go around talking about last night, I'll kill you." Senj knew that she was saying this because she was afraid that her mother would follow her and be sad after she found out about what happened last night. From this point of view, this Zhuang Yuehan was not the kind of bad girl in the true sense of the word. "Sister Hannah is just my co-worker. Did anything happen last night?" Senj hadn't even thought of telling Sister Flower about this. The woman was already pitiful. He would never hurt her again. Yuehan's warning was a bit redundant. Moreover, Senj also wanted Yuehan to understand that he and Sister Hua were just co-workers, so he hoped she wouldn't misunderstand anything either. Yuehan didn't say anything else. She used to be a girl with a lot of words. It was just that she had gone through some things that made her say less and less. Or, in her world, there would never be a listener. In that case, it was better to bury all the bitterness in her heart. Sometimes, isolation is also a kind of self-protection. In addition to the mother's love, who else would love her? She didn't want her mother to be sad and upset. Her mother was as bitter as she was. But a mother's love couldn't protect her in this cruel world. And what she went through was beyond anyone's imagination. It was like a nightmare that repeated itself every day, never to be relieved. "Why?" Senj's voice brought her back from her dreary thoughts, as if a call between half-sleep and half-wakefulness. A lantern swinging in the mist brought Yuehan instantly to her senses. Yes, why? Yuehan had asked herself many times as well. Why did she have to lose her beloved father at a young age? Why did she have to choose this life? Why couldn't she enjoy the world like other girls? To be hugged and even kissed by caring people. Senj's quandary was instead why she allowed herself to sink in pain and suffering, never even struggling to give up. If this was her destiny, why was she so attached to her mother's love, but never allowed it to come close? And he wanted his mother's love, but didn't know where it was? How could Yuehan answer Sangdar's question when she couldn't even find the result herself? Even though the question, at once, plunged into the depths of her soul, it remained empty and unanswered. The question was more like an understanding, with comfort, as if knowing that there must be something hard about the life she had chosen, that no one had ever asked her that. No one had ever tried to listen to her inner cries, loneliness, and pain. Tears gathered in her eyes, and it seemed as if the whole world had gone into Brahma. The twilight drums and morning bells were ringing in the mist, but she still didn't know the direction of her life. If she could see through the world, why would she be in pain at this point? It was as if Senj could hear the voice of her heart, dull and desperate. Whose fault was this, to make a young girl so sad and upset? It was as if the soul was forever lost. How to go through it? Still unable to comprehend. As with Senj himself, reasons are just tools for self-comfort. No one ever cares how you do it. It's just a simple question. And even though they, themselves, know how precious the questions are, no one is willing to spare you. Our world is different. This was the only answer Yuehan could think of. Everyone had their own life. Hers could only go on so helplessly. And others? She didn't care. It was her way of thanking Senj for his comfort, and it was also her way of removing the strangeness between the two. At least you have your mother and I have nothing. I don't know when it started, but both of them opened each other's hearts in silence. No one had ever spoken to Yuehan in such a straight-from-the-heart way with her, and no one had ever made Senj feel like they were both struggling and sinking in a hopeless light. Their worlds were indeed different, and Senj was more appreciative and knew what he had to do. Senj was so sure that he wanted to help Yuehan, not only because she was pathetic, but because he wanted to help this woman. He should do it. It was the right choice in the middle of life. I'm sorry, Senj. I didn't mean to mention that. Yuehan looked at Senj silently with her teary eyes. There was no longer indifference and helplessness, but more care and tenderness. She didn't think that this handsome boy would actually be an orphan, no matter how much she hated this world. But a woman's nature made her want to hug Senj in her arms. Or maybe she needed the same hug. We all have to be strong, no matter how much we don't care on the outside. No matter how vulnerable we are. But no one can bully us. The fortitude that came out of Senj's eyes was like the father Yuehan remembered, always telling her to be strong and to know the value and meaning of life when she wanted to cry. Yes, her exterior didn't care about anything, about her life, about her body, but inside she was incredibly vulnerable and lonely. Senj's words seemed to break down her defenses at once, and in an instant, all the aggression, all the sadness turned into tears, and they finally couldn't stop flowing out. It was in the nature of a good man not to see a woman cry, for a woman's tears were the blood of their heart. Senj looked at Yuehan with heartache and reached out to wipe the tears from her face. When his hand touched Yuehan's cheek, the scene from last night reappeared in his mind. Such a tender face. How did that damned brute bear to hit it? Does it hurt? Jesus! Yuehan couldn't take it anymore, and against all odds, she threw herself into Senj's arms and lost her voice and cried. Sister Hua hurriedly ran out from the kitchen, but after seeing this scene, Sister Hua laughed and slowly retreated back into the kitchen, so she fried a few more dishes, as she was going to stay in the kitchen for a while longer. Senj had never hugged a girl before, and Yuehan's body scent and softness made him immediately panic, and he could only maintain a movement that allowed Yuehan to wipe her tears and snot on his shoulder. You know, a woman's body has a natural attraction to men, when hugging together, surprisingly so warm, so cozy. Yuehan didn't know how long she had been looking forward to such a shoulder. As if she was going to cry out all her grievances at once. And when she did, she kept pounding Senj. She blamed Senj, blamed him for destroying her defenses, blamed him for suddenly stepping into her heart when she was defenseless, seeing her vulnerability, her helplessness, and loss. No matter how much Yuehan attacked him, Senj slowly put his hand on her shoulder. But then Yuehan suddenly pushed him away, staring at Senj with a tear-filled face. Senj had wanted to give Yuehan some comfort, but Yuehan could not hope for it, since she had nothing left but the memory of her mother's love after she had been spoiled by the fifth young master. Or one day, her life will also end. If so, why be greedy and extravagant? Sorry, I thought you wanted a shoulder. You can't give me that. Yuehan ran back to his room while Senj lowered his head helplessly, just like he had once wanted a shoulder to lean on, to cry or laugh on, yet never got it. Everyone has a shoulder they want to lean on when they are tired, and when they are sad. They can give you warm comfort. But how many of them get it? And because of this, that's why we can't see our own shoulders. In the kitchen, Hannah whispered softly as she sautéed, as if Yuehan's father was standing beside her. listening to her recount her daughter's love at first sight with Senj and that surprising embrace. This was the world of the young, wasn't it? It was as if she had fallen in love with Yuehan's father with just a glance back then. In her eyes, Senj was a good boy, and if he could get together with Yuehan, both she and her lover, who was already in heaven, could rest assured. When it was time to start the meal, Sister Hua pulled Yuehan out of her room. Yuehan's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and a distressed Sister Hua wiped her with a hot towel. She knew that her daughter had grown up and had a lot of things in her heart that she couldn't say to her mother. The fact that Senj was able to let her hug and cry meant that the two children were able to speak to each other's hearts. No matter what happened, she would always be her good daughter. Yuehan hadn't cried this painfully in a long time. Even when the fifth young master's fists had bruised her so much that she couldn't even walk, she hadn't cried like this. Because of this, Yuehan's mood was also much better. Whether it was a man or a woman, it was always necessary to vent, wasn't it? Of course, it was thanks to Senj, a boy who could make people feel warm with very simple words. Or maybe it was because he was an orphan that he knew more about the meaning of warmth and comfort. As the meal went on, Sister Hua was the only one talking, while Senj and Yuehan just ate with their heads down. It was Senj's habit to never talk during meals, because there was no one to talk to. Since his parents left him, he ate almost every meal by himself, facing several chairs. But before every meal, Senj wiped the chairs very clean, because he always thought that his mother would suddenly appear to eat with him. Though he didn't speak, Senj was thankful to Hannah for the meal because Senj ate it with a sense of home. Yuehan didn't say anything because she knew her mother always had too much to say to her. Many people said that her mother was a broken woman, but in fact, only she knew that it was because her mother had no one to talk to. After the meal, Senj wanted to say goodbye, but Sister Hua pulled him and Yuehan so that they could chat for a while, and then she said that she was going out to buy some things, trying her best to create an opportunity for them to be alone. At this, Senj was also speechless, but Yuehan didn't say anything, and after Sister Hua left, she even poured Senj a glass of water. Thanks, but you haven't answered my question. Senj took a sip of the water and realized that it was sweet, so it turned out that Yuehan had added sugar to the water. Senj loved sugar water, because when he was little, his mother used to boil it for him to drink, and fed it to him bite by bite. Even the spoon was so sweet, and the sugar water Yuehan gave him seemed to be like a loved one knowing his habits, making him feel even warmer and sweeter. Yuehan found a cigarette from somewhere, and after lighting it, it made Senj feel that she was instantly much more vicissitudes. When a woman's door of memories opens, she will always be so vicissitudes, because there has never been happiness, joy. As if drifting in a sea of bitterness, the waves uncovered the scars of wounds. She used to be an optimistic girl, a character much like her mother, who would always bring a lot of joy to others. Because of this, her classmates during her college days loved to gather around her and talk to her about life and pursuits. At that time, everything was so beautiful, but it all came to an abrupt end at a classmate's birthday party. The class reunion was just a dinner and a song. They were not those rich kids who had bodyguards to take them to and from school every day. Just ordering some home-cooked food and yanking a case of beer at the snack bar near the school was fun enough. When we went to a KTV to sing, because we had all been drinking before, we all played crazy. When one of Yuehan's male classmates went to the restroom, he accidentally threw up on a person who seemed to be quite powerful, and after a few arguments, they got into a fight. By the time they ran out, the male student had already been beaten unconscious by several people, and those people seemed to be not finished. Grab them, these students continue to beat. Even the girls are the same beat. Just then, a man covered in tattoos appeared with a group of minions. They were KTV watchers and occasionally went to the school to hang out. Yuehan knew that the one in the lead was the one nicknamed the Fifth Young Master. He seemed to be very mixed up in the KTV. Just a few words, those people left. A few of the male students went to thank the Fifth Young Master, but when he said he had broken something, he didn't just say thank you. He only broke a mirror and a few cups, and he told Yuehan and the others to bring out $1,000 or no one would be able to leave. They were all just students. Who would have that much money? At this time, one of the Fifth Young Master's little brothers said to them that it would be fine to buy the Fifth Young Master a drink. So back to the box. They all took turns to toast the Fifth Young Master, especially when Yuehan toasted. This Fifth Young Master made a move on her and asked her to go to another box to chat. Yuehan rejected the Fifth Young Master's request, but who knows? This brute yanked Yuehan's hair and dragged her to another box, while his classmates could only keep their heads down and pretend they didn't see anything under the threat of the Fifth Young Master's group of minions. Yuehan, who was in the box, was again beaten up by this Fifth Young Master. In a trance, Yuehan felt that someone peeled off her clothes and took off her underwear, making her instantly wake up. She resisted against all odds, trying to rush out of the box, but it was all in vain. In the end, The fifth young master gave Yuehan a hard punch while loudly cursing unpleasant profanities. Yuehan then felt a wang ringing in her head and, when Yuehan woke up again, the fifth young master was looking at a pile of photos in his hand. Those were Yuehan's nude photos. Seeing her wake up, this brute threw the photos on her naked body and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Now you are my fifth young master's person. If you don't obey me, I'll post your photos all over your school. Don't think I don't know that your mom works in the library. If you don't give me face, I'll fucking play with your mom too. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? I'm talking to you. You hear me?" With those words, the fifth young master raised his hand and gave Yuehan a slap. Yuehan no longer knew what pain was at that moment. Her body was numb. Her soul was torn apart. All the beauty, all ended at that moment. Her life will never again have any happiness and joy, romance and anticipation. And with it comes pain, despair. From wherever, the fifth young master used Yuehan's nude photos as a threat. Almost every day to vent on her body. Even special days do not spare her. Later, she was not even allowed to go to school, and was made to go to the red light district to help him watch the women from out of town. Numb and powerless. What could Yuehan do? She knew too well the viciousness of this fifth young master, and she could only tolerate it again and again for the sake of her own mother not to be hurt. She even thought of committing suicide, but it would be cheaper for her to die this way than for that brute, and she would have to drag him along with her in death. The long ashes of the cigarette, disconnected from the butt, rolled down to the ground and shattered into a grayish darkness, just like Senj's mood at this moment. If he were to see this fifth young master now, he would absolutely use all the methods he could to kill him and shatter his body into pieces. Yuehan, don't ask anything, don't say anything, I want you to provide me with his information. He must receive the punishment he deserves. Yuehan looked at Senj with some surprise, although she didn't know what he wanted to do. What Yuehan saw in his eyes were two flames burning with anger. Senj, what are you doing? You're no match for him. You can't mess with him, and this is my business, not yours, so don't get yourself involved. Deep in Yuehan's heart, she was touched that Senj was going to do something for her, but on another level, she had no reason or capital to make Senj do something for her. As long as Senj had this heart, she was satisfied. Yet Senj said, "It is no longer your own business. This beast must be punished." Senj is a man who never makes a decision to do something easily, but once he does, he never changes it or regrets it. This fifth young master was strong in society, but in Senj's world, he was nothing. "Senj, tell me why you want to help me?" Yuehan hoped that Senj would be able to give a reason. Just as unintentionally, the boy had rekindled a fire within her that was indelible and would never dissipate. Or maybe it was a reason for Yuehan to look forward to, as her mother had hoped, that they could hold hands. But again, Yuehan was afraid that Senj would give such a reason, for it was a luxury she could never have. "I'm not helping you. I'm helping the world." The existence of this fifth young master could only cause more people to be hurt. This world could not accommodate him. Only hell was where he should go. Yuehan was feeling a bit disorganized right now, thinking about it from a conventional point of view. What kind of person was this Senj? And what made him think he could deal with the fifth young master? It wasn't that she was looking down on Senj when she had this thought. It was just that she wanted to know what exactly Senj was going to do. It couldn't be that he wanted to take a knife and stab the fifth young master in the back when he wasn't looking, could it? Whether Senj thought otherwise or not, she had wanted to do that once. "Senj, tell me what you really want to do? Don't you worry. I won't be stupid enough to kill him with a knife. I'm still afraid of dirtying my hands, but someone will always fix him." From Yuehan's eyes, Senj saw a hint of worry as well as hesitation. Thinking about it was also something very understandable. In everyone's eyes, he was nothing more than a librarian, a few $1,000s a month, with no hands, all day long, except for moving books. No one could imagine that he would have to go to fix a gangster hooligan. But there were many things that couldn't be explained to Yuehan, and he could only use this reason to make Yuehan believe that he would never do something impulsive. Sure enough, Yuehan's heart dropped a little. As long as Senj didn't go and do something stupid, there was still room for this matter. Even if this was just a comfort, or if Senj was just acting on impulse, Yuehan's heart was still filled with gratitude. What information do you want on this beast? With all the bad things he does every day, there's always going to be something that drops his head, so just give me his number, or chat program, and preferably the contact information for all those lapdogs of his, and you're done. That's it? Yuehan smiled helplessly. If just these things could make a person die, then Senj's plan was too simple. Yes, but you have to promise me something. Senj told Yuehan to keep the content of today's conversation between them a secret. That is, Sister Hua can't even let her know about it. Otherwise, it will be really dangerous. And Senj also wants Yuehan not to go anywhere tomorrow. Just stay at home, then turn on the computer and wait to watch the show. Yue Han was also considered a college student and vaguely knew what Senj wanted to do, but she absolutely could not have imagined that Senj was going to use his own means to sanction this brute, and thought that Senj was trying to eavesdrop on the content of the brute's communications to find evidence that he was doing bad things. Otherwise, why would it be so secretive? But it seemed impossible to accomplish. Yue Han told Senj that the animal would change a new communication number every day, and he never answered any contact. Every time he took the initiative to call someone else, or he would let his dogs contact someone else. Even Yue Han didn't know how to contact him, and every time it was the dogs who found her and sent her to the animal. Senj nodded. This wasn't a difficult task, as long as he had the contact information for his group of lapdogs. In the end, Yue Han gave Senj all the information he knew about the beasts and the lapdogs. With these things in hand, Senj was about to take his leave and go home. Yue Han, however, took him by the arm and said softly, "Senj, whatever you do, be careful, and thank you." With those words, Yue Han placed a light kiss on Senj's cheek. When her lips touched his face, Senj felt as if he was electrocuted all over his body, a feeling that was both exhilarating and unbearable, as if the whole world was spinning for a moment, and because of that, he couldn't see or hear anything. Senj had never been kissed by a girl before, and his whole body was so confused where he didn't know which foot to take. It was said that a woman's kiss would make a man forget everything, and that was not wrong at all. He even forgot to change his shoes and ran out in his slippers. Yue Han's heart was also nervous. In a sense, it was her first kiss, saying it was the only thanks he could give Senj and the only thing she could do for him. When Senj ran downstairs, he felt that his feet were very light, and he thought he was still floating, but when he looked down, he was still wearing Yue Han's flower slippers. He had no choice but to run back to Flower's sister's house again. After Yue Han opened the door, he was still a little surprised. How did Senj go and come back? I forgot to change my shoes. Yue Han was laughing so hard she couldn't remember how long it had been since she had laughed like that. Senj hurriedly changed his shoes, never having felt so embarrassed until he opened his own door, seemingly with the warmth of Yue Han's lips still on his face. Now is not the time to think about this. Already have the information of the 5 young masters. The next step, Senj will be like a flat shovel digging a hole. Dig out all their secrets. Senj entered each of their contact numbers into the key code. Under the powerful data search function, the information behind all the numbers was revealed at a glance. The key code search function is not one of those regular searches. They differ in that one searches for information, while the other searches for data. Any computer that connects to the network, or stores information, they convert that information that can't be made public into data that is stored in a separate server somewhere on the network. This data is protected by network protocols and cannot be searched. And with Senj's key code, it's possible to penetrate network protocols and search for this private data directly. That's a hacker's technique, isn't it? Otherwise, why do cybersecurity departments all over the world make it their top priority to fight hackers? It's because there's no telling when your privacy will be exposed to others. Some hackers will then use that privacy for their own benefit. Others will use it as a means and tool to blackmail others. And at the end of the day, it's all about sabotage. But what Senj was going to do wasn't destruction. It was removal. Maintenance. Of course, it wasn't these data files that he cleared, but those beasts of the 5th young master. In less than 5 minutes, all the information about these people, including how much money was in their accounts in the financial system, and what the passwords were, Senj could see clearly. These things didn't have any persuasive power, and Senj wasn't interested in them. What was really useful was the content of their communications, including all the chat software and other communication information registered under the contact number. One of the juniors under the 5th young master seemed to be very much trusted by this brute, and every time he changed his contact number, the first person to notify him was this guy. Senj analyzed all the information on this man. It was found that he was in close contact with people from Cotton and Siam. It should be known that these two countries are big producers of poisons. Not only that, they also often sell their own women from other countries. Senj did some more searching for these two contacts in Cotton as well as Siam. Several were dominant figures with not only large sums of money in their hands, but even personal armaments. The only thing they sell, besides drugs, is women. Of course, sometimes sell some arms. This henchman of the 5th young master had contacted them very frequently and at regular times. Senj looked at the time on the bottom right corner of the computer. There was still half an hour before he sent out the contact for the day. Senj used 15 minutes to write an eavesdropping program, which was implanted into the other party's contact tool through the communication system. This program was completely implanted in the form of an invisible signal, which was also some of the means that hackers would often use. For example, there is nothing in your computer. You just watched a movie, and your computer is full of links to various websites, or just Trojan horses. You're curious because you didn't do anything and you have a firewall, security guards, antivirus software, etc. On your computer? So how could this happen? It can be told very clearly that the virus or Trojan horse appears to be compressed into the data stream of the movie and enters your computer in an exclusive data way, just like a certain piece of music to the climax of the part. The sound of the vibration under. Even if someone in your ear shooting, you cannot hear. Someone might also say that you watched it online, not downloaded it. This is even more interesting. You go to the cinema to see the movie without having to buy a ticket? The fourth domain is full of moneyed interests and there will never be a free program for you to use. Even if they are billed as free, they always have to take something from your hands. Otherwise, what do they live on? Just like the class of 5 young masters, tattooing and wearing slippers all day long, doing everything but good things in egg color. Can they not have to eat? A pair of slippers costs $10 more. The main thing is, where do these people get their money from? Half an hour later, 5th young master's thugs had indeed contacted this drug lord Shanu in the Cotton Kingdom. Senj amplified his voice slightly, and the beater was now saying to Shanu, Mr. Shah, where is what we asked for? It was noisy on the Shanu's side, and there was the sound of music as well as women's laughter. It seemed to be in a bar of some sort. Nan, don't be in a hurry. Tomorrow morning, at 5 o'clock, it will be at the border of your city. Have you prepared what I want? Ah, Nan said. 5th young master has prepared them for you a long time ago. They are all top quality goods. You can take them all away tomorrow at 5 o'clock when we finish trading. Ha ha ha. Of course I'm relieved that the 5th young master is doing his job. Your goods are highly sought after. Many buyers are already waiting at my place. Let's all earn together. Ha ha ha. Senj looked at the computer screen as if waiting for something. Nan contacted the 5th young master a minute later. Big brother, it's confirmed. Tomorrow morning, 5 o'clock. Border. The unique voice of the 5th young master that was like foot odor rang out. Take all those women tonight, and stuff Yuehan in there as well. Big brother, Yuehan is not. She's nothing. Do as I say. Big brother, you're going to sell her anyway. Why don't you let me have a taste, can I? You kid. That's all you think about all day. Don't just play. Get your stuff ready. Thank you, big brother. Hearing this, Senj stormed out of the room without looking back. Senj contacted Sister Flower as he ran. Those beasts could do anything. No matter what. They couldn't be allowed to hurt Yuehan. Luckily, Sister Hua was at home and Yuehan hadn't gone out. Senj can't tell Flora the reason. He can only lie that some of his clothes are torn and he wants to ask Flora and Yuehan to help him mend them, which Flora naturally agrees to. She also knew that Senj was an orphan and had to rely on himself for a lot of things. But there were some chores that men still couldn't do. But Yuehan knew that Senj was lying, and at the same time, it occurred to her that it was very likely that he knew something about the 5th young master, and she was afraid that they would be unfavorable to her. Sister Hua hadn't even finished her clothes yet. Yuehan pulled her towards the door, and only once she opened the door did she see a sweaty Senj. Sister Hua was a bit puzzled. What was wrong with this Senj today? Sister Hua, Yuehan, I've come to pick you up. Let's go. Yuehan didn't say anything either and pulled Sister Hua out the door. Sister Hua even laughed as she walked away. What a woman. The distance between the two homes wasn't very far. It was a 10-minute walk. Sister Hua and Yuehan froze a bit as soon as they entered the door. The first thing they didn't expect was that Senj's home was actually so big. It should be considered a villa from the 1990s. The second thing is that this room is very neatly cleaned. Everything is neatly arranged. Spotless. How to look at it is not like a boy to live in the place. More unimaginable is that this boy is still an orphan. Goo. I really didn't realize that your house is so big. Ha, how many rooms does it have? Look at the kitchen. It's as big as my living room. And did you do all this by yourself? I can't tell you're such a neat and tidy kid. Sister Hua entered the door and began to ask this and that non-stop. Senj locked the door tightly while saying, this house has a total of 5 rooms. A kitchen. A living room. Usually I'm the only one who cleans up. Sister Hua, Yuehan, you guys don't have to be polite. Feel free to look around. Feel free to sit down. I'm going to go and get you something to drink. As Sister Hua spoke and went upstairs, Senj went to the kitchen, intending to boil some boiling water. Yuehan followed and whispered, Senj, what's going on? This 5th young master not only sells drugs, he also traffics in human beings. They plan to sell you too. You come with me. Senj let Yuehan listen to the recording, and while Yuehan was angry, she was also looking at Senj with an incredulous look in her eyes. She had thought that Senj was just talking before, but she hadn't thought that he really did it, and did it in such a shocking way. Tonight, you and Sister Flower will stay here. I'll gather some more information in a while and hand them over to the relevant authorities. If nothing happens, you'll be safe tomorrow. With those words, Senj had typed a few quick commands on the keyboard, and a lot of windows followed in the screen. Senj looked very carefully, but these were just heavenly books to Yuehan. She couldn't understand anything. but she also finally realized that Senj was a hacker. Senj, thank you for helping me. Yuehan was thanking Senj from the bottom of her heart. She felt that this man was a gift from heaven. Don't think like that. As I said, I'm not helping you. I'm helping the world. These people are evil and deserve to die. If they don't die, I don't know how many more innocent people will be killed by them. This was Senj's justice. And this was also the meaning of life. And the value of existence that he understood after he realized the meaning of the code. He understood the true meaning of a hacker, which is to use technology to change everything that can be changed. Not only would he do this now, he would do the same in the future. And this was the responsibility given to him by the 10 codes. If you hadn't seen the 5th young master beat me up last night, would you still have done it? Yuehan didn't know what Senj was thinking. She only wanted to know where she was in Senj's heart. She didn't know when she started. But Yuehan felt that Senj was able to give her an inexplicable sense of joy and security. What did a woman care about? It was just that, wasn't it? If one had to add a definition to this feeling, it would be liking, or love. Yes, Yuehan was in love with Senj, but it was contradictory. And the more contradictory the love, the more painful it was, and at the same time, the more it was expected. It's like when you know an outcome, but keep expecting a change to occur. Or rather, Yuehan's womanly nature made her fall in love with Senj, and the humility of her experience prevented her from having it. As soon as this happened to Senj, he didn't know how to answer Yuehan's question. There were times when people would always run away from their hearts. Just like how Senj knew that his anger came from that image of the 5th young master hitting Yuehan, but he couldn't tell Yuehan. It's because of that, that's why he had to do it. Senj had been able to sense Yuehan's affection for him from the kiss he had received earlier. Even though he had never been in love, he believed in his own delicate thoughts and feelings. If a girl didn't like the boy, how could she kiss him? And that kiss was so gentle, as if it was a touch of floral scent, silky and sticky, as if it was a curtain of water, moon and mist, with a lingering love. But Senj told himself that love would make a person obsessed and forget everything. All he wanted to do now was to put all his energy into the study of the 10 codes. And the main reason, he couldn't let Yuehan think that he was doing this to get her affection. At that moment, the water that Senj had boiled, as if to remind Yuehan that Senj was just a mirror image in her world of relationships. Because no man who knew about her past would ever fall for her. Because men always want a complete love. And she was just a wreck. Senj was going to pour water when Yuehan said softly, "I'll go. I always have to do something, don't I?" Yuehan left. But before he could quiet his mind on how to comfort Yuehan, Sister Hua's voice sounded behind him again saying, "Xiaoga, this house of yours is really big. This lot, even if it's relocated in the future, it'll still sell for a lot of money, right?" Senj smiled and said, "This house was left to me by my parents. They used to work as engineering designers, and this house was assigned to them by the unit." Regarding his parents' occupation, Senj was still very clear that this house was designed by his father. As far as he could remember, his father's desk was always full of drawings. Sometimes, he and his mother would have violent arguments because of the different design concepts. Every now and then, Senj would run out to play with his buddies, because as soon as they worked on their research, they would stay in the study for hours. Flower nodded, and as if she was afraid of bringing up Senj's sadness, she changed her tone and said with a smile, "By the way, didn't you say that some of the clothes were torn? How come I didn't see it?" Senj, "Where there is what clothes broken? Just was in a hurry," casually said Just. And now the flower sister asked, "If you do not come up with some broken clothes, the flower sister will be suspicious. In the middle of the night, you brought us mother and daughter to your home for what?" So Senj could only go back to his bedroom and gritted his teeth and tore up 2 pieces of clothing and took them to Hannah. Senj's clothes, every single one of them he loved, because he didn't have many clothes in the first place. Breaking them, Senj felt like his heart was dripping blood. In order for Sister Hua to be able to stay here, Senj also went out of his way and tore up a quilt, all of which he placed in front of Sister Hua. Sister Hua was looking for a needle and thread in the needle and thread box while saying, "So many of them are broken. Yuehan, come and help mommy mend it too. Finish it early so we can go back to bed." Senj hurriedly gave Yuehan a look. "You'd better go and watch TV, or go and do something else. If you finish mending her, I'll have to proceed to look for clothes to tear. In that case, I won't have anything to wear." Yuehan also understood what Senj meant, so she opened her mouth and said to Sister Hua, "Mom, I don't know how to do all this needlework. I'd better watch TV. You take your time. If it's late, we'll stay here today. Anyway, there are so many rooms here. One person can't even finish it. What's this kid talking about? Where do you just come to sleep at someone's house? It's not like you don't have a home." It seems like it's not that easy to get Sister Flower to stay here. So Senj also said, "Sister Flower, there's no problem. You guys can stay here today. The quilts in the room are all clean. Mom, look at the fact that Senj doesn't mind. I'll sleep here today and experience what it's like to live in a villa. After saying that, Yuehan took off her shoes and laid down on the sofa. Although she said it very easily, she was also very nervous in her heart at this time. She was still wondering if anyone had seen them when they came here before. In case the fifth young master's people chased them here, they would involve Senj. Hannah simply sat down on the couch as well and watched TV while talking to Yuehan, while Senj finally had time to sit in front of the computer. What he had to do now was to send this recording file, along with all the information he had gathered, to the relevant authorities in an anonymous manner. It was now 10 o'clock at night, so they should have enough time to prepare to take out this fifth young master. And that's when Senj's eavesdropping device gives another indication that Nan has contacted the fifth young master again. Big brother, that slut Yuehan isn't at home at all. Even her mom is nowhere to be found. And I can't contact her now. What should we do? Fuck. Where the fuck could a living person have gone? Ask the neighbors around their house if anyone knows where they went. I've already asked them all. They said that Yuehan went out on the street with her mom after 8 o'clock. And I haven't seen them come back until now. Damn. This slut. Don't let me see her or I'll have to kill her. Hurry up and come back all of you. Tomorrow's business is important. I'll see if I can contact her later. When he heard this, a small smile appeared on Senj's face. The plan had been carried out until now, and everything was developing according to his predetermined trajectory. It even made him feel a hint of excitement, with thrill, just like the feeling of playing hide and seek when you were little. When your little friends passed by you without knowing where you were hiding. The five young masters would never have dreamed that their every move was now in Senj's eyes. Once all the information was organized, Senj sent it to the relevant departments through Ghost Domain. In order to prevent them from not seeing it, Senj also added an audio trigger file to the file. As long as the file was sent to the specified LP address, the audio file would be triggered, reminding the recipient to pay attention to the fact that there was an important document for him to view immediately. In the office of a certain department, an office worker was in front of a computer spamming again when suddenly a voice came out of the stereo. You have an important document. Please check it immediately. The office worker first froze, followed by turning off the game and opening the file. After he finished reading as well as listening to all the information, he immediately shouted to one of the guards outside the door, "Go to the Misty Special Forces training base immediately." Half an hour later, in the playground of the Misty Special Forces training base of a certain department of the garrison, 50 heavily armed special combatants had already assembled, and in the conference room of a building in front of them, the leaders of the military region, as well as the leaders of various departments, were all listed to be seated. The atmosphere was unusually tense, and everyone's expression was unusually serious. On the big screen in the conference room, pictures of the fifth young master and some of his thugs were scrolling, and the officer thought to have the rank of captain was saying to everyone, Wu Heichao, 35 years old, nicknamed the fifth young master, the head of the drug cartel. The information that the captain read was all compiled by Senj. Of course, they had been eyeing this Wu Heichao for a long time, just that there had been no evidence. This time, the mysterious person who provided them with the information not only provided them with information on their transactions, but also collected information on all the people involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking outside of China, and organizing women for prostitution in such great detail that even the captain, who was involved in the intelligence work, was a bit staggered. If he had been asked to investigate, he wouldn't have been able to do so in such detail, even with audio files. To know that this Wu Heichao is not a simple character, want to investigate him, basically is a difficult task to accomplish. Normally, no one can investigate them in such detail. Even the zero of the financial account head is investigated clearly, if just text information even if, now actually have audio information. Wu Heichao, including his men are notoriously cautious. Their communication tools are close to letting someone protect them. Even when they are in bed, they will be grasping in their hands, especially that Wu Heichao. Every day to change a contact number as well as contact tools, want to install a wiretap for them, is simply impossible. So some people have raised the question of the authenticity of this intelligence, and whether someone is playing another prank on them. But in this case, even if it was fake, they had to take it seriously. If it was fake, they would just treat it as an exercise. But if it was real, and they missed this opportunity just because they doubted the authenticity of the intelligence, they could not afford to take the responsibility. After the captain had read out all the information, he asked for orders from one of the major generals present. The major general slowly stood up and just said 2 words, "Go." The captain snapped his stance, turned and left the conference room. Senj took a quilt and covered Hannah's body, and they ended up sleeping on the couch instead of going back. The mended clothes, neatly folded, were placed on the table. Sister Hua's needlework was so well done that the torn places could not be seen as mended at all. Just like Senj's mother once said to him, mended clothes are only warm when worn. At that time, Senj didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. He now understood. Because every stitch, every thread is love. Yuan wasn't sleepy at all. She just stood in front of the window and looked out at the moonlight. Her eyes were filled with hesitation and emptiness. It was as if this world was incomparably far away from her, and she always wanted to look for something, but she couldn't see anything. Senj wanted to offer her some comfort, but he couldn't move his feet. Or maybe he didn't know what to say to Yuan. Silence was the best way to get along. In the combat command room of a certain department of the military region, the Major General and the main leaders of the metropolis were sitting in front of a large screen. The entire combat process of the Misty Special Forces they would be able to see clearly through the satellite images. The soldiers had already entered the designated location and were on standby. The Major General ordered rest in place. Pay attention to the alert. It is now 3 o'clock in the morning. Everyone's attention is very concentrated. None of them have the slightest sleepiness. Today, no matter what, we have to finish off this Wu Heichao. The higher authorities have long given the order that if we encounter resistance during the operation, we can dispose of it on the spot. The Misty Special Forces were one of the top special operations forces, and their usual training consisted of how to kill people. When their superiors gave them combat orders, even without explicit instructions, they knew what they had to do. In other words, they didn't show up here to scout, but to take their lives. In the command room, the Major General, who was in his 50s and had a stout and upright figure, hardly spoke a word. No one knew what he was thinking, just saw the curve of his face in the light. Unusually resolute, cold. He didn't understand what this Wu Heichao was. He was a soldier, as long as he obeyed orders. But when the country used the special forces to carry out a strike, and it was still within the capital city, it was conceivable that Wu Heichao's group of people were a gang of bandits. On the other hand, he also cared about this operation. A real battle like this was not something that came along all the time. As for the provider of this intelligence, so far, there was no clue. The Intelligence Analysis Department had already done a series of analyses on the intelligence, and so far, there was no definitive information on the mysterious person. Most people think that this mysterious person should be Wu Heichao's men, otherwise it is impossible to know the information in such detail. Others said that it was Wu Heichao's enemy who did it, and they couldn't wait for Wu Heichao to die right away. Anyway, there were all sorts of things to say, but the Major General ignored all these speculations. He was able to sit in the position of Major General, not by guessed out. The only thing he believed in was what he saw with his own eyes. Otherwise, it would be useless to talk nonsense. At this time, the captain officer gently came to the side of the Major General, lowered his head and whispered a few words in his ear. The Major General nodded. Swish stood up, although just a standing up action, but let everyone feel a not angry aura. This is a soldier's magnetism, always so domineering. It wasn't until the Major General walked out of the conference room that these people let out a long breath. Even just sitting there, let everyone have a sense of oppression from the bottom of their hearts. Outside the door, several officers with the rank of second lieutenant and lieutenant neatly stood at attention and saluted the Major General. What good news do you bring me? The Major General also saluted. This was the basic etiquette that soldiers had to have when they met. It wasn't about rank, only mutual respect. I'm sorry, Chief, we can't find out anything about the mystery man. Speaking is a lieutenant, age in the 20s, close to 1 meter 8 head. Let the whole person looks are particularly upright. When he spoke, a pair of thick eyebrows and big eyes stared ahead without blinking, and his whole body was permeated with a sense of vigor. This officer's name was Xiao Jie, and he was the head of the cybersecurity division of a department of the capital garrison. To be able to sit in this position at such a young age, or many people would have questions in their minds. As long as you flip through his data and see all the military achievements he had obtained, you would understand that this position was something he had gone through all sorts of trials and even death to get. Xiao Jie first came to prominence in a military combat exercise. He was a person, a computer. The entire exercise turned upside down. Pandemonium. All the soldiers who participated in the exercise as well as the officers to make his 5 confused. 4 or 6 do not rely on. After the exercise, Xiao Jie disappeared from people's view. Only later did people realize that he had entered the network security division and went to be the director. To talk about this person's character traits, it could only be described in 2 words. Bored bad. Yes, the tactics and methods used by this guy, whether on maneuvers or actual combat, left all those who fought against him extremely speechless. For example, there was a drill where after he successfully hacked into the other side's command system, he did nothing, and almost without anyone noticing, he gave an order to the main combat unit. Due to the suspicion that the simulated enemy forces have placed a large number of mines at the map-marked locations, You are now ordered to clear the mines with all due speed. After the order was given, Xiao Jie cut off their communication system, not allowing them to have any contact with the command. When the regimental commander received the order, he didn't even think about it and took the whole regiment and ran into a forest to dig for mines. As a result, the men worked in the woods for a whole morning with mine detectors, not to mention mines. Not even a nail was seen. With no communication connection, the regimental commander could only order the troops to stay put and wait for communication to be restored. And at that moment, they received another order. According to intelligence, a certain section of the simulated enemy army will pass through this area in the evening. You are ordered to lay all kinds of mines on a large scale. Because of the malfunctioning of our communication system, we are unable to communicate for the time being. Carry out the order immediately. The regimental commander sighed, and it took him a long time to say, "Very mines, all kinds of mines." Toward evening the order reappeared for them to leave the woods and approach south of the battlefield. But before leaving, to clear the mines and provide security for the troops behind. The regimental commander slammed his helmet on the ground and shouted, "This is fucking fun, isn't it? All of you dig mines for me." The simulated enemy forces finally ended up losing the maneuver in an inexplicable state, and the commander, filled with anger, asked the regimental commander what the hell he had been doing all day. The regimental commander replied, "Digging mines, laying mines, and then digging mines again. Isn't that the command's order?" This is what Xiao Jie did. Later, when the military district formed a network security defense and analysis department, Xiao Jie became the director of the department without any competitors, and was the youngest ministerial cadre in the military district. The main responsibility of the Cybersecurity Defense Department is to ensure the security of the country's civilian and military networks. In the final analysis, it is to ensure that the country's cyber sovereignty is not violated by any country or individual. When the intelligence appeared within the Major General's field of vision, he had already thought that the producer of this intelligence was most likely a hacker. In order to know his identity, he ordered Xiao Jie to investigate the matter. Xiao Jie used the operation record of the computer that accepted the file to conduct a scan of the LP address that was exchanged with the system data, and the result was that nothing was obtained. At that time, Xiao Jie was a little surprised. He contacted the network for so many years. The commonly used means of hiding LP addresses are very well understood. He wrote a scanning program for these programs themselves, and he is also very confident in his own program. At least until previously, there has not been any hacker's LP address scanning cannot be, but the address of this mysterious hacker, not only cannot be scanned, not even pointing to it, as if this document suddenly appeared in this computer. In the words of Xiao Jie, even a ghost should have a shadow. But the result? There is not even a ghost shadow. Xiao Jie, who couldn't find the LP address, wondered for a moment if there was some error in the program he had written, but that seemed impossible. If you can't find it, you can't find it, and there's nothing to argue about. Xiao Jie and other network engineers is different. He will not just one on the system data to analyze. Since you cannot find each other's LP address, the first thing is that the other party does not want you to know his identity. Secondly, it's the fact that the other person is a master of the game, making it completely impossible for you to deal with it. In that case, why waste time on data? So Xiao Jie did an in-depth analysis of this document. His job was not to confirm the authenticity of this intelligence, but to find the operator behind this intelligence. Even if he couldn't find it, he had to know the level of this hacker. In the document, Xiao Jie summarized some of the techniques used to produce this intelligence, which included eavesdropping, data implantation, world-class server data intrusion searches, password cracking, hiding LP addresses, and system defense techniques to maintain it all. This hacker is a true master. That sentence was the only summary Xiao Jie could give the Major General, and though it was hopeless, it was true. The Major General was silent for a few seconds. The hacker who made Xiao Jie powerless was definitely a heavyweight. The good thing was that up to now, this hacker had not done anything that would jeopardize the country's cybersecurity. And from the point of view of giving them this piece of information, this hacker was patriotic from a certain point of view. I want this man, by hook or by crook. Dropping a sentence, the Major General turned around and left. Since it was patriotic, it was a talent that the country wanted, and the country had to reuse such a person. A few second lieutenant officers beside Xiao Jie looked at the Major General's back and said softly, "Boss, your father looks like he's excited. He likes all kinds of talent, and I'm interested in this hacker. This guy's got tricks I've never seen before. It's kind of interesting." Xiao Long was Xiao Jie's father. This was something that everyone in the army knew, but absolutely no one would say that Xiao Jie was able to sit in the position he was in today by relying on his old man to climb up. There was not only Xiao Jie's own efforts here, but also everyone's respect for Xiao Long. Xiao Long's whole life had been dedicated to the cause of the military, and the officers he had promoted were all true talents. His favorite thing in his life is to dig up all kinds of military talents. This hacker has done such a great thing for the country, and technically speaking, it is even more powerful than his own son. How can Xiaolong not be excited? This is something completely worth understanding. The development of human civilization process to today. Various modes of war also appeared immediately. Network war, known as the fourth field of war. This war without smoke. Its destructive power is absolutely no less than a real war, and even higher than conventional war. In the simplest example, missiles can be intercepted, and even if they land on a city, you can't stop the city from functioning. But cyber warfare can even destroy a country? That's how scary he is. There wasn't a single country that wasn't aware of the importance of cyber. So governments were openly, or secretly, developing their own cyber legions. The Cybersecurity Division is externally the department that maintains the security presence of military networks. And internally, there is a special department known as the Divine Domain Cyber Warfare Defense Department, or CNC for short. To say that this sector is mysterious is to say that it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist in people's eyes. It doesn't exist on the internet, but it works non-stop every day for the defense of the fourth domain. He was the same as many mysterious departments in the world. To the outside world, they simply did not exist. Every well-known hacker in the world was within the scope of their defense, including the recently emerged Ghost Butterfly. The Ghost Butterfly battle some time ago attracted the eyes of almost every network defense department in the world, followed by various speculations. The first thing was, who exactly was the Ghost Butterfly from that country? Only Xiao Jia had the most eloquent statement. He's an earthling. Xiao Jia left the command center. In the eyes of others, this tall, handsome man is never no tired. But at this moment, Xiao Jia felt very tired, just like running dozens of kilometers on foot, and couldn't lift a bit of energy. Xiao Jia, who grew up under Xiaolong's military management state from a young age, had a personality almost exactly like Xiaolong's when he was young, never admitting defeat, and never bowing down, even when he was beaten and couldn't climb up. But this time, Xiao Jia felt a sense of powerlessness from the heart outward, as if it was like something was squeezing his heart, and he couldn't even breathe a little. Father Xiaolong has given a deadly order to find this mysterious person no matter what. Xiao Jia now has no clue. This mysterious person is like a ghost. He exists, but no sound, no trace, and this mysterious man, Senj, looked at the time. It was already 4 o'clock. He hadn't slept all night, and Yuehan hadn't slept all night either. She washed a hot towel for Sengar, so that it would also make Sengar, who was full of sleepiness and exhaustion, feel better. It was time to put on this good show, and Senj entered a string of codes, and another set of data was added to the ghost domain. Sengar's input commands were simple data connection commands, by which he could see everything displayed on the large screen in the command center, including sound. The countdown on the screen showed the countdown to Operation Snake Hunt, with 1 hour to go. Through the command center's video equipment, Senj also saw everything in the entire command center, but since he only had one monitor, he had to keep switching between the various screens. Yuehan just sat quietly behind Senj, watching those dazzling maneuvers of Senj. How could a person's fingers be that fast? Most of all, how did Senj do all this? Many questions lingered in Yuehan's mind, but now was not the time to ask them. Even if he had asked, Senj wouldn't have explained that much to her, because there were a lot of questions that he couldn't explain to himself. Just then, the big screen picture in the command center suddenly changed, which was the picture of the battle scene. The people who were originally very sleepy, all got energized. This is the largest anti-narcotics operation in the capital city, personally commanded by the head of the special forces. They are sleepy, but also to support the eyes. At 4:30 a voice appeared on the screen saying, Sheeta, this is Black Mist, testing communications equipment. The Major General picked up his own radio and replied, this is Cheetah, all clear. Once again there was silence on the radio. Everyone remained silent, even Senj and Yuehan. Silence sometimes represented helplessness, sometimes nervousness, and sometimes hope. At 4:50, the warriors' voices reappeared saying, Sheeta, the target has appeared. The screen was displayed from a sniper's first-person perspective, giving a clear view of the entire battlefield. The location of the transaction, located at the edge of the capital city, was surrounded by a dense forest without any houses. In the pre-dawn hours, the forest was pitch black. Darkness, evil, and death were about to be staged here one after another. And of course, there is light, justice and guardianship to shatter it all. Everyone has to live, but you have to find the right way. Realize that death doesn't choose anyone. It's just that you choose death. Just like Wu Heichao, Nan and others completely did not realize that the god of death is already hovering over their heads. at any time to use the sickle in his hands to harvest their lives, and they are still yelling at those helpless women, punching and kicking them. These women covered their faces with their hands. They had been beaten and bruised long ago. Their lives seemed to be out of their hands, and they could only take it all in helplessly. Even the pain had disappeared. The woman's scream seemed to make Wu Heichao very impatient. He always felt that the day was very depressing. With a shotgun in his hand, he looked around from time to time. At this time, like a poisonous snake that could not be sure of the danger, spitting out his letters, always making preparations to attack. The black and white suspenders were actually amongst the crowd. They were ordered to sit on the ground and no one was allowed to make a sound or they would be beaten. They no longer even had the right to hug each other and comfort each other. They could only sit on the ground with their heads down. Senj looked at Yue Han, who clenched her fists tightly and her breathing became rapid. At the same time, she also gratefully glanced at Senj. If it wasn't for this man, I'm afraid that at this moment, she was also being tortured all over in it. At 5 o'clock sharp, the people who traded showed up in the forest on time. They were very cautious, a dozen of them, holding only a flashlight. They first sent a set of signals at Wu Heichao, and only after getting a response from Wu Heichao did they come out of the forest. These dozen of people's body type is exceptionally tough. Everyone is holding an AK assault gun in their hands. A few of them are also carrying 2 rows of bullets diagonally on their bodies, hanging a few grenades, with daggers inserted in their waists, and their faces are smeared with some camouflage. It is very obvious that these people are basically all from the military. There are also a few people carrying a few password boxes in their hands. No need to guess to know what is loaded inside. After the two sides gathered together, they also made a few jokes. It is obvious that this group of people is very familiar with Wu Heichao. The radio in the command center remained silent, and the conversations of Wu Heichao and the others were transmitted back to the command center by the sound collection device. At that moment, the leader of the armed men was heard saying to Wu Heichao, "Fifth young master, long time no see, how have you been doing lately?" His Mandarin was so raw that it was obvious they were not from this country and should have come here as an armed infiltrator. "It's still the same. Is Mr. Shikun okay?" Wu Heichao spoke breathlessly, but the gun in his hand was gripped tightly. No matter how well the words were said, but there was no trust to talk about between them, and the matter of black eating black could appear at any time. Other people don't understand, but Wu Heichao understands these people. They are real outlaws. They are all from a certain country mercenary academy out of the people. Fighting strength is very strong. If they really want to do something, Wu Heichao hand this point of people, is absolutely not enough for them to eat. Shikun always has back pain lately. Maybe it's because the girl sleeps too much. Everyone's back hurts, doesn't it? Ha ha. As he said that, the leader's eyes also looked at those women sitting on the ground on one side, and a lecherous smile also stirred up in his eyes. "Did you bring the stuff?" Wu Heichao was not in the mood to joke with them right now. He just wanted to end this deal right away and leave here quickly. The leader snapped his fingers, and the man with the boxes immediately opened them all and placed them in front of Wu Heichao. The latter nodded to Nan, signaling him to go check these goods. Nan carefully inspected the goods to make sure there were no problems, and then nodded at Wu Heichao. On the other side, a couple of armed men were also examining the women, and they were doing it in a nasty way, reaching out with a pair of big hands and groping everywhere on each woman's body. The armed men hadn't bathed in who knows how many days, and the stench was so bad that the women did everything they could to avoid their dirty hands, but in return they still received a severe beating. Wu Heichao, this beast, did not even look at them a glance. This guy on the idea of women is sleepover, even if there will always be a large number of women around him. Like these women, many of them can be sent to the door to let him play. Of course, the investment in them always have to recover, is not it? He asked Nan to bring their suitcases to the headman as well, and when he opened them, they were filled with money. Just as the armed leader picked up a pile of money, the major general in the command center immediately ordered, "Attack!" As soon as the major general's order to attack was given, the Misty Special Forces, who were ambushed in the surrounding area, immediately began to move. Since dozens of women were still under the noses of the armed men, their safety had to be ensured first. A few warriors noiselessly touched behind them, and when they saw the opportunity, they took care of the 2 guards. It's a good thing that these women didn't see the image of the 2 guards behind them being subdued. Otherwise, they would have to scream out. Follow the special forces to do is to separate these women from Wu Heichao and them, to avoid them doggedly jumping over the wall and take these women as hostages. One of the soldiers came behind a large tree in front of the women and signaled them to keep quiet. One look at their uniforms and the women knew they were saved. The soldiers signaled them to lean back and try to hide behind the big trees, and the women did so. But just then, an armed man seemed to notice something wrong over here and came over with his gun. When Xiao Long saw this in the command center, he made an immediate decision and ordered the sniper, "Take him down." the sniper received the order. The death crosshairs in the sniper's scope aimed at the target, and gently pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through the silencer and brought up a circle of air fluctuation, like the scythe wielded by the god of death, and before it arrived in the blink of an eye, it was poofed with a sound and shot into the armed man's head without any deviation. The power of the 95 type sniper rifle, in the ranking of the world sniper rifles, are in the first few places, and the sniper was less than 100 meters away from the target. Even with the resistance of the silencer, it hit the target's brain as if a blood flower had bloomed on his shoulder. The entire head was cut in half, and the body fell to the ground with a plop sound. Life may take you decades to experience, but death, it's just a moment. The other armed men immediately shouted out. Wu Heichao didn't even think about it, lifted his shotgun and shot the leader in the head. The first thing that came to his mind was that the other party wanted to go black. In that case, it was to strike first. The leader's body only fell to the ground. The surrounding mist warriors steeply turned on the tactical flashlight on the weapon. Dozens of beams of light shot at Wu Heichao and others. These people immediately messed up, fleeing in all directions. Misty's captain shouted, "Lay down your weapons, and if you don't resist, we won't attack." Before the warrior's voice could fall, however, a couple guys with AKs in their hands fired a barrage of bullets around them. Anguai headed this way, picking up all the suitcases and shooting as he backed away. He had no regard for anything now. He would shoot at the sight of a figure, no matter who it was. The Misty Special Forces were well trained, so how could these guys be their opponents? Even those offshore mercenaries, in front of the Misty Warriors, they could only take a beating. Of course, it wasn't fists that beat them, but bullets. Rapid and clamoring gunfire, as well as the sound of shouting and wailing, completely broke the silence of the forest, while others were still enjoying a beautiful dream. Who would have thought that a war between good and evil was being staged here? The speed of the Misty Force's offense and strikes was as fast as lightning, and in less than a minute, the main battle was basically over. A few of the armed men, as well as Wu Heichao's men, knelt on the ground, threw away their weapons, raised their hands, and surrendered. However, Wu Heichao and Nan were nowhere to be seen. These two guys, one carrying a suitcase, took advantage of the chaos and blended into the dark forest, almost running forward at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. When Xiaolong in the command center got the report from the fighters, he barked out an order: "Chase after them, live and let die." The implication of his words was that when he saw the trail, he would be executed on the spot. The few leaders behind him looked at each other. In fact, they wanted to catch him alive even more. Because Wu Heichao was the head of the drug cartel, the entire network of drug trafficking was in his hands. If he was killed, the entire network disappeared into thin air. But the Misty Special Forces are not obligated to take you alive. This force is, in a sense, a weapon of combat, like a gun that has been fired. It is impossible to take back the bullets. These leaders can only hope. In a sense, Wu Heichao can life a little harder. Don't be killed. The Major General was looking at the map, and so was Senj. Because the direction the Mist Warriors were tracking had deviated from the direction Wu Heichao had fled. Wu Heichao must die. He must not be allowed to return to the city alive. It was something Senj must do, not only because of Yue Han, but for the world, and for himself. Senj used the program to track Nan's signal and it soon showed up on the map, but it was useless for him to know where it was. He had to find a way to let the people in the command center know about it. Not being able to think about that much right now, Senj transmitted Anan's signal directly to the map on the large screen in the command center through the ghost domain. The Major General immediately stood up and opened his mouth to ask the warrior who was operating the system to the side. "What is this signal?" Before the warrior could answer the Major General's question, he suddenly noticed that the system's firewall began to constantly prompt. An unknown program has entered the system. The operator immediately panicked, knowing that the system they were using was an operating system independently developed by the military network, and no program could break through their firewall and enter their system. Because if you want to open the system and get the permission to modify or register the system, you need to go through 7 security locks, and the password of each security lock is a random password obtained by the calculation of the int power. And if you want to open the password calculation as well as the input mode, you have to use a key in the hand of the Major General in order to open it, or else no one will be able to log into the system. However, the unknown program prompted by the firewall indicated that external data was now entering their system and had broken through 7 security locks, which was impossible to accomplish even with the system in working order. The warrior then stood up from his chair sweating and answered in a trembling voice, "Reporting to the chief, our system is under attack." "What?" Xiaolong immediately walked to the computer screen, and found that the screen could not do anything but that map, but Xiaolong's head suddenly just flashed. This hacker is the mysterious person who gave them information. The signal on the map is the trail of Wu Heichao. Thinking of this, Xiao Long immediately said into his radio. Misty, this is Cheetah. Fix the tracking direction. After the order was issued, Xiao Long immediately contacted Xiao Jie, who had only just returned to his dormitory, and told him that the mysterious man had appeared and told him to rush to the command center immediately. Xiao Jiedu had only just stripped off his clothes and burrowed under the covers, and when he received the order, he immediately jumped up from the bed, grabbed his own clothes and ran towards the door. This mysterious man was too important to him, to the army, and to the country, and this might be the only chance to find him. Besides, Senj, after transmitting the signal, went to get the cup next to him, which seemed to have a never-ending supply of water in it. He knew that it was Yuehan who had been pouring water for him, and in this tense moment, Yuehan felt it was the only thing he could do for Senj. Don't worry, no one can keep them alive. Yuehan nodded with conviction. No one other than her own mother had ever made her believe so strongly. It felt as if it was like a very heavy object held in her hand. Heavy and so solid. Looking at Senj's back, Yuehan wanted to hug this man from behind several times. A woman's heart was sometimes like a hug. When he wanted to hold this man in his arms, all of her feelings, all of her everything would be given to this man. As delicate as silk, as burning as fire. The sky has slowly begun to reveal the early morning light. A damp feeling mixed in the morning air. A closer look. It turned out to be a drizzle. Mist filled the world outside the window, like a fairyland, or a kind of floating emotion. Boundless. Sister Hua slept soundly, and in her dreams she pronounced Yuehan's name several times. At this moment, Senj realized that Sister Hua was the loneliest person in the world. Because her heart's attachment was only to Yuehan, she never bothered to ask for a change in her life. As always, she held on to her love for Yuehan and held on to her devotion to her. Several times, Yuehan shed tears, knowing that her mother's love for her was the thickest emotion in the world. But what should she take to repay her mother's kindness? People. There are times when you have to know how to be thankful because you get to live. And many people are paying for your breath and contributing to your laughter. And you have to always remember how good they are. After Xiao Jie rushed to the command center, he immediately sat down in front of the computer. And after briefly looking at the information on the screen, he called up a command window as if it was a magic trick in the eyes of the operator, followed by the rapid input of several command codes. Senj had only just put his cup down when the firewall prompted. There is a request for an access command. Looking at the other party's LP address, it was actually the command center. Senj just laughed and connected to the data Xiao Jie had sent. Within the ghost domain, it's a chat request, and falls into the realm of beginner hacking techniques that anyone with a little knowledge of network systems, or programming, might be able to do. After the data was connected, Xiao Jie felt his hands shaking a little. The mood at this moment was like discovering an extraterrestrial civilization and discovering the inner workings of a mysterious event. Or rather, the connection of this data signaled the opening of yet another mysterious door, and no one could say how much wealth was inside. Xiao Jie signaled his father, Xiao Long, that he had already connected to the data and could communicate with this mysterious person. Xiao Long immediately turned to everyone and said, "There's a technical malfunction in this command center. Everyone go to another command center. Captain, make arrangements. Report any situation on the Misty side at any time." "Yes, Chief." "Leaders, please follow me." These leaders were not fools, and could see at a glance that there was a doorway. But military secrets have always been very sensitive topics. It is best not to know. Once everyone had left, Xiao Long let Xiao Jie ask the question. "Who are you?" Senj just smiled. People who wanted to know who he was were everywhere among the cyber world. But so far, the only person who knew who he was Yuehan. Since the other party asked a question, it wouldn't make sense not to answer. Since they wanted to know who he was so badly, let's give them a pugnacious LD that doesn't need to be explained. Ghost Butterfly. When the words Ghost Butterfly appeared in front of Xiao Jie, his arm violently just shook, as if he had suddenly been frightened by something. Xiao Long had never seen his son so nervous before, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Who is Ghost Butterfly?" Xiao Jie gasped back, "He's everything." After saying that, Xiao Jie opened his backpack in a hurry and took out a tablet computer, on which there was some information about Ghost Butterfly. This information was some of Ghost Butterfly's achievements in the cyber world, including the world hacker community's evaluation of him. As Xiao Long looked at the information again, Xiao Jie said to Senj again, "Where are you from?" "Earth." Yuehan couldn't even help but laugh when he saw that. Senj just gave an innocent hefty smile, and at this moment, Yuehan really wanted to hug him over and give him a few hard kisses. Xiao Jie, who was on the other side of the network, also laughed, and then said, "Do you know what system you're entering now?" Senj replied, "There are only two systems in my eyes, one that can be cracked and one that can't, and it looks like yours belongs to the former." "Ghost Butterfly, what do you want from here?" The smile on Senj's face suddenly disappeared when he saw the question. I just want Wu Heichao and his men to disappear from this world. They must accept this punishment, which is given to them by Ghost Butterfly. When Xiao Jie saw this, his eyebrows just frowned. Ghost Butterfly was a world-class hacker, and Wu Heichao was nothing more than the head of a drug cartel in the capital city. So why did Ghost Butterfly have to let them die? The hacker community had also done some off-network emotional analysis and evaluation of Ghost Butterfly before. Sentient, fearless, and technically bizarre, is how they evaluated Ghost Butterfly. He attacked the RISE-NA, FBA, and CLA data servers just to get the news of the former world-renowned hacker, Jack. This point made most of the hackers, including Xiao Jie of course, full of hot blood. But this is at least a reason. But what kind of thing is Wu Heichao? To ask him to personally come out? Thinking of this, Xiao Jie added, why must you let him die? Doesn't he deserve to die? Senj was no fool. He knew that the other party was just probing for information about him. It was just that they were overthinking it a bit. World-class hackers couldn't even know. And the other party only wanted to get it through a few questions. A little overconfident, right? Just as Xiao Jie was about to say something, Xiao Long punched the table, shocking the already taught Xiao Jie, who almost jumped up. After Xiao Long finished reading Ghost Butterfly's information, he said to Xiao Jie in a tone of urgency he had never felt before, no matter what, make him join CNC. In Xiao Jie's impression, he had never seen his father so nervous or eager. This mood was completely understandable, as Ghost Butterfly was worthy of him. Moreover, Xiao Long also analyzed that this world-renowned hacker was right beside them. The world is so big and there are countless drug cartels. Why was it Wu Heichao? Either the latter had offended Ghost Butterfly, or Ghost Butterfly had seen Wu Heichao's evil deeds and wanted him dead from the bottom of her heart. Whatever the explanation, Ghost Butterfly was in the capital, right by their side. Now they no longer expected to know how Senj had cracked the military network system. They now only wanted to know if Ghost Butterfly was willing to join the CNC. Xiao Long transmitted what he wanted to say to Senj in audio form. Ghost Butterfly, I think you already know who I am. You're a national. You have to contribute your skills to the country instead of going to be a hacker. I officially invite you to join our organization and contribute your strength to the field of national defense. Not only did Senj not like to hear this passage, even Xiao Jie was a bit helpless. These were able to become hackers because they all had their own unique personalities. They don't like the orders, and they don't like the constricted life even more. In the Matrix world, they were alone and could do whatever they wanted, and no one could control them. Except for those hackers who had already revealed their true identities and wanted to get out of the black in this way. Most of them would never join a national organization. Again, this was one of the main reasons for Senj's refusal. But unlike other hackers, Senj would never do anything against the interests of the country even if he didn't join a national organization. Before wanting to fight against Wu Heichao's, Senj was already prepared to expose his nationality. However, he wasn't worried at all. There was absolutely no way the CNC would open up this secret to the world. Doing so would not benefit them in any way. What Xiao Long wanted was not this. He wanted to tell Senj that the country valued him and he had to work for the country without any conditions. Otherwise, the country would never be soft on him when it came to cracking down on the field of hacking. Just based on the fact that he cracked the military network, he could be positioned as a cyber terrorist. But this sentence, Xiao Jie did not send to Senj. He knew that for a hacker who didn't even put the right CLA in his eyes, threats were of no use other than provoking. Now, the Misty Special Forces will soon be tracking down Wu Heichao, and Ghost Butterfly will disconnect from them at any time. So if he wants to talk to Ghost Butterfly one-on-one like this again, he won't know how long it will take until the Year of the Monkey. Xiao Jie has to cherish this opportunity. Even if Ghost Butterfly doesn't agree to join CNC, he definitely can't make him an enemy. Ghost Butterfly, please understand the chief's obsession. The cyber defense business is a country's top priority. You as a national, you don't want to see your country's fourth domain violated. I believe that you will make the right choice. I just want to tell you that our conversation this time is non-existent, but I also look forward to our next conversation. Or rather, we can see Ghost Butterfly's figure when the country wants your help. And likewise, we will be the first to appear in front of you if you need our help. This text made Senj feel like it looked much smoother. In the middle of the real world, or any person would be able to threaten him. But in the cyber world, he wasn't afraid of any threat. From the discovery of the 10 codes until now, although he had only analyzed the functions of 2 of the codes, it made Senj feel like a bow and arrow that had been drawn up, with the possibility as well as the desire to fire it out at any time. Unless you disconnect the internet, cut the power, and destroy your computer, you'll never be able to break free of the ghostly domain's coverage. A computer is worthless. But a set of servers? What about the data files in the servers? That's a value that can't be measured in money. Xiao Jie thought of this first. If Ghost Butterfly launched an attack on the military network, even the most powerful engineers in the CNC would not be able to stop him. What did it mean for the military network to be cracked? The defense of the entire fourth domain would be completely dismantled. All missile defense as well as launch, communication, classified file server storage, tactics, and even certain civilian systems would all fall. This result, CNC, even Xiaolong cannot afford. So, the only thing you can't do now is to provoke the Ghost Butterfly. Of course, Senj didn't have any feelings of anger right now. On the contrary, he had a good feeling towards Xiaojia. If he must find a reason for this feeling, or in Xiaojia's body, he saw a little bit of Jack's shadow. Jack had once told Senj that the hacker world needed ghost butterflies, and likewise, when he needed help, hordes of hackers would show up at his beck and call. Senj is a man who doesn't forget old memories, and in his bedroom he still has toys and clothes he wore as a child. People always have memories of the past as well as size, but there are few who can treasure everything, or rather, their forgetfulness is an unwillingness to talk about it, because memories of the early years will make everyone cry. He sometimes dreaded touching these memories, but he would never forget them because they were the most precious thing he had. I'm a hacker, but patriotic, and I'll show up if I have to. From Yue Han's point of view, if it were her, she would never give up this opportunity to enter the state sector. It was also because of Sen's renunciation of this temptation that made his image in Yue Han's mind even taller. Xiao Jia wanted to say something else, but there was no time now. The soldiers of the Misty Special Forces had already surrounded Wu Heichao and Annan in the middle of the jungle, and they couldn't hold on much longer. The captain of the Special Forces was shouting the policies of the country to them, but to Wu Heichao, it was like a spell of death. A voice that sounded like a hallucination lingered in his ears, a call from death to him, and more than that, the numbness and helplessness at the end of life. Nan wants to surrender, but in Wu Heichao's eyes, Nan is doing this because she wants to leave him behind and run away alone with all her wealth. So Wu Heichao shot Nan to death. He never trusted anyone, not even himself. The fighters who heard the gunshots quickly began to narrow the circle, and the sniper made a timely request to fire. Xiaolong's order was, give him one last chance. If he resists, he can shoot. Just after Xiaolong's order was given, there was a gunshot in the jungle again, and the sniper saw most clearly that Wu Heichao had committed suicide. The shotgun was aimed at the head, and at close range, the entire head was blasted out of existence. The red and white mixture, sprayed onto the box full of money behind him, was everything he couldn't part with, but soon, the drizzling rain washed it all away. Just as it had washed away his sins as well, death had taken his soul, and what awaited him was the burning of endless karmic fires. In hell, there were many kinds of death, but the visual impact of this kind of death was too much for Senj and Yue Han to see straight. Everything ended like this. Yue Han's tears then rolled down. These were tears of joy, but also tears of sadness and pain. Wu Heichao's death was not enough. He only hated that he didn't kill this beast with his own hands. Even so, he was cursed to not be allowed to live for 10,000 years. Yue Han, it's all in the past. Now you're free. That was what he promised Yue Han, and he did it. But Senj knew better. There were countless trash like Wu Heichao. He didn't want to label himself as the embodiment of justice, but he still had to do it. Even if it was 1,000 times harder, he wouldn't give up. And no matter what this was done for, someone always had to do this, didn't they? Yue Han nodded. This was a moment that deserved a hug, because all over the world, only Senj could share the smoothness of her heart with her. The moment Wu Hei shot towards, Yue Han felt that everything she had ever lost had come back. Senj didn't refuse her request. There were times when it was pleasant to share joy. Before this, Senj had never felt this way, and he didn't have any joy that he could share with others. And of course, Senj would never go so far as to think that, for that matter, he had done anything wonderful, or great, because he still had to go to work, to be a normal person, to move books every day, under the watchful eye of the old librarian. In response to Yue Han's thanks, Senj can only tell her that he did nothing, that it never happened, that there were no hackers, no ghost butterflies. Yue Han understands what Senj means, and even if it means letting her die, she won't say anything about it. Sister Hua didn't know when she woke up, but she saw Senj hugging Yue Han, and the two of them didn't know what they were talking about. Sister Hua could only continue to pretend to be asleep, but when she looked at the time, it was already 7 o'clock. If she didn't get up, she would be late for work. Senj of course noticed the time and could only push away Yue Han's warm body, even if it was so fondly remembered. He was going to prepare breakfast, but Sister Hua suddenly sat up and said, "You guys hurry up and wash your faces and brush your teeth. I'm going to make breakfast. Hurry up. You're going to be late for work." Senj, who hadn't slept all night, was sleepy and shaking his head even after washing his face. Yue Han didn't even eat breakfast. flopped down on the sofa, and started to sleep. She has never slept so peacefully. Even dreaming is happy. Sister Hua thought that they only cared about falling in love and didn't even sleep. One by one, she reminded Senj that it was fine for young people to fall in love, but they should also pay attention to rest. Senj wasn't going to start those endless conversations in front of Flora, and after breakfast, he went to the library with Flora. As for Yuehan, Senj let her sleep there. They weren't home during the day anyway. When they got to the library, Senj found a deserted corner and started sleeping, and Hannah covered for him. Luckily the old librarian didn't skulk around today, because it was cloudy and raining, and he was basically a cripple who couldn't walk down the path with his leg hurting. The day at the library passed just like that, and it rained all day. When he returned home, Yuehan, at some point, left after carefully cleaning the house. The room was suddenly quiet for a moment, but Senj felt as if his ears were still buzzing, a sound of air movement and loneliness. In Senj's memory, Sister Flower and Yuehan were the only guests other than Uncle Juan from the orphanage who had ever been to the house, and the first time they had ever spent the night in the house. There were times when a house needed popularity to nourish it. It was as if the room at this moment looked much fuller as well, as if there was still Sister Hua's as well as Yuehan's lingering body odor in the air. After dinner, Senj turned on his computer. He didn't have any hacking plans for the day. He just wanted to look at it out of habit and then go back to his bedroom and then sleep. He couldn't let the internet interfere with his normal biological clock or the old curator would kill him. News of drug cartels being eradicated by the roots is everywhere, summarized in figures that are every bit as alarming. Now it's all, and nothing more than numbers, and it doesn't mean anything anymore. It was back into the hacker forums, where the news was the stuff that interested Senj, but most of it was also about so-and-so hacker, who broke through blah 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 defense and started selling program files or something. This hacker forum was like an underground black market. As long as you had money, you could buy everything here, even missiles, warplanes, and a bazooka for buying a tank. What made Senj feel amazing was that there were actually a lot of people asking for prices. Other than that, there wasn't much more to see, so Senj was going to turn off his computer and go to bed. But just then, a message was suddenly received on the forum. Senj's brows furrowed. He had logged in with stealth. How did the other party know he was on the forums? Clicking on the message, there was a message that read, "For information on Jack, follow me." Below that, was the address of a link. Without even thinking about it, Senj copied the address into the ghost domain to analyze it, and came up with the result that the connecting address was on the Rice mainland and was a civilian network. This information was not what Senj wanted, so he analyzed all the data nodes under the link address and found that the link was using the most advanced encryption in the world at the moment as a way to hide its true nature. This is one of the common tactics used by hackers to disguise the connection address to plant a Trojan horse or virus. This is because all connections are based on an address in the HW protocol framework. This address is also the server data structure, the root directory and subdirectory read address. For example, if we log into a website, the HW protocol address is the root directory of that website. If you want to see certain content, these are the subdirectories under the root directory of that site. At the same time, the address on the browser will follow the change. People who know a little bit of network knowledge can be analyzed from the address of the site's directory structure, or from the address of the link. Analyze the address belongs to which site. Hackers, on the other hand, often send link addresses by means of disguised pointing. This is something that can not only hide it from firewall scans, but can even allow all your private data to leak. It was as if Senj had cracked the address at this point, and it was called Seven Sisters. Don't just click on any link that you can't identify. And don't trust those firewalls, security guards and antivirus programs in your system to stop the Trojan or virus under these links, because if you click on it, it means that you have accepted it. They'll disguise these addresses as website addresses you're familiar with, but your data has been taken to another dimension when you connect with the other side again, where everything about you is transparent, unless you also have a key code, or a ghost domain. Senj searched for all data about the Seven Sisters in the ghost domain, and finally summarized a paragraph. The Seven Sisters, a team of 7 death-baptized women forming a cyber assassin team, who serve the highest bidder, caring only about the outcome of success or failure, not asking the cost of the process. The link they sent to Senj was a trap. If Senj clicked on the link, his system would immediately be locked down by the program code in the link. In addition to being disconnected from the internet, disconnecting the power and smashing the computer. If you want to go online again, change your computer, change your network cable, change your LP address. But you should never use your network LD, or you'll still have to smash it. Some of you may ask why you are smashing your computer when you are already disconnected from the internet. This question is actually very simple. When you click on the link, your computer has been hit by a whole bunch of Trojans, viruses. Of course, You can also try to reinstall the system. This trick does not work at all, because their viruses will be hidden in all corners of your computer. Just like a soldier on the battlefield, you have all been surrounded. However, you still have no choice but to charge forward. When you realize that you are surrounded by everything disappears. Do not be afraid, because you are already dead. But these were of no use to Sangar, and even if Sangar went into the link, his opponent couldn't break through his shield code. But why would Senj bother to click it? He wasn't going to be stupid enough to jump into a trap when he knew it was a trap. The other side played this same tactic with him, making Senj think that they would not use such lowly to what would make people laugh, as was their credo. No questions about the process, just the result. So Senj deleted the link outright, reset the network port, unplugged the cable, and once the computer was turned off, he went to bed. What could be better than lying under the covers on a rainy day? In a villa in the capital city of the United States, one of the 7 sisters, Ghost, sat motionless in front of the computer, her long eyelashes blinking from time to time, and the pair of ghostly blue eyes were filled with speculation and expectations. Even though she was only wearing a black robe, she still couldn't hide her marvelous figure. Time passed by. The ghost could not sit still any longer, stretching out the slender and rounded 10 fingers, keying in a string of codes, a black tattoo on his arm, hidden at the cuff, mysterious and sexy. At the window of the room, there was also a woman standing. Her dress was very special, like a belly dancer, belly button still wearing a ring, white and delicate skin, wrapped in a sexy body like fire, a tattoo at the shoulder, spreading to the back of the slender neck, long blonde hair to cover its amount of mystery, but could not hide her mature, seductive features. Spooky, looks like your lover can't come on a date with you. The lazy voice, like an ethereal fairy music, and the slight movement of the eyebrows between the words, the woman's sexy and charming interpretation to the extreme. It was like being obsessed with the tenderness of the heart, swinging away the worries and drunkenly realizing the sorrows of separation. As her name, Phantom Dance, was like a churning fire of desire and a dance of love. He always shows up because he already knows who we are. The ghost's voice still floated around the room, but her people were gone. Phantom Dance just pursed her lips and looked at the computer again, her eyes snapping up with a murderous intent. So what if they knew who they were? No one was a match for their 7 sisters, and as long as they took the mission, Ghost Butterfly would definitely die. Returning to her room, Ghost picked up a glass of red wine and quietly stood in front of the window looking out at the world outside. Her expression was always the same, unperturbed. Even though she had used all the means to try to find Ghost Butterfly's information, there was still no gain. With no other choice, she could only use this method, which even junior hackers did not bother to use, to get Ghost Butterfly to take the bait. However, Ghost Butterfly was still nowhere to be seen, not giving her this face at all. She was the youngest amongst the 7 sisters, and the one with the coldest personality. Whenever she remembered the process of joining the 7 sisters, her heart tingled. Her mother was a stripper and still went to work at the bar every day after giving birth to her. Ghost has no idea who her father is, nor has she ever known a true mother's love. After her mother lost her age, she drank all day long, and she lost her chance to go to school and had to wander the streets every day. At 17, she became the lover of a gang leader who, a year later, was shot and killed in a firefight with other gangs. She was dragged to a strip club and told to take up her mother's profession. Spectre vows not to obey, and the mob is about to kill her in a fit of rage. However, a strange woman saves her life. This woman is the first sister of the 7 sisters, the Queen. Under her training, Ghost quickly became an advanced hacker. This could be one's talent. Ghost had once compromised the network of the 5th Fleet of the Rice Nation all by herself, leading to a war that almost broke out between the Rice Nation and the Volga Nation. Since then, she had become a member of the 7 sisters, ranking 7th on the team. But her joining was not supported by the other 5 sisters besides the Queen. Firstly because of his age, and secondly, Ghost had always been particularly valued by the Queen, and in addition to her work, she was given the responsibility for the daily affairs of the 7 sisters, which added to the dissatisfaction of the other 5 sisters. Among the 7 sisters as a team, other than the Queen, there was no one on her side. In certain matters, the Queen could only remain neutral as well. The 7 sisters could never fail no matter what mission they were on, and they had never failed. But this time, when she took FBA Hansa's mission to deal with the Ghost Butterfly, even the Queen said that she was too impulsive. But when you take a mission, you have to do it, and the 7 sisters can't back out. If the mission fails, the Ghost will have to quit the 7 sisters. Right now everyone is waiting for her to leave the 7 sisters because there's no way Ghost is a match for Ghost Butterfly. Of course Ghost knew this deep down, but she was just going to go ahead and accomplish this task that everyone thought was impossible. She was going to shut everyone in the 7 sisters up. This was the only way. the only way for her to get honor. However, when she actually faced the ghost butterfly, she realized that it was unimaginably powerful. The ghost had used almost every method, but still could not find any trace of the ghost butterfly. Although she was anxious in her heart, she absolutely couldn't show any cracks on her face, because the rest of the 7 sisters were watching her, and she couldn't afford to lose this war with ghost butterfly. The rain, which didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, came down harder in the early morning. Yuehan tapped the door of her room dang early in the morning, and by the time Senj opened the door, the girl was soaked to the skin and carrying the breakfast she had bought for him in her hand. "What brings you here in this rain?" Senj brought her a dry towel. "I saw that you had nothing left in your refrigerator yesterday, and you didn't know to go buy it yourself, so I brought you breakfast, so hurry up and eat it while it's hot." Yuehan didn't even bother to wipe her rain-covered head, rushing to the kitchen to fill a bowl with the still-warm rice porridge and buns, and brought them to the table, nudging the still-dazed Senj to hurry up and eat breakfast and go to work. Senj was fuming partly because Yuehan seemed to know his family's kitchen exceptionally well, and secondly, Yuehan was wearing a white dress today, and because it was wet from the rain, it was all plastered to his body at the moment, so that even the pattern of his underwear was clearly visible. A pair of silver-white high heels on her feet set off the shape of her feet in an unusually sexy way. Senj was just as puritanical as he could be. Seeing this scene, he couldn't stand it especially Yuehan's body, bumpy, exudes the unique vitality of a young girl, and at this time is even more seductive. Senj did not drink porridge, but first drank a bellyful of saliva. He wasn't a horny man, but he was a man, and a normal one at that. It was a man who would freeze at the sight of this scene. Yuehan also noticed Senj's fiery gaze and could only take the towel in embarrassment and go to the restroom to tidy up. Senj rubbed his eyes with his hand, forcing himself not to think about it, and hurriedly ate breakfast and went to work. Still, what he felt for Yuehan was definitely not love. Breakfast was finished, but Yuehan was still in the restroom, and she had washed and hung up Senj's change of clothes, socks, and even underwear. Now, it was Senj who was a bit embarrassed. Although a man's underwear and socks were not private, Senj always felt strange about letting Yuehan wash them. Or maybe it was because he thought Yuehan was doing this solely to thank him. There were a lot of things that didn't need to be thanked. Instead, Yuehan did it in such a way that it made Senj feel as if he was helping her just to get these favors. "Actually, you don't have to do that. I told you, I'm not helping you with anything." Senj leaned against the doorframe of the restroom, a way of speaking that suddenly reminded Senj of his parents. His father used to talk to his mother, who was doing the laundry, in this position, and at that time, Senj thought it was a handsome one. Yuehan's hand that was washing the towel suddenly stopped. Senj thought she was doing it to thank him, only she knew why she was doing it, but those words could not be said now. There are times when feelings are a slow process of being triggered, and the more they are, the deeper they become. Senj didn't say another word either. It was time to go to work while Yuehan asked him to give her a key to the house. She would be going shopping for some things later and was afraid that when she came back, she wouldn't be able to get in. Senj hurriedly said, "There's really no need. When I get off work, I'll go buy it. It's raining so hard. You'd better go home earlier." The more Yuehan did this, the more Senj felt embarrassed. "What? You're afraid that what I bought is poisonous, aren't you? How can it be toxic? What I'm saying is that you don't have to be like this. You're making it difficult for me. You know?" Senj wasn't really a person who was good at expressing what was on his mind. He could only say whatever came to mind. "Embarrassed? Did I peek at you in the shower? Or did I strip you? What are you embarrassed about?" "Not at all like a man. Pain and suffering. You give me the key or not? If not, I'll leave now. I'll never come again." Yuehan threw the towel on the table and stared at Senj with an angry face. Had all this man's manly brains grown dead already? How come he didn't understand such an obvious confession? It was very hard for Yuehan to make up her mind. She wanted to change herself for Senj, to rediscover the old lovely, gentle Yuehan. "Take that." Senj blinked. What was with the magnetic field when a woman got angry? It's like they want to go up and punch him. Wasn't it just a key? What's the big deal? Just give it to her if you want it. "Well, go to work. I'll make you a good meal tonight." Having gotten the keys, Yuehan was finally smiling. But Senj had only reached the door when Yuehan suddenly spoke up again. "By the way, Graham, I'm moving in with you starting today. You won't be unwelcoming me, will you?" Senj then felt his feet slip and he almost didn't fall on the ground. What the hell was wrong with this Yuehan? One moment she wanted the key, now she simply wanted to move in. What was this for? "Yuehan, look, I'm a man, you're a woman, and you're suddenly moving into my house. Do you think that's a good idea? What's wrong with moving in? It's not like I can eat you. You have so many rooms in your house. And yesterday my mom said she wanted to move in too." Senj then felt the muscles on his face trembling. Are these two mothers crazy? Especially this Yue-han. Why does she look like a different person after not seeing her for a day? Yue-han, I've given you the key too. You can come over and play anytime you want. Your house isn't far from here, but there's really no need to move in here. How inconvenient is that? Senj could never agree to this request from Yue-han. It wasn't a matter of integrity or stupidity. Rather, it was a matter of habit. Senj had gotten used to living on his own, and suddenly there was a girl in the house. Do you think he would go to the restroom and close the door or leave it open? I didn't say it was inconvenient for a woman. What's inconvenient for a man? Just tell me if you want me to come and live here. If you don't let me, you can take the key back. I won't come here from now on. You can't even see me if you want to. Who wants to see you now? Senj was about to cry. How could women be so difficult? Can't even understand after saying so. But looking at her angry look, Senj couldn't say too much, and could only nod and say, stay if you want. I have to go to work. Well, that's like a man. Come back early in the evening. I'll wait for you for dinner. Yue-han sent Senj out the door. She felt that Senj had understood her mind. Thinking about it made her feel very happy. Very happy. Senj did understand, and he realized that only Sister Flower could stop Yue-han. In the library, Senj finally finds a chance to talk to Sister Flower about Yue-han. Sister Hua was Yue-han's mother, but she didn't know what all had happened. She always thinks that Yue-han and Senj have fallen in love, and most of all, Sister Hua thinks that Senj is very good and will definitely bring happiness to Yue-han. If that's the case, why don't you go and have a relationship? Everyone needs to fall in love and be romantic for once, don't they? Feelings. Senj had no feelings for Yue-han, if pity counted. But pity and sympathy were also two completely different concepts. Pity was a kind of empathy, while sympathy was just a kind of standby indifference. He didn't sympathize with Yue-han, he just thought that a woman shouldn't be subjected to such humiliation, thus allowing the sense of justice within him to be aroused. That was all that was left between him and Yue-han. No feelings, no love, just a bit of friendship. Senj wanted to keep this rare friendship, not to destroy it, and not to let any other emotional element replace it. Sister Flower understood what Senj meant. Yue-han was merely wishful thinking to like. However, Senj was unable to accept this emotion. In Flower Sister's words, karma was sometimes fragile. When Senj returns home in the evening, there are several plates of dishes still steaming on the table, but Yue-han is gone. Senj searches all the rooms, only to find the key he gave Yue-han on the computer desk, along with a piece of paper with writing all over it. Dear Senj, I'm leaving the city, and I still want to thank you for all that you've done for me. I don't expect you to accept my thanks, because I know that I will never be able to enter your world, or I will never be able to make a mark on your heart. The heavens are cruel. Why don't you let me know you earlier, and yet you still want me to endure this pain? Mom told me that you didn't even like me and that it was just wishful thinking on my part. She was right. I'd do anything for you, even if you never wanted to see me again. I'd still say yes, if it already hurts. Do you care if it hurts? But I will never forget you. The first warm hug, the first tender kiss in my life, and I can't forget your back, and your eyes more. God can keep all this from being mine, but it can never take this away from my heart. Dear Sangar, wherever I go, your smile will always be in my mind. Even if God makes my eyes lose their light, you will always be in my heart. I won't stay in this city either, because there is you in this city, and I'm afraid that I can't help thinking about you and appearing in front of you again, so I'll just have to leave. Senj, I know I don't have the capital to ask you to remember me for anything, but I just want you to remember that I love you. The letter paper slowly drifted down to the ground, just like the teardrops that rolled onto it when Yue-han wrote her letter, and the moment they dripped onto the paper, they broke just like her heart. The scent of the meal lingered like Yue-han's smile. He opened the window to get a breath of air. The depression inside was already suffocating him. It wasn't guilt. It was a kind of self-blame. He was the one who broke a woman's heart. He was the one who made Yue-han leave the city in pain. What was the difference between him and those who had hurt her? The rain, mixed with a hint of cold, pounded on his face, stinging his senses. And at that moment, out of some window, a song came. Too bad it wasn't you who held my hand. The song drifted into the sky, accompanied by the misty smoke and rain, sketching Yue-han's tearful eyes, the back that turned away in a flash, and the sadness of loss and confusion. Yue-han was a passerby in his life, leaving moments of joy and helpless silence. Life seems to be going back to the way it was. Senj is still the librarian and still the ghost butterfly. He didn't care how many people in the world wanted to know who he was. They couldn't if they wanted to anyway. One thing that Senj still hadn't forgotten, though, was that link from the Seven Sisters. But in the last week, the Seven Sisters never sent him any more links. Senj knew that someone was paying a lot of money to try to buy his information, and the Seven Sisters, being cyber killers, Couldn't just give up. No more life in front of the computer. Sanj wants quiet. And then the ghostly butterfly in the cyber world wants something else. Sanj opened the Seven Sisters website in the ghost realm. And true to form, the cyber killer actually set up a jumping login portal. To land on the site, a specific matrix conversion pattern was required to find the exact location of the portal. This is currently the world's most high-end web technology model. In the website interface, you can only see a picture, and nothing else. Even if you enter the back end of the data server through the back door of the website, there is only this picture in it. To land on a website, you need to know the specific graphical conversion pattern. That is, the distance from the boundary of the website page is used to calculate the landing point of the landing portal. If you don't know the calculation, you will never be able to find the entrance. But in Ghostland, Sanj didn't need any calculations to fix the bouncing login portal. By clicking on the portal, the data pointed to another data server and the real page of the website, which was full of code information. With a little analysis, it was clear how the Seven Sisters communicated. Interestingly, the website also listed the areas that each of the Seven Sisters, as a team, specialized in. Sanj really wanted to know what the Seven Sisters looked like. In the hacker forums, a few people who had supposedly met the Seven Sisters had once left a message saying that it was only after meeting the Seven Sisters that they realized what a woman was. Sanj just didn't like the accent. Wasn't Sister Flower a woman? There were a few single older men in the library who were infatuated with Sister Flora. Isn't a woman a woman? What is and isn't? But in the website, there were no photos of the Seven Sisters, but there were profiles of the members of the Seven Sisters cyber killer team around the world. These people specialize in collecting all kinds of hacker intelligence for the Seven Sisters, whether they are full-time or part-time. These people are all hackers. Sanj briefly searched a few people's profiles, and each of them had decent jobs and earned a good income. But why were they so willing to serve the Seven Sisters? Was it just because they were women? Since they wanted to be their enemies, it would be good to let them see their strength first. So Sanj copied all the member profiles of the Seven Sisters cyber assassin group and published them all on a hacker forum. The Ghost Butterflies themed content had surpassed millions of hits in less than 5 minutes. After the website's founder saw this data in the background, he knew that it must be another Ghost Butterfly theme. Sanj finished this easily and went to take a shower. He wasn't going to waste his time staring at the screen reading the replies, and he wasn't interested in them at all. All he wanted to know right now was how the Seven Sisters were going to deal with this crisis of information leakage. Knowing that the Seven Sisters had already released the signal to attack, he was merely responding to the attack and returning fire with fire. Anyway, the war with the Seven Sisters was unavoidable, so it would be better to have a painful fight. This was the problem that Sanj had thought of, but what he hadn't thought of was that because of his published information, thousands of hackers had been targeted. What the hackers hated the most were these guys who sold other hackers information for money. They were simply a bunch of lackeys, and they served the Seven Sisters. In the past few years, I don't know how many hackers died at the hands of the Seven Sisters. They all thought that these 7 women were omnipotent, but it turned out that they also lived by buying and selling hacker information. What certain events produce in the Matrix world is a series of butterfly effects. The members of these assassin groups were attacked, and in a fit of rage, they exposed all the hacking information they had on hand, and even some of it was hacking information that the Seven Sisters were investigating. Meanwhile, the Seven Sisters website has been hit by the largest hacking attack, including several world-class, well-known hackers. They called the action honor only, not hate. The conference room of the Seven Sisters base was dimly lit, and everyone couldn't see each other's expressions. This was also a kind of hiding, whether it was anger or shock. The head of the Seven Sisters, the Queen, didn't want to see anything. This incident was the biggest disgrace the Seven Sisters organization had suffered since its birth. The Queen's anger came from shame, with self-loathing, like being stripped naked in front of everyone and counting the origins of every scar on her body. Even with the lights being so dim, the Queen was still wearing black sunglasses. The world's most mysterious female hacker felt like the eyes of the world had seen her at this moment. Right now, she no longer had any sense of security to speak of. Just like their data servers, no matter how high-end defenses were used, they were still so unbeatable. It was like a duel between two masters, where it was impossible to see how one of them threw a punch. Without any traces, it had just destroyed the dot matrix firewall that the Seven Sisters had developed alone. The so-called dotted firewall is a high-end technology that forcibly breaks down informal data that intervenes from the outside. Any program, or data, has independent nodes. If the data is interrupted, or corrupted, the relevant operation cannot be performed. It's as if you are watching a movie, and when you are halfway through, you suddenly disconnect from the internet, and by the time the internet connects again, the part you have previously watched will either be rewatched, or crossed over. The dot matrix firewall, on the other hand, is like a meat grinder, and when the data forcefully breaks through, he will break this data into countless parts, directly destroying the coherence of the data, so that you can't execute at all. It is like a snake that wants to crawl into a room, only to enter the door, and then be chopped into meat by a messy knife. The defense of this firewall could never be breached except by using normal means of entry. But how did Ghost Butterfly do it? Not only did he break through the firewall, he also took all the information from the data server. You should know that the Seven Sisters data server was also specially made, and the biggest feature was the hardware locking file function in the server. That is, all the data files stored in the server. Each one is locked on the server's medium. This hardware protects each file from being copied, cut, or even deleted. All over the world, only the Seven Sisters could see the data inside. But before each person wanted to see it, they also had to unlock it with a specialized hardware unlocking tool before they could do so. Routinely, trying to unlock it, just through the network, was simply impossible. However, Ghost Butterfly had taken the file without a word, not even a hello. Spectre, stop all investigations, or attacks on Ghost Butterfly. I'll communicate with Hans. And this matter ends here. Everyone had their eyes on the Queen. They were supposed to see the ghost, weren't they? Didn't they say that they had been waiting for the moment when Spectre would fail? It was just that this order from the Queen was the first compromising order they had heard since joining the organization. They even wondered if the one sitting in front of them was the head of the Seven Sisters, the Queen, who never gave up or compromised, no matter how big the challenge. But Ghost offered her refusal. She couldn't just fail. She couldn't afford to lose. She couldn't afford it. And if she accepted this order, she would never be able to hold her head up in the organization in the future. Instead, the Queen sighed and said, "All you can do is follow orders before you have destroyed the Seven Sisters. Are we just going to admit defeat?" The Ghost's voice trailed off even further. And even if she couldn't see her expression, she could feel the tears in her eyes. "It's not us, it's you who lost. You're not a match for Ghost Butterfly at all. If you do this, you can only make the entire Seven Sisters follow you to the grave. As the head of the Seven Sisters, I can't watch the empire that I created with my own hands be destroyed in your hands just like that. It's better for you to give up." The Queen didn't want to argue with Spectre about the order anymore. The meeting was over, and she was the first to walk out of the room. But the Ghost still didn't seem to want to give up. She tried to fight for one more chance, but the Queen didn't even look back. The others just sat there in silence, watching the apparition, and no one spoke, as if the apparition herself was the only one left in the room. She buried her face in her black robes, as if doing so would isolate her from the world. But Phantom Dance's lazy voice broke the silence of the conference room at that moment. "Ghost, give it up. How much more shame do you want to create for us before you're satisfied? You take on Ghost Butterfly alone, but everyone thinks we're a unit. Don't you think all this is enough?" Namai also left, as did the others. As Phantom Dance had said, each one of them was now going to face the Seven Sisters' dilemma, and as for the Ghost, they were already going to be ready to forget about her. After they left, 5 more men in black suits, black shirts, black ties, and with black masks walked right up to the Ghost's nearness outside the door. Senj didn't want to provoke the hackers to hate the Seven Sisters. He himself didn't expect such a strong butterfly effect. But this was the Matrix world, wasn't it? Every hacker had their own hatred. Every hacker wanted to launch an attack on others, and Ghost Butterfly had merely given them a reason and an excuse. The one who lost the most was the Seven Sisters organization. They had gone from being mysterious, sexy, and suddenly turned into the infamous they were now. A process that I'm afraid even they themselves couldn't accept. But what was unacceptable to everyone was that the Seven Sisters hadn't made any public statements so far. Those hackers who were exposed by the members of the Seven Sisters have almost all disappeared. No one knew where they had gone. As a world-renowned hacker said, "In the Matrix world, the life or death of a hacker is nothing more than a piece of data." Sanj didn't want to speculate, much less ask if it was right or wrong, because he was also a hacker. There were 2 kinds of people that the cyber world was least short of. One was users and the other was hackers. Someone has to sabotage these hackers, don't they? Why else would hackers exist? And there's always going to be someone trying to take these hackers down, isn't there? If that's the case, why bother pursuing it? Not everyone can be the object of Senj's attention, except Jack. In a sense, Jack is equally as mysterious as he is. No one knows who the Ghost Butterfly is, and Senj couldn't find Senj's information about Jack on the internet. The vaporization was so complete. Rice, any bar, a cyber-themed bar, welcomes visitors from all over the world. In the bar, you can see a complete history of the development of hacking, including world-famous hacking events. Even the names of the various wines here were named after the hackers LD. For example, Musketeer, who was a world-class hacker from the Misty Kingdom in the 1990s, and whose greatest achievement was almost getting the nuclear weapons of the Rice Kingdom launched. The musketeer was a man as his name implies, with a temper as short as a bomb that catches fire on ignition. At that time, he was the one who attacked the Rice missile defense base because of a joke. And this wine, like the musketeers, goes in your mouth like a ball of fire. By the time it gets to your stomach, your whole body feels like it's on fire. Like Hans at this moment, he could not wait to burn immediately, and then he would not have to face the queen sitting in front of him. It was an honor to meet the queen, but right now, Hans didn't have the time to marvel at how moving and sexy the face behind the queen's sunglasses was. The queen asked for a musketeer as well. Everyone has a character they remember, don't they? It's like faith. It's always about what the person would go on to do, or the look on his face, the way he moves, and so on. Wine to be drunk and words to be said. It wasn't just once or twice that the Seven Sisters had worked with FBA. Hans was their big client, and every year, they were able to take a lot of money from the man's hands. But now, the queen had to be prepared to lose this client. Although the queen was cold-blooded, she was a person with a deep attachment to the past. She looked at everything in this bar and said with some loss, "I remember when this place was only opened. You could see a lot of hackers exchanging ideas here every day, but now there's not a single hacker to be seen here, except for tourists and drunkards. Yes, NE is just a normal bar now, for the simple reason that the agents of CLA and FBA often take some hackers here, and then these people will inexplicably disappear into thin air. This bar was a trap for hackers. No one would bury their life for just one drink. Not even an alcoholic would do that." Of course, the queen's point was simple. She was telling Hans to stop. Not all hackers were as simple as the ones they had dealt with. Hans also understood what the queen meant. It was just that with this result, he couldn't accept it, and he couldn't explain all this to his superiors. There wasn't much time left until the investigation time given to him by Turn. If he couldn't finish off the ghost butterfly, then Turn would find someone else to sit in his position, and at that time, he would lose everything. Every time he thought about it, Hans looked like a volcano about to erupt, and if it weren't for the fact that the head of the Seven Sisters was sitting in front of him, he would have pulled out the pistol in his pocket and put a bullet in her. But the queen, he couldn't afford to offend. And the fact that the other party had personally made an appointment to meet him had already given him enough face. After all, the loss was not his own. It has now developed to the point that the agents of the CLA have also started investigating the Seven Sisters, because they absolutely could not allow a hacker organization that exclusively relied on selling hacker information, or that could sell out the country's interests for money at any time, to exist on their own soil. The queen placed the check in front of Hans and said softly, "Hans, we did everything we could, but this time, we lost. Give up on Ghost Butterfly, at least before he completely ruins it all." She did what she had to do. She said what she had to say, and now she was going to get on that private jet and go to another country with the Seven Sisters. She couldn't go back to Rice again for at least 10 years. This was the only information that Turn had told her after receiving a sum of money from her. It was because the incident of the Seven Sisters information being exposed had now escalated to the national level. The Seven Sisters server had been destroyed to the point where it was only a shell, and the queen hadn't shut it down just to give these angry hackers a chance to vent their anger. But there were always some people who would develop a simple incident into a national one, and under the instigation of certain people or organizations, they began to attack all the civilian, as well as military, network equipment in the Rice country in a big way. The president of Rice himself gave orders to the CLA, FBA, and other cyber defense groups to defend themselves against this crisis by any means necessary. All cities in Rice were put in a state of emergency, in case of cyber sabotage by hackers. On the one hand, others have begun to attack hackers of the Rice nationality, who, having cut up large quantities of top-secret information, have also made it public on hacker forums. Rice hackers couldn't just sit back and wait, and they formed a defense system called Guardian to join the government in defending Rice's cybersecurity. Hans, who was sitting in his office, turned unusually calm after reading these reports. He turned off all the lights in the office, slowly walked to the window, took out his pistol, and pointed it at his head, then pulled the trigger. The news of FBA's president committing suicide quickly spread across the internet. The hackers also seemed to have calmed down in an instant, and all sorts of attacks, accusations, or tirades stopped. A certain well-known hacker claimed on his homepage, "Should the suicide of FBA President Hans be blamed on the Seven Sisters or the Ghost Butterfly? Or is it only his own fault that he got lost in some kind of whirlpool of desire? Rice will never be willing to rest. Someone has to be responsible for Hans' death. All anyone can do is wait." The president of Rice had to activate the secondary root directory scanning function of the HW protocol after he learned of Hans' suicide, and he wanted to find Ghost Butterfly, no matter what country he was from, no matter where in the world he was. Meanwhile, in a secret military base 500 kilometers away from Vegas, CLA director Turn, expressionless, sat in a room without any windows. He wanted to see someone, Jack. It seemed like the whole thing was because of her. And if there was only one person in the world who knew the identity of Ghost Butterfly, it was only Jack. After the door of the room was opened, a girl around 20 years old with a thin body and blonde hair walked in. No one would have thought that the infamous Jack amongst the Matrix world was actually a girl who always had a smile on her face. Jack wasn't exactly a beauty, but had a unique aura about her. And you would never think of her with a hacker when you first saw her. You would think of her as a student, or a hip girl who likes music. It was this kind of girl who was a world-class famous hacker. And if you talked about the things she had done on the internet, it was estimated that you couldn't finish talking about it in a day or a night. Turn was a man who didn't smile, and he didn't like it when people smiled in his presence. And every time he saw Jack smile, it made him angry. Jack never seemed to realize what it meant to be in the situation she was in right now, and Turn had to remind her once before every conversation to do so. Look, Jack, if you don't want to be here for the rest of your life, tell me everything about Ghost Butterfly. Turn crossed his arms and sat upright, as if the image of the so-called positive figure was always in this position. Jack chuckled and said slowly, Chief Turn, this is a question you seem to have asked me many times, and each time I give you the same answer. Do you have a copycat problem? As she spoke, Jack's fingers were always tracing around the desktop, a withdrawal exercise that she had to do over and over again every time she wanted to touch the keyboard and there was no keyboard. Jack had once told Ghost Butterfly that she could lose everything but the keyboard. The thing that popped when she pressed on it was everything to her. She repeated this withdrawal exercise countless times just to keep herself from breaking down and waiting for the day she could get out of here. Jack, Hans committed suicide. Multiple network devices in Rice were attacked by unknown hackers. The Seven Sisters left Rice as well. The FBA is in total collapse. The president has initiated a secondary root directory search, and the entire world's hackers are attacking each other. All of this was caused by Ghost Butterfly disclosing the information about the members of the Seven Sisters. And Ghost Butterfly is responsible for all of this. So I want you to tell me, who is he? For everything, there is a reason. Why did Ghost Butterfly publicize the information of the Seven Sisters? From my understanding, Ghost Butterfly is not a hacker who would actively attack others. And you're going to count Han's suicide on Ghost Butterfly's head? This is so unfair. Jack stopped moving her hands. She looked angry but couldn't do anything about it. Everyone knew what the Seven Sisters did, and she had had several encounters with them before she was brought to this military base. Why did Ghost Butterfly want to release the Seven Sisters' information? In the end, wasn't it because the Seven Sisters had received favors from Hans or CLA to help them out? As a result, it angered Ghost Butterfly, and only then did their information become public. Now that Hans killed himself because he couldn't handle the pressure, the CLA is going to put this shit on Ghost Butterfly's head in order to keep their unseen secret. They've got a good plan. Turn's face never had any expression. Someone had to be responsible for Hans's death. But definitely not the Seven Sisters. It could only be Ghost Butterfly, even if he hadn't done anything. Jack, we can make a deal. If you tell me who Ghost Butterfly is, I'll give you a new identity and let you be free again. Everything you've done before, I can make him evaporate. The chance only comes once. You have to think about whether you want to take it or not. Jack laughed and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Turn, you can't get anything from me. Although I also want to be free, I really can't do anything about it. Moreover, I also advise you not to mess with Ghost Butterfly anymore, or else the next one who commits suicide might be you. With that said, Jack got up and headed for the door, but as she passed Turn grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and pressed her heavily against the table. The sound of the impact shook the entire room seemingly with a roar, just as Jax felt at the moment, as if the entire world in her eyes had lost its color. My patience is limited. Tell me who Ghost Butterfly is, or else I'll make you beg for your life and death. Turn growled in Jack's ear like a wild animal. He couldn't wait to squeeze Jack to death. Not that anyone cared if she died anyway. Yet Jack gritted her teeth and fought back her tears. She didn't even struggle, for all struggle was powerless in front of Turn, who weighed close to 180 pounds. But she could still smile. It was her contempt, her mockery of the beast that was Turn. A beast's patience would completely turn into a beast when it reached its limit. He grabbed Jack's shoulders with both hands and lifted Jack, who weighed less than 100 pounds, completely over his head, and followed by throwing her against the wall. At this moment, Jack had no feelings left except for a tearing pain. Even though all the bones in her body were broken, she still had that contemptuous smile on her face. Tears were always lingering in her eyes, and every time she wanted to shed them, Jack had to hold them back raw. She could never shed her own tears in front of this beast. The last thing Turn wanted to see was her contemptuous, despicable scorn. The way she tried to fight back let her know how much pain it would take to do so. So he pounced on Jack, swinging his fists and raining them down, but Jack remained smiling. And even though blood was already flowing from the corners of her mouth, she would never give in. There are times when a woman is stronger than you can imagine. Even if they are weak inside, they never go out of their way to give up everything they believe in. Just like every person who suffers in silence, even humiliation, they will laugh loudly, pretending to look like they don't care about anything. In fact, only they themselves know how hard it will be to hold on to this kind of persistence. But everyone has something they hold on to that has never been changed and never given up. Even if you want to cry, to hold back, to forget, but also for that eternal faith in their own hearts, to be strong, to endure. Just like Jack, with every punch of pain she took, she told herself to hold it in, never to cry out or scream, because that was the only support she could do against the ghostly butterflies, against these beasts. Turn seemed to have forgotten who he was, even as the soldiers rushing in through the door tried to pull him away by force. He wanted to punch Jack a few more times. In the end, the soldiers had to point their guns at his head to calm him down. He straightened his clothes and said to the soldier who was pointing his gun at him, "Put your guns away and don't tell me you've never done this before." The soldier said loudly, "We never do this to women. And this is something that I will definitely report to my superiors. And now, you will leave this room immediately." Tun just smiled contemptuously at the soldier only. In the rice country, except for the president who could restrict him, no one could restrict him. He held all the privacy of everyone. Even if his superiors came, what could they do to him? "Soldier, if you point that gun at me again, I promise I'll have you rolling back to your farm tomorrow to plant that damn corn every day." The soldier was simply uncompromising. He only listened to the orders of his superior officer. Whatever CLB he was, he beat a woman so roughly. It was good enough that he didn't shoot him on the spot. And this guy was actually clamoring. Though they didn't know why this girl was locked up here, but they loved this girl who always had a smile on her face. But now, this lovely girl had been ruined by this asshole from CLA in front of them. And if they weren't soldiers, they definitely wouldn't let this asshole go. "Now you get out of here. Right now." The soldier gave the order to send her away again. And a few medics ran in at this time carrying medicine boxes. And after a brief check, the medicine in the boxes could no longer cope with the wounds on her body. They could only call for a stretcher and carry her to the infirmary for resuscitation. Jack was feeling sleepy now, but was forcing herself not to fall asleep, because she had one more thing to say to Turn before she left. "Is that the best you can do?" Tun tried to charge forward again, only to have the soldiers directly put their guns on him. And Tun could also see that if he charged forward again, these soldiers would definitely shoot. So, he could only raise his own hands, signaling that he wouldn't be so impulsive anymore. In a building in the country of Rice, in the president's office, the head of the HW base placed a report in front of the president. "Mr. President, we initiated a data search of the secondary root directory as you ordered, but came up empty. How is this possible? Is there nothing left to count on now?" The president closed the report and threw it heavily on the table. In front of people, this was the only way he could vent. Now his country was in a mess, but they couldn't do anything about it. They had thought that they would be able to find Ghost Butterfly by activating the secondary root directory search of the HW protocol, but looking at it this way now, all they could do was just sit at home and pray to the heavens. The person in charge of HW hadn't expected this to happen, and the data that Ghost Butterfly had stored on the network didn't respond to any of the data when it searched for him. It was like you took a rock and threw it in a deep pool of water. They even tried to use data remodeling. That is, to collect all the visible data information of the Ghost Butterfly in one place. Wants to extend the search time and expand the search scope. However, all the search commands for the Ghost Butterfly appeared in the root directory of the HW protocol, and would immediately disappear, as if the data of the Ghost Butterfly is the forbidden area of the network, untouchable and inviolable. Other than that, the only discovery was that Ghost Butterfly's data module appeared in the network world entirely in the form of an independent upload. In other words, his data, like a cannon shot, formed into a data form after the cannon exploded. But you never know where the cannon is hidden. No trajectory, no direction. So mysterious. Once they discovered this data characteristic, they noted in a top-secret report to the president that a completely new data pattern had emerged in the world. The first discovery since the birth of the web. The emergence of this data pattern could change, or subvert, the conventional data structures in the world's networked domains. So far, the pattern has only appeared on the network as an information presentation, but no one can guarantee that it will not mutate one day, thus making a radical change in the network pattern of the whole world, just like tens of thousands of years ago, when nature was extinguished and life reappeared. When that happens, it will be the end of the world. When the president heard this, he also completely understood the meaning of the words. To put it simply, it was cleansing. At that time, all the countries with networks would be cleansed, or even destroyed, and then a new, or more powerful data structure would reshape this world pattern, redefining the value of the human world, as well as the basis of existence. With that thought in mind, the president said to everyone, "Make arrangements immediately. I want to see the heads of the 10 countries." Senj felt that he should be able to stick a few more books on this shelf in front of him, or else the old librarian would have to make another one of his balancing arguments and tell him to move half of the books on this shelf to another one. The bookshelf was about to crack, but there was always another book in his hand that he couldn't fit in. If in the past, Senj would definitely have put half of these books on another shelf, but now, he took advantage of the fact that no one else was paying attention, and then he took this extra book and stuffed it on another administrator's shelf. Since Senj had been exposed to the internet and had become a hacker, it was said not to have any effect on Senj as an identity, but it was also unavoidable in a subtle way, and it had had an effect on his personality as well. At least, he now knew that at times, adaptability would save a lot of time and energy. This was why, in the past, there would always be books on his shelves that weren't the type of books he was managing, and while others were always able to finish them with ease, he always had an endless supply of books to move. A program managed a program, a rule that could not be disrupted, and what Senj was doing now was simply making the program more rule-based. Payday, people, old curator's office, let's go. I don't know who shouted such a voice, and everyone scrambled to rush to the old curator's office. What could be better than a payday? Senj would always be last in line every time he was paid. Everyone would count it carefully several times when they got their share. They would always think that the old curator was too old to remember how much to give them, but the old curator would never give them a penny less. The look on the old curator's face when he was paid was agonizing, but when money was withheld for some reason, he even jumped up on the table with excitement. No matter what it is, it will be a reason to deduct money when it comes to him. Even $10 for 5 more minutes in the restroom. When it was Senj's turn, the old man went through his deductions and, not really having any, spit on his fingers and counted out exactly $3,000. That was a month's salary for Sangar, which could buy nothing in the capital in this day and age. After paying all kinds of fees, you're pretty much left with a meal money. You can't eat well yet, or else you'll be starving for the next half of the month. And Senj has to go to the orphanage every month to see Uncle Wan's, which makes the money even less. This was also the reason why Senj didn't want to have a girlfriend, because he didn't have much ability to afford the expenses. Colleagues who got their paychecks had only one topic, where to go to AA after work, but these topics Senj is not interested, much less to join them. They are in a unit, but not in a world. Going home is one of the things Senj does most after work, and who doesn't? And in another world, the 10-Nation Summit has begun to get underway, with the meeting classified at level 1. The concept at this level is that it's either the end of the world or a world war, and the heads of these 10 countries are well aware that they are also going to have to pull money out of their own country's pockets. It's like this every time. Rice is responsible for discovering the secrets, and then these countries spend money to buy the secrets. Just like this meeting of the heads of the 10 countries, although it is a video conference, the level of secrecy is already at the highest level in the world. The amount of money spent by the governments of the 10 countries on this secrecy network is already astronomical. This is not a network video. It is 10 countries using their own communication satellites, transmitting a wireless video signal. All the information data is done in space. In other words, these people are meeting in space. Can you imagine how much this costs? If you think this is the same as ordinary communication, then you are wrong, because the data that they have, they don't reflect back to Earth at all. Of course, it is possible to take control of these satellite transmitters through hacking, but only if your control will be accepted by the satellite equipment in space. Any one of the 10 countries is cut off, all signals are terminated, and you can never know what the meeting is about. Yet even with this level of secrecy, the meeting was still leaked at the beginning of the meeting. The network speculation on this 10-Nation Summit was only one: the ghost butterfly. According to vague statistics, this hacking attack triggered by the ghost butterfly had resulted in economic losses of hundreds of millions of dollars, and there was absolutely no way that the meter country would be able to let it go. Senj had of course noticed the news and rumors, but it didn't mean anything to him, so he might as well go make himself a dinner. Today's payday was a good day to eat a little bit of good food. He also bought a chicken, cleaned it, cut it into chunks, and stewed it with potatoes, and it smelled like it was drooling. In the strategic command headquarters of an underground military base in the country of Rice, the video of the 10 heads of state had been connected on time, and the president of Rice stood in front of the camera, and after a brief greeting, he directly cut to the chase. The heads of these countries were all very busy. No one had time to listen to nonsense that didn't make any sense. Gentlemen, I'm sure you've all heard of the hacker code named Ghost Butterfly. If you haven't, it doesn't matter. What I'm going to tell you is that the hacking mode used by Ghost Butterfly will replace all currently known information and data in the not-too-distant future. That is to say, by that time, you will all lose control of your country, and the world will be thrown into chaos, or, the true end of the world. As the president of Rice spoke, in front of all the heads of state, a piece of information was coincidentally placed in front of them, on which was everything known about Ghost Butterfly on the internet, including the previous conflicts with the Seven Sisters and what triggered them, all of which were described in detail. At this time, the president of the Misty Nation first opened his mouth and said, "Your Excellency the President, according to the information in my hand, the Ghost Butterfly didn't cause any attack on my country. As for the conflict between the Ghost Butterfly and your country, it is entirely because of the Jack that caused it. I think that if you guys are willing to tell Jack's information, it won't come to such a situation." The president of the Fog country has always been very direct in his speech, although he has already expressed his thoughts very politely. But everyone can hear it. This is to scold the Rice country shameless. They are like this every time. When there are interests, always want to dominate by themselves alone. If there is a danger, always try to do everything to get to the world level. With the slogan of doomsday theory, trying to make all the countries work for them. Just like their counter-terrorism strategy, originally the terrorist organization is only targeting your country. But let them say that it is the world nature, and then send troops everywhere, agent by country to spoil. This time is also the same. The Ghost Butterfly is just a hacker. Hit the face of the Rice people. Let them down. Still cannot find the Ghost Butterfly is where to beat him. So make such an excuse. Let the whole world to help them look for the Ghost Butterfly. The most shameful thing is that if they find the Ghost Butterfly, they still won't even say thank you. Instead they want you to thank him because it was the information he provided that saved the world. Without doing anything, they get all the credit. The President of Canada also followed. And this time, Ghost Butterfly doesn't seem to have made any attacking moves against your country. He just published the information of the members of the Seven Sisters on the internet. By the way, the Seven Sisters is not an oil light. This organization entered one of our country's data servers a year ago, stealing away the information of our country's agents who were stationed in a certain country in Africa. And now my country's agents are still looking for them everywhere. Now our country's agents are still looking for them everywhere. From my personal point of view, I am in favor of Ghost Butterfly doing this. Of course this statement has nothing to do with this meeting. The president of the volcano followed suit. According to the information we have, your country's FBA president, Hans, directly hired the Seven Sisters to deal with the Ghost Butterflies, and after failing, he committed suicide and died. I'd like to ask Your Excellency the President, as the president of the FBA, Hans, was it in the name of an individual that he made the agreement with the Seven Sisters? Or was it in the name of the government? If it was personal, I think he had no reason to commit suicide. Of course the president of Rice knew the inside story, but that wasn't what he was thinking about right now. He was regretting that the president of Voltaire had been invited to join in on this summit. The state of Voltaic and the state of Rice have always been in a state of invisible war, whether in military, intelligence, or even economic development. It has been commented that Rice and Volta will never have the same enemies because they are each other's enemies in their own right. The inside story of Hans's suicide is now a highly classified matter as far as Rice is concerned, including Hans's family, and all the departments in the FBA system. None of them know the inside story of Hans's suicide. Now that the president of the volcano had made this matter public right in front of the heads of the 10 countries without any reservation, it made the face of the president of the Rice country darken in an instant. In fact, there was no problem in itself for this secret to be publicized to the 10 heads of state. Just the president of the voltaic states at once increased the relevance of the problem, so that other heads of state are suspecting that the hacker attacks suffered by the country is completely their own cause, and now also want to drag these countries down. So doing is simply to put the rogue nature of the Rice country. The complete disclosure of the undoubtedly. After thinking about it, the president of Rice nodded and said, "What His Excellency, the president of Volcano, said is not wrong. Hans did have contact with the Seven Sisters Network organization, but the specific content of the contact, we are still in the middle of the investigation now, and I believe that we will have the results before long. And what I want to say to all of you, is that I hope that our 10 countries can unite to deal with the Ghost Butterflies, so as to make sure that my regime can exist forever. I don't think any of you want your country to become someone else, right?" He felt himself that it was a particularly feeble statement, but there was nothing else he could say or do right now but deny it plus deflect it. The president of the Misty Nation was the first to state his position. "Your Excellency the President, according to the information held by our country's agents, the Ghost Butterfly has not had any possibility of attacking other countries so far. All our country can do is to remain neutral, and we will definitely not take the initiative to mess with him. It seems that this time around, We won't be able to reach any cooperation agreement. The words of the president of the Misty Nation spoke the thoughts of almost everyone. Originally, the other ghost butterfly had no intention of attacking us, and when he was pissed off, who would be able to stop him? Want to pull them all down? The president of the Misty Kingdom is really thinking beautifully. As a result, all the presidents of all the countries expressed their opinions and did not support the proposal of the president of Rice. As for the module that could lead to the destruction of the world, these heads just assumed that it was something that the president of Rice had made up himself. In the end, the president of Volcano also reminded the president of Rice that he'd better tell Ghost Butterfly about Jack or else Ghost Butterfly's attacks would never stop. The summit ended just like that. All the satellite data was interrupted at the same time, and the president of Rice looked at the screen in front of him and said softly, "Have you all given up on this world? How could the heads of these countries give up on the world? And how could they give up on exploring the Ghost Butterfly?" Verbally, although they hadn't reached any agreement with Rice, every head of state had to think about their own country's security, and no one could guarantee that the Ghost Butterfly would appear on their country's fourth realm on a certain day. Or rather, the Ghost Butterfly was their country's people. Of course, the only one who could determine the nationality of the Ghost Butterfly right now was CNC, the Cyber Defense Department of one of the departments of the Dragon Capital Garrison. Xiao Jia had been following Ghost Butterfly's developments on the internet since his last contact with Ghost Butterfly. And of course he knew about the cyber attack that erupted against Rice because of the Seven Sisters incident. While Xiao Jia clapped his hands, he was also worried for Ghost Butterfly. You know, in the Matrix world, there is no real sense of never being able to break through the hacker. There are people outside the people. There is a sky outside the sky. This sentence, describing the hacker in the Matrix world, is the most accurate, but he used to think that his network technology was one of the top figures in the military service, or even nationwide, and was also very honored to join the design and construction of the Tianlong system. Now the entire national army or important departments use our Tianlong system. This is a soldier's highest honor. At one time, Xiao Jia had a feeling that, looking at the world, there is no one like me. However, Ghost Butterfly had cracked the Sky Dragon system without a sound. Just like the feeling of opening his house door without even using the key. If it was someone else, Xiao Jia would have to fuck with him for hundreds of rounds. But Ghost Butterfly, he felt that he only had the part of admiration, and he didn't even have the courage to make a move in front of him. As soon as Xiao Long saw Xiao Jia, he just said, he wants Ghost Butterfly. He wants this person. Later, Xiao Jia simply avoided his father. He also wanted to know who Ghost Butterfly was, but it was simply impossible to realize. Later on, Xiao Long also held a special meeting, mainly to analyze why Ghost Butterfly wanted to kill off Wu Heichao. The final result was that they had to start a secret investigation from all the people who had contact with this beast. Soon, they found Yuhan, who was working in another city. According to the various investigations of the intelligence officers, the night Wu Heichao was killed, Yuhan as well as his mother didn't go home as if they knew something. And according to the words of those henchmen, since they were also going to sell her, they had looked for Yuhan before. That means that either Yuhan was not at home by chance, or she knew in advance about the actions of that night. It was later learned that they had gone to spend that night at the home of a boy named Senj. This Senj was a colleague of Yuhan's mother at the library, and he and Yuhan had previously met in the Chaos Pavilion, when they had a conflict with Wei Haicho. When they met Yuhan, the investigators naturally asked about Senj, and Yuhan's answer was that she didn't know Senj at all, and that she hadn't come back that day because he had to ask her mom to help him with some chores, and then it was too late. Yuhan would definitely not tell anything else. These were secrets of the heart, never letting anyone know. So, the intelligence department began to secretly investigate everything about Senj. The final result was, Senj, an orphan, a calm and collected person, not good at communicating with people, in line with the character of a hacker, graduated from the university and worked in the library until now. His parents mysteriously disappeared when he was 5 years old. There is no record of any information to look for information. After Xiao Jia got the information, he carefully read it over and over again, and finally decided that he wanted to personally meet this Senj. What other people know is only on the surface, and to understand a person, you have to enter his world to do so. If this person was really a Ghost Butterfly, Xiao Jia decided to immediately kneel down and shout master. So Senj was eating chicken when the doorbell rang. Senj froze when he opened the door to his room. He had never seen this man before, and he didn't look like he was charging any kind of fee, judging by his age and appearance. Even if he did, he didn't look like he was so swaggering, did he? 2 hands in the pocket, tilted ahead, as if not to obey to do as if. What is this person in the end? Who are you looking for? Senj had the doorknob composed in his hand as he spoke. This guy would fuck him up with one door if he tried to rob the place. You're Senj, aren't you? Xiao Jia looked up and down at Senj. Although he had seen Senj in previous photos, in person he was much more handsome than in the photos. Although he was not very old, he was almost taller than him, at least around 1 meter 8. Yes, I am Senj, and may I ask who you are? As he spoke, Senj's mind was in the midst of spinning, wondering on the one hand if he had seen this man somewhere before. On the other hand, he was thinking about the files in his computer. If this person was coming for his identity as a hacker, the things in his computer would definitely reveal his identity. My name is Xiao Jia, a network engineer in the military district. Senj's mind suddenly flickered. This man couldn't be the one he had talked to the other day. Could it? Did he know who he was so quickly? Or does he know nothing and is just here to investigate or something? But seeing as he kept lifting his nose to the scent of the house, what exactly was this guy doing here? Chicken stew? I haven't eaten yet. Make me some. With those words, Xiao Jia took a step toward the house, and Senj couldn't even stop him. But it's good to let him in. By the way, also ask him what he really wants? Xiao Jia was like he had arrived at his own home. He entered the door and went straight to the dining room. You say if you want to eat, you sit wherever you want and eat quietly. This guy looked at the dining table and then ran to the kitchen to rummage through the cupboards looking for something. Senj are a little speechless. Why is this guy like a madman? What the hell is he looking for? How come there's no wine? Isn't it a waste of such a good dish if you don't have a couple sips of chicken stew? I'm sorry, I've never been a drinker, and I'm wondering what the hell you're doing here? This guy turned out to be looking for wine. Senj grew up so big, only drank once. That old curator's birthday. The unit of people went. The old curator is happy to fast their own is how old people grabbed a group of young people, rolled up their arms and sleeves began to spell up the wine. Senj simply did not drink, could not resist the old curator's request, drank a glass of white wine. After that, I do not know anything. When he woke up, he found himself lying in a pile of books in the library. It was only later that he realized that the man who had sent him home, unable to get the address out of him, had to leave him in the library. And anyway, he had to go to work the next day, so he saved himself a trip back and forth. After that, Senj never drank again. Now this Xiao Jia didn't explain the purpose of his visit and entered the door looking for a drink. Is there such a thing as him being a guest? Besides, Senj didn't invite him either. He totally barged in. If this guy is not born tall and muscular, Senj absolutely cannot let him into the door. What the fuck? He didn't even say anything before he demolished the kitchen. Is there any justice in the world? We'll talk about this later. I can't. Let's get a few mouthfuls in first. Senj thought that he ate a few bites even. The results of this guy eat chicken are not spit bones. A chicken, a few pounds of potatoes, as well as a pot of rice. This guy is almost a person all wrapped up. Senj is going to collapse. While there is still a bit of soup, he hurriedly also pick a few mouths. Otherwise, this guy can lick the plate clean. This chicken stew, really fucking fragrant. I didn't see it. You kid have 2 skills. Hacker when so famous. Cooking skills are also so good. As soon as he heard this, Senj was shocked in his heart. This Xiao Jia was really coming for the identity of the hacker. No matter what he wanted to do, he absolutely couldn't let him know that he was Ghost Butterfly. I don't know what you're talking about. If you've had a good meal, now please leave. There's nothing you want here. As Senj spoke, he began to clear the table of dishes and a pile from the kitchen. Was this guy here to investigate the ghost butterflies? Or was he here to wreak havoc? Xiao Jia didn't say anything either, but instead of leaving, he got up and ran over to Senj's computer. As soon as Senj turned back in the kitchen, he realized that this guy had the computer all turned on. He rushed over to block it and said, "What are you doing? If you're not a ghost butterfly, let me see your computer." No matter what Senj says, one look at his computer and all will be revealed. This is my personal privacy. You have no right to see it, and if you don't leave, I'm going to be rude to you. As soon as Senj spoke, he snapped the monitor onto the desktop. Even if he destroyed this computer, he couldn't let Xiao Jia see what was inside. Xiao Jia didn't insist anymore. There were actually a lot of questions that were obvious now. If Senj was not a ghost butterfly, why couldn't he be allowed to look at the computer? Because his computer was full of secrets. Ghost butterfly secrets. Although the chassis was only a few pieces of hardware, it was the entire network world. In that case, I won't force you any further. I came here without any malice. I just wanted to tell you that even a hacker needs friendship. I'll come back again. But then, I'm afraid, it won't be like this. Xiao Jia left without looking back, and Senj just stood there, half unresponsive. He wasn't scared at all, but he thought about today's situation, and it was a reminder for him. Just as a hacker appeared in the network but had to live in reality, no matter how much he hid, there would always be traces appearing. This computer was no longer safe to keep here. Or rather, the entire house was no longer safe either. The fact that Xiao Jia was able to find him meant that he had a clear grasp of his information, including everything in this house. Or rather, there were already countless pairs of eyes staring at him right around this villa. He had drawn all the curtains and locked the door to his room. But what was the point of doing that? If they wanted to break in, could just a room door stop them? What they wanted to know most was the information in the computer. But now even he couldn't see anything. Because of the excessive force, the monitor screen was like covered with a layer of cobwebs. Not even a little light. Senj sighed. This time the loss really is too big. A chicken plus a monitor. Half a month's salary is so gone. I removed the computer's hard drive and then hid it under my pillow. But that's not a safe place to hide it. So where the hell should I hide it? By the way, how did I forget there? Senj suddenly remembered that there was another secret room in this villa, right in the middle of the study. This secret room was originally designed to store valuable things, but Senj never saw anything in the house that was worth money. The only impression he had of this secret room was that when he was small, his father punished him for being naughty by locking him up in it for half the night. In the end, he shouted his voice, only to let him out. From then on, this secret room has become the most horrible place in his memory. Until now, if he doesn't think about it deliberately, Senj can't even remember that there is a secret room here. The switch for the door to the chamber room is on the bookshelf, and no matter which way you look at it, the door to the chamber room is the back of the bookshelf, and no one would ever think that there is a room behind the bookshelf. Finding the switch and moving it gently, the bookshelves parted noiselessly and slowly to either side, and at that moment, the memories of his childhood seemed to reappear in Senj's mind. Only now, there was no one left to punish him for going in. The door of the room would open automatically with a gentle push, and the thick layer of dust on the floor of the chamber was like a thick layer of memories in Senj's mind, settling and traveling through the passage of time without anyone touching it, even if it just left a little mark. Dust can be swept away, but the memory can never be erased. When the memory slowly turned into nostalgia, as the night sky drifting stars, just shining, but far apart, Senj hadn't moved anything in. He was saving that for Xiaojie. He was going to reinstall a system, a really secure, secret system. Initial calculations, according to his vision, this will require a lot of financial support to be able to, taking out his salary from his pocket. After deducting the money for the chicken, it was only enough to buy a monitor. Did he not eat? It seems that just relying on the library's work is really not able to fulfill his idea anymore. He should go to find some kind of part-time job to be able to do so that he can also increase his income a little more. The computer is now unusable, can only use wireless devices to access the internet. That said, the wireless devices are now out of LP7, but he is still using the old generation of keyboard machine. Senj didn't care much about these wireless devices because no one had ever contacted him, and he wouldn't try to contact anyone else. It was a good thing that his keyboard machine could still access the internet, but while browsing the web, Senj suddenly realized that the network information of the wireless devices was fundamentally different from that of the computer. The wired network was the WWW protocol, while the wireless network used the WAP protocol, which was simply two frameworks, or the contents of two worlds. Senj tried snapping the key code under the WAP protocol, and nothing reacted. The Wireless Application Communication Protocol, Wireless Application Protocol, or WAP for short, differs from the WWW protocol in that one is wired access and the other is accessed via satellite data exchange. The framework of this protocol was born in the 1990s, and after decades of development, it has now become the fifth domain in addition to the fourth domain. In some developed countries, the number of people using WAP has completely surpassed that of the wired network, because of its convenient and fast browsing mode, which has always been very popular. It can be said that the appearance and application of the WAP protocol is the greatest invention of mankind after the computer. Senj knew almost nothing about this fifth domain, and his key code and shield code were essentially useless on this protocol framework. So Senj was thinking of a problem: the wireless data exchange, which had its nodes on communication satellites, and the request and acceptance of data access, which first went through the server's storage, and then was relayed by the communication satellites, was no longer just data, but a kind of signaling data. His code is only suitable for wired data module. For this wireless signal data module, there is no ability to recognize, because itself, the wireless signal data is utilized by scripting software such as Java. The HTML data is converted before it can be accessed by wireless devices, and the so-called HTML data is the language data of network programming. For example, all the contents we see when we browse a web page are based on the framework of HTML hypertext language markup, but the wireless device, because of its hardware, does not have the function of a computer at all. So if you want to access it normally, it can only be converted by software such as Java. and the JavaScript will convert the data while receiving the wireless signal data so that it can be accessed normally. Of the 10 codes, Senj had now researched 2 thoroughly, and of the remaining 8, would there be a code for the 5th field? It was important to realize that wireless devices were the most valuable devices to attack, because it was impossible to put one's privacy in a computer, but it was entirely possible to put it in a wireless device and carry it there wherever one went. Senj had been on hacker forums and had often seen strange applications targeting wireless devices, something he hadn't even paid attention to at the time. It was only now that I realized that the use of wireless devices had almost the same value and status as the use of wired networks. When he saw this, Senj let out a soft breath. In the last decade or so, it was as if the human race had developed its brain to a new level, and could research anything. A decade or so ago people would have thought you were crazy if you came up with this idea, and it's only been a few years. And if you don't know about these apps now people will say you're crazy too. All in all it's a world controlled by crazy people, making everyone out of sorts. People die every day because they look at wireless devices. People lose their jobs every hour because they look at wireless devices. Relationships break up every minute because they look at wireless devices. If you say you are not being controlled, then please lose your wireless device. In time you will realize that you are like a drug addict when you can't reach your wireless device. Walk down the street and you will find countless people who are being manipulated. Don't ask who is manipulating you. I can only answer you that it is you who is manipulating you. No one is asking you to necessarily go and be controlled, much less pay for that control. See, now aren't you reading this on a wireless device? Senj, of course, looks again, as he finds a job that appears to look like it would be a good fit for him to do. A web company is looking for a programmer, part-time available. Suffice it to say that all the programming software in the world is now in Senj's hands, basically to the extent that it is too familiar to be familiar with it. So why not go and apply for the position? The next day happened to be Saturday, another very nice day. Senj had planned to go to the orphanage to see Uncle Juan, but it was better to wait until next month to save money for the monitor. And there was one more important thing that Senj had to do today, which was to apply for a job at the network company. Senj had never been on a job application like this before. After college, he had gone to the library as if he had arranged it, and had worked there until now. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to fulfill his almost, Senj probably never would have wanted to get a part-time job. So apply for a job should bring something. He is nothing, even if it is wearing a suit. Senj, wearing a set of casual clothes, came to the capital city business district located in a high-rise office building of this looks. Seems to be very formal and very large network company. Walking into the front door of the company, he saw the words Deepwater Networks behind the reception desk. To the right of the reception desk, there were already a dozen or so applicants lined up. These people were dressed in formal attire, each carrying a computer and holding a folder. Seeing them, Senj felt that he had come in a bit of a hurry today. Even the receptionist didn't think Senj was applying for a job and thought he was a courier. So he waved and said to Senj, "The courier is here to sign for it. I'm here to apply for a job." Senj felt a little understated himself as he said this. The receptionist looked at him carefully again and barely squeezed out a smile and said, "Applied for the job, ah? Then please take your. Forget it, you go over there and line up. In a moment the manager of the personnel department will give you an interview." Senj said thank you and came to the very back of the line. Last in the payroll line, last in the line to apply for a part-time job. But it was nothing that Senj put up with. Even standing behind these people was a bit out of place. But who cares? Anyway, these people couldn't all interview successfully as all. It didn't take long for a woman in her 30s, with coiled hair, wearing a black professional dress, black high heels, black stockings, looking like a black widow, to walk up to the group. As we've said before, Senj is a particularly good observer, and the places he observes are particularly delicate. Everyone else might be looking at the manageress eyes, but Senj is looking at her ears, neck, thighs, and hands. These parts of the body are very easy to learn about a person's habits, and thus you can also see a lot of things behind the scenes, just like this female manager. For example, the left and right earlobes were one long and one short. There must be a sensitive part of her. Either she was often kissed, or she was tugging and playing with her hands when she was idle. The former would be more likely. At least Senj had never seen that woman sitting there, idly tugging and playing with her ears with her hands. Her neck was very thin, and she also carried a necklace, which was very thick and incongruous with her thin neck, and seemed to be a woman who liked to show off her wealth as well. Her thighs were quite rounded, but through the black stockings, one could clearly see some bruises on her knees. Don't think that way. This only proves that this woman likes to do housework and often kneels down to scrub the floor. The bed was so soft, how could it leave a mark? Her hands had delicate skin and long fingers. It seemed that she was usually a woman who took care of herself, only that the movement of crossing her two hands was a bit raw and proved that this woman was very pretentious. I'm the HR manager. My name is Chen Meiyu. I'm in charge of your interviews. I'll call your names one by one later. Now please give your credentials to my secretary." While Senj was watching, the beautiful secretary had come close to him, but when he realized that Senj had nothing in his hand, he turned his head to look at the managers. "This gentleman, are you here to apply for a job?" Chen Meiyu has never seen this to apply for a job. Nothing, a hard stare at her two thighs. This guy is not a fetish. With one sentence, Senj was pulled back from his observation, and after looking around to make sure Chen Meiyu was speaking to him, he nodded and said, "Yes, I'm here to apply for a part-time job." They're applying for the job too. But don't you think they have half the chance you do because of their seniority? Senj also knew that this job application was a bit abrupt and came without preparing anything, so he spoke up and said, "I'm sorry, Manager Chen. I've never taken part in a job application like this before, and I came without knowing what to prepare. That's my fault." Chen Meiyu seemed to be a little less convinced of her ears. Never applied for a job? Such a big man. Has he never had a job? How can he support himself? Not only did Chen Meiyu look at Senj differently, the others felt that Senj was very special, but they were glad that Senj did so that there would be one less person to grab the opportunity. Wasn't it? "What's your name?" "Senj. Have you never had a job before?" "I'm an administrator at the city library." Chen Meiyu really didn't see that Senj was actually still half a national civil servant. No wonder he never looked for a job. Since this was the case, there was no need to waste time on this matter, and the interview officially began. The front of the people. In one, out one, but no one left, and went to the other side of the line went on. The female secretary finally called out Senj's name, walked into the office, facing a window, at this time or almost noon, the sunlight directly into the office. Shaking Senj are a little bit unable to open their eyes, and Chen Meiyu had her back to the window, so that, in the light, it would give people the feeling of being very tall and unable to look directly at her. "Have a seat." "Thanks." It was only after Senj sat down that he felt better, at which point Chen Meiyu went on to say, "We are looking for talents in network data programming, and we require that we can use at least one type of programming software. So I'd like to ask, what programming software do you know how to use?" Senj thought about it, and felt as if there really wasn't any programming software he didn't know, so he said naturally, "Basically, I can operate all the mainstream programming software." Chen Meiyu, because she didn't have a good impression of Senj at first, was even less convinced when she heard Senj say that, but it doesn't matter, because right away, a test will be conducted on them, so that they can write a program on the spot, and we will know whether there is any real talent or not. In that case, the interview can end. Now go outside and line up. There will be another test for you in a moment. Of course, if you feel you can't complete it, it's okay to quit now. Senj had only just gotten up, and when he heard Chen Meiyu say that, he laughed helplessly. In the conference room of Deepwater, Senj joined the others at the conference table. A computer was in front of each person, and on the desktop was a variety of programming software. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen, and they didn't need to recognize the people around them, because among them, only one person could stay. Everyone wants this job, even if it's a part-time job and there's no set paycheck. The company pays you a portion of every piece of software you complete for the company. It's that simple. These people sitting here were all said to be highly talented graduates of prestigious universities, and they could all be said to have a certain level of authority in terms of their knowledge of network engineering. This was what Chen Meiyu told Senj. She just wanted Senj to understand that if he wanted to hang out here, he could get nothing. Of course, there were a few standouts among these people, and Chen Meiyu's secretary poured a glass of water for each of them. But here in Senj, no one paid any attention to him. It was clear to those in the company that the only two kinds of people who interviewed the fastest were those who either excelled in technology or were simply unlikely to stay with the company. For someone who doesn't even know how to get seniority in an interview, the likelihood of the former is almost zero. So who cares about this soon-to-be-forgotten man? Even the conversations between these so-called professionals had no part in Senj. At this moment, it was as if Senj was alone on an island surrounded by seawater on all sides, and the fish swimming in the water had completely taken him for an alien. No one spoke to Senj, but Senj could always hear something. Most of the talk was about what was going to be on the test in a little while. Of course, there was some ass talk in there. Nothing more than compliments to one of the men. The man sat in the first seat, giving the impression that this was where he seemed to be supposed to sit. He looked to be in his mid-20s. His suit was well fitted. His shirt was clean. His tie was tied in a modest fashion. And even his hair, which was styled with gel, was set in a standard LT look. Yes, LT. His expression with his eyes is a kick in the ass kind of thing. Especially his chin. So pointy it could probably be stuck inside the table. The one who paid him the most compliments was a girl sitting next to him. This girl was about the same age as Senj. with brown hair that was tied into a ponytail and thrown behind her head. And her facial features were not bad, except for her makeup, which Senj couldn't accept. Not to say anything else, let's say her eyes. Senj carefully counted. This girl's eyes have at least 5 colors. Senj really wanted to ask her if her world was that colorful? As if she was afraid that people wouldn't realize how great the object of her compliments was. The sound carried into everyone's ears like a lit firecracker thrown into a henhouse, as harsh as it needed to be. Brother Chen, if I had known that you also come, I simply do not come. You are a famous university in the city ranked the top 3 of the strength of the characters. You created your own campus network system, simply all covered to go. We are these juniors to you only look up to the part of the Chin brother. You can be more promotion in the future to promote the promotion of the little sister Mia. The man called Brother Chin just nodded and said, I'm not as godly as you say, I just casually made that thing, and now several universities are using it. And when I came here, it's also because they took the initiative to contact me several times. And the development potential of this company is also very good. So I came over to take a look today. It looked like he was saying it to the girl, but in reality anyone could hear it. What he meant was that he had come to this company to give them face. He didn't necessarily want the job. Don't lump him in with these guys. They're not on the same level per se. Brother Chen, you're so well liked. I'll hang out with you from now on. It's usually pretty dangerous for girls to hang out with me. So be prepared. These two were singing in unison. And if there wasn't someone else sitting here, it was likely that the pair of dogs were going to fuck. Everyone else, including Senj, was staring at their computers, and no one paid any attention to them. This society is like this. There are always certain women who like men like this. Just pretend that they didn't see or hear anything. But for some reason, the topic of these two people suddenly turned to Senj's body. The reason is that this girl said to the man surnamed Chen, Brother Chen, the development potential of this company is indeed good. Many people want to come here to work, but I feel that you are the level of people who are suitable for this company. Some people are a little bit out of their depth. You look at you such a high status, or they took the initiative to invite you to come. You are so well prepared. Some people as if they know something, not even as seniority. How can this company want such an employee? Chen went on to say, words cannot be said. I this person wherever I go. What should be is what. Never feel that they are more than others what. Everyone's worldview is not the same. Maybe some people think that they are very powerful. The world has to revolve around him chant. Senj looked up at the two of them and just smiled. If seniority was so important, Senj would have the whole world shaking if he took out his own. But what was the point of that? He wasn't looking for this job for any kind of growth potential, much less to improve his status. He was simply doing it for the pay. And if you want this reward, you have to work hard for it. If you have the strength, you take it. If you don't, let someone else have it. Why always waste time on bullshit? Seeing that Senj just laughed and didn't say anything, the girl snorted coldly and said, if he were to work here, I wouldn't stay even if I was asked to. I can't afford to lose this person in future co-workers gatherings and whatnot. This guy surnamed Chen also laughed. Don't worry, with me here, do you think he can have this chance? Senj shook his head helplessly. He never thought he had any chance. He was just going to do what he had to do. Besides, chances weren't something you set for yourself, because chances were completely structured on top of strength. If your strength can really force your way to the top, Senj will not envy it. If you are just vain, Senj will not sympathize with you. In a word, Senj did not put him in his eyes at all. At this time, Chen Meiyu and her secretary also walked into the conference room. After detailing the contents of the assessment also officially began. The assessment was to complete the framework of a firewall software program using programming software that you are familiar with. Because the main business of Shamshuepa was to provide network firewall software to well-known enterprises nationwide. The content of their assessment, of course, was also the program in this regard. If you want to write a firewall program, you first need to understand the working characteristics of firewalls, as well as network characteristics. Firewalls exist to defend against all kinds of network attack behaviors. This is something that Senj understands very well, because his shield code is currently in the world the most powerful firewall program. A good firewall program should not only look at its ability to identify viruses, Trojans, but also its ability to remove these destructive programs. Many firewall programs, although they can do to check, but cannot do to kill. This kill is the ability to remove stubborn viruses, or Trojans. Many variants of viruses. After entering your system, first destroy the firewall's defenses. Just like if you want to capture a city, first you have to destroy the walls and push down the gates. When a virus manages to enter your system, it means that the firewall has made it completely impossible to get rid of it. At this point, it's time to test your firewall program to see if it's able to withstand this kind of attack. Moreover, Different firewalls target different system needs, and so far, there is no firewall program on the market that is fully compatible with any need. What Shamshu Weipa mainly does is commercial firewalls. Chen Meiyu made it very clear that the company doesn't need you to know all the network technology. It only requires you to be able to write a framework for a firewall. Of course, after the assessment is over, professional engineers will do a final evaluation of the programs written by these people, and whoever's passes will be able to stay. As soon as the examination began, everyone got into a working state, each person's fingers striking the keyboard ceaselessly, concentrating as if what they were writing was not some program, but their own future. Every programmer has his own favorite and skilled programming software, and the so-called programming is the use of the operating system based on the framework of the protocol to write a kind of code. The first programming software was created in the 1980s, and its only function was to write data equations. Nowadays, there are all kinds of programming software with all kinds of functions. There are more than a dozen mainstream programming software. No one can master all of these programming programs because each one has its own individual characteristics and the code is written differently. But these did not apply to Senj, who reached a standard that was almost anticlimactic when it came to software applications. Any programming software that came into his hands was like finding a soulmate. This is also the reason why Senj's programs written on the network and peacekeeping cannot be cracked, because he has integrated all the programming software together, absorbing the unique advantages and characteristics of each software, thus making the program written more perfect. As for the firewall framework, Senj had certainly come into contact with it. After deciphering the meaning of the shield code, Senj had a period of time dedicated to studying several firewall software on the market, and gained a deep understanding of the principles and characteristics of their work. At this point, it would be easy for him to write the framework of the firewall by himself, which is a very common thing. The main thing was Senj's writing technique. He first utilized a programming software and melded all of it into one writing program based on the memories in his head. Then it was time to start building the framework of the firewall, utilizing a variety of different codes. It was a vision that Senj had once had, that every programming software was written for a different programmatic need, such as a firewall. From a defense point of view, the first thing a firewall should do is not be broken. The premise is that the firewall's code cannot be broken. If it is written with just one programming software, it can be easily hacked. But if all the programming software is used to write at the same time, and a new code pattern is formed afterward, who can still crack it? When hackers attack a system, they first look at what programming software the system's defenses are written in, and then create a cracking program based on the characteristics of that software. If they can't know what the defense software is written in, what the hell are they cracking? So Senj built on this idea and quickly wrote a basic firewall framework. Though he was working on this stuff for a part-time job right now, he knew he was a hacker no matter what, and a hacker knows hacking techniques best. So after the framework was written, Senj took one of the symbols from the shield code that had a fusion function and added it to his framework. It was impossible to add the symbol. First of all, the symbol didn't even exist on the internet, or in programming software. No one had ever seen this symbol except Senj and the creator of the mysterious code. Secondly, the program that breaks down the symbol is only clear to Senj himself. And if you want to add the function behind the symbol into the software, you first need to make a good foundation for the software framework. In other words, it is not the symbols that are added to the framework, but the functionality of the parts of the symbols that are broken down and injected into the framework as the core program. Only Senj himself knew how this core program was written, and even if it wasn't encrypted for others to see, no one else would be able to read it, because it was just one of the countless functions in the shield code. Senj did this because he wanted to make the framework of this firewall more convergent. That is to say, it could recognize all cracking and attacking programs. Of course, this framework was just a simple framework with a core program, and currently did not have actual functions, but the framework also acted like an instruction manual, basically describing all the functions of the firewall. After a final check of all the code to make sure there weren't any conflicts, Senj raised his hand. Chen Meiyu and her secretary were both standing behind the man surnamed Chen at this time. They seemed to be very satisfied with what he had prepared, always whispering something, and their faces were even more satisfied. Senj raised his hand and they didn't even look at it. Finally Senj was really helpless before he spoke. Manager Chen. Chen Meiyu and the secretary glanced at Senj. The satisfaction and smile on their faces instantly disappeared without a trace. Did he think this was a class? He even raised his hand? The secretary then spoke up and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Senj said with a faint smile, "No problem. Rather, I've already prepared it." As soon as Senj's words left his mouth, all eyes were on him. This kind of gaze was not unbelievable. It was complete disbelief. Among these people, a few of them could also be said to be experts in software programming, and they knew very well how much time it would take to write the framework of a software. Although the framework of a firewall software is not a big project, if you want to finish writing it, you will need a few hours. The employees outside the company even prepared their lunchboxes, just to be able to let them continue to write. But from the beginning to now, less than an hour, this guy who doesn't even carry the interview credentials, actually said that he had finished writing. Is this another joke? Or did he do nothing at all? Just type some random letters and try to muddle through? Chen Meiyu and the secretary looked at each other, followed by eyes full of contempt. They had worked in the company for such a long time and had never seen such an arrogant person. Are you in a hurry to eat the boxed lunch outside? Or are you in a hurry to do something? This is Sham Shui Pa, the most well-known network engineering company in China. Do you think this is a place for you to hang out? Since this is the case, and you want to find death yourself, then I'll make it happen for you. However, as the interview manager, Chen Meiyu still reminded, aren't you going to check it one last time? If you're sure you're done, I'll have an engineer come and evaluate your software right away. And if you still want to patch it up then, you won't have a chance. Sanjoli took this as a kind reminder and said with a smile, thank you, Manager Chen, but I'm sure I've finished writing it, so you can ask the engineers to evaluate it. It's really too arrogant. Many people feel that this guy is just too unbelievable, and keep shaking their heads plus sighing. If Deepwater could let you muddle through like this, they wouldn't be sitting here, meditating on how to make this frame. The secretary still brought a professional engineer into the conference room, and Senj glanced at the engineer, in his late 30s, with a square face and small eyes, which, from a distance, looked as if he had been sleeping while walking down the aisle. Chen Meiyu also introduced to everyone that his name was Yu Gaohan, the chief engineer of Deepwater, who was also responsible for the evaluation of the content of this assessment. Yu Gaohan was truly as his name suggests. His face didn't look like he was smiling at all. He just nodded slightly. I don't know whether he doesn't put these people in his eyes at all, or his character is like this. Senj couldn't care less about all this. He just wanted to get him to complete the evaluation as soon as possible. And if the company used him or not, a single sentence would be enough. Sitting down in Senj's place, the secretary hurriedly placed a cup of coffee in front of Yu Gaochan, who didn't even look at it, but turned his head to Senj and said, my time is limited. I hope you can show me something useful. The content of this test was set by him personally. From a professional point of view, there was no one who understood the framework of firewalls better than him. Deepwater was extremely short of talents in this area right now, which was why they had introduced this recruitment program. To say that Sham Shuepa is such a big and professional network company, there should not be a lack of programming talent. This is indeed true, but there is a saying that experts are all in the people, just like the ghost butterfly. This period of time the hacker war, so that all the world's companies specializing in firewalls, have smelled the breath of danger. Every paying customer is strongly requesting these companies to increase the security of their software. No one wants their secrets to be released like the list of members of the Seven Sisters. Deepwater was equally concerned about this incident, and although so far, no hackers had attacked their firewall, it didn't mean that their firewall was invincible. That's why Senj also had to thank Ghost Butterfly for this interview. Back on topic. Yu Gaohan's words made Senj feel a little funny. Why did everyone think he was here to play? Just because he didn't take seniority? Just because he didn't wear a suit and tie? Did those things mean so much? That said, isn't this chief engineer all LT style too? How come he can talk to people in such a condescending manner? Just because he has the chief engineer's halo on his head, can he be like this? Does this Sham Shuepa company want technology? Or does it want a name? Watch and see. Senj was really a bit impatient. This was just a part-time job. Why did he have to be so serious? If it doesn't work, he'll find another job. He doesn't want to waste all his time here. Yu Gaohan didn't say anything else, so he began to look at the code program that Senj had written. The others didn't think much about it either, and continued to work on their own things. Chen Meiyu and her secretary were still standing behind the man surnamed Shen, not even glancing at Senj's side. She didn't have much to say to Yu Gaohan. She was the manager of the personnel department, while Yu Gaohan was the manager of the network development department. From the system point of view, they were two programs that could never be integrated. Then, Yu Gaohan's body, which was originally sitting diagonally in the chair, suddenly sat upright after looking at Senj's coat for a few moments, and even his eyes suddenly widened, even without blinking as he looked at those magical codes. Occasionally, he had to look at Senj again, because he was completely unable to believe that this code was written by Senj. The reason why he couldn't believe it was because Senj looked, more than anything, like a model, and absolutely no one would believe that he was a master programmer. In particular, these codes were like the most mysterious and richest treasures in this world in his eyes. He had never seen such a way of writing before, and most of all, the firewall framework written in such a way had reached perfection from a certain point of view. Yes, perfect. Because Yu Gaohan never thought that there was that firewall company in the world at present that could make a firewall that was fully compatible with all kinds of program codes. From a business point of view, this firewall is suitable for any system. The most unbelievable thing was the core code of this framework. Yu Gaohan could not understand what it was at all. He only knew that this framework had become even more powerful because of this core code. Because that core code fused the characteristics of all programming software. From a certain point of view, all the codes written to attack or destroy through its fused programming software could not break through this core program. Just then, Yu Gaohan suddenly jumped up from his chair and ran out of the conference room without looking back at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Yu Gaohan's sudden move made everyone startled, and their eyes were once again on Senj, thinking, what did this guy get that scared the chief engineer of Deepwater like this? Senj didn't know what was wrong with him, and he could only make a helpless gesture in the face of everyone's stares. Just when everyone was full of doubts, they heard Yu Gaohan shouting outside the conference room almost at the top of his voice, everyone from the network department come to the conference room for me. Right away. Lao Wu, whoever the fuck you're going to hook up with later. Get the hell out of here to the conference room right now. Not much time. More than a dozen people from the network department followed Yu Gaohan into the conference room. Everyone stopped their hands and looked at them with puzzled faces. Is it possible that what that guy wrote pissed off Yu Gaohan? So he called people in to beat him up? Yu Gaohan pointed at the computer and said to them, look at it right now. Give me a closer look. These people from the network department all gathered in front of the computer and looked at it carefully, because there were too many people, squeezing Senj to the side. When Chen Meiyu saw this situation, she also felt that something was wrong, so she asked Yu Gaohan what was going on. Yu Gaohan slowly raised his head. His eyes looked at Senj and said to Chen Meiyu, he has created a new era. What did you say? Chen Meiyu obviously couldn't understand Yu Gaohan's meaning for a moment, and at that moment, an engineer sitting in front of the computer stood up with a face of fear, as if talking to himself. No, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. This person was old 5, a figure who was equal to Yu Gaohan in the network department. Looking at his age in his 30s, his body type was very stout. His waistline was initially estimated to be above 3 feet. His face, because of the fear written all over it, at this time had looked a bit frightening. Why fear? Because of surprise. He was the same as Yu Gaohan, saw everything under the framework of this firewall. If this framework is finalized, it will become the best firewall in the world. There is no one. Following that, Deepwater would instantly become a world-famous company. Its stock would multiply several times overnight. And the designer and producer of this software, a man whose name is unknown now, would become one of the world's famous figures, and his name would be enshrined in the halls of honor. This is a dream that everyone pursues, isn't it? But how many people are able to get it? If this was all according to his vision, then he was the one who had witnessed this miracle. Thinking about facing such a truly great god in the future, how could he not be scared and excited? Chen Meiyu was also shocked and opened her mouth wide after she realized that people can't look at each other. How could she have forgotten? Yu Gaohan wouldn't be talking nonsense. This means that Senj might be the mainstay of Deepwater in the future. In other words, it's the meal ticket for all of their employees. If she had known this, why didn't she pat him on the back before? How can I say that I'll pour a glass of water for him? Yu Gaochan was not so mindful, and said to Senj with a respectful face, this framework agreement, you wrote it with your own hands, didn't you? He actually used the honorific you, which was something that had never been done before in Deepwater. These guys in the network department, their eyes are open on top of their heads, usually talk to other people, their eyes are not even lifted a bit. But this was also something that couldn't be helped. Who asked this company to rely on them to make money? To be a bit proud. No one said anything. But now, this proudest person in the company, actually used the honorific you to a person. Even Chen Meiyu on the side felt surprised. Senj nodded and said, I wrote it, it's just a. Senj had wanted to explain that this was just an idea. There was no concrete operation process yet. However, before he finished his words, Yu Gaohan interrupted him and continued, can you tell me how the core code of this framework is written? This question Senj wouldn't be able to answer him, although it wasn't a trade secret. But there was after all a small part of the shield code's function in it, which was something that could never be revealed to anyone. I'm sorry, Mr. Yu, I'm afraid I can't answer that question. Yu Gaohan slapped his head and laughed in embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot. This falls under the category of business secrets. He was also so excited that he forgot the most crucial point in the field of technology, the confidentiality program. How could people casually tell you what they had written? Isn't this a joke? And at that moment, the female secretary, under Chen Meiyu's authorization, brought in another cup of coffee and handed it to Senj with both hands with a smile. Senj shook his head and laughed. I'm sorry, I don't drink this stuff. Could you get me a glass of water if that's okay? These things that stimulate the human brain. Senj categorized all of them as alcohol and would never drink them. When Chen Meiyu heard this, she immediately said to her female secretary, "Quickly, go get Mr. Sen a glass of water." After Senj said thank you, he drove them, and the men all looked at him, and for a moment, they seemed to have forgotten what to say. If he didn't drink coffee and only drank water before discovering Senj's strength, the others would have thought he was just a fool. But now, Senj's behavior, in everyone's eyes, was called personality. All the other interviewers, except for Chen Nan and the girl, all of them also gathered around, and they also wanted to see that Yu Gaohan, the chief engineer's mouth, was able to create a miracle of the times. However, Chen Meiyu stopped them all on one side and opened her mouth. This now belongs to the confidential category of the company. The interview is over. You all are not the people that Sham Shuepa wants. There are boxed lunches outside. After you have eaten, you can leave. On everyone's faces, a look of loss immediately clouded their faces. The opportunity was just gone. They were still confident in their program. But now, without even an assessment, it was just taken away by Senj. These people packed up their belongings, and had wanted to see what that Chen Nan and that woman's expressions were now, but they had long since run away without a trace. Even if they couldn't see them, they knew how they were feeling at this moment, especially that woman, who should have been kissing Senj's ass, not that Chen Nan who didn't know what he was talking about. At this moment, the secretary whispered a few words in Chen Meiyu's ear, and the latter then smiled and said to Senj, "Mr. Sun, the president would like to discuss work matters with you personally. Please, Deepwater's presidential office. Just a desk is as big as the old curator's office." A section of glass curtain wall separated the office area from the guest area, and the walls were filled with poems and songs, giving Senj the feeling that this place was quite elegant. It's just that the president behind the desk, Dang Nan, looks like an asshole anyways, and is completely off the bandwagon with the elegance of this office. Why do you say he looks like an asshole? Dang Nan looked to be in his 40s, with a face of deceit. Even his eyes and nose, as well as his mouth had a conspiratorial expression, especially his hair. I don't know if it's on purpose or not. It's made to look like a chicken nest. And his tie. Either you don't bring it, to bring it you bring it better. This guy actually used the tie as a scarf. Look at the buttons of his shirt. Button 1, open 1, completely unkempt look. The most intolerable thing for Senj is his sitting posture, the other leg crossed on the morning desk, but also constantly shaking. If you must let Senj give him a comment, he will say, "This guy is like living cannot afford it. Don't stand there. Sit down and talk." The guy opened his mouth like a eunuch, making Senj wonder if the guy had run away from the palace. Scooting his chair to one side, Senj didn't want to talk into his leather shoes. "You must think I'm an asshole with this look and the way I look. Pretty much everyone thinks I'm an asshole. Know why I'm telling you this?" Senj shook his head. Everyone had their own way of living. Go ahead and be an asshole if you want. He had no interest in the topic. Dang Nan then continued, "Because I'm an asshole and I'm a hooligan. And a company always needs someone like that to be the president, doesn't it? I'm a little bit better than those real assholes and hooligans. Because I will pay you all a salary to ensure that you can act like assholes and hooligans in front of other people. Do you know why I'm doing this?" Senj was still shaking his head. The guy was not only an asshole, but a lunatic. "Because I'm an asshole, it's as simple as that. I've read what you've compiled. Even though I didn't go to the conference room, I know everything in this company, including what color underwear Chen Meiyu is wearing today. I know exactly. Know why that is? Because you're an asshole. Rascal." Senj could only helplessly say it for him. "Wrong, because I'm the boss here. Everything here is mine, and I know whatever I want to know, including those codes of yours, and if I want to know, you must tell me that too. You know why? Because you're the boss here." Senj was cracking up. "Wrong, because I'm an asshole, a rogue, and no one else would do what I do, so their company wouldn't be as big as mine, let alone as powerful. Now let's get down to business. What do you want?" Senj suddenly wondered if this guy should see a doctor. He'd come here for an interview, not here to discuss asshole hooligans with him, and now he's asking, what does he want? Of course he wanted the part-time job. Did he even have to ask? Seeing that Senj did not speak, Dun Nan then asked, "You want positions? Women? Men?" "No, I just want this part-time job, and then you pay me. That's it." If Dang Nan was allowed to talk any longer, I guess he would be able to tell whoever he was having another gay affair with in this company. "You don't really want much, but I don't like people like you who aren't greedy. You should have told me that you want everything, including this position under my ass. Don't tell me you don't know how valuable the code you write is, and I don't want to know why you want this part-time job. I'm just going to tell you that I'll give you everything if you're willing to deal with me as an asshole every day." Senj still shook his head. He understood what Dun Nan meant. which was to turn a part-time job into a full-time job. But this was something he couldn't agree to. The library job. He would never give up. That is a serious job, even if the salary is very good. But it is also considered half of the country's civil servants. To say it is not ashamed. I only wanted a part-time job. I never thought about anything else. Dreams. Where are your dreams? A person who can write the most powerful code in this world just wants a part-time job. Are you toying with the world? Or is this world toying with you? Dang Nan had never seen such a dead-eyed person. He had already said his words so thoroughly, but Senj actually still only thought of taking some benefits on a part-time basis. Was he stupid? Senj smiled faintly. I also have a dream, but definitely not this one. There's no way I'm going to lose my official job. This has nothing to do with money. This is a kind of persistence, a kind of guardianship, and even more a kind of comprehension of life. But these may be nothing more than boring ideas for you. So give me a painful sentence. I'd like to do a part-time job. Will you do it? I'll do it. Dang Nan is not insisting. Senj is simply not the kind of person who can be bought with money to move. He is short of money, but definitely will not sell what he insists on because of money. This point makes Dang Nan have no words to say. Hard also to Senj more high praise a few points. Don't look at his appearance and demeanor as an asshole. A rogue. But inside he was a president who made everyone in the company worthy of respect. Otherwise, why would these people be so dead set on following him? Chen Meiyu placed the part-time job agreement in front of Senj and turned around to leave again. Dang Nan looked at her back and said, Senj, why do you think I have such a feeling for this kind of mature woman? Senj just looked at the agreement and ignored him. If you have feelings you can just go and fuck her. What are you telling me? The agreement was read carefully by Sangar. A document like this was something he had never seen before. And on top of the fact that the other party was still a rogue, it was even more important to look at it a little more carefully. Most of the contents of the agreement were irrelevant, but there was one of them that Senj found unacceptable. It was stipulated that Senj, as a part-time or full-time employee of Sham Shuepa, had to unconditionally hand over the details and core code of all the programs he had designed, developed and written to the company's network department. This was completely impossible. It was absolutely impossible for Senj's code to be revealed, so he directly crossed out this agreement. Dang Nan took a look and laughed. You're actually an asshole as well. This is the agreement. You can't be an employee of Deepwater if you cross it out. Senj's request was simple. He could give them all the programs he had written, and even make unlimited copies of them, but they could only take them. Senj couldn't give them. He knew very well how powerful the software he had designed was, and because of that, the core code of the software absolutely could not be made public. Dun Nan, however, completely misunderstood Senj, thinking that he wasn't happy with the terms Deepwater had offered him. In fact, to make it simple, I just want to buy the code in your hand. You make a price. How much is fine? If you don't like money, anything else is fine. I just need the core program of this firewall. Those perverted men in the network department are fully capable of creating this software based on your program. You don't understand. It's not a matter of money. I'll do a good job on the software and give it to you, but I can't tell you about the program. And if you find it hard to accept, I think we don't need to talk any further. Senj understood the greed of people, including himself, always wanting more. It was simply a desire that could not be controlled. If they were granted what they wanted, they would want to take more from him, and Senj wanted the job, but all he could do was give them the software. But it was absolutely impossible to know how the program was written. Even if they were able to crack out the code of the program, they would never be able to crack out the code of the fusion symbols. Or rather, the fusion code is not visible at all. As its name suggests, fusion, it has been completely fused into the code of every program. Even if you were able to find its existence, you would never be able to decipher the pattern of this code. The only people in the world who knew the pattern of this code were Senj and the designer of the code. Or rather, only Senj himself. Therefore, Senj could never tell them the way the fusion program was written. Dang Nan also understood Senj's meaning. In the field of technology, the protection of intellectual property rights has always been very important. It was absolutely impossible to sell out just because of a paper contract. After all, the software written by Senj, the technical content was really too high. In the end, Dang Nan also finally compromised. He can't offend Senj, the god of wealth now. Wait until he makes the software out. When he cracks his writing mode, won't these things still be his? He thought that Senj was still too young after all, and had not considered many issues comprehensively enough. If it was him, even if he were to copy it, he would have to charge for it, so as to grasp it. If you say Dunnan is an asshole and a hooligan, he will tell you that the one who runs the network is not an asshole, who isn't a hooligan. You will then realize that you are surprisingly speechless. The contract was still recreated according to Senj's intention. Deng Nan signed his name, and after giving a strong breath to the official seal, He heavily stamped it on the contract. When it was Senj's turn to sign, he spoke again. Before I sign, I have one more request. Do you want to play? I've been in the cyber world for so many years. What kind of hooligans? Assholes I haven't seen. Do you want to fight one-on-one or in a group? Don't think I don't fight just because I'm a president. Let me tell you, my leg is very powerful. Just look at how fast he shakes. You know how much it should hurt when it kicks someone. Dang Nan has never seen such an ink-smart person before. Isn't it just signing a contract of sale? What's the big deal? Senj smiled and said, the framework of the software that has been produced, I have no intention of trying to take it away from you. And the contract clearly states that for every portion of the software program that I give you, you will have to pay me accordingly. So you will have to pay me for the firewall framework now before I can sign it. And by the way, it will have to be in cash. There is no politeness with these capitalists, because what these people think about all day long is how to pull money out of other people's pockets. And today's firewall framework, even if it is the first part of the software program given to them, according to the provisions of the contract, the entire software is delivered in 5 times. And after each delivery, Deepwater will have to pay Senj $500,000. In fact, when he only just saw the figure, Senj was quite shocked. He knew that the software he had designed was special, but he definitely hadn't thought that it would be worth so much. Senj had never thought that a number as tantalizing as this would one day belong to him. On the issue of money, Dang Nan has nothing to say. At this price to buy the right to use and sell this software is already earned to the family business. To know this software after the introduction of the software will certainly set off a special firewall software to buy the craze, casually to the software on the set of what a commercial version, enterprise version of the name, the price is dozens of times upward. If the channel to go well, to foreign countries and then go to dig a circle, earn him a few $100 million like playing, but also care about his money? Immediately, he had the treasurer prepare $500,000 in cash, and as soon as Senj signed his name to the contract, the 50 bundles of $100 bills were ready for him to take away in a bag. Senj signed his name although he hesitated. He hesitated because he had never seen so much money in all his life. It also made him consider whether it was right or wrong to do so. The creator of the code gave him 10 codes, not for him to make money, but he really needed the money now, and if he couldn't add all the equipment in the secret room, the 10 codes would be meaningless. Or rather, until he finished the equipment in the secret room, the functions of these codes would not appear on the internet. Now that he's been targeted by the CNCs, he doesn't know when his house will be broken into by a bunch of people who eat chicken without spitting. So, only this amount of money would allow him to perfect the equipment in the secret room, so that the code could exist in the cyber world forever. As tempting as the $500,000 in cash was, Senj wasn't one to care much about money per se, and he was going to put every penny he made into the online world, which was what he wanted to do. After Dang Nan took the contract, he laughed and said, now you're my man. Don't just spend money. Don't forget that every month you have to hand over a part of the program to me. After 5 months, I want to see a complete firewall software, or else I'll personally burst your asshole. Senj didn't say anything, but put the money, pile after pile, into a one prepared for him, printed with the Deepwater Networks, specializing in fighting hooligans for 100 years, slogan in the backpack. Every time he put in a pile, Senj would calculate it in his head. $500,000. If he worked in a library, he would have to go without food or drink for 15 years to save it up. Without thinking, just by moving his fingers, he earned it. Senj really wanted to ask, what's wrong with this world? Senj put the first fortune of his life into a backpack. And if you ask how much a man's dream can weigh, it's like the weight of this backpack. It was as heavy as the weight in this backpack. It was as if he had put his heart into it. In response to Dunnan's reminder, Senj just laughed and said, don't you like mature women? By the way, I want to ask you a personal question. Dunnan hemmed and hawed. Yeah, I like personal questions. It'll make me feel like I'm having a gay affair with you. So familiar that I even know how many hairs you have on your body. Senj said helplessly. I'd like to ask where I can get the best server-grade computers. Dang Nan is engaged in the network. Deepwater's software online server is in the company. Naturally, he knows where to get this thing. This is also part of Senj's plan. Only the best equipment can make the code more powerful. If you ask me this, even if you ask the right person, in Deepwater, the most lack of talent is like you, the least lack of equipment. Come with me, I'll take you to open your eyes. Arriving at the company's server room, only to open the door of the room, a wave of hot air came to his face. This was normal. All of Deepwater's server units were in this room, and the lowest temperatures were dozens of degrees above zero. Arriving at Deepwater Networks, Senj experienced several firsts in his life. The first fortune, the first time he was taken so seriously, and the first time he saw the server group at the end of the network. It was clear that Deepwater Networks was his treasure, where he had access to everything. Do you know? Among this server group you see, the information of thousands of famous enterprises in the country are here. These 5 groups of servers are like 5 girls I love dearly. In their hearts, all my feelings are hidden. I love them. Dang Nan caressed these server groups as if they were his wife's body. Even his expression was so intoxicated. However, when he saw the dust that stained his hands, he immediately shouted at the door, "You beasts, the dust here can be used as a grave for you. Come in and wipe it clean for me right now. Looks like your wives haven't had anyone touch them in a long time." Senj teased Dunnan. These sets of servers were their meal ticket, but these people never seemed to take much care of them. Not only were the servers covered in thick dust, even the floor was like this. As for the inside of the servers, there was no need to even think about it. It is true that it is necessary to clean up the server unit frequently, but you should know that every time you clean up, you have to disconnect the power to the server unit, and all the systems of the customers we serve will be in a state of vacuum. And if the hacker launches an attack at this time, the loss can be much bigger. Although all firewall software resides in the system, nominally providing comprehensive protection for the system, in reality, it is this group of servers that really protects the system. The server sends a large amount of data to the client every second, which includes samples of viruses and trojans, detects whether the client is working properly, and so on. This irreversible feature has been added to the design of firewalls, which means that the software stops working as soon as the client is disconnected from the server. And the main reason for doing this is profit. You don't spend money and want to continue using the software. It's simply not possible. In addition to this, the servers also provide problem solutions to the client, which can be used to maintain the client's system through remote operation and so on. But having said that, they actually do this mainly to occupy the desktop of the client system and always see if you are attempting to use other similar software. If so, they will do everything they can to make it impossible for you to use each other's software. Dunnan also gave Senj a manual for the system, wanting him to refer to it to see if there was anything he could use for the software he was designing. Senj briefly read through it and just laughed before tossing the manual aside. Why did Senj laugh? It was because he wondered how Deepwater Networks had managed to compete for the top spot in domestic firewall software with such childish stuff. Of course Senj hadn't used their software, and originally thought that there was something special about their software. But after reading the manual, Senj realized that his biggest characteristic, besides being shameless, was stupidity. I really question the intelligence of those engineers in your network R&D department. How did they get mixed up to be where they are today? Dang Nan, who didn't understand the meaning at all, looked at Senj's contemptuous expression with a puzzled face, wanting to know how those perverted men in the network department had offended him. Senj just shook his head helplessly. In fact, these were irrelevant to him. It was people's business if they worked to make money, and it was not necessary for him to mess with these people if he didn't like them. He came here to make money, definitely not to get angry with these people. There was no value in that. But Dunnan grabbed Senj's arm with an air of, say it or play it. The people who were cleaning up the servers seemed to have heard Senj's words, and among them were a few people from the Network Research and Development Department. They knew very well that Senj had strength. From the time Senj talked to Deng Nan, all of them started to crack Senj's framework program code. They wanted to know, how was the core program written? In the end, all of them collapsed and gave up, except for knowing that Senj had fused various program software to write this framework. The rest was still a mystery that seemed to never be solved. They tried to break down every piece of the program's data code and analyze it, but the results remained the same. They even used the program that Senj had left in the computer that fused various programming software together and rewrote it according to Senj's code, but it was still useless. They always thought that they had missed something, because in the Network Research and Development Department, no one was able to achieve such a thorough understanding of every programming software like Senj. Basically, every employee was familiar with one software, and the guys took turns to input Senj's data with their own familiar programs, but the resulting framework was like a piece of tofu that had been stepped on, except that it was crumbled and brittle. Yu Gaohan finally summarized one point. This program module written by Senj, there was a ghost inside. This ghost wasn't some kind of cattiness, or tactics. Rather, it was spooky, mysterious, and fearful. Or maybe that's all it takes to capitalize on Senj's hubris. But hubris always pulls in the hate value. Senj just didn't want to pull up too much hate value, so he wasn't willing to say what he saw. But one thing was for sure. Dunnan's Deepwater Networks must have lost a very large group of customers as a result. When Senj said that there was a problem, Dang Nan decided that this problem was definitely not a small problem. Such a deadly and extremely hidden problem could only be discovered by an expert like Senj. Since Senj had brought it up, he had to be made aware of it no matter what, or else he would be anxious and upset. As a result, there would be heart attacks, migraines, elevated blood pressure, and even premature ejaculation, dreaming, and so on. Whether or not it was as serious as he said, Senj didn't know. All he knew was that there were a few people from the network department who were ready to listen. The software designed by the network development department was not as perfect as his, but they wanted to hear what exactly about their software did not satisfy him. At the same time, they also wanted to know to what extent their intelligence was stupid. Senj, if you don't tell me what's wrong, I'll immediately strip naked and run out shouting that you're going to pop my asshole, Dunnan said and was about to take off his clothes. Really convinced him. He can think of such tricks. He is really a fucking talent. Now it seems that this person can't even be offended without being offended. So Senj casually found a computer in the office area, and the computers in Deepwater were installed with, naturally, the Deepwater firewall. The people in the office area saw Senj sitting in front of the computer again, not knowing what he could get out of the world again. Of course, these people included Yu Gaohan and Lao Wu, as well as Chen Meiyu. I don't know since when. Senj has become the most popular figure in the company. Except for Chen Meiyu, a few people know some simple information about him. Some others don't even know Senj's name, but they know one thing: Senj will be their meal ticket in the future. Could there be a more compelling reason than that? If there has to be a reason, Senj, the man, is set to rise strongly in the cyberworld world. Senj clicked on the icon of the online neighborhood and simply deleted the computer's automatic search for LP addresses and the values of the ports, and made some changes to the network connection in the system. These operations were the simplest things for people who were familiar with network engineering, and they didn't understand why Senj did this. Once all the changes were made, the computer was completely disconnected from the network. Senj clicked on the network repair function in the System Manager service menu in the firewall. There was actually a slight chuckle coming from someone behind them. They thought Senj was looking down on them a little too much for testing their firewall software in this way, right? Knowing that this is one of the features of the service that they are very proud of, which can automatically fix all the problems in the process of network connection through the software. They now really want to know what Senj is trying to do? Dang Nan just looked at the computer screen. He did not know what Senj wanted to do, or rather, as the president of Deepwater, he did not know the software very well. All the things in the field of technology are in the R&D department. What he has to do is how to improve the structure of the service to the customer, so that he can be able to pull out more money in their pockets. Just as everyone was staring at the data repair items in that network repair window on the screen, the window suddenly popped up a dialog box. The network connection was disconnected. Unable to complete the repair. Please connect to the network and retry. The laughter behind them came to a screeching halt as they seemed to feel as if something was wrong. Senj slowly turned around and smiled. Can either of you tell me what this feature does other than make this software look like a dumbass? Everyone was speechless, and Deng Nan angrily glanced at Yu Gaohan, whose face was as red as a monkey's butt. In order not to be too humiliated, Yu Gaohan still reluctantly explained. This function actually serves as a fix for DNS contamination, or network problems, when the network connection is normal. Senj laughed helplessly. The network connection is not working. It is trying to rely on this function of yours to help restore the network connection. If the connection is normal, who would still use UA? Of every 10 computers in the country, there are at least 7 computers that have suffered from this problem. I'm just wondering, the people who study these functions, have they all been stupid to this extent? Senj's tone was a bit heavy. Since he was offended, he simply let them completely understand that their designs were just like a pile of garbage, worthless. Even so, these people in the R&D department, all just listened with red faces, unable to say a word. Deng Nan really wanted to explode at this moment. No wonder in the past year, many customers' messages directly said that this software was just a bunch of idiots researching the waste. At that time, he thought these people were gunmen and simply ignored them. But now, he finally realized that what these people said was the truth. These people in the R&D department were a bunch of idiots, or not as good as a bunch of idiots, who still know that you can't cook without rice. But these guys think it's possible to cook without anything. Not only is their software so, at present there are many domestic software have so let a person speechless function. Some even make a what online to solve the problem of network cannot be connected. Some even give you a remote to solve the problem of network cannot be connected. As the saying goes, no picture to say ah, no network you solve a bird ah. Not all computer users are network savvy people. A large part of this group of people are not even clear about what the LP address is. And when there are problems with the network, they can only rely on these so-called computer housekeepers to fix them. However, after they are actually used, there are people all over the country who are pissed off by this feature every day. They are definitely not angry because the function of the software is unusable, but entirely because of these so-called famous engineers who designed the software. How did they survive until now? In addition to this speechless function, there is also an even more speechless function, which is also considered by the R&D department as the most distinctive function. That is, the data recognition function. According to Yu Gaohan, this is one of the biggest selling points of Shamshuipo firewall, and all the known firewalls on the market don't have a powerful recognition function. When Yu Gaohan said this, the expression on his face slowly returned to natural. It seemed like he was trying to get back into the game with this. Yet again, Senj laughed. Sangar just smiled now, and these people's hearts shook with it. Could it be that the feature they were most proud of was such a piece of trash? Speaking with facts, Senj restored the computer's network connection and the software followed suit. The most powerful recognition function they said was the ability to scan and recognize all data accessing the system. This is one of the most basic and core functions of a firewall. But the closer it was to the core, the easier it was to slip up. Senj had a very detailed knowledge of almost all of the world's better-known firewalls, from the discovery of the 10 codes until now. For example, the Guardian firewall used by the NA, FBA, and CLA in Rice, the anti-customer firewall used by certain hacker web servers and so on. These were some of the top firewall software in the world. After analyzing them with Ghost Domain, Senj could easily find out where the weaknesses of these software were, and they all had the same characteristic of having problems with the recognition function. The first step for a hacker to attack a system was to violently destroy the firewall, but some advanced hackers, in order to be able to steal the system's top-secret information silently, they use the anti-recognition method to enter the system. These advanced hackers usually disguise the stealing type of software as some regular data files, such as audio or video files, or even steal through the chat data connection of instant messenger. Such disguises are generally difficult to be recognized, especially this kind of firewall software that uses servers to relay data streams. Just add a variant of the file and it can successfully evade all scans. In order to scan all the files entering the system thoroughly, it is necessary to change the means of scanning and recognizing them. Like the scanning mode of the shield code, it will scan all the characters in each file. Even if it is a video or audio file, it will also scan the data stream. This is a form of identification. But in normal data mode, if there are alternative data streams, Shield will simply block them from the system. Any files that have the ability to destroy, attack, steal, etc., will not be able to enter the system. Senj wrote a firewall framework that also uses this technical feature. It's just that it's not as powerful as Shield in scanning and recognizing, but it is sufficient for the average user's system. The recognition function of the Deepwater firewall, like that of other firewalls, is easily evaded by means of the scanning of mutated files. Once the mutated file enters the system, it will start to complete the mutation process by using the program software that comes with the system. After the mutation is complete, the file will be permanently installed in your system files. There were a lot of these files on Senj's computer back in the day, most of which were variants left over from when he accessed it over the internet, or when he uninstalled certain software, and were eventually taken out by Shield. Not everyone has a Shield firewall on their computer, and just think of how many of these variant files they have on their system. Senj told Deng Nan that the recognition function of the Deepwater firewall software was certainly very powerful, but the mistakes in it were also the biggest. So far, none of the firewall software had been able to prevent the disguised entry of mutated viruses. Every time, it was only after the full-blown outbreak of this kind of virus that they thought of saving it. But how could they remedy the damage caused? Dun Nan sighed. His outburst was all but powerless. He could only say helplessly to Senj, "Senj, I can only count on you now. Tell me, can the firewall software you designed effectively eliminate these problems?" Senj said with a faint smile. "I said, there is no firewall software that can stop all the variant files. You guys are professionals. You should know more about this aspect than I do. I'm just programming. All I can do is to add everything I can think of into the software. Other than that, I can't give you anything." The words have been said very thoroughly. Senj will never say the words to death, and he did not even think about how to make his software perfect, because he knows that in a network world, in addition to the 10 codes, there can never be a perfect software. No matter how much technology you have, and no matter how thoroughly you understand the network, you can never surpass the 10 codes. In order to show his gratitude to Senj, Deng Nan gave Senj a computer that he had just bought from the wine country at a huge cost. Just a mainframe was worth more than $100,000. Many people thought that computer mainframes were only as good as the stuff from Rice or Fusang. But in fact, people who really knew about computers would never go to these two countries to pick one, because of commercialization. Even if their stuff is good, if once you add commercial applications, it is completely unacceptable to professionals. The wine country, on the other hand, is more than on point in this regard. Their services are first and foremost from the perspective of the individual user, and they know what these people want, and at the same time, they know better what they are able to offer. Even if they are expensive, They are sought after by countless professionals. Senj didn't say no to this gift at all. No one could say no to what is said to be the top computer in the world right now. Deng Nan, Yu Gao Han, Chen Meiyu, and some of the company's patriarchs personally sent Senj out the door. Looking at his back as he left, several people did not utter a word for half a day. This was because the shock that Senj had left them with was still lingering in their minds. When he returned home, Senj put his computer directly in the middle of the secret room. Of course, there was also the backpack full of money on his back. At this moment, Senj felt as nervous as if he had robbed money. The words having money didn't have any concept for him. The only thing he thought of now was that his plan could finally begin. He even created a drawing and made a detailed note of every step to be done, as well as the materials needed. On top of the original, Senj replaced all the materials with the best. Of course, all of this had to be done in a top secret state. It was getting late in the day, so the plan would be better to start tomorrow. Thinking of this, Senj planned to go buy something delicious and treat himself. After all, after making so much money today, it was understandable to indulge appropriately. So Senj bought some ribs and potatoes, and after stewing them up, he made a pot of rice. And that was what Senj considered to be a very extravagant dinner. But just then the doorbell rang again. Senj opened the door and saw that it was no one else but Xiao Jia. He still had the same do-it-or-die action and you can't beat me expression. However, this time, he did not come empty-handed, but also carried a bottle of wine, and some small dishes. Why are you here again? Senj was cracking up. Didn't this guy have anything else to do? Running around here all day? Xiao Jia didn't speak before he lifted his nose and sniffed again. Holy shit. Stewed ribs la. I should have known I wouldn't buy these things. Cost me tens of dollars. Are you a dog? Do you scurry to anyone's house when they're stewing something? Senj simply did not have the intention of letting him enter the door. The whole person towards the door blocked. Do not give Xiao Jia the slightest space. As a result, Xiao Jia simply ignored him, pushed him away and walked in. Hey you, did I invite you in, and you just barge in? Senj had no choice but to close the door to the room. This guy came in and it was impossible to kick him out. Xiao Jia was the same as always, throwing his purchases onto the dining table and heading straight to the kitchen. He also used a spoon to get some soup and tasted it, followed by baring his lips and saying, "It's bland." Senj looked at him for as long as half a minute, wondering how he could make this guy disappear from this world. But after thinking about it for half a day, there was no good method, and finally he could only say helplessly, "Add some salt." Although Xiao Jia was detestable, but his character, Senj did like. Simple and direct. Say what he wanted to say, do what he wanted to do. If it was not because of the different positions of each other, Senj really wanted to have a deep friendship with him. Senj thought nothing wrong. Xiao Jia is indeed simple and direct in some aspects. At this time, actually put the apron on, and plucked onions, and patted garlic. Busy. Senj you know not. In fact, my biggest dream is to be a chef, but by mistake, I entered the army. As a great soldier, the kitchen utensils in my dream are turned into all kinds of weapons, all kinds of stir-frying postures, are turned into fighting moves. At that time I do not know why I do this, and then I realized that I do this to guard my country, guard my family, guard our dignity, our life, etc. At that moment I realized the meaning of what I did all this. Senj just listened quietly. It was a simple thing for him to get to know someone. It was as simple as turning on a computer and typing in a code. But the feeling was completely different from someone saying it in person. The difference was trust. He didn't know with Xiao Jia between them if there was a real trust existed, but at least, Xiao Jia was willing to tell him some of his heart. It meant that Xiao Jia didn't treat him as an outsider. However, Senj had to think about the problem of each other's position. In a sense, he was guarding, while he was doing the offense. It was a very contradictory feeling. At the same time, Senj knew that trust between them was hard to exist. At least, Senj wouldn't be able to trust him completely. A pot full of ribs, a few small dishes, a bottle of white wine and 2 bowls of rice looked appetizing. Saying anything else is nonsense. Senj first grabbed a piece of ribs and nibbled it. Eating with Xiao Jia, you have to grab it. Otherwise, everything will be gone in a while. But Senj was a slow eater, and before he finished 1 piece of ribs, Xiao Jia's side had sucked the marrow out of 5 or 6 pieces of ribs. In this situation, Senj snapped out and chucked a few more ribs into his bowl, saving them for now. Xiao Jia just smiled faintly. Both hands suddenly reached out and grabbed the edge of the basin. The power of Dantian gathered on top of his hands, and with a light bark, the bottom of the basin left the table. Senj coldly grunted. No way. The chopsticks in his hand were like a dragon out of the sea, dragging up the fluctuations of the air and reaching into the basin like a lightning bolt. Between the flash of Xiao Jia's gaze, a piece of ribs had already left the bottom of the basin and landed straight into Senj's bowl. There are two things. Xiao Jie's voice was calm and indifferent, and his gaze shot like a bolt of lightning to the bowl in front of Senj. He was going to have to eat that piece of ribs, because there were only potatoes left in the bowl. He couldn't lose that piece of ribs because his taste buds were already stuck on them and only he could enjoy them. But just then, Senj had long since read his mind, and before he could do anything, Senj snapped a bite on top of the ribs. The moment the golden gravy spewed out of the corner of his mouth, Xiao Jie knew that all he could fucking eat was potatoes. I'm a guest. Can you die if you let me have this last piece? As soon as you show up in my house, I feel like I'm the guest and you're the host. Eating with you is like a robber going to the mall. It's all about the robbery. Senj spat the bone out on the dining table with a satisfied look on his face. Xiao Jie smiled embarrassedly and reached for the bottle, jammed his finger on the cap and flicked it with a pop sound. And the cap ejected. Are you human? Senj looked at his actions and wondered about the strength of this guy's hands. How many keyboards would he break in a year if he played with computers? Pouring 2 full glasses of wine, he kept one for himself and offered another to Senj. Senj didn't refuse. He would never take a sip anyway. I heard you went to deep water today to look for a job? What? Not going to work at the library anymore? Hearing this, Senj was just shocked. How did Xiao Jie know everything? Could it be that his every move is being followed now? What little good impression he had of Xiao Jie had all disappeared at once. It was like two forces on the battlefield. When they were at peace, they were familiar with each other. But when the war started, it was you and me to the death. Xiao Jie saw that Senj didn't say anything. After pouring a mouthful of wine, he then said, Senj, don't hide it from me anymore. I know that you are Ghost Butterfly, and there might be a lot of things that make you misunderstand. I just want to tell you that we are on your side, and we definitely won't be greedy for you. Do you understand? Senj smiled lightly and said, I really don't know what ghost butterflies and god butterflies you're talking about. I'm just a librarian, an ordinary person, and I'm just looking for a part-time job to increase my income. It's you guys, stalking an ordinary person all day long. Do you think that's interesting? A part-time job? A little income? Senj, I treat you as one of my true selves, and I can also tell you that Ghost Butterfly is the person I respect and admire the most in my entire life. Aside from my parents. Bar none. And you, if you just want to make your life a little bit better, you can totally talk to me about it. Senj still had a smile on his face, but just as he was about to say something, Xiao Jie suddenly put on his own headset. This is Xiao Jie, what did you say? Xiao Jie immediately stood up from his chair and yanked off his headset as he said to Senj, CNC has been attacked by unknown hackers. Senj, come with me. CNC server suffered a hacker attack. Xiao Jie pulled Senj and led him a piece of CNC headquarters to go. Senj, a hand to break away from Xiao Jie's hand, said, this I cannot help you. You should go to find those real experts. I just know how to write some programs only. If Xiao Jie is allowed to go to CNC, the identity of the Ghost Butterfly, most likely, will be completely exposed. However, Xiao Jie didn't give Senj any room for negotiation at all. At this moment he was like giving orders to his soldiers. I'm telling you, Senj, the CNC server is the bottom line of our military's defense. If it suffers an attack, the loss will not only be top secret military information, but also the dignity of our motherland. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You have to go even if you don't. This time Xiao Jie directly grabbed Senj's collar and directly just dragged it towards the door. Xiao Jie's military background. Although he was serving in the CNC, he still had the basic daily training. Senj in his hands, just like a scholar, encountered a brutal soldier. Not even the strength to resist. Seeing that he was about to reach the door, Senj suddenly shouted, you let go of me. I've got my own fucking legs. Being pulled out like this, letting the surrounding neighbors see it and think what's going on. This Xiao Jie is not spoiling his honor? And Senj also kind of see. Today if do not go to the CNC to take a look at it. This Xiao Jie estimated that they can use the troops to invite him. Anyway, when he gets to CNC, won't he just do nothing? The headquarters of CNC, the most mysterious and largest military and civilian cyber defense department in the country. All the equipment is autonomous and domestically produced. In Senj's impression, domestically produced things in some ways, it seems that they will always unconsciously think with the water goods, fake goods. But looking at these super advanced server equipment and network-specific equipment, Senj realized that the motherland was truly powerful. Xiao Jie looked at Senj's expression, which seemed to be shocked. He also said with a smug look on his face, how is it? It's even better than deep waters, right? What you're seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. That being said, the base was situated on the outskirts of the capital, surrounded by basically garrison troops, with legions of all types of soldiers. The base was right in the middle of them, as if everything around it was providing it with protection. The base covered an area of tens of thousands of square meters, and all the military as well as civilian network data in the country would pass through here. Connecting to the world. Within the CNC, there are 7 departments, each in charge of 7 major areas of the network world. These include military, intelligence, archives, civilian, communications, weapons, satellites, 7 major areas. Each sector has a separate server group as well as office and command headquarters. The CNC was the military department, and the highest-ranked department in the base. They were responsible for the security of the data network of the entire military, as well as protection and other tasks. Of course, because the network is connected to all the departments of the whole army, almost all the military secrets are stored in the CNC servers. To access this data, you have to use a variety of different levels of authority, which are 5 levels of authority, with level 1 being the lowest and level 5 being the highest. Head level figures are a special level beyond 5. Level 6. From the outside, no one would think that this building, with its elegant environment, birdsong and flowers, and novel and unique architectural model, is the most mysterious and highest-end network base in China. Xiao Jia patted Senj, who was standing in front of the window, and said with a smile, "How's it? Not bad. You'll love it here." Senj shook his head helplessly and said, "You're about to have your server destroyed, so you might as well do what you need to do." The conditions here were indeed good, and that was the only feeling Senj had. Senj couldn't let go of his thoughts because the base in front of him, like a strange world, was just too big for him. Senj was a man of habit. He was used to the quiet of the library, the relaxation of going home, and the immersion in his own world. All this could not be easily changed. The base is heavily guarded and every guard is heavily armed and loaded. It's only when you see them that you think this is a military base. The CNC headquarters was on the 8th floor, and standing at the window, one could see almost all of the surrounding garrison units, and even a row of battle tanks. Although Senj had never been a soldier, standing here, he could feel a strong military atmosphere, which would also give a good sense of security. Behind him was the command room of CNC headquarters. 177 computers. 177 members of CNC were busy in front of the computers at this time. On the large screen in the center was the information related to this attack. Senj saw that the other party had broken through the firewall and entered the data servers, on one hand with the CNC, on the other hand downloading the data information in the servers. Xiao Jia was sitting in front of a large screen, a computer with 5 monitors, giving orders for various defenses while operating something. In other people's eyes, he seemed to be nervous, but in Senj's eyes, he was excited at this moment. Or maybe he hadn't met any real opponents besides Ghost Butterfly, and this offense would finally give him a little excitement. Cut off the main network of the first set of servers, move to the intranet, and rewrite the firewall encryption program. Yes, team leader, cut off the main network and switch to the intranet. Rewrite of firewall encryption program complete. The command headquarters at this moment was like the main control room of a nuclear submarine, and Xiao Jia was the captain, issuing various orders to his crew. His orders were being carried out quickly and accurately, and these members trusted him with absolutely no reservations. That's what they need, a commander like that, isn't it? An omnipotent, omniscient commander who could always give them a correct order at the most crucial time. That's what a commander should do. Senj glanced at the big screen. Xiao Jia's countermeasures seemed to work a little, at least cutting off the other party's data download. But the firewall encryption, it seemed to have no effect. The other party had completely broken through the core of the firewall. In other words, the robbers are already standing in your house. What's the point of fixing the door? On the screen scrolling a code symbols. In the eyes of others, this is the book of heaven, or just a data pattern. Cannot understand the meaning of any of them, but in Senj's eyes, all this is incomparably familiar. The meaning of each symbol, what kind of role it will play. Senj all know it like the back of his hand. Senj noticed that the symbols, every 2 seconds, shifted back and forth in some detail. Even Xiao Jia couldn't see the change, but Senj saw it clearly. If I'm not mistaken, the other party is trying to take control of the server's network settings. 5 seconds later, a member then shouted to Xiao Jia, reporting to the commander, "The main server network has been reset and cannot be changed." Xiao Jia punched the console so hard that even the big screen shuddered with it. Senj's guess was completely correct. The other party had indeed changed the network settings of the CNC main server, and by means of modifying the system files, the contents of these settings were completely unchangeable. Xiao Jia tried several times, but could not change the network settings. The data on the big screen showed that the other party started to download the data files from the main server again. The other party seems to be a master. Dragonet firewall. Senj is very well understood. In the world's firewall ranking, are among the top. But now Senj can't see the data of the Dragonet firewall, and for the time being, he can't know what way the other party cracked it. From the data of the information on the big screen, there were several different symbols coded. That is, Each code was written with different programming software. One person could not use these codes at the same time. The other party was obviously a team. Based on the characteristics of the code, Senj had known exactly that there were at least 5 people in this group of hackers. In looking at the pointers to the code, 4 of them are targeting different areas, including networking, password cracking, systems, data downloads, and another unseen pointer that must be targeting firewalls. Senj meanwhile wondered what he would do if it was his system that had been attacked in such a comprehensive manner. Provided there was no shield in place, he would first modify the network ports, and the DNs pointing to them, to protect the data from being compromised first. Secondly, he would activate the backup system and take out the one responsible for targeting the system. After that, he will use the other party's network data connection to find the other party's LP address, and carry out anti-network settings. The last one is the one targeting the firewall. It's very simple. Just find his coding characteristics and manually add them to the firewall recognition function, and then directly screw him. As for the password cracker, he can be completely ignored, because his only role is to crack the login LD with the password, and after logging into the data server, he can take a snack and sit on the side to watch the fun. While this series of thoughts were in Sen's mind, Xiao Jie also came up with his solution. He ordered start backup system, secondary LD login mode, disguise data packets. Although Xiao Jie's method was also somewhat targeted, it could not solve the hackers at the root. Other than activating the backup system, the other two were basically useless. After the secondary LD login mode is activated, all LDS connected to the server will be kicked out by the system and need to re-log in before they can connect to the server. Moreover, the LD and password are more complicated, and most importantly, the password is randomly converted. Any other normal user who wants to log in will have to do the math to come up with the password. But that doesn't do anything for hackers who specialize in password cracking. It doesn't take them half a minute to crack it. The last one, disguising data packets, was a method of sorts, but in Sen's eyes, this method was ridiculous. The so-called camouflage data packet was to add data bombs to the other party's download channel, so that he would take the initiative to download these bombs. Once the bomb is downloaded, it explodes and can either slow down the other party's download speed or simply destroy their network system. But if the other side uses file download recognition, their download program will kick these bombs away and not even touch them. Xiao Jie glanced at Senj, who was still standing with a harmless expression, not saying a word. Xiao Jie shook his head helplessly, thinking that Senj would be interested in this CNC base after seeing it. It seems that he was wrong. It was a very tense moment, and Xiao Jie could only focus all of his attention on the screen. After the backup system was started, the network was again ready to be set up. On top of that, all users connected to the server were forcibly disconnected and each other's downloads were once again terminated. Xiao Jie himself knew that this method wouldn't stop them for long, so he utilized what little time he had and began to have all CNC members replace all of the data files in the main server with bombs. When he saw this, Senj was thinking of a question. Why did these hackers only target the main server of CNC, while the other several servers did not even look at them? In a general main server, basically, there would not be any useful data and information stored, and the more precious and confidential the data and information, the more mysterious the place where it was stored. These hackers shouldn't be unaware of this, and if it was Senj, he would have gone to the other servers after the main server had attracted all the attention, before going to the other servers without a word to take what was actually useful in them. But judging from the data codes on the big screen, everything is normal with the other server data. This is a bit abnormal. This attack is like a pre-arranged appointment. Hit you wherever I say. Even the most junior hacker wouldn't go for that. At this time, the login password was cracked again, and after the firewall was rewritten, it still could not prevent the other party's access, and the recognition code function, which was completely useless, could not recognize the other party's data files at all. But this time, it seems that the other party stopped doing the download and started uploading files. Sen's eyes flashed. These guys were trying to completely destroy this place. What they had uploaded, judging by the data code, was the highest-end mutant virus bomb in the world right now. The characteristic of this kind of bomb is that once it enters the other party's server system, it will immediately explode, and all the server system files will be added to a variant of the file extension, which can be used to directly modify the file attributes, or even directly delete the file. For example, a file with the extension exe suffix is an executable file, such as when we often install a piece of software. It starts with this file extension. The so-called file extension is a systematic way of recognizing a mechanism that indicates the format of a file. So far, there are still a lot of hackers who use the method of disguising file extensions to attack other people's systems. They usually set the exe extension after, for example, txt, exe to be hidden, and when the user sees the txt extension. He or she will think that it is a text file. After you click on this file, you will realize that your computer is finished. But what Senj was seeing now was the extension named or, and every system file was hooked up to one of these extensions at the end. If not anticipated wrongly, these extensions can directly change the attributes and even the content of the file, causing the entire server data to crash. Senj hadn't even had time to take a look at the properties of such an extension, and the CNC main server had already begun to crash. Senj watched as the code in the big screen was disappearing symbol by symbol, which then meant that the data files in the server were also disappearing one after another. From the moment the first file was deleted, the entire CNC server had begun to crash. There are tens of millions of files and billions of symbols in the server, but each one has its own unique role, and you can't have one without the other. Up to this point in the network war, CNC had already lost. The contents of all 170 computer screens had all turned into garbled codes, followed by a blue screen. Even after rebooting, it still prompted the system could not find the specified file, and could not start normally. Xiao Jia was sweating profusely as he sat on the chair, already at a loss. The opponent's skills were completely above his, and when he had encountered powerful opponents before, he had never been as demoralized as he was today. Once again, his eyes were on Senj. One of the world's greatest hackers was standing right next to him, yet he just watched as he was defeated. He really wanted to ask Senj if it felt good to see death, but Senj's eyes remained on the big screen as he spotted one of the symbols, suddenly changing position again. This was a microscope to see the action, but still could not escape the eyes of Senj, because the big screen was littered with constantly bouncing jumbled symbols, and no matter how you looked at it, the symbols seemed to be constantly bouncing and changing positions. 99% of the codes were garbled, and Senj only had to take one look to realize that they were all misplaced codes from the server files. However, there was another set of codes hidden amongst these messy codes. This meant that the hackers were still in the server and hadn't left at all. On top of that, the set of codes kept bouncing once in a while, which would indicate that these people were already planning to do something else in the server. According to Senj's deduction, the main server's data had been completely destroyed, leaving no useful data for them. The only thing they can do is go through the server's intranet data, access other servers, and continue to download files. Senj wanted to remind Xiao Jie, but he swallowed his words when he saw Xiao Jie's gaze. At this moment, Xiao Jie's eyes were like they were going to spit out a flame and burn him to death, and looking at him made Senj feel terrified. He could also see that Senj seemed to have something to say, but was scared back by the look in his eyes. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Or maybe what Senj was trying to say was the way to deal with it? So Xiao Jie cleared his throat and said to Senj, "If you're going to tell any jokes, save them. I want you to tell me something useful." Senj just made a helpless gesture and said, "I just wanted to ask you when I can leave. You've got the leg on you. You can leave if you want to." At this moment, Xiao Jia really wanted to rush up and punch this guy. Otherwise, Senj would never be able to realize how angry he was right now. You have to know that bringing Senj to the CNC headquarters was only done by his old man, Xiao Long, personally fighting with the military region for an application. Otherwise, how could such a military heavyweight let him in? When you came in, did you at least do something? Just stood there and watched the fun. And in the end the servers were ruined and he was wondering when he could leave. It's hard to get to know someone, but to look at someone wrong is a very simple thing. Everyone is wrong about someone at some point, and every now and then, the first person they want to curse is no one but themselves. Xiao Jia had already cursed himself to death. Why must he be convinced that Senj was that some damn ghost butterfly? Why did he have to want to walk into Senj's world? What the hell was he doing this for? He had too many questions that he couldn't explain to his satisfaction, and even knowing the answers hurt like a hard punch to his face. Of course Senj knew what Xiao Jia had in mind, but he couldn't do anything about it. There were 173 people here, and if he let them know that he was the ghost butterfly, any one of those people could have leaked that information. In time, those who wanted to find him at all costs, just as he had found Jack, would get everything they wanted by any means necessary. So Senj could only remain silent, like the profession of hacker, always listening to the lonely voice at the back of prosperity, always experiencing the taste of loneliness when 1,000 sails are floating. It is always a stage for one person. No matter how wonderful the performance is, it is destined not to have any applause. Senj, the files in these servers concern the military security and secrets of the entire country. It was destroyed under your nose. You can say that you can't do anything. I can also say that I look down on you, even though I'm not as skillful as I am. I tried my hardest to do it, and even if I lose, I'm still very sore. And what do you see? You're waiting for the entire country's military defenses to be cracked, encroached upon, and trampled on? You're having a blast now, aren't you? You're very. Now, I can't do anything. Senj interrupted Xiao Jie loudly. and all the members of CNC turned their eyes on them. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Everyone has their own life. Why do you have to drag mine here? From the time you suddenly appeared in my house until now, you never stopped demanding me. You're trampling on me, disrupting my life and my dignity. Don't you understand? Sangar's breath caught in agitation. He was angry not because of the reasons he gave, but precisely because he could do nothing. It was like watching an innocent person being harmed by a bandit and being around he could only watch. Even though he could have taken the bandit's life if he had stepped in, he couldn't do so. Who would think this tastes good? Who would want to do that? Xiao Jia wanted him to tell him that he was a ghost butterfly. But what could be gained by telling him? Apart from suffering a more violent attack, what else can be gained? He wanted to get out of here. It wasn't his world. And selfishly, it wasn't his war. Xiao Jia leaned back against the computer desk. He, like the rest of the CNC, just watched Sangar silently. The others probably didn't know who he was, or maybe he never knew anything either. But Senj has a point. He has been asking Senj to default and change. Who is he to demand that Senj must do something for CNC? Was it because he was in charge of the CNC? Or was it because he had been completely unable to detach himself from the nature of a soldier, taking obedience to orders as his vocation, and pulling Senj into the CNC no matter what? Where's his talk of respect? Where was the adoration? He just wanted to calm himself down quickly now. And Senj too. Whether he was a ghost butterfly or not, but he'd stepped into his own world, and it was impossible to be a stranger from now on. Senj once again cast his gaze out of the window. He also needed to calm down now. Xiao Jia's temper was like this. Straightforward. He should know it very well. Although he didn't have much contact with him, Senj knew that he wasn't the kind of person who was unreasonable. Thinking about it in another way, Senj also wanted to defend his country and the honor of his country. But this battlefield was definitely not here. He had his own way of attacking and his own unique weapon. He remembered the characteristics of that code. This round, sooner or later, he had to move back for Xiao Jia, but this could only be done in secret, and the identity of Ghost Butterfly could never be made known to any. Yuehan was an exception to the list, but Senj believed that Yuehan would never reveal his secret to anyone, even if he died. Xiao Jia saw that Senj's breathing was gradually stabilizing, so he asked one of the warriors behind him to get them something to drink. He came up behind the Sangar and patted him on the shoulder. I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. I shouldn't have bothered to disrupt your life. This mystery, or I'll never solve it. Who cares? Who cares? There are a lot of mysteries in this world that you and I can't unravel, and even more forbidden areas that can't be touched. Xiao Jia, I'm not the person you're looking for. I'm not Ghost Butterfly. I'm just an ordinary librarian. I don't want my life to change in any way, and I don't want the lives of the people around me to change either. Do you understand? Senj's tone is helpless, but Xiao Jia heard every word clearly. Everyone is looking for their own answers, but how much can be found is not up to you. Even if it is helpless, you can only accept it. The warrior brought 2 cups of coffee, and Senj shook his head and said, Excuse me, can I have a glass of water? Xiao Jia smiled. This is Senj isn't it? Never touching any tempting colors, always choosing the blandest of tastes. Just then, the door to the command headquarters was suddenly pulled open, and Xiao Long walked in with 5 officers, full of anger. Seeing that his expression was about to collapse, Xiao Jia whispered to Senj, My old man, the hand here. In a moment you'll know why I'm in such a difficult position. Senj was still a bit baffled when Xiao Long stood close to him. All the soldiers in the command stood up and saluted, but Xiao Long's eyes were always fixed on Senj's face. Xiao Long's aura of a superior person also erupted at once, giving Senj the feeling as if even the air around him began to tumble. A person's magnetic field was actually able to erupt to such a majestic degree. This major general was not bad for being a hand here. Xiao Jia did not move and took a step back. He knew what this aura of Xiao Long meant. No one said anything. Senj would not even take the initiative to say anything. He was not a soldier, although he was pressed by his aura as if he could not even breathe. But Senj could also be sure that Xiao Long would not do anything to him. Sure enough, Xiao Long brushed right past him, and behind him were 5 officers, all of whom didn't look too old, with the lowest rank being major. Each of them had a computer clutched in the crook of their arm. Physically they were standard soldiers, but from their expressions, it was as if they were soldiers who had only just won a war. Excitement and even condescension was written all over each of their faces. To say that Xiao Long's magnetic field was majestic, the magnetic field of these few people was a wave of naked crushing. It was as if in their eyes, whether it was Senj or Xiao Jia, they could almost be treated as if they were transparent. One of the officers even had a contemptuous sneer on his face as he looked at Xiao Jia. It was as if he was saying, CNC the famous Xiao Jia, is nothing more than that. Senj heard Xiao Jia's breathing, and it seemed to have become sharper. and he could even feel a surge of anger emanating from his body, and he realized that he seemed to be standing right in the middle of them, which was not a good position to be in, so Senj moved a step to the side, trying his best to empty the battlefield for them. This was, Xiaolong's voice finally sounded, majestic, domineering, loud and irresistible. This exercise, I am very disappointed. The country has given you so much, you are so return the country is it? Look at how wimpy you all are. If this wasn't an exercise, do you know what kind of consequences you'd be facing right now? The entire military network would have collapsed, countless military secrets would have been leaked, the fourth field of defense would have completely disappeared, the country would have fallen, and the whole country would have been thrown into chaos. It seems that I trusted you guys too much. I shouldn't have handed over such an important department to a bunch of incompetent rice buckets like you. Everyone listen to me clearly. From now on, in addition to the regular work, every day, you will complete a 100 kilometers of armed running for me. When do you think clearly? When do you think clearly? When do you finish? Now all get out. As soon as Senj heard that it was a drill, his eyes immediately fell on Xiao Jie's face, who was now full of raised eyebrows, giving Senj the feeling that he was about to break down. No wonder he felt that there were so many abnormalities in this attack. The fact that these people only attacked the main server already made Senj feel strange. On another note, just as Xiaolong said, such an important military base was hacked and Xiao Jie was actually able to drink coffee with him with ease. It was even more inconceivable to Senj. He looked again at the 5 officers whose faces were filled with contempt. It seemed that Xiao Jie's opponents for the maneuver this time were a few of them. The members of the CNC left the command room one by one, and Xiaolong also once again came close to Sangar, and very directly was the sentence, "You're Sangar, that librarian?" Senj was fully able to feel the anger on Xiaolong's body and in his tone. The other party's military rank was on the line. Senj couldn't care less about this even if he was indifferent, so he nodded and said, "Yes, I am Senj." Humph. Xiaolong's nose coldly let out such a sound, as if the failure of this CNC maneuver was all Senj's fault, making Senj sound particularly upset, but he couldn't say anything, so he could only hold it in his heart. There were no extra words. Xiaolong finally stuck his spear in Xiao Jie's body, splitting his head and giving him a bad scolding. Xiao Jie could only keep his head down, but Senj could see clearly that his fists were about to be crushed. In the middle of scolding Xiao Jie, the 5 officers seemed to be enjoying themselves. Looking at their expressions and gazes, it was as if there was no more rivals for them in this world, and one of the officers, at that moment, spoke up and interrupted Xiaolong. "Chief, you shouldn't blame Xiao Jie. CNC is nothing more than a department that maintains the network system. He's already doing a good job." Why did Senj feel so harsh when he heard this officer's words? Although it wasn't addressed to him, he couldn't use this tone of voice and this expression with anyone, right? This was clearly smiling and punching people in the face. Hard to pretend to be coy. Xiao Jie is not even listened to it. Originally let Xiaolong give scolded a belly of fire. This time really is not to explode cannot. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't think you have something great. 5 against 1. You still feel honored isn't it? Shut your mouth. It's against you isn't it?" Xiaolong shouted. His son was being a jerk. He couldn't. These few officers behind him were of great importance. Don't look at their rank, but behind them was the entire Legion department. Even if Xiaolong had a higher military rank, he would still have to listen to the dispatch of the Legion department. This exercise was a cyber attack drill that the Legion department had specially simulated in response to this cyber conflict of a world nature. It is to raise the awareness of network defense and enhance the network defense technology. These 5 officers were the ones who had simulated the hacker attack during the exercise. They were from a cyber combat team called Sky Moon from the Legion department. Sky Moon is directly under the jurisdiction of the Legion department, and their main task, as a simulated hacker, is to perform maneuver-style attacks on all military networks. At the same time, they are also tasked with performing defense and combat against unidentified hacker attacks. If CNC was the most mysterious department in the country, then Sky Moon was the mystery of mysteries. They never existed and never disappeared. Every member of the Sky Moon team was a specially trained cyber expert who knew the network as well as they knew their own bodies. So far, no one has been able to stop or their offense or defense. The evaluation report of each exercise, they can directly submit to the Supreme Chief. This evaluation report will determine whether or not the funding, development, and personnel of these network departments can be approved and supported by the core. And their power has become so great that it is beyond imagination. Xiao Jie's public backlash made Xiaolong really worried that he would let his future be buried just because of a moment of verbal pain. Therefore, he hurriedly stopped Xiao Jie and made him realize that these people could not be offended. Fortunately, these officers did not take Xiao Jie's momentary anger into consideration. One of them just said lightly, "Xiao Jie, my old classmate, you are still the same." Always want to show off alone. Don't you know that a team will be more intimidating? Look at your command center. 170 people. But you are the only one to grasp the whole situation. Can I say that you monopolize the power? But this is not important. The important thing is that you lost. Not even the power to fight back. Uncle Shao also let us despite the magnified moves on you. Said that you recruited. But we did not put any big moves. A person and a program. It will be your CNC to solve the problem. After hearing this, Xiaolong's face reddened. He was right. Indeed, before the opening, he even told them that they should just bring out their watchful skills, because Xiaolong knew that after the maneuvers started, CNC there would be a mysterious person who would appear, and he was Senj. With him there, in addition to Xiao Jia, it was foolproof, but as it turned out, Senj didn't even make a move, and in the end, it led to Xiao Jia's total rout as well, so Xiaolong felt that this was a complete slap in his own face. Xiao Jia still wanted to argue, and even wanted to rush up and punch these guys. There was not only the shame of being humiliated, but also the anger towards these people. It didn't matter if you lost a fight, but you definitely couldn't just let them mock and despise you, especially if there was still Senj present. He had previously told us that the environment here was so good, but now that people have seen such a scene, anyone else would have to think, is this place really as good as he said? Thinking of this, Xiao Jia glanced at Senj again, who just gave him a slight shake of his head, signaling him not to be impulsive. No matter what kind of war, there is always going to be a scene like this. If your strength is strong enough, then it is not you who will be ridiculed, but the other side. It was obvious that you were not as skilled as the other side. Even if you were able to show off for a moment, what was the point? No matter what tricks they use, losing is losing. War is so unscrupulous, is not it? What else is there to argue about? Moreover, these people are now clearly trying to ridicule Xiao Jia and stimulate Xiao Jia, just like they did when they launched the cyber attack. What Xiao Jia wants to do, they really know too well. As long as Xiao Jia made any excessive behavior at this time, he would no longer want to be a soldier. Xiao Jia nodded slightly to Senj and shut his mouth. But these few officers didn't have the intention to stop. One of them went on to say, "Your words are too heavy. Before the exercise, I told you guys that CNC is nothing more than a network department. Their professionals here are really too few. Although Xiao Jia is a bit capable, but when he gets to the stage, he won't be able to hold his own. So let's not be too picky. After all, our strength is also placed here. What else can you ask him to do?" That's right. This is just the first stage of the maneuver. Maybe, in the next stage, Xiao Jia will have the chance to zoom in. But seriously, Xiao Jia, your skills are really amateurish. On the other hand, I'm really worried about whether CNC will be able to utilize its true strength under your management. The Legion Department has invested tens of millions of dollars into this place. What they want to see is not this. This is something that I will definitely put in my evaluation report. Of course, if you want me to change my mind, just bring out all your can-do skills in the next phase. Xiao Jia smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, when the time comes, you will know that CNC can be much more powerful than you think." As he spoke, Xiao Jia looked at Senj again. The only thing he could unilaterally count on right now was Senj, but he was not at all sure that Senj would be able to help him. The way this was said, even Sanger sounded like he didn't feel like he had any bottom. If it was really that powerful, letting someone get knocked down in the first round? But at that moment, everyone's eyes followed Xiao Jia's gaze to Senj's body. Who is this person? One of the officers opened his mouth and asked Xiaolong. He's the network consultant we hired. Xiaolong could only answer their questions in this way. Whether Senj was a ghost butterfly or not, no one could be sure now. But no matter if it was or wasn't, he couldn't just let anyone know. On this issue, Xiaolong thought much more thoughtfully than Xiao Jia. The officer smiled faintly and said, "A cyber consultant? Since when is it okay to have civilian consultants in the classified section of our force?" Facing the officer's accusation, Xiaolong could only reply stiffly. Before he came, he had already gotten the approval from the head of the military region. He is only an advisor, not involved in any actual operations. Senj was helpless. After all this time, he's a counselor? Senj didn't think of himself as any kind of counselor, or rather, he didn't even want to be in this inexplicable place for even a second longer. In the face of all these people who seem to be going to heaven, Xiao Jia, it seems that this advisor of yours hasn't brought you much help. Or, you should learn more about networking. Otherwise, how are you going to deal with the current networking situation? For example, have you heard of a hacker named Ghost Butterfly? Suffice it to say, you can still hold out for a while in our hands. In front of Ghost Butterfly, you don't even have a chance to touch the keyboard. I'm really worried about your current state for you. After the officer's words were finished, Xiao Jia and Xiaolong both looked at Senj in unison, and if they weren't wrong, this myth in their mouths seemed to be right in front of them. Senj shook his head helplessly. He himself didn't know that he would be this powerful. It seemed that Ghost Butterfly's fame was just too loud. It was on the verge of being known by everyone. The conversation can also be stopped here. The failure of Xiao Jie can also endure enough. These officers have also enjoyed enough. Xiaolong in the army's dining room to prepare a snack for them. This is the best excuse to let them leave this place. Of course, they invited Xiao Jie to go with them, but they ignored Senj. How could Xiao Jie sit with them? Immediately refused. After sending the officer away, Xiaolong didn't spoil Senj by opening his mouth for a firefight. Senj, I didn't really ask you to come here today to be an advisor. You see, you're needed here. This country needs you. You should apply your skills in the field of national defense instead of becoming a hacker. You're still young. Don't you think about your future? Do you want to live your whole life with others hunting you down? Although Xiaolong's tone was hard, it seemed more like an elder to Senj, and he couldn't help but be reminded of his own father. When he was small, his father had this tone of voice, and it seemed that every day there was an endless amount of reasoning. It also couldn't help but make him a little envious of Xiao Jie. No matter when it came to any time, there was a father who stood behind him to protect him, while he, on the other hand, could only protect himself. As for hunting and killing and whatnot, Senj really wanted to ask if it was as serious as he made it out to be. He had never done anything like killing or setting fire to anyone. So was he so hard on him? Chief, I'm sorry, I think you've really misunderstood something. I've never been a hacker of any kind. I also want to contribute to the country, but I really can't do anything. I've already made it clear to Xiao Jie about this. If you're done with it, can I leave now? Xiao Jie is a fool, but I'm not. You see clearly, this is a troop, not some library. This is the front line of guarding the national territory. The battlefield against all foreign invasions and destructions, no matter whether it's a ghost butterfly or not. You're a warrior when you stand here. You have to be always ready to contribute your everything for the country. Xiaolong really did not think that this Senj actually so illiterate. Such a good opportunity in front of him. He is not willing to lift his hand to take a bit. Is to do a hacker is so good? In other words, he talked to Senj. Xiao Jie what matter he stood can be shot. This world in the end what is wrong? Everything that happened today was a nightmare. Senj still knew what this place was, and he knew more than anything else that Xiaolong was saying to him that this was not some library where he could come and go as he pleased. Or rather, everything he had was the state's, and when he was needed, he had to accept the state's arrangement without any conditions. It was a truism, but Senj could not accept such an arrangement. Chief, you're right, but I really don't know what I can do for you, so please let me go. Xiaolong couldn't hold back his anger and wanted to continue. Xiao Jie hurriedly blocked. Chief, you'd better leave this matter to me. I'll communicate with him again. If he continued to talk like this, the foundation he had managed to build here in Senj might be ruined. Of course, Xiao Jie knew his father's temper, and in his life, he had never compromised with anyone. Even when facing that group of people from the Sky Moon team, Xiaolong didn't give them any good looks, and Sang was even a person with a unique personality. It would not do Sang any good if they went on talking like this. The CNC was a cyber defense department that also belonged to an intelligence agency, and Xiao Jie's other identity was that of an operative of the agency, and they had the absolute right to take away everything from Senj. Looking at Xiaolong's aura, he was all set to lock Senj up. Senj was right. There were many things that could not be touched. It was a forbidden zone. Ghost Butterfly's identity was one of Senj's forbidden zones, and he wouldn't let anyone touch it unless he volunteered to do so. Xiaolong snorted coldly and left without looking back. If he didn't love the fact that Senj was a talented person, Xiaolong really wanted to give him 2 slaps to wake him up. Senj's parents left him when he was very young. A child can grow up so big by himself. Just think about it, you know how hard it is. If his parents were by his side, he wouldn't have gone to be a hacker, wandering around the edge of danger all day long. Thinking of this, Xiaolong sighed, fished out a cigarette from his pocket, then stood in front of the window and smoked it. The hooded smoke looked so thick under the light, and the stoic face in the smoke slowly softened. Senj is about the same age as Xiao Jie, but the fate of the two people is very different. Xiao Jie had grown up in a greenhouse, never knowing what the trials of life were or the despair of helplessness. Senj, on the other hand, grew up in a world of his own, enduring the darkness, the loneliness of the torture of slowly growing up. He understood what is strong, what is resilience. Nothing can conquer him, and nothing can make him yield. The flame of the cigarette slowly went out. It is a simple thing to throw away a cigarette, but there are some things that should never be given up. A little while ago, in a street stall, Xiao Jie took a sip of a bottle of beer. Senj just watched him silently, knowing that he was in a bad mood and wanted to vent, so he just let him drink enough, and it wasn't like he was spending money anyway. After finishing off another beer, Xiao Jie took out a folded piece of paper from his backpack and placed it in front of Senj. Senj opened it and it was actually a transfer order. Senj opened the document to see that it was actually a transfer order to transfer him from the library to the army. And Xiao Long had already signed it, with the red seal clearly stamped at the bottom of the document. What the hell do you want? Senj slapped the document on the table, shaking the bottles, bowls, cups and plates on the tabletop. Luckily, there weren't a lot of guests eating around, just a few curious glances, then turned their heads and continued eating their meals. This transfer order was approved a week ago, but I never brought him out to you. It was out of respect for you. I didn't want you to think that everything was one of those damned orders, and I didn't want you to think, more than anything else, that we were restricting you, scheduling you for anything, or that you wouldn't take it even if I had brought it out. Wouldn't you? Xiao Jie's expression was lost, looking as if he had lost the most precious thing in his life. Even Senj, who wanted to get angry, calmed down. Senj was not a fool. He knew that Xiao Jie was doing this for his own good. If he shoved the transfer order into the old curator's hands, the trajectory of Senj's life might be about to change. All this, Senj is impossible to accept. He was used to everything in the library. The rows and rows of shelves with neatly coded books on them. The old librarian's philosophy of life. Sister Flora's news. The mutual taunts and jokes of his co-workers. What's so good about the army? Just like Xiao Jie, in the eyes of others, he accomplished success, but at this time not still suffocated all to swallow the bottle. So, what do you mean by showing me this thing now? The transfer order has been issued, but the person is delayed. Xiao Jie has to go to the top of the things, is really quite a lot. Could it be that now that he can no longer top it, he is going to give him the order to report to the army tomorrow? I just want you to know that I don't think of you as Ghost Butterfly. But Senj, Xiao Jie's tone was flat, but it carried an undeniable certainty. The Ghost Butterfly may be a myth to many, or it may be a demon, but whatever it is, its soul will always be deep within someone's heart. This person is righteous, hot-blooded, and uses his powers to preserve the world, and that person is Senj. The words also touched Senj a lot, or maybe Xiao Jie just wanted to make Senj realize that he valued Senj as a person rather than Ghost Butterfly's skills. Xiao Jie continued, even when you get to the army, you're still just Senj, just like the one sitting in front of me, just Senj, and Ghost Butterfly won't be drinking with me when I'm feeling down. Senj laughed helplessly. This Xiao Jie actually knows a little bit of life's philosophy, and the words are indeed profound. Even Senj himself was considering, was the Ghost Butterfly playing him, or was he playing the Ghost Butterfly? He was the Ghost Butterfly, a world in his heart, a guardian, but in everyone's eyes, he was Senj, the librarian only. Was he not a Ghost Butterfly? Senj wasn't drinking though. He was sober enough to know that while the concept sounded somewhat interesting, how could it not be a guide? It was a question he had considered many times himself. Ghost Butterfly was Ghost Butterfly, and Senj was Senj, even though they were the same person. They had two completely different lives, and that didn't mix. But what Xiao Jie said made sense. He could be a Ghost Butterfly or not. Why must he dwell on this issue? He could have used Senj's identity, or any other identity to enter the world of these people. Also let not also can? Senj suddenly realized that there are times when people are too attached to a belief, or a persistence, and it's not the right thing to do. Just like if you want to break through a firewall, if one code doesn't work, you can totally try another code. Wasn't that the design concept of his firewall software? Fusion. Ghost Butterfly is a hacker, but Senj can still be an anti-hacker. He can have many LDS, many identities, can't he? Thinking of this, Senj laughed out loud. He felt his mood suddenly become transparent all of a sudden, and took a sip from his wine glass as well. Didn't you say you don't drink? Xiao Jie looked at Senj inexplicably, not thinking that his own words from the bottom of his heart had actually made Senj feel so much. I did say I wouldn't drink it, but I never said I'd never drink it. People have to learn to be flexible sometimes, don't they? Wouldn't it be better if you didn't keep changing your mind on the wine, and you thought about changing your mind on something else? Don't bullshit me. What do you say about this transfer order? Senj said and threw the transfer order in front of Xiao Jie, who was never going to leave the library. This thing belongs to you. You can give it to the director of your library. You can also tear it up. Anyway, this thing is a piece of waste paper in your eyes. Xiao Jie sighed. This piece of paper how many people want can't even ask for it. To Senj here, not in the eyes at all. What's so great about that library anyway? All day long, there's not even a ghostly shadow, so it's no wonder he's called Ghost Butterfly. Senj wouldn't give him to the curators, nor would he tear it up. Instead he put it in his backpack, keeping this thing for the time being. It might come in handy at some point. This thing was a guarantee of a person's step to heaven. Of course Senj knew his value. With that said, Senj looked at the time and saw that it was getting late, so he got up to leave. Xiao Jie followed suit and stood up saying, "There's still the second phase of the maneuvers the day after tomorrow. Can't you give me a couple of tips? We'll see, and by the way, don't dawdle at my house tomorrow. I won't do anything. Can't I just buy groceries? Hey." Before Xiao Jie could finish his words, Senj had long gone without a trace, but that sentence, "We'll talk about it when the time comes," made Xiao Jie, like a chicken blood, call out to the boss, "Serve another case of beer." Senj stood in the middle of the secret room, looking at it while thinking about his plan. Tomorrow is Sunday, must buy all the things that should be bought back. The plan can start to carry out. As for Xiao Jie's side of the maneuver, Senj didn't give it a second thought. Of course, he would indeed step in to help Xiao Jie this time, but the manner would be in his hands. The next morning, Senj went out with the money. The mood before shopping was particularly exciting, as if the whole world was in his pocket. For the first time, Senj experienced the feeling of spending money without having to think about how to save it. No matter what it was, he wanted the best. Senj took his notes and bought everything in the course of the day. 5 monitors alone were purchased, along with a shipment of building materials, and a security door that was currently said to be the most secure on the market. Anyway, apart from the stuff for networking, it's the stuff that increases the security of the house. From wiring to heat dissipation, everything is very comprehensively thought out. Money earned fast, spent fast. Half a house of things, spent hundreds of thousands of his. The neighbors thought Senj was getting married and setting up a new house. The workers quickly finished installing the security door, which is still a password door. There is also a visual system on it. In the words of the workers, unless there is a nuclear weapon, no one will be able to open it. Senj listened to the non-committal. If there are nuclear weapons, the house has collapsed. But also security doors, what is the use? Closing the door to his room, Senj returned to his world. But the amount of work in front of him was just too much. First of all, in the wiring piece, it was a pain in the ass. For the sake of concealment, he gouged all the wire slots into the wall and plastered the outside with cement. Just this one project, Senj almost worked until midnight. Senj of course also bought wireless equipment. But for security, Senj's first consideration is still wired access to the network. Because of the wireless signal, not only can you connect to it, but everyone else can connect to it. And most of all, Senj's current concept of wireless network is not very deep. Wired signals are of course detected by certain devices, but he has the key code to form a ghost domain control. But the wireless network, there is no corresponding code, or he is in one of the 10 codes, but it is also necessary to study him thoroughly to be able to do so. Today's work is over. The work cannot be done in one day. Tomorrow is Monday. He still has to go to work. If he is late, the old librarian may want to criticize him again. In addition to going to work, he also has to go to the CNC to help Xiao Jie, that guy. Lying on the bed, Senj suddenly thought of the mutant symbol he saw that day. It was a hidden code program that was hard to detect, and the location where this symbol entered was the real CNC data server. What did this person who placed the symbol want to do? If it was just for the maneuvers, it wouldn't be necessary to do that, right? Troop military network exercises are usually just for server firewalls and data file security. It was almost impossible to use such complicated means. Could it be that this person wanted to kill Xiao Jie by surprise in the second phase of the exercise tomorrow? It seemed that this possibility was the most likely. Beyond that, Senj had no idea what tomorrow's maneuvers would entail. In fact, even Xiao Jie didn't know that the content of the maneuvers would be communicated to Xiao Jie an hour before the start of the maneuvers, and the time of tomorrow's maneuvers would be 7 o'clock in the evening. In terms of scheduling, Sanger got off work with enough time to get to CNC and watch the drills, then make a defense plan. As for whether or not he was going to use the key as well as the shield code tomorrow, Senj hadn't even thought about using them. With his current cybernetics and programming skills, Senj thought he was perfectly capable of dealing with tomorrow's maneuvers. The next day at work, his colleague Lian Xiaowen stood at the door of the unit and started to send out invitations when he saw people. It was said that his daughter got into a prestigious university, and he entertained all the relatives and friends at the Tianding Hotel in the capital city at night. Senj look at the banquet start time is also 7 o'clock in the evening. Senj had wanted to refuse, but this is a favor, cannot be refused. Otherwise, in the future in the unit how to meet? Lian Xiaowen is more than 40 years old this year, full of human ideas. Don't look at this guy thin. That bit of nutrition is estimated to let his brain absorb. Your daughter went to college, in his mom's house to find family and friends to get together at a table on it, but also get a banquet? And he made this thing. Just give money, do not go cannot. So it will appear that people care about you that little money like, but if you just go and don't pay, you'll look like you're being insensitive. While Senj was walking with the invitation and thinking about what to say to Xiao Jie in the evening, the old curator also came up to him with the invitation. Mariko, Lately it's always been reported that you've been putting all your books on the wrong shelves. What kind of stuff do you get up to when you're so distracted all day? No, it's not like you haven't seen it since I've been in the library all day. Senj knew what the old librarian was talking about. It was the thing that he threw the books that he couldn't stuff into the bookshelves of other people's management area. Other people threw into his bookshelf. They did not look at the old librarian to say them. He only threw hundreds of books only. The old librarian carried his ears to lecture. It was fortunate that the old curator did not know this amount. Otherwise the old man would probably be able to jump directly from the first floor to the 7th floor. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what's been going through your head all day. Could it be that there's someone? The old curator looked at Senj with a mysterious expression. An expression that was almost as if he had been infected by Flower Sister. Old master, if you're free, go back and watch some TV. This is the right time to show your favorite animal world. After saying that, Senj was helplessly about to leave. This old man was so old. What was going through his mind? The old curator, however, laughed and said, even if it's the bottom of a straw shoe, it has to find a companion, doesn't it? How old are you? Don't you think about it? Senj hurriedly ran away. This old curator, crazy. But Senj didn't see the old curator looking at his back with a layer of care smeared in his eyes. Moving books, non-stop, from the 7th floor to the 6th floor and back again. A female co-worker, Jin Nan, not much older than Senj, saw Senj and shouted, Senj, if you keep shoving your crappy books on my shelves, you're dead. If it was on a normal day, Senj would never talk back, but today his mood always felt stuffy, and he wanted to find someone to get through to. This kind of ventilation was not venting, or a kind of communication. And you're talking about me? I haven't said anything about you when you're always shoving books on my shelves. Hey, you've grown up, haven't you? You dare to talk back to your sister. Come here. Jin Nan crossed her arms and looked at Senj with an interested expression. This woman was in her 20s this year. Her body looks were considered medium, but her personality was unusually spirited, which was probably inherited from her mom. Senj had met her mom, and at the end of Jin Nan's internship, the old librarian decided that the library couldn't let her become a full-fledged employee from all considerations. For this reason, Jin Nan's mother killed the old librarian's office, splashed the old librarian with a wash basin of water, and sat in the doorway, crying and shouting, and then did not get up. If the library doesn't let her daughter work, she plans to die here. Jin Nan, who was in the crowd and saw the scene, just like the others who were watching, said to Senj next to him, my job. I should have a job. Senj started off not understanding why Jin Nan was so sure that this trick of her mother's would work, but it turned out that the old curator wiped the water from her face while saying hopelessly, Jin Nan can go to work, but I have a condition, so that I don't have to see you for the rest of my life, and if you say yes, that's it. Hearing this, Jin Nan's mother passed a glance to Jin Nan, turned around and disappeared. Don't even look? What's there to see in a menopause-disordered woman taking it out on an innocent old man? Get back to work. All of you. Jin Nan's mother is famous in the unit. Jin Nan is also famous. No one wants to mess with her. This girl is simply more violent than men. This time, she has set her sights on Senj, and it looks like she's going to do it again. Senj grunted coldly and said, I'm not available today. We'll fight another day. After saying that, Senj hugged a pile of books and wanted to run. Who knew that Jin Nan rushed over in a few steps, grabbed Senj's collar, and almost yanked him to the ground. You say you as a woman, this life let you live. Senj could not do it, nor could he not do it, but could only start cursing. Hey, what's wrong with me being a woman? Look at me to have a face, to have a body. Do you think you can talk to me like this? Do you believe I will break it for you? Jin Nan didn't let go at all. She didn't know how she practiced. Her hand was like a vice. Senj couldn't break free no matter how much he struggled. However, she was not as tall as Senj, and in order to make her grip too much, Senj could only tilt his neck. What did you say you broke something for me? Whether it was an arm, or a thigh? Senj got a little curious. Hey, you're still molesting me, you bastard. I'll definitely give you some color today. With those words, Jin Nan went to tug on Senj's ear. Senj then suffocated. He now hated that this Jin Nan immediately disappeared from this world in order to molest her. It would be better to molest the old curator. This ear let her give pinch, as if it is going to fall off. Just as the two were fighting, Sister Flower, however, came out from behind a bookshelf on one side, and once she saw the scene, she grunted and said, What are you doing? What are you doing? This is a unit. Library, keep quiet. Don't you know? Look at you two, like you are getting married. All give me work to go. Jin Nan stuck his tongue out, winked at Senj and left. Senj straightened his clothes and picked up the book on the floor to leave as well. Hannah, however, approached and said, Senj, What's wrong with my daughter that you like this kind of heaviness? From the time Yuehan left the capital, Sister Hua couldn't figure out why her daughter couldn't be with Senj when she was so well endowed. As a result, she left the city because of her feelings. Now she couldn't even see her daughter when she wanted to. What was this Senj thinking? Sister Hua, we were just fooling around. Don't misunderstand. Feeling that she had to explain anyway. Otherwise, if Sister Hua spread this out, maybe her mother would come to make trouble again. She was no match for that shrew. Whether it's a joke or not, you should stay away from that Chin Nan in the future. Look at her all day long. Does she still have a girl's demeanor? Senj said in his heart that this flower sister was also a bit too much in control. Right, who he messed around with was his freedom. Okay, but from another perspective, there was no way to pick any faults, and could only nod his head, sort of agreeing to flower sister's proposal. The other colleagues were very concerned about this evening's banquet, which was not a piece of entertainment that could regulate their lives for them. Otherwise, facing an empty, quiet library all day long, people would lose their vigor. So in the afternoon, everyone started working on the evening. Senj really couldn't excuse himself, so he could only contact Xiao Jie and tell him that he couldn't go to CNC in the evening. Xiao Jie was studying the night's maneuvers with Xiao Long and a few of CNC's top officers, and hearing Senj's words, Xiao Jie was about to jump up and down. Tonight is really too important for CNC. If Senj doesn't come and he loses this game, I'm afraid that CNC will be cancelled by the Legion Department or coded into another system. Because the state's annual investment in the CNC is astronomical, cutting them off is absolutely non-negotiable if they can't play an effective role. I also know it's important, but I really can't stay away from this side. Why don't we communicate anytime if there's any situation on your side? Senj has never been embarrassed by any of this yet. Everyone has almost always been so embarrassed. But what can we do? It's an irresistible thing. You can choose not to do it, but I'm afraid you'll have to suffer more later. Xiao Jie signaled the few senior officers to leave the office first. The call between him and Senj could not be overheard by anyone except Xiaolong. Senj came to the CNC that day, because it was in the middle of a maneuver. Not many people noticed him. However, later on, some people still sent out speculations as to who this young man really was. This kind of speculation can never be developed in the CNC, so Xiao Jie told them that this is a consultant hired by the CNC, and other than that, all of them are considered level 5 secrets. The level of secrecy in the CNC was also categorized into 5 levels, just like their level of authority. All secrets that were graded at level 5 were top secrets, and if someone leaked them, or casually inquired about them, they were absolutely not allowed. Unless you think you've lived long enough, force yourself to forget. Senj, if you don't come, what about my side? I'm no match for those guys. You saw how badly I was abused by them the other day. He didn't say anything, and Senj knew it, but seeing as how his co-workers were about to start leaving for the hotel piece by piece, Senj could only tell Xiao Jie that he would try to make it there. Once the call was over, Xiaolong asked Xiao Jie a question. Did Senj admit that he was a ghost butterfly or not? This question actually makes little sense. Xiao Jie and Xiaolong's starting points are fundamentally different. Xiao Jie is thinking about the bond between him and Senj, while Xiaolong is thinking about how much benefit, or harm, he can do to Senj for the country. Before it was completely clear that Senj was Ghost Butterfly, Xiaolong had the right to be sure of everything about Senj. If, in the field of hacking, Senj had done harm to the country's interests, Xiaolong would never be soft on Senj. How could Xiao Jie not know what Xiaolong was thinking? And he also thought that it was normal for Xiaolong to have this idea. After all, he was in a high position, and he had to look at the big picture in many issues. But then he couldn't think like that. What he had to do was to go and protect Senj and protect Ghost Butterfly. Only he understood what meaning and value was involved. When Senj's group arrived at the hotel, they lined up to send money to Lian Xiaowen, starting with the old curator. Standing in front of Senj was Qin Nan, and further ahead was Sister Hua. I've said that I won't let Senj get in touch with this Qin Nan, but why are these two together again? Sister Hua simply stepped in between Senj and Qin Nan, looking expressionlessly at Qin Nan, who was looking puzzled. The latter was completely unaware of what was going on. Ever since Sister Hua saw her messing around with Senj, she had been indifferent to her, and when she greeted Sister Hua during lunch, she ignored her. Qin Nan was also a straightforward person and opened her mouth to ask, Sister Hua, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? I just like to stand here, can't I? Sister Hua snorted coldly, her tone full of fire. Sengoku in the back took a look at this. What's wrong with Sister Hua today? Is she that upset with Qin Nan? If they get into a fight in someone else's venue, they'll be a laughing stock. So Senj took a step forward and was about to open his mouth to persuade. As a result, Sister Flower tugged on Senj's arm and said in a low voice, You stand here and don't say anything. Senj indeed didn't speak. but Qin Nan couldn't help but say, Sister Hua, if you don't like me, just bring it up. You're so old. Beware of suffocating. Am I old? Why don't I feel that? Wherever someone as feminine as me goes, people can't say I'm a fake woman. Who are you calling a fake woman? You don't look at your own old face. That folds can't even pull out a chopstick. Always want to get involved in our young people's business. Are you empty and lonely? The two people's voices grew louder and louder, and the people around them rushed over to advise them to stop arguing here. People are having a banquet today, and you guys are arguing. It's too much of a disrespect to the old company. The old curator also walked over and said in a low voice, if you two can eat this meal, give me to eat, can't eat all give me to get out? Also don't look at what occasion. Do you want people to say that Lao Lian's colleagues are of this quality? Lian Xiaowen had actually heard them arguing, but he just glanced at them and went back to the restaurant. There were people who would persuade him for him. He didn't need to take this matter to heart. Besides, they were all co-workers. How much more could they argue to the point of making a move? Senj looked at the scene under control before letting out a breath. The aura of a woman in a fight is really strong. Who knew that Sister Flower, however, took Senj's hand and forcefully dragged him into the restaurant. What kind of rhythm is this? What's wrong with Hannah today? Could it be that she has a crush on Senj? How is this possible? She's old enough to be Senj's mom. This thought was not only shared by these co-workers, but even by Senj. From the last time she had dinner at her house, the way Sister Hua looked at Senj made Senj feel strange. The gaze was admiring, caring, bewitching and adoring, leaving Senj completely baffled as to what she was up to. It was only after walking into the restaurant that Senj broke away from Sister Flower's hand and found their seats before Senj whispered, Sister Flower, what's wrong with you today? Flower's sister's face was still slightly red from anger, but still pretended to be indifferent and said to Senj, what's wrong with me? There's nothing wrong. Aren't I fine? I just don't like that Qin Nan. It would be fine if that was really what he said, but I'm afraid that's not what she thinks. Sister Hua was not yet 40 years old, at the age when women were particularly enamored with relationships. Yuehan's father had left them when Yuehan was very young, and for so many years, Sister Hua had lived alone, although it was not easy, and she persevered, but after all, Sister Flower was a woman who knew loneliness. Loneliness. This kind of loneliness and solitude was something that a man could never experience. When a man is lonely, they can use all kinds of entertainment to enrich themselves, but when a woman is lonely, but how? When Sister Hua was at home, except for when Yuehan was there, they would speak a few words, and during normal times, Sister Hua hardly spoke a word. She hated the quietness of the library, so she was always looking for someone to talk to drive away this loneliness and isolation of alternating days and nights. But these feelings were only in Hannah's heart, and she never mentioned them to anyone, including Yuehan. Of course, she would even less think of Senj in any way. She wasn't lonely enough to be this crazy, and in her heart, she only treated Senj as her son. Women's hearts are very subtle. When a person makes them so attached, they will always go out of their way to care and take care of the person who makes her so attached. After she finished mending Senj's clothes last time, she always thought about how hard it was for the boy Senj to live alone. A man always has to have a woman in his life, either his mother or the love of his life, but Senj has nothing. So, Hannah was going to take care of Senj and take care of him as if he were her own son. Whether or not, in the future, he gets together with Yuehan, that's what she's going to do, and that's what she's going to do for sure. Of course, Senj was unaware of what Flower's sister had in mind. If he really looked at Qin Nan in a bad light, this was acceptable. If it was because of something else, Senj felt that he must find a chance to explain it to Flower's sister. First of all, it was impossible for him and Yuehan to go all the way, and secondly, it was that he didn't have that kind of thoughts about any woman right now. Lian Xiaowen laughed as he walked closer to them and spoke. Sister Hua, your temper. Not that I'm talking about you, we've been colleagues for so many years. Why are you still so fiery? Sister Hua smiled and said, by the way, old Lian, this is my share of money with Senj. I was so focused on arguing with that Qin Nan that I forgot all about this. Senj also hurriedly took out $100 from his pocket, put it together with Sister Hua's, and handed it over to Lian Xiaowen. The guy didn't even say anything about pushing back and put the money in his pocket. We've been colleagues for so many years. It's just a casual dinner. You guys are still so polite. Sensi, you need to drink more today. I'll send you home if you drink too much. Lian Xiaowen polite a few words. Get up to greet other colleagues. Sister Hua also did not say, until all the colleagues are seated. The old curator also said, we can be a family. Do not all day long for me to get these contradictions out of the human life is very short. We have to understand the meaning of the so-called life. Before the old curator's words had even left his mouth, Senj felt his head buzzing and saw people with double vision. Senj was cracking up under the old curator's teachings. and he was willing to drink himself half to death and pass out, not wanting all that philosophy about life. Not only him, almost everyone was looking at the old curator with their mouths open, and everyone was just curious about one thing: this old immortal, how come he didn't retire? He didn't stop until the waiter in the restaurant started to serve the food. Looking at the time, it's already 6 o'clock. The CNC side should have received the drill by now. I wonder what kind of tricks Tanuki is trying to pull today. Xiao Jie also wanted to know what today's maneuvers were all about. An officer from the Sky Moon team walked into the conference room of the CNC on time. Those present were all the top officers of the CNC, and Xiao Long was of course among them. This Tianyu's officer was one of the last people Xiao Jie wanted to see, and this person was also Xiao Jie's old classmate. His name was Fong Kailuan. His age was the same as Xiao Jie's, but his rank was several grades higher than Xiao Jie. Now Xiao Jie is a lieutenant, while Fong Kailuan is already a colonel. If Xiao Jie hadn't always disobeyed the orders of his superiors, he would probably be one of the members of Sky Moon now. A soldier, on his first day as a soldier, should remember the soldier to serve orders as a vocation. Xiao Jie had memorized it, but he was not so active in implementing it. One of the most common mistakes he made was ignoring the orders of his superiors, and many times during maneuvers, he devastated the electronic equipment of the simulated enemy. On one occasion, almost firing all the missiles. He's talented, there's no arguing that, but to do whatever he wants uncontrollably, that's not good enough. Xiao Jie had been brushed off because of this in several of the Sky Moon Group's internal recruitments. Later, Xiao Jie simply stopped enrolling. He would be a soldier anywhere anyway, so why go and hug their thighs? But this classmate of his, Karen Fong, could be different from him. People have been idealistic and ambitious since childhood. At the same time graduated from the Military University Network Department. They entered the army at the same time. Xiao Jie to the army, as if to their own world. Everything wants to be reckless. This was not the case with Karen Fong, who was cautious about everything. Even the fact that his father was an admiral was rarely known. When they were in school, the two were still very close, but when they got to the army, their pursuits slowly changed and they often argued over certain issues. Xiao Jie pursued a state of self-life, and his philosophy was that no matter what kind of war, at the end of the day, the goal was to win. Therefore, on the basis of determining the hostile position of the other party, one can attack by any means. And Karen Fong's point of view is that he seeks personal honor and he wants to make a mark for his country. In the matter of war, his point of view is that, to endure is to attack. And in the absence of orders given, even if the enemy has already pointed a gun at his head, he will not resist. In the subsequent exercises, Fong Kailuan carried out his mission exactly as ordered, while Xiao Jie, taking the conditions of the battlefield as his starting point, would always attack the opponent's soft underbelly by surprise. The simulated enemy army, after each exercise, had to scold Xiao Jie in front of his superiors. In the beginning, many people thought that Xiao Jie was a military wizard, and they all looked up to him. His light, too, completely overshadowed Karen Fong. Halo could sometimes bring admiration, but also hatred and jealousy. Karen Fong was jealous of Xiao Jie, and he thought that many things were unfair. Xiao Jie disobeyed orders, decided the process of the exercise without authorization, and simply did not put the arrangements of the exercise director group in his eyes, and in doing so, it was like playing a fair game, and Xiao Jie turned on the cheaters. Originally Xiao Jie in the army is responsible for network security. A lot of troops' network backdoor, in his eyes, is basically a pose. He can easily enter any one of the troops' command server, and then give the troops to give one after another inexplicable order. Doing so was completely blatant disobedience to the orders of his superiors and disregard for the rules of the maneuver. But not only did the superiors not punish Xiao Jie, instead they praised him. Not only was Fong Kailuan unbalanced, but many people in the troop were unbalanced. If people are unbalanced, they always want to find something to screw you over. Later on, Xiao Jie's reports piled up more and more in front of his superiors. Superiors look at the situation. If not warn Xiao Jie, this guy eyes no one. At that time, it was the time when Tianyu was recruiting members within the force, and Xiao Jie enrolled at the same time as Fong Kailuan. But as a result, because Xiao Jie's background was too damp, his application was rejected. Instead, Karen Fong was selected by Heavenly Moon and became a trainee member of Heavenly Moon. After that, Xiao Jie was much more restrained, and many people encouraged Xiao Jie to enroll in Tianyu again, because this department was the highest hall of honor for them, the Cyber Warriors. However, his enrollment was still rejected for a time, and Xiao Jie became curious. His current grades were so good, and even certain people in Tianyu were very supportive of him. Later, when Xiao Jie asked, he realized that Karen Fong had been beating him up behind his back. because the officer in charge of recruiting never approved Xiao Jie's joining. At a class reunion, Xiao Jie asked Karen Fong why she did what she did. The latter's answer to Xiao Jie was that he didn't want to live in other people's aura forever, and he could only go and be a foil. In the army, no matter what Xiao Jie does, there are too many people to pay attention to him and support him. But when it came to Karen Fong, there was nothing. He told Xiao Jie to leave him alone and not to go to the Tianyu group to compete with him. They both had their own paths in life and could never be merged together. Xiao Jie no longer insisted. He understood Fong Kailuan very well. When he was a child, he was a person with very low self-esteem, and he was also the one who had the most secrets amongst all of their classmates, because he would never share his secrets with anyone. Calling him selfish or low self-esteem no longer meant anything to Xiao Jie. In the end, Xiao Jie still stayed in the local army and never signed up to apply for entry into the Tianyu group. Afterward, in the later maneuvers, Xiao Jie remained to be himself again, just like Karen Fong. This is the life he wants, isn't it? Later on, under Xiao Long's application, the Department of the Legion formed a network force, and CNC was born, and under the approval and assessment of the Department of the Legion, Xiao Jie became the first batch of core members of the department. At the beginning of the birth of CNC, the Heavenly Moon team, as the assessment and evaluation party, used to let their people assess and evaluate CNC, and their representative was Karen Fong. Karen Fong didn't give Xiao Jie any face when she was evaluating CNC's network build. Originally, Xiao Jie didn't want to make an enemy of him, but Fong Kailuan's rank at that time was already captain, while Xiao Jie was only a second lieutenant, so Fong Kailuan was arrogant in pointing his finger in front of him. In the end, Xiao Jie finally couldn't stand it anymore and frequently used various killing moves in the simulated cyber battle with Karen Fong. Karen Fong lost and had to write the word passed on the evaluation report. From then on, the hate value between the two was considered to have begun. Xiao Jie thought that by giving Fong Kailuan a little lesson, he should know his own weight. However, what he did not expect was that Fong Kailuan was a vindictive person. In the next few assessments, even if it was just a small problem, he grabbed Xiao Jie and did not let go. This time, the assessment, Fong Kailuan even brought a few very famous characters from the Tianyu team to form a team to mess with his CNC. Xiao Jie is naturally angry, but now people are major. The saying that an official is a big man cannot be wrong at all. Fong Kailuan saluted everyone first, no matter what he thought in his heart. Those seated here were all soldiers, and except for Xiao Jie, the ranks were all higher than his, and Xiao Jie just looked at him, not even moving a bit. The folder was placed on the table by Karen Fong, and slid directly through the eyes of several officers to Xiao Jie's face. The latter simply flipped open the folder with one finger, and the contents inside were all about this exercise, which included the firewall encryption of the main server, the security passwords of the other backup servers, as well as the encryption security of the server's files, and the defense capabilities in the event of cracking and so on. If yesterday's maneuver was a warm-up, today is the day it really gets real. Xiao Jie closed the folder with an expressionless face and handed it back to Xiao Long and a few other officers to look over. All of them did not have any objections to the content of this test, and after Fong Kailuan stood at attention and saluted again, he turned around and left the room. There was no need to say any nonsense, and even if they did, people wouldn't be able to say anything good. Karen Fong also knew that the people of CNC had long been looking at Team Sky Moon with displeasure. There was no way around it. Who called them strong? This kind of displeasure should just be taken as envy of them. The Heavenly Moon team was indeed enviable. Whether it was their establishment, welfare benefits, or even their workplace, it was the best and highest in the country. Otherwise, why would so many people want to join Sky Moon every year, and they only recruited 1 or 2 every year, and sometimes, not even 1. Since the content of the maneuvers had been set, Xiao Long didn't say much, just one sentence. If you all still want to keep the CNC, show your real skills, or else, all of you, just wait for a career change. This was a result that no one wanted to face, but they also knew the strength of the Heavenly Moon team. If they could resist, they wouldn't have lost so badly yesterday. Everyone's eyes looked towards Xiao Jie, and Xiao Jie just looked at the time with a look of urgency. After the officers all left, Xiao Long couldn't help but ask Xiao Jie, "Is there still no news from Senja's side? Tonight, can it still come? CNC is a piece of meat on Xiao Long's body. No matter what, we can't lose it." Saying that Xiao Jie is nervous. In fact, he is more nervous than Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie shook his head. He couldn't be sure if Senj could come or not. Xiao Long also looked at the time. There were still 40 minutes before the maneuver. He couldn't gamble with this, so he ordered Xiao Jie to change into civilian clothes and go get Senj to come to the CNC, and also told Xiao Jie to bring a few more people, and if he didn't come, to tie him up as well. Xiao Jie nodded and went back to his room as fast as he could to change into civilian clothes. He originally wanted to go by himself, but after thinking about it, he still called a few CNC fighters to change into civilian clothes and go with him to the Tianding Hotel. This side, Sanj is also very anxious. The dish is on the slow, as if the dozens of tables, only one person in the food, a good half a day are not a plate. Several co-workers began to complain in a low voice. Which has this kind of hospitality guests? Tianding Hotel in the city is not the most upscale hotel, but it is also considered good. How the service is so bad? Some people know that. Tianding Hotel has a total of 5 floors. One floor up is really upscale place. This hall is just people usually in order to solicit business. Cheap external chartered banquets only. Lian Xiuwen is only a figure of good reputation here. Really think he can do upstairs in the upscale place of the banquet? The waiter on the food on not over. Even Xiuwen personally on the battlefield. While he was talking, Lian Xiuwen personally served these colleagues, and Senj was about to move his chopsticks to eat a couple bites and then leave. Instead, Lian Xiuwen said, Senj, don't eat first, help Uncle Lian with his work. Senj thought that he was being asked to help serve the dishes, so he didn't think much about it and stood up. Who knew that Lian Xiuwen directly shoved the serving tray in Senj's hand and told him to go to the kitchen to help serve the food? If placed in normal times this was perfectly fine, but not today. Senj was in a hurry to leave. Where would he be in the mood to serve him as a waiter? Just when he was in a difficult situation. The old curator also spoke up. Sensi, go and help your Uncle Lian to work hard. We'll save all the good dishes for you. These colleagues in the library are obviously used to go and instruct Senj in the usual way. People are most afraid of forming habits. Otherwise, if you don't do it, others will still think that you have changed. Become alienated from them. Become unsympathetic. They themselves don't think about it. This habit of theirs is itself structured on the basis of bullying people's Senj honesty. How come they don't let Qin Nan help? They don't let Sister Hua help. They let Senj? But Senj wasn't in the mood to analyze these aphorisms right now. In that case, just hurry up and go to the kitchen to help him finish the dishes. A little faster. Or still be able to catch up with the CNC's maneuvers. And the empty hand of Lian Xiuwen straightened his collapsed hairstyle, but also to go to the stage to say a few words. Do not care how much money he spent here. How to say? This is also a banquet for his daughter is not. It is a banquet. There is always a person to say a few words, as if by doing so, the food will be more delicious. Taking the tray to the kitchen Senj. A look at those piles of dishes. A time to collapse. Combined with this hotel does not provide a waiter to serve food. People chef have said. Lian Xiuwen ordered a buffet. He asked to put all these dishes into the bowl. The hotel waiter has other guests to entertain. People high-grade guests of a table meal are catching up with them this whole banquet spending. Who would like to take care of them all? Senj was almost speechless when he heard this. Come on, hurry up and run a few errands for them before Uncle Lian finds someone else. He really doesn't have time to be a waiter here today. Senj loaded up some dishes with 7 hands and feet and served them out. This time, even Xiuwen had finished his words, and everyone picked up their chopsticks and waited for the food to start. Senj went from table to table serving them food. In less than 5 minutes, he had already made several trips. There are a lot of people who do not know Senj, but also want to complain with Senj slow serving. Senj now how to have time to care about their complaints. Lian Xiuwen sighed holding a wineglass. From table to table toast. Many people said that the serving is slow. This guy also shouted at Senj. Let him speed up. Library people, as a matter of fact, should help Senj's favor. But today as a colleague Lian Xiuwen's field, they pay money is not to hear as a waiter. Are sitting where no one move. Anyway, in their impression, Senj alone is enough. Besides, Lian Xiuwen's family is sitting there. Why don't they help? On the other hand, this side, a moment this want cups, that want chopsticks, either this or that. Senj busy is full of sweat. Even the heart of the hand is sweaty. When he was serving the soup, his hand slipped, and the bowl of soup spilled all over a big, thick man. He thought Senj was a waiter here, and the strong man who was already in a rage because he was slow in serving the food, this time spilled soup on him, and the guy stood up with a slap on the table. Senj looked up. This guy is like a wall of pressure towards him. The strong man grabbed Senj's collar and opened his mouth to curse. Are you fucking blind? Do you believe I'll get you killed? The guy's voice rang in Sengar's ears, almost like a bomb had gone off, shaking Sengar's ears, and everyone else's eyes turned this way. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. My hand slipped. Senj really didn't have the mood to argue now. It was less than half an hour before the 7 o'clock maneuver. If he rushed over now, or it was still too late. Moreover, the strong man in front of him, Senj asked himself that he was not his opponent at all, or apologize and forget about it. Fuck off. If you don't lick me clean today, I'll fucking kill you. The burly man was unrelenting. shaking Senj's neck as he spoke. Senj's physique was like a chicken in his hands. There was no resistance at all. But Senj stopped talking, because this burly man could say anything, but he couldn't curse his parents. This was the most intolerable thing that Senj could not tolerate. It was fine for you to insult him anyway, but if you insulted his parents, Senj would really fight with him. So Senj's gaze stopped on that soup bowl in a flash, and just as he reached for it, Lien Xiaowen finally appeared. Old Bao, what are you doing? This kid belongs to our unit. Hurry up and let go of me. With those words, Lien Xiaowen went to break his hand. It seems that this burly man should be a relative of Lien Xiaowen. After hearing him say that, he pushed Seng away. This little brat spilled soup all over my body. Old Lien, you make him clean it up for me, or else I'll have to kill him even if I go out in a while. The old company did not even look at Senj, then smiled at this old Bao said, look at you. So old people, with a child general understanding. A moment I let your sister-in-law to deal with you, this matter will be over. You see my face okay? Senj didn't even know what they were saying anymore. His eyes were always fixed on that soup bowl. His only thought now was to pick up this soup bowl and smash it on this strong man's head. Let him know what happens when you greet someone's parents. Lao Lian pushed Senj and said seriously, I say, can you still do something? You can't even do this. Do you know who that old Bao is? He's a gangster. And if I hadn't interceded for you today, he'd have taken you down. Right? Hurry up. See how many dishes have not been served. Speed up. And first bring a few cups to that side. They have been shouting for half a day. At this moment, Senj just felt like his heart was going to explode. Never so angry. Never so stifled. Did he even help out of the wrong? He came today, is to look at the colleague Sake, to give him face, not to give him as a servant. This fucking is not a bit of bullying? Senj stared at Lien Xiaowen without blinking, and he now wanted to smash the bowl of soup on the guy's all but thankful head as well. Seeing that Senj was not moving, Lien Xiaowen's fire also came up. I say, what's wrong with you? If you can't help, get out of here and don't get in my way. Their words, everyone heard, including Senj's colleagues. Sister Hua originally wanted to stand up to go over to say a few words, but other colleagues to pull back. This matter, or let Senj himself to deal with it. That old Bao look is not a good thing. Who wants to offend this kind of people? And Senj, at this time, can only let himself calm again. These people are not at all with him a world of people. Just pretend they do not exist well. Just as a bunch of dogs barking well. He didn't want to stay here in the first place, so it's better to let him go, so as not to have to serve these beasts. For many years, he had come from patience, from aggravation, hadn't he? It didn't matter, even if the whole world was against him. So what? When the time came, he would live, and these enemies, they would all die. Senj was not a person who held grudges, but if hatred sprouted in the bottom of his heart, it could not be removed, just like the 7 sisters, and that 5th young master, Tuna, FBA, CLA, and so on. All these departments, they had all tried to provoke Senj's patience. And in the end, the ones who failed could only be them. And Lien Xiaowen and that old Bao compared to these people, they don't even count as shit. Why would Senj put them in his sights? It would only be self-depreciation. So, Senj picked up the soup bowl on the ground and turned around to leave. Who knows that old Bao, however, stood up again as if possessed, and shouted at Senj, you fucking spilled soup all over me, and you want to leave like that? Senj stopped and turned around. So what do you want? Kneel down and kowtow to me and I'll let you go. This guy now feels so powerful. So many people watching him. How dignified. If you don't act now, when will you wait? Lien Xiaowen on the side, at this time really should come out to say a good word, but he is now also very angry in his heart. The reason is that Senj messed up his scene. Let him know a little bit of a lesson is good. In the future in the library, he can also be more instructed Senj to work for him. So he didn't say a word, just stood there and watched. However, just then, a man at the door suddenly shouted loudly, you've got a fucking temper. Senj heard how the voice at the door was so familiar, and turned his head to see that it was Xiao Jie. At this moment, in Senj's eyes, suddenly a little wet, and his heart is also a little hot, but he still held back not letting himself cry out. Even as a man, a well-known hacker on the internet, Ghost Butterfly, he had feelings of aggression. Everyone feels aggrieved, and at some point we all have the urge to cry out. Who says men can't be vulnerable? Who says men can't shed tears? Do men deserve to die? And when this aggression into moving, this feeling will always remain in your heart, no matter how many years, he is still clear, because once in your most helpless, vulnerable time, there is a person standing in front of you, even if it is just a word of comfort, a caring, our people will remember a lifetime. Therefore, do not begrudge yourself to be able to give others touched, just like Xiao Jie at this time. Xiao Jie was already standing in the doorway when Senj soup spilled on this old Bao's body, but in his own way, and with that old Lian or whatever helping to dissuade him. Xiao Jie didn't intervene, but when it developed to the back, Xiao Jie was so angry that he was going to jump up. Can't a soldier be angry? Anyway, he as well as the back followed by a few people wearing civilian clothes, even if it is a fight. Not afraid. So Xiao Jie led the people, in everyone's eyes, hollered and stood in front of Senj. These people were all from the military, all day long, although they were serving in the cyber department, but the basic training class never stopped. These people stood towards this, just the aura on their body. It was already impossible for people to look at them directly. The main thing is still Xiao Jie's image. This guy wherever he goes, is a look of disobedience and posture. One look at that old Bao's eyes scared the latter's legs and stomach. You've got quite the fucking temper. Ha, still making people kneel and kowtow to you. What the fuck are you? Xiao Jie's temper was straightforward. He didn't care about that at all, especially when he spoke. The murderous aura that erupted from his eyes scared old Bao so much that he unconsciously took a step back. Mistake. Misunderstanding? Senj, is this a misunderstanding? Senj came forward and said with a smile, I don't think this is a misunderstanding. Senj hadn't wanted to say this, but thinking about how hard it was for people Xiao Jie to want to do him a favor for once, it wouldn't really make sense if he didn't give him face. And Senj is even more angry in his heart now. These guys are so bullying and scared that when they see Xiao Jie and all these people, they are so scared that they can't even speak. Where did all the temper go before? So like to pretend hair. Why not pretend down? Quite a good banquet. And to have it come to this because of a bowl of soup. Even Xiaowen was about to break down. He never dreamed that how could Senj recognize this group of people? Look at them one by one. Just a fool knows that they are practicing. Even the hairstyle is the same. One of the guys, the muscles on his body are moving. These people are definitely not ordinary people. Who can provoke awe? So Lian Xiaowen hurriedly walked close to Senj and said in a low voice, Senj, what are all these people doing? Senj hadn't said anything yet. Xiao Jie pointed his hand at him and snorted coldly. You're not a good fucking thing either. Senj is your colleague giving you a hand, and you're still fucking yelling at him. Is he your servant or what? Look at you. You're a fucking asshole. And you work in a fucking library. Have you read too many fucking books? You don't even know what the fuck is right or wrong? This scolding, let Senj's heart is indescribably cool. Never so cool. Xiao Jie did not mention the library is okay. Mention these words. Those colleagues sitting over there, all looked down at their feet, blushing like a monkey's butt. Considering that usually Senj never refused their requests. Today's matter, they just sat here and watched. Indeed they did not do the right thing. Most of all, no one can think that Senj actually has such a background. Although he didn't know what these people did, but looking at their aura and stature, they were a group of people not to be messed with. Especially that leader. When he spoke, he gave off a feeling as if he was weighing people down. Lian Xiaowen was scolded even more words cannot be said. He recognized all the people, almost all there today. How can he raise his head in front of these people to speak ah? He did this as the same as eating out ah. Who can give such a person have any good words? Senj looked at their expressions as if he was enjoying a scene from one of the funniest movies ever made, and filming their looks would be enough to win an Academy Award. This shows how important it is for a person to be strong. If he could be as strong as Xiao Jie, who could make the ground tremble 3 times just by saying a word? How could these people still bully him? Maybe, this time, he would already be sitting somewhere yelling at others to serve him. Then there were the people in the library, who usually seemed nice enough, and when it mattered, none of them would stand up for him, and that was what made Senj the saddest of all. He used to think that the library was his home, that the people here were his family, because he felt here that they were one, not broken and alone and lonely. Even if he just saw them once a day, it would at least give Senj the feeling that the members of this family were present, that no one had left, that no one had abandoned them. But these people, at this point in time, had abandoned him, or never considered him family. Senj forced himself not to think about this. Even if these people had never considered him family, he wouldn't take it to heart, because he had to be strong. He had to learn to taste indifference and grief all over. Only then would he be truly strong, and he would have everything. When Xiao Jie saw that Lian Xiaowen didn't say anything, he pointed the finger at that old Bao guy again. You, get over here. Old Bao heard this. His body is a shiver. Tight walk a few steps to Xiao Jie's front, full of bitter smile. Give Sang the feeling that this guy smiled and crying is even more fucking ugly. Like a cabbage. Let a person to take out the heart of it as if. What are your orders? Big brother? Who the fuck is your big brother? I want to have a brother like you. I can fucking kick you 1,000 times a day. You don't look at that old face of yours. It's just like a fucking egg hanging on it. And you ask me to call you big brother? I'm telling you, your little life is in the hands of Sengoku. If he wants you to die, you're going to have to die right now. Xiao Jie just wanted to let Senj out of his anger, so that in a while, he could help him fuck Tian use people even more vigorously. Thinking of this, the guy was a wry smile in his heart. In fact, Xiao Jie cursing until now was enough to make Senj angry. Moreover, looking at the time it was almost 7 o'clock. Senj really wanted to ask him if he had already forgotten about the maneuvers, or is he now completely immersed in the pleasure of helping him out? At this time, old Bao really walked up to Senj's nearness and said, Senj, you see, I am getting older and more unintelligent. I have offended you today, so you must not take it to heart. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. Senj really had little interest in giving him a hard time when he looked at that out of him, covered in onions, and could smell a seafood odor when he got closer. But he was wrong in that he shouldn't have casually greeted someone else's parents, which was something Senj had the biggest pet peeve about. Although Senj's parents left him when he was very young, in his heart, his parents would always be the most precious memories. No one should touch and humiliate them. Get down on your knees and yell sorry to me 10 times. His apologies, Senj didn't care for them. Think of it as honoring his parents. Old Bao had been a bit hesitant when Xiao Jie sneered and said to Senj, Senj, what are you still holding a soup bowl for? Give it to me. If Xiao Jie didn't remind him, Senj forgot that he was still holding a soup bowl in his hand, and he didn't know what Xiao Jie wanted the soup bowl for, so he gave it to him. Who knew that Xiao Jie took the soup bowl, looked inside and out, and snapped his fist. This soup bowl didn't even break when it fell on the ground. It was just shattered by his punch. Think about how hard this guy's fist must be. Just as everyone's mouths opened wide in surprise, there was a plop sound over there, and old Bao had already knelt on the ground, shouting, Dad! Mom! I'm sorry, Dad! Mom! I'm sorry. Senj finally got this breath out of his heart, and he cast his gaze on Lian Xiaowen again. The latter was so frightened, his body just shook, and cold sweat ran down his cheeks on his forehead. Senj, look, we're all in the same unit. Forget it. Now that this guy thinks about being in the same unit as Senj, how come he didn't think of that when he was put to work? Senj smiled lightly and said, Uncle Lian, don't take it personally. I still have some socializing to do over here and I'm about to leave. So please say a word of congratulations to your daughter on my behalf. Once the words are out, Lian Xiaowen's face is even more red. People Senj. This is to give him face if he does not know good and bad, he is still a person? Senj, go and get busy. Tomorrow when you have time, Uncle Lian will treat you to dinner. Senj slapped Xiao Jie and said, Hurry up. What time is it? You want to die, don't you? Looking at the time, Xiao Jie shouted, Fuck me. Hurry up. It's still 10 minutes away. After saying that, pulling Senj, he ran out of the hotel. The people in the hotel watched them leave, and no one said a word, especially the ones in the library, who suddenly realized that they didn't recognize Senj somehow. Lian Xiaowen lifted his leg and kicked old Bao. Stop fucking yelling. The people are gone. If it wasn't for this guy, how could he have lost such a big man today? Who was it bad to invite? Why did he invite this thing? Who knew that? Old Bao spoke up and said, 2 more times to go. When Senj and the others arrived at CNC, they were already 10 minutes late. If not for Xiaolong's side pressing the time of the maneuver, it is estimated that in these 10 minutes, the maneuver would have been over. Network war is not like a conventional war. Launch a full-scale attack. The battle will soon be over. Until he saw the sweaty Senj and Xiao Jie, Xiaolong's heart was finally relieved. There is no need to say more nonsense. Xiaolong patted Senj's shoulder. His eyes are all affirmation and trust. Senj can come. It shows that this child's heart still has the concept of the country. Although this is only a drill, but it also means that the ghost butterfly, this reigning figure in the Matrix world, from now on will be owned by the country. With the addition of Ghost Butterfly, the country's network system would definitely be more powerful and even invincible. Senj, it's on you. When Xiaolong said this, the people around them all looked at them with a strange gaze. Xiaolong had never said such affirmative words to a person before. In their impression, if you did the right thing, you might not get any praise from Xiaolong, but if you did one thing wrong, there was a high chance of destructive level of criticism and abuse. But today, this always serious Major General was actually so polite to a young man, so these people had to consider who Senj really was. But even so, no one would think of Senj and Ghost Butterfly together. In their impression, Senj was at most an engineer who was more familiar with the defense and offense of the network. I'll try my best. Senj wouldn't say the words to death, because from the last drill warm-up, the other party was not a person in vain, and this time, Senj didn't want to use the key and shield code. He just wanted to help Xiao Jie through other means, but in doing so, there was no certainty that he would win. Before he came, Senj asked the base to prepare a separate computer for him, Xiao Jie's one-core computer system. Senj still let Xiao Jie to command and use, Senj is now like the commander of the CNC. Any request he makes, Xiaolong and Xiaojie will agree. The most excited person is Xiaojie, who has been looking forward to it day and night, finally able to see with his own eyes how Ghost Butterfly operates the network. If this matter is known to the Matrix world, it will definitely shake the whole world. After Senj tested the computer system, the network connection, and the server data reading were all normal, he signaled Xiaojie that the exercise could begin. Mr. Fong and his team were in another conference room with internet connection. They had been waiting impatiently for a long time. After they got the information that they could start, they all started to shake their fists and clap their hands. Karen Fong turned on her computer. During the startup process, his mind was filled with images of how ridiculous Xiaojie's face would look when he failed, and the loss and despair of these people after the CNC was cancelled. How enjoyable it would be. He couldn't wait to see this scene. At that time, he would also tell Xiaojie that no matter how powerful he once was, in the end, he would still have to lose in his hands. Karen Fong. He would also have a great career path after that, rising higher and higher. Xiaojie, on the other hand, might be relegated to the local level, and might even specialize directly, or be discharged from the army and go home. This is also something that can't be helped. Who asked him to be so arrogant in the past? As if the whole world was in his hands. It was time to let him know what he really was. Everyone, there's no need to show any mercy. This time we must beat them until they can't crawl. Karen Fong smiled and said to a few others, "Don't worry about it. They're no match at all. The CNC may be powerful to others, but in my eyes, he's nothing." An officer snorted with a haughty expression. Senj started up the computer. His movements were natural but his expression was tense. Xiaojie and Xiaolong watched him tense up and made them tense up as well. However, Senj was nervous, not because of the maneuvers, but because sitting next to him was a female warrior. This female warrior's shoulder-length short hair, big eyes, yuan bao mouth. When he smiled, 2 tiger's teeth came out, a pair of deep dimples, so people look like they want to pinch twice. I didn't think that there were such cute girls in the army. "Hello, my name is Siyu. What's your name?" Senj thought she was cute. She in turn thought Senj was cute too, and actually took the initiative to greet Senj. "My name is, what's my name? By the way, I'm Senj." Siyu was amused by Senj's nervous appearance and gave a giggle. The boy looked quite handsome. Why was he so shy? Moreover, he is also Boss Xiao. With the old boss invited supposedly expert engineers. Did not think, actually is a boy so young. These female soldiers on the troop all day long with these male soldiers in the mix. Character is also straight. See Sen's shy appearance. Actually reached out in Sen's shoulder pat. Open smile, do not be afraid. I do not eat people. Sen suddenly understood Xiaojie very well. Facing so many female soldiers all day long. Didn't he have a headache? If it were him, he would have collapsed in a day. The main thing is that these female soldiers are too cute. Especially the female soldier sitting behind Senj. Her body is very thin, but her head is rolled up. Even if Senj is so cultured, he wants to go up and rub a few times. If he doesn't know it, he still thinks that this girl is a real-life version of the girl from the comic book. Later still, Xiaojie found something wrong. As a matter of fact, a person is nervous. Why is his face red like a monkey's butt? This is clearly shyness. A look around the few female warriors. Immediately understood. So Xiaojie walked over to Siyu and said seriously, "Take your eyes off his face and stare at your screen. Don't tease him for me. You uninformed." 5 fascinated dead girl. Siyu obediently retracted her gaze, but it could be seen that Xiaojie usually got along well with them as well. Otherwise, scolding a girl like that would have caused a tear to break. However, Siyu laughed in a low voice, "If you don't look, just don't look. What's the big deal? Make it seem like you two have a gay relationship." Cough, cough. This sentence almost didn't choke Senj to pass out. This girl how to say everything What kind of gay love He just came to help deal with those people in the Tianyu group. So also can make a scandal? Can you still be a human being? What time is it? Xiaojie actually sighed and said grudgingly, "Hey, if you can help me screw that guy over there, my asshole is yours." I suddenly remembered that I left my door unlocked at my house. I have to go home and lock it. Senj stood up and tried to walk away. Although Senj was introverted, he was very clear about his sexual orientation. Now he was looking at Xiaojie as if he was looking at a faggot again. It made Xiaojie and Siyu both laugh and the atmosphere was much lighter. Xiaolong's heart wasn't as big as theirs. He came over and said in a low voice, "Stop fooling around. All behave yourself, Xiaojie. Especially you. If you lose this game for me again, I'll go out of my way to divorce your mom. I'll screw you over, so get the hell out of your place. See, Senj, for the sake of my mom's happiness and mine, you're pulling us for once." At that moment, one of the fighters got up and said, "Report, The other side is starting to crack the main firewall. Xiao Jie hurriedly ran back to his position, so he operated the computer. He entered a whole code, trying to find the other party's cracking method. The result was the same as last time. The other party's cracking method was very special. He seemed to be just targeting the weakness of the firewall for code camouflage, in order to replace the firewall data files, to achieve the effect of directly disintegrating the firewall from the inside. It was also because of the disguised code that Xiao Jie could not tell which of the files exchanging data with the firewall were real and which were fake. In the conference room, Karen Fong smiled and said to an officer who was operating a computer, "Zimu, how's it going?" This officer called Zimu didn't look very old. At most he was in his early 25s, but the expression on his face was absolutely disproportionate to his age, because in his smile, there was always a murderous streak, and that was his greatest characteristic. Remember, when he was interviewed by the officer in charge of recruitment at Sky Moon, the officer asked him why he wanted to join Sky Moon. At that time, he only replied to the officer, "I need my battlefield to defend my country, not only with a gun, but also with skills. I can kill the enemy with a gun. I can kill the enemy even more in other ways, because I'm a warrior." After entering the Sky Moon team, Zimu's character came into full play when he was on a mission. In his eyes, no matter if it was a drill or a real war, he never showed mercy to anyone. His self-created camouflage code-breaking technique could almost break through more than 70% of firewalls. In the tests against other cyber units, there were countless people who lost to him. This time, he came to CNC solely because of Karen Fong's special invitation. In the Tianyu organization, Karen Fong not only played his own characteristics and strengths from the technical point of view, in terms of dealing with people, but also received his father's true heritage, whether it was the upper or lower level, mixed with ease. Most of all, Zimu's mother is a colonel in the civilian troop of the Legion Department, and his father is the head of a certain department, the standard second generation of officials. In terms of dealing with people, and Fong Kailuan can talk to each other. So this time, as soon as Fong Kailuan yells, he will follow. After analyzing CNC's firewall data briefly once again, Zimu then said with a cold smile, "It's meaningless. It's still so easy for me to dismantle it. Their data files haven't changed at all. I really don't know what the Xiao Jie is thinking about all day long, knowing I'll attack in such a way. They're still not doing anything. Did they just give up?" Hearing this, Fong Kailuan was very happy in his heart, and his face followed with a smile. "I've told you, Xiao Jie himself has no ability. If it weren't for the fact that his father has real power, what do you think would make him able to achieve this position? If you look at it this way, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep his position, just like last time. Give me a minute and their firewall is destroyed. My job is done. It's so damn boring. Next time you'd better find me some great opponents. Don't make me play with a bunch of kids." Karen Fong laughed and said, "Okay, I'll get you a fun one next time. And this time, just let the CNC end." Senj looked at the code on the big screen. If he didn't look at it carefully, he really couldn't tell that it was any different from the normal data. If it was placed in the ghost domain, it would be straightforward to analyze that those were fake camouflage data. But now that he couldn't use the key code, Senj could only analyze it through other means. The way Zimu uses to disguise data is, in the end, to disguise file attributes. And when the firewall analyzes the data request, it scans the entire data file, and if it finds viruses or trojans, as well as files or programs with offensive properties, it blocks them from entering the system. But this way of dealing with ordinary computer hackers or useful, but want to stop advanced, even super hackers, is simply a fantasy. Zimu is the use of camouflage file attributes, and then inside the data file, added a series of variants of the code. When these codes don't enter the system, they are the normal codes in the file, and most firewalls can't tell them apart. Or rather, the vast majority of firewalls are unable to distinguish files with variant codes. When these variant codes enter the firewall dataset, or enter the system, they begin to mutate and perform a series of destructive behaviors based on pre-programmed procedures. Zimu's variant code is just for CNC's firewall data. It will enter the core of the system immediately after scanning through the firewall. The variant program is automatically run. Then it will start to simulate the firewall's download and update process. The firewall then, by default, replaces the original files with those that have been downloaded. In Sen's opinion, network data can be divided into many modules, and then reassembled into a separate module. After splitting CNC's firewall into several modules, Senj began to analyze each module, but the analysis is to want software tools. Good thing Senj had prepared. Some of his common programs are in a USB flash drive, always with him. Next to him, CU was observing the server's data variables while watching Senj's operation. On his screen, at this time, there were at least a dozen program windows, during which Senj kept switching on each window. seeing that Siyu was dazzled, not knowing what the symbols on those windows meant. No matter what, she was also considered a cyber warrior, but after seeing Sen's operation, she finally knew what a real expert was. Not only her, the clueless Xiao Jie also came to Sen's side and asked urgently, "How is it? What have you found?" Sen shook his head slightly, his eyes constantly watching the data symbols shift on the screen while he looked for the way the other party's code was written on his analysis software. So far, he had just assumed that the other party had used some kind of programming software to write special camouflage code to hide it from the firewall scanning. However, after analyzing certain variations of the symbols, although the way the other party was written was found, no traces of any program attempting to attack the scanning function of the firewall could be seen in the firewall's data exchange. His mind was spinning fast, as if the whole world, at that moment, was left to him, and he was surrounded by the windows, the symbols, with the codes, the data. This was his world, the Matrix world, mysterious, wild, psychedelic and exciting. It was like a woman dancing a mysterious dance, every movement full of surprises. The other side of the file can be disguised to avoid the firewall scanning, but if you want to replace the firewall file, you have to be actively recognized by the firewall to be able to do so. Thinking of this, Senj went into the core components of the firewall. This view of the information, Senj finally was to find the reason for this. Their variant file actually modified the automatic update program of the firewall. All the files were replaced with their files, and also put the update program in the background of the system. If not check the core components, it is impossible to find this. Of course, this discovery is not for everyone. It had to require the support of the software to be able to do so. Only the core code analysis software written by Senj himself could clearly see the other party's movements, and it was impossible for others to discover it even if they entered the core program. Because this variant program was particularly bizarre, he only used the core commands of the firewall, but did not modify the core files of the firewall, so that the firewall was still in a working state, and after the last file was replaced, the firewall was completely destroyed. The other party was obviously an expert. Senj hemmed and hawed as if no one else was there and said, "Digging for a wall has actually dug into this realm. It's really not simple." After saying that he looked up. "Well, I don't know when there are several people standing around. In addition to Xiao Jie and Xiao Long, there are also several officers also surrounded." Beside him, Siyu looked at the screen, and then looked at Senj. Several times wanted to ask Senj to do all this. In the end, what is it? Obviously, now was not the time to ask that. "Senj, tell me, you found their tail didn't you?" Excitement was written all over Xiao Jie's eyes, and the way he looked at Senj, it was like he was about to spit fire. They used the core component of the firewall to fake the automatic update command and replace all the downloaded files with virus files. That's how they did it. As soon as Senj's words fell, Xiao Jie rushed back to the computer and quickly keyed in a set of codes, and everyone's eyes went to the big screen. However, in their opinion, everything was normal. Only the firewall's incessant prompts for the unidentifiable data, which were the files that had been replaced. His eyes once again gathered on Senj's body. Xiao Long spoke. "Senj, is there any way?" "Ways will always be thought of, but they must be targeted, and you can't just use a random program to stop them, because Senj found out that their variant files are in 5-layer encryption mode. In other words, this thing has 5 lives, and for every time you kill it, it comes back to life and creates a new mutation. That's the abominable thing about mutant viruses. Unless you can get them all under control and delete them, they'll eventually destroy your firewall." While Senj was thinking of countermeasures, Siyu beside him kept prompting, "Senj, there's still 30% of the firewall's files to be replaced. Hurry up." Siyu's words were what everyone wanted to say to Senj, and Xiao Jie, in the meantime, activated his antivirus program, trying to take out the mutant files. This method might have worked at another time, but now, not only did it not work, it might have accelerated the destruction of the firewall. And when Senj saw the data on the screen change, he immediately shouted, "Xiao Jie, don't use the antivirus program." However, Xiao Jie had already started on the antivirus. The duel between hackers and hackers sometimes relies not only on technology, but also on the hearts of both sides. Senj does not know with antivirus software, these variants of the file will appear what kind of effect. He only knows, a senior hacker, absolutely will not ignore each other's antivirus software, and the other party, or the master of the masters, Senj is even more convinced. But his block was still a step too late. Xiao Jie had already activated the antivirus software. Senj immediately went to look at the data information on the big screen. It was just as he thought. This is clearly a trap. The antivirus software program encountered these variant codes, instantly be covered by the infection. Even more unbelievable is that the infected antivirus software actually began to kill the system files. It's like being bitten by a zombie and turning into a zombie. After seeing this, Senj said helplessly, I really doubt you're from over there. Can't get enough of their destruction, can you? Xiao Jie also realized that he had made a mistake in his operation, but it was too late to cancel it now. And everyone's computers except Senj's computer began to continuously emit a prompt that their system files had been corrupted and that they were about to reboot and restore the system. At the same time, Senj also noticed why only his computer did not have a reboot prompt. At a closer look, it turned out that the variant file is based on the LAN LP address. The attack, his computer LP address, has long been automatically replaced by the software. This is Senj's habit. He wrote his own software. No matter which computer to use, the first thing will be the system will make some basic settings on the change. One of them is to hide the LP address. Of course, this kind of hiding is not a key code type of hiding. Completely belongs to the physical hiding. When he saw this, Senj suddenly thought of a solution. So he shouted to Xiao Jie, give me your server control access. Senj thought that this control authority was like the administrator authority of a computer. As long as it was authorized, it could be used. But CNC's network permissions were not like that. Even Xiao Jie didn't have the right to do so. So he still looked at Xiao Long, who was on the side. CNC server management authority is extraordinary. Xiao Long had to consider whether Senj is trustworthy. If Senj utilizes the CNC network privileges to do something else, the consequences of this are unimaginable. Even if he is here to help CNC. But don't forget, his other identity, or a hacker. Xiao Long did not mean to disparage the hacker in any way. It was just that this was something that he, as the highest officer in the military department, did have to think about. However, time is very tight now, and Senj understood what Xiao Long's hesitation was, but now was not the time to think about it. Chief, are you sure it's okay? Xiao Jie was more anxious than anyone else. He trusted Senj without any conditions. In other words, if Senj wanted to gain control of the CNC server, he would be able to do it with a casual movement of his fingers. He was a ghost butterfly. How could these things be difficult for him? Xiao Long seemed to have realized this as well, so he nodded to Xiao Jie. This was an extraordinary moment, and there was no room for too much hesitation. The administrative privileges of the CNC server required the 5 senior officers of CNC to enter 5 passwords before they could manage it. Fortunately, the 5 officers were all in CNC today, and with Xiao Long's approval, they each entered their passwords under extreme secrecy. As soon as the door to the server's administrative privileges was opened, Xiao Jie didn't even think about it and gave Senj LD full administrative privileges. In the conference room, Zimu rested his head between his hands. Leisurely, had thought that Xiao Jie could come up with any countermeasures today, but actually started the antivirus software, wanting to kill his variant files as if they were viruses, and finally led to the collapse of the server's control system, as well as all of the subsystems, which saved them a large portion of the destruction of the time. His variant file was afraid of everything, except antivirus software, which was a tactic summarized by Zimu after countless trials. Most people, after discovering a variant file, mistakenly believe that this file is a variant virus, and will directly start the antivirus software to kill the virus. However, what these people may not realize is that a virus is a virus and a file is a file, which are two completely different concepts in themselves. Viruses are destructive as well as contagious, and files can be even more destructive when authorized by the system. Antivirus software usually deletes specified files, or folders to achieve the effect of antivirus. Mutant files. You can take advantage of this feature, directly in the file authorization, to cover the core program of the antivirus software, so as to control the behavior of the antivirus software. In general, the variant file will uninstall the antivirus software, but Zimu's variant file, can control the scanning module of the antivirus software, so that in addition to the variant file, the other normal files have become abnormal, so the antivirus software will be unscrupulous to delete those system files. A few other officers simply closed their computers. Originally thought that today's maneuver would be a great show, but did not expect, so quickly let Zimu solved alone. Hands did not leave a chance for them. In this regard, Zimu can only say that there is no way. Who called Xiao Jie so ignorant? He actually used antivirus software to kill his variant file. He really thought that the people in the Tianyu team didn't even know what antivirus software was, right? Fang Kailuan also did not have enough fun yet. He had wanted to torture Xiao Jie little by little until he collapsed, but now if you look at it like this maneuver, you can end it early. Bored, he simply typed up the evaluation report on the computer. The opening sentence was, the CNC has gone through the relevant tests of the Tianyu team and is completely incapable of the basic capabilities of military network defense. Just when everyone thought that this exercise could be over, and there were even people shutting down their computers and picking at the network cables, Zimu suddenly felt that there was something wrong somewhere. If you look at the time, CNC servers should have been destroyed a long time ago. Not to mention the servers, the firewall should have been cracked. But what Zimu saw was that CNC's firewall was still holding up. Hey, what's going on here? Zimu whispered, and then on the keyboard, he typed in a string of code. Several other people could hear it, but just as they looked at Zimu, they could only hear Zimu shouting incredulously, "Holy shit, holy fuck, holy shit, what is this?" A few people curiously ran to Zimu's computer to take a look. His computer system had been completely locked down. Even the system's firewall had been uninstalled. By the time Ziggy realized something was wrong, it was too late. His computer system had been completely locked down by an unknown program, and his firewall had been uninstalled. Although his private firewall was just a very average piece of software, being able to break through his network and uninstall it was something else. 5 people, 5 computers. Now only one of Zimu was connected to CNC server network, and his computer system was destroyed. The other 4 people, who couldn't see CNC's side of the situation at all anymore, didn't have any idea what method they used to mess up Zimu. Karen Fong simply saved the written assessment report, and immediately began to connect to CNC servers normally, and the results showed that everything was connected normally, which meant that Zimu's variant file hadn't caused any damage to the other side at all. This is strange. Obviously his variant file has been disguised through the firewall into the system. Obviously Xiao Jie started the antivirus software, and the software is also infected by the variant file. How can this end up? Several people quickly entered the state of research. Zimu's operation did not have any mistakes, and his variant file did not have any problems, but CNC's side not only cracked his tricks, but instead, it also took control of his system, making it to the point that they could not even shut down the computer now, and could only manually restart the computer. But after restarting, it also prompted them, the system could not find the specified file and could not start. The saddest thing was that they actually couldn't find out what way Xiao Jie had messed up Zimu, which was just like a whip with a dripping wax. Even with a whip, the helpless thing was that out of the 5 of them, only Zimu was able to destroy the firewall, and none of the other 4 possessed this technique. You have to realize that they were just an evaluation team, each of them evaluating different network modules of the CNC, and when one person failed, the other 4 followed suit, especially the first move, letting the other party crack it. The later fights would be even more impossible. As a last resort, Fong Kailuan could only apply for a pause in the maneuver, rest for half an hour, and let Zimu get his system right before saying anything. Originally, CNC side could have rejected the request. It's impossible to pause the maneuver. You guys lost is lost. There's only one chance. Do you still want to resurrect indefinitely? But Xiao Long personally initialed the other party's request and could give them another chance. Previously, they had won a round against CNC, and today was the second phase of the maneuver, and they had pulled back around, so now it was even. And they CNC also needed time. They had to fix the firewall. Besides that, they had a more important thing to do. To cheer for Senj. But his order hasn't even been given yet. Siyu was the first one to cheer. Although she didn't know how Senj did it, she knew that Senj made CNC win. Senj made CNC keep it. And they people don't have to be afraid of losing this job. What else is more worthy of letting people cheer than this? Xiao Jie excited to fall tears. This feeling is like the pent-up pressure in the heart for many years of pent-up gas, suddenly all of a sudden discharged so smooth. Through the body is a burst of freshness. Tianyue team is not very powerful? Let's see what you say this time. See how you look? So much applause and cheers were given to Senj alone. This was something that Senj had never encountered before in his long life. This feeling was really indescribable. It was said that hackers could only be wonderful on their own stage, alone, but Senj was praised and cheered. He had never even imagined that his life could actually be so wonderful. But this cheering, this applause, was so real, as if it was like a pair of warm hands pulling him out of the loneliness and isolation of the past. It was thought that one's life defines a destined trajectory, but one's life can be used in many different meanings as well. And the question is how you choose to go about it. You can choose to bathe in the light of life's surprises, but also in the darkness to block their own emotions. All this will not teach you, can only be your own growth in life, slowly to realize, to experience. Don't begrudge yourself for touching others, now that you are finally getting the same in return. Senj is moving. Xiao Jie is also moving. He walked to Senj's near, stretched out his hand to shake hands with him tightly. Thank you, words do not need to say more. Everything is in the heart of the two hands. Xiao Jie only wanted to know how Senj did it. Everyone wanted to know how Senj did it. In this regard, Senj did not hide anything. The method he used was very simple. That is, he utilized the administrative privileges of the CNC server and modified the DNs pointing to the network, because the other party's attack is very targeted. His variant of the file's biggest feature is that no matter what file touches him, will be infected by him? So Senj utilized the system's privileges to write a barrier in the infected area, preventing him from continuing to infect other system files. After that, it modified the network protocol, cut off all the download items from the server, and interrupted the control of the firewall by the variant file. Xiao Jie activated the antivirus software, which in a sense, in turn, helped Senj discover the other party's attack pattern. So using this discovery, Senj simulated his computer system as a mirror system, and pointed all the server's DNs on the mirror system, including the scanning module of the antivirus software. In the end, it was just let it play with a bunch of shadows. Finally Senj used the tracking program written by himself, according to the data nodes that appeared in the variant file, and quickly found the other party's computer LP. What did not expect is that the other party actually arrogant down. Even the LP address is not hidden. Senj of course, cannot spoil him. This Zimu in Senj's view. In fact, really nothing. This is not Senj's arrogance, but because, from the hacker's point of view, Zimu just focus on the offense, but never bothered to care about the defense. Maybe he thought that the best offense was just defense. In fact, Senj used to think the same thing, and there were not many people in the middle of the Matrix world who could do that. Attack, surging atmosphere, defend, dripping water. Obviously, Senj was still a bit high in his previous evaluation of Zimu. Otherwise, how could he have a computer system with only an unknown and ordinary firewall? Even a beginner hacker could have taken it out. And in his system, Senj only saw one useful file for the data used to give the mutant code a download. Other than that, nothing. In the end, Senj summarized by saying that CNC servers, being able to lose to this guy is just so amazing. As he said this, a voice suddenly sounded from the back of the crowd. Who are you? While everyone was cheering for this joy that Senj had brought them, a voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. Turning around, it turned out to be an angry Zimu, looking at his posture, as if he wanted to beat someone up, rolling up his arms, rolling up his sleeves, he walked towards Senj. Xiao Jie was afraid that he would hurt Senj, so he stepped forward in front of him and said in an ungracious manner, Zimu, don't be a jerk, don't you forget your status. A member of the Heavenly Moon team was going to hit someone because he lost the drill. This guy was at least a head taller than Sengar, so if they really fought, how could Sengar be his opponent? Zimu did have the urge to hit someone, but he also knew what kind of occasion this was. If he made a move to hit someone here, he wouldn't be able to hang out in Tianyu. This point, there was no need for Xiao Jie to remind him of this. He understood it himself. I just want to know how he cracked my program. I don't think it's a secret, right? Zimu looked at Xiao Jie with slanted eyes and dangling cannons. Even if he lost, he still despised Xiao Jie from the bottom of his heart. If he really lost in his hands, he didn't have anything to say. But to lose in the hands of an outsider, how could this breath not be swallowed? Even if he died, at least let him know how he died, right? When Senj heard this, he laughed and said, of course, it wasn't supposed to be a secret. Just like your system, it's as clean as a sheet of paper. Senj had been around from the time his parents had left him until now, and it seemed that he'd come into contact with more people since he'd become a hacker than in the previous 10 years combined, and not a single one of them was interested in him. Either they wanted to know who he was, either they wanted to get him killed, or get close to him, use him, and then there were people like Xiao Jie, who genuinely wanted to befriend him. These people never struck Senj as anything special about them though, they were all human anyway in his eyes, all living and fighting for what they wanted. Under this premise, people were very equal to each other. No one was much higher than the others. Just like the Senj at this moment, he never thought that he must just be stronger than this Zimu, but because Zimu was just too arrogant. So arrogant that he seemed to have forgotten that there were still a lot of people in this world who could easily destroy him. As for any kind of conversation, Senj doesn't give a shit about that. He's just being honest. But this sentence in the ears of Zimu cannot be so in the ear, originally lost to this person. The heart is holding a stomach of anger. On the contrary, but also teach him a lesson. Zimu really want to rush up, and he fought with him. From the army to now, he has not received this bird gasset, even after joining the Tianyu group. Others are very respectful of him. Forget about who his parents are for a second. Just his handful of cyber skills would make the people of Tianyu look at him in a good light. This unknowing guy, who won him by chance once and started lecturing him. What kind of a person is he? I remember you're a consultant hired by CNC, right? So, you're nothing here. Ha, at most, you'll be given a boxed lunch. So what else do you get besides that? Zimu couldn't do anything, but the words weren't just cursing one person. They were cursing even the CNCs. Who can't understand the meaning of the words? It is to say that Xiao Jie, with Xiao Long himself is not capable. Looking for a foreign aid, after using it, just threw away. He is not a person in the army, in order to a box lunch, as to be so desperate? Xiaolong from Zimu came in, has not spoken, said he, and Zimu's father is also considered old acquaintances. This old man is how to educate his son. So arrogant and domineering, is Tianyu's people so cannot afford to lose? Originally gave them face, so that they can suspend the maneuvers, give them another chance, but still ran over to where the finger scolding, also too unself-conscious, right? Senj heard this, but just smiled and said, what? Xiao Jia, there's actually a boxed lunch? How come I didn't know that? I love eating boxed lunches and stuff. This person has not yet how it is, and put him on the opposite side. Actually, so if so, there is even less need to put him in the eyes. Originally as a hacker, at any time will encounter all kinds of enemies. Senj has long been prepared for this. If because of a few words from the other party, he was angry. Simply do not do hackers. To say that this Zimu, this is just a drill. Is there a need to be so serious? And now it's still on someone else's turf. Doing so isn't a slap in one's face. Is that all you're after? If you want to eat a boxed lunch, you can. If you tell me how to crack the program, you can take this $10 and eat a boxed lunch. After saying that, Zimu took out $10 from his pocket and threw it at Senj's feet. This expression, this tone, it was as if there was no one in this world but him. Now, not to mention Senj, even Xiaolong behind him couldn't sit still. He was already in a fiery temper and tolerated it again and again. But it turned out that this Zimu was also too much. Who are you punching? When he thought of this, Xiaolong snapped and then said loudly, Zimu, do you have any opinions on the advisor I hired? This Zimu was now on the verge of going up to the sky. After hearing Xiaolong's words, he directly opened his mouth and said, how can I have any opinions? But I have to remind you, he is just a consultant, not your CNC people. This exercise is for your CNC defense system, not for us to see some people perform. Instead, he is also not your CNC people, simply cannot represent your CNC anything. Our evaluation report, or will be for this point, ruled that you are not qualified. Senj looked at Xiao Jia, whose expression looked as if he had eaten too much wasabi and his chrysanthemums hurt from the spice. In his eyes, there was guilt and helplessness. Senj is in order to help his favor, only to come to CNC. The result also let a person sew down a meal. That is, Senj can calm down. If other people would have blown up, helping to help a mistake? But before Xiao Jia could explode, Xiaolong exploded first, his body's aura radiating out with a huff. Talking to me? Don't you even have to shout a report? As far as I know, you're only a major. What? A major general, and nothing in your eyes? Xiaolong fought in the border wars when he was young. He has been a military man all his life. The rules of any troop are supreme in his eyes. How could he let Zimu be wild in front of him? Not to mention him, even if his father stood in front of him, he would have to salute and call out the chief. What kind of a thing is he? When Xiaolong got angry, the whole CNC became silent. This is not their Tianyu HQ where they can be so arrogant. Xiaolong is the boss here. Yesterday Xiao Jia lost and didn't say anything. You guys only lost once and can't take it anymore. Are you still a soldier? And what makes Xiaolong the most angry is that no matter what time it is, you can't forget the rules in the army. You can say whatever you want to say. Is there any leader in your eyes? Being provoked by this fire, Zimu was indeed a bit dumbfounded, because he was so excited that he forgot about this rule and all. Don't look at Xiaolong as not his immediate superior, but he is after all a major general. In the military establishment, is his absolute leader, and he is in this unit. Is the military department inside the vanguard? Very much valued by the superiors. He a major in front of others even shouting. Even he himself feel excessive. Also got $10 and threw it at Senj's feet. Xiaolong looked at Senj, turned his head and said to Zimu again, you still have a lot of money. Ha, throw it when you say throw it, but you threw less. Want to know how Senj cracked your program? You kneel in front of him is not enough. Advisor how? I can tell you clearly now. Senj is our specially recruited network security engineer. Although he's not from the organization, he's contributed more to the organization than you. What capital do you have to run wild here? Xiaolong's words, so that the heart of Senj is incomparably happy. Always have to be someone to stand up for him to say something, is not it? Troop matters. He did not want to participate. Do their own things can be. This is what Senj thought. So, in the face of Zimu's humiliation, Senj just pretend not to see it. Even though he was sad inside, he couldn't write it on his face. This was Senj's unique way of being strong. And there were times when holding on to what was yours was more important than anything else. This was also the nobility in Senj's bones. Just as there was once a famous saying that went well, condescension is a weapon. At times, it was a silent counterattack. Like the smile on Sengar's face, it was always unperturbed. Just a few words of attack that couldn't do him any harm, but within the range of his weapon's attack. Senj would never show any mercy, just like his arrogance, his hacking skills. Zimu was scolded and could not raise his head, but Xiaolong did not intend to let him go, because there is still the matter of the report, he said. Xiaolong is absolutely not let him go back to casually write blindly. This is about the future of the CNC. Xiaolong absolutely cannot be allowed to listen to it. So he continued, I'll also send a copy of this drill report to your Heavenly Moon. I'm going to ask your superiors, is this how you people in Heavenly Moon do things? Cursing people when you lose, and attacking their dignity? I'll see how your leaders can explain to me. As soon as Xiaolong's words fell, another voice sounded behind Zimu and said, Chief, you are right to teach him a lesson. Zimu, he was also confused for a moment and bumped into you. You must not take it to heart. Everyone turned around and the one who spoke was Karen Fong. Zimu's system had been installed a long time ago, but this guy used the excuse of peeing to run into someone else's command room to pretend to be Harry. Did he really think that Xiaolong and the rest of them were all good to be messed with? If it was Xiao Jie, it was okay to say. After all, he was someone in the network department of the Legion department, and as a matter of fact, it also came under the jurisdiction of their Tianyu team. It didn't matter if he belittled a few sentences, cursed a few sentences or whatever, but people Xiaolong is a military officer. The rank is Major General, authentic chief. Have you Zimu in front of others wild share? Even if it is the leadership of the day month to come, but also to give Xiaolong a few points of face. You in front of others to show off. Not scold you scold Hua. As soon as he saw Fong Kailuan, Xiao Jie couldn't hold back even more. Borrowing Xiaolong's momentum, he followed suit. Fong Kailuan, you're not doing a very good job as a team leader, are you? Your subordinates are rampant to such an extent. See that $10 on the ground? He threw it to our network engineer. Let people buy box lunch to eat. This matter, no matter what I have to write to the report inside. He also no matter what to our engineer to apologize. Karen Fong sighed and said softly to Zimu, what's wrong with you? Do you still want to work or not? Is this a place for you to be wild? Why don't you pick up the money quickly? Zimu full of shame and indignation cannot say, can only obediently bend down to pick up the money. He threw the position is still particularly good. Just at the feet of Senj. This stooping, as if to give Senj bending salute. I'm sorry, I apologize for what I said before. Ziki's voice was like a mosquito buzzing, and even Senj didn't hear what he said. But who cared? Neither had him in their sights anyway. After giving Senj his apologies, Ziki again stood at attention and saluted Xiaolong, reporting to the chief, you taught me right. I'll take your words to heart. Xiaolong is not a reasonable person. The words are so. He does not want to make things difficult for Zimu. After all, his status is where it is. Scolded to give Senj out of anger even if, after all, he is still afraid that Senj has been wronged. It would be good to remember. Now are we going to proceed with our maneuvers? Karen Fong hurriedly said, reporting to the chief, we are ready to start the second round of maneuvers at any time. Xiaolong looked at Senj, wanting to ask him if he had anything else to say. Today was his home court. He mustn't let this shit get in the way of his play. Senj made a gesture of indifference. For him it was fine to maneuver whenever he wanted. This man was not going to affect him much, and Senj already had a pretty clear idea of their tactics. From the last time he acted out, he found out that of those people on the other side, only one of them had the technology to break through CNC's firewall, and the other few were each in charge of their own area of expertise. Now that Zimu had been taken out, if he wasn't wrong, what they were going to do next was to find a way to get into the system and then crack the other server programs. Zimu's camouflage variant program could no longer be used. Or rather, the program's files had all been deleted by Senj, and wanting to make one right away was simply impossible. Then the other four people's tricks, there was even less to worry about. Let them just make their moves. Senj had to let them see what a true expert was today no matter what. Let them be able to think about the blow they suffered today even when they were arrogant in the future. After returning to the conference room, Zimu had nowhere to vent his anger and kicked the chair to the ground. A few other people saw this scene and thought that this guy had taken the wrong medicine, and the face of Karen Fong, who followed him in, looked as if it had just been yanked out of the fire, unable to tell if it was red or purple. It was really hard for him to lose face, and he had wanted to take this opportunity to straighten Xiao Jie out, but in the end, he let Xiao Jie straighten him out. He didn't care if the Tianyu team won or lost, but when Xiao Jie won, he had to take it to heart. From the time he arrived at Tianyu until now, Xiao Jie had never won anything over him, and this was the capital that he was able to mock him in front of Xiao Jie, but with the addition of that engineer, what's his name Senj, it seemed that the whole thing had changed. The thing that made him most angry was this Zimu, doing nothing good but messing with that Senj, regardless of whether what Xiaolong said was true or not. To be able to become their specially recruited network engineer, how could it be possible without 2 tricks? He really wanted to ask Zimu what he really thought, but now was not the time to ask that. Zimu stood at the window without saying a word and smoked a stifling cigarette, one puff after another, and from a different angle, it looked like the guy was eating the cigarette. Other people didn't understand him, but Fong Kailuan knew him too well. He was the typical kind of person who couldn't afford to lose. In the Tianyu group, others respected him, first of all, regardless of whether this respect was from the heart. But this respect would sometimes make a person overly inflated. It would make him become selfless, and when he encountered a blow, all of his self-esteem would be destroyed at this moment. It was a reality that had to be accepted, even if he didn't want to face it. But Ziggy had really lost, and the rest of them still had to get this damn maneuver going. They couldn't just give up across the board because of one person's failure. It's up to us next. Chen Yong, use your violent decryption method. Let's forcefully log into the other party's server through the login window. The officer called Chen Yong, who looked a bit older than all of these people, was one of the earliest amongst these people to enter the Heavenly Moon team, and was himself a hacker before he was in the military, specializing in how to crack passwords. He created his own floating point calculation method, which could quickly perform more than hundreds of millions of calculations per second on the user's LD as well as the pattern of the login password. Usually hackers use a variety of password cracking means, depending on the different cracking needs, using different methods. These include boot passwords, system login passwords, document opening passwords, and even the development of the current online shopping passwords, chat software passwords, personal space passwords and so on. Each kind of password cracking method is not the same. Summarize the categorization is only 3 kinds. Letter combination, number combination, letter and number of the mixed type. There are only 2 ways to input passwords. One is keyboard input, and the second is mouse click input. As for the password generation mode, there are many kinds. The most used is password calculation password. The password through a special calculation tool as well as the calculation method to calculate the login password. Each time the login password is different. This is currently the world's known use of the most, but also the most secure password login method. Of course, CNC's data server administrative privilege password is also used in this password login method. Chen Yong's floating point calculation was for this password login method. He only needed to use the software to analyze the data pattern of the login platform to calculate the password calculation. Many people may ask, why bother? Can't you just register to enter the server? Of course you can use this method to enter the server, but ordinary registered users cannot get the server administrator privileges, and registered users in the case of not being authorized in the system of Dragon Web cannot do anything. The core of the data do not want to see. These secret data are only open to some senior officers or certain special departments, and there are only 2 ways for ordinary users to see them, either by being authorized or by violently breaking the login password for the server's administrative privileges. As for usernames and whatnot, it's much better to just go through Dragonet's system and find login information for advanced users. But Chen Yong's floating point cracking method has a big disadvantage, is that he cracked a password. Every password, in about 30 seconds. This is the fastest way of calculation. To know the composition of a password into another concept is that every second may reach hundreds of millions, or even more than 1 billion, billions of calculations. The resulting data is quite huge. 30 seconds, already the world's fastest speed. Chen Yong was very confident that, in his words, there was no password in this world that he could not crack. His software, like a master key, could open anyone's door at will. At the last exercise, he had successfully cracked Xiao Jie's administrative privileges and entered the data server. Today, although Xiao Jie had changed his login password, the login mode had not changed and could still be cracked. Seeing that the people around him were looking at him, Chen Yong laughed and said, "Don't be so nervous everyone, it's just a matter of cracking a code. It's very simple to accomplish. I don't care what kind of expert they have. It's not like he's omnipotent." He was right, because he knew a lot about hackers. He was a hacker before joining the army, and after joining the army, he entered the cyber defense force with excellent grades, and later on, he was even chosen by the leaders of Skymoon, and was directly transferred into the Skymoon team. For a network warrior, this is an honor worth bragging about for the rest of his life. Before him or after him, there weren't many people who were directly recognized by the senior leaders of Heavenly Moon and then skipped the examination and directly entered the Heavenly Moon group. One had to know that trying to pass the Heavenly Moon's assessment was a pretty tough thing to do now. It was also because of his knowledge of hackers that he knew that every hacker had their own attributes, either offense, defense, or cracking, and it was impossible for one person to take care of all of them. One of the most powerful and famous world-class hackers he had ever seen was perfect in both offense and defense, but he was dumb as hell in password cracking. From the defense that Senj had done before, Chen Yong concluded that Senj was someone who only knew how to defend, and it was impossible for him to know so much about code breaking. Such was his confidence, his arrogance. Senj sighed. All the people in Xiao Jie's order, once again into the state of maneuvers, while Senj's eyes never left the big screen. From those jumping symbols, Senj will easily conclude that the other side is cracking the server's authority. This kind of cracking method makes Senj look and feel very interesting. The other party should be a master. How can they still use the exhaustive method of this kind of cracking method, even if the floating point calculation method, but this is in the process of cracking, it is necessary to support a lot of time. That said, Jack was a master at cracking passwords, and he had once told Senj that the biggest obstacle to cracking passwords wasn't how esoteric the other person's cryptographic patterns were, but time. Every heck of a password cracker knows that if you can't crack a complex password within a specific time frame, everything you've cracked before is for naught. If not, it will also be detected by the other party's scanning software. The current time taken by the world's best cracker to crack a passphrase password is 5 seconds, which is a world record, and no one will ever be able to go below that again. Using the data analysis software, Senj looked at his opponent's floating point calculation mode, and he also calculated a time that it would take about half a minute or so to crack it successfully. From this, it could be inferred that the other party could only be regarded as nothing more than a good hand, not even a crack master. Even so, Senj had to come up with a countermeasure, and definitely couldn't just stand by and watch him crack that code. Xiao Jie, now don't anyone is nervous, always in the side of Senj to see Senj's operation. To be honest, Senj operation of these codes and so on, Xiao Jie simply can't understand. At most, is a combination of some simple symbols to understand some, the other is like a book of heaven. In the end, he hadn't thought about being able to read anything here in Senj. Senj was the most powerful hacker in the world. Ghost Butterfly. If his code could be read by anyone, would he still be Ghost Butterfly? In fact, Senj used a comprehensive symbols. This way of writing, in the end, is to use all the programming software, according to the individual's operating habits, a self-created mode of operation, the symbols in it in other people's eyes like a heavenly book, like a program that is encrypted, but in the eyes of the Senj, these are all the commands used in the programming only. If you take a single breakdown, it will be known that these commands are all unique to each programming software commands. Senj stretched easily after doing this. This was his habitual action. This was how he rewarded himself every time he succeeded in doing something well. The action of stretching his waist made him very cozy, and the expression on his face was all so smug. When Xiao Jie, who was on the side, looked at him, he knew that Senj had won again this time. On this side of the conference room, Chen Yong looked at the computer screen as if he had lost his soul, but realized that he couldn't do anything. He didn't say anything either, causing Karen Fong to ask him one by one what was going on. When you lose a fight, people are most reluctant to talk, but Karen Fong has no eyesight at all, and even pushed and dragged Chen Yong. In the end, how is the result? Chen Yong, this fire came up at once, grabbed his laptop and smashed it on the ground. He was not punching Fong Karen, but he was punching himself. There was no reason at all to lose. Seeing this, everyone understood that Chen Yong, the most powerful password cracking expert of the Tianyu team, had lost. If he had won, could he have smashed the computer? This computer is imported from abroad. Quite expensive, said Smash Smash, but Chen will never be heartbroken. His family has plenty of money. His parents are successful real estate businessmen. Not to mention one computer, even 100 can afford to smash. But what about face? Can he afford to lose this face? Originally Zimu lost. He also a little bloating it. Have long looked at this guy is not good. All day long feel as if they will be a little something like, not still losing like a fart. This time, however, it was his turn, and he himself felt like losing less than a fart. At least Zimu's side held out for a few minutes, and he let someone else take care of him before a minute was up. It was understandable that they were in a bad mood. After all, they were the ones who lost, but Fong Kailuan on the side was about to explode. He slammed the table and shouted loudly, "What the fuck are you all doing? Losing one after another? Did I bring you all here so that you can disgrace me? What the hell are you guys are this?" Fong Kailuan is the leader of the group. He scolded. No one can talk back, can only be bowed head. Chen Yong's teeth bite his cackling. This is the drill is good, but everyone knows what this drill behind the representation. Before bringing them here, Fong Kailuan had also specially invited these people to have a meal at a high-end hotel in the capital city, and he made it very clear that he wanted Xiao Jie to never be able to climb back up again this time, so that the CNC would completely disappear from the Legion department. It is enough to have the Heavenly Moon team. What is the point of having a CNC? These people at that time but beat the table to give Karen Fong assurance. Want to make CNC disappear? Hand-to-hand thing? CNC can have what expert it is not just a Xiao Jie. He may be an expert in the eyes of Karen Fong, but in the eyes of these people, he is nothing. But if they looked at it now, they were all wrong. Not only was the CNC not as simple as they thought, but there were also real experts inside that were many times more powerful than any of them. It could be said that this time, they were really in the gutter. Fong Kai-Luan scolded them. Who else would have a reason to talk back to him? At that moment, a report sounded from outside the door, and the warrior who came in asked with a smirk, "Report, Captain Xiao asked me to ask you all if the maneuvers should continue?" Fong Kai-Luan gasped. He really wanted to go up and give this warrior a big mouthful. What the fuck was so funny? Are they that funny now? It was another officer who finally said helplessly, "Go back and tell your Xiao team that the maneuvers are over. If they don't end it, they don't have any weapons to fight with others. They can't crack the firewall. They can't crack the password. If they don't solve these two modules, they can't do the system attack, the data download, and the server bomb or anything else. If they don't end it, what are they waiting for?" And the other party has now completely figured out their moves. The main thing is that they can't come up with any new moves to deal with others. Although it's reluctant, but they can only accept this fact. After the news of the end of the maneuver was sent back to the command room, everyone cheered again along with it. CNC was saved. No need to be disbanded. What are you waiting for if you don't cheer? Xiaolong personally shook Sen's hand and said a word of thanks, and it could be seen that this old man was more excited than everyone else at this time. And when he spoke, his lips were trembling, and his grip on Sen's hand was so hard. Senj nodded and said, "Chief, you're too kind. I didn't actually do anything." Xiao Jie chimed in, "Mariko, without you, CNC would probably be disbanded tomorrow. You've done all of this. None of us could have done it. Thank you so much indeed." Sen's face was also red. Never had so many people praised him. It was as if he was a star at this point. He kept asking himself, what had he done? Why did these people thank him so much? He told himself that he had allowed all these people to preserve their dignity. And when a person's dignity is about to be trampled over by someone else at any moment, they will remember the person who protected them for the rest of their lives. Or maybe these people will never forget Senj from now on. Never forget this night and the shock and excitement it left them with. Xiaolong wouldn't let go of Senj's hand when he held it, and said to Senj in a very appropriate manner, "Senj, see, you're needed here. We all want you, and this country needs you. Come work here. And of course your library job can go on, and you'll just take a part-time job at CNC." Senj was also surging right now. He liked this feeling of being valued by others and being surrounded by everyone. There was nothing wrong with having a part-time job at CNC. Wasn't he looking for a part-time job right now anyway? And this job, it looks easy. When CNC has a problem, he steps in and solves it. And usually, he doesn't have to do anything. Isn't this good? So Senj nodded and said, "In that case, I'll take my hat off." In fact, many people are waiting for Senj's words, like Xiaolong, Xiao Jie, and of course, you see behind him, this girl is now how to look at Senj, have begun to heart-surging. As long as Senj agreed to Xiaolong, they will have more chances to meet in the future, and maybe they will be able to date if they develop. The main reason is that Senj has height, good looks and even better skills. When has the chief ever been so sure of a person? Thinking about it, we all know how good Senj's future will be. Find a boyfriend like this, simply can be happy for a lifetime. Senj agreed to Xiaolong's proposal to work as a part-time network engineer at CNC, a decision that encouraged many people so far. Although this exercise was between CNC and the Sky Moon team, it was more like a solo performance for Senj. It was simply amazing for everyone to see his skills. With the addition of Senj, CNC believed that it would soon become the #1 cybersecurity department of the Legion department, and it might even surpass the Sky Moon organization. How could these people not be happy when they had the honor of witnessing this process? Just when everyone was celebrating, Fong Kai-Lu and several people, full of helplessness, walked in from the door. The exercise was over. They were no longer enemies to each other. Now they were all comrades in arms. After saluting each other, Fong Kai-Luan said helplessly, "Congratulations, you guys passed this exercise test. I will write the whole process into the report and submit it to the higher authorities." As he spoke, Fong Kai-Luan's eyes were always hovering over Sangar's body, and if it wasn't for the presence of someone else, he probably would have been able to rush up and bite Sangar a few times. Xiaolong nodded his head and said, "Very good. This exercise was wonderful. I hope the higher authorities will organize a few more exercises like this, so that we can exchange more experiences. This is a good thing, and on behalf of all the members of the CNC, I would also like to thank you for your contribution to this exercise." Xiaolong said what he had to say, but to Fong Kai-Luan's ears, he felt particularly harsh. Contribution? Contribute? What contribution? Contribute joy to you. right? Thank you for your kind words, Chief. We will come often to learn and exchange with you in the future, especially Moriaka. I will definitely have to go through you again when I have the chance in the future. Senj knew that the other party was unconvinced, and many people were like that. Losing was unconvincing, always thinking that the other party was able to win, based on luck. These people can't see the flashpoints of others. I'm always at your service. This was the only answer Senj gave him. Want to compete? Fine. Come if you have the guts. There was fear in Senj's heart, but for all kinds of challenges, Senj had never been afraid. This was the courage in his bones, and it would never change. Said or almost. Finally it is the turn of Xiao Jie. This guy held back a night. Senj finished. He said with a laugh, Fong Karen, if I were you, I do not come. Lose more difficult but also embarrassing. Words this thing. Who will say? But say more is no use. Losing or losing. There are a lot of things that are put out there. In fact, also but it's just like that. And people who really have strength never say anything. The last thing Fong Kailuan wanted to hear was Xiao Jie talking. He was so angry that he was gritting his teeth and his face was as red as a monkey's butt. And Xiao Jie just wanted to see this look of his. His heart was so cool. Xiao Long didn't want to aggravate their conflict. So he interjected. Okay, Xiao Jie. Win or lose. It's all for the good of the country. So don't say anything you shouldn't. Since this was the case, Fong Kailuan had nothing more to say. Originally, Xiao Long had also arranged a dinner at the troops' restaurant. But Fong Kailuan said that it was too late and he had to go back to the troop to write a report. So he left with Zimu and the others. It's good that they're gone. What's there to say to them? Why don't you sit down with your own people and have a celebratory drink? It's more enjoyable than anything else. So Xiao Jie pulled Senj and was about to head for the dining hall, and the others were about to follow. But at that moment, as if he suddenly thought of something, Senj opened his mouth and said, Wait a minute. It seems like this drill isn't over yet. A single word made everyone stop and turn to look at Senj, and the entire command center suddenly became silent. Xiao Jie inexplicably looked at Senj and said, Sensei, Fong Kailuan and the others should all be out of the troop's gate by now. The maneuvers ended long ago. Why are you still saying they haven't ended? Senj glanced at Xiao Long, who instantly understood and immediately told everyone to go to the dining room first. They would be there in a moment. The maneuver was indeed over, but Senj suddenly remembered that during the first maneuver, the people from the Sky Moon team had also placed a data file in the server yet. They were using a drill server this time with no substantial data files in it. Originally, Senj thought that they had placed a file into the server ahead of time in order to kill them in a surprise attack during the second phase of the maneuver. But before this file could be used, Karen Fong decided that the maneuver was over. That's not normal. Senj was an exceptionally meticulous person. So meticulous that he analyzed problems so meticulously. With this problem, there were a total of 3 possibilities. The first was that, as he had begun to think, the file was meant to be used for surprise attacks. The second possibility was that the activation of this file would only be activated if the server's firewall, as well as the password, had been broken. And the third possibility, this file was intentionally put into the server by the other party, and the function, not for the purpose of maneuvering. Otherwise, the exercise was over. So why didn't Karen Fong remind Xiao Jie that there was still a file for the exercise in the server, and then ask Xiao Jie to delete it? The likelihood was that Karen Fong had some reason for not wanting to tell Xiao Jie, or he simply didn't know that there was such a file that had been placed in the drill server. In other words, the only person who knows about this file now, besides the one who placed it, is Senj. That's because he found out about this file through a change in the server's data symbols. Now that the maneuver was over, it also suddenly occurred to Senj that the file was still there. After hearing Senj's words, Xiao Long and Xiao Jie looked at each other, and in their eyes, incredulity was written all over them. The first thing they found hard to believe was that Senj was able to see the trajectory of his opponent's movements just with his naked eyes, which sounded, well, a bit divine. Secondly, this data file that Fong Kailuan put into the maneuver server, what exactly was it for? Senj said with a faint smile, It's easy to find out what he's for. I'll just find out what it is. After saying that, Senj did in front of Xiao Jie's computer. And Xiao Jie even took the initiative to square his chair for Senj. Although Xiao Long didn't understand Senj's operation, he completely understood what Senj said. Senj opened the data module group of the drill server and began to analyze the file using his own software. But to Senj's surprise, the file disappeared into the server. Gone? How is that possible? Senj's words left Xiao Long and Xiao Jie in a daze. Senj realized that mysterious file was in the data module of the drill server. It completely disappeared, which made Senj also confused. Senj didn't say anything. Xiao Long and Xiao Jie didn't say anything. They wanted to know where that file had gone even more than Senj did. The file either deleted itself or was moved. Otherwise, it couldn't have disappeared into thin air. Senj analyzed that the latter would be more likely, because from the very beginning of the maneuver, Senj's software had scanned the total number of all the files on the server, and if any of them had been corrupted or deleted, it would have been obvious at a glance. By the end of the maneuver, the number hadn't changed at all, which meant that the server's files hadn't been deleted. Then there's only one possibility that it's been diverted. If that's the case, either the other party is an expert, or there's a mole inside CNC. So Senj asked Xiaojie, from the last exercise until now, who else has logged into the server's access besides you and me? Xiaojie blinked, shook his head and said, I'm pretty sure. No, after the last exercise, until this evening, the server was started, and only you and I have logged in. Even if they want to log in, it's not possible. You also know that, if you want to log in to the server's permissions, except for me, other people have to be authorized by 5 CNC senior officers at the same time to do so. Otherwise, there's no way to log in. In that case, it is this file that has been transferred. Senj continued his analysis by saying that the exercise server, the command center, and the conference room, all used dedicated lines, but the same network switch was used, which meant that, theoretically, the maneuver server and the normal classified server were maintaining network connections. That is to say, if the other party was an expert, he could easily utilize the network switch to enter the classified server. Thinking of this, Senj immediately asked Xiaojie to log into the confidential server, because Senj had previously used the permission LD of the drill server, and if he wanted to log into the confidential server of the CNC, he would have to use Xiaojie's only server LD. Xiaojie still looked at Xiaolong, who didn't even think about it and passed straight through. If Senj's guess was correct, and this file appeared in the classified server, then this matter could be a big deal. To put it simply, this was stealing information from the server, and to put it more complexly, this was stealing national intelligence. There was absolutely no way Xiaolong would let such a thing happen under his nose. As Senj was scanning the server's files with the software he had written, his mind was always thinking about the maker of this file. If this file was really transferred to the confidential server, then this person was pretending to be a pig in a poke, and he was the real master. Because in order to achieve this level, not only did one need to master firewall attacks, password cracking, but also network data orientation and port modification, among other techniques. The 5 people who came from Tianyu appeared to be one technical field each, but this person was already mastering all the techniques. The more Senj thought about it, the more excited he felt. Yes, he was excited, never having met such a master in reality. If he had used the key code and the shield code, his opponent would have almost nothing to hide. But now Senj didn't use anything. He completely used his own judgment and technique to find this mysterious file. If he was allowed to guess correctly, it meant that his technique, too, could enter the ranks of the real masters. In the hacking world, there is no fixed rank designation, but after so many years of development, hackers are still accustomed to using some prefixes to name the hacker's rank. Just like the extension in the system file, as soon as you see this prefix, you know what level the other person is. The first is the lowest rookie. This name is to describe the hackers who have only just started, just mastered some basic hacking skills, usually do the most things, is to crack some of the girls' chat software passwords and so on, so call them rookies. After that was novice, which was a description of having upgraded from rookie to another level, because they didn't want to just crack the passwords of the girls' chatting software anymore. They also wanted to know more about the girls, such as using some foolproof means to implant some Trojan horses into the other party's computers, and then seeing what the other party's computers had things, or record their keyboard operations and so on. All in all, this level of hackers, or around the girl, the next level is veteran, because after getting a lot of valuable information from the girls realized that something was wrong, and started to furiously install all kinds of firewalls and antivirus software into their computers. So these veterans, for the sake of the girls in their hearts, evolved to the level of destroying firewalls and taking out antivirus software, hence the name veteran. But do you think the girls are to be messed with? Firewalls, antivirus software can't kill you hackers, so I'll call someone to kill you. So these girls will be from the major hacker sites. To find some, then the veteran is even higher than the level of experts to deal with these veterans. It was a different story when these masters struck, beating these veterans all over the streets, with bags all over their heads and big footprints all over their bodies, and swearing that from now on, they would absolutely forget about these girls. At this level, it was the masters. The girl saw that the masters had fucked the veterans to death and that the whole world would be cleared up. So she said thank you and moved on. But the expert was not happy. Damn for you. We all beat the shit out of these veterans. You a thank you just pass? The masters then began to crack all the girls' things with passwords, even their various cards. all of which were cracked. The girls took a look. These masters turned out to be even more detestable. Even take underwear. Good. Then proceed to call for someone to take out these masters. So another identity came along. World-class hacker. No matter how much it costs. Fuck this fucking mastermind and get the girls' underwear back. World-class hackers aren't so easy to utilize. Their skills are paid for by the symbol. So let's get us out of the way in order to find you some underwear. Can you afford to spend that kind of money? Just as the girl was speechless, a light suddenly appeared in the sky and the boss of a domain appeared. Super hacker. The girl was instantly mesmerized by the light of the super hacker. His figure was so tall. His aura was so charming. Was this the legendary super hacker? These charming super hackers ran to these girls who threw themselves at them. But just as they were about to hug, the super hacker would unexpectedly kick you out of the way, and then would continue on his way. The girls would see in the wake of the super hackers, people of all colors, all classes, all sectors, warplanes, tanks, nuclear weapons blackened with machetes and sworn to death, were the super hackers. The girls finally realized that the original super hacker, fuck the whole world. This kind of height, no one can reach. Of course, Sanj now fell into the category of mastermind, and he did find himself approaching the girl in a way that did resemble a master hacker. It was just an identity, or a definition. For him, this was something that couldn't be measured by Ghost Butterfly, because Ghost Butterfly's strength, if not a super hacker, was still a world-class top hacker. There were times when this kind of upgrade felt great. Ghost Butterfly was like turning on a cheat, one step at a time. As for Sanj, it was like an online game character that was slowly upgrading, bit by bit. The higher he rose, the more excited he became. This kind of feeling, Sanj had never experienced before. So, Sanj would always wonder the question, did he create the ghost butterflies or did they create him? Or, moreover, did the mysterious 10 codes create them? This question never seemed to find a satisfactory answer. It's like some of life's riddles. We always feel like we're searching for something, but we don't know if what we find is what we want. You can choose not to pursue it, or you can go on forever pursuing a dream that you think you will never be able to realize, and use it as your motivation, so that you can find the value of living and pursuing it. That's what is called life, isn't it? Now is not the time to think about such deep questions. Life matters could be thought about at any time. Definitely not now. Now it was better to think about where the damn file had gone. Just as Sanj was using his software to scan the files in the classified server, Sanj suddenly realized that there seemed to be something unusual about his symbol scanning program. This was also a program written by Sanj after the key code. Although it wasn't as powerful as the key code, it could also analyze the server's data changes to a certain extent. At this time, Sanj suddenly realized that someone was downloading the server's data files in large numbers. Seeing this, Sanj immediately asked to Xiao Jia, "Do you need any permissions to download the files in the confidential server in bulk?" Xiao Jia answered without even thinking. The core classified information in the classified server can't be downloaded. Even if you want to view it, you have to be an officer of my father's rank and use a special login password to view it. And most of all, they don't know what's in these core documents. Every time they view it, their superiors have to give them the authorization code, and they can only find the relevant information documents through the code. Why? Why are you asking this question? Before Sanj could speak, Xiao Long immediately reacted and hurriedly said, "Sanj, are you saying that someone is downloading these confidential documents?" Sanj didn't speak, but nodded slightly. This matter was now developing more and more confusing. But one thing was certain. This person who was attempting to steal state secrets was one of the 5 people from Karen Fong. Sanj, stop him immediately. Xiao Long's aura violently erupted. No one knew his father better than Xiao Jia. If he wasn't extremely enraged, Xiao Long would never have gotten so angry. This is no wonder. So many people's eyes do not blink to watch. Every day there are relevant network engineers on the security of the server to carry out regular scanning. Can let someone drill a hole? This is not in the face of his like? Also, the information in this server is the country's top secret. If it leaks out, the consequences are unimaginable. Xiao Long as a major general cannot afford this responsibility, which is to lose his head. This guy's guts are big enough to actually hit the idea of CNC? It's a good thing Sanj was there and found it in time, or else the CNC really wouldn't have been able to keep it. But Sanj didn't seem to have any intention of stopping the other party. At this moment, his expression was particularly stoic. He just watched the data on the screen change, but didn't even move. Xiao Jia asked tentatively, "Sangar, could it be that this man has skills that you can't deal with? He knows the composition of CNC's confidential server very well. This is the core program of Dragon Network. So far, the people who can really crack it can be counted on one hand. It was only a little while ago that the other party started to download the server's files. If it was Xiao Jia, I'm afraid that he couldn't do anything. and from this, he could also think of the other party's power. So, did Xiao Jie think that Senj was also helpless against this master, and could do nothing about it? Senj slowly raised his head and said with a laugh, "What? You have so little faith in me as a part-time engineer?" His words made Xiao Jie's face red. He was also in a hurry and was tongue-tied. So when he calmed down and thought about it, Senj was a ghost butterfly. And what kind of a thing was the other person? How could Senj not be able to do anything to him? The fact that Senj didn't say anything didn't mean that he didn't want to, or couldn't deal with this person, but that he was thinking a little deeper, just like what Xiaolong was thinking on the sidelines, and it was safe to say that the two men's thoughts coincided. So Xiaolong said, "Senj, whatever you want to do, just let it go. I trust you." Senj nodded and said, "Thank you, Chief, just make the arrangements." Xiao Jie on the other side was in a fog. What were they talking about? He couldn't understand a word of it. He wanted to ask, but Xiaolong said to him, "Xiao Jie, immediately order the Misty Squad to gather at the playground for urgent action." "Yes, this time, even if you want to ask, you can't ask. Xiaolong is going to make a move." But Xiao Jie is curious. Could it be that Xiaolong and Senj already know who that person is? The more I guess the more my head hurts. So I'd better simply go and gather the troops. After Xiao Jie left, Senj remained silent, but his hands were finally moving, striking the keyboard quickly and accurately. The sound was exceptionally crisp in the command center, just like a piece of music. This note was the most melodious rhythm in this world. When the last hit was done, Senj looked up and said, "Chief, you may give the order." Misty Squad in full gear. Xiaolong issued a mission to them. This is a raid operation. The target is Tianyu headquarters. The characters are Fong Karen, Zimu, Chen Yong, Luo Yi, Wu Yigao, 5 people. The operation is to control their actions, bring them back to the CNC attack department. After the order was given, the leader of the Misty Squad immediately ordered the soldiers and set off. Xiaolong asked Xiao Jie to go with them as well. He had a special mission, which was to take down the computers of these people and absolutely not let them destroy them. Xiao Jie nodded, and then followed the troops and set off towards the Heavenly Moon headquarters. Half an hour later, Sky Moon headquarters, the highest cyber enforcement agency of the Legion Department, was renowned throughout the military world for its mysteriousness and enormity. It was also the highest military hall that all cyber warriors wanted to step into. Only here could they become true cyber warriors. However, at this time, the Heavenly Moon headquarters was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. The front door and the back door were occupied by the Misty Special Forces, and the main door of the main building, including the back door, was also filled with Misty Special Forces, loaded warriors. No one was allowed to enter or leave the main office building without the approval of the highest head of the Sky Moon organization. Those who didn't know the inside story thought this would be a drill. No one knew that such a big scene was for one person. At this moment, Karen Fong's group was sitting on a chair in the conference room, and they were surrounded by heavily armed and masked special forces. Karen Fong was well aware of some of the things in the troops. Generally, the special forces would never be masked if they were on maneuvers, unless they were on a special mission. Then they would be masked. Moreover, the special forces on a masked mission have the right to shoot. But here's the problem. These special forces soldiers, why did they take control of them? What did they do wrong? Is it just because they lost the drill? I'm afraid this is not a reason. Not only was he head over heels in confusion, everyone around him was. Zimu's nature was quick, so he wanted to open his mouth and ask Fong Kailuan what was going on. But the soldier in front of him was absolutely unlikely to give him that chance. Saying loudly, "No talking," Zimu had never been so angry. His temper came up at once, and when he stood up, he said to the warrior, "This is the army. We are officers. Why don't you allow us to speak?" After he said this, Fong Kailuan helplessly lowered his head, playing hardball with the special forces. This was purely looking for death. Sure enough, the special warrior directly put the muzzle of his gun to Zimu's head. "Immediately sit down. Now you are nothing. Sit down." Realizing that he was indeed too tough for these special forces, Zimu could only sit down in his chair again. At this moment, the character that made everyone feel surprised, Xiao Jie, pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in with a serious face. A few people looked at each other. This was just too inscrutable. What was Xiao Jie doing at the Heavenly Moon headquarters? Xiao Jie pulled a chair and sat on his butt across from Karen Fong and the others. He had picked a really good position, right in the middle of a conference table. On this occasion, it was as if he alone had completely defied everyone. "Xiao Jie, what are you doing here in the Heavenly Moon Ministry? Don't tell me that you rebelled." Fong Kailuan's conspiratorial tone made Xiao Jie only want to laugh when he heard it. What a time. Still in the mood to joke with him. This person's heart is really big. "Everyone, after the exercise, when we were performing maintenance on the server, We found an unknown Trojan horse file in the confidential data module, and when we were discovering it, it was downloading the first level of confidential files in the CNC server. According to our engineer's analysis, this file was secretly planted in the exercise server during our first simulation exercise, and after today's exercise, when the exercise server was shut down, this file entered our confidential server through the network data switch and started to download the level 1 classified file data in the server. So we have reason to believe that one of you is the person who stole the secrets. This person who stole the secrets. So, it's not a drill now. Any of them, are suspected. And now I'm going to take a look at your computers. Of course, you can also choose to come forward yourself and tell me that you did it. In that case, we won't have to waste so much time. Several people quietly listened to Xiao Jie's words. Each person's expression changed from initial disdain to a look of disbelief. Each person was looking at the person beside them. Even from knowing them until now, everything went through their heads. They wanted to know if this person who was looking at them was the one Xiao Jie was talking about. Of course, they would also wonder if Xiao Jie was just talking nonsense. How could there be an agent who stole information among them? Before they entered the Heavenly Moon organization, they had all gone through strict verification, including their parents and relatives and other people. Heavenly Moon knew everything about them. How could there be such a person? But now Xiao Jie was sitting in front of a few of them, and they also knew that Tianyu's top management was watching them in another room at this time. Stealing first-level classified information was tantamount to stealing state secrets, which was punishable by losing one's head. Until they were sure who was the one, none of their leaders could offer them much help. The Special Forces soldiers, collecting their computers one by one, when they arrived at Chen Yong's place, Chen Yong directly dumped a bunch of parts from his backpack on the table. Take it if you want it, Xiao Jie frowned and asked. What's going on here? Fell in your CNC's conference room? And expect to find a few screws in your conference room now. Look on the bright side. It's not like the computer is at fault. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Xiao Jie would have spewed it out, and could only be consoling the guy for a few moments. The other 4 people's computers. Xiao Jie turned them on one by one, but his commands seemed to be in these computers. Could not play any role. Nothing unusual was found. Just then, the door to the conference room was opened again, and a smiling Senj stepped in. Seeing Senj, Xiao Jie's brows finally unfolded. To deal with these guys, it had to be Senj who stepped in. Otherwise, it would allow that mysterious guy to take advantage of the situation. Senj came to Tianyu together with Xiaolong, who then went to meet the main executives of Tianyu, while he came to the conference room. Of course, he also nodded hello to Karen Fong and the others present. Senj walked close to Xiao Jie, and Xiao Jie took the initiative to give up his position to Senj. These computers? Only Senj can deal with them. But Senj didn't even look at them and asked with a smile. What are you doing here? Check their computers. I'll see who the hell they are stealing state secrets. Xiao Jie replied with his eyes still glancing at everyone's face. He was now looking at that person like this thief. Especially Fong Kailuan. Xiao Jie hated that this person was him. But just think about it. Xiao Jie couldn't conclude on the basis of his own good or bad opinion whether this person was the one who placed the Trojan horse or not. Senj grinned. That computer isn't in their possession. It's in this building. Xiao Jie's face reddened, and with a hefty smile, he said, I know it's in the building. I'm just stopping by to see if there's any evidence in their computers. This guy was saving his honor, and Senj didn't expose him. Just whispered a few words in his ear before turning around and leaving. This occasion is not suitable for him to be here, and he is not the one who wears the uniform. Just do what he should do. If Xiaolong hadn't dragged him here by force, Senj wouldn't even be here. But there were many technical aspects that Xiao Jie was indeed unlikely to be this man's opponent. So, after thinking about it, Senj ended up coming to the Sky Moon headquarters. When he first saw the Sky Moon headquarters, Senj definitely didn't expect that the largest and highest rated cyber defense base in the country would look like a commercial building from the outside. And if he didn't know it, no one would ever believe that this was the infamous Sky Moon base. Unlike CNC, when this building was surrounded by the largest military base in the capital, Tianyu's building was right behind the main base building, and from a distance, it looked like a handful of chairs, and it looked like it had a sense of majesty. The entire base, heavily guarded. From the gate to the building less than 500 meters away, Senj saw at least a dozen teams of heavily armed patrol warriors, striding in the right direction, waist straight, the image of the military in their bodies, like a dazzling light, so that Senj is in awe. All the people here could be soldiers. Senj felt a bit overwhelmed following Xiaolong's lead, and the high-level meeting had even less to do with him. Xiaolong is afraid that Senj is not natural here, so he let him go to Xiao Jie. Let Xiao Jie assist him to find that computer. After all, it's better to talk to a soldier when he is a soldier. But after entering the conference room, Senj realized where Xiao Jia was looking at the computers of a few people from Karen Fong, making him really cry a little. How could the other party be so stupid as to use the computers they carried with them to download the data? Only after Senj's reminder did Xiao Jia realize what a shameful thing he had done. But who cares? Anyway, he was controlling the initiative now. Just think of it as warming up a few of them for Karen Fong. In any case, today, no matter what, he had to find this person who downloaded the data. In fact, whether this computer belongs to one of these 5 people, Senj can't be sure now. It can only be asked by Xiao Long on the side of the top management of Dragon Moon. At this moment, Xiao Long was in the office of the head of Dragon Moon. The other party was an admiral. His rank could be 2 levels higher than Xiao Long, but his age didn't look as old as Xiao Long. Left and right, he was in his 40s. This is the headquarters of the Heavenly Moon, directly under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Core. The head of the admiral level is a completely inexcusable thing. His name is Han Wu. Has been in the head of this position for a few years of time. When Tianyu was created, a total of less than 50 people, and then went through the efforts of several heads, slowly developed into the current scale of 1,000 people. Think about it, is really not easy. Among the framework of Sky Moon, there were hundreds of groups like Karen Fong, and each group was responsible for a different range. Among them, there were also some secret members who controlled the absolute domain, the so-called absolute domain, which was all the departments related to information and data, were under their jurisdiction. It had to be said that the power of the Sky Moon organization was great. Han Wu used to be Xiao Long's soldier, usually on holidays and stuff. Han Wu would also go to Xiao Long's house to drink a few cups with his old chief. So when the two met, polite words were unnecessary. Before Xiao Long came in person, Han Wu received his notice and was quite shocked. If this person is really their Dragon Moon people, no 2 words, the entire department inside and outside, to get some careful cleaning. So when all the members of the Dragon Moon department through the hands of the military or civilian networks have to be carefully checked again. This vibration is too big, but there is no way around it. Just like Xiao Long said, no one can stop this kind of person from appearing. Just like doctors can't stop disease and death. The main thing now is to find this person. The good thing was that they had enough information. Senj had found the computer that had downloaded the data. Now they just had to identify the owner of that computer. This computer is in an office on the 7th floor of this building. Senj is based on the commonly used data tracking means to find the data download address. That is, the other party's LP address. It is clear that the other party is a master. LP address is also carried out to hide, and also engaged in a thing that makes Senj a headache. This person also modified the port node. The downloaded data turned a big corner. Before coming to this computer, the data being downloaded took a big detour before reaching this computer's system. At this time, Senj had to use one of the key codes to analyze the code, because his technology was not up to the point where he could modify the other side's port before entering the other side's system, which was not achievable by any program software. The other side of the port, you cannot know the address of the other side of the LP, just like you enter the door of people's homes, but you cannot find the last door of the same. Senj had been thinking of not using the mysterious code and completely using his own ability to solve this hacker, but then he realized that his thoughts were meaningless at this moment. The saying that there are people outside of people, and there is a heaven outside of heaven is an accurate description of the world of hackers. This person's technology is definitely not under Senj, and Senj cannot stand by and watch him just like this. Take away these precious information. As a last resort, Senj can only use the key code in the window of the software to enter an analysis code composed of symbols. The other side of the port will become completely transparent. Unlocked the other side of the port. The LP address naturally appeared. Senj on the LP address after analyzing. To determine, is a computer in the headquarters of the Tianyue. Originally, Senj thought that he was not wrongly accused of Karen Fangni's people. This mysterious person is through a violent crack into the server. Senj also used the key code in the analysis code on the Trojan horse file after some analysis. To determine, he is through the exercise server into the confidential server. That means that one of them, Karen Fong, is totally involved with this mysterious file. There is also another possibility that even this person who placed the Trojan horse may not know what he did. The guy who downloaded the file was so skilled that even Senj had to activate the key code to find his LP address. Trying to forge a file among these people was simply too easy. He knew the skills of Karen Fong's team. They didn't even install a firewall in their computers. And even if they did have a firewall, it was just for show. It didn't do any good. Any hacker could bring down their system, let alone put a fake Trojan horse file in their system. The Trojan horse file itself is a compressed program. When it enters the server system, it will be automatically activated by the associated files in the system, so that according to the hacker program set up in advance, it enters the confidential server. The whole process was done by the program itself. And with this, it already belongs to the category of world-class hackers in the hacking world. So, Senj also wanted to meet this person and find out who was so capable that they dared to go after CNC's servers and do it so stealthily. Hanwoo's secretary quickly tracked down the owner of that computer, and it was no other than Karen Fong. It was too late to be shocked and puzzled. Finding the evidence now was the key. Hanwoo personally led Xiaolong and Senj to Karen Fong's office, and the warrior on duty forced open the door. Senj went straight to Karen Fong's computer, quickly keyed in a string of symbols, and after looking at it for a few moments, he turned the monitor directly in front of Xiaolong and Hanwoo. It suggests that this computer is downloading a file from CNC's remote server, and it's already 80% complete. Hanwoo's fist hit the desktop so hard that it shook the computer screen. Could he not be angry? Fong Kailuan was the one he personally brought to Tianyu headquarters in the first place, and he was one of the few people that he had high hopes for. But what did he get in return for his high hopes? Was it just this? What is more unacceptable to Hanwoo is that Xiaolong is still here watching, and originally the position between them is rather special. In public, he is Xiaolong's superior. Xiaolong's CNC department are under his control. In private, Xiaolong is his old superior. In private, has always called Xiaolong his big brother, but now, just in front of Xiaolong, made such a thing. You let him in the future have any face to do this work? Xiaolong looked around and there were no outsiders, so he sighed and said, "Old Han, don't blame my brother for saying that you didn't do this job properly. How come your people didn't look after it? Luckily it was our people who found it in time. Otherwise, how serious this consequence is. Aren't you clear about it? This is not pleasant to the ear, but every word is true, and Hanwoo certainly knows what's at stake. But the main thing at the moment is to ask this damn Karen Fong why he's doing this. Who is he doing it for?" Hanwoo was so angry that he gritted his teeth before standing up from his chair, so angry that his legs had no strength left. The secretary had wanted to go to assist him. Hanwoo was completely on the verge of an outburst. The secretary thought for a moment or did not go forward. Senj temporarily terminated the file download after receiving Xiaolong's approval. Those in front of Senj could be at the level of chiefs. He had never thought in his life that he would meet such a big official. A lot of things he was dealing with very cautiously. Every decision had to be asked to Xiaolong first before he could go ahead with it. For example, he wants to see what else is suspicious now, when what suspicious files are not. But Karen Fong was a Tianyu's person. Xiaolong didn't even have the right to decide if Senj could look at Karen Fong's computer. They came here, in a sense, to find this mysterious hacker. Now that they have found this person, the first thing they need to do is for CNC to take over the process. But this was the headquarters of Tianyu, and in front of Hanwoo, Xiaolong had already done everything he could do, and the rest, he would just leave them to deal with it themselves. But the files that have already been downloaded by Karen Fong, as evidence cannot be taken away. But in order to be safe, Xiaolong still, after obtaining Hanwoo's opinion, let Senj put all the files through a special encryption. In this way, never human. The content of the humanities document is up. In the conference room, several people looked at each other. No one said anything. They were all speculating with each other. Who exactly was this mole? And at that moment, the door of the conference room was pulled open with a jerk. Those who were sitting immediately stood up, and everyone, including the special forces soldiers, immediately stood at attention and saluted. As soon as Fong Kailuan saw that Hanwoo had personally stepped in, and his face was particularly ugly, he probably already knew who that mole was. Could this person really be between them? From the time Hanwoo entered the door, his eyes didn't look at anyone but Fong Kailuan, not even blinking. The people around him were just as stupid as they were to understand the meaning of this look. Could it be that this Fong Kailuan was the mole who stole CNC's confidential information? Is this possible? If they said it was someone else, they might still believe it, but if they said it was Karen Fong, they really wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Fong Kailuan is usually very good at dealing with people, and the superior and subordinate are also very good. How could he do such a thing? In this atmosphere, Xiao Jia and the Special Forces warriors all retreated behind Xiaolong, and asked Senj, "What the hell is going on?" Senj said softly to Xiao Jia, "The owner of that computer that downloaded the file is Karen Fong." "What? It's him?" Xiao Jia's voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the conference room due to his surprise. Everyone's gazes were on Fong Kailuan's body, and Xiao Jia was even more surprised than him. Although he couldn't stand to look at this person, he didn't believe that Fong Kailuan was capable of doing such a thing. Or maybe it's because of that it really must go that way. Senj couldn't say anything. He didn't know any of these people very well, but in his heart he always felt that something was wrong. Just imagine, if a world-class hacker really wanted to do something, how could he do it so obviously? In other words, Senj always felt that the other party was doing this so and so on purpose, deliberately letting the people of CNC see all this. But that was the problem. With Senj's eyes, there was absolutely no way that the CNC's people could have found this Trojan horse file. Moreover, there was a prerequisite for this, which was that the other party did not know that he would be present in the middle of the maneuvers. That is to say, he wasn't bound to think that Senj or the people of CNC would be able to discover this Trojan horse program. If that's the case, there's a big contradiction in this matter. What exactly was Karen Fong doing this for? This was the crux of the matter. If one assumed that this person was him, with such technology, how could he come to steal the CNC's files from the computers at Tianyu's headquarters? He could have completely found a place where no one else could even find to do this. Secondly, if he really wanted to do this, wouldn't it have been better to wait until the exercise was actually over? Or until people had forgotten about it? But Senj had thought of other possibilities, and that was, that there had been a complete surprise in this theft. And that surprise had been Senj. None of them had expected Senj's presence to disrupt their already established plans, or actions. For example, if Senj hadn't appeared, the CNC server would have been completely breached, even if it was an exercise, after a paper report from Karen Fong was submitted, the CNC department would have been removed, and at that time, all the server groups would have been nullified. At this time, using hacking means to copy all the files inside. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to pay attention. But Senj shows up and their plans are completely thrown out of whack, and having failed the maneuver, he can only take advantage of the other side's jubilation over winning the maneuver to make a silent move to download the files from the server. And the use of the computers in the Sky Moon headquarters was to cover up the situation, because previously, Xiao Long had mentioned to Senj that each network department had a dedicated network line connected to the Sky Moon group, making it easy for them to manage all the network departments. This dedicated line was not connected to other worldwide networks. It was just an internal LAN. That is to say, using this LAN to download files from the CNC server is safer and more covert, because no one would suspect normal data exchange, even if it was discovered. It was just a routine server detection, and there were plenty of reasons to justify his behavior. If this was the basis, it would not be difficult to understand why Fong Kailuan used the computers at the Sky Moon headquarters to download the files, as it was more time efficient and safer to not have to use an extranet to link to the LAN. Most of all, no one would think that he would use the computers in the Sky Moon headquarters to do such a thing. These are all guesses though, whether it's like what Senj thinks it is or only Karen Fong knows for sure. At this moment, Fong Kailuan was stunned. He didn't seem to know what was going on at all. He just stared blankly at Hanwoo. He only wanted to know why he had somehow become a mole in the Heavenly Moon headquarters. Hanwoo looked at Xiao Long and the others, barely stabilizing his tone. He said, "Karen Fong, we found the CNC classified files you were downloading in your office's computer. What is your explanation for this?" "That's impossible. I didn't do anything. This is a setup. I don't know anything." Fong Karen's defense at this time seems to be particularly pale and powerless. Every person who made a mistake, do not know what mistake he made, until he really understand. This mistake has been unable to go back. Just like time, always just go forward. Absolutely impossible to go back. Hanwoo shook his head helplessly and said, "By now you still want to weasel out of me, don't you? Fong Kailuan, you've disappointed me too much. Now I'm officially telling you that you've been removed from the Tianyu department, and from now on, the CNC will take over the investigation." The thunderbolt from the clear sky directly bombarded on the head of Fong Kailuan. In a trance, it felt like the whole world had collapsed in general. He was powerless to slump down on the chair. Could this be a nightmare? If it was really a nightmare, let him wake up quickly. He didn't do anything. He didn't even know about that Trojan horse file problem. How did it suddenly appear on his computer? Can anyone tell him what the hell is going on? Of course, all of his actions were just a camouflaged cover-up in everyone's eyes. He couldn't get the trust these people gave him until he had investigated it. Hanwoo had also been ruthless this time. Not only had he fired Karen Fong, but now even Zimu and the others were going to follow Karen Fong to be investigated by CNC. Because the file was implanted into the drill server during the drill, each of them could have done so. Moreover, within Tianyu's inner circle, those who got along well knew each other's LP addresses and ports, and it was just too easy to frame someone. Originally, Hanwoo was going to investigate this matter himself, but he was afraid that the other network departments would know about it and say that he was selfish, so he let CNC investigate them well, and he was very trusting that Xiao Long would do a good job with this matter. Xiao Long is a pain in the ass. Since this is the case, he signaled the Special Forces warriors to take them away. Of course, all this should be done secretly. Hanwoo sat down weakly in his chair after watching them leave, and Xiao Long gestured for Xiao Jie to take Senj to leave first. Xiao Jie saluted and pulled Senj out of the conference room. In fact, Senj had wanted to say something, but Xiao Jie gave him a wink one after another, and Senj understood that it was not the time to speak. Senj actually wanted to go to Karen Fong's office to look at the files in his computer. Maybe he could find something useful, but if he looked at it that way now, he shouldn't have a chance today. The Special Forces warriors had already moved his computer back to the CNC, so Senj would have to wait until he had the chance to look at it. Now the public things are sort of busy. The rest of the things is not he can participate in. And Xiao Jia out of the Tianyue building. Senj's stomach began to growl. Look at the time. Are almost 10 o'clock. Senj from noon to now. On the drink a little water. Have not eaten anything yet. Senj was wondering how it was so hard to get a bite to eat today. Originally went to attend the banquet of the unit's old company, but ended up giving them a half day as a running waiter, and almost let someone beat him up. To the CNC. Immediately can go to eat this celebration banquet, and get a Trojan horse out. Now are 10 o'clock. Life has always been very rhythmic. Senj, hungry really can not top, but Senj wasn't worried at all. He still had a big meal ticket Xiao Jia by his side. Old Xiao, I'm starving like this. You treat me to dinner. Xiao Jia's mind wasn't on this at all. He had always wondered how Karen Fong could have done such a thing. Not only was it unacceptable, it was simply unexplainable. It was only when Senj spoke to him that he came back to his senses. Thinking about Senj tonight, indeed did not eat a bite of food, so he took Senj to find a big stall, ordered a few dishes, served a few bowls of rice, and the two of them wolfed down their food. What made Senj feel strange was how Xiao Jia didn't drink tonight. In his impression, this guy is to see food, have to hold a few mouthfuls. This evening how to learn a good behavior? You think I don't want to drink? To tell you the truth, no one in CNC is going to sleep tonight. Not so much. Still not letting people sleep? Senj picked up a piece of fish and ate it with rice, taking a big bite. He can be really hungry. A strong let the boss of the stall to add rice. The boss simply put the rice bowl on the table. Add their own go. Want to eat as much as you want to eat how much? This half day to add rice to them go. Nothing to do. Legs are tired to break. CNC is better. Tian Yu's side won't be able to sleep for a few days. Didn't you see Han Wu's expression? This time, he's been ruthless. He's directly removed Karen Fong. Watch, there will be someone else who will leave Tian Yu. After Xiao Jia chucked the last fish tail into his bowl, he shouted at the boss to stir-fry a few more dishes for them and hurry up. It's quite a surprise to see such a big scene. Senj poured a glass of water and moistened his throat before he was half full and waited for the food to follow. Then this is also a big scene, a lot to go. You are not seen just. Take this time things, to put it simply, is the theft of departmental information. To say, is to steal state secrets. This is to lose his head. He Fong Kylo and a head off on the fall. But how many people for him to top knife do you know? This time, fortunately you found in time. Otherwise, CNC's people all have to lose their heads. When his throat was dry from talking, Xiao Jia also wanted to drink some water, and grabbing the water bottle which had long been emptied by Senj, he called out to the boss, fill up the water. And you must believe that Karen Fong did it? Senj thought the food was a bit salty tonight and shouted at the owner that the food should not be salted so much. It was all snoozing. Believe it or not, I don't count. It's up to him what he says. And Mariko, you remember, you can't tell anyone about this. It has to be kept absolutely secret. You just do your own thing. You don't know anything about what's going on with the troops. And don't ask. And don't interfere. Understand what I mean? If the water is deep, don't try the depths. If it's classified, don't explore the truth behind it. In short, do your own thing. It's fine. Especially with things related to the army. Don't say it. Don't ask it. It's the best to keep your head above water. Although Senj was a part-time CNC, he wasn't a soldier, after all, and he didn't know anything about what was going on in the army. Of course, Senj thought so too. He agreed to be a part-time member of the CNC so that he could use his power to keep the country safe. In this regard, he shared the same patriotic heart as everyone else. Most of all, by doing this, Senj was also planning for the future. The identity of Ghost Butterfly would slowly over time, would let more and more people know the Senj behind him. As a hacker, there would always be people who would want him to disappear. Therefore, he had to make all the bases of defense, the main one of which was not to let all the people he thought were worth protecting suffer a little bit of harm. That was the original idea behind his promise, to join CNC as a part-time job under a different identity. At this moment, after hearing Xiao Jie's words, Senj smiled faintly and said, thanks for the reminder. You'd like me to get involved, but I don't have the time yet. Words don't need to be said much, just understand each other. Xiao Jie nodded and continued. I'm reminding you to be obedient. The army is a place with rules. Go back to get a good night's sleep after dinner in a while. Anytime you're needed. You have to show up at any time. Not during the day. Not on holidays. I'm a man with a proper job and I need a break. I can usually get a bit of time off in the evenings. And if you have questions, ask me at night. Setting rules for Senj. Xiao Jia was overthinking it. He was only a part-time job. And he hadn't even said how much of a salary package he would be given. And now he was asking for a whole lot. I'm just wondering, what's so great about that shitty library? Look at the character of those people. The transfer order is given to you. You can leave anytime. I really don't know what you think. After saying that, Xiao Jia took the chopsticks and hit the rice bowl, letting the boss hurry to serve the food. This side is almost eating chopsticks. Will you do it if I tell you to leave CNC? Senj was a man who had a hard time changing his habits. In other people's eyes it was most likely personality. But in Xiao Jia's eyes it was dead set. The boss finally brought up the stir-fried dishes, and Xiao Jia ate them while asking the boss to serve another pot of rice. Am I the same as you? I'm in the army. What's that shitty library of yours? Even if it's broken, it's my base. And as long as it's there, I won't leave. I'm addicted to the smell of books. I'm not used to the smell of gunpowder in the army. Boss, more water. Boss, get me one of those big onion picks that are thick. The boss is going to be stupid. Sitting in the chair, there is an impulse to want a ball. Making money is too fucking hard. This night, he can lose 5 pounds of flesh. When he returned home, it was almost 12 o'clock, and while he still had some spirit, Senj went to the secret room to set up some more. These jobs are not one day cannot finish, but Senj's heart is very urgent. Just like when I was a child playing with blocks, when I cannot build, I always feel all wrong. So Senj fiddled with the left and lifted the right, and when he was done, he took a look at the time, and it was almost 4 o'clock. Senj helplessly sighed. If time can be fast or slow according to one's own wishes, how good would it be? Looking at the results of my night's work, I was still satisfied. The computers have been assembled, as long as debugging can be used. The floor was also covered with a thick layer of carpet, and it was especially pleasant to step on it with bare feet. 3 monitors side by side on the long table. Senj simple debugging. All the data are normal. The rest of the work is the system's software. All these things that he had gone through in the past few days had given Senj a new concept of security both on the internet as well as in his house. In his own world, he was a hacker, and there was always the possibility of someone rushing in and finding it all out. So, Senj had personally designed a whole set of defense software. The first one being that if the password could not be entered in its entirety within the allotted time, the computer's hardware would all burn up. To accomplish this, Senj wrote a program that could control the computer's approved voltage, and if the inputs were incorrect, it would release a high voltage of electricity, completely frying all the hardware in the case. The second program that Senj is going to write is a computer management program that will help him manage all the web information that he is interested in as well as the forwarding of emails and so on. The last program, the data protection program, even for a hacker, there are times when it is inevitable to be attacked. Senj always believed in the saying that there was a world outside of people, just like that mysterious data that was scanned by the shield code, a matter that Senj had never forgotten. After understanding the network in depth, Senj knew that there was actually no absolute offense or absolute defense in the network world. There were just good countermeasures. It was as if he had dealt with the Sky Moon team during the CNC maneuvers. In fact, he did not use any special means. It was just a matter of seeing the moves and improvising. Or maybe it was a destiny that made sure he would go on to become a hacker. Someone who had such a thorough grasp of the internet. And since he chose to go for it, he had to do it to the end. And even if he regretted it, he would never look back. Close the door of the secret room. Senj's heart is very full. He also has his own command center. Although there is not so much equipment, but slowly, it will all be there. Wait until the firewall software for the deep water company is made. He has the money to also get a big screen in the secret room, so that looking at it will be more feeling. After a brief shower, Senj went to work. It was a normal day for him, as usual. Only after arriving at the library, everyone looked at him differently. It was no longer the same kind of eyes that were dispensable and completely transparent to him, but instead, there was a kind of fear, or rather, a kind of respect. Senj couldn't care less about that. In his eyes, these people had never had a day of normalcy. Whatever they thought or saw, he did what he had to do. At noon, the old company took the initiative to invite Senj to go out to eat. Said Senj yesterday to help them busy so long, not even a mouthful of food went away. How the heart also feel bad. Say anything to make up for Senj. Shin Nan happened to pass by and heard that the old company was going to invite Senj to dinner, and said that she wanted to follow whatever, and also said that the restaurant's food last night was not clean, and that she ate all of it with diarrhea, so that the old company would have to make it up to her as well. Liam's wondering if I have anything to do with your fucking diarrhea. Why don't other people have diarrhea? But Chin Nan, this girl is the library is famous difficult to deal with. The old Lian also have no way to follow it, at most, and then order a dish. But just walked to the door of the library. Flower sister just walked in from the door. While walking also said, "Hey, that box lunch I really ate enough. Who can tell me, what do we eat at noon?" Senj didn't think too much about it. So he spoke up and said, "Sister Flower, you haven't eaten either? Uncle Lian is treating us. Let's go together." Anyway, it was old Lian's treat, so it was just one more pair of chopsticks. Moreover, she and Chin Nan had a bit of trouble yesterday, so wouldn't it be nice to take this opportunity to make up? Flower's sister heard on the spirit of the spirit. Haha, a laugh, this old cock. The head on the few hairs. It is rare that he can still pull a few down. Godson, go, eat him to death today. When Lao Lian heard this, he was even more unhappy. I'm treating you and you're still scolding me. You're taking all the advantage, aren't you? Thinking of this, he also hemmed and hawed and said, "Don't think that what to eat is good. I'll actually invite Senj to eat a bowl of pop tripe only." Chin Nan followed suit. "Don't be stingy. Eating explosive tripe? You can really say that, can't you? Senj worked for you for half a day yesterday, and almost let your family's relatives beat you up. And you want to get rid of Senj with a bowl of pop tripe? What are you thinking?" When Chin Nan shouted this loud voice, the whole library could hear it, and the old company looked at it. It was better to hurry up, or else in a while, they all rushed out. Do not eat tripe, just roast duck. A roast duck, pick fat. How to be enough for these people to eat? After a few mouthfuls of roast duck, the topic of conversation started, and of course, it ended up turning to those bodyguards of Senj. Sister Hua was a bit curious. Senj usually looked quiet. How could he know those people? Senj is definitely impossible to tell them about those things in the army. So he replied vaguely, They are my classmates. They are all studying in the Department of Physical Education. All day long workout. The muscles are particularly developed, which is like me. All skin and bones. Old Lian said, Sensei, I think these people are not ordinary. Look at that person. A fist broke a soup bowl. You let me smash even half a day. His fists are how hard? It can't be practicing martial arts, right? Senj said with an They're the martial arts team. In fact, that soup bowl cracked when it fell to the ground. He was just pretending. It was obvious that the impression Xiao Jia had left on these people yesterday was just too powerful. According to the words of the old company, that old Bao was lost at home yesterday and was so scared that he didn't recognize the door of his house. The unit's colleagues usually take Senj as a child. There is what errands, what work, let him go to do, are not treating him as an outsider. Senj usually do not bother with them, and how to get along in the future or how to get along. Nothing has changed. When Senj said this, he also said that Sister Flower and Chin Nan, who met in the library all day long, were closer than family and had nothing to quarrel about. Of course, Sister Hua is a person who has no overnight grudges, and Chin Nan is the same kind of person. A few words, and then forget all about it. But Hannah still reminded Senj that the unsavory people should not be approached, and he did not want any harm to come to this godson of his. Just as Senj was wondering when he became Sister Flower's godson, someone behind him suddenly called out to him, and Senj turned around to see that it was Siyu from CNC. Senj turned around and looked. The person who shouted at him turned out to be Siyu from CNC. She was followed by two female soldiers. Senj had also seen them last night in CNC and was not a stranger. Siyu looked as tired as she could be. Both of her eyes were darkened as if they were smoky. She must have been awake since last night. The two female soldiers in the back, one of them climbing on the other's shoulder, were fast asleep. They wore casual clothes today, especially Siyu. Upper body a black tight short-sleeved, lower body is a black ultra-short skirt, two rounded and slender thighs, and monopolize in one place, the distance in the middle. It is really attracting reverie. In fact, Senj's condition wasn't very good either. Last night he got the secret room. He also didn't sleep all night, and then stayed up all morning in the library. Both of his eyes were a bit swollen, but now that they also saw that such a beautiful woman as Siyu is also so tired, the surrounding old Lian and Flower Sister had a little bit of a wrong idea. Senj didn't know how they were going to feel about it, but he had to say hello to people anyways, so he got up and said, What are you guys doing here? Siyu said in a bad mood. Of course it's to buy food. Yesterday it was all because of you, torturing us all night. Look at how sleepy we are. Senj's discovery of the Trojan horse is no secret in CNC. Everyone knew what was going on from last night when they suddenly started checking the server data in full. So of course, when they saw Senj today, they had to complain about it. Women, they always want their favorite boys to care more, don't they? But this sentence set out, can let others' ideas have been completely back to normal thinking, especially the old company. This envy just kicked. Young people is good. Play all night or no problem. Sister Hua didn't think as much about it as old Lian did. And seeing as the girl was dressed like that, she didn't look like a good thing. So she asked Senj, "Son, what did you do last night?" Senj's head buzzed. Only now did he react to what Siyu had told him. It would be misleading but before he could explain, Siyu smiled and said, "Senj, this is your mom. She's so young, Auntie. I'm Senj's best friend. Nice to meet you. Anyway, in the future, when she got into a relationship with Senj, she was also going to meet. It would be better if she met now. It's just that Siyu felt that she didn't look too good today, but she wasn't in the mood to care. This was her future mother-in-law. No matter what, she had to say more today. How do you know our Senj?" As Sister Hua spoke, her eyes darted to Siyu. But just then, Qin Nan tugged on Senj's arm and said softly, "Senj, how come you know all kinds of women?" Siyu originally wanted to answer Sister Hua's question, but once she saw Qin Nan tugging at Senj so much, with such ambiguous gestures and expressions, her eyes could be a bit on fire. So she asked in a low voice, "Senj, who is she? You didn't introduce me to her either." Senj just thought and tried to speak, but Qin Nan spoke up. "I'm his date. Who are you?" This is said. It is a little bit let's see you cannot accept. On the body, on the appearance, she that a little bit cannot compare to this girl. How can she be the object of Senj? How can she be Senj's target? My name is Siyu. By the way, I heard from Senj that he doesn't seem to have a girlfriend, right? Senj, do you think so? Of course it is. Where do I have any object on me? You see. Before the words were finished, Siyu laughed. "See," he said. "No, hey, did you guys come here today for a blind date? Uncle, is she your daughter?" Old Lian heard. Straight dialing head. She from which piece to see Qin Nan is his daughter which if his lover heard, he had to sleep at least half a year of the library. This is not bullshit it? I'm just a co-worker of Senj's. She's not my daughter. As if she understood something, Siyu pulled over Senj and said, "If you want to go on a blind date, I advise you to switch to another family. Look at this girl's looks. She's like a big rabbit." Siyu's voice do not know is intentional or unintentional, just so that Qin Nan heard a positive. This girl hot temper on the run up, stood up on the cursing. "Who do you say is a big rabbit? Have the courage to say it again. I listen. Do not look at what you look like. With a lady like." Siyu giggled, and as soon as she did, she took Senj's arm and said flirtatiously, "Senj likes me like this, doesn't he? Oh, Gidge." Qin Nan really cannot stand. Go forward to do it. Flower sister hurriedly got up to stop her. "Here is a restaurant. Thought it was a library. Breaking things do not have to spend money At this time, Senj is going to pass out. He really cannot figure out this in the end who with who. What is going on Just to say hello The scene is out of control. This still cannot do people? This world is too complicated. Right? Can't we be simple?" Senj hurriedly pulled his arm out of Siyu's hand and said softly, "Siyu, hurry back after you finish buying the food. They're all my co-workers. It's not what you think." Siyu laughed and said, "Are you explaining something to me? Are you afraid I'll get angry?" Senj then felt a burst of heaven and earth, really about to faint. In order to not let the conflict continue to escalate, Senj could only nod his head and said, "Yes, I'm afraid that you're angry. Hurry back, talk to you when you have time." "Okay, Gerg. I'll do as you say. I'll go back then. Remember you promised to talk to me. No forgetting." Senj nodded helplessly and said, I promise." Siyu was finally satisfied and pulled the female warrior behind her who was all about to sleep out of snot bubbles and left happily. Looking at her back, Senj felt that it would be really a bit of a farce if a girl mo a big burst of energy. Sending away Siyu, Senj also had to comfort Qin Nan's side. Qin Nan was not angry at anything else. Siyu scolded her. She was angry, grabbed Senj's clothes and asked, "Senj, do you think I'm a big rabbit?" "You're not a big rabbit. That's enough for now. Let's eat and get back. I'm a bit of a mess right now." After spending the afternoon in a daze, after work, Senj headed for home. Nothing because he was going to sleep. He was going to be sleepy. Even Hannah's offer to make him dinner was refused. But when they reached the doorstep, they were greeted by a middle-aged couple who saw Senj and asked tentatively, "Are you Senj?" Senj didn't think he knew these two men. And lately, batches of strangers, like a tidal wave, had flooded into his life, not only making his world change, but also his habits were slowly changing. It felt as if it was following his predetermined trajectory, but in fact, many things were out of his control. There's nothing wrong with thinking the world is beautiful at times. Except is it really? Some things change, but some things never change either. Like Senj's habit of observation and analysis. This man and woman. The man was around 40 years old. The woman looked a little younger. And judging from their clothes, they should be from a good family. The male was tall and straight. And when he spoke, he had a sense of nonchalance. and the color of his skin was divided into black and white by the edges of his clothes, from which it was clear that he was not a person who sat at a desk. On top of that, when his eyes looked at people, they were firm, as if they were giving orders, saying what was right, not to be questioned. Both hands naturally drooped, and his standing posture was also very standard, unlike some people, who stood without a standing phase and sat without a sitting phase. On the joints of his fists, there were obviously some calluses. If there was no mistake, this person was definitely from the army. Looking at this woman again, she looked to be around 30 years old from the outside, but if you looked closely, there were still more or less wrinkles in many inconspicuous places on her face, which could only be said to mean that she was a person who paid a lot of attention to her health. Her figure was very thin, and when she stood, one foot was in front and one behind, just like a singer on stage. Her hair was simply coiled at the back of her head, so it looked a bit disheveled, and both of her eyes were slightly swollen, so it seemed that she had been crying for a long time. Her lips were a bit white, as if they had been frozen in low temperatures, and the most special thing was that one of her ears was wearing an earring, while the other had nothing on it, so it seemed that she had met with an emergency, and either forgot to bring it or lost it, but she hadn't realized it yet, or maybe she didn't care about any earrings at all. The way she was looking at Senj now, full of anticipation and urgency, as if it was the only hope she saw in the midst of despair. She crossed her 5 fingers over the small of her back and gripped them tightly, as if she was praying that the manboy would be Senj, or that she was nervous, as if she were meeting some big shot. "Excuse me, who are you?" Senj asked suspiciously. The male spoke somewhat lowly. "My name is Fong Juanan. She is my lover. Wen Shu Wan. We are Karen Fong's parents." No wonder. Senj's guess was not wrong. I heard from Xiao Jie that Fong Kailuan's father was a regimental commander, and his mother worked in a cultural troupe, and looking at the appearance of these two people they all matched up. Auntie, how are you? May I ask what's the matter with you?" Senj was puzzled. Karen Fong was under investigation at CNC. What were they doing here if they didn't go to CNC? Before Fong Juanan spoke, he first looked around and then looked at the security door that Senj was so proud of. The meaning was clear. This was not the place to talk, and wanted Senj to invite them in. In fact, Senj really didn't want them to go in. He just wanted to sleep now, and there was still a lot of work left to be done in the secret room, and his time was precious. But this doorway really wasn't the place to talk either, so he reluctantly invited them in. These two entered the house and briefly glanced at the furnishings, which were still surprisingly neat, but of course they didn't know Senj well enough to think that Senj's parents had organized it. After pouring them 2 glasses of water, Senj sat down on the couch and watched them without saying a word. It wasn't supposed to be him who had to talk, but these two across the room. In the end, it was Fong Juanan who spoke first. "Senj, we're here about Karen. I think you know that Karen is under investigation at CNC for stealing CNC's classified documents, and we're here to ask you to help Karen." The last sentence, Fong Juanan seemed to say with difficulty, and it could be seen that he was not a person who liked to beg, and when Shu Wan was even more emotional than him, shouting with tears in her eyes, "Karen is our child. We absolutely don't believe that he would do something like this. Someone must have framed him. Senj, Karen told us that in this world, only you can save him. Please, save our child. Karen Fong is their only son." They couldn't believe their ears when they were notified by CNC. They rushed to the CNC headquarters, and Fong Juanan utilized his identity and still met Karen Fong once. Fong Juanan's first words were, "Bastard, tell me, did you do this or not? If you tell a lie, I'll shoot you myself." "Dad, Mom, believe me, I didn't do anything. This is someone setting me up. They used my identity, my access to download CNC's confidential information. I really didn't do anything." Looking at their son's eyes, they, as parents, still understood whether he had told any lies. So when Shuan cried and asked, "Karen, what's going on here?" "You know, when we heard this news, it was like a bolt from the blue. You are Mom's only son. If anything happens to you, how can you ask Mom to live?" Fong Kailuan is also considered a filial son. Looking at Wen Shuan really sad. His heart is not a taste, but now he has to do, is to clear himself, to find out the person who framed him. But look around, almost no one can do. If they have this strength, he would not be sitting here now. But in the end, he thought of one person, and that person was Senj, and only he had the skill and strength to find the person who framed him. But he wasn't sure that Senj would help him, because there was still Xiao Jie in the middle. CNC let Xiao Jie as the commander of this investigation, although Xiao Jie did not make it difficult for him whatsoever. But in his heart, he still felt that there was a lot of things separating him from Xiao Jie. "Mom, don't feel bad. Believe me, I really didn't do anything. Now there is someone who may be able to help me. His name is Senj. He's a network engineer specially hired by CNC. He's also the one who found out about the data theft. I think he's the only one who can find the one who really stole the secrets. So they came to beg Senj to help Karen Fong. But Senj said helplessly, "Uncle, Auntie, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you much in this matter." Senj couldn't agree to their request. The main thing was that he didn't want to get involved in CNC's affairs. He was just a part-time engineer. Helping them with network security would be fine. Like Xiao Jie said, it was better to stay out of the army's affairs. Secondly, Senj's impression of Fong Kailawan was not very good. What he said to Xiao Jie during the maneuvers fully exposed his character as someone who was vindictive. And with such a person, Senj really couldn't find any reason to help him. Moreover, Senj was not necessarily able to help him. From the discovery of that mysterious Trojan horse file to the later discovery of the address, Senj always thought that the other party was definitely an expert, and his strength was not necessarily higher than the other party. But these words were like cutting the rope of Fang Juanan and Wen Shuwan's hope. The two of them were deflated all of a sudden. The woman always used tears to describe her feelings, and at this time, they were even more tears like rain. He believed that Karen Fong told her that only Senj could help him, but Senj refused, which meant that no one in this world could help Karen Fong. The last thing Senj wants to see is a woman's tears, because when he sees Wen Shuwan crying, Senj will go to think that his mother, who is somewhere, is not also crying because she misses him. A mother's tears, as deep as the sea, are as gracious as the emperor's heaven and earth. But Senj told himself very rationally that there was really nothing he could do about it, and could only comfort Auntie and Uncle. You don't have to worry too much. The CNC is investigating. You have to believe in their abilities. And if it really wasn't Karen Fong who did it, Xiao Jie and the others will investigate it as well. Fong Juanan sighed and said, "I've already asked Xiao Long. There hasn't been any investigation result from CNC's side. Or their ability is indeed not enough. Senj, you have to appreciate that it's not easy to be a parent. Help Karen. We'll agree to any conditions." A chief, at this time, was full of fatigue and helplessness. But for the sake of his son, what could he do? It could only be to beg Senj in a lowly manner. When Shuwan also took out a card from her backpack and placed it in front of Senj, they thought that Senj was probably wanting favors for not agreeing to them. They had all inquired before they came, and Senj was hired by CNC for a part-time job, so they thought that Senj was also short of money to do this job. But Senj shook his head and laughed. "You guys are really mistaken. I am indeed unable to help Karen. Even if it can help him, Senj will not take their money. Since childhood his parents have warned him, not their own things absolutely cannot take." This sentence may be all the parents have said to their children, but really can do. And how many of them? But Senj was able to do. Ill-gotten gains, he will never touch a bit. He was indeed short of money. Everyone was short of money, wasn't they? But Senj would use his own hands to earn it, so that it would be cool to spend it. Fong Karen's parents gave him money. Senj can also understand. After all, begging for things, always this process is not it? Senj does not accept their money. The two people look. This thing is completely no longer talk about the possibility. Fong Juanan could only sigh and say, "I'm sorry, we didn't mean it that way. We were in too much of a hurry. Don't take it personally. It doesn't matter. I can understand your feelings. If the CNC side wants me to do anything, I'll do my best. Don't worry." So far, Senj has not gotten the order from CNC to let him join the investigation. So, this thing, he is now just a bystander. Definitely will not take the initiative to interfere in the process of CNC's investigation. Even if he did not promise Xiao Jie, he will not do so. In the library other things did not experience. Procedures he still knows very well. For example, if you want to take a leave of absence, you have to write an application, and after the chief of the personnel section has signed it, the old curator has to stamp it. Otherwise you won't be able to take this leave. CNC is the army, and there are even more rules like this. And Senjel won't do this kind of thing that has no balls. Senj is also to give Wen Shuwan two people a reminder. He is only a part-time. This thing he said does not count. Beg him might as well go to beg Xiao Jie, Xiao Long to be much better. The said have said. Senj also do not stay them. Then got up and sent the two people to the door. When he closed the door to his room, Senj let out a long breath. He had said he was going to sleep, but now he was getting sleepy, so he better go on to decorate his secret room. Only just turned around when the doorbell rang again. There was a lot of activity in his house today. I wonder who it was again. Open the door to see. Xiao Jie took a chicken without saying a word. Stride into the house. Straight to the kitchen. "What are you doing?" Senj closed the door to his room helplessly. The guy was now fixated on his family's kitchen. "Chicken stew. I haven't slept until now. I need to replenish this weak body of mine." With those words, he broke the chicken's head, and in a tug, this big rooster fluttered a few times and then didn't move. "You don't have a kitchen in your house. Do you? Or does my kitchen smell like cooking? Senj said as he poured a basin of hot water for him to pluck the feathers of the chicken. Cut the crap. Karen Fong's parents aren't begging you to come, are they? This guy is quite skillful in primping chickens. It seems that he hasn't killed a lot of chickens, and nothing could be hidden from him. But come to think of it, he and Fong Zhuanan and the others were just back and forth, so it wasn't a surprise to see each other. What the hell are you guys planning? Senj leaned against the refrigerator. It was no big deal to ask since it was in his house anyway. Investigate. But now the most important task is to maintain the security of the network data. Not only us, Tian Yu's side has given a dead order. All the data computers of the entire military regiment department should be cleared once. Who has the time to investigate Fong Karana? Not to mention Tian Yu headquarters. CNC these 2 days is like there is going to be a war. The entire barracks 5 departments. All of them are working, checking the server data, and do not spare any suspicious files. Since the birth of CNC, such a thing has never been done before. But Senj wondered how this guy was in the mood to come to his place to stew chicken when he was so busy. Xiao Jia took the clean chicken and stewed the whole thing, spices and all, and threw it in, followed by, the information you found for us. It's very useful. We found the person who uploaded the Trojan horse into the server based on the time the Trojan horse entered the drill server. Before the words were out of his mouth, the doorbell rang again, opening the door to the room. It was actually still Fong Zhuanan and Wen Shuan, but this time they were still holding something. Fong Zhuanan lifted his nose and sniffed, then spoke. Chicken stew. It just so happens that we haven't eaten either, so let's follow and mix a meal. Senj was wondering, did all the troops love chicken so much? And they went and came back. This is a show-off? Froze the effort. Fong Zhuanan has stepped into the house. Wen Shuan cannot be so generous, but said to Senj, really sorry. When we left, we saw Xiao Jia came, and did not say a few words, so, it doesn't matter. Please come in. It's impossible to drive them away anyway, so let them come in. When Shuan was still holding some cooked food in her hand, it seems that she went to buy it first. Xiao Jia also greeted with a smile. Uncle Fong, and one. Fong Zhuanan and Xiao Jia they are very familiar with. Xiao Jia's small time, and Fong Kailuan all day get tired together. Fong Zhuanan has always treated Xiao Jia as his own son, just because of Fong Kailuan's things. Meet also a little abrupt. In fact, everyone knew that they went and returned just for Xiao Jia, and they also wanted to learn about Fong Kailuan's situation from Xiao Jia. After all, Xiao Jia was the leader of this investigation team, and a lot of information was clear to him. Jia, you're a busy man now. I can hardly remember how long it's been since you visited your Uncle Fong and your Aunt One. Playing the emotion card first, Senj couldn't help but laugh at the look on Xiao Jia's face like he'd let Fong Zhuanan attack his balls. Uncle Fong, I'm also busy all day here now. I'll definitely visit you when I have the chance in the future. Casually find excuses. Now they are each other's identity is very special. Xiao Jia also do not want to say too much, so he gave Senj a wink. Let him help to round up. Senj will not care about him. Deserve your egg pain? Who let you idle to buy a chicken over stew? When Senj didn't help him, Xiao Jia could only go to pick up the things in Wen Shuan's hand and said with a smile, look at you. You even bought so much food. You're too polite. This said, let Wen Shuan are a little skeptical. This is still Senj's home? Xiao Jia anyway. Love to think what you want. Put the things on the table, and also poured a cup of water for one of them. Senj look at the cup of water, or he bought last year at the time of the new year. He can't even remember where he put it, but he can find it. Don't be busy. Sit down and talk to uncle. Let your Aunt Wen be busy in the kitchen. Fong Zhuanan tugged at Xiao Jia and wouldn't let go of his hand, fearing that the moment he let go, this guy would vanish into thin air. This is Senj's home. Why is it being made to look like a communal place? Thinking of this, Senj spoke up and said, Auntie, you guys chat. I'll just go to the kitchen. Hey, Sangar, your aunt is very good with her hands. Let her get busy. Let's just talk here for a while. Seeing Xiao Jia's gloating expression, Senj wanted to spit at him, and had no choice but to sit down next to Xiao Jia as well. Jia, you and uncle to a truth. Karen's investigation in the end, how the progress? Apart from this, there was no way to talk about any topic, so there was no need to be polite. Let's go straight to the point. This is the topic that makes Xiao Jia the most difficult, so it is because of this that they are said to be special. Uncle Fong, it's not good for us to talk about this right now. The investigation is still ongoing. No one can be sure of anything right now. You'd better not make things difficult for me. Fong Zhuanan was very polite to Senj, but to Xiao Jia, cannot be so polite. The words dragged over then said, Xiao Jia, when you bare ass, but also to my neck pissed it. Now you tell me that difficult. You and my eyes and Karen are the same as my son. You just say that you still have no eyes in your eyes, you this uncle, right? Senj looked at Fong Juanan. Head of the veins are bulging. See, is really moved angry. He is a soldier himself, or a captain. All day long follow the soldiers to climb and fight. Straight. If it is not for Fong Karen, this will be at home to watch TV, listen to music. How good. As to run here to beg him a junior? Uncle Fong, don't be angry. You are also a soldier. The army has the rules of the army. You know better than me. CNC is a special classified department. Many things, it is inconvenient to disclose. You are asking me this now. Do you think that I will answer you, or not answer you? Anyway, threw the word out to Fong Juanan. How he thinks is his business. If just don't want this rule anymore. You as a soldier, what do you say? Fong Juanan nodded and said with a smile. Good boy. There you go. You and your father are really a couple of masters. There was a reason for this. Fong Juanan went to CNC and wanted to see Karen Fong. But according to the rules, during the investigation, one is absolutely not allowed to see anyone. So Fong Juanan went out of his way to beg Xiaolong, hoping that for the sake of years of friendship, he would let him see his son. Xiaolong's thought was almost the same as Xiao Jie's. The army has the rules of the army. No one can break this exception. But this cannot be said directly. Xiaolong and Fong Juanan so said, Juanana, the higher authorities on this matter is now exceptionally important. The Legion of the Department of the side of the special formation of an investigation team. Do not see Karen is now here, but what I say does not count. You know, sell the interests of the country, is tantamount to treason. Do you understand? This is not to make a mistake. Confinement is so simple. In the event before the investigation is clear, even if I want to let you see, but also cannot. This is tantamount to violating the orders of the higher-ups. You are also a soldier. You know that violating the orders means nothing, is not it? Later, Fong Juanan really had no choice but to go and beg Hanwu of the Tianyu headquarters. He and Hanwu are how many years of old friendship? He so begged Hanwu, but also made him very difficult. When Shuan in front of Hanwu, crying and wiping tears, but also let Hanwu difficult, so he could only step in. To the Legion Department of the Policy Office put forward an application. Good thing in the end was approved. If he hadn't met Karen Fong, it would have been impossible for Juanan Fong to know about Senj. Therefore, Xiao Jia was especially surprised when he met them in front of Senj's house. How did they know about Senj? Even where they lived knew so clearly. To say that the identity is special. The number of people here Senj's identity is the most special, which is why the investigation team does not allow Senj to participate. Because Xiaolong and Xiao Jie cannot allow Senj to enter the other people's line of sight no matter what. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as the server being implanted with a Trojan horse. As for who leaked Senj's information, although he didn't know it yet, Xiao Jie would soon find out, because the seriousness of this matter had already exceeded that of Fong Kailuan by hundreds of times. This person was able to leak Senj's information and also other things from CNC. This is the real mole. Senj had been silent, just looking at them so quietly. There was nothing he could say. One was the head of the group. The other was the leader of the CNC team. Everyone's identity was very special. This matter was not something he could get involved in just because he wanted to. Xiao Jie then tries his best to avoid Fong Juanan's question. The latter still raises his question. Only Senj can help Karen. Why doesn't the CNC side let Senj participate in the investigation? The reason for this question. Of course, Xiao Jie couldn't tell Fong Juanan. He could only make up excuses and say, Senj is only a part-time engineer we hired. According to the rules, he can't participate in the investigation. The rules, always the rules. I believe Karen didn't do anything. But do the rules believe that? I believe more than anything that Senj can help Karen. But do the rules believe it? Is it not, that my son must take the top spot in order for this to work? Fong Juanan was a bit agitated, and his voice steepened a few points. Helplessly, he cannot do anything. In the face of the rules, there is no ability to violate it. This is the rule. People, the rules of living is not it? There are only cruel sons and daughters in the world, not cruel parents. Seeing Fong Juanan and Wen Shuan, Senj could always think of his own parents. Even though they left him when he was very young, Senj always thought that they had a bitter intention. Otherwise, how could they abandon their children? Just like Karen Fong's parents. For the sake of their child, they had almost all put down everything they were holding on to, including their status, position, and even dignity. If it was possible, they would definitely not hesitate to accept the investigation on behalf of Karen Fong. But this matter, Xiao Jie said, does not count. CNC want to investigate this Trojan horse incident. But more importantly, to protect the identity of Senj not to be leaked. This is the most important work. Uncle Fong, don't get excited. You know the rules of the army. Otherwise, what else is it called? You don't have to be too anxious. Karen and I are hairdressers. If I can help him where I can, I will absolutely help. The investigation is now underway. No one can be sure that it was Karen who did it before we get the exact result. If it wasn't him, no one can wrongly accuse him. After saying that, Xiao Jie also looked at Seng and asked him to persuade Feng Zhuanan. Don't always let him alone in the top here. Is there such a way to watch the fun? How can you say a few good words when the chicken has been stewed for you? Senj really didn't know what to say, so he said in a poorly worded voice, and the chicken is almost done stewing, so let's talk about it while we eat. Xiao Jie then rolled his eyes, but at least Senj was talking, so he followed. Yes, Uncle Feng, try my handiwork. It's been a long time since I sat down to eat with you. I'll have a drink with you today. Feng Zhuanan sighed. How could he eat this meal now? But for Senj's sake, let's just reluctantly eat some. Maybe Xiao Jie got drunk and revealed some news. When Shuan sliced the stewed chicken very delicately and arranged it on a plate, she also cut up all the cooked food she had bought, and it was obvious that she was a very virtuous woman. From a certain perspective, Senj would never believe that such good parents would teach a son who would leak state secrets. Drinking things, it's not Senj's turn. Even if Feng Zhuanan toasted him, do not drink. Senj knows that his own capacity for alcohol is not good. In case of drinking over, say something that should not be said. This joke can be big, but Xiao Jie cannot care so much. This wine let him drink, a cup and a cup of dry. Senj today really see his amount of alcohol. This asshole is simply a barrel. How much to load are not afraid. Feng Zhuanan also drank a lot. Halfway through, the wine is out. Xiao Jie let Senj to go by again. He wants to get drunk with his Uncle Feng today. When Senj went out, when Shuan also hurriedly followed out, to go with Senj, Senj also did not refuse. The two people talked while walking towards the door of the neighborhood. While walking, when Shuan said the other side of Karen's worry, as soon as she talked about this, she could not help but want to cry, so that the surrounding neighbors are looking at the two of them. Senj can only lower his head, and keep comforting her. Must not be able to cry here or else, he will become the neighborhood's news figure tomorrow. After buying the wine, when Shuan scrambled to give the money, and Senj did not fight with her. In the matter of money, Senj is still very careful. Anyway, this wine he does not drink. When she passed through the neighborhood park, when Shuan suddenly stopped and lay down on a tree, then cried. She thought of it, this is how she usually goes with Karen to buy wine for Feng Zhuanan. Touching the scene, she really can't help it. The people passing by around them, all look at them with a strange look. This man with several bottles of wine were standing. The woman is lying on the tree crying. What is going on? Helplessly, Senj could only say softly, Auntie, don't cry. How bad would it be for others to see it? When Shuan stopped crying, took out tissues from her pocket and wiped her tears, but the more she wiped, the more the tears could not be stopped. There is a kind of emotion called pain in the heart. Many times, it may make people think of love, but if it is because of affection, it will be even more painful. Senj also knew that this was not the time for sympathy to flood in, but his heart just couldn't bear to see when Shuan so upset. Pity the world's parents. Anyone with feelings cannot ignore this kind of pain. I'm sorry, Auntie really can't help it. It's too much for me, and if anything happens to Karen, I won't live. Some people say that a woman's weapon is sexy, however not. The most powerful weapon of a woman is the words and tears. It will be like a dagger, straight to your heart, breaking the most vulnerable place in your heart, so that you lose all the defense instincts at once. And itself when Shuan is engaged in literary work, this crying, more pearly rain. Senj is really helpless. His life is afraid of a lot of things, but the most afraid of so many things, there is one, is a woman's tears. If it wasn't for the woman's tears, he wouldn't have gone to help Yuehan to mess with that fifth young master in the first place, and he wouldn't have gotten to know Xiao Jie today, and he wouldn't have taken part in any drills and found this Trojan horse. In the underworld, everything is predestined, or, it is going to make him see when Shuan's tears at this point in time, making him sad along with it. Senj sighed and said, what I'm going to tell you next, you must remember that you must never say it to anyone else, including Uncle Feng. Do you understand? Senj's words made when Shuan's tears stop immediately, and she said impatiently, Xiaoga, don't worry, even if I die, I won't say anything to others. You tell me quickly. Before he said it, Senj still thought over whether he should say these words to Wen Shuan, but if he considered it from another angle, any person with feelings couldn't see his mother crying, so Senj finally decided to tell her something about the Trojan horse. Although I found the file being downloaded in Karen's computer, I can tell you with certainty that it shouldn't have been Karen's doing. If a person wanted to steal state secrets, how could he do it so blatantly, as if he was intentionally letting you see that he's doing this? And the most important thing is that the Trojan horse, when implanted into the drill server, I saw very clearly that the code attributes used by that hacker were completely different from the offensive code used by Karen. When she said this, when Shuan covered her mouth with both hands, unbelief written in her eyes, Senj tried his best to use words she could understand to tell her this. And what when Shuan thought was, no wonder Karen told them to find Senj no matter what and ask him to help investigate the Trojan horse incident. Sure enough, the only person in the world who could save Karen was Senj. At this time, Senj continued, but these are all my guesses. It can't prove that this Trojan horse is not implanted in the server by Karen. But I also thought of another point. At that time, during the drill, it wasn't just Karen herself. There were a total of 5 of them. That is to say, each one of them could be this mysterious hacker. And in order for the CNC to find this person, they could only take them all 5 of them under control. But with Karen being the leader of the drill team, it's only natural that the investigation would start with him, since all the orders to attack were given by him. When she said this, when Shuan suddenly grabbed Senj's arm and said in a trembling voice, Xiao Gu, I'll take your word for it now, just tell me the truth. Will Karen be characterized as treasonous? Senj smiled lightly and said, or the person who set him up. Hoped so, but this person is overthinking it. CNC, it's not that simple, so don't feel bad. If you believe me, Kellen will surely clear himself. Don't worry about it. As soon as the words fell, when Shuan felt a violent blackness in front of her eyes, and if she wasn't holding on to Senj, she almost sat down on the ground. Originally she had low blood sugar. These days always tense mood. Did not eat anything at all. At this time, listening to Senj, the mood downward. The whole person is deflated. If someone else had said this to him, it could only be taken as comforting. But when Senj said it, it had to be so. And when Senj said it wasn't Karen's doing, it certainly wouldn't be Karen's doing. Arguably, it was one of the best pieces of news she'd ever heard in her life. Xiaoga, how should Auntie thank you? When Shuan's voice was trembling, and tears were falling once again, she was really relieved this time. She thanked Senj, but Senj don't want any favors. The more so, when Shuan felt that Senj is so convincing. You're too kind. I saw you and just thought of my mother. Speaking of this, Senj's gaze is also a little moist. There is a mother who cares. Love the child. How happy when Shuan also instantly understood the meaning of Senj. No wonder I didn't see Senj's parents. So this child is an orphan. God. Such a good child. Why did God do this to him? When Shuan held Senj's hand and said with tears in her eyes, Little Gu, from now on, Auntie will be your mother. I will love you like I love my own biological child. My good boy. The words that were spoken really warmed Senj's heart. Except that he had to protect his vulnerability and sense what it was like to be strong. And he had to learn that pain could only move him forward, never backward. Wine bought back. Xiao Jia and Fang Zhuanan then drink. These two people are like a fight. One is in a bad mood. One is absolutely cannot let each other drink down. A cup of dry. And finally dry to the bottle blow. A mouth is half a bottle. Just what makes them strange is that when Shuan came back from buying wine with Senj, actually changed her mood to a great mood. Actually went to the kitchen to fry a few more dishes, saying that she wanted to let Senj taste her handiwork. Fang Zhuanan did not think of anything, but Xiao Jia looked meaningfully at Senj, but did not say anything. After a few more drinks, Xiao Jia offered to go to the restroom and asked Senj to go with him. Senj knew he had something to say to himself and didn't refuse. What did you say to Wen Shuwan? Xiao Jia turned on the faucet and washed his face. I'm just telling him not to worry. Karen will clear herself. That's all. Xiao Jia casually yanked up a towel and huffed sun his face. That one is what I wipe my feet with. And occasionally wipe my ass with after I take a dump. Fuck. No wonder it smells like a fucking muffler bar. With those words, Xiao Jia threw the towel in Senj's face. Blame me. Is this your house or mine? Xiao Jia rewashed his face again, and after thinking about it, he still just yanked some hand paper to dry his face. Senj, what you said to Wen Shuwan, I'm not going to ask, but I want you to know that CNC doesn't care about Karen Fong. What we need to do now is to protect your identity, and keep you out of other people's, or even other high-level people's view in the best possible way. Do you understand what I mean? And I also want to remind you that there are times when this thing called emotions can kill you. Senj grunted coldly and said, people without feelings are animals. I would do the same if it were you, but what would you do if it were me? The question was poignant. Xiao Jia was a man, and shared the same beliefs as his father Xiaolong, that for the good of the country, they could give their lives. This is a soldier's honor, but also the rules. All they can do is to comply, and never go against them. You're not like them, Senj. I'm not someone without feelings. That's exactly why I have to protect your identity. Don't you know who you are? There are only a few people in this world that I have feelings for, other than my parents. And that's you. And if it was you, I would do whatever it took just to help you, even if it meant dying for you. Xiao Jie's words, for a time, made Senj think that he was drunk to say so, but Senj, who was good at observing, saw that Xiao Jie's gaze was so determined that Senj was inexplicably touched as well. Xiao Jie, do you think you're a faggot? As soon as Xiao Jie heard Senj call him a faggot, he immediately threw up his middle finger. I'm straighter than even you. In that case, what exactly does the CNC side want to do about this? Senj was still more concerned about this issue, because he also wanted to know just who would be so powerful. Originally wanted to apply to also join the investigation team, but see Xiao Jie's meaning. I'm afraid that this thing is completely impossible. CNC just took him as a baby, pressed the root of the thought of using him. Now is not the time to talk about this. Fang Juanan and Wen Shuan are outside. Xiao Jie gave Senj a wink, and we will talk about this matter later. Fang Juanan is completely drunk, yelling just do not go, grabbing Xiao Jie's collar, to pass a few hands. It is no wonder that he is so out of control, the heart is suffocating, and drank so much wine. This can still be good? Finally, I let Wen Shuan persuade him to go away. Xiao Jie took a look at his own clothes and the buttons were yanked off. The most bitter thing for a bachelor is that his clothes are torn and there is no one to mend them. This thing Senj cannot help him, so wear it, anyway, outside so dark, no one to see him. Now the main thing is to see CNC side in the end to grasp what information. In fact, CNC side hadn't gotten hold of any useful information. They only knew now that the person who had implanted the Trojan horse into the server that day was indeed not Karen Fong, but Chen Yong. This intelligence was still something they had analyzed from the data Senj had given them. Based on the data entry time of the server file, they quickly learned that the stage of the maneuver at that time was password cracking, which meant that Chen Yong was making a connection with the server. As for why Chen Yong did this, it was still unknown. Meanwhile, other questions, including whether Karen Fong also knew about this Trojan horse file and whether these 5 people were a team, all of these had to be investigated to find out. All in all, what's in front of the CNC right now is a mystery, and they, the investigative team, don't have a clue. The incident of this Trojan horse has alerted the attention of the top management, and they have also formed a high-end investigation team that will enter CNC tomorrow to take over Xiao Jie's work. So what Xiao Jie has to do now is not to let Senj enter their field of vision. This is a kind of protection, can also be said to be a kind of treasured. CNC do not want to let Senj baby by some other departments. Otherwise, this chicken is not eaten in vain? After Senj quietly listened to Xiao Jie's words, he suddenly thought of a question. So he opened his mouth and asked, Xiao Jie, how did Karen Fong's parents know that I discovered that Trojan horse? Xiao Jie said, this is very normal. Fong Kailuan told them, during the daytime today, they met. Fong Kailuan is not a fool, and he has never really believed in the strength of these people from CNC, especially my strength to be able to discover that Trojan horse, so he feels that you are the only one who can help him. Senj, however, shook his head and said, no, Xiao Jie, think about it. When the Trojan horse was discovered, only you, your father, and I knew about it. When we went to Tianyu headquarters, we didn't reveal too many details. Your father just asked me to show up and find that computer. How did Karen Fong know that I was the one who discovered the Trojan horse? Could it be that you told him? When Senj said that, Xiao Jie also snapped to attention, and he thought carefully to make sure that he hadn't spoken to any of them about it, or to make a speculation. They guessed it on their own, because in the second phase of the maneuver, Senj beat them up so much that they didn't even have the power to fight back, and at that time, they knew Senj's strength, which meant that to discover such a hard-to-detect Trojan horse, only Senj was able to do it, and so, Fong Kailuan guessed it entirely by speculation. If that makes even less sense, what makes Karen Fong think that only Senj can save him? When Senj said this, Xiao Jie's eyes slowly narrowed. This was a habitual action of his. Whenever he was thinking about something, he would always narrow his eyes as if the whole world was in his mind. But now the world was chaotic, like everything was sky-high, and he wasn't drunk, but it was like being drunk, and everything was hazy. Senj, I'm the one who's overthinking the problem. I'm going back to CNC headquarters right now, and I'm going to figure this out before the investigation team from above comes tomorrow. After saying that, Xiao Jie left without looking back. Senj sighed, looking at the messy table. He could only shake his head helplessly. When reality crossed with the world of simulation, it might be as messy as this dining table. Unable to get started, Senj himself hadn't expected this water to be so deep, and had thought his feet were at the bottom, but now look, he was still floating on the surface. Xiao Jie, how to investigate this matter? Senj also do not want to know. He now only want to know, that mysterious person in the end, who is it? How big is his hand that he can control so many things? How formidable is his strength that he can yank off so many people at once? Looking at the time, it is already midnight. The world outside the window has been completely quiet. Not far away from the city, but still brightly lit. Confusing. This dark zone between, like a wall separating reality and virtual, thought I could climb over, but it is unattainable. Senj sat on the couch. He suddenly wanted to talk to someone, because the wakefulness that followed sleepiness made the whole world feel so lonely, so quiet that he could hear the air moving, and the only thing that felt like it was still beating was the passing of the world. He waited for sleep to come, so that he could fall into a deep sleep in one corner of this house. Or maybe he's waiting for a voice that can make him forget the loneliness of the night, even the hopelessness. This is the loneliness of a man, silent and falling in solitude. Xiao Jia returned to the CNC headquarters. The first person he met was Xiaolong, and everything that happened in Sen's house this evening, he said in detail, including at the end, Sen's analysis with him. Xiaolong didn't say anything, he just looked at Xiao Jia, but his gaze was already filled with anger. I need to know who all Fong Chornam contacted at CNC today. I also need to know how Karen Fong knew about the Trojan horse file that Senj found. Xiao Jia sighed, not helplessly, but ready to fight. If there had to be something to fight for CNC, for honor, or for Senj, Xiao Jia quickly found out all the people that Fong Zhuanan had contacted today. Besides him and Xiaolong, there was another person who was a senior member of CNC. This person's name was Tang Hui. He belonged to the senior engineers in CNC, and had already been serving in CNC for a year. At the same time, Tang Hui was also one of the 5 people in CNC who held the core password, with right second only to Xiao Jia. Therefore, he was also one of the members of the investigation team for this Trojan horse incident. This person is usually very cautious in dealing with people and never talks about other people's problems in public. Xiao Jia looked at his information. He was the software testing engineer in charge of the CNC data server. On the information of his actions in the past few days, Xiao Jia found out that he had met Karen Fong and Chen Yong alone last night, and according to the guards, they had talked for about 10 minutes before Tang Hui left. Xiao Jia immediately reported the situation to Xiaolong, who, in one sentence, bring it to me. But when Xiao Jia opened the door to his office, it was already empty. Xiao Jia immediately went to look at CNC's entry and exit schedules and information. Tang Hui only 10 minutes ago, just left CNC headquarters, and his hands seemed to be holding something, traveling in a hurry. Xiaolong slammed the table and said coldly, bring the Misty Squad and get it back for me. 1 minute to gather, and 2 minutes later, the Misty Squad had driven out of the CNC HQ, and based on all the information and coordination, they quickly arrived at Tang Hui's residence. Xiao Jia looked up at this skyscraper. It was the most upscale commercial district in the capital. The houses here, one set is worth millions. It is a famous rich area in the capital. This Tang Hui has worked at CNC for less than a year. How can he afford such an expensive house? Looking at the time, with the surroundings, Xiao Jia softly said to the warriors, first, don't alarm anyone. Second, don't alarm anyone. Third, still don't alarm anyone. Act in secret. Do you all understand? The people who lived here were either rich or rich. If they made any noise, Xiao Jia would not be able to end it even if he was an agent. And this is something that belongs to the top secret within the CNC and cannot be known to anyone. A covert operation meant that no weapons could be used, no demolition devices could be used, and even more so, no high-altitude assaults could be used. Of all the people, only Xiao Jia himself was wearing civilian clothes, so he went into action himself, while the other fighters guarded all the neighborhood entrances and exits, making sure to keep a close eye on them. Want to know that Tang Hui lived in that room? It was very simple. The security guard at the door provided all the information. The security guard was initially skeptical of Xiao Jia's identity, but Xiao Jia didn't say much else, pointed his finger at the special warrior not far away, and the security guard immediately told Xiao Jia all the information. Xiao Jia let this security guard follow, and together they came to the door of Tang Hui's room. Lying on the door, he listened carefully for movement in the house. It was exceptionally quiet. There was no sound whatsoever. Another careful look inside through the door mirror. The house did not turn on the lights at all. Pitch black. Are you sure that Tang Hui lives here? Xiao Jia really doubted whether there was anyone in this house or not. Report, he does live here. And the last time they had a sewer leak, I was the one who told him to get someone to fix it. The security guard was very certain. You go ring the doorbell and tell him that the sewer is leaking again and to open the door. After saying that, Xiao Jia pulled out his pistol and held it in his hand. Not necessarily to shoot, just as a precaution. The security guard gulped, then rang the doorbell under Xiao Jia's instruction, but there was no response from the room, no sign of anyone being there at all. There were several consecutive presses before a particularly eerie cry suddenly came from inside the door of the room. Who? Xiao Jia immediately gripped his pistol tightly. The voice was indeed Tang Hui's. It looked as if he was very nervous. The end of a word. at least 3 times trembling. The security guard glanced at Xiao Jie and followed. Mr. Tang, I'm the security guard of the district. The residents downstairs of your house have reported that the sewer in your house is leaking again, so they asked me to come up here and take a look. It's so late. I'll find someone to fix it tomorrow. Tang Hui had no intention of opening the door at all, but from the sound of his voice, he seemed much more relieved as well. In that case, then Mr. Tang, why don't you sign my customer service card so I can talk to your downstairs tenants tomorrow? The room instantly fell into silence, but a light came through the door mirror. It seems that Tang Hui turned on the light. The work wasn't too long before Xiao Jie heard the figure of the door lock turning. He pulled the security guard behind himself, and just the moment the door to the room opened, Xiao Jie rushed in with an arrow step. Tang Hui, by this sudden scene, obviously scared as a shock. Xiao Jie is not used to him. A hand grabbed his collar, followed by a leg trip. Directly Tang Hui kicked to the ground. A knee pressed on his heart. Low roar said, "Do not move, Xiao Jie. What are you doing? Are you crazy?" As he spoke, Tang Hui's hand slowly fell toward his back waist. This action could not be hidden from Xiao Jie's eyes. The knee was hard, the top of the Tang Hui and the movement of the hand also stopped. Xiao Jie free a hand to his back waist to touch, and indeed touched a pistol. Tang Hui, keep silent, there's room for you to talk. After saying that, Xiao Jie smashed the butt of his gun on Tang Hui's neck, and the guy fainted with a vomit sound. Using the radio to call up a soldier, the Tang Hui was carried down. Xiao Jie turned over the whole room, except for a computer with a password. There is nothing. Xiao Jie tried to crack this password, but after operating several programs, it could not be cracked, so he simply took away the whole computer. CNC headquarters, Xiaolong looked at Tang Hui with an expressionless face, remembering that back then, Tang Hui was still recruited in by him personally. Don't look at his age, is not very big, only in his 30s, but his skills are still very good, and he is also very down to earth, and he soon sat in the position of the top management of CNC. Tang Hui himself was not from the army, but in normal times, he also held himself to the standards of a soldier, and this, in turn, was very much appreciated by Xiaolong. But who would have thought that such a person would be so mysterious? To say that the only thing they knew about Tang Hui, apart from some things about his work, the only thing they knew was that his wife was working abroad, supposedly as an engineer in a well-known software company. Other than that, CNC knew nothing about his life. Of course, this was also a kind of trust, because they never thought that he would leak CNC's secrets. Xiaolong just looked at Tang Hui without blinking. The latter just lowered his head and didn't say a word. Tang Hui, what have you done? Xiaolong tried to control his emotions as much as he could. Otherwise, he could really pull out his gun and shoot this gut-eating bastard. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything. Why are you guys doing this to me? Tang Hui raised his head fiercely. This passage seemed to have been thought about for a long time. It was either say it or say nothing. Tough mouth to the end. Anyway, they couldn't do anything to him at all at the end of the day. You didn't do anything. Right now you should be at home sleeping, doing your beautiful dream. But you are sitting here now. It's not the case. You are the one I recruited into CNC. So I will make an exception to remind you. You tell me everything now, or there is still room for salvation. If you don't tell me anything, once the higher investigation team arrives tomorrow, you won't have any chances. Xiaolong is not bluffing Tang Hui. This time the Trojan horse incident, the high level of special attention, has been folded into a dozen network engineering experts, as well as the intelligence group of officials composed of the investigation team. The superiors have only one sentence. Outsiders attacked our fourth field. This is a war. The insiders to destroy the fourth field. It is equal to treason. No matter who the other party is, they have to be done with them. The investigation team came to CNC with absolute rights this time. Not only Fong Kailuan and a few of them, the 5 major departments of CNC, all the members of the Tianyu department are within the scope of the investigation. Even Xiaolong has to be investigated. If Tang Hui handed over to the investigation team, he would not have any chance. But the most headache for Xiaolong is not the investigation team, but the fear of the investigation team to know Senj. Those people love talent more than him are serious. After seeing Senj's technology, it is estimated that they do not know to give digging to that department. Most of all, Senj's identity. So far, only he and Xiao Jie knew, although Senj never admitted it himself. But basically, to say or not to say is a matter of consciousness. Originally hidden quite well. Who knows that this Tang Hui actually made such a thing? The investigation team will then ask. Senj does not let them know? In this way, all the protection has no meaning. Thinking of this, Xiaolong said with a cold snort, Tang Hui, you're done for. Don't you understand that? Tang Hui looked at Xiaolong and just sneered. On the other side, Xiao Jie sat across from Karen Fong and said, Karen, no matter what conflicts there are between you and me. But on the level of work, what is right is right. You also smelled the smell of alcohol on me. I drank it with Uncle Fong, and Auntie Wen's eyes are almost blind from crying, and I drank it at Seng's house. Karen Fong seemed to be looking at Xiao Jie with some incredulity. How could they all have gone to Seng's house to drink? You don't believe? Actually, I don't believe it either. Really? I don't believe it. Just like I don't believe that you can do something that is detrimental to the interests of the country out of the blue. I promised Uncle Fong and Auntie Wen that I would help you out. I think you know me as a human being. I will definitely do what I say. But now I want you to tell me. Yesterday, what did Tang Hui say to you? Karen Fong didn't say anything and seemed to be thinking about something. His eyes were filled with doubts, but it seemed to Xiao Jie that he was trying to hide something. So, Xiao Jie followed. Karen, you and I grew up together. I really don't want to see you like this. Tomorrow the investigation team from the higher-ups will come. At that time, they will take over fully. I just want to help you, can't help you. While there is still time, you tell me. What exactly did Tang Hui say to you yesterday? Xiao Jie's tone was urgent, and Karen Fong also realized the seriousness of the problem. So she spoke up. He told me yesterday that your people couldn't find who implanted the Trojan horse at all, and that there was only one person who was able to locate this hacker, and that was Sengar. In fact, Karen Fong was not very familiar with this Tang Hui. She just knew that he was one of the senior engineers of CNC and one of the technical members of the investigation team of CNC this time. But what made Karen Fong strange was why did Tang Hui want to help him? The explanation Tang Hui gave him was that there are many things that CNC can't let outsiders know, and this matter can only be solved by outsiders. So Xiaolong asked him to step in and tell Karen Fong to look for a chance to beg Senj, which would help him and also allow CNC to solve this incident very satisfactorily. This reason seemed completely acceptable. In itself, Karen Fong worked in the Tianyu ministry, and knew all about the standards of doing things in some of the secret departments, and when Tang Hui said so, he understood. So, the next day, Karen Fong told his parents to go find Senj. Xiao Jie nodded and went to see Chen Yang afterward, but when he saw him, Xiao Jie didn't have a good face and opened his mouth. Chen Yang, this is CNC. You probably know why you're sitting here. I don't want to say anything else. Tell me, what did Tang Hui from CNC say to you yesterday? Chen Yang frowned at Xiao Jie. Really 7 unconvinced. 8 indignant. Xiao Jie is just a team leader of the CNC department, relying on his father to get to the top. What capital does he have to run wild in front of him? What can the investigation team do? Xiao Jie sneered, slowly shook his head and said, don't play tricks. You don't have a choice. What if I don't say it? Chen Yong leaned towards the back of the chair, just not giving a damn about Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie smiled and said, it's okay not to say. It's your right, isn't it? But I can say something. According to the data we have, the day the Trojan horse was implanted in the server time, just the time you operate the exercise program, everything matches. We have already reported this information to the higher investigation team. Well, you have always thought of yourself as a child of a rich family, so you cannot put other people in the eyes of the world. But now I can tell you, it is not only you not, your family are not, because of your thing, they all have to be investigated. By the way, I also make an exception to tell you again, this time the investigation team above, but with absolute right to come. Why? Because you have committed treason. You know what this means. More I will not say. Give you one last chance. Xiao Jie's words obviously played a deterrent role. Chen Yong began to sit down, but he still said, Xiao Jie, don't talk nonsense. I don't even know what Trojan horse virus. I just want to know now. What did Tang Hui tell you yesterday? Chen Yong's forehead was already covered in sweat. He stared at Xiao Jie without blinking, and finally said, people in extreme confusion is not much thinking ability, just like the current Chen Yong. Obviously, with Xiao Jie in this game, he lost. He told Xiao Jie that last night Tang Hui told him that CNC had found evidence that he had uploaded the Trojan virus, and that when the higher investigation team came, his side was going to be handed over to them, and that no one would be able to save him, and that he could only save himself. When Chen Yong said this, his eyes flickered as if he had something difficult to say. This action could not escape Xiao Jie's eyes. This guy simply did not say the point. Chen Yong, I'm afraid that's not what I want to hear. I'm going to ask you one last time. What exactly did Tang Hui tell you? Xiao Jie, what time is it now? Do you think I have the need to hide from you? What's the point of doing so? Tang Hui did tell me this last night. It looked like Chen never intended to say anything to Xiao Jie. Asking any further would only be a waste of time with no meaning. It was better to see if Xiaolong's side had any gains. In Xiaolong's office, Tang Hui had a proud face, as if he had won a war, while Xiaolong's face was incredibly heavy, and there was even some helplessness. Tang Hui didn't say too much useful stuff. He only told Xiaolong that if he didn't let him go, all the networks in this city would be paralyzed immediately. Think about what kind of consequence this is? Isn't it the best meeting gift for the higher investigation team? Why did you do it? This was the question that Xiaolong wanted to know the most, and it was also the question that Tang Hui wanted to answer the most. One word: money. The income from working at CNC for a year was not even enough for him to support his family. After mixing outside for so many years, everywhere he went, others called him an engineer. It looked very swagger, but in fact, he was a poor man who couldn't even afford to buy a house. Before he entered CNC, he also had his own network company and started it with his wife Wu Yu, which later closed down due to poor management. Wu Yu went to work as a software testing engineer in a foreign company, and he went to CNC. Half a year ago, Wu Yu was transferred to the head office in the country of meters as a result of outstanding performance, and he slowly sat in the position of CNC senior engineer. This looked, well, good, but on a certain day, Wu Yu suddenly appeared in front of him and told him something that made him completely unbelievable. It turned out that the company she worked for was actually a black market intelligence agency specializing in trafficking high-level secrets from various countries. After that, there is no need to say more. She came back to pull Tang Hui into the water, because Tang Hui is a senior engineer of CNC, and only he, the most likely to get close to the confidential documents in the server. At first, Tang Hui was hesitant because selling national intelligence was a head-scratcher, but when Wu Yu put a large amount of cash in front of him, Tang Hui's defenses crumbled. But Tang Hui is very smart. He knows that CNC is not able to be attacked casually. If you do not get it right, you will not be able to fight the fish and lose the bait. He spent a month planning all the details. The main thing was that he had asked Wu Yu to convey a condition to her intelligence headquarters that if he was controlled, they would ensure his safety no matter what. Wu Yu hugged him and swore in a firm tone that the reason why his intelligence organization had developed so well was because they focused not on the intelligence, but the people who gave it to them. They would keep everyone who gave them intel safe. And if the CNC found out about his move, they would use an attack force to paralyze the city's entire network. The attack would be lifted whenever he was safe. Over the past 5 years, this intelligence agency has used the same tactics to launch several attacks on famous cities in various countries around the world, resulting in the widespread paralysis of more than a dozen cities. Their so-called strike force was a team of notorious outlaw hackers who called themselves Dark Sanctioners or DSE for short. Their greatest ability was destruction, and in their words, they could destroy anything that was connected to electricity. Thus, the DSC became the most powerful safeguard for this intelligence organization. Tang Hui utilized a month's time to install data interception devices inside the entire base of the CNC, as well as on the hardware devices of the shared network, which could allow the DSC to instantly take control of all the city's network devices. Originally, he thought that everything was under his control, but halfway killed Assange, completely destroyed his plans. But destroying doesn't mean stopping. Tang Hui has completely fallen into the vortex of interests. Unable to extricate himself, no one can stop him from making money. He then encouraged Karen Fong to pester Senge so that he could continue with his plan. All over the world, the most damned person is this Senge. If he hadn't discovered this Trojan horse file, I'd be on the beach in Hanakuni right now looking at the thighs of a beautiful woman. Tang Hui didn't have any guilt or even fear. With DSC as his backing, he wasn't afraid of anything. And he definitely didn't believe that Xiaolong had the courage to challenge DSC. Xiao Jia outside the door heard his words clearly. Angry, he kicked open the door of the office room, rushed up and raised his hand to hit. Stop! Xiaolong slammed the table. He wanted to hit someone more than Xiao Jia, but now was not the time to hit someone. Dad, stay out of this. You let me beat the shit out of him. Xiao Jia now have to explode with anger. Fists raised to slam down. Tang Hui is also an ordinary person. If it is a soldier, Xiao Jia will take the gun to shoot him. Too fucking shameless. A person cannot have everything, but can never forget the motherland, can never abandon the honor of the motherland. What the fuck is this Tang Hui? Selling out the country's interests and using foreign hacker forces to blackmail them. Where's his dignity? Where's his soul? Has he betrayed them all? Xiao Jia, I order you, let go of him. Xiaolong shouted and followed suit. Standing up, Xiao Jia's fist didn't fall in the end, as he pushed Tang Hui away and said through gritted teeth, you fucking remember, Tang Hui, you can't think of being free in this life. Tang Hui was simply emboldened, always with a confident smile on his face, and said in a conspiratorial manner, that's not for you to say. If you don't let me go by noon tomorrow, this city will be ruined. Don't blame me, blame that Sangar. Ha ha. Xiaolong was afraid that Xiao Jia would do something stupid on impulse, and let the soldiers come in and take Tang Hui out. Xiao Jia was never able to calm the anger in his heart, and stood there without saying a word. Xiaolong sighed and said, tomorrow morning, have Senge report to headquarters. Xiao Jie thought that he had heard wrong. How could he let Senj step in at this time? Tang Hui just wanted to pull Senj into the water. And if they did that, wouldn't it be just what he wanted? Let Senj come to CNC is also no way out. Xiaolong has no choice. Tang Hui cannot be released. DSC will certainly attack. At that time, or only Senj can deal with them. As for the side of the investigation team, it is all good to deal with. I believe they also want to see the city paralyzed. Therefore, now nothing is the key. To protect the city from attack is the main thing. Senj woke up from the couch in a daze and looked at the time. It was really strange. No matter what time he went to bed, he always woke up at 6:30. His biological clock was simply more accurate than the whole time chime. Lift the nose to smell. Full of the smell of wine. Smoked eyes cannot open. Hurriedly opened the window. The table simply cleaned up a down. So busy. Turned to work time. Probably because he hadn't slept well. Senj felt dizzy and washed his face with cold water to barely clear his head. Grabbing the keys before getting ready to go to work, the doorbell rang. At the door opening, Xiao Jie, who had a pair of dark circles under his eyes, said helplessly, Senj, it's going to be a war. Report to CNC headquarters with me. Senj blinked. You're sleepwalking, aren't you? This guy waltzes in early in the morning and says he's going to war. Who's going to war with who? Ultraman and Monster? Or Superman and Batman? I would like to sleepwalk. Even I wish it was a dream. However, it is not. No DSC? Xiao Jie leaned on the doorframe, lit a cigarette, and took a big drag. It had been almost 3 cartons since yesterday, and his tongue was a little numb from smoking. Senj shook his head. He had never heard of such a thing at all. What DSC? DSD? Could it be some kind of network organization again? Now this network organization is also much. 26 letters can be combined as many as there are. Moreover, in these recent days, he hadn't touched the computer much at all. How could he possibly know so much? DSC, the Dark Sanctioners, the infamous hacker army, they do everything, so brazen that they gave old people's homes a week's worth of porn in a row. And they once took control of the underground drainage system in the Misty Capital, which caused the entire Misty Capital to fill with shit and stink for a month. And they're now going to attack our capital, starting right at noon. And Sengar, if you don't want to get your eyes on a world full of poop, what do you think you should do? I'll be at CNC by noon. That's it. I'm going to work now. Locking the door, Senj left. Xiao Jie stomped out his cigarette and followed. All morning, Senj, besides moving books, was using his wireless device to look up information about DSC. There wasn't a lot of information about DSC on the internet, except that they consisted of 18 world-class hackers, each of whom was someone that each country had sworn to get killed. Everyone had a so-called brilliant record before joining the DSC. They like to destroy everything. They feel that chaos is the rule that human beings should have. Just like rock and roll, venting out their inner repression in noise, and running out their painful souls in hissing. So their icon is a handful of bases smashing a city. When he saw this, Senj just smiled faintly. They wanted to break the rules. It was better to say that they wanted to make new rules. Their own rules, making themselves sound so furious and radical. In the end, it wasn't still for their own interests. These people are not as good as the common hackers who can at least admit that they do what they do for the benefit they want to get. What is DSC? Are they disrupting the city? Panicking the citizens and paralyzing the city is what they call the rules? Senj didn't know these DSC members, but Senj knew hackers. He knew what a hacker would fight for. As in this world between countries, there is aggression. There is defense. This will never change. And the DSC also made a fatal mistake. They shouldn't have stuck their dirty hands in the capital, because there is someone here that would never let them do that. That person, or that mysterious icon, is Ghost Butterfly. The investigation team, led by team leader Liao Simin, entered the CNC headquarters on time. Xiao Long personally greeted them, and after a brief greeting, the investigation team went into work. Liao Simin, 37 years old, head of the Special Investigation Team, commander of the God's Domain Special Operations Unit, calm, cool, humorous, and affable. Therefore, seeing that it was Liao Simin leading the team, Xiao Long's heart was instantly put down. They were not working together once or twice. To this person, Xiao Long was absolutely unable to say anything about him. Liao Simin let the others go to the conference room first, while he dragged Xiao Long to an unoccupied corner and said with a sad face, Uncle why is the scene so big? The people above have said that if they can't figure it out, they will stuff the heads of these people in the investigation team into my asshole. Do you have any useful information here? Give it to me. Xiao Long sighed and said, This is great information. I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it. Fear not. My head won't work. There's still the daisies. You name it. Give Xiao Long on a cigarette. The two people while smoking, while talking about the DSC thing, waiting until Xiao Long finished. Liao Simin particularly bizarre heated and smiled and said, "Fuck DSC, running on our ground to shit, really fucking think we can't fix them, is it?" If it was really like what Liao Simin said, it would be fine, but Xiao Long was really worried that those cyber experts he brought with him were no match for DSC, and it wouldn't be fun then. And the main point was that they had to take the initiative to attack, and they absolutely couldn't wait until they took the initiative to launch an attack. The two of them were almost unanimous in their thoughts to completely neutralize this attack for him. Let them know what CNC is capable of. Since this is the case, there is no need to hold any meeting. Liao Simin briefly talked about the situation of DSC, and everyone, including CNC, immediately entered the first level of combat readiness, looking for all commercial, civilian, and military network data nodes in the city, and encrypting the core code of the firewall. All military server data, all transferred to intranet access, cut off all connections to the extranet. Orders were issued one by one, and the people below, moving at the sound of the voice. The 5 major departments of the entire CNC instantly went into working order and stood by. Sangar from the library looked at the time and it was time to eat. He didn't even take a vacation. For him it was time to settle the DSC before he went to work in the afternoon. When Senj arrived at CNC, the entire headquarters was busy. And wasn't that better? No one noticed him. Better than these people asking questions, right? But Xiao Jie still had to see him, because there were many things that he needed Xiao Jie's help in order to accomplish, such as the fact that Senj wanted a separate office, as well as a computer. If the two sides went to war, these were Senj's weapons. Of course, Xiao Long also knew that Senj had come, but in order to protect him, he just gave Xiao Jie a wink and let them go and get ready. Xiao Long knew that Liao Simin was a person who loved talent even more than he did. If he let him know about Sangar's skills, this guy would do everything he could to pull Sangar into his God's domain force. The so-called God's domain force is currently the largest domestic, the most mysterious and network force. They are even more mysterious than the CNC, than the Tianyu group. The right is even greater without boundaries. Otherwise, this time, the upper side will not let them as a specialized investigation team to the CNC, and the God's domain special forces. What they lacked was a talent like Sangar. If he knew who Sangar was, Liao Simin would have brought Sangar to their forces even if he had to fight Xiao Long for his life. Liao Simin's side now really do not have the mood to care about other things. Xiao Jie's side want to do what? Also do not have to greet him. Or, in his eyes there is no Xiao Jie's position. This is not to look down on Xiao Jie, but for Liao Simin, only those who are truly skilled are the object of his attention. And this time to CNC, have to deal with such a sudden network war, and can successfully deal with it, now still an unknown. The heart is also very apprehensive. Xiao Jie brought Senj to his office. Other offices, he really did not feel at ease. Only here he dared to let Senj work. But Senj won't use Xiao Jie's computer. He wants a completely pristine computer with nothing in it but the operating system. Because Senj indeed did not want Xiao Jie to know the traces of his operation. Although Xiao Jie's network technology was not as good as his, but the basic system records, he was still able to see. Most of all, this time, Senj was prepared to use 10 codes to deal with CSD, because the other side was worth it. Not to mention how good their technology was, but they were able to be so infamous. Senj could never let them leave CNC alive. They asked for it, didn't they? Just like many people who seek death. Knowing that they are seeking death again, they still have no choice but to do so for the same reason. Senj installed his own software into the computer while listening to what Xiao Jie told him about Tangui, which was the trigger that caused CNC to follow CSD, and Xiao Jie felt the need to let Senj know, since this was a high-level military secret. But Senj had a right to know what was going on with the people he was dealing with. The clock was ticking towards noon, and Senj was all ready to go, so he told Xiao Jie to leave. Just close the office from the outside and make sure no one came in. Xiao Jie had wanted to see how Senj dealt with CSD, but in the end, he let Senj drive him out, and Xiao Jie was so angry in his heart. But what can be done? Back in the hall of the command center, Xiao Long looked at Xiao Jie. His gaze was full of inquiries. Xiao Jie nodded, meaning that everything was ready, just waiting for these damn CSDs to show up. Xiao Long then put down his heart. Other Xiao Long is do not believe that Liao Simin brought these experts, but just be afraid of the eventuality. Do not know from when onwards. Xiao Long has been completely just trust Seng a person. In his impression, only Seng can deal with these damned people. The other what experts and so on, are not able to rely on the person. But the waiting was quiet. But CNC seemed to have no intention of showing up at all. Senj in the office company's computer. Long ago, the ghost domain, as well as the shield code installed. Then this computer, after the completion of the mission, also belongs to him. Absolutely impossible to leave to CNC. This is not taking advantage of the CNC. because once the code is formed, it cannot be removed, so this computer must be taken away. But the CSD, however, was slow to show up, and Senj was feeling a bit baffled. So far, CSD hadn't acted at all, so Senj was a bit curious. Was Tanghui playing tricks on them, or did CSD have to attack with no intention of starting from the network in the first place? Senj couldn't say that he had a comprehensive understanding of certain hacker tactics, but there were some things that he still understood. For example, if you wanted to control a city's power supply system, then you first had to get into the middle of the power supply system's intranet, and you also had to write a software that was specifically designed to work on that system before you could. This difficulty is not sitting in front of the computer. Casually moving your fingers can be completed. Is required to manually access your network to their network, which may require you to have some hands-on skills. Not only that, but you have to have a plan to be able to deal with the security guards, or else you'll have the security guards knock you out before your job is done, and you won't have to do the rest of the work. So, Senj wasn't sure now if CSD was necessarily going to launch an attack on the city this way, and if it was, he wasn't afraid. If the code formed a ghost domain that could control anything that could be connected to electricity, this might be a bit of a mystery to say, but the code was designed to do just that. Senj can even see through the ghost domain all the devices connected to everything around the network, even the TV, the stereo, and the rice cooker. You can even control everything on the other side if you want. Of course, Senj had never done that before. Thinking of destruction, and actually going through with it, were not the same. There were times when thinking about it made one feel fearful, then one should not touch it, and chances were that it would be one who would end up suffering. On this side of the command center, he was also thinking about why CNC didn't attack. Liao Simin always had the experts as well as the members of CNC report the city's data to him at all times. Whenever something abnormal appeared, it was most likely an entry point for CSD's attack. But apart from a few individual users whose networks went down, there weren't any widespread outages. Or you could say, everything was fine. That's a bit strange. Where's the promised attack? Are so many people here just waiting for them to show up? What kind of trick is CSD playing? Xiao Jia came to Senj's office again. As soon as he entered the door, Senj hurriedly turned off the monitor. He absolutely could not let Xiao Jia see this amazing desktop. Xiao Jia really didn't have the heart to look at Senj's computer desktop. He just leaned on his desk and said inexplicably, Senj, why do you think CSD hasn't moved at all? We're all ready to kill the pigs. Why don't they come out of the circle? Maybe they already know you're all ready for the butcher's knife. It's not impossible. After Tanghui is controlled, even CSD has to wonder if their actions will be exposed as well. Tanghui was frankly just a villain who was willing to sell anything for money. In his eyes, there was nothing to hold on to. Revealing CSD's attack plan to CNC is also entirely possible. If Senj was CSD, he wouldn't have chosen to attack at this time. It's an open search for death. To be clear, they are just hackers, not warriors with faith who can do whatever they think is worth it for their so-called war. Looking at the time, it was almost half an hour after the attack time. Xiao Jia stretched his waist and said, damn, it's just a false alarm. This Tang Hui, I must make him suffer a bit before he can do anything. Senj took advantage of Xiao Jia's inattention to take a quick look at the network data of the CNC main server, and he was certain that, so far, everything was normal. But Senj knew better than to take this moment lightly, because it was as if there was a premonition that CSD was right in front of him and could attack at any moment. But now that it was time to go to work, Senj thought for a moment and decided that it would be better to stay in the CNC. So he contacted the old curator and told him that his body wasn't feeling well and that he wanted to see a doctor. Without even thinking about it, the old curator approved that he could be excused from work in the afternoon. The old curator would never suspect that Senj would tell a lie. In his impression, Senj was a good boy who never told a lie. Actually, Senj really isn't one to tell lies, but there are times when lies do make some things easier. And why not? There were always people who lied anyway. Even the old curator once danced with a woman, and he lied and said the woman was his sister. After Xiao Jia left, Senj turned on the monitor, and the data on it remained so quiet, without any fluctuation. He was connected to the entire CNC server, which meant that Ghost Domain now had the entire server's data protected, and Shield was always keeping a scan. And the entire city's network nodes were in this server, which meant that Sengar was now protecting the entire city's network, but not the wireless devices, and the intranets of certain departments. So, the data from the command center is also very important because they can fully monitor all the data from all the city departments on their side, already the network status, and if there are any anomalies, especially in the wireless devices, or the intranet devices, they can detect them at the first time. But on their side, everything is also normal now. Xiao Jia also bought some food for Senj. Senj simply ate a few bites, and looked at the time. It was already almost 3 o'clock. Xiao Jia finally decided to ask that asshole Tang Hui what was going on, but Tang Hui's answer to Xiao Jia was, "What? So anxious to die? What do you think CSD is? If they want to attack you, with you guys, can you possibly defend against them? To tell you the truth, CSD will definitely attack. Just wait and see. You fucking stink like poop right now. Only you think you smell pretty fucking good." Xiao Jia couldn't think of any more vicious words to attack him. He really wanted to go up and punch him a few times, but now was not the time. Once this idea arose, Xiao Jia would make it happen any way he could. Tang Hui heard Xiao Jia's words, but laughed and said, "Xiao Jia, don't care what I am. Soon you'll know what you are. And that self-righteous Senj. You'll all have to pay." Xiao Jia didn't want to hear him fart anymore, or else he really wouldn't be able to help but go up and beat him up. On Senj's side, looking at the data in the ghost domain, suddenly in a very inconspicuous location, a data fluctuation suddenly appeared. He took a closer look, and the location of the fluctuation was the CNC server. Could it be that CSD had to start attacking? The sudden fluctuation in data made Senj immediately get in the spirit. This was most likely a sign that the CSD was starting to launch an attack, but strangely enough, the shield firewall code, there was no hint of it. This made Senj a bit puzzled. As a matter of fact, the shield code was able to scan the opponent's dangerous destructive data before they launched their attack, but why couldn't it do so this time? Moreover, this data fluctuation, which only appeared once, was so particularly subtle that it would have been almost ignored if Senj hadn't seen it by chance. Senj immediately checked the data records of the ghost domain and did not find any external attempts to crack the server other than normal data access from the intranet. From this, it was deduced that the other party's blow might have been just a tentative connection, followed by an immediate disconnection. This reason is not so good, but it can only be grudgingly thought of that way now. It even made Senj wonder for a moment if he had missed something. After checking all the codes over and making sure they were completely correct, Senj was relieved. Senj looked at Xiao Jia's computer again. It was synchronized with the command center, and on it was the data information from all the servers, and Senj was sure that everything was fine over there as well. The fucking hell with this one. If you want to fight, fight like hell. Hide your head. Still look like a hacker? Don't look at Senj, who is usually so calm, but at this time, he is also losing a bit of patience. Either fight or get out of the way. Making so many people wait over here for them to show up. Wasting time, no? Especially this kind. Knowing that the other party was going to attack, but not knowing when to launch the attack, and could only passively wait for them. This kind of feeling was like being led by the nose by others. It was a wait anyway, so Senj simply leaned back in his chair and went to sleep. At this moment, in a building in the Queen's District of York City, all 15 members of CSD were already all in place. Originally, they could have appeared earlier, but the night of York City was just too charming, especially those passionate girls. Their greatest function at this time was to make every man late. Every man doesn't want to be late, does he? But what can they do about it? Unless it's to have those dancers dancing with their clothes on, or after they've stripped naked in a hotel room, suddenly an extra egg comes out, and then they'll still tell you. Everyone carries an egg, don't they? It's the only way the men will never be late. The head of CSD, Clark, is black, and usually what we can think of about black people outside of basketball, rap music, and their male fuck, is their sense of humor. Of course, as Clark, judging from his 6'9" height, and those sneakers, all of these characteristics, he had all of them. It's just that he's a bit older. Looking, well, almost 40. As for his looks, basically similar to other black people. Thick lips, a mouth of white teeth. More special is that this guy also along the lip line, left a row of beard. How to look like the pen-pulled bully. Hell, man, what's wrong with you guys? It was agreed that the attack would start 5 hours ago, but 5 hours have passed and there are still people among you who are shitting themselves. Is this still CSD? A guy who looked like he was a couple 100 pounds said, shaking his head as he ate his fries. It's definitely CSD here. Clark, don't be so nervous. This isn't the first time we've done this. It'll be a matter of minutes. If it's really like what you said, don't forget, the fries you eat are bought by the money taken by the intelligence service. If this thing is messed up, I guarantee you can be in a week. You can lose weight to only 10 pounds. Also, I probed the other side's server before, and actually can't connect. The other side is either aware of our plan of attack, or there is an expert at the helm. All of you get in the spirit. The French fry man said with a hefty grin. Every time we attack someone we'll know about it. It's up to them to defend themselves against us. As soon as his words left his mouth, another short-haired girl next to him said, "Can we hurry up? I have to go to class later." Clark glanced at the girl. Why were all the kids nowadays so smart? At 17 or 18 she was a world-class hacker. Not only that, Her body was not developed like a girl of that age. It was practically a woman's level. In the end, Clark had been hitting on Esther for a long time, and at one point, had even rolled into bed. But when Esther had touched the key part, she'd left Clark with just a message, grabbed her clothes and left. Are you a black man? Every time he thought about it, Clark felt like his skin color was going out of whack. Did it even make him want to dig his dad out of his grave to see if the length had really been inherited from him? In short, Clark was a black man, and a very powerful one at that. At least that's what he thought. Before he came to CSD as a commander, he made a lot of money every year, and the only thing he did was to hack into various colleges and universities, specializing in changing their grade scores for the rich students. It's a lucrative job, and it's possible that this is how that future president of Rice was modified. Clark wouldn't care about that anyway. The French fry guy is a little more powerful than him at this point. He specializes in hacking into certain people's private correspondence, most of which pays him to investigate that whole male/female relationship thing. But there are really people who are willing to spend money on it. Esther's was even more powerful. At the age of 16, she hacked the Rice cable network, enough to make the TV play an hour-long porno. And the next day, the headlines of the newspapers all over Rice were, "Rice's TV promotes couples fun," and "Last night's TV program made me learn several tricks." The incident was closely watched by CLA, but there was still no proof that Esther did it. So Esther became famous and became the star of the Hackers Cyber Weekly. The other CSD members all had their own tricks, but they had the same trait. They were all self-centered and arrogant to face all their opponents. They believe that only they are the most powerful hackers in the world, and they never give a damn about those so-called hacker rumors on the internet. Whatever they are, they only serve the highest bidder. This is the only thing they think. It is not as righteous and mysterious as the outside world rumors. In the end, they are just a group of hooligan beaters. Many people may think that a hacker, there is no lack of money, randomly crack a rich person's information, or randomly to mess with a cash machine is not enough. This method is simply not feasible. First of all, each country's financial system and those powerful detection system will record all your operations, and the most hackers cannot help is their data interoperability function. For example, if you crack the username and password of a rich man, you can also take all his wealth. But the rich man will be the first to realize that someone is robbing him again. He will immediately communicate with the financial system to exchange data and undo all the operations. If this does not work, the rich man can immediately apply for data protection, and all operations will not be possible. Of course, if you are able to crack the core servers of the financial system, then you can also cancel this operation. But at the end of the day, the money that you get still can't be yours. Even if you crack the core program of the server, but the system still records all the operations. You could also destroy the function, but the whole financial system would collapse and you wouldn't think of being able to do anything else in. And here's the other thing. You're not doing yourself any favors by destroying the financial system. After the economy collapses, money is just white paper, and it's not even worth it to you. All hackers almost never do that. They can use their skills to make money, but they should never think about messing with the financial system. There are exceptions to this though. If you can have total control over everything, then you can have everything. The financial system is the most perfect combination of the fourth and fifth domains, and so far, no one has been able to break that perfection, until the appearance of the ghost butterfly. But at this time, the ghost butterfly has not mastered the field of control of the wireless code, and he cannot do it. Can do. He will not do so. Money to Senge. Just a kind of value. It contains a person's dream, or the real pursuit. Now that the CSDs were ready, the attack could begin. Clark turned off all the lights in the room and put on a pair of sunglasses. Aren't hackers supposed to exist in the dark? And it always makes them feel exciting and romantic to go and do bad things in the dark, especially when the fluorescent light on the screen shone on their faces. Everything was so psychedelic and wild. Clark shook his head as if he couldn't stand it and said, "I love hackers." It's a good point that there are people in this room who love the profession of hacking, but is it a profession? At least they think it is. And no one cares anyway, if this professional identity will be accepted by everyone, but they spend money in a way that makes others envious. Otherwise, what's the point? If you really want a thrill, then go jump off a building. Jump off the Empire State Building, with nothing, naked, and it's guaranteed to be more exciting than being a hacker. They're not going to do that. They're going to let someone else do it and then they watch. That's the biggest treat, isn't it? With every attack, someone has to die. Someone has to get hurt. Because the chaos they create causes the greatest panic. Human emotions are, at times, fragile, but they are also extremely fickle, and when they realize the panic, they do a lot of things that even they don't believe. They will rob, they will kill, they will even choose to kill themselves. but there will always be people who enjoy the spectacle. Like right now, there are a lot of people who are already sitting in a luxurious conference room, flirting with the beautiful women around them, while drinking expensive red wine, while looking at the big screen in the middle of the Capitol where the CNC is located. And the good show is about to start. Clark was like an orchestra conductor with a baton, and he was going to perform, and he was going to put on the most stunning, perfect opera for those who were enjoying it. First, a solo song to kick off today's show. The fries man slowly ascended the stage to applause as he rocked the room with the penetrating power generated by his sonic waves. But there are people who don't like their performance. In their opinion, it's an opera of death, sung with despair, sadness, like the bleakness of flowers when they fade. Senj's ghostly data, like a track indicator, went up and down. The shield code immediately prompted. Unknown program attempting to enter the system to block. Do you want to throw it back? Senj wasn't into this opera, and he had every right to throw something at the stage, so the choice was yes. The shield code immediately beat back this deathly howl with an unbelievably graceful motion. On the side of the CNC command center, there was still no discovery, and they didn't know that at this moment, there was an intrusion of data that had already been blocked by Senj's firewall, and it was thrown back. That's what Senj is trying to do. That's the attribute of the ghostly butterfly, always going for the real drama in one's world. There was no applause, no cheering, just a figure that stood forever above the stage, a ghostly blue like a fan under the wave of its feathers. Chipman's attack program is one that does him proud, infecting all firewall data with virus files. As soon as he was allowed to connect to the other side's web server, his program would start devouring all the data from the firewall and eventually just uninstall it. He knows any firewall software in the world, and for a specific WD operating system. The core code of the firewall is developed for the kernel of that operating system. Although in terms of functionality, there may be differences, but basically the framework is the same. There are also a lot of independent operating systems, such as the world's military networks, as well as intelligence networks, and so on. They use the operating system are developed by themselves. Firewalls are also developed based on the kernel of the operating system, and such firewalls are more difficult to crack, just like the firewall of CNC's server. Trying to crack it is basically more difficult to do. During the exercise, Zimu had directly skipped the stage of looking up the core data patterns of the firewall, and started cracking it directly based on the information provided by CNC. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to crack the server's firewall in a short period of time. The reason the French fry guy dared to attack CNC's server firewall so recklessly is because he also knows the kernel file attributes of CNC's firewall, and he knows more about the operating system of CNC's data. It was Tang Hui who told him, and it was Tang Hui who sold out to CSD for his own selfish purposes. But what the French fry man didn't expect was how his firewall was suddenly uninstalled. After Senj threw back the other side's data request, he analyzed the software's features again. Typical infectious viruses that specifically target firewall kernel files for infection, final execution, or installation and then execution of an uninstaller so that the firewall can disappear instantly. Senj knew a lot about software programming, and with one look, he almost knew the characteristics of the other party's program. Therefore, Senj was already completely sure that the other party had not only grasped the kernel file of the firewall, or perhaps, even the kernel of the operating system had been understood very clearly. As we said above, each specific domain has its own unique operating system, most of which are developed in-house, and some of which are adopted from the internationally recognized WD operating system. Needless to say, WD is basically a transparent kernel file, and no self-respecting hacker would bother cracking such a system. They prefer these standalone operating systems because the composition of an operating platform cannot be done by one person. It will be designed, written, tested, and finally finalized by many, if not hundreds, of people at the same time. Such an operating system is many times superior to the WD system in terms of basic operability, as well as stability. For example, CNC's Dragon Network operating system was completed by 1,500 software writing experts over a period of 7 years. The whole system adopts an independent code structure, and the kernel is developed independently. Such an operation is the focus of hacking. Not every hacker can crack such a system. In the fourth field, only a small number of hackers have this ability. Most of the hackers for such a system, they are far away. Messing with the military network system? Might as well go eat some fries and go roll in bed with the sister next door. This is what most hackers think about the military network system. It is also because of the difficulty of cracking the military network system, so it has become a springboard for some hackers who want to be famous. If he can successfully crack the military network system of a certain country, it will certainly be famous. There's a saying that riches come in handy, and there's no telling how many hackers die every day. But there are always people who want to do it. The French fry guy can be described as someone who doesn't know the military network system at all, and don't think that just because he knows about firewalls, he has to know about the system. He'll tell you that he'll always have the same flavor of fries. Don't expect him to go for something else, but there are times when the fries he always eats can get stale, and if he messes up, it can give him diarrhea. As it was, when he saw his firewall being unloaded right under his nose, he jerked his fries behind him. What is fuck? Esther, who looked aside at his computer screen and then at her, just sneered and didn't say a word. The band director, Mr. Clark, shook his head and said, "What's wrong with you, French fry man? Shit, my firewall's been uninstalled. Wait, it's my fucking program." The French fry man was in a complete rage, 10 thick fingers, striking hard on the keyboard, seemingly taking out all his anger on the keyboard. What? Have you been eating so many fucking fries that your cholesterol is covering your balls? What the hell are you talking about? The French fry man was in no mood to fight with him, still hitting the keyboard rapidly, crackling like his jumbled heartbeat, making it sound so annoying to everyone. Fuck, my firewall is destroyed. Fuck, who the fuck is this? Don't you dare stand up to me, asshole. Fuck. The French fry man could no longer contain himself, punching the monitor until the fragile and innocent screen was shattered into pieces, and as if he could not clear his inner rage, he actually lifted the entire computer and slammed it heavily on the floor. He was ruined as this computer. The others just watched him in silence until he stormed out of the room without looking back. Clark made a helpless gesture. Well, who's going to take over when our French fry guy goes crazy? His eyes went to Esther first, but the latter just stared at her computer screen as if she hadn't seen anything. Even if the French fry guy killed himself, she didn't care. CSD seemed to be a team, but they could never have any sense of collective honor. At most, they would team up to attack anyone, but when it came to dividing up the money, not a penny less would do. Don't look at them all with a couldn't care less expression, but everyone's heart was in the midst of shock. They don't understand how invincible the French fry man's program is, and they don't care if this operation works or not. They just want to know who the other guy is. How did it work? With their knowledge of network data, data has no specific shape when it is transmitted over a network cable. In other words, it is just a data signal. Trying to analyze the data in its entirety in this state is absolutely and completely impossible. After the data enters the other party's system through the transit of HW protocol according to the domain name, all the transmitted data will be combined automatically to form a complete program. This is what we usually call the upload or download module. If it was a destructive file, it would be forced to be executed the moment after the data finished combining, just like the French fry man's destructive program. And the reason why he was so angry was because he simply couldn't figure out if his program hadn't been executed, and after downloading it, it had been forced to be sent back again by the other party based on the LP address. But thinking about it that way makes it even scarier. The French fry guy must be hiding his LP address, even if he's using this base's data exchange network, which is a branch under a big LP address. This large LP address is operated by a hacker at CSD who specializes in LP addresses, domain names. This LP address is, in a sense, disguised, an LP address that doesn't even exist. But not only did the other party find his LP address, but they also threw back his program that had been scanned as a virus file before it had been executed, and instead of deleting it, they threw it back. It took less than 10 seconds from the time the French fry guy started transmitting the virus until his own firewall was uninstalled. 10 seconds. What can you do in 10 seconds? Even if you're peeing? I'm afraid you haven't even unzipped your zipper. It's almost like a mystery as to who exactly is sitting in the CNC and how this person is doing all of this. Clark couldn't figure it out and simply didn't think about it. Even if the other man was sitting on a nuclear weapon, he was going to detonate it. The failure of the first wave of attacks didn't deter these CSD guys, and Clark swung the baton in his hand like he could fling some kind of magic. Esther didn't even look at him. Some people said that her skills were one of the highest in the CSD, but these members of the CSD didn't think so and wanted to see this girl's jokes on every mission. She wouldn't take the initiative to go through the thunder. Whoever wanted to send death to go. It wasn't time for her to make a move yet. Moreover, based on her years of hacking experience, the other party was an absolute master this time. When a master fights, one punch knows the top and bottom, and now Esther knows nothing about this mysterious master. Esther then wondered one more question. Could she be a match for this person? So it wasn't too late for her to wait until everyone else was done tripping and she knew the habits of the other side. Senj side has been waiting for all the impatient. Has never seen such abrasive hackers. Are these CSD people are studying how to die? I was going to buy a fish to stew at home in the evening. I've been sleep deprived for the past few days, so I need to replenish my brain anyhow. Yorktown CSD base. Clark waited for half a day before one of them finally spoke up. We can try logging into their servers with the LD and password that Tanguy provided us with. Clark almost didn't break his baton when he heard this offer. The information that this Tang Hui had provided them with was the least valuable. CNC's people were just as stupid as they were, but they couldn't be so stupid that they wouldn't replace Tang Hui's network access. So, at the time when Tom Fai offered them this, Clark asked him if there was anything else that made sense. This stuff was hardly useful at all, but this hacker has always stuck to his guns and seems to be making some interesting points. Esther took the corner of her eye and swept the man. He was the youngest man or boy in the CSD besides her. His name was Benjamin. He was 19 years old, with a hairstyle that looked like a chicken's nest, and it was all for nothing with his blonde hair. His face was long, like a cobbler, and he stammered a bit, especially when talking to girls, as if he had lost the ability to express himself verbally. But this is such a person, but is a master of code breaking. His greatest achievement is to crack the missile launch code of the command of the 7th Fleet of the United States, and sent that code to the president's email. As a result, the entire 7th Fleet, overnight, went down to dismantle the missiles because they were afraid that the missiles would be launched automatically. You don't have nuclear weapons, but you can just throw a missile at another country and then tell people that it was launched by a hacker? I'll be damned if other countries will believe you. It was a good thing that Benjamin had no intention of launching missiles. He only did it to show his girlfriend that he could do what a man should do, instead of following someone's ass every day and watching them go off and fall in love. In other people's eyes, the LD and password Tang we gave them might not be of much use, but in Benjamin's hands, it was the most powerful weapon. He believed that CNC would remove all permissions under the LD, or even delete the LD outright, but he could use this LD to register again by normal means. CNC's military network system is an internal registration, not open to the public at all, and the registrants LD are all converted by the CNC operating system itself in a way that includes dynamic passwords. Here, it has to be said that the password login program written by Senj in the middle of the last exercise has been fully applied by Xiaojie in the password module of the server. This kind of foolproof login can be very effective in eliminating violent cracking. And the first time they knew about all these things that this guy Tang Hui had done, they deleted all his network privileges, including his server default LD and so on. This LD, or username, is converted from the server's login module. Benjamin, on the other hand, is using the way he cracked it, converting this LD, and then cracking a generic password to get into the server. The key was him knowing what to do to convert the server's default LD. Otherwise, Clark would have had a mouth on him a long time ago. Usually computers calculate such random LDS using a hexadecimal calculation mode. The CNC servers, on the other hand, use 1024 for their calculations. The amount of data being calculated was quite huge. That is, hundreds of billions of calculations would be performed every second. Ordinary computers are simply incapable of performing calculations with such a large amount of data. But Benjamin has his own way. He developed his own data calculation compression method, can effectively reduce the time used in the calculation, improve the speed of calculation. Even so, as he calculated, his computer continued to heat up so much that the surface was capable of frying an egg. He kept spraying cooling spray into the case to lower the temperature of the computer's hardware. And finally, after a 5-minute-long calculation, he was able to calculate an LD. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this, really afraid that his computer would explode because it couldn't withstand such a fast calculation. Screw it, screw it. Screw it, done. As soon as I was nervous, I couldn't speak, and it gave others a feeling like watching a movie on a computer when the network lagged, which was indescribably hard to say. Clark hemmed and hawed and said, "Done. You counted a miracle that this thing even wipes your ass when you take a shit, but you're on the verge of destroying the place and without a code. What the fuck good is this thing of yours?" Benjamin stumbled. Crack right away. By the time you're done with that paragraph, everyone here is going to die of old age. So hurry up and go crack your code. You stutterer." Clark was going to be helpless. If the intelligence unit ever chose a team member for him again in the future, one of the first things that wasn't going to be able to be a stutterer. Benjamin immediately began to carry out password cracking. The cracking program he used was also his own development, specializing in dynamic passwords. This program can turn the input of passwords into a concatenated input. That is to say, when the first character was calculated, all impossible combinations would be removed, and the program would automatically concatenate the most likely combination of symbols. All passwords in the world, including the conversion of dynamic passwords, have certain rules. If you can master such rules, you will quickly calculate any password. Benjamin had clearly grasped this rule, but his calculations took time. This time, however, was something that Senj would never let him have. This time, Sangar did nothing. It would have been normal for an LD to enter his password incorrectly once. Even he made mistakes at times, but it is not normal to make dozens of input errors in a row within a few seconds. The reason he didn't have to do anything was because the password login module for the CNC servers had adopted a program he had written, and within 0 seconds of incorrect input, the module restarted the calculations, and the calculation of the password changed. This LD suddenly appeared on CNC's server, and Senj had noticed him long ago. He had connected to the server through a normal network data request. Shield firewalls are not capable of interception, and the shield code alerted him when he attempted to crack the code, but Senj chose no. Playing against other hackers can, at times, teach you a lot. Every hacker uses different tools and attacks, and destroys in different ways, just like this code-breaking program, which is the first time Senj has seen. The more he read, the more data, content, and ideas he accumulated in his mind. For example, this linking cracking method. It occurred to Senj that under a particular domain name, wasn't it possible to crack all the encryption programs at the same time with this program? Opened the notepad, Senj then recorded the program code analyzed by the key code. Turn back when you have time. Study this thing, it is still a bit interesting. On Benjamin's side, he was drooling because he couldn't speak in his anxiety. He now had no idea that the program he had worked so hard to research had actually been cracked and taken away by someone just like that. Even if he knew it, he didn't have the time to bother with the matter. 10 seconds had passed, and his program had crashed like the man he was. Because his program for connecting and cracking passwords is only for dynamic passwords, but for other password login modules, there is nothing at all that can be done. More than 10 seconds of time. CNC server password has changed a dozen password modules, not to mention people, even the machine will crash. This rascal, shameless, stinking, rascal. After holding his tongue for half a day, Benjamin finally burst out in pain. Any hacker with dignity would not endure this feeling of being toyed with. The other party was just playing with him, every second, changing the password login, as if in front of him, a password cracking expert, shouting slogans for him to crack as many as he wanted, to see how many he could crack. He couldn't crack any of them. His calculations took time, but when he identified one symbol and tried to calculate another, the cryptographic module changed, and all his previous calculations were nullified. Clark didn't care what was on the other side. He's going to attack, he's going to crack, and he's going to put on the perfect show. It's been said that stutterers can't be trusted, that their lives are as full of ups and downs, intermittent, as their way of speaking. On top of that, they've now been slapped in the face twice, and they're actually still jumping around. He knew that those people from the intelligence unit were all watching his wonderful performance at this moment. Calling out any one of them was not something to be messed with, and if their attack failed, none of these people would want to walk out of this room alive. These people are able to become the world's biggest intelligence traffickers, and it's not just by them being hackers. Their intelligence is sold to any organization, even those in the government sector. From what Clark could tell, the only reason they people were still able to sit here after all the things they'd done to jeopardize cybersecurity was because of the people in the intelligence unit who were protecting them. However, this kind of protection, but there was no emotion. It was completely an exchange of benefits, and they followed the orders of these people to carry out their tasks. Because the attack of the fourth domain was even more destructive. A missile may destroy only one building in a city. A bomb may just kill a group of people, and a bullet can only kill one person. But the fourth domain attacks a city, even a country. The panic caused by the destruction was as if it were the end of days. If they CSD can't get the job done, they're no longer of any use. And those of them should have died a long time ago anyway. Breaking the rules of society and shattering the definition of fairness is all they ever do. It's like playing a game where you're open. Either don't let anyone know who you are, or you're bound to die a horrible death. Their lives are in the hands of these people from the intelligence unit. It's as easy to crush them as it is to crush an ant. Have they killed fewer people? Clark glanced once more at Esther, whose expression remained unperturbed, as if this outcome, he had already anticipated. But no one could force her if she didn't put up a fight. If there was only one among these people who wasn't afraid of death, it was Esther. How could someone who always danced with death be afraid of it? She wants a show, so give her a good show. CNC server cannot be cracked. Simply do not go to crack, since the other party wants to make a big fuss, just as he wishes. He took off his beloved sunglasses, put down his baton, and followed through on what was no longer a show, but a real battle. Dennis, it's up to you to win this fight. This man named Dennis was in his mid-30s. A man of this age always seemed to be able to be much more stable, but to be overly stable and calm was to be gloomy. In combination with his grim eyes, it was sinister. He was indeed a sinister man. He had a nickname, Black Wolf. He wasn't a black man, he was a proper white man, but there are times when the color of a person's skin is not representative of their heart. The nickname Black Wolf came about because of a feat he once performed. Dennis, before he became a hacker, was a repairman for wireless devices and knew a lot about some of their construction as well as their principles. Every day through his maintenance of wireless equipment. No dozens, there are more than a dozen, so his income is very stable. In the eyes of outsiders, he is a middle-class people, with a stable income, happy family, his wife is virtuous, the child is smart. Just one day, Dennis, who was supposed to be at home, suddenly left in a hurry as if he had a premonition of what was to come, just to tell his wife to go out and do some shopping. Just under 5 minutes after he left, a dozen heavily armed CLA operatives kicked in his door. Without finding Dennis, they took all his equipment. His wife wanted to know what the hell was going on. One of the agents said, Dennis has hacked into the communications satellites. He has taken control of 5% of the wireless equipment in this country. If it wasn't for the maintenance of their communications satellites by the state of me, they wouldn't have been able to know that the satellites had been invaded. What is even more unbelievable to them is that their satellites have actually been invaded. The good thing was that this invasion was still relatively targeted. He just controlled all the subscribers under a small communication company on Rice's mainland. Just such a company owns 5% of all meter users. After the CLA's agent's operation, Dennis made all of these users' information public, including their absolute privacy, and there were even some celebrity figures in there that were always in the spotlight, as well as government officials. After this information was made public, the citizens of Rice began to question the security of the nation's wireless network. The president himself issued a nationally televised address calling on the public to remain calm, that the communications satellites showed no signs of sabotage, and that the leakage of 5% of the subscribers' data was the result of hacking of the communications company. Rice can only be in denial, just as they are in denial about anything, even if the president's wife hugs, or even kisses, a strange man. The president of Rice will deny that that wife of his is a fake. Moreover, they always succeed in diverting the attention of the public and drawing them to the international scene and even to the universe. Angry citizens, especially those who had their information leaked, organized a group to smash that communication company, and the president of the company was protected by the government. But to think that the vindictive me government would just let it go, that was simply impossible. The president of the Rice country personally authorized these agents of the CLA to take out this Dennis even if they dug up the ground. Yes, taken out. There is no point in living. He almost let the regime of this country collapse. 100 deaths would not be enough. Later, Dennis is surrounded by agents when he goes to see his children, and Dennis holds a dozen of them hostage, killing one every 5 minutes if he's not allowed to leave. There is no way CLA is going to compromise. A few dead kids is perfectly acceptable, better than letting him trash more people. It was a thrilling scene, with dozens of heavily armed agents surrounding the kindergarten. They even deployed snipers, and the commander on the scene gave the sniper orders to shoot him whenever he had the chance. Dennis had no weapon at all. He hid behind one of the windows and had all the other kids stand in front of him. He knew there had to be a sniper on the other side, and as long as these kids stood in front of him, the sniper wouldn't shoot. But in the end, his head still appeared in the middle of the sniper's death crosshairs. The sniper calculated the track of the bullet, after the angle, immediately applied for the order to shoot. 500 meters of distance, for the Barrett sniper rifle, can reach 100% of the hit. The commander didn't hesitate. Fire. In a flash of lightning, a girl in front of Dennis ghosted and moved. Dennis then went to grab the child's arm, at which point the sniper fired. Bullets sprayed out of the barrel, bringing up a string of airwaves, as if rolling up all the murderous aura of heaven and earth, like the figure of the god of death, wielding a scythe that shattered all the beauty and all the life in the world. However, instead of hitting Dennis in the head, the bullet went straight through the girl's neck, mixing with the spurting sort of blood, and hit Dennis in the arm again. Everyone who saw it was stunned. The sniper, Dennis, the commander. The girl's movements as she fell to the ground seemed to have been slowed down hundreds of times as the large caliber bullet pierced through the girl's thin neck, and if there wasn't still a layer of skin attached, the girl's head would have fallen off. A person's death, the end of a life, happens only in an instant, but the hurt, or pain, left to others is eternal. Even Dennis, upon seeing this scene, felt a deep sense of remorse and pain. If he hadn't grabbed the child, she wouldn't have died. Not caring about the injury on his arm, he tried to save the girl. He covered the child's neck, but it was so hard that the child's head completely fell off his shoulders. The other children, all of them, fell to the ground in fear, screaming out of breath. Dennis, on the other hand, had forgotten all plans of trying to get to live, or escape from this place, and all he could see was the eyes of the children looking at him. Despair, fear, and pain. Dennis was so scared he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He slumped back against all odds, The blood on the floor seemed like a pair of magic hands, slipping him every time he tried to get up. And the sniper who killed the child. From then on, he could never put his eyes on the scope again, because he would see the child's agonized face in the mirror hole. The agents outside began to force their way in. They didn't care who got killed. They were just going to get the job done. Even if a few people died, it was acceptable. But when they rushed to the room, Dennis was gone. Following the blood on the floor, they chased it to a drain in the basement, where it disappeared. These people had no idea at all that in this basement, there was actually a drain, and that the diameter of this drain was perfectly large enough for a person to pass through, and that underneath it was the sewer, connecting to the exit of every sewer in the city. The agents jumped in after them, but in the end, they couldn't find Dennis. To the outside world, their narrative is that Dennis killed the girl. There were no snipers, no encircling agents, only Dennis killed someone. The matter was finally brought to the attention of certain hackers who restored the scene, but Dennis was able to escape in this situation, and it must be said that he is still somewhat capable. Later, there was more and more information about Dennis on the internet, including a declassified dossier that Dennis had been a special operations officer in the Rice Marine Corps before becoming a cell phone repairman. His code name in the Marines at the time was Black Wolf, and the inside story of why the agents were after him came to light, and Dennis's name rose instantly in the hacker community. In fact, there were many hackers who didn't consider Dennis's behavior to be hacking, because the hacking community, at the time, didn't have a defined scope for wireless devices, although all belonged to the category of network, and the application of wireless devices, at that time is not very popular. The world, only some countries and some special groups, there can be added to the application and access to the network of wireless devices, but who knew that in just a few short years, on top of the fourth field, the fifth field had risen strongly. Dennis, on the other hand, disappeared as if he had vaporized. In fact, Dennis had not disappeared, but had been protected by the intelligence group. The top management of the intelligence group had already had a premonition at that time that there would be a place for wireless devices in the future field of networking. It's only been a couple of years, and wireless devices are now in full swing. And Dennis, who has changed his name, is on the CSD list. Until now, Dennis had been like a machine for the intelligence unit, doing whatever he was told to do. His request was simple, as long as the intelligence unit could keep him alive. The intelligence unit had spent a fortune on a decommissioned communications satellite in the Misty Kingdom specifically for use in transmitting RF signals to Dennis for use in order to support his technology. In space, satellites are also connected to each other, recognizing each other's countries and communication data through wireless signals. In the early days, communication satellites were used only for civilian communications, such as our wireless television signals. Television signals would be transmitted to communication satellites through ground-based transmitter stations, and after receiving them, the satellites would relay and transmit the signals to specific regions, countries, or even the whole world. Today's communications satellite programs cover a large part of people's daily lives, including civil, military, and commercial satellites. Civilian satellites include wireless devices for communications, television, radio, and radio signals, as well as meteorological, maritime, and more. Military satellites include weapons guidance, ground image acquisition, military encrypted communication protocols, etc., and belong to the category of advanced communication satellites. Commercial satellites include all kinds of scientific research, GPS, etc., as well as the wireless network data transmission and other services provided by communication service providers nowadays, all of which fall under the commercial category. The satellite purchased by the intelligence group, which was originally a commercial satellite, was phased out 5 years ago because of the rate of change in communications these days. The satellite could help Dennis analyze the data signals from ground receiving stations versus transmitting stations in most countries around the globe. This plays a vital role in his ability to decipher the wireless signals of his targets. Previously, Tang Hui had installed a transmitter of wireless signals on one of the capital's communication towers, and by now Dennis had long since scanned for the device. After connecting with the satellite in space again, all the data of this launch base station was clearly presented in his computer. This is only the first step of data collection. To control this data, Dennis has to perform a series of operations. One of them is to disconnect this data from the satellites, so that all wireless devices lose their signal. There were many ground-based transmitter stations in a city, and it was fortunate that Tang Hui had messed with one of them, or else the entire city would have been paralyzed by communications. After the software prompted Dennis that all data had been connected, Dennis immediately rewrote the transmitter station's data signal transmission pattern, with the frequency band set to the intelligence department's satellites. And 5 minutes later, after all the data collection had been converted, Dennis looked up at Clark. It was customary in the early years of the army that before firing, the commander's determination was first required. Otherwise it would be insubordination. Clark once again put on his sunglasses. Now he was back to being a conductor. With a wave of the baton in his hand, be brave, my warrior, and when you win this battle I will have gotten you 10 Arab women to belly dance for you without clothes on. Dennis didn't react a bit to Clark's humor, and upon receiving the order, initiated the cutoff command. In the CNC command center, everything was normal on Sen's computer, without any fluctuations. But in the command center, an expert suddenly shouted loudly, the wireless signals in a certain area of the capital have been rewritten. All communication equipment in this area, all interrupted. Liao Simin and Xiao Long hurriedly let the experts put the map on the big screen. The capital city downtown map of an area has been a red circle to mark out. The circle in the area is the wireless signal is cut off area. Xiao Long immediately asked the minister of the wireless department to come to the command center. There were a total of 5 major departments in the CNC, and the wireless department was one of them. Their duty was to be responsible for the safety of all wireless communications within the capital. In the middle of the area, all the wireless devices were instantly interrupted, and one of the citizens was talking to his wife. Wife, how about having chili peppers fried with garlic tonight? Hello? This fucking. Before the citizens could finish their words, all the people around them who were holding wireless devices were almost all making the same sound. Some people who were using wireless devices to access the internet lost all their signals. I don't know who said that when there's no signal, just shake your arm and you'll get one. But this time, my arm is about to break and there's no signal. In addition to some of the devices that can use Wi-Fi wireless signals, can also be normal access to the network. Other wireless devices, all the network is paralyzed. Of course, that's just a little bit of what we've seen, and many companies in this area have had all their wireless communications cut off, and no matter what equipment they change, no matter what location they go to, they still don't have any signal. But strangely enough, some people leave the area and the signal all returns to normal. People are actually for this kind of wireless device. Signal is a very numb state, because a lot of water goods of wireless devices itself is so, the signal this thing for them, sometimes and sometimes, are already used to. The head of CNC's wireless department, Tang Yut-song, a middle-aged man with an upright face, had been working in the wireless department for 10 years, conscientious, and had never made any mistakes. He was not a soldier, wearing a black suit, his hair combed extra neatly. For 10 years, he would always be this image, never changed, and because of this, the feeling he gave off was never so dependable. He took a look at the map, told Xiao Long and Liao Simin, in that area, there are a total of a dozen ground transmitting stations. The center of the position is the largest one. In the Metropolitan Shopping Mall on the roof of this transmitting station, transmitting including communications, wireless data transmission, as well as transit to receive the signal of the roll of the signal. It seems that the other side must be in this transmitting station on the tampering. Preliminary estimates may be used in the equipment shielded transit signal. Xiao Long ordered, take your to test this transmitter station immediately and find that device. Yes, Mr. Xiao, I'll personally lead the men. Tang Yut-song was also very nervous right now. He managed the wireless department, and in 10 years, he had never encountered something like this, which could actually cut off the signal of an entire area. The reason he said he was using a shield was because he couldn't even determine what exactly the other party was using right now. Only if he found it could he be sure. Senj did not know that this side of the command center was already a big enemy at this time. He only saw the clothes appeared on the big screen from Xiao Jie's computer was drawn a circle on the map. There was no fluctuation in his ghost domain and shield code. Everything was normal. Senj deduced that the other party must have launched an attack on the wireless equipment in the qualified area. This was something that was usually done by hacking teams, who wanted to destroy the very foundation of a city. That is, they wanted to cause people to panic so that it would lead to a breakdown of order in the city. Attacking wireless signals was one of their common tactics, but Senj can only look up the wireless field from some information, and knows nothing about some of the technical core of it. In the 10 codes, there must be supercodes for wireless networks, but there was no time to study them now. Moreover, the 10 supercodes were arranged down in order. First was the key code for the analysis category, followed by the shield code for the defense category. Based on this inference, the third code is likely to be a cyber attack code. It's like a secret martial arts book. It teaches you to analyze your opponent's strength first, before attacking, prepare your defense, and after that, you start attacking. As for the secret weapon or whatever, how can it be used only after a few moves? So, this super dark weapon about the wireless network code is after the attack code anyhow. Senj even cleaned the fourth code in his mind and thought about it as well. But there was no luck. Imagining as well. How could one possibly be quiet enough to analyze these codes when it was what time it was? Looking at the other party so pretentious in the net world, Lay Battle was just anxious but could not do anything about it. Some people might ask, why don't you use if code to find their LP address and then use ghost domain to destroy them? As we said before, CSD uses a large LP address, which is an entire LP address segment, and although the key code analyzes all the ports under that segment and the protocols used by the LAN, there are tens of thousands of these ports, and as long as the other party doesn't launch an attack, there is absolutely no way that Senj can investigate them one by one. Even if it is investigated, as stated before, Senj does not have the ability to destroy right now. It is an attack at best, and there was definitely more than one member of CSD, having gotten rid of an attempt to break the firewall, as well as the two who cracked it earlier, but their attacks continued and moved to the wireless network, and there was nothing Senj could do about it. Jay Shaw walks through the door and asks Senj if he's seen the data on the big screen. Why isn't he doing something about it? Senj laughed bitterly. Would you believe me when I say I'm simply clueless about wireless networks? Xiao Jia nodded. He believed that if Senj had his way, he would never stand by and watch them just screw up. Since Senj couldn't do it, he couldn't be forced to do it, so Xiao Jia sighed and said, I didn't expect that they would start with the wireless devices first, count them as having some balls. Senj didn't say anything. I wonder how Xiao Jia would feel if he was told that he had stopped both CSD attacks. Tang Yutsong, with a few engineers from the wireless department, personally climbed up to the transmitting station, and sure enough, underneath one of the signal transmitters, he found a piece of equipment that didn't even belong to this transmitting station. A couple of engineers passed a glance at each other, and no one had any idea what it was. Tang Yutsang then thought about the question of whether the wireless signal is restored or not, pulling out his own wireless device to take a look. There is still no signal. Strangely enough, the work of the transmitting station is all normal. This is fucking hell. That over that equipment. After a few brief glances, Tang Yutsang ordered these engineers, from now on, to cancel all the breaks. All the staff of the wireless department can't get off from work without his approval, and immediately organize all the people to go to all the transmitting stations in the capital city to check if there is any more of the same equipment, and if there is, to exclude it at once. The engineers also knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately carried out Tang Yutsang's orders. The latter took the equipment and rushed back to the CNC. When Xiaolong, Liao Ximin and others saw this device, they all shook their heads. No one knew what it was, and now that this thing has been taken down, why is the signal in this area still not restored? Don't look at Tang Yutsang, who had worked in the wireless department for 10 years, but now he couldn't answer anything. It wasn't his fault that the transmission of wireless network signals was always controlled in the hands of the State Department, and no country in the world with communication satellites would do something like cutting off network signals. Even if they needed to debug the stability of the signal and temporarily cut off the communication protocol, they would have notified the receiving stations around the world as well as the transit battles beforehand, so that they would all be prepared in advance. How did CSD get past this thing and cut off the signal from the receiving station? Now is not the time to study this. Xiaolong immediately gave Xiao Jia a wink. Xiao Jia, take this thing and study it. Echikura, go back to the wireless department and continue commanding. If you find anything, let us know immediately. According to Xiaolong's intention, Xiao Jia took the equipment here to Senj, so that he could study it. Actually, you can also ask Tanghui. But what can Tanghui tell you? Now Tanghui only has two ideas, either go to hell or be free, depending on the CSD. So, Xiao Jia willingly believed Senj's words, depending on whether he could study and understand them. Senj took the object and looked it over carefully. It was only the size of a matchbox in shape, but the weight was not light. It weighed a pound in his hand. Putting together an exterior, Senj couldn't tell what the thing was at all, and he seemed to be in a state of stasis. Inside him, there was no electromagnetism, just an electrical panel. Lei War's understanding of these things on the electric board is only on the basis of the computer motherboard. When he was in order to study the code, he dismantled all the computers, and understood every part on the motherboard in depth. So, on the electric board, he is still a little bit of understanding. It's just that this understanding, at this point, is completely useless. Senj did not speak, but his mind was always in the midst of rapid analysis. According to the theory that this device is disarmed, the signal should be restored, but now it is still interrupted, which means that the role of this device has been completely lost. Now, with him or without him there was no longer any use. Thinking of this, Senj suddenly thought of another problem, so he immediately opened the search code of the ghost domain and followed it by typing in a string of symbols. Senj wanted to look up some information on, among other things, the modes of transmission and reception of wireless devices, because the question that came to his mind was, Could it be that the other party had changed the regular pattern of receiving or reflecting wireless signals? That's why the wireless devices in the area couldn't be recognized? It's like a file with modified attributes that the system can't recognize, so naturally errors are going to occur. In the same way, wireless devices rely on recognition in the reception of signals. This involves the wireless transmission protocol. That protocol is the wireless attribute. And Senj expects that there is more than a 90% chance that the protocol has been modified. After doing and looking at this information, Senj said to Xiao Jie, "You have the wireless department side change the receiving as well as transmitting frequency bands and try it." Xiao Jie is actually like Senj in that he understands the network stuff, but he basically knows even less than Senj does about this wireless stuff. But since Senj had analyzed it this way, Xiao Jie absolutely did as he was told without a second thought. After the opinion was relayed to Xiao Long immediately asked Tang Yutsong to execute the proposal. Liao Ximin simply didn't understand how this Xiao Long suddenly acted like a chicken blood. Who came up with this idea? He had wanted to ask something, but Tang Yutsong's side of the wireless department had already begun to execute the order. There were several frequency bands for data transmission between the receiving station and the communication satellites, which were originally intended for the artificial satellites to compare, because the Earth's rotation time is 24 hours a day, while the artificial satellite according to the Earth orbit rotation time is 23 hours 56 minutes 45 seconds a day, a difference of 3 minutes and 15 seconds between each other. In other words, the receiving and transmitting stations on the ground have to change a frequency band every time to adapt to the signal transmitting angle of the artificial satellite. Otherwise, problems such as fuzzy or weak signals will occur. The frequency bands are fully encrypted and are only used when maintaining a connection with a designated artificial satellite. Changing the frequency band of a transmitting station is not as complicated as re-establishing the coordinates of the artificial satellite. Before the mission, Tang Yuetsong was still a bit skeptical about whether this idea would work, because all the instruments of the wireless department showed the data of the ground receiving and transmitting stations in the capital city, which were completely normal. Could the problem be solved by changing the frequency band so simply? Orders cannot be disobeyed, and Tang Yutsang still orders the engineer to change the frequency band of that receiving station. As a result, after the adjustment is completed, the data in the area is still unrecoverable. Xiao Jie ran to the office, panting, "Mariko, it's no good, it still hasn't recovered. There's no problem with the frequency band. Hell if there's no problem, it's just that we can't find it." Senj's eyes remained fixed on the data on the screen. There was so much more he had to learn about the knowledge in the fifth domain. It was absolutely impossible to grasp it all at once, and the more they learned, the closer they got to the problem. Time was running out. Almost an hour had passed since the signal was cut off, and they couldn't come up with any solution at all. The customer service of those service providers were about to collapse. 1 hour's workload was equivalent to theirs for a year. It's a good thing that the core management of all service providers is in the hands of CNC's wireless division, otherwise they would have been fucked over a few times over. Having the support of the military is also a deterrent to organizations or individuals who try to disrupt the normal order. Every country is doing this, but only a small number of organizations or individuals dare to challenge the field. For example, this mysterious Ministry of Intelligence. The attack was obviously successful, but they couldn't see any panic. The citizens in the area where the signal had been cut off were doing what they should be doing: eating, falling in love, and shopping without delay. And even if the signal of the wireless device is gone, it doesn't affect their normal use. People who know a little bit of general knowledge about the network know that they can still use various chatting software to make calls through the Wi-Fi wireless network, and doing so doesn't even cost them any money. Clark didn't see the panic that was supposed to be there, and he made several helpless gestures in rapid succession before saying, "What a great people." Dennis leaned back on the sofa, the cigarette roll in his mouth. The ash was already old, but it just kept falling. Even Esther, who was watching, was worried that it might fall onto his clothes and then catch fire and burn him to death. And in the end, even this damned room would be burned down, and everyone here would be burned to death. "Dennis, could you do something more? At least make them yell a few times. It's so much the same thing. Your sabotage hasn't caused them any panic, and that's not what those guys at intelligence want. And if you can't do anything, I'm afraid it's going to be us that's going to be yelling in a few minutes." Dennis didn't say anything, but didn't do anything either. Just smoked his cigarette. There was actually a lot more he could do, but he was wondering if he should go that far or not, because he didn't want to hear anyone's screams. It would remind him of the girl who had died in front of him all those years ago, and it was a nightmare he would never be able to shake. A middle-aged man from intelligence, in front of a big screen, said to Clark on a wireless headset, "You nigger, is that all you want us to see? Footage of the inhabitants of this city? If you don't come up with something exciting for me, I promise to shove your balls up your ass. You nigger." How dare you call a black man a nigger to his face, and to shove his balls up his ass. I'm really going to get angry this time. You motherfucker. Clark was still a man of some national dignity, but when faced with these assholes in the Ministry of Intelligence, he could do little more than curse. Listen to me, you nigger. I'm losing patience with all of you, and if you don't finish the job, I'll make sure none of you get out of that house. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he cut off the call. Clark sighed and continued. You all heard me. I know you all heard me. So what? What do you want? If you don't do anything, I promise to kick all of your balls before he shoves them up my ass. You assholes, the warm-up time is over. Show me what you can do. Dennis sighed, and followed by having a string of data entered on his computer. This artificial satellite in space immediately stretched out its sail panels, and the transmitting signal was instantly amplified dozens of times, covering almost the entire capital. The maps on the big screen at CNC headquarters, almost all of them turned red, and an expert slowly stood up from his chair. My God! Senj just glanced at that map, following his gaze back to his own screen. No panic, no fear, just determination. Senj didn't know how to fix the problem, but he knew how to analyze it. It was no longer just one area that was having its communications disrupted. The entire capital was now covered by this black hand. Who did this black hand belong to? What method did he use to do all this? Senj utilized the keycode's powerful data searching capabilities to utilize the computing speed of the CNC servers to find information about wireless cracking around the world. Most of the data was filtered, and the main search was set among the classified documents of Rice. Information about hackers who had engaged in wireless cracking. There were tens of thousands of records in total, almost all of which were hackers that Rice had secretly investigated for having the ability to attack, or had already made certain attacks. Senj took a minute to merge the information, and with the current attack, had the key code look for the person most likely to launch this attack. It was a race against time now, and every second was exceptionally precious. For the citizens of the capital, the loss of signal from their wireless devices was nothing more than a coincidence, but in the CNC, as well as other important departments, this attack had put them on pins and needles, and every second was as long as a century. Liao Simin had already contacted the Directorate General of Space Orbit and Satellite Communications SGA, hoping that they would be able to utilize the data at hand as well as the technology to solve this crisis, and definitely not allow this incident to cause panic in the society. The SGA department controls all satellites outside of Earth that belong to the state, including military, civilian, and commercial satellites. This time, the capital's communication system was attacked, and they had detected it the first time. After a series of scans, all areas except the capital were working fine and exchanging data, but they also discovered that the transit signals from the capital's transmitter stations were not being picked up by the artificial satellites at all. They immediately used a signal transmitting test device to find out what was going on with these signals. Were they not transmitting at all? Or were the signals encrypted so that the satellites could not recognize them? They were looking for signals, and Senj's side was also looking for the information he wanted. Only, there was almost no gain. The only somewhat useful information was that a certain organization in the United States of America had once purchased a communications satellite in the Foggy Kingdom that had been eliminated, and the organization had once used this satellite to successfully simulate a unique signal field, where it could listen to the data of other man-made satellites, or intercept the item of data listening. Senj didn't have time to analyze it. It was a function that every artificial satellite had, but it wasn't that easy to listen to it because every satellite also had an anti-surveillance system as well as a function. He only had a bit of an idea for the signal interception item, which was like a shield code that would block all attempts to sabotage the attack system ahead of time, so that they wouldn't even be able to get next to the system at all. By that extrapolation, weren't the signals sent out from the capital transmitting station also intercepted in such a way as to prevent them from being relayed through the normal Sputnik? Should I tell Xiao Jie at once, so that he can think to see if there are other artificial satellites existing in the sky above the capital city? It's just that this Xiao Jie always appears when he doesn't want to see him, and when he wants him to appear, he can't even see a shadow. Xiao Jie's eyes were bleeding at this point from lack of sleep, nervousness, and anger. Senj does not understand the wireless equipment, and cannot be hard for him to find a solution, but these experts outside seem to be unreliable as well, getting a whole lot of data, but nothing can be solved. On the wireless department's side, the same is true. It's not that they don't have a way to deal with it, but this time, they can't seem to do anything about it. Senj's side of the dry anxious is of no use. Xiao Jie just does not appear. He cannot rush out to yell at him, but Senj suddenly thought of someone. CU, the computer number she used. Senj remembered, and sent a message to CU over the LAN. This is Senj. Tell Xiao Jie to come to the office immediately. There is already a solution. Remember to keep it a secret. CU's eyes had been glued to the data on the screen, And this dialogue box suddenly popped up, still startling her. Turns out Senj was in CNC the whole time and was just half a kilometer from Xiaojia and found a solution to this attack. Senj is Senj and will never let anyone down. It was too late to sigh and tiptoe behind Xiaojia, whispering softly, "Boss, Senj wants you to go to the office right away. He says he's found a solution to the attack." When Xiaojia heard this, he thought without thinking, took a step and rushed out of the command center. Liao Ximin inexplicably looked at Xiaojia's back and asked Xiaolong, who was beside her, "What's wrong with this child?" Xiaolong knew that he was in such a hurry. He must have gone to see Senj. Maybe Senj had already found a solution to the problem, but he couldn't let Liao Ximin know about it. After thinking about it, he laughed awkwardly and said, "I reckon he might be crazy." Ha ha, he can still laugh. This father and son in the eyes of Liao Ximin are crazy. Now even he is going to collapse. Said it was here to investigate the Trojan horse incident, but after half a day, but ran here to work for Xiaolong. If it was resolved well, everything would be fine, but if it was not resolved well, it would all have to be left to him. If heaven could give him another chance, he would definitely say these words to his superiors: "I won't go to CNC even if I die. Whoever I like." Xiaojia rushed to the office without taking a breath. "Senj, tell me, how?" Look at Xiaojia's urgent appearance, but also really anxious, rolled up his arms and sleeves. "Do not know. Thought he was looking for who to do a fight. I think there should be an artificial satellite over the capital that doesn't belong to us, or has invaded over the capital. It's a communication satellite that the Misty Kingdom phased out about 5 years ago. And if you have the means to take a look over the capital, you'll be able to determine if it's messing with it or not. Here's the orbital coding of the satellite, as well as the number of the satellite itself, and the speed." Xiaojia couldn't ask so many questions and rushed out of the office with the code in hand. Even though he didn't ask, Xiaojia would wonder in his heart how Senj knew this information. National communications satellites are something that belongs to the highly classified, and the Western countries even put all these secrets to the top secret level. Senj can get his hands on it so easily. Does this world still have secrets in his eyes? Senj's work wasn't over yet. He had to find the segmented LP address of this CSD. Through this hour's knowledge of wireless networks, Senj also learned how they worked, and the access patterns of the data. Although Wi-Fi wireless networks are based on shortwave data signals emitted on a WAN basis, wireless devices, or some specific wired devices display a special network access module when accessing the network in this way. Because of this, the wireless network is also required LP address, because it is based on the network foundation, and the main data exchange is also to access the network. In the end, he also belongs to the HW protocol pipe. Just this data protocol isn't independent. The abbreviation is WAP protocol. Senj searched for all users using the WAP protocol under that LP address, and then filtered them out, and it wasn't hard to figure out, in the end, the outfit that was transmitting the wireless signal. Of course, if it was a separate signal from a control satellite, it still couldn't be found this way, unless one is in possession of the satellite's data encrypted identification code, in which case it would be possible to locate this controlled device by way of data. Now you can't wait until you've determined whether the satellite exists or not to do all this work. Senj has to be absolutely one step ahead of them, and as soon as it's determined, he'll be able to locate this control device on his side immediately. Xiaojia, who ran back to the command center, immediately reported this matter to Xiaolong. Xiaolong didn't say anything right away because Xiaojia ran back, and then found a solution afterward, which would cause Liao Ximin's suspicion. Any fool could think that they were backed by an expert, which was the last thing Xiaolong wanted to see. Therefore, waiting until Liao Ximin and the others were not paying attention to Xiaojia, Xiaolong slowly said, "Ximin, I'm thinking about a question. What if the capital's wireless signals were not transmitted to our satellites, but were intercepted by other satellites?" Liao Ximin looked at Xiaolong. This guy Tiger Bar raised such an idea. Could it be that he also understand the artificial satellite? Why didn't he bring it up earlier? Xiaojia ran out and came back, muttered a few words and knew about it? This idea was put in the heart for now. Now was not the time to think about this. Liao Ximin immediately contacted the SGA and asked them to use the space orbital scanner to see, in the orbit over the capital, was there not another country's artificial satellite? The SGAs immediately activated the device for a series of scans, and 3 minutes later, they finally found the strange satellite in a very hidden location. He was said to be stealthy because it had hidden itself behind another satellite, and it would have been impossible to detect it if it hadn't utilized the most advanced space signal acquisition scanning tools currently available to the SGA. Xiaolong also gave Liao Ximin the orbital code of the satellite that Senj had given him, as well as the code of the satellite itself. The latter looked at Xiaolong. Her gaze was meaningful. Xiaolong explained, "Don't look at me like that. This is our CNC's internal information. Quickly ask them to check if it's this satellite. Liao Simin nodded. Her eyes were all speculation, and said, "You old man. Wait for me. I will definitely know what tricks you play." After the code was sent to SGA, it was quickly confirmed that it was indeed the same satellite that Misty had eliminated 5 years ago. Xiao Jia knew that he couldn't run out again. Otherwise, Liao Simin would definitely ask him. Thinking of the way Senj had asked Siyu to deliver the message earlier, he turned his head and gave Siyu a look. Siyu then sends a message to Senj on the original dialogue box as well. "Honey, confirm that it's Fog Country's obsolete Sputnik. You're awesome. Kiss you." Senj's face instantly reddened when he received the message. So hot language that Senj could take it. Just suddenly his breath caught and his heart raced. Now that he had determined that it was this artificial satellite, Senj immediately began searching for all data on this satellite, including its control codes. But there is very little information about this satellite on the internet, except that it was lifted up 15 years ago, and 10 years later, because of the aging of some of its parts, it has been eliminated by the government of the Fog Country. But it has not been discarded, and it is being used as a backup data relay station. Later on, this satellite was bought by a company called Deep Space in the United States at an extremely low price. After that, the satellite completely faded out of people's view, and no one cared about where it was used, because they are inexpensive and can be used for several years after they are phased out. Many communications companies around the world often acquire these phased-out satellites outside of space to service their own communications systems. When the government of the Fog Country sold this satellite, it was also thinking the same thing. It was because Deep Space Company was one of the more famous companies in Misty Nation that specialized in the communications business. They had acquired almost 5 artificial satellites in the past few years. Naturally, there was no doubt that they would use this satellite to do things that would disrupt the communications of other countries. A series of parameters for the satellite are available, but there is no control program download for this communication satellite at all on the internet. Senj thought about it, and immediately entered the website of the Fog State Space Administration ENSA within the Ghost domain, and directly accessed ENSA's data server through the backdoor of the website. A few engineers from the Data Protection Department of ENSA in the Fog Country were doing calisthenics to music. These people who sat in the office all day and ate junk food, apparently their weight had made them realize the danger. And there wasn't much going on anyway. ENSA's servers, which were only maintained once every 6 months, were usually like a piece of salted meat. When the server's firewall prompted them to have unknown data invasion, these guys had already jumped to the critical time. In a few times of the dragon's tail, it can be over. Who cares about the server's prompt? Pressed the root of their minds. They did not think that someone will be idle to invade this server of theirs. Senj was still curious. This ENSA server, why was it so quiet? It was like walking into a castle full of treasure without any guards. Who cares? Senj just wanted to find the control code for this artificial satellite named Skywing. Good thing, ENSA's servers still have the Skywing opcode already in the operating program. What else is there to think about now? Download it all locally. Apparently the people of ENSA hadn't noticed his actions, and since that was the case, there was no need to alarm them. And after getting what he wanted, Senj exited the server. And those engineers who were still in the Dragon's Pendulum didn't even notice it in the slightest. Senj had never had such a pain in the ass to download data from a State Department, and the ENSA people were really giving him a hard time. After getting the control code as well as the control program, Senj had another problem. How to use these things. Existing computer programs do not support this software at all. There must be a designated console to be able to. This console, the same special module that Senj had been looking for under the LP address segment. And now that he had the program, after analyzing it, the other party must have used a separate operating console as well, and then combined it with a computer control program to intercept the data. To stop and fix all of this, there must also be a Sputnik console to do so. Thinking about it, Senj sent another message over to Siyu. I want the satellite operation console. Give me a kiss and I'll go. Senj is going to be helpless. What a time to joke about this girl. In fact, Siyu just didn't need to report it to Xiao Jie. The latter had also learned some information about this satellite from the information replied from the SGA side. But information was information. They didn't have the control code of this satellite. There was no way to control the behavior of this satellite, other than that it was just to use missiles to shoot it down. This approach is obviously not feasible. If the satellite, and did not make these destructive behavior, you give people down, the holder of the satellite, but not to find you to fight. I'm just going somewhere to see the Earth, and they give me a missile. Is there any justice? But it's even more difficult to get the control code. The Fog Country has already sold it to a private company. There's no way they can give you the control code for the satellite again. Otherwise, people should say again, buy you something, you still fucking left a back door. Is it to sleep with his wife while he is not at home? Misty country people are all gentlemen. People just want to sleep with your wife. Will also directly use the key to open the door to go in to sleep. Will never go in through the window or any back door. Just as everyone was at a loss, Senj sent a message saying that he had already gotten the code as well as the Skywings control program onto CU's computer. In fact, Senj could have passed it directly to SGA, but doing so would have aroused even greater suspicion. And when people asked, "How did you have this program? And what did you say?" But this thing can't be left out. So it's better to let Xiao Jie carry this frame. Xiao Jie couldn't care less about this now and immediately whispered a few words to Xiaolong. There was another reason why he didn't care. He still had his father Xiaolong above him. Xiaolong slowly looked at Liao Ximin. The smirk on his face made Liao Ximin's face immediately draw together. Old undead. Are you trying to tell me that you've got the control code? Are you Superman? How come you have everything you need? Don't tell me that this is also in your CNC server. If that's the case, in a moment I'll move your server. And in the future, if I want to know anything, I'll look for it in there. Xiaolong also really had no way to explain it. It was no wonder that Liao Ximin would be so excited. Any other person would be so. It was as if he had turned on a cheat in this game. And what was missing was what was playing. Ximin. We'll talk about this later. Now give this control code to SGA and tell the door to stop the other side's attack immediately. What could Liao Ximin do? She could only put this matter aside for the time being, and after contacting the people from SGA, she passed the code and operation program to them. The SGA guy even asked, "You CNCs are too godly, aren't you? Got everything?" Liao Ximin replied, "Yes, we also have penguin stuffed chaos. Would you like a bowl?" Senj didn't care what they were saying. His mission wasn't over yet. Simply controlling the Skywing wouldn't solve the problem. The control code could only allow the ground to connect to the artificial satellite and access the satellite's control system. But to complete control of that system, a program was needed here. This program is a program that can force a rewrite of system permissions. And with this program, you can take full control of Skywing. Senj had written the program based on a modular approach to satellite data gathered online, using a K language he'd never touched before to write software. Each programming software has its own unique attributes, but basically they all serve the operating system, which means that the first step in software writing is to have the application system be able to recognize the software's code. K language is specialized in writing the code for the operation of artificial satellites program writing software. Above the symbols and writing modules, frames, as well as functions, etc., can be said to Senj only understand less than 1/10 of the understanding. The good thing was that the data downloaded from the internet had the basic software framework completely in place, and Senj could just use his fusion technology to incorporate the forced rewrite code without having to understand how the software was written out. The prerequisite is that Senj must have a basic understanding of the characteristics of writing software in the K language. This 10th is more than enough for him. All he had to do now was to convert his code into the K language and just add it to the core program of the software. There are 2 codes he wants to include. One to force rewrite of the code and one to disable rewrite of the code. Don't change it then, and the other side gets it back for you, and this game will never end. Don't look at only 2 codes, but Senj in the keyboard enough to type thousands of symbols to complete. K language writing method is particularly cumbersome. In order to achieve the perfect integration, Senj before and after several times to try, and finally was successful. At this point in time, it was already 15 minutes after the capital's signal had been cut off. Looking at the time, it was now 3:30 in the afternoon. There were a lot of citizens in the metropolis who found the signal irregularities and went to the various service windows to inquire. These beautiful customer services, at this time play an absolute role. They will smile and tell every citizen who comes to inquire. The current communication equipment is being maintained and upgraded, will be restored immediately. Looking at their smiles, these people immediately forget about the signal and always think of asking something else, like how old, married yet, about something like that. The SGA side had already successfully logged into the Skywings operating system, and after analyzing it, they found that it was really it that had forcibly diverted the transmitter station's data transmitting signals through the ground equipment, and that he only received but did not forward them, which was why all the wireless equipment within the capital's boundaries had lost their signals. The cause was found, but when SGA's engineers tried to control it, they realized that the Skywings control system had been locked out of action. When this question was passed to Liao Ximin, he immediately looked at Xiaolong. Liao Ximin looked at Xiaolong, and from his face, he seemed to see the meaning complacent look again, and hurriedly said, "No, you didn't." Xiaolong smiled and replied, "This one really does." After saying that, he let CU pass the software to SGA. Puzzled, the SGA engineer asked, "Is this a CNC maneuver?" Liao Ximin replied, "I've told you that this is not a drill. We have a supercomputer over here. He can do everything. When he poops, he can automatically wipe your ass. And when your child is 1 month old, you can teach him how to make nuclear weapons. Behind them, Siyu couldn't help herself and laughed out loud. Liao Simin looked back at her and said, "Is this ridiculous? You dead girl. You're the one who makes the most noise. Every time you show up, a miracle happens. Turn around. I'll see if you have wings or something on your back." Siyu stuck her tongue out and said, "I didn't do anything. I just brought you guys water." "Water delivery? Where's the water? I haven't gone to the pour yet. I'm going now." After saying that, Siyu ran away. She wouldn't say anything about Senj. Liao Simin wanted to ask Xiaolong, but Xiaolong signaled him to be normal and look at the big screen. SGA's staff. After uploading the software through the satellite console into the middle of the Skywing system, the software was automatically installed and the program was automatically rewritten. And these engineers did not even have to move their mouse to complete the entire rewriting process. In an instant, the Skywing sail panels were immediately retracted. All signals were interrupted, and the batteries followed suit, slowly moving in the direction of the moon, following the trajectory entered by Senj. All the wireless signals in the capital city were restored to normal. CNC Command, Wireless Department, and SGA Data Department cheered at the same time. Never before had they been so excited. This feeling brought them as if the most powerful expert in the world was standing behind them to protect them and support them, making them undaunted by any attack. Destruction. No matter how powerful the opponent is, there is never a chance to win in front of them. There is cheering and then there is loss. CSD's Dennis, who simply could not believe what he was seeing, and who seemed to have a perpetual wave of nervousness and fear on his face, appeared at this point. Like all losers, Dennis summarized and guessed the reason for his defeat in unbelievable loss and helplessness. Also, like all opponents defeated by Senj, he could never know how his opponent had done it. Finding information about the Skywing's data, a slight possibility. Finding its control code, impossible. Controlling the Skywing, impossible. Rewriting the Skywing's program, even more impossible. So many impossibilities added up to a final reason for failure that he couldn't summarize. So much so that when Clark asked him what the fuck was going on, he couldn't even answer. The equipment in front of him, which was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, had now become a complete pile of useless trash. He had completely lost control of Skywing, and the other party had not only forcefully rewritten his code, but also prohibited data recovery. Now CSD, and the people from the intelligence unit who were watching this performance in another room, could only watch as the artificial satellite they had spent tens of millions of dollars on, rushed righteously to the moon, dying to keep it from dying on Earth. It's contempt. It's shame. It's a slap in the face. It's a mockery. It's contempt for CSD and their intelligence group. A man with a scarred face pushed away the beautiful woman sitting on his lap, not caring if she fell to the ground or sprawled out, and just said angrily, "Alan, what is this?" Alan was the one who had previously threatened Clark with having his balls shoved up his ass. At that moment, he just felt like his sentence was aching so vaguely that it made his entire body feel as if it was in agony. "That's nothing, guys. It's only a few moves. The CSD guys have plenty of tricks against CNC. Just settle down and be patient and watch the show." This time Ella wasn't going to say anything else to Clark. There were times when silence was the best kind of threat. Of course Clark knew what that meant, and now words were no longer wanted. And if they couldn't come up with some sort of effective attack, then they wouldn't have to say anything. The intelligence group has been able to grow to the size it is today without their way of doing things. They will not give up on anyone who provides them with information, and as a result, this organization still enjoys a certain reputation in the intelligence community. Could it be that the myth that they have never failed and have never given up on an intelligence gatherer because of their failures is about to be shattered today? Clark and the others couldn't afford to lose, and Alan and the others couldn't afford to lose even more. Even if they died 1,000 times, they would not be able to recover their lost honor. Dennis was still desperately striking the keyboard, but there was no point in doing so now. His console had lost its link to Skywing, and that satellite had taken his hopes, his everything, farther and farther away from him. He had thought of washing his hands of the business after this one, taking the money he'd earned, taking his kids and his wife, and going to a place where no one would recognize them and start over. But that dream was shattered. Esther withdrew her gaze from his face. She still had a disinterested expression, as if it was none of his business, and still had no intention of making a move. The other side of this master has completely exceeded her expectations. She herself is a hacker. She is more understanding of hackers. A hacker is not possible in all areas or so powerful. Attack cannot defend. Defense cannot attack. But the other side of this master, not only attack, defense all have, and also mastered the wireless field has always been the most difficult to reach the hackers. Who was this man? Was he a human being or a ghost? Esther searched her mind for every shadow of a hacker she knew, but no one could do it. No, wait, there was one more person. Esther suddenly thought of the previous battle on the internet. The battle between the ghost butterfly and the seven sisters. That ghost butterfly. It would be entirely possible to do that. Esther knew that Ghost Butterfly was able to do this again with this ability, but had never wondered if Ghost Butterfly's ability could really be this high? So much so that it made Esther think even more that if it really was a Ghost Butterfly this time, then all of them, almost all of them, would die here. The idea didn't seem sketchy at all to Esther, who had once had a battle with the ghost of the seven sisters, but in the end she lost. The cause of that battle was that the CLA, through the seven sisters, had cyber-hunted Esther, and of the seven sisters that time, the one who carried out this task was the Spectre, and Esther's hacker LD was Misty Sky. The battle between Mystic Air and Spectre began and ended without a word. The seven sisters gave Ghost orders to find out everything they could about Mystic Sky and turn it over to CLA. The Spectre cracked the Misty Sky's firewall, and the Misty Sky cracked the Spectre's system at the same time, causing the Spectre's data download to fail and the network connection to be disconnected. At that time, Esther didn't know that it was the ghost of the seven sisters that had launched the attack on her. And after cutting off the other party's internet connection, Esther thought that the attack would be over and didn't take it to heart. But she had a habit. After each attack, she had checked the system files, mainly to see if the other party had left any residual programs or files on her computer. However, during the scanning process, Esther suddenly realized that the ghost's program was actually hidden in the background of the system, still downloading her data files. Many people may ask, what can a hacker have in his computer that is worth downloading? Would they be stupid enough to enter all their information into the computer and wait for others to crack and download it? Of course they will not put some of their personal data into the computer, but they are hackers. They are accustomed to using the same computer to operate some of the commands. It is impossible to use every time. You have to reinstall the program often used. These programs were their information, and the ghost had cracked her firewall, entered his system, and downloaded away all the program information, including registry-related data, so that the ghost would have complete knowledge of her bottom line. Taking this information software and analyzing it would lead to the conclusion that she had used this computer to attack something. When Esther found out about the program, it was too late to stop it because the download was exactly 100% full. Only after that did Esther realize that the ghost that fought her head-on was nothing more than a program to attract her attention, and that the real ghost had already entered her system through a different network while she was fighting this program. She, on the other hand, hadn't noticed a thing. The data was downloaded away, and Esther understood what that meant. She immediately got an axe and smashed the computer to pieces. It wasn't so much anger as it was destroying evidence, and while it was somewhat futile to do so, at least she had nothing in her hands. After smashing the computer and grabbing a few more clothes to go with the advanced, Esther was about to leave her room. Just then, the masked agents of the CLA threw a flashbang directly into the room. At the moment of the explosion, Esther felt that the sound of the entire world disappeared, and the strong light pierced into her eyes, causing the world in his eyes to instantly turn black. It was as if a sharp knife had been plunged into her eye socket, followed by several large hands that pressed her down to the ground with such force she couldn't see them, and between swings her hand came across the weapon of one of the agents. And that's when it occurred to her that the other person was most likely an armed agent of the CLA. A few seconds later, her hearing returned first, and at that moment it was as if the voices of the whole world were rushing into her ears at the same time, one of the loudest of which was the cry of one of the agents. "Don't do anything rash, or we'll shoot." Esther slowly raised her hands. She was nothing more than a 17-year-old girl, and even though she was also a hacker, this scene still made her feel overwhelmed with fear. Not even moving, she slumped to the ground. Whenever she thought of this memory, Esther's eyes were filled with despair and indignation. No one knew what those agents had done to her. They just knew that in no more than a few days' time, Esther appeared in people's view again, but it was as if she was a different person. Only Esther herself knows that the spunky, cheerful Esther of the past, who occasionally enjoyed a little mischief, is dead. Now she has to learn to be ruthless and cold. Just like at this moment she was excited at the thought of it being Ghost Butterfly, because she hated all of this, and hated those people in the intelligence group even more. If Ghost Butterfly could make all of them die, she was willing to do nothing. Even if she did, she couldn't possibly be a match for Ghost Butterfly. The seven sisters had all been vaporized by Ghost Butterfly. What was she? She knew that her skills were not even on the same level compared to Ghost. So what could she take on Ghost Butterfly? Clark also brought his gaze back from Esther's face. He was a black man, and at all times it was important to use his black man's sense of humor to the fullest, even if it meant getting killed, to make the person who killed him laugh until his stomach hurt. "Dennis, it looks like your luck has run out. Now you might as well pray for us." and hope that we can keep those guys in the intelligence unit happy, and then let you live a few more days as an asshole. Or else you're going to have to figure out whether your soul will go home first after you die, or go to God." Dennis remained silent, as if the scene of being surrounded by CLA agents that day appeared in front of his eyes again. Now looking at it this way, no one from CSD would be able to accomplish this mission. The assassins on the intelligence unit side had probably already stuffed their guns with bullets and were waiting to make their move. Others he couldn't care less about, but he couldn't die. He'd promised his children and wife that he'd take them away. So the only thing Dennis was thinking about right now was how to get out of this building. Clark went on to shout, "Wasn't there someone else who could have done something about it before you all died?" It's the same question every time, but every time there's silence and everyone wonders if they can be their match. The French fry guy was ruined. Benjamin pulled. Dennis was stupid. Was the rest just going to die? No one spoke, so Clark had no choice but to continue the roll call. "Robert, it's your turn. Show everyone what you can do." The man called Robert, who looked to be in his mid-20s, had a very ordinary look, so ordinary that no one would be able to see him if he was thrown into a crowd, and would only think of him as nothing more than a piece of clothing. But at that moment, calling out his name was like a bomb dropped on him, scaring him so much that he hurriedly said, "No, no way. Clark, don't expect me to do anything. I target firewalls when it comes to my field of technology. I'm no different than the French fry guy. He couldn't crack it. What makes you think I can? Just because I'm bigger than you. I'm punching you like I'm attacking a man's balls. And if you don't do anything, I'm going to crush your balls right now." Clark's decision to have him attack the CNC was also something he had decided on after a lot of thought. An attack against the CNC would consist of several things, and now that one had been destroyed, and a few others, Clark didn't want to move now, or at least, not until he could get the other side's attention focused on a particular attack, which he was never going to do. Clark told Robert to die to do something about it, but for Robert, doing so was a death wish. He wasn't like the others. He knew that his powers couldn't do anything at all in this fight, except seek death. Who wouldn't want to live? But why did it have to be him? Don't think he didn't know what kind of people the intelligence department was, especially after so many people had failed previously. These murderous guys had already started to figure out how to kill them. "Clark, you're an asshole." Besides cursing, what else could Robert do? Joining CSD was something he was forced to do. If he hadn't attacked CSD's firewall, how could he be sitting here now? This matter is now being talked about with nothing but regret. He's a betting man who likes to bet anyone, like on the street. When a random person says to him, "I bet you $10 you can't peel off that big mama's skirt." So he went. He didn't care about the $10, and even though he ended up getting beat up and bruised and taking at least a dozen handbags, he won, and that's how he wanted to feel. Who doesn't want to win? But overly wanting to win is a sick obsession, isn't it? Like many people around us, no matter what they do, or what they have experienced in their lives, they can't afford to lose, cannot let go. Everything wants to earn in the hand, everything wants to excel, but in the eyes of others, this kind of people need not to win, but should go to the hospital to receive a medical examination. Robert isn't quite the same as this kind of person. He's normal, but at some point, it's the god of gamblers possessing him, making it irresistible for him to gamble with anyone. So much so that someone bet $10 that he couldn't attack CSD servers. So he did, righteously, and won. But instead of $10, he got a sack, and a rope, and a gag. If you want to stay alive, sit nice and easy in front of your computer and go fuck someone else's firewall later. That's the condition CSD gave him. No, dead no. Don't think Robert looks like a dress, but temperament is sometimes like underwear. It gets hard after a long time without washing. Clark just said to him, "I bet you're not capable of anything at all. Just one word. Robert. I'll do it." When he was bored and drinking together, Clark had asked Robert how he liked to bet so much. Wasn't he a gambler? Robert never bothered to play those real gambling games like poker and stuff, and it wasn't the small amount of money he wanted for the bet either. Rather, it was the thrill of winning a bet, the feeling of being able to just insult someone else, or even stand on someone's head and shit on them. That was as great as it was going to get. It seemed that Robert was resistant to attacking CNC today, and Clark laughed contemptuously after thinking about it. "Robert, I bet you're scared of this mystery opponent right now. What are you babbling about? I would be afraid of him?" Robert knew this was no time to be offended, but it was completely out of control. "I'll bet 10 that you can't break through their defenses at all." "Forget it. I'll just find someone else to do this so I can be a little more sure." "Clark, I'm going to show you what a stupid decision you've made, and I'm going to smear that $10 with my poop and stick it in your face when you lose." So Robert got to work. He was going to prove that Clark was wrong with the facts, and he was going to shut everyone up. At CNC headquarters, Senj had copied all the information he had found on artificial satellites to his own USB drive. Something that might come in handy again. 12 more to go and this battle will be over. Looking at the time, it was already 5 o'clock, just when the library was closing. Sen's stomach was also a bit hungry. People always feel a bit empty after being nervous. Stayed in this luxurious office all afternoon. Didn't go anywhere. This Xiaojie couldn't tell that he was still an anime fan. There were actually a few Hatsune Miku hand puppets on the table. Senj had also taken an interest in Xiaojie's computer, wanting to see what all the unseemly stuff was in the guy's system. It didn't help that the files were hidden. Senj had found hundreds of love action movies, and all of them were uniformed seductions, with a batch of S movies in the mix. This guy's got some serious fucking taste. It's a good thing we didn't find one about homosexuality, or else Senj would have run when he saw him in the future. Clicking on a movie in passing, Senj then watched it with interest. Action movies were just like horror movies. You couldn't see much effect with just action and no sound. The volume is just a little bit louder and the feeling comes out. The movie business in Fuzangoku is totally all about these action movies. These moves are more exciting than martial arts movies. When you watch a martial arts movie, can you see your heart itching? Watching this action movie, not only is your heart tickled, your blood is pumping. Xiaojie, in the command center, looked at the data all normal, and also relaxed a little. Now there was no way to be sure if the CSD's attack was over, or was preparing for an even trickier attack, so it could not be taken lightly yet. Liao Ximin grabbed Xiaolong and endlessly asked him about the supercomputer. Even if Xiaolong was killed, he couldn't say anything. Otherwise, Liao Ximin could have moved all of Sen's houses to his headquarters. This guy loved talent in the Legion department are notorious. Once in order to dig an engineer to his men, their daughters are sent on the battlefield, and now this engineer all day around his daughter are going to turn into a nymphomaniac, and did not see him to the troops to make any contribution. Now he wants to hit his CNC idea again. Xiaolong is absolutely not going to let him succeed. Siyu Hart thought of wanting to go to see Senj, looked at the time, just the time of the restaurant meal, said to Xiaojie, then ran to the cafeteria to Senj to call a meal. Since Senj himself was there, he surprised him, so without thinking too much about it, Siyu took her lunchbox and pushed open the door of the office room as soon as she could. Did you miss me, dear? What's that sound? Senj saw the sudden intrusion of Siyu, scared him so much that his sweaty hairs exploded, and he hurriedly went to close the player, but he was so busy that he even clicked on the window to maximize it. As a result, this would be Siyu had already all the way to the front of the desk, tilted his head to take a look, and his face instantly reddened to the root of his neck. Senj gritted his teeth and said, "This damn Xiaojie, the computer also does not install a firewall. All have been hit by a virus, one after another to play porn. Can not even turn off. Who would believe you when you say this reason? Siyu isn't a kid anymore. How could she not know what this is? But come to think of it, don't all men like to look at these things?" So he opened his mouth and laughed. "It's nothing. A proper look will help your body develop. Honey, are you hungry? I've made a portion of rice, so hurry up and have a bite." Siyu's generosity made Senj feel even more ashamed of himself, and his face was so hot that he could fry an egg. This time, there is no need to explain anything. What kind of woman does not understand this hobby of men? Moreover, Siyu also told Senj to eat his meal before watching it. There was no problem on the command center side now. The CSD didn't know if it was preparing to launch an attack or if it had ended there, and if there was any new situation, she would immediately tell him about it with a dialogue box. Sengar picked up his meal and started to chow down in his mouth as a way to ease the awkwardness. It was a good thing that Siyu couldn't come out for too long, and after instructing Senj with a few words, she went back to the command center. It wasn't until her figure disappeared that Senj let out a long breath. Blame this damn Xiaojie. The more Senj thought, the more angry. Finger a little, delete, and still Control plus delete. After the file was deleted, Xiaojie also came in. First deal with a mouthful. Tonight we go to the stalls, but also ate the last time that the boss of that house. The food fried good. Senj grunted and turned off his own computer screen, just focusing on eating and ignoring him. Xiaojie even said, "I just saw Siyu, red-faced, head down, grinning with porcelain teeth. Did you guys do something in my office? I have to take a good sniff to see if there's the smell of adrenaline bursting out." "Stop fucking sniffing. Why do you have so many action movies on your computer? I was watching it here and Siyu came in. He saw all the key moves. Did you do it on purpose?" Xiaojie said with a bitter smile. "Doesn't everyone have something like this in their computer? Mine is just a bit more. Batch download you don't understand ah? Yeah, it's already got me all batch deleted." Senj hemmed and hawed, finally getting his revenge. "I that fuck you, you want to heartache me to death?" With those words, Xiaojie rushed towards the computer in an arrow step, and the mouse gave a click. His face, which was already not very pretty, was now purple. "Sensei, I'm the first place in the whole army fighting competition, do you believe it? When I was small, I let people popping cock. Have not been so angry. I really want to kill you now. How to say you also leave me a uniform temptation or something are fucking deleted. How do you hit so hard? Xiao Jia is so angry that he is incoherent. His heart and soul. Senj huffed and said faintly, get the hell out of here. I'm reminded of Ippudo as soon as I look at you. Just as the two of them were tearing their skins apart, a beep suddenly came out of Senj's computer headset. Opening the screen, see you sent a message. Honey, stop looking. There's no more hand towels in the boss's office. Senj, a mouthful of rice all spit on the screen. Xiao Jia this time wanna see cannot see anything. It is full of rice. What are you looking at? Get me some paper. I let that girl see you buy it for me last week. She forgot all about it a long time ago. I'll go to the other office and smooth some for you. You wait first. What else can be seen on this screen now? Not even the shield firewall prompting him to the server is being accessed by an irregular access data access. Pass or fail. But Senj sees the queue in the margins. Looks around. There's one of Xiaojia's shirts on the hanger. And couldn't care less. Grabs it. And rubs it in. Unusual access data? What kind of data is this? The shield code recognizes all the dangerous Trojans, viruses, and brute force cracking programs in the world, but never the so-called abnormal data. This means that the shield code cannot identify the specific data of this program and can only characterize it as abnormal. For this type of data, Senj usually just clicked no, but when the mouse arrow was placed on no, Senj suddenly hesitated. A Trojan horse is a Trojan horse. A virus is a virus. And this program makes it impossible for the shield code to recognize specific data. Not because its code is complex or mysterious, but because the program itself is system data. Senj immediately opened the ghost domain and found the data information of all the access servers. And after analyzing them, Senj found that they were all normal. Since the ghost domain prompted normal, why did the shield prompt non-normal? With that thought in mind, Senj extracted the module for this data and began analyzing it directly in the ghost domain. This program module is basically full of dynamic files for the system, and calling code, a dynamic file, with a DLL extension, that contains multiple system programs and, when created, allows multiple, or all, system programs to use a single call code at the same time. Moreover, this file allows modification and deletion of all programs in the system that use this calling code. Dynamic file can be said to be the base file of an operating system. Any system based on the WD framework, all rely on the dynamic file. If the file is replaced, modified, or deleted, the damage to the system can be quite devastating. A little light can make the program cannot be executed. Serious can make the whole system crash. When we operate the computer in the schedule, often appear XXX, DLL dynamic file call problem. The program cannot be executed and other prompts. This is caused by the destruction of the system's dynamic files. Of course, a personal operating system can just reinstall the file, but for servers, especially standalone operating systems like CNC, once the dynamic file is corrupted, it cannot be recovered and the system can only crash, because the DLL file is the basic file of the system. No matter what way he appears in the system, the general firewall simply cannot be recognized. Only through the shield code scanned the program along with the digital signatures of the system's dynamic files, and found that it didn't need to replace any of them. So it prompted Senj that the program was abnormal data, which turned out to be a powerful feature of the shield code. This feature is that it can defend against all methods of attack. Even if the intrusion is in the form of a normal data file, the shield code is able to effectively scan for attempts. When he saw this, Senj hemmed and hawed, and after switching to the shield code window, he didn't do anything but check if this data was still in the intercepted state. Once again, he returned to the ghost domain, and after entering a string of tracking code, he quickly found the other party's LP address through this digital module. Sure enough, as Sang thought, this LP address was under that LP segment. Sun laughed before he tried to enter the system behind this LP address, but then a steep thought came to him. Senj suddenly thought of a crucial question. How could the other guy be a hacker and not do anything? Show got a dynamic file, and still normal dynamic file. After that is the LP address. There is no hiding, camouflage, not even a shell. Is the other party too careless? Or on purpose? After so many rounds of fighting, just as Senj wanted to know them, why wouldn't they want to know who he was? In a battle, the greatest fear is not death, but not being able to see your opponent at all. CSD, these people are all kinds of masters in the cyber world. How could they not think about who was the one who has been stopping them from attacking? If Senj got into this address, they would have countless ways to analyze that he was Ghost Butterfly. In that case, his identity would be exposed, and it was estimated that in a few minutes, the news that Ghost Butterfly was in CNC would spread all over the world. Senj laughed. If you want to play this with me, you're still young. After hovering around the other side's doorway, Sangar left anyway, and tapped no on the shield code prompt. Robert of CSD cursed. Fuck. The fucking asshole. He figured out my plan. His plan, rather than his plan with Clark, was that Clark wanted him to be the cannon fodder? As long as he could lure the other side out, his mission would be accomplished. Everyone didn't expect Robert to be able to break through the CNC's defenses. His skills weren't as high as Spudboy's, and Spudboy was dead. So what could he do? However, this plan still let the other side to identify. Send out the data is blocked, like a discarded garbage from the network world. And open LP address, the other side simply did not hang you. That was a bit irritating. And Clark left Robert free to play nice while he went to think of a serious countermeasure on how he could hack into the CNC City Data Control Platform. The so-called City Data Control Platform means that all network data servers in the city can be controlled through this platform. It even includes the basic services of the city, such as water, electricity, natural gas, data exchange, interoperability, city archives, medical services and so on. But without being able to crack the server firewall, there is no access to the control platform and all plans cannot be executed. Besides, Robert, who was furious at his failure in the first round, gritted his teeth. And this time, he brought out all the stuff he had in his suitcase. He named the program Cannon of Thickening, an infinite replication of the Cannon of Thickening. There was only one function, to create countless garbage data, causing the other party's network to be clogged. He couldn't access it and wouldn't let others access it, simply paralyzing the other party's network directly. In fact, this program is a very traditional means of attack. In the early days, hackers often used this method to paralyze the private network of some websites, resulting in other users being unable to access the website normally. In the final analysis, it is to create garbage files, and then throw all these garbage files into the network of the other side. The network is only responsible for the transmission of data, and does not have the obligation or function to clean up the garbage. And this thickening cannon of Roberts is more than making garbage. It's totally making bombs. And when the bomb was thrown out, it would infinitely replicate the bomb. When he used this bomb, he didn't know how many web server networks he had paralyzed. I didn't want to use it, but CNC is so fucking loaded that I won't even give you face if I want to invite you to my house to sit down, drink some wine, eat some peanuts or something. I'm going to give you a bomb and see if you're still pretending. Xiao Jia walked through the door with toilet paper in hand, and took one look at the shirt on the table, his mouth grinning to the back of his head. Mariko, that's a fucking rag I just paid $15 for last week? Senj grunted and said, don't you come to my house as if it were your own? Can this be the same? Did I wipe my ass with your clothes? Cut the crap. So far CSD has launched 3 cyber attacks on CNC. I think they're going to start launching their final attack. You'd better keep an eye on it at the command center. What did you say? 3 times? Xiao Jia was a bit surprised that nothing had been found on the command center side, and Senj's side had blocked it 3 times. If it wasn't for Senj, maybe CNC's servers would have been blown to pieces. What mood was there now to bother with his clothes? The handkerchief threw itself to the ground, turned and ran back to the command center. Seeing how flustered he was, Xiaolong immediately asked in a low voice, what have you found on Senj's side? Dad, CSD has attacked our servers 3 times already, but all of them have been blocked by Senj, and now I guess maybe they're going to launch their final attack. It's a good thing Senj is here, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. As soon as Xiaolong's words fell, a voice suddenly recalled behind him and said, who is Senj? Upon hearing this voice, Xiaolong and Xiao Jia let out a frightened ah at the same time, their hair roots exploding. Looking back, it was indeed Liao Ximin. I thought the father and son were up to no good, and sure enough, there was actually a Senj. Who is this Senj? How come I've never seen this person before? Facing Liao Ximin's series of questions, Xiaolong hurriedly said, what Senj? I said it's prudent. Think carefully so that you don't make mistakes. How old are you? Your ears are backed up like this? Rush tomorrow, I'll buy you a hearing aid to go. Old undead. Don't give me a slip of the tongue. What prudence? I think you should be cautious. I am now the head of the investigation team. You hide it from me is to hide it from the organization. You know the consequences. Tell me, who is Senj? Liao Ximin grabbed the topic and wouldn't let go, dying to know who Senj was. Xiaolong finally couldn't take it anymore and sank his face and said, Liao Ximin, are you finished? I told you that there is no such person. Why do you act like you are crazy? What's Senj? What's Senj? Ask them. Do we have someone named Senj here? Xiao Jia also said, Uncle Liao, you did hear it wrong. I said before that CSD didn't launch an attack for so half a day. I don't know what I'm thinking about discreetly. There really isn't a Sengar person. Liao Ximin coldly snorted and said, you give me a side to die. I tell you, If I know that there is such a person as Senj, I will go to your house for dinner in the future to see the day. Xiaolong's father and son didn't say anything. Liao Ximin also had no way, but he was sure that he had heard correctly. That person called Seng was in this building at this moment. He just didn't know in that room, but it doesn't matter. If Xiao Jia leaves again later, following him will tell him. Liao Ximin is not a fool. If this cannot think behind someone to help them, he will not be the head of this investigation team. So far, he'd seen nothing but attacks on the wireless device's signal being attacked. He also has a certain understanding of CSD. They can't be that competent. CNC's members are, in the end, simply impossible to be their opponents. I'm not looking down on these members of CNC, but CSD is a very powerful hacker organization. In the past few years, there were more than a dozen world-famous cities paralyzed because of their attacks, and even the city of Covenant in Rice had suffered an attack. Such a mysterious hacker organization. Not to mention CNC, even his cyber force would have a headache if they came across it. But in CNC, hard to succeed in doing something? This could only mean that this person called Sengar behind them was even more powerful than them. That said, Xiaolong, this guy's life how so good? Such a powerful expert actually let him come across. Said set up all to give him to dig away. This kind of expert, only his network force is suitable for him. In CNC, can only be to give up his talent. Senj doesn't know right now that there are people out there, all clamoring to dig him up. Shield firewall alert. Cyber bomb found. Do you want to throw it back? A joke and a rush. What kind of person is that? Senj smiled faintly and directly clicked yes. Not only that, but also tapped the perform the same action for all such files found in the future option. Robert's side was gritting his teeth and dropping bombs, but suddenly, everyone's computers prompted a network blockage, and data could not be sent. Esther immediately tested the internet speed, which was only 0.05k per second, and by the end of the day it had become 0k, and the internet simply wouldn't move. On the big screen over at the data department, the screen suddenly went straight to immobility, prompting slow network speed. Reading network data, please be fucking patient. Scarface sat down completely, and once again, threw the girl on top of him to the ground, dropping her with an ah. Alan, what is this again? If those idiots in cyber can't do anything, I'll gladly go kill them for you. With those words, Scarface pulled a silver pistol with a silencer out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Alan looked at the pistol, then spoke up. This is a network issue. Nothing to do with the network guys, so you might as well put your dick away. CNC couldn't attack for a long time, and now the network was having problems, so it was really fucking short of breath. Alan was obviously suppressing the anger in his heart as well, but with so many people watching him, all he could do was calm down. Robert hurriedly turned off the bomb launch window, and it was a good thing no one saw what he did, or Clark would have had to kill him. You fucking threw a bomb, all the way to your own house. Can the world find anyone else as stupid as you? His bombs didn't work against Sengar, but their network was now in total meltdown, with untold numbers of garbage files clogging up their ports beyond, like hundreds of people trying to squeeze through a door at the same time, and in the end it would only get tighter and tighter and no one would be able to get in. Clark didn't know that this was Robert's doing, and thought that the CNC had launched an attack on them, scaring him so much that his black face contorted. What the fuck is going on? Did our network get fucked up or something? Why isn't any usable cyberspace available? Esther, who was not in a good mood either, exclaimed, "Stop yelling, you nigger! How dare you call a black man a nigger to his face? You racist piece of shit! I could throw you out of this house right now into a pile of fur seals at the North Pole and have these beasts cuddle you for warmth." Without a word out of his mouth, Clark cursed with Esther. In fact, they were both in a bad mood and couldn't find a reason for it. A hacker who didn't even have a network anymore. What the fuck was the point of attacking? Why not just hurt each other? Just then, a voice rang out from one of the far back corners of the room. "Shut up all of you. You're all making so much noise that you're reminding me of my dead mother-in-law. The network is back up now. Robert, if you're launching any damn bombs I'm going to kill you right now." It was the darkest place in the whole house, and the man behind the computer was like a ghostly figure. No one could see his face, and no one even knew who this person was. All they know is that his internet LD is called Murderer and his real-life nickname. Also Murderer. The scariest thing is that he is indeed a murderer. Clark had been one of the first of the group to come to the CSD, but this man seemed to have arrived before even he did, and always sat in that seat, never talking to anyone or trying to mess with him. The only other conversation was when Clark had only come to CSD and asked him if there were no other members here. The homicidal maniac answered him. There was. Clark asked again. Where did they go? Killed by me. As he spoke, the homicidal maniac slowly raised his head, and Clark's mere glance scared him so much that he barely sat up. This is a severely burned face. 2/3 of the face area has become scars. One eye and nose all disappeared. As if it is like a devil coming out of hell. To be as horrible as horrible. From wherever, Clark would never be alone in a room with him. And the first thing Clark reminded them of when Eston and the others arrived was not to mess with the monster sitting at the end of the room. Esther never believed this. So one day she took the initiative and went to talk to the homicidal maniac. Only for the homicidal maniac to let out a low growl and pin Esther to the ground like a wild animal, saying in a sandy voice, "Don't mess with me, woman, or I'll kill you." That very night, Esther threw herself into Clark's arms, but while warming up, Esther kicked Clark away, causing the latter to always think that he had inherited his eggs from his father. At this moment, as soon as the homicidal maniac spoke, Robert was so frightened that he sat down directly on his butt, and his head nodded so fast that it appeared to be a heavy shadow. The network had indeed been restored as Homicide Maniac had said. And how exactly it had been restored, no one knew. All they could see was that the vintage machine of the homicidal maniac had been turned on. But at that moment it had been turned off again. Mysteries aren't scary. Mysterious monsters are scary. And while everyone wants to know how this homicidal maniac got to CSD, it's a question that will never be asked. Senj had already taken out 4. And there were 11 more. And one would be better than the other. But Senj was fearless. Just let them bring out all they could though. It's not Senj's hubris, but he learns a lot of useful things every time he goes up against a hacker. For example, today's mastery of wireless networking is something that Senj doesn't know when he would have had the time to touch if it wasn't necessary. Winning, Senj didn't have any feelings. Only this knowledge was the most valuable asset. CSD was able to be hired by the world's largest intelligence organization, which meant that their strength was definitely more than that. That said, Senj was kinda looking forward to it now. Hopefully, they would be able to stand out a true, world-class hacker master, so that the fight would be too much. On this side of the command center, Liao Simin whispered a few words to the experts he brought with him, and these experts immediately began to search through the CNC servers. They need to find this man named Sengar, who is in the CNC right now, and his data, too, must be in the server. Putting aside these data LDS in the command center, the one that's left must be this one called Senj. If we find his data, we'll know he's hiding in that office. It was just that Liao Simin had overthought things a bit, not to mention not being able to find Senj's stats. They couldn't even see Senj's ghost domain as well as the shield firewall. Mr. Liao, I can't find it. The expert himself didn't believe the result. This person was hiding in his house, but he couldn't find it. Liao Simin sneered and said, "You're an expert. You're playing with me, aren't you? He's sitting in a certain room in this building, and you're telling me you can't find him?" The experts know Liao Simin's temper. Speak straight, and don't blame him, so they went on to say, "Really can't find it. Mr. Liao, you don't want to think about it. CSD can't even take him. How high this person's strength has to be. If he wants you to know, he would have already let you know. If he doesn't want to, you're just going to demolish the building, and you're not going to be able to see him either." The expert's words were indeed somewhat reasonable, but Liao Simin's violent temper could never accept such a reason. "Now you guys, don't just sit here. Go out noiselessly and do whatever it takes to go from room to room and dig me up." He was expecting Xiao Jie to go to see Senj so he could follow behind, but it turned out that Xiao Jie even went out, and Liao Simin smiled wryly and followed him. But instead, he came back dusty and cursed while walking. "Fuck, did I go to CUP?" Xiao Long and Xiao Jie knew that Liao Simin's mind was trying to find Senj, and for that, their father and son had already thought of a solution. Xiao Jie asked Siyu to remind Senj to lock the office and not open the door to anyone who goes there. Senj, who saw the message, sighed. If it wasn't for the defense of CNC servers with the shield code, he'd be doing CSD in his own home, making it look like he's unseen here. Thinking about it was alright, but Senj wouldn't take it personally. He was someone who could adapt to his surroundings very quickly. From the time his parents left him, he learned to adapt to everything. If you want to survive and realize your dreams, you have to learn to adapt. No matter how hard it was, how many ups and downs, he wouldn't take it to heart. Even in loneliness, looking at the moon by the window, tearful eyes, full of thoughts, Senj never escaped. This is the world in his eyes. He can bury it all in the bottom of his heart, although there are doubts. But he also told himself once and for all that the loss is not lamented. His life absolutely cannot have any sigh. Siyu's message popped up through the session window once again. "Honey, what are you doing? I want to see you again. What's wrong with this girl? She's a nymphomaniac." Senj are about to be helpless, and did not reply, but looked at the data of the server. So far, CSD new attack has not started. Do not know this group of guys, and what the hell is thinking. Clark did think of some ideas that he could use, but then Ellen, in her wheelchair, came into their room. That's right, Alan is a cripple. Both of his legs are missing. And it's rumored that when he was watching animals in some African country, he provoked a lion that ended up biting his legs off. Who cares? This guy who does wheelchairs pays them handsomely after every mission anyway. But this time, Alan wasn't sending them a payoff. He was sending them a message. Look, I've had enough. If none of you can handle the CNC, you're not worth living for. And don't forget, I gave you your lives. With just one word, all the members of the CSD fell silent. Especially Clark. Beads of sweat hanging on his face like a layer of oil had been brushed on top of his skin. Clark's eyes swept over each man's face. A reminder that they had run out of options. Either finish the mission or die. At the same time, he was looking for someone who could form an effective attack on the CNC. But in the end, he came to the conclusion that the existing ones, besides him, Esther, the only one left was that homicidal maniac. All the others, they were just posers. The firewall couldn't be breached. They weren't shit. And being the last person capable of attacking the firewall left Esther. Esther was a firewall expert in her own right, as well as a master of system code modification, and it was now up to her to keep these people alive. Instead, lovely Esther said, Clark, I can tell you very clearly that I'm no match for this man. And, according to my guess, there's only one person in the cyber world who can achieve this technology. Who? Everyone's eyes went to Esther. Even Homicide's head moved slightly. Ghost Butterfly. No, that's impossible. As soon as the words left their mouths, everyone's mouths opened wide, and a tense atmosphere immediately filled the air. If it was a Ghost Butterfly, this mission could end early. That's what Clark thought. That they people were, in the end, relying on the intelligence fed to them by their intelligence officers in their cyber attacks, just like the wireless signal collector Tang we gave to install, as well as the provided CNC server username and login module, as well as the core code of the firewall and so on. Without this data, although they themselves were able to find it, the effect of the attack that was formed in the end would definitely not be so shocking. If their opponent was Ghost Butterfly, the ending was not even necessary to think about. None of them were Ghost Butterfly's opponent. In their eyes, Ghost Butterfly was the demon king who came out of hell, and there was only one thing he wanted to do, to harvest their lives. The basis of wanting to be a hacker is to have an unusual logic, to think about the rationality of a program or a person in doing something. From the beginning of CSD's attack, Senj seemed to have been slowly surfacing amidst all sorts of speculation and searching, because there wasn't a rational explanation for his existence and it had caused things to move towards a state of imbalance. No matter if it was CSD or Liao Ximin, they were all speculating about who this expert was. Liao Ximin was a bit better because he only had Senj's name in his head, but CSD wouldn't be able to face the Ghost Butterfly as an LD. Esther's analysis looked bored, like telling another ghost story, making Clark and the others' hairs stand up in sweat. Esther has Esther's logic, and others have others' opinions. They were attacking the government department CNC. Ghost Butterfly was a hacker, a world-class super hacker. Almost every rule of the cyber world was violated, and the conflict with the Seven Sisters escalated, leading to a near war between hackers from many countries around the world. In the eyes of many people, they speculated that Ghost Butterfly was a person who had no logical thinking at all. Otherwise, how could he be so otherworldly whenever he appeared publicly on the internet? It's like some people's definition of a hacker, always thinking that one of the things a hacker does every day is how to get control of the camera in a beautiful woman's house, chatting software, or being able to unlock the password that locks a computer while surfing the internet at an internet cafe. Some people are more direct, and when they hear the word hacker, they intuitively think of passwords, and in turn think of all his own internet-related passwords, whether they are safe, whether they can be invaded by Trojans, cracked, or even stolen, and so on. It's simple. Hackers are bad people in their eyes, just like these CSD guys who do everything but good things. Isn't that what every hacker does? The reason they become hackers is to get out of the confinement that the real world, or the cyber world has placed on them, and experience true freedom. Or maybe they want to open up in a way to make their life more perfect, and fulfilling than others. Whatever the reason, hackers definitely don't exist to do good. Therefore, after these people from CSD calmed down, they thought that this expert from CNC could never be Ghost Butterfly, just as they thought Ghost Butterfly was a hacker, and like all hackers, what he wanted was not protection, but destruction. It was even more unlikely that he would be with the government's people, or working for them. Even if this was a self-congratulatory reason, it was better than having them face the terrifying existence of the Ghost Butterfly head-on. Esther said no more. What she had decided would never change. Clark's thoughts were much more conservative, and whether the other side was a Ghost Butterfly or not, it was time to make adjustments to their tactics. The attack of a single person could not create much pressure on the other side at all. From the beginning of the attack until now, The only thing they had done to make a modicum of appearance was to cut off the wireless signals within the CNC's jurisdiction, but it only lasted for less than half an hour before it was declared a failure. A few of the others, they are just standing in a platoon to die. If this goes on, they people won't have to go to their deaths, just sit here and wait for them to die. The intelligence side will put a bullet in each of their bodies. So, Clark was going to change the way he attacked, and this time, he was going to have the rest of them strike at the same time, with Esther at the center, playing to their respective areas of expertise. He didn't believe that CNC would be able to handle all of their attacks at the same time. If they wanted to invade the other party's host, they must first destroy the other party's firewall, a problem that they could not solve. But Clark still had a secret weapon in his hand, and this weapon was also provided to him by Tang Hui. If this weapon is used, then Tang Hui is doomed to not be able to get free. Compared to his life, it was the lives of these people that mattered, and no one cared about Tang Hui anymore, because this cyber attack and defense war was no longer about Tang Hui, or CSD's personal interests. It was now about the intelligence department wanting to defend their honor, and even if they sacrificed an intelligence officer, it was still acceptable. At CNC command, the brief silence was just the harbinger of things to come before the big battle opened. Senj didn't think that the CNCD's people didn't give up that easily. Similarly, many people are not willing to easily give up what they are pursuing, including Simi Liao searching for Senj as if he were playing hide and seek, and Siyu's tireless hooking up with Senj. There was no need for Senj to bother with these things. He had his own things to do. A person would always have some curiosity, a hacker even more so. Senj at this time would like to know, CSD people, next we'll use what high trick to launch attacks. But before that, Senj had already blocked the other side's LP segment with the ghost domain among the 50 LP addresses before and after that decoy LP address. The moment there was any unusual activity under these LP addresses, Senj's side would immediately notice. The battlefield of the cyber world was something that could be placed just about anywhere, and that's what modern warfare couldn't compare to. As long as you had enough technology, you could control all the systems in the world through the network, including all kinds of weapon systems, as well as missile launching systems and so on. But Senj felt that he was still a bit far away from all of this. With 10 codes, he had only just initially mastered 2 of them. Senj is definitely not the kind of guy who would drop the ball in a cyber war. The CSD finally began to launch a fierce attack, and they had targeted the firewall first. But Esther's firewall core analysis program was unable to analyze any of the CNC firewall's files at all. This approach is what Senj often refers to as an attack that utilizes the programming language of the software. This trick works well against other firewalls, but against the Shield firewall, it has no effect. To Esther's eyes, the firewall was like a solid fortress, unbroken and perfect in its perfection. How could such a perfect firewall exist in this world? And the software she had written that could analyze all the programming languages in the world couldn't actually analyze what language this firewall was written in, while her software, on the other hand, had crashed. He had expected this ending, as had Clark and the others, and if the other side had been so easily cracked, the few who had failed previously could have gone ahead and killed themselves. All they wanted was for Esther to get the attention of the other side, and that was it. And Clark then started using his secret weapon, which was what he was going to do. Senj's attention was indeed drawn away from Esther. Or rather, whenever a program attacking the firewall came up, Senj would pay attention to it. Perhaps another new program would be found that he could learn about. And this don't tuition knowledge was not always available. This time, the other party seemed to have come out of the woodwork, with 10 data among the 50 LP addresses, all of which sent data exchange messages to the CNC's network. Most of this data contained files with attack programs. Ghost Domain analyzed them to almost nothing, and the Shield firewall blocked all data with dangerous programs, one of which had Esther's analysis program. This way of attacking the firewall is a very common one. The main thing to look at is the other side of the programming language. Content of the program is not comprehensive enough. It depends on the writers, usually is not to pay attention to the world's firewall software in the field of the latest information, as well as a variety of firewall breakthroughs, experience and so on. The firewall framework that Senj wrote for Deepwater was aimed at this kind of cracking. It may not seem like a very clever method, but it is simple and effective. So, Senj was also glad that he was using a Shield firewall and not a normal firewall. This also made Senj think about whether the firewall he had written was effective in stopping such programs from being analyzed and cracked. All other attacks, basically, could be ignored. Any program that could be stopped by the Shield was meaningless in itself. There was just no point in wasting time on analyzing the information from the Ghost Domain, recording it in a notepad and simply looking at it when you had the time. Or, after they failed in this general attack, this battle could officially end. Looking at the time, it was already almost 7 o'clock. The dialogue window with Siyu flickered again, and Senj laughed helplessly. This girl, she was really in the mood. I thought the content would be another one of those fleshy hookups, but when I clicked on that window, the content on it surprised Senj. Senj, CNC servers have been accessed by an unknown program. This is no joke. Sengar eyed the server data. Ghost domain. Shield all normal. How did he get into the server mainframe? And the shield code actually didn't notice and scan for this program? This was the most unbelievable thing about Sengar. With a single thought, Senj came to a realization, and in his haste, he kept slapping his head. They knew that they were no match for the shield firewall, but they still brazenly attacked, and originally thought that they were looking for death. But in fact, they were simply using this attack to attract his attention, so that he couldn't even take care of the other data changes. If I had known that, I should have gotten Xiao Jie a few more monitors. A second between window switches could have overlooked a data change in the server. Senj immediately narrowed the coverage of the ghost domain and fully analyzed the files in the CNC server. At the same time, Liao Simin in the command center was shouting loudly, "Cut off all network connections. Switch to the intranet data exchange method. Change the server ports. And start the antivirus software." Xiao Long sighed, full of cold sweat, thinking what the hell is Senj doing? They have entered the server. How come they didn't find anything? Is he asleep? He was puzzled. Xiao Jie was even more puzzled. Both wanted to know what Senj was doing. You sent a message to Senj without any reply? Xiao Jie wanted to go and take a look, but Liao Simin was always staring at him, and after thinking about it, he still didn't take this step. Xiao Jie not only stared at him, but also at Xiao Long. The latter just glanced at him and didn't say anything. After the Senj server data search was completed, no suspicious files were found. Instead, it was seen on Xiao Jie's screen that the server was being read for access, and the digital signature of the command came from the host's internal core module. This one wasn't supposed to be an invasion. Sengar thought quickly about why. If it was an intrusion, there was no reason why SHIELD couldn't scan it. But normal operations within the server, SHIELD had no authority to stop them, nor could it recognize them. This permission modification program is executed completely autonomously off the grid. Without a network, there is no way to find out which LP address sent it. Although it was clear that it was the CSD people who did it, they couldn't find the key intrusion port. The program just appeared in the middle of the server. On this side of the command center, the expert shouted loudly, "Report, our city's basic network control access has been modified. We're about to be kicked off the server." This program modifies the recognition module in the core file. All unrecognized users are automatically proposed by the system and need to re-register and log in to connect to the server. Xiao Jie looked at the big screen and shouted, "Have any files been copied?" The expert hurriedly looked at the data and said, "There is no record of being duplicated for the time being. If this program copies the core data module and passes it on, then CSD will, in the first place, copy an identical CNC server system out. This is a technique that hackers are used to, mainly for data hosts in government departments. This is because once the host is compromised and it cannot be stopped, the average engineer will simply take off the server's storage hardware, such as the hard disk as well as the data exchange templates. In that case, all the intrusions become meaningless. So these hackers invented this mirror system installation program. After invading some functional hosts like CNC, the first thing they will do is to copy the server's system core module first. Then they will make a system out of it themselves, and finally hook it up to the server's protocol domain name, and then they will be able to completely control the server. Liao Simin exhaled softly. As long as it wasn't copied, it wasn't a big problem. Who said they didn't copy? It just didn't copy successfully. Senj had locked the module's copy items while the permissions were being modified, making the entire server's files temporarily non-copyable. Doing so would only buy him a little time, and the non-replicable item would be removed once the permissions had been modified and completed. He was working on getting rid of the program before the permissions were changed. However, the program could not be removed and had changed the digital signature of the server system, which was annoying at that point. The digital signature is the system default registry controllable executable program. Once the signature has been modified, the server's permissions are instantly locked. No one can change, unless you reinstall the system to regenerate the digital signature. Otherwise, you want to change the permissions of this digital signature. More difficult than heaven. Senj was a person who was not willing to go after anything. Since the other party had already entered the system, there was no use blaming anyone now. Figuring out how to fix this program was what mattered. This is a normal data change within the system, and the shield firewall, as well as the antivirus software, cannot default to an invasive operation, so you have to figure out how to fix the program manually. The construction of the CNC server system is very complex, and at the beginning of the design, in the framework agreement of the program, the modification of the digital signature has not been removed. Doing so is also for the convenience of system upgrades, without having to modify the digital signature every time to obtain the system's operating privileges. It never occurred to me that this design flaw would become a weapon for CSD to attack them today. Senj's hands were on the keyboard, but he didn't know which program command, or code, to use to stop the program. He called up all the symbols, and what that symbol could do, in quick combinations in his head, but every approach didn't work. There's no time to waste. There's no antidote for this virus. On this side of the command center, the voices that could have spoken normally were now raised to the level of shouting. Everyone was eager to get a solution, so their gazes always hovered over the faces of Liao Ximin and Xiaolong. They hoped that they would miraculously say something about the solution right away like they did with that artificial satellite before. However, so far, Xiaolong and Xiaojie, one of them had a puzzled face, while the other one was in a state of impatience. Doubtful Xiaolong, he wants to know whether Senj has thought of a way or not. He was the last hope of solving the problem. Liao Ximin's side had completely run out of options, watching the server's permissions being modified as if it was reading seconds, but could only report the time with even shouting. These members of CNC, in this case, expected even less from them whatsoever. Their skills were a luxury to even defend in this attack. It wasn't that they looked down on their own people, but this time their opponents were too strong. If Senj hadn't been here, CNC would have fallen long ago. Even though Senj was right here, the server was still breached, and as of now, Senj had not come up with any effective solutions. Xiaolong had to think again. This time, was it really necessary to activate the last line of defense? The so-called last line of defense is a state of emergency that completely shuts down the server, mainly to protect the data security of the server, on the basis of the inability to effectively resist the invasion, by shutting down the server, cutting off all connections to the server. But in doing so, the military and government networks of the entire city would be paralyzed, and all government portals would show a 404 error message. The command and dispatch system within the troops would also follow suit and lose its effect, entering a no-network state. A question many may ask is, don't these city departments have their own servers? From security as well as utilization considerations, the city's data is basically in one server, except for the national-level departments. This is done first of all to facilitate security management. The department's external website as well as the application of the control platform for the city's functions, something so important that it is impossible for them to manage it privately. On the basis of security, the general server providers, in some respects, cannot meet the security standards of the application areas of the government sector, and the charges are particularly expensive. These departments in the capital budget, the first thing will be considered both security, but also can save the cost of the server. The most important point is that the state in the management of these servers can be unified, efficient, direct management, eliminating the intermediate scheduling and coordination links and other unfavorable factors. So sectors like CNC come into existence. Only no one ever cares about them or gets to know them. In the same way that when we eat, we rarely think about where the rice came from. And once the last line of defense was activated and the server shut down, it would naturally affect the data access of other departments. Therefore, Xiaolong was not able to make this decision easily. Xiaojie on the other hand became even more anxious. If Sangar could do something fast. The server was about to fall. If the last line of defense was activated, the loss would be too great. Senj in the office, eyes unblinking staring at the computer screen, always thinking of encountering a master. Really encountered, but hit him by surprise, the opportunity to fight back. And this masterful Clark, looking at the data on his computer, had a grin so big he could fit a basketball in his mouth. Although he didn't know how far along his program was now, he was absolutely sure he could make it work. Listen guys, your lives belong to me now, and if I were you, I'd do everything in my power to make this man who saved you happy. Looking at his mouth, Esther said in disgust, Clark, you look like you're about to play it out. Don't think I don't know what you've done. Your skills are arguably the worst out of all of these people, and you didn't use the backdoor that the intelligence people gave you to get into their servers? Don't always talk about yourself like you're a savior. When this was said, the others immediately realized what the guy had done. Robert was the first to say, fuck you, you asshole, I almost thanked you for this, but it means nothing. Clark was in a good mood now and didn't talk to Esther. He just heatedly smiled and said, I told you that I have a secret weapon. This time I'll see how they CNC respond. If there are no surprises, after 3 minutes this server will be mine. At that time, I will invite you all to have a party. You guys just bring the destruction and go. Dennis, who had never been good with words, suddenly spoke up. What about that intelligence officer when you do that? Who cares? Compared to my life, he's worthless. Not only did I save your life, I also saved the honor of CSD. Even if that guy dies, I won't feel guilty or anything. After all, doing all this can be for this guy. It's time for him to do something for us as well. Clark's words left Dennis speechless, and Esther looked back at Dennis, his gaze turning even more grim. Now they couldn't go as far as to say whether Clark was right or wrong to do this. The mission was on Tang Hui, but using Tang Hui's life to save her own for the sake of saving her life, as well as the honor of the CSD, seemed unreasonable, but she would have done the same thing if she were in her place. Who doesn't want to live? It's the most logical explanation among life. Yet there was someone who thought it was unreasonable, and that someone was Senj, and his seemingly unreasonable logic had suddenly struck him. The shield code can't identify if this program is a virus or not, and the manual methods, which can't remove this program, will have to give a definition of this program. So is he a file, or is he a virus? Assuming he is a virus, a super virus that antivirus software cannot recognize. This is the pattern of the cyber world. When a virus appears, there is always an antivirus program to sanction it. Otherwise, the network collapses, because there always seem to be more viruses than antivirus programs. An antivirus program always has to deal with a variety of viruses at the same time. And while some antivirus programs claim to be able to deal with all known versions of viruses, the truth is that it can do nothing when faced with a powerful standalone virus. This has a definition like a framework. Most of the viruses are written by the same program framework, and on small attacks, antivirus software can stop them. But what to do with viruses that go beyond the regular framework? These thoughts came instantly to Senj's mind. A hacker can create all programs with destructive properties. They can be viruses or other software. For example, this program that modifies the digital signature of a server cannot be defined by an antivirus or a firewall. If it has to be considered as a virus, then this is entering a misconception. Apparently, Senj got into this misunderstanding, or he forgot who he really was because of a kind of blind nervousness that he was, in fact, a hacker. As he thought, hackers were there to create havoc, not to defend something. Wouldn't it be possible, when targeting viruses, to fight fire with fire in a way that goes beyond logic? Since the opponent wanted to be a normal file in this server, it took a hacker to conquer him. Obviously, that person is Senj. He had a powerful key code, he had a ghost domain, and if it was him, he could take care of this server in minutes. The original firewall was nothing in front of him. The opponent's program prohibited modification while itself being modified, and Senj was well aware that such a program would delete the program after modifying all of the core modules, because what they ultimately want is this server. This program will be deleted after its usefulness is over, or else, when they go to operate the server, the same data signatures will be modified again by this actively executed program. That's the mission of this program. Brilliant, and short-lived. After that, the server starts its work in a completely new way, only but with a different owner. Then at this point, Senj, too, is going to change his identity. He's going to go from a defender to an attacker. Be his hacker, the ghost butterfly. Our text may take hundreds of words to describe the idea, but in Senj's mind, it's a process of a few seconds. He sent a message to Siyu. Tell Xiao Jia that there's no need for defense. Just let them modify it though, and tell him to prepare a server permission module for me. Senj's dialogue window was like a stimulant at this point, making Siyu almost scream out loud. Like everyone else, they needed a solution too much, or, they needed Senj's words too much. But Xiao Jia, however, was staring at the big screen at this time, without any reaction. Siyu had no choice but to run behind Xiao Jia and tell him the news about Senj. However, this scene let a side of Liao Simin see clearly, and opened his mouth to say, "What is the situation? Louder, say out. What time is it?" But also gibberish. "Your mysterious person in the end, what is the way?" As soon as the words left their mouths, everyone held their breath and looked at them. It wasn't because of Liao Simin's angry roar, but they wanted to know what idea Senj had come up with. Siyu couldn't decide. She could only look at Xiaolong. Without his consent, she would never say a word. Xiaolong sighed. Now should be the time to be unanimous. Temporarily stop hiding is also no choice. So Xiaolong nodded to Siyu. He told us to let the CSD attack go, and he wants the server's file module. An expert immediately objected. What is this? Letting CSD take over our administrative authority over the servers? Is he crazy or what? This is not a decision to be taken lightly, and no one can say what the consequences of doing so will be. But what choice do they have? The highest position here was Liao Simin, and this decision could only be given by him. Xiao Jia was in no mood to pay attention to this expert. Mr. Liao, this is our only option. I believe this can help us. Please give the order. Xiaolong followed suit. Simin, Xiao Jia is right. We don't have a choice now. Instead of watching the server get destroyed, we should just let go and do something big. Liao Simin finally decided. nodded to Xiao Jie and said, "Give him everything." Xiao Jie found the data module from the backup file of the main control computer. This was the system's data integration, the data file named Ultimate Module. However, when extracting the file, I was prompted for a password. What's going on here? I never set any passwords for the backup files? With Xiao Jie's knowledge of the network, this password was multiple encrypted, and Xiao Jie couldn't crack it at all. This must be the work of that bastard Tang Hui. No one can touch this computer except him. Or maybe Senj had a way to crack it. And in this world there was no system he couldn't get into, no code he couldn't decipher. CU passed on the situation to Senj. And now there were less than 2 minutes before the permissions were completely modified. Senj couldn't think about it in time, so he can only activate Ghost Domain ahead of time and went straight to the server's backup folder, finding the files ready to be copied. But the file was several Gs in size, and it would take at least a few minutes to finish copying it. By then, I'm afraid the server would have completely fallen. Senj had never been so calm as he was at this point. The best way to save time was to compress the size of the file. Again, this required a program, and Senj had it. It was one of the programs Senj had written to compress files at a maximum computational rate of up to 750 megabytes per second. The execution of this program depends first of all on the memory capacity of the server. The larger it is, the faster the compression will be. The memory capacity of CNC servers naturally went without saying, and in less than half a minute, Senj had finished compressing the file. On the CSD side, Clark looked at the time and smiled. "Guys, party is on." Senj's plan also started. It was supposed to be his stage. The main character of the staging could only be him. Clark's party finally started. He gave everyone a LD to get into the server as well as the password. At the moment, he was like a rich man distributing food to these poor people. His fortune, the CNC server. He figured the thing was now his. The digital signature was entirely his command module. All he had to do now was connect to the data network with the CNC and open the gate, and he could go ahead and do everything to his heart's content. However, there was always a pair of eyes watching them again. No matter what they did, the owner of the eyes knew exactly, or rather, he had been waiting for them to come for a long time. CNC wasn't as vulnerable as they thought, and this was bound to be the end of CSD. The owner of those eyes was Senj, and his ghost domain had locked onto Clark's data as an individual, and the hole was dug, just waiting for them to jump in. And Clark jumped righteously. How could he possibly think that someone would dig him a hole and shovel all the dirt that was going to bury him? It had to be a confidence thing for him, because he trusted his program so much. This program was written specifically for the CNC module, which was provided to him by Tang Hui. At the same time, Tang Hui also provided Clark with a piece of information that was enough to bring him to his doom: the backdoor of CNC. Every system has backdoors. Just as there can never be a perfect person in this world, a system is written by multiple people. And it's simply impossible to say that there isn't a single error bug amongst hundreds of millions of files. Even the operating systems of our average person are almost always being upgraded. Such upgrades aren't about adding anything to the system. They're about shutting down countless backdoors. CNC servers can also have backdoors, and any engineer who knows the system is likely to find the bug. But it's not necessarily a fix. It's up to them. This backdoor discovered by Tang Hui is a bug in the server's data interchange, because the server has to scan each access data. And at this time, the server will provide a caching mechanism for the accessed data actively, in order to be able to fully receive each other's data while scanning. It was designed to increase the security of the login, which can effectively avoid the execution of brute force cracking program at the time of login. But because of this, when the server provides a cache, a design flaw can cause the data cache for logging in to skip directly over the login module into the system. The premise is that you can enter the server as soon as you find the server's data cache. This bug was discovered by Tang Hui and told to Clark as a means of saving his own life, because he was always sure that he was the only one who found this backdoor. Because before that, Xiao Jie had asked him many times if he had checked the system for any errors, and his answer had always been no. This did not mean that Xiao Jie was not serious about his work, but the discovery of this error was indeed accidental. This accidental error, however, had been analyzed by Senj long ago. A program that SHIELD couldn't even recognize could only be accessed through the system's default method. But the system's login permissions had been changed, and the only way to get into the system was to use another way, and that way was to utilize the system's backdoor. The expert in the CNC command center reported at this time, the server's permissions have been modified, and all users have been kicked out. Liao Simin clasped her hands on her shoulders and turned her head to Xiaolong. I hope he can perform a miracle. After the last piece of data entered the server as well, a hint of a smile immediately surfaced at the corner of Senj's mouth. In fact, before they entered the server, Senj was able to change the server's core modules in his way, but Senj had more than that to do. This battle had dragged on long enough, and it was time to end it. Just as Clark got access to the server and was about to open the city's data network console, his computer's firewall immediately alerted him that an unknown program was modifying system files. Now that his firewall is hooked up to CNC's servers, this prompt, that is, the server's prompt. Clark put away the grin on his face. He still had to rely on Esther for the system file piece. The latter immediately initiated a file scan to see if that file was being modified, but when she scanned the file, Esther instantly tensed. Clark, you idiot, it's a trap. What do you mean? Clark's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard as the window shifted constantly with data from the data file Esther had given him. As he took a look, he immediately shouted, "No! This is impossible! This is absolutely impossible!" What did Esther find out? She discovered that the server's core files were being replaced, and their data had all been surrounded. Yes, surrounded. All the commands they sent to the server to attack as well as destroy were followed by an extension they had never seen before, and all the commands, all of them, were invalid. Clark threw his rock eyes to the ground as soon as he could, or else the sweat-dampened mirrors made it so he couldn't see anything. Like everything about him was blocked off to another world. The program files, with their extensions hung, began to be sent furiously into their personal operating systems, and their firewalls were uninstalled at the same time, with Clark's system crashing first, followed by Robert's, and other CSD members. Wherever computers were connected to the CNC servers, the systems all crashed. Esther attempted to cut off the network. It was the only way he could think of to stop the other side from attacking, but it didn't do any good. Her system files were being deleted over and over again, without even a hint. One by one, the usual functions disappeared, and finally even the sound disappeared, and the computer screen went black. Everyone's mouths were open, and Clark was in a trance. Until now, he hadn't reacted to what the other man had done to them. This is to ask Senj, his ghost domain, to CSD all the existence of the data of all the surrounded, like a group of ants surrounded, cannot be avoided, depending on how Senj want to play them. The funny thing is that the attack methods Senj used were all the ones they had used. Meanwhile, on the CNC server side, Senj had finished replacing the module files and sent a message to Siyu. The server has been normalized. Ask Xiao Jia what's going on with the CSD people. Seeing Senj's message, Siyu couldn't care less and got up and shouted, "Boss, the server data recovery is complete. We can log in normally." Xiao Jia's words have not yet exported it. The other side of Liao Ximin, a voice shouted up. This voice, just like 4:30 to 5 o'clock in the morning, that will, downstairs to buy eggs, yell like, no matter what good feeling or let his shout to get no trace. Liao Ximin also did not want to shout, but when he was excited, he wanted to shout. Restore the ground straight bouncing. Do not know. Thought that this guy is going to deform it. The others don't have time to yell. His voice alone is enough. What they need to do is to immediately log into the server and check if the system has been compromised. As for what to do about those people from CSD, Xiao Jia didn't have the right to decide. Otherwise, he really wanted Senj to kick them in the nuts. In the end, this matter must still be Xiaolong's idea. Absolutely cannot tell Liao Ximin, and cannot let him know. Xiaolong smiled and had only one idea, to make sure that CSD was no longer attacking, then immediately let Senj leave CNC. Of course, if you want CSD to stop attacking, you have to completely eradicate these people. For these people who jeopardize the interests of the country, there is absolutely no room for leniency. Therefore, Xiaolong converted his order into a throat-slitting action, and he wanted to let everyone know that the result of offending CNC was only death. This definition of death doesn't actually end their lives, and Senj isn't so technologically advanced that he can kill people over the internet, but Senj naturally had his ways, and Senj's definition of death was to make them completely terrified of CNC, of him, as a way to keep them from ever hitting CNC in the future. Thinking of this, Senj immediately entered a string of codes into the ghost domain. On the CSD side, a string of text immediately appeared on all the computer screens. Stop trying to attack CNC. You'll get nothing out of it but embarrassment. Tell your organization not to hit CNC or else make each and every one of you worse than dead. Everyone saw it clearly. At this moment, they felt like a computer after being attacked. There was no content whatsoever, a blankness and darkness. It meant that they had lost, that this mission was a complete failure, or that their lives were about to be ended in this room. Clark kept wiping the sweat from his face. He wanted to see Esther. He loved seeing Esther, but he couldn't take his eyes off the door to the room, as if the assassins with silenced weapons were going to come in and take their lives at any moment. Esther had never heard the sound of a person's heartbeat before, and at that moment she heard it, a deafening sound that came right from her body. Death. It was simple, like their failure, instantaneous, but she was not willing to try again. She wanted to try again. but her system was completely paralyzed. Even if she was given another chance, what could she do? In front of a powerful opponent, she didn't even have a chance to make a move. It was like a match that had already run out of time. She always wanted a little more time, but the time that was always moving stopped at this moment. The others were hoping that someone would give them an order so they could do something about it. However, Clark, who was usually the favorite to give orders, had broken down at this point. Of all the people, the one who was the most calm was Dennis. He didn't care about winning or losing, only about how he should live. He knew what the cost of losing was. The lives of these people were worthless to him. Nothing was more important than his daughter. What he wanted to give her was a full life. That was the only thing he believed in and what always kept him going. The door to the room finally opened, but instead of someone coming in, someone went out. The horrible face of the homicidal maniac was fleeting in the light and shadow of the door. The nerves in his face were all dead. No one knew what his expression was at that moment, like a ghost from hell. You never knew what kind of pain and sorrow was in that eerie face. Every second, it seemed, was extraordinarily long, and Clark and the others wondered what they were waiting for. They told themselves they weren't waiting to die, and that, in a way, would still make them feel better. At that moment, the door to the room was opened once again, and a burly man wearing a black suit and dark sunglasses walked in through the door. What does he want? Had he come to harvest the lives of these people? In his black-gloved hand, he held a silvery white silent pistol. Many people wonder what color death is. It's actually the color of the weapon that takes your life. This color is like a scythe wielded in the hand of death, laughing maniacally as it tears at your soul, cuts into your flesh, and finally throws your scattered body to be burned in the fires of purgatory. Day after day, year after year, Clark's two unconscious thighs, no longer able to remain standing, left him heavily paralyzed. The killer didn't even look at him. Stepping right over him, Dennis had the butterfly knife he had prepared long ago in his hand, and if he was the first person this assassin was going to kill, the knife would be stuck in the assassin's body before he could shoot him. Then, without looking at him, the killer walked straight behind Robert. Robert didn't even seem to realize the assassin standing behind him, both of his hands still tapping away at the keyboard. Esther could see clearly that his monitor was simply black. Yes, the poor man has gone completely insane, and it seems that he can still see his program commands in his eyes, and he's still attacking CNC servers, and he's about to succeed. With the silver-white pistol aimed at his head, Esther slowly closed her eyes. She wasn't afraid to die, but she was afraid to see someone else die. There was a muffled pop as the bullet went in through the back of Robert's head and out through his forehead, smeared with blood, and nailed the monitor. The cracked and shattered texture was covered in Robert's blood, and his head, too, slammed heavily on top of the keyboard. His eyes were transfixed on the paralyzed Clark, who still seemed to want an order. Or maybe he still wanted to make a bet with Clark. At the moment of his death he saw his own blood, and in that moment he seemed to come to his senses. So he told himself that his life was over. He was glad that his sad life had finally come to an end. If there was an afterlife, he would never go back to being a hacker. A lot of people were glad that the first person killed wasn't them. God knows how ruthless these people were. No one would care about Robert's life, even if everyone around them was killed. So what? Anyway, it was enough for them to survive themselves. Would this killer, however, let them live? Senj's ghost domain had always surrounded CSD's LP address segment, and their system hadn't changed any data so far. This meant that the people of CSD had given up, or that they would not be able to launch an attack in a short period of time. It was already over, but Senj still had a bit of a feeling that he couldn't get enough of it. This big battle had made him realize a lot of things, and these things were the most valuable assets for him. Should have sent a message to CU, but his heart always feel, this hacker war seems to be not completely finished. Always feel like missing something like, but a moment and cannot think of. CU's message, however, was sent in a timely manner, and the content was that if the battle was over, hurry up and leave the CNC headquarters and go to the big stall to wait for Xiaojia. Senj also asked himself, is the battle really over? If so, why did he feel no excitement at all? Is the other side really CSD? It's notorious, but it's a name. Is that all they can do? Senj looked at the data from the ghost domain again, and it was still all normal. CSD still had no data from any of these systems. Looks like I was overthinking it. For every idea that arose, Senj would analyze the reason. Only this one. Senj couldn't find a reason. Data was the most real. But more often than not, Senj still believed in his own feelings. He first sent a message to CU. The other party's attack might not be over yet. We can't leave for now. Xiaojia's side all thought that Senj had already left the CNC headquarters. And when he read this message, he immediately became nervous again. How come? Aren't all the people over there already taken care of? How come there's still an attack? Seeing this message, Senj was also speechless. After being a hacker for such a long time, this was the first time he had this feeling, as if in the underworld, there was a pair of eyes like a poisonous snake watching him, and as long as he dropped his guard, he would bite him to death. Definitely couldn't let this feeling last. No matter what, he had to find the cause. Otherwise, he would never leave the house. But there were more people who wanted to leave CSD, a room that by now was filled with the smell of blood, because they were afraid of those organs in their heads, like Robert sprayed on the monitor, as if they had given the monitor a blood-red desktop. But the Slayer, seemingly uninterested in the others, slipped the pistol into his pocket and, dragging Clark, who was no longer able to walk, left the house. The rest of them looked at each other in dismay. What is this? Do you have to pick a place to kill someone? Dennis wasn't going to sit here and wait to die. And taking his butterfly knife, he followed suit and opened the door to the room. But the first thing he saw was 5 silent pistols aimed at him. One of the bearded killers shook his head slightly at Dennis, reminding him not to do anything stupid, or else all the bullets in their guns would belong to him. Dennis slowly backed away again. 1 assassin he could take care of. 5 would take care of him. Clark was taken to a darkened room, unable to move his legs, but his mouth seemed to move. Voices could, at times, embolden a man, as Clark had often said, the black man's sense of humor, to the point where he could never lose it, even when he was killed, had to make his killers laugh until their stomachs hurt. But by the time someone actually tried to kill him, his sense of humor had long since left him behind and run off without a trace. Please don't kill me. I'm still a virgin. There was no one in the room, and there was no telling who he was going to say it to, and even if someone did hear, who cares if he's a virgin? At that moment, the door to the room was opened again, and Alan, who was in a wheelchair, was pushed in by the previous assassin. At the sight of this murderous man, Clark felt his tongue curl and couldn't speak. Alan was furious when he took a look at this wimpy face of his and said with a cold snort, "If I wanted to kill you, would I still let you live until now? Look at this fucking wimpy look of yours. I can't wait to kick you a few times." When Clark heard that, it turned out that Alan wasn't trying to kill him, so he could still be alive. Thinking about it, Clark stood up from the ground in a flash, which excited him as if he had smoked marijuana. "Alan, I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you don't kill me. I'll give you a bath, a massage, hold you while you pee, and finally help you with your zipper." Clark couldn't keep his mouth shut when he got excited, but Ira didn't want to hear any of that nonsense from him. Giving a hand signal to the Slayer next to him, the silver-white silent pistol, it was aimed at Clark's head. Just as he was about to paralyze on the ground again, Alan said, "Just because I don't kill you now doesn't mean that I won't ever kill you. Your life is clutched in my hand. I can take it away anytime I want. Although I am angry for failing this mission, but the merciful me, I still intend to give you another chance. Just this once. If you still reward me with disappointment, your lives, I will take them all." Clark kept nodding his head, doing whatever Alan said as long as he could live. This life had indeed been earned, and this opportunity had been as good as a godsend, although it was given by Alan. Don't expect Clark to thank Alan for a single word. In his mind he would have killed the cripple a million times over. "Now get the hell out of here. I don't want to see your hanging ape face again." Clark rolled out of the room with mixed feelings of excitement and hard feelings. Excited that he could go on living, and hard because when would his life truly be his own? The killer left the room as well, but Alan didn't, as one of the room's walls suddenly split to either side, and a secret room appeared in front of Alan's eyes. Alan also did not move. The previous cold expression was also replaced by respect. The person in the middle of the secret room was the one who really created this organization. No one knew who this person really was. Even Alan only knew his nickname, Creator, President. "I let you down on this mission." Alan lowered his head as if in penance. Everything here belonged to the Creator, including his life. There was not a single light in the chamber, and in the midst of the darkness, there was an eerie aura. A grim voice slowly sounded in the darkness. "Alan, you did nothing wrong. It's just that this time the opponent is far more powerful than you guys imagined. Killing Robert is also a helpless move. There has to be someone to take responsibility for this action. But your mission is not over yet. The Creator program will be developed and completed on the same day, and by that time, the whole world will be mine." Alan didn't say another word. The man inside had the power to dictate everything to him, even if it cost him his life, which he would do without hesitation. The Creator program had taken 10 years. Countless people had sacrificed their lives in order to reach this program, and now that the program was about to be completed, their efforts had finally paid off. This is something to be happy about, isn't it? But Alan couldn't be happier. No one had given more than he had. His family, everything he had including his legs. His mind could never forget when he first saw this plan. It was like a small boat that had been drifting on the sea for countless years and suddenly found land. Wasn't this everything that he had been pursuing for years? Everyone has their own pursuit, don't they? Just a lot of people do not know what they are pursuing, but every day, but still in the pay, in the hard, in the sea of people running around, in the darkness of the night disappointed, lonely and sleepless. Pursuits are an easy thing to forget. They silently disappear from your mind when we spend most of our time focusing on how to get to the next meal that feeds us. Alan was then a man who was plagued by the so-called pursuits and dreams with, who created benefits for many, but he got very little. Until one day, when he saw the plan, he felt that his soul, suddenly, had a faith, and he was willing to do everything for it. It was his oath, and he did it for the sake of that oath. So much so that by now, he was numb with life, wealth, everything, and in his eyes, he only had the creator plan. There were times when he asked himself if it was worth it to do it all or not. But what else is worthwhile for someone who has nothing? His memories were closed at the same time as the door to the chamber was closed, and the room returned to the quiet and dreary darkness that was the color of his life. The door to the room opened and the homicidal maniac walked in. In a way they were of the same world, for they both lived in darkness. They had tasted the pain and loneliness of life all over. The CSD had changed countless engineers, and only the homicidal maniac remained. Alan didn't want to kill him because every time he saw him, Alan could think of himself. Homicidal maniac was like a mirror in front of him. The ugly and horrible appearance was Alan's soul. Mr. Alan, this isn't over. Give me box access and I'll take out CNC. Homicide's voice was as dull and empty as the atmosphere in this room. He had never asked for anything, for he knew that to be allowed to live was the best gift Alan had ever given him. And what was there that he could not fulfill? But this time, he had to open his mouth and make an application, because he wanted to know if that expert from CNC was the ghost butterfly Esther had mentioned or not. Alan didn't say anything. His mind was spinning as fast as a computer. He was considering whether or not Homicide would get the results he wanted by doing this. After today's events, he had become unable to be certain of anything other than the matter that the creator's program would succeed immediately, which was worthy of certainty. So Alan said, I believe in your skills, but the other side seems to be more powerful, and until we have enough information, I can't do anything with you. As long as you can give me box access, I can determine his identity. The murderous maniac didn't seem to want to give up yet. This was a rare opportunity for him, or maybe, his whole life, meticulously living until now, was to wait for this person to appear. This opportunity, he absolutely could not give up. He knew that the other party was waiting for him right now outside of CSD's network data. If he gave up, it would be hard to run into him again in the future, because the rule of the intelligence group is that if you fail, you will not attack the same opponent again. This is also a means of protecting yourself, just like the masters of the game. A move, used and reused. The other side will already know how to deal with you. Alan shook his head. Box access is vital. I would never use him here. CNC is nothing more than a minor character. There's no need for you to take him to heart. Go back and have a drink, and leave the rest to the intelligence team. Alan's orders are inviolable. I.e., homicidal maniacs. And Alan will deny him twice, if it were anyone else. The first denial would be a bullet the second time. Homicide sighed and had to just leave. He was so much like Alan. Alan trusted him so much that he let him live in CSD all the time, and gave him everything, even his life. So it was even more important that he couldn't disobey Alan's orders. It wasn't Alan's authority. It was a request that was almost as close as kinship. When the nonchalant assassin reappeared, Alan whispered, I want to know who that person is. Tell our people at CNC. I want everything about this person. Everything in Senj's eyes was nothing but data, as normal as data could be, and the more normal it was, the more carefully Senj looked at each symbol. It was as if the thing called a lie was not really for others, but for himself. But data is always the truest data, and in the midst of their world, there are never lies. Senj's fingers kept clicking on the table as his mind recalled the details of the entire attack, as well as the characteristics of each attack along with the entry points. He considered them in particular detail. It can be said that CSD didn't have several decent attacks this time, and theoretically, the ones who attacked CNC should be their core members, and the others, nothing more than some posers. Thinking of this, Senj suddenly thought of another problem. Once again, he went through the recorded attack data carefully, and after counting all the LP addresses, Senj was in a state of sudden realization. From the beginning of the attack, only 14 pieces of data interacted with CNC's host, and one piece of data never showed up. According to the intel that Senj had cracked, there were 15 members of CSD, which meant that the real boss never made a move. Senj, who had found the key to the problem, immediately entered a string of symbols into the ghost domain code. At this moment, the ghost domain was like a soldier who had received a battle order and immediately began to act. between the data transformations, ghost domains tracking code, directly into the other party's data line. This was one of the most amazing functions of the key code. Any device connected to the wire, the key code could track it. Even if it was an electric kettle, ghost domain would not let it go. After filtering out the useless data, Senj did realize that there was another computer present in the CSD's network, but it was always in a shutdown state. Senj really wants to ask this boss, what kind of trick are you pulling when your men are fucked and you guys don't even turn on your computers? Of course, characterizing him as a boss was just one of many guesses Senj had. Or that the computer was never used at all. Or that the CLA's intel was wrong. And so on. But no matter what, the hacker behind this computer is always a ticking time bomb. His existence was the biggest threat to CNC. The computer could be thrown at CSD all the time. But Senj couldn't sit in CNC and watch him forever. Senj could put an eye outside his network though. And whenever it made a move, Senj could instantly know what he had done. Of course, there were times when Senj was so bad that even he felt terrible. Like when he was writing this little program, for example, in which he had incidentally placed a data subbomb. That was the name Senj had given to the improvised program. And once the other man turned on his computer, the subbomb began to disrupt his firewall. And by the time he realized that and began to encrypt the core firewall code, the program then began to disrupt his network so he couldn't connect to his data. By the time the network data was recovered, a variant file of this program left over from the attack on the firewall began to destroy his system files. Trying to reinstall the system? Impossible. Senj also applied the same trick that FBA used against him back then. The one that locked the system extension code. Make all the corrupted system files add an identification code. Want to reinstall the system is impossible. By the time this was all pretty much settled on the other side, Senj had enough time to sit down at his computer and deal with him. Of course, dear readers are smart. You must have thought of a quicker and more effective way. But Senj has thought of it too. And it's an even better trick. Senj let out a series of bad jokes of his own as he wrote the program. It felt like throwing poop at someone's door. After all this was done, the battle, for the time being, was over. Stretching his back and wiggling his neck, he was tired but accomplished. And the aroma of the dishes fried by the owner of the stall seemed to have been hovering in front of his nose for a long time. Just like CU's message, which was hooking him up with impunity. Open Xiao Jie's locker. And inside there was indeed a large backpack filled with all sorts of living paraphernalia. No matter what. The contents of the crackling to the floor, followed by the computer stuffed in the chassis. Using Xiao Jie's computer, he sent a message to CU. The battle is over. I'm leaving, tell Xiao Jie to take cover. Just when I wanted to leave, CU's message replied, and I clicked on it, love you, Moa. This girl, crazy. Turning off his computer, Senj then pushed his way out of the office. On Xiao Jie's side, after getting the news, while suppressing his excitement, he shouted to all of them. Pay attention to all of them. CSD is going to attack again. All of them keep a close eye on me. No one can leave this house. With him stumped like that, everyone except CU followed suit and tensed up, their eyes staring at their screens without blinking. Those few experts who were going to go out to look for Senj also hurriedly returned to their positions. Liao Ximin followed suit and cursed. This group of murderous beasts. I curse them to shit until their chrysanthemums are crippled and piss until their eggs are injured. Xiao Long is helpless. There are still so many female soldiers here. How can this guy say everything? You are angry to be angry. Pay attention to the impact, okay? Liao Ximin disregarded everything. Her brain was full of anger, and her eyes were about to spit fire. Is he here to investigate? Or is he here to work? That said, who designed this headquarters building with so many rooms? Like a fucking labyrinth. Trying to find someone is harder than finding a virgin. That's Senj. Don't be complacent. As long as you don't leave this building, you'll definitely be able to find you. Senj, who was carrying a large backpack, suddenly sneezed and looked at the weather, which was starry. Who the fuck is this? Who? Stop. Senj had only chanted when a voice sounded behind him. Turning back to look, it turned out to be the troops patrolling the soldiers. The flashlight then cast on Senj's face. Shaking, Senj's eyes cannot open. Instinctively used his hand to block a little. I'm an engineer at CNC. Home from work. With those words, 5 heavily armed warriors came close to Senj, and the beam of their flashlights fell on his large backpack. What's in here? Open up. The warrior's tone was very firm, and Senj, feeling that there was nothing to it, opened his pack. What's this? The warrior was immediately alerted after clapping his hands together. The entire CNC headquarters had received orders from the top that no one was allowed to come and go as they pleased without authorization from above. Not only did Senj come and go as he pleased, but he also sneaked in and out, and then carried a large backpack with a computer inside. The main thing is Senj's age, 18 or 19, dressed in ordinary clothes. Is there such a young engineer? This, I can explain. You guys know Xiao Jia, right? He knows me. He can prove that I'm CNC's engineer. Senj also knew that it was useless to say anything on this occasion. So let's just mention the person directly, so that it can still be more direct. However, these few soldiers seem to have no idea who Xiao Jia is. They belong to the Armed Forces Department. Itself with the CNC is basically two departments. Senj said, Xiao Jia, where do they recognize to go? We don't know any Xiao Jia. What the hell do you do? Saying that, the soldiers took off the guns on their shoulders. The army is not a joke. You carry a computer around the army compound in the middle of the night, and say you are an engineer. Mentioning this and that, what do you want to do? Senj took a look at all the guns, which cannot be afraid. Troops originally belonged to the high-level confidential unit. CNC headquarters is even more confidential in the confidential. People warriors at any time have the right to open the gun to kill you. Everyone, calm down, calm down. Xiao Jia is the head of CNC's network department. His father is Major General Xiaolong. His old man. You should have heard of him. Xiao Jia and the others hadn't heard of him, but Xiaolong and the others had. The commander of the Misty Special Forces. Who in the whole troop hasn't heard of him? But mentioning Xiaolong doesn't mean that they can let this suspicious guy muddle through and fish in troubled waters. Regardless of whether they know or don't know, investigate his identity first. This is the army. They absolutely can't be ambiguous. With that thought in mind, the warrior raised his gun in the air. No tricks. Come with us. Senj had no choice but to follow them obediently to the duty room of the Armed Forces Department, as these fighters did not enter in 4 or 6, and did not rely on 5 or 7. On duty was a young officer. Senj glanced at his rank. Still a captain. Looking at his looks, he was also very kind, with a smile on his face. After the warrior told him the situation, the captain picked up the large water cup with handle with the characteristics of the army and took a sip violently, then said in a standard northeastern flavor, You said you know Major General Xiaolong, which I thief believe, because we all know him, ha ha. Senj felt that the northeastern people are good, bold character, humor and cute, should be very good to talk, so he went on to say, I really know Xiaolong, or he asked me to come to be an engineer, and his son Xiao Jia, I guess you also know it. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Ah. Are you kidding me? You quickly give me to understand. You are Gaha land? You do not think I look very kind. You can be unscrupulous. Unscrupulous? You cannot fix me. Senj was going to be helpless. Was this guy a joke that God had bestowed on him in the middle of the night? Seeing as he'd had a pretty hard day? You don't believe me when I tell you. What do you want me to say? Why don't you just go ask Xiaolong? But I can tell you that if you don't straighten this out, someone is really going to straighten you out. And you're learning to talk like me? The captain looked like he was really going to get mad, and his tone of voice changed, and his standard Mandarin picked up. Listen to me. This is the army. You're carrying a computer in the middle of the night. I'd say you're a secret agent or a spy. It's fine that you know Major General Xiaolong, but that's our job description. Now you tell me exactly what you're going to do? Senj took a look at this captain and the smile on his face was gone, replaced by a serious face. Senj was also afraid in his heart. Or that, after all, this is the army, not a place to fool around. But Senj was also calm. The current situation was such that nothing he could explain would make sense. The only way to do that was to let Xiao Jie or Xiaolong come and talk to him. Thinking of this, Senj then slowly said, Actually, it's fine if you let me talk, but this involves CNC's top secret. I don't have the right to tell you. If you want to know, let Xiaolong tell you. And if I don't leave this place within 5 minutes, you'll be responsible for all the consequences. The captain was also stunned when he heard Senj's tone. As far as he knew, the CNC servers up had suffered a large-scale hacking attack this evening, and because of this, their superiors had told them to do a good job of securing the base, and with the Legion Department's investigative mission on the base, they were even sloppier as the armed wing responsible for the base's security. But looking at Senj, it didn't even look like he was lying again, and if what he said was true, this matter was really out of his control. Thinking of this, he told the warrior to take Senj out first, it seemed, while he then began to contact Xiaolong. But Xiaolong is in the command center right now, and is not in the office at all. The captain put down the phone, thought about it, and decided to go to the CNC in person to ask about it. This thing really isn't a joke. Xiao Jie, on his side, saw that the time was almost up, and after giving Xiaolong a wink, he spoke. The attack is over. Everyone can rest now. We won. Cheers. Oh ye. Even Xiao Jie himself felt very false. Liao Simin looked at him, smiling but not laughing, said you're out of your mind, right? What's oh ye? How did we win? Xiao Jie heatedly smiled and said, winning means that the guys from CSD have been taken care of, and they won't be attacking again. That's what it means. Thought. Looking at Liao Ximin's eyes, Xiao Jie's words became more and more breathless, and in the last few words, he couldn't even hear himself. Liao Ximin said with a cold snort, I suddenly realized that I shouldn't investigate the Trojan horse. I should investigate you guy first. You're even more fucking hateful than the Trojan horse. Are you deliberately rooting for me to put on a show here so that Senj can move on? You kid even play with me aren't you? Liao Ximin is really a little angry. What Trojan horses? CSDs he doesn't care. What he wants is Senj. What he cares about most is talent. Now if you look at it like this, I guess Senj left the army a long time ago, and he doesn't want to ask anything from these people's mouths. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Liao Ximin wanted to make a move. Xiao Jie hurriedly took a step back and said, Uncle Liao, I'm number 1 in the fighting competition. I can still fucking do shadowless kick. I'll give you a drunken fist move first you see. Xiao Long said helplessly. Ximin, if you're not tired, others are still tired. Since the attack is over, let's go. Let's have a drink in the restaurant. Got any thatch? No, we're used to alcohol and water here. Xiao Long finally Liao Ximin to frame away. Xiao Jie also breathed a sigh of relief. Let everyone go back to rest. He also went to the stall with Senj to get some. This is still his promise to Senj. The military is not a rich man. Stalls and so on, can eat, can afford. This point of love, heavier than any delicious food. Xiao Long and Liao Ximin had only just stepped out of the command center when they ran into the captain head-on. Report! Attention! Salute! Xiao Long was the supreme commander of the base, and was the most disciplined person, which the captain was well aware of. And this person beside him, although in civilian clothes and unfamiliar, but looking at the temperament, the rank can't be lower. At ease. What is it? Report. Our patrol fighters came across. Outside. Before the words were finished, Xiao Long immediately reacted. This person was no one else. It must be Senj. He personally gave the order that the entire base is under full martial law today, and no one is allowed to casually enter or leave the base without his order. So Xiao Long frowned and interrupted. What? Captain reaction is not slow. Encountered certainly a person. But Xiao Long deliberately interrupted him to emphasize once again. Obviously Xiao Long knows what he is going to say. Is not inconvenient in front of this person in civilian clothes to say could that young man really be a CNC engineer, and a secret one at that? After a flash of thought, the captain immediately said, ran into a big tree, and ended up bumping my head, nose and eyes crooked. So I wanted to take leave from you to go to the doctor. Let him go at once. Yes. The captain finished his sentence and turned around before he wanted to leave, but Liao Ximin suddenly let out a cold snort and said, Stop right there. Report. The captain and Xiao Long broke out in a cold sweat at the same time. They also really underestimated Liao Ximin. How could they be the commander of the gods' domain without a couple of tricks? How could they be appointed by the Ministry of the Legion as the head of the investigation team? They really thought that Liao Ximin would just scold people, didn't they? You hit a tree? You need to see a doctor. Isn't there one on the base? Who are you kidding? Show me this warrior. After Liao Ximin finished speaking, she led out of the CNC. Liao Ximin is not a fool. This thing cannot want to hide from him. In the middle of the night you hit a tree. You can really fucking say out. There is no one else. It must be Senj this guy. Liao Ximin even thought about what to say after seeing Senj. Someone who could stop CSD. It could be said that he had spent his entire life looking for such a talent, and now that it was right in front of him, how could he miss it? He was happy, but Xiao Long and the captain were dumbfounded. If this let Liao Ximin see Senj, he would not want to see Senj's shadow in CNC in the future. Others don't know Liao Ximin, but he doesn't know her? The main thing is that Senj's identity can never be exposed. Is that the reason? Xiao Long asked himself the same thing. In terms of the level of secrecy, the Divine Realm was hundreds of times that of the CNC. It could be said that from the birth of the Divine Realm sector until now, not many people even knew where their headquarters was or how many members they had. Xiao Long is unable to give up this talent of Senj. He is exactly the person that CNC needs. With him, the defense of the fourth field can be said to be impregnable. No matter what, Liao Ximin cannot dig this talent away. And this unknown, inexplicable captain, if he hadn't come to report, how could Liao Ximin have known? The captain also knows that he made a mistake. He can know Xiao Long's temper. Don't look at his dozens of years old. The fire, as usual, can give you a backdrop, if you think it's not too much, after dropping you, but also to step on a foot. The 36th plan was the best. Hurry and get out of Xiao Long's attack range. It was too late. Xiao Long's big hand had already reached his neck collar. The captains at this moment felt like a chicken watching someone sharpening a knife ready to slaughter him. Even the hairs on his neck were plucked out, and even his chrysanthemums were experiencing paroxysms of pain. when Xiaolong's other hand rested on his waist. The captain knew that the old man was ready to heave-ho and harry-ho. In his haste, the captain shouted, "Report!" Ah! Before the words were finished, the world in the captain's eyes was suddenly confused, like a lake that had been stirred up, and it was no longer possible to see what was what. The only thing he could see a bit more clearly was when he crossed over Xiaolong's head. He realized that Xiaolong was a bit of a sheen. When his body fell heavily on the hard marble floor, the whole world shattered and turned incomparably dark. The organs in his body seemed to have messed up their positions, especially his stomach, which was probably already shaken to his throat. Otherwise, why did he want to vomit one after another? Anyway, Xiaolong gave him a backdrop, and he thought of his specialty water cup. That one was still awarded to him by Xiaolong himself when he was transferred to the Armed Forces Department. At that time, he thought that the old man was good, and if heaven could give him another chance, he would have let Senj ride on his neck and carry him out of the base. Xiaolong stepped right over him, dropping the guy, and it was only a matter of seconds. And now there was still time to get Senj out of the way before Liao Ximin made his way to the Armed Forces duty room. He took off the wireless walkie-talkie on the captain's waist and immediately gave orders to the soldiers in the duty room. These few warriors in the duty room who were watching Senj immediately executed Xiaolong's order when they heard it. The last sentence, which they heard very clearly, told them to personally escort Senj to leave through the back door of the base. Putting down the walkie-talkie, the warrior lowered his gun and smiled at Senj. "The Major General asked us to personally escort you out. It's a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart. Just figure it out." Senj didn't mind in the slightest. It was supposed to be their job description. And what kind of security was there on a military base if everyone could just wander blindly fucking around it? Now that it's all clear, can I go? Senj put on the large backpack and, escorted by the warriors, headed for the back entrance of the base. Seeing that the gate was in sight, Senj's heart finally dropped. But just as he was about to step out of the gate, under a nearby tree, a voice suddenly rang out. "You're Senj, aren't you?" At the sound of the words, everyone stopped in their tracks, and the warrior immediately raised his weapon in his hand as if by reflex, and shouted at the big tree, "Who is it? Come out. I'm Liao Ximin. I'm the biggest here. Even Xiaolong can't play with me? How dare you guys still want to hide yourselves from the world? I already knew that you're going through the back door." Liao Ximin smiled wryly and walked out from behind the tree. How could Senj not know who Liao Ximin was? Xiao Jia had mentioned this person to him more than once. In a word, fire prevention and theft prevention Liao Ximin. Looking at this person, he was just over 40 years old, with a straight posture and an air of superiority about him. Many people will ask, what is called the superior temperament? The root of this temperament is actually a person standing face with the eyes, standing like a pine, upright and tough, indomitable, eyes like electricity, gaze like a torch. All the people standing in front of him will feel an inexplicable humility. This is the superior temperament. Does Senj think this has anything to do with him? From where you knew, Liao Ximin did nothing this night, looking for him all over the world like crazy, as if she was in love with him. Of course, Senj didn't know what Liao Ximin was thinking about him, but looking at the wry smile on his face, Senj had the feeling of a rabbit meeting a fox. Liao Ximin think he is very big, but the warriors do not know him, hiding under the tree in the middle of the night. Out of the first sentence to say here he is the biggest, one of the warriors coldly snorted and said, as if who wants to play with you too? You are the biggest? I'd like to ask, what are you the biggest? If placed in normal times, if the warrior spoke to him like this, Liao Ximin would have to scold him to death. But today's situation was special. Liao Ximin was wearing civilian clothes, and this was not his divine realm base. The warriors didn't recognize him at all, so the warrior's rudeness towards him was completely acceptable. Kid, I don't know anything about you. I want this guy behind you. You guys can leave now. Liao Ximin said words to step towards the Senj. The soldiers heard more angry. You do not sleep in the middle of the night, running here to pretend to be a big-tail wolf, but also called them small children. You really take this place as a zoo, right? And what made them most unacceptable was actually ignoring them. It didn't matter who he was now, even if he was a bigger official than Xiaolong, but in civilian clothes, even if they were to beat him up, there was still a reason to do so. Thinking of this, one of the warriors reached out to grab Liao Ximin's arm. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Liao Ximin's body suddenly spun around, and she made a snake-tacking finger move towards the warrior's hand. Liao Ximin suddenly struck out, giving the warrior no time to react at all. And who would have thought that this person who was just like a professor would be so fast with his hands? And it was a streak of moves, a finger flicking away the warrior's hand, followed by a side kick, the movements stretching as if they were in a kung fu movie, and the speed agile as a monkey. The martial arts fight in the movie was fake, but Liao Ximin's kick was a real kick to the warrior's neck. The warrior let out an ouch and fell to the ground with a plop as he was unsteady on his feet. From the time he struck out to the time he fell down dead in battle, it was only 3 seconds before and after. The scene that took place in these 3 seconds almost overturned everyone's thoughts, and those 3 seconds made one of the remaining soldiers immediately raise his weapon in his hand. This was a troop. This man attacked the soldiers without saying a word, and according to the troop's security regulations, they were authorized to use their weapons. However, his muzzle was only raised when his target disappeared. In the next second, Liao Xinin's figure appeared steeply behind the warrior. It was only when Senj's gaze followed that the warrior reacted to the fact that there was someone behind him, but it was too late to resist. Liao Xinin put her hands on the warrior's shoulders, bent her knees and jumped upwards, her whole body on the warrior's back. The warrior still wanted to break free, and his body swayed afterward, but Liao Xinin fell backward violently, and under the perfect coordination of strength, angle and movement posture, the warrior's body was directly toppled into mid-air. With a muffled grunt, he also fell heavily to the ground. Senj stared blankly at Liao Xinin, who stood up. He finally knew what was kung fu. In less than 10 seconds, he had solved 2 heavily armed warriors. What kind of strength did this person have? How was he so capable of fighting? Liao Xinin straightened her clothes, lifted her foot and kicked the warrior's weapon to the side, and said with a "It's been a long time since I've been active. I've slowed down. If it were in the past, I guess both of their chrysanthemums would have cracked." Senj smiles lightly and says, "So, what do you want to see me about?" Senj looked like he was just pretending to be calm. He didn't even know what this Liao Xinin wanted to do. In front of him, he was going to crack someone's asshole. This is a joke, right? Ever heard of God's domain? What was the God's domain? Senj had just heard of his ghost domain, and the God domain, what this God domain was for, but he wasn't sure at all. Seeing that Senj didn't say anything, Liao Xinin smiled and said, "For others, this is top secret, the secret of secrets, but for you, this is the condition for me to let join the divine realm. Don't shake your head first, listen to what I have to say." Only then did Liao Xinin want to speak, but suddenly remembered that there were still 2 people on the ground, so she shook her head and said, "Take a walk with me, I'll tell you slowly." After saying that, Liao Xinin took the lead in the direction of the base's garden. He knew that Senj would definitely follow. There was no one who wouldn't be interested in the divine realm, and Senj would definitely not be an exception. But after half a day's walk, he realized that there were no footsteps behind him, and when he looked back, the others, Senj, had already stepped out of the gate and gone a long way. Why would Senj want to listen to him talk about God's domain? Immortal domain. With this time it would be better to go to a big stall and eat some rice and fried vegetables, and he also said that he wanted Senj to join their God's domain. This Senj was even less interested in knowing. It wasn't that Senj was acting high and mighty, it was that if he had one more job, his own time would be completely gone. Now he wasn't short of money anymore. It wasn't much, but it was definitely enough for him. There was no reason to work for someone else. As for his identity, there was no need to say anything. Xiao Jia and Xiao Long from CNC knew about it. Yu Han also knew about it. If more people knew about it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sangar would never go for such a dangerous thing. Liao Ximin wiped the black lines on his head with his hand, and had no choice but to quickly catch up with Senj and follow. "I say your kid is quite a character. Do you know who I am? Aren't you the head of the investigation team? Everyone else calls you Mr. Liao." Senj had no intention of stopping at all. Instead he even sped up. He wanted to get rid of this person right now, and there was just enough fatigue from carrying a computer case on his back. "Knowing that I'm Mr. Liao, and still not giving me any face at all. It's a good thing that no one saw it. Otherwise, how I wouldn't be able to get down." As she spoke, Liao Xinin also looked around. This was still the base's boundaries, although there was still a distance from the city, so there was no guarantee that anyone would see it. Senj laughed and said, "Mr. Liao, if you're not going to investigate the Trojan horse matter, why are you always following me?" In the base, Senj could respect him, but out of the base, and with Liao Ximin still wearing civilian clothes, and Senj himself not being on the force, he naturally spoke with a bit of a chip on his shoulder. After walking so far, he had calmed down a bit. Liao Ximin was indeed very capable of fighting, but he couldn't just beat him up indiscriminately. "Let me get this straight. God's domain needs a talent like you. CNC can't offer you much room for development. Only in God's domain will you have a use for it." It wasn't the first time Senj had heard that. It was the same thing Xiao Jia had told him when he'd poached him, and the transfer order was still sitting at home. Although he ended up joining CNC as their part-time engineer, it was from an emotional perspective. The rest of the time, Senj's identity was that of a hacker in addition to being a librarian. He could give up anything. This could never be given up. I thank you for your kind words, but I'm not the person you want. I just know a little bit about network technology. I don't know anything else. You'd better go to those real talents. You'll only waste your time with me. Senj felt that his refusal was resolute enough, but Liao Simin laughed and said, a slight knowledge of network technology. This slight knowledge of yours can take out the CSD's hacker legion. It can crack the wireless equipment, modify the operating program of the Skywing Sputnik, and it can modify the core code data of the CNC servers and change the login module? Who would believe me if I didn't see it with my own eyes? I don't believe any of what you're saying. Who can do it? I can't do it anyway. I think you should go to the one who can actually do all this. But he's not me. Although what Liao Simin said was alright, he only stated the result, not the process, which Senj could completely deny. Or maybe no one in the world but the creator of this code can know how Senj did it. Liao Simin knew that Senj was just denying it, and even so, he had no intention of giving up, but continued, I can fulfill any wish you have. Hearing this, Senj finally stopped in his tracks. Senj stopped in his tracks, making Liao Simin think that he really had some wish he wanted to fulfill, so he smiled and said, say it, anything, I'm the divine lamp in your life, and now I'm standing in front of you, fulfilling all your wishes. Everyone has a wish, and Senj certainly had one. He just wasn't sure if his wish could really be realized through this godly lamp with its teeth bared. Even if it could be realized, Senj wouldn't go for any requests. Desire is also an unbreakable desire, and with desire the defenses of the soul crumble, and it can be exploited, even imprisoned forever by the chains of desire, and never again will there be freedom to talk about. Senj was never going to give anyone the chance to use him, and that use was going to cost him his freedom. Sure, Senj had desires. He wanted his parents to be there to hug him and love him like they did when he was little, but he just wanted to make it happen through his own efforts, not in exchange for his freedom. Liao Simin gave him the conditions, as if the moon in the mirror, flowers in the water, even if he let him get, will be broken at a certain moment. Like a good dream is easy to wake up, bright dissipation, in addition to the darkness, is the bleakness of the fall. So, Mr. Liao, go back to the divine lantern. I don't have a wish you can grant. How can you not have wishes? When I was your age, I spent all day thinking about rolling in bed with the schoolgirl. Everyone has wishes, don't they? But do you know what's behind wishes? It's the right to realize everything. My divine lantern is the right. If you join the divine realm, you also have the right to realize everything. Why not? It would be good for your whole life, wouldn't it? Liao Simin's gushing made Senj's ears buzz, and unable to stand the situation, Senj could only open his mouth and say, Mr. Liao, is it true that any wish can come true? Yes, even if you want to go down to the ocean to fish for shipwrecks, go to the moon to pick up rocks, and have someone else wipe your ass when you take a shit. My only wish is that you would disappear? You play me. I'm so high status you play me. Unscrupulous, reckless, righteous play me. Do you not know that there is no good result for you to do so? His identity Senj of course knows, and it is also very clear. But then a high identity can force someone to do things that they do not want to do? This has not yet joined the divine realm. It is already like this. If this really joined the divine realm, it will not let this guy ink to death. No one wants to play with you. Look at what time it is now. I really don't have the mood to talk to you about this right now. Moreover, I'm now a CNC person, and I have no intention to leave for the time being. If Xiao Long and Xiao Jia agree with me to go to God's domain, I definitely have no words. You'd better go and look for them. Bye-bye. Senj left without looking back, but this time Liao Simin didn't go after him. Senj even looked back, and this look scared him out of a cold sweat. Liao Simin actually disappeared. The whole road is empty. The left and right is just a bowl of thick street trees, in addition to a piece of grass. Where did this guy go? Stop looking. I'm here. The voice violently rang from the back of Senj's head, frightening Senj almost sat on the ground. Why is this guy like a ghost, floating around without a sound? What do you want? I've told you everything I need to say. Why are you still following me around? If you keep this up, I'm going to call someone. Senj was scared to goosebumps. His mood was terrible. How could he have a good tone? But Liao Simin didn't have the slightest intention of getting angry. Staring Senj, he also felt a little bit too much. But he really liked Senj as a person too much. There are times when liking someone really is a momentary thing. Liao Simin didn't know anything about Senj, but Liao Simin liked this child from the bottom of her heart. Especially when he himself came up with such a high offer to tempt him. Senj was unmoved. As he said, everyone has wishes, but how many of them can actually be realized? He gave Senj a chance to cheat, but Senj didn't care. It wasn't about age. It was about the heart of a man's integrity. And that kind of person was what he had been looking for all his life. Fear? There are times when I'm afraid of myself. Even I ask myself why I'm afraid of myself. And then I realize why. because I don't want to lose everything I love. Senj, I don't know if you have anyone around you that you love. Have you ever thought about protecting them? That's something every man should do, isn't it? So, I'm afraid that I'm weak. I'm afraid that I'll give up. And letting you join the divine realm is to protect each and every one of our loved ones to be able to continue to enjoy life happily, to fulfill their dreams. This is what I should do. My destiny. And this is what you should go and do as well. What he said made Senj just a little bit surprised. He had always thought that this guy was mouthy, but he didn't think that he could also say such philosophical words. But this couldn't impress him. Senj believed in the topic of destiny, but his destiny was definitely not to join the divine realm. He also has people he protects and dreams he wants to fulfill. And as usual, he has his own way, and as free as he is, no one can confine him. At that moment, another voice followed behind them and said, "See mean, that's a good point. I'm touched, but Senj is right. He's one of our CNCs. You'd better talk to me about this." Senj turned around and saw that it was Xiaolong. "Xiao Jie. See you." The captain with the two repaired warriors. The one who spoke was none other than Xiaolong. That being said, Senj had never really liked Xiaolong's way of speaking. But today's words made Senj listen all warm and fuzzy. With the appearance of these people, Senj's heart finally dropped and he kept chanting, "Big chop shop. I'm fucking here." After standing together, Xiaolong pulled Senj behind him as soon as he could. Xiao Jia was the one with a heavy face. It was Xiaolong who told him that Senj had been exposed. When he heard the news, Xiao Jia's head was like a bomb exploded. I was going to give the captain a backdrop too, but suddenly the voice of a warrior came over the walkie-talkie, saying that the engineer had been hijacked at the back door by a guy named Liao Ximin. So the men immediately followed and chased them out. As for Siyu, she had insisted on following Xiao Jie to meet Senj, so she had run along with him. "Since we have already met, the words will be put on the table. Xiaolong is just refusing. There is no need to say anything." Liao Ximin, however, snorted coldly and said, "Old Xiao, you're not doing the right thing. As far as I know, I'm still the leader of the investigation team. In that case, I'm going to take a look at the computer that Sengar is carrying now." "That's an order." Liao Ximin gave a deadly order to look at the computer on Senj's back. Senj immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "And then look at Xiao Jie. His back is soaked. The company has been complaining to Senj in a low voice. Just go. Carry a computer for what? Senj certainly had his reasons. Once all this software was uninstalled, CNC servers, immediately, would lose all defense. As long as it is not uninstalled, the code will always protect CNC's host. Even in the case of disconnection, the protection will continue. If you remove all the code, you must connect to the internet and to the host server so that it can be completely removed. This is a protection program in itself, just so that Ghost Domain with Shield can still run in case of disconnection. The CSD's attack was over when it was said to be over. And Senj had also realized that their big boss hadn't moved yet. So Senj absolutely couldn't take it lightly and carelessly delete all the codes. If the other party launched another attack while he was away, the consequences would be unimaginable. But how could anyone else possibly understand what Senj was thinking? And Senj had no intention of explaining anything. It was a secret in itself, wasn't it? Now the main thing is how to deal with Liao Ximin. This guy's difficult is notorious. Xiaolong before no. Today is even more deeply appreciate. Even if Senj didn't explain, they knew what was in the computer. And if Liao Ximin saw it, Senj's identity could be exposed. The so-called possibility was because they weren't sure what was in Senj's computer that Liao Ximin would be able to read. Or that he would be able to assume that it was a program used by Ghost Butterfly, and thus assume that Senj was Ghost Butterfly. No matter what the ending is, the computer can't be shown to Liao Ximin. But this is an order. How can it be disobeyed? Just like Liao Ximin said, he is the biggest here. No one can disobey his order. Xiaolong couldn't, Xiao Jie couldn't, and needless to say, the captain and the warrior behind him couldn't even say anything with a blue nose. Yet there was one person that she could talk to, and that person was Siyu. She knew that there were a lot of secrets in Senj's computer that she couldn't let anyone know. Otherwise, what was the point of walking around in the middle of the night with a big pocket on her back? Moreover, Siyu knew even more that Liao Ximin was not doing this to make things difficult for Senj, but to make things difficult for Xiaolong and Xiao Jie. Liao Ximin did this to get them to agree to Senj joining the divine realm. And it seemed like Liao Ximin had calculated that they would definitely not show him, so that he could press them with a name for disobeying orders. When this name was pressed solidly, he could make conditions for Senj to go to the divine realm. This old fox, is the abacus something he invented in his past life? It's all calculated. After a fierce battle of ideas, Siyu did so, and as soon as she yanked off her backpack, she turned and ran. She wasn't afraid. She did it for Senj, for CNC, and for world peace. Moreover, She knew that although Xiaolong and Xiaojie couldn't disobey the order, they could plead for her. Even if she couldn't beg, she wasn't afraid. At most, she wouldn't be this soldier anymore. Anyway, she still had a few months to transfer. What's the big deal? This scene happened really fast and sudden. The first to react or Liao Ximin. This girl this is to rebel is not it? Said to personally chase? Can he still expect these people to go to this dead girl back? But before the step was taken, the arm was grabbed by Xiaolong. Ximin. See? This girl rebelled and ran faster than a rabbit. What do you say? Liao Ximin is a little bit unable to laugh and cry. If you don't want him to chase, just say it clearly. What is the point of making so much nonsense? You old bastard. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Xiaolong immediately turned to Xiaojie and Senj and said, I order. Immediately throw this dead girl back to me. She wants to rebel, right? She dares to act recklessly in front of team leader Liao. Can team leader Liao be used to her? Look at how angry he is with her. He's going to be smoking. He came to us to guide the work of Liao, and you're rewarding him with a revolt? Too unreasonable. Especially this dead girl. Remember when she joined CNC? I think she. Liao Ximin said hopelessly. Old Xiao, don't act. All gone. You quickly save some spittle. Don't a moment to talk about the dry mouth. You and the pass out. Now that it's over. What else can Liao Ximin do? Say the girl violated orders? He is a team leader. In the CNC let a girl to play. This word out good to hear? It's not his fault that he didn't include this girl in all his calculations. Besides, can Xiaolong and Xiaojie watch him deal with Siu? Thinking of this, Liao Ximin said, can't you guys have the guts? I've planted it, I admit it. But you guys remember, Senj will definitely go to the Divine Realm. The transfer order from the Supreme Legion Department will be sent to your old Xiao's hand tomorrow. I don't believe that by that time, you'll still be able to snatch Senj away in a bag. When these words came out, Xiaolong and Xiaojie, especially Senj's heart thumped. Now there was really no way to play. The content of the transfer order from the Supreme Legion Department was equivalent to a holy decree. At that time, once the seal was stamped on it, Senj would be a member of the Divine Realm from then on. I did not expect. Liao Ximin really like those people said. In order to talent, he can use any means. Xiaolong thought of everything, just did not think of this point. Ximin, playing a little too much. Now you and I are both in civilian clothes. I'm not going to play any official games with you. Senj is a CNC man. You want it, and you're ordering us around with the Legionnaires department. You're not giving any face to the CNC when you do that. Liao Ximin helplessly shook his head and said, Old Xiao, you can say whatever you want. You are wearing civilian clothes. You are also a soldier. As a soldier, the interests of the country are above everything. Senj does not belong to the CNC. Moreover, it does not belong to you and me. Senj belongs to the motherland. Don't you still understand this reasoning? The two of them argued with each other, and Senj heard them clearly. Either of them had their own reasoning, but they seemed to forget one thing. It was his call to go to the god's domain or not anyone else's. Guys, can I get a word in? Senj's tone was particularly bad. Xiao Jia wanted to stop him. Now everyone is angry. If the words are not, it is likely to cause unimaginable consequences. The troops, Senj does not understand, but he understands. He cannot let Senj fool around, but his blocking was of no use. Senj still said, I'm really grateful that you guys look up to me so much, but that doesn't mean that I have to listen to whatever someone arranges. It's my right, isn't it? And it's also the respect I deserve. The two of you are both big shots. Maybe my words don't have much effect with you, but I still say, I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. With that, Senj stepped away. Senj finished and left. He felt really tired at this point, no matter what he was. But first and foremost he was a human being, not an object to be fought over. He knew that Xiaolong and Liao Ximin were both big shots, and that one order from them could send him to heaven and earth. But what could it do? No one could change the course of his life, and no one could force him to do so unless he did so voluntarily, rather than his personality. This was a belief he held fast to. Senj's words seemed to touch everyone, especially Xiao Jia. He felt so ashamed of Senj. If he hadn't let Senj join CNC, how could it have come to this? People Senj worked hard to help CNC get through the hard times. Thank you words are not even, but also here to use all kinds of means to dominate his life. Even if he is Senj, will also say so. Does being a big official mean that you can disrespect people? Can you just go around asking people to do things they don't want to do? How could Xiaolong and Liao Ximin not think the same way? If it wasn't for Senj today, CNC would have fallen by now, and they would still be standing here playing tricks? Is this what they should be doing? Senj's figure was stretched by the streetlight. Trance is so lonely. Lonely. His thin figure, printed on everyone's heart, so that they suddenly realized that they have to give Senj is not an order. but should give this child a care. Under this touch, Liao Simin sighed and said, Old Xiao, perhaps we are all wrong. Xiao Long lit a cigarette, only to smoke a mouthful. Was Liao Simin snatched over? No way to light another. A deep inhale, and then slowly spit out. Smoke in the Senge slowly disappeared in the night. Xiao Jia also followed the departure of the others. Do not thank the Senge. He also want to thank it. Liao Simin said lightly, what parent can raise such a good child? Xiao Long said, Senge is an orphan. What did you say? These words were like a heavy punch to Liao Simin's heart, making all his senses crumble into one place, following in an explosion, as if the heavens were turning upside down. Senge is an orphan, but there is a body of pride, not for any temptation. Interests moved. How can this not let a person touched? Not let a person's heart ache? Liao Simin is a person who loves talent. Senge is the person he favors. At this time, it is more deeply engraved in his heart. Regardless of whether Senge goes to the divine realm or not, he knows that Senge's future is unlimited. After Xiao Jia caught up with Senge, he was going to say sorry, but he thought that was a bit impractical. How about a thank you? But that couldn't possibly be what Senge wanted to hear. Senge knew that Xiao Jia was following right behind him, and didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't have anything to say, but that he was hungry and no longer had the strength to say anything. It was a habit of Senge to have something to eat whenever he slipped out on the street at night, just like how he felt every time he went home after a night out at the movies. Xiao Jia thought about it, but finally said, it's so late. I don't know if the big stall is still open. Well, hurry up. What time is it? I'm fucking starving. When Senge said this, Xiao Jia's heart was finally put down, which meant that Senge did not take the previous matter to heart. This also made Xiao Jia in his heart to Senge more respect a few points. Luckily the big stall didn't close. It looks like it wasn't a very good day for business. The owner and the guys were falling asleep. Xiao Jia entered the door and started shouting, Boss, 10 pounds of rice, a case of beer, fry whatever dishes you have. Hurry up. The boss opened his eyes and immediately came to life. Turning around he slapped the fellow. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. A guest has arrived. Big business. How can it not be big? Who needs 10 pounds for dinner? Do you have to open your mouth and stuff it in? Senge took the kettle and drank a few cups of water first. His throat was dry as if it was about to catch fire. He also had wanted to ask Xiao Jia where that girl Siyu had run off to. Before the words were even spoken, he saw Siyu, who was carrying a bag and running covered in sweat, walk in from outside. Grabbing the cup from Senge's hand, he gulped it down. My God, I'm tired. More tired than an armed run. Xiao Jia laughed and said, I ordered a lot of good food for you. This is a very good job today. Worthy of praise. Siyu put the bag into Senge's arms and followed. That's more like it. This girl is burying her future for you guys. And Senge, you don't even say thank you to me. Senge laughed in embarrassment. I didn't really see that coming. You're pretty brave. I thank you. Siyu is finally a smile. Take a chair and sit next to Senge. Think of this table can sit at least 8 people. Senge and Xiao Jia face to face sitting. Siyu to Senge's side, so sit. Xiao Jia looked around. Boss, hungry finished. Use speed point. First to get a scrambled eggs and so on. Smell the unique fragrance of the girl's sweat. Senge feel relaxed and happy. After all, he is still a boy who has never had contact with a woman. Siyu is sitting so close to him. Look to be next to it. Inadvertent touch. Let Senge feel like a general overcharge. The old want to drill under the table. Xiao Jia continued. But you, this girl, don't think about the consequences. What if Liao Simin wants to punish you? Siyu hemmed and hawed. What's the big deal? The big deal is that I'll be discharged from the army. Anyway, I have Senge to support me. I'm not afraid. Senge's face hulked red to the base of his neck when he heard this, and he felt his throat tickle with the old urge to cough. Xiao Jia said helplessly, I realized. Why is this woman's skin so thick now? Did the other Senge say to support you? Siyu grunted and said defiantly, Senge, do you think you'll support me? Senge gulped, and when his throat finally smoothed out a bit, he opened his mouth and shouted, Boss, the kettle's out of water. Go on. Raise what? Senge doesn't have that kind of adoration for Siyu at all, except for her physical butting. But Siyu still wouldn't let go of Senge. Grabbing Senge's arm and putting on an aggravated face, she said, Senge, are you going to raise someone or not? Raise. Senge had no choice but to reply stiffly. When Xiao Jia heard this, he hemmed and hawed and said, What part of you itches? I'll scratch it for you. The owner's food began to come on plate after plate, and without speaking, a few of the men flung out their gills and ate. At the CSD headquarters in Rice, Mr. Homicide slowly sat down in front of his computer, and Clark and the others who were talking hurriedly shut their mouths. After thinking about it, Homicide Maniac still reached out and opened his computer. He absolutely could not let go of this expert of CNC. He wanted to let this person know that the homicide maniac of CSD was absolutely not to be messed with. The homicidal maniac was never going to open his computer easily, as if he had something unseemly on it. This time, he opened his computer in front of so many people, and Clark and the others gingerly walked up behind him to look at it. As far as Clark was concerned, he hadn't seen a homicidal maniac operating his 1990s vintage machine in I don't know how long. No idea what he could do with it? That's what they're most interested in. A homicidal maniac about to kill. Could there be anything more exciting than that? After reading the interface, the computer entered the operating system quite smoothly. Clark couldn't contain his heartbeat and nearly shouted several times. Homicide was a secret to them, and the most mysterious secret in the world. No one has ever been able to enter his world, just as he never explores anyone else's either. But Esther wondered why he was doing this. Their operation had been declared a failure. What did he want to do now? If he could do something, why had he done nothing before? The homicidal maniac's face looked so eerie in the dull light of the screen, like a hungry beast that couldn't wait to catch his prey. How would he go about killing his prey? Is he really sure he wants to go through with it if he hasn't determined that the other person is a ghost butterfly? The homicidal maniac is an enigma, and his actions are even more puzzling. But so what? He wants to do something now, doesn't he? As is the habit of all hackers, after the system boots up, everyone takes a look at their firewall to see if it's booting up properly. Don't think that just because your computer doesn't boot up, it's immune to all attacks. Certain hackers don't care if you turn on or off. More often than not, it's a variant of a virus that remains on the system. This kind of virus will be executed along with the system files when the system starts up again. This kind of virus usually hides in your system registry or memory, and you will never realize its existence while the system is being operated. As soon as the system boots up, the virus strikes immediately, and by then you will realize that your computer is ruined. No self-respecting hacker would ever do that, but more than a few don't have any self-respect to speak of. Killer Maniac had this habit too, but he was comfortable with his system. In his words, my brother's system hadn't been used properly for almost half a year, and even the viruses were bored to death. Most of all, his firewall is the core module that he used his own original, encrypted software after 128 layers of encryption. The volume is a little bigger, but the meat on the body is so thick that no one can easily knock it down. Clark had seen the power of this firewall, at least with his ability to break through it. When he had first arrived at CSD, Homicide had been in charge of testing his skills on the subject of breaking through his firewall, so that Clark could do whatever he wanted to break through his firewall. In the end, of course, it failed, but Homicide didn't give Clark a hard time. He just said that this firewall was paid for with lives. No one has ever been able to break through it. All he had to tell Clark was to leave CSD if he wanted to live well. If you want to have some fun with your life, don't be afraid to die, because CSD can take a person's life at any time. Clark would have anyone joke with him, but the words of the homicidal maniac, he took them at face value, because looking at his seemingly ghost-like face every day would scare him to death sooner or later. Not only Clark, but everyone in CSD has seen his firewall and he has said the same thing to everyone. It's as if all he had to do in CSD was to say that to these people, and beyond that to show off his firewall. Everyone wants to pretend to look good, don't they? Homicidal maniac was certainly no exception. And along with showing off the firewall, he also showed the men his attacking techniques. In Clark's words, in the face of homicide maniac's attacks, their systems were as fragile as a hymen, and when they screwed up and leaked, they bled all over the place. Every time he said that, Clark had to look at Esther, and he couldn't get anything but the middle finger from Esther. But what is Homicide doing this for? Don't think people don't know. He just wants to show these what makes him different from other hackers. As we said before, hackers mostly specialize in only one technique, either defense, or attacking, or cracking, and making Trojans and so on. Beginner to beginner hacking techniques. They can master all of them, at least all understand what is going on. But for the more advanced ones, they can only specialize in one according to their own preferences. Killing Maniac was showing everyone that not only could he defend, he could attack as well. It was like saying to everyone, don't mess with a homicidal maniac who is proficient in both defense and attack, or else you'll die a horrible death. Now that he had booted up his computer, Homicide's eyes along with everyone else's went to his proud firewall. However, it's gone. The firewall icon is gone. No one would have thought that the homicidal maniac's firewall had been uninstalled. How could something he had given his life for just be uninstalled? Clark spoke up and said, Killer, you really should change your tools. The system boots up as long as my virginity. When he finished, Clark went back to Esther, who didn't even look at him, but just said, lightly, fuck you. You always say that. Don't you dare do that? Esther didn't even want to pay attention to him, just staring unblinkingly at the homicidal maniac's computer. Other people thought Homicide's computer was slow, But Homicide was confident in the speed of his own computer system. It wasn't that the firewall wasn't up and running, but it seemed to have been uninstalled. This is impossible. Homicide couldn't believe that his computer could be attacked when it wasn't even turned on. So he opened the system file manager and looked for the firewall's core files. While others don't know how his firewall was written, they can tell that the homicidal maniac's firewall is being uninstalled right now. The files in the firewall module are a mess, and most of them are being lost. Shocked, Clark said, "What the fuck?" Homicide also wanted to know what the fuck was going on. Still, his computer wasn't even on. Okay, it was just that he went and zipped up those junk files while Robert was causing a network jam. Could it be that just such a simple act could make the other party discover his trail? Is that even possible? Isn't this a joke? Who could do that? Without much time to think, Homicide Maniac immediately opened the module and began to encrypt the core files of the firewall. This was the only thing he could do. Otherwise, he could only watch as his firewall was uninstalled, and then the other party would shake their heads and enter his mainframe, and begin to trash it with impunity. Clark said helplessly, "Do they want to drive them out of business?" While the homicidal maniac was reinforcing the core module of the firewall, he had been thinking about one question. Was this person who attacked him someone from CNC or not? He couldn't even think about this question right now. If it was someone from CNC, there was no chance of them getting into his system. Firewalls aside, how did they find him on this vintage machine? This broken computer of his thrown to the dumpster. The rag pickers don't even care to pick it up. No matter who sees this computer will lose the desire to attack. What the hell was the person who attacked him thinking? Is he a pervert, specializing in hitting the so-called old and infirm? But not the CNCs. It's even more unlikely that anyone else will find this piece of shit of his, and on top of that, what's the point of them attacking this piece of shit? Could they find fulfillment? But the others? Not so much as him. Who are the people if not the CNCs? Esther always thought that it was Ghost Butterfly who did it. Looking around the world, the people who could achieve this technique, with her knowledge of the Matrix, basically could not find a few. Ghost Butterfly was, without a doubt, one of the most powerful. No one cares about his analysis right now, and no one wants to know if the attack is coming from CNC. They just want to know what a homicidal maniac is supposed to do. The homicidal maniac seemed to be calm. The encryption of the firewall was proceeding methodically. The cracking method used by the other party was not very well known to him for the time being, but he would be able to analyze it once the firewall was encrypted. Moreover, he was sure that this person who attacked him was online at this very moment, and that he should be waiting for his firewall to be cracked before attacking his system. Killer Maniac thought that the other party was thinking a bit too much. The reason he was so confident in his firewall was that the language it was written in was his own original creation, and he was the only one in the world who knew his code symbols. It is not unusual for a firewall to be uninstalled. Just crack the encrypted organization of the firewall and add an uninstall file. With today's computing speed, it is easy to crack the encrypted organization module. The solution is also very simple. Just consolidate the encryption module on top of the original one. It seemed that the other party was just trying to give him a hard time, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Although his face no longer had human features in terms of appearance, that didn't mean that his pride was all gone. The people in the back were standing there watching him. Letting someone fuck him like that, he wouldn't be able to maintain his mystique in front of these in the future. But the firewall had only finished encrypting, and he was about to go to CNC's server to check it out when he suddenly realized that the network was not working. What's going on here? Homicide opened the network test program and ran some tests on the entire network. And the network was actually disconnected, and it was still physically disconnected. A so-called physical disconnection is, quite simply, a hard disconnection where the network cable has been unplugged or the connector has come loose. But the physical disconnection caused by hackers cannot be so simple. Basic. Directly modify the other party's LP access point, the other party's DNS network pollution, or guide the other party's data. Lock access to a blank domain name. General firewalls have the function of cleaning DNS, and a more sophisticated one is to modify the network access parameters and cut off the other party's network directly from the server side. This will also lead to physical disconnection. But this method, ordinary hackers cannot do, because to do so there is a prerequisite. You first need to crack the server side to be able to do so. The so-called server side is the network data exchange node, through certain hardware devices, to ensure that you can effectively access the network. Such a device is not in the hands of an individual, but in the hands of a department like CNC, so how easy is it to crack it? However, Homicide Maniac's network was just disconnected. Homicidal Maniac didn't believe that the other party could cut off his connection to the server side, so he went under the table, unplugged the network cable, and plugged it back in. After doing this several times over, the network was still not working. In the end, He simply ripped someone else's network cable to his computer. And if someone else's network was clear, it meant that his network was as mercilessly fucked as his firewall. Clark helped him plug in a new cable and, thankfully, the network was still dead, which meant that it was probably indeed a network problem. That's not what Esther thought though. The network was fine. How could there be a problem at this point in time? So she asked Clark to use the wireless to make sure the network was open. Clark could disobey anyone else, but Esther wouldn't even frown if she told him to go to hell. Connected to the wireless Wi-Fi with my laptop, and the network is working flawlessly. The homicidal maniac slammed his fist on top of the keyboard. How could a keyboard made of plastic take such a heavy blow? Even the electric board was shattered. Although the others didn't speak, Killing Frenzy was able to feel the contempt in their gazes. I thought I was very powerful, but I just turned on the computer and let someone beat me up. I didn't even have the power to fight back. The famous homicidal maniac is just like that. Switching to a new keyboard, Clark began trying to fix the network. Every problem he could think of was eliminated. Swapping out the network card didn't work, but he still couldn't connect to the network. For a hacker, the network is their life. Without the network, it feels like falling into an endless abyss, and the whole world becomes smaller. The homicidal maniac who couldn't get any more out of it always wanted to spit blood out in a big fucking gulp. It was fucking infuriating. It would have been better if he could actually spit it out, but it was held in the spot between his heart and his throat, and it was starting to make it difficult for him to breathe. Originally, his body was heavily burned, and this would sound like the sky was falling when you heard him gasping for air. That said, the more faceless a person was, the more they wanted to save face. Standing behind him was a legion of hackers, and as long as he said something, these people would definitely help him. But the homicidal maniac is extreme here. He thinks that these people are CNC's defeated. If they can help him, how can they let CNC repair so badly? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and clenched his fists, smashing the keyboard he had only just replaced into pieces again. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind Homicide and said, "Stop smashing the keyboard. If you want to fix the network, you can only go to the server side to unlock it." Everyone turned around to see that the person who had spoken was a cyber expert from CSD, and his name was Bruce. Bruce, 27 years old, a hacker member of CSD responsible for network debugging. Before joining CSD, he worked for SLS, the Strategic Intelligence Department of the United States, specializing in network maintenance and debugging for the department. Just like the other hackers who joined CSD, Bruce had a glorious story. It's just that up until now, Bruce never considered himself a hacker because he didn't know anything about the techniques of those hackers. Yet he can connect anyone's network to any device, including many government officials and even SLS network data lines. Like any other hacker, Bruce did it for the money. He likes to drink, and he likes to drink well, and he throws almost all of his earnings into the glass. Don't think he earns much? At SLS he's nothing more than an engineer for the network, on call to fix people's networks when they have problems. After 5 years of working at SLS, he doesn't even have an office. Just like all those other wistful people, Bruce had a scrappy life, spending his days in and out of cheap bars, in addition to working in low passages filled with all sorts of internet cables. Until one day, as if God had purposely set it up for him, the internet at the bar he frequented suddenly went offline. The owner of the bar gave the staff a half-dozen complaints and didn't get the service he deserved. Bruce, who was sitting across the table from the owner, then offered to take a look at it for him, but only on the condition that if he fixed his internet, he would buy him a drink anyway. In fact, the owner didn't have a very good impression of Bruce. This was a lousy drunkard who didn't leave the bar door without getting drunk every day. How could such a person be internet savvy? But they did make a good point that if Bruce can't fix his network, the drinks are on the house. As it turned out, Bruce found the cause in less than 10 seconds. It was the boss's network settings that had been recovered that was causing the lack of access to the internet. Finally, after another less than 10 seconds of filling in the correct LP address and the parameters for the network setup, the bar's network was normal. The boss was surprised. Did not expect. He communicated all day, did not get a solution to the problem. In Bruce here less than half a minute to give a solution. It seems that those departments, not as much as a drunkard to rely on. The network was fixed and the owner bought Bruce a whole bottle of wine, as promised beforehand. This was the most carefree Bruce had ever drank since he became obsessed with drinking. Normally, he always had to think about the money in his pocket when he drank. But today, he could drink without fear, and he definitely didn't have to pay a single dime. This feeling of earning a whole bottle of wine in less than half a minute was like picking up money. And the excitement kept Bruce awake all night, because he's found an excellent way to make money. He's well versed in all sorts of online problem-solving methods, and that's what makes him wealthy. So why not convert that wealth into cash? He wasn't thinking about making money repairing networks for people. He wanted to make a lot of money. He couldn't focus on the plebs. So he went through the motions and found a hacker who specialized in writing software. And he took out everything the hacker was interested in exchange for having the hacker write him a program to his specifications. This program can disconnect all specified network connections at startup, or generate data fluctuations to force a disconnection. All he had to do was use a portable computer to set up the networks of the big companies in the various fiber optic cable corridors of the city. No one knew the city's network cable distribution better than he did, and during his years at SLS, he often had to check the network in these low, damp cable tunnels for the sake of network security and smoothness. When these companies have problems with their networks, they usually talk to their service providers first so that they can send their staff to fix it for them. But the key to solving the problem was in Bruce's hands, and he did it so carefully that even the service provider staff couldn't find out what the cause was. These companies can't solve their network problems, which directly affects their business income. At this time, Bruce would use the identity of a SLS engineer and pretend to be checking the network when he discovered their problems. So these companies willingly paid Bruce to fix it in order to get their networks back up as quickly as possible. From wherever he went, Bruce never went to those cheap bars again, but was in and out of some relatively upscale ones. Rich people have one thing in common with poor people. Their income is never proportional to their expenses. This is normal. Rich people earn more and spend less, so they become rich. Poor people earn less and spend more, so they can only ever be poor. What is most to be feared is that the income is proportional to the expenditure, which will directly lead to a person's desire to start the transition of the explosion. Bruce had made tens of thousands of mises over the course of a few months, but had also spent tens of thousands of mises. He realized that he had gained nothing except that the wine he drank had become a little more upscale. So, he thought about making more money. Finally, he aimed at the network of certain government departments in the rice country. He asked that hacker to write him a data interception software again, which could go through the network cable and directly intercept all the data information of the other party. Anyone else who just had a piece of software couldn't do this business, but Bruce could, because he could just close his eyes and find the one he wanted out of the countless city data lines. Then while sipping his drink, he began to download all the data messages sent to the network from the other side. His portable computer has almost become the privacy bin of the officials in the country. Even if one of the officials is a fetishist, he knows it clearly. Of course, all that privacy turned into cash in the end. Bruce also stopped going to the mid-range bars and started going in and out of some of the upscale clubs. As is the case with all those who find treasure, they only see the lure of it, but forget the dangers involved. Bruce's behavior has finally gotten into the eyes of the FBA, and it's Turn himself who was in charge of the investigation, because Bruce was so focused on making money that he actually screwed the CLA. Bruce is cyber savvy, but he's not a hacker, and his methods seem amazing to those who don't know about cyber. But for those who do, it's just too easy to take him out. When the CLA agents stormed into Bruce's bedroom, Bruce, who had a moon-faced face, as if he'd been intoxicated all his life, finally came to his senses at the moment. But it was no longer useful. If mistakes could be made up with regret, there would be no death in this world. Bruce's life also belongs to CSD. He's not strictly a hacker, so he's basically an obscure person in CSD. The usual attacks and missions were pretty much nothing for him, except for some special missions when he needed to install some kind of equipment. The CSD itself has a lot of unknown secrets. One of the most speculated about by outsiders is how did these hackers, who were screwed up by CLA agents, get into the CSD? A lot of people think that Alan, the boss of CSD's intelligence unit, is himself a high-level member of the CLA, and that a lot of things that the CLA wouldn't want to do on their own are handed over to CSD. In a sense, CSD is a lot like the Seven Sisters, but the latter don't play around with the intelligence thing, and CSD is even more notorious for it. But the more mysterious things tend to be, the more people speculate. It's like the feeling you get when you install some software but don't know how to use it. Looking at all the tantalizing features but not being able to get into them. It's also tempting to give up. It's just stuck in the most sensitive part of your heart, making you always want to find a way to answer it. But this was CSD's biggest secret, and even CLA hadn't responded to this publicly. In fact, it's an issue they'd never want to face, and it's likely to completely tarnish CLA's image. The topic turned back to the CSD HQ side. Bruce's offer was still accepted by Homicide. Everyone had a value and meaning to their existence, didn't they? Bruce took his portable computer and half an hour later, he was in the middle of the fiber optic channel underneath the service provider's data center. Damn! Making hundreds of millions of dollars a year and not bothering to make this channel bigger. Bruce grumbled while drilling into the passage that was less than half a meter in diameter. The surroundings were dark and exceptionally humid, and it was a good thing there were no rats, or else Bruce would have wanted to blow up the building above him with a bomb. It took a few dozen meters of crawling to find the service provider's main data cable. Finding the damn cable didn't count. Bruce's work had only begun. In order to prevent the underground fiber optic cables from being damaged by moisture, or by rats, each cable is wrapped in a particularly thick layer of composite material. Yanking over his toolkit, he pulled out a small chainsaw and set to cutting. It's a careful job, and if you don't know a lot about how network cables are constructed, there's a good chance you'll just saw the cable off. The job was nothing for Bruce, except that the space was so tight that he had to be on his back, and there were times when he had to crawl back and forth in order to adjust the angle of the cut. As the chainsaw cut into the skin of the netting, Bruce immediately stopped cutting. The opening was cut, but the only way to peel back the layer of composite material was to manually chip away at it a little at a time with a knife. Several times he had to stop and rest for a while because his arms were sore. If he had known that he was going to have to drill tunnels here today, he should have gone and learned something else in the first place. The only people to blame were his parents, who always tried to choose his future job according to his interests. The tragedy was that Bruce had been fucking interested in things like wires since he was a kid. It was as if in his past life, he was a fucking wire. An hour later, Bruce finally cut through the skin of the network cable. After letting out a long breath, he yanked over his toolkit, took out his computer and data clamp, and after connecting it to the network cable, the software began to crack automatically. Half a minute later, he was connected to the service provider's servers. The software had been made by CSD specifically for Bruce as requested by Alan's orders, so that it would be available to him in case he broke through some special network equipment. Went into the server and found the CSD data LP manually, and sure enough the other side had locked their web service down by this means. Bruce was just fucking weird. He had to burrow like a rat to get into this server. What made it possible for the other side to lock down their network without doing anything? He wasn't a hacker, so of course he didn't know what the other guy had used to do it. In fact, this is really simple for Senj. He found LP's address of the transit node. Usually these nodes are the service provider's management system. It's easy for them to charge and manage on a daily basis. Go to the server data host, find the LP address, and just lock down all data service protocols, and the network naturally shuts down. And Senj also set up a delay file, which means that the service provider has to wait 48 hours before they can see the service deactivation message through their service window. This was still what Jack had told Senj in the first place, that the service providers and Rice were saying anything when they were selling their services, even that he could get his wife or his mother to go and spend long nights with you when you were lonely and bored, but when they really need their service, they are not so painfully honest. Usually they will speak with the data of their servers. If their service data is normal, they will never let their staff to solve these so-called disconnection problems for you. So that's what Senj did, and did it perfectly. At least it kept this Bruce guy crawling through the tunnels for over an hour. After the reset, the confirmation button was clicked and the network on the CSD side was immediately clear. Clark nodded and said, "Bruce, the alcoholic, does have some skills. Homicide doesn't want to say anything nice about him. He should be the one to do this. Otherwise why would CSD keep him? Now that the network is up and Homicide's firewall is encrypted, it's time for revenge." Clark and the others, too, are shaking in their boots, ready to see how Homicidal Maniac starts the battle. To get connected to the CNC server's network, you first need to visit their homepage, which is the fastest way to link to the server. To access the homepage, you have to use Lu Browser, which is the browser that comes with the system. So Homicide clicked on it without hesitation. He couldn't wait to get into CNC servers and trash every file in them, then take a shit, then piss and flush that shit everywhere. But after clicking on the icon for Lu, there was no response except for a rattling of the hard disk in the computer case. What the fuck is going on here again? The Lu icon is not responding, but the computer hard disk is working. And for those who are familiar with computers, this is not a problem with Lu at all, because the system is working, and there is only one explanation for Lu not being able to be executed. Clark said with a helpless face, "Boss, you're poisoned. The Homicidal Maniac's computer is poisoned? Are you kidding me? His system is as tight as his asshole. How could it be poisoned?" The others didn't believe it, and the Homicidal Maniac believed it even less. So he clicked on the root directory of system files to check the number of files inside. For computer experts, how many files in the system? They remember very well. Lu is based on the WD operating system on top of the network connection software. It cannot be executed. It must be a problem with the system. After looking at the number of files, Killer Maniac was about to smash his keyboard again. Originally, there were 17,000 files in his system, but now there were only 14,000 left, and they were still disappearing. The keyboard hadn't even been smashed yet, but the system had already begun to incessantly prompt the system appears to be missing files. Shut down automatically at once. Yes, he was poisoned. As if someone had poisoned him with rat poison in the meal he ate. Clark was even giving him ideas. Murderer, see if you still have your register. The homicidal maniac sighed and finally did what Clark said about wanting to check the registry. If the registry was still there, it would be possible to restore the system files by restoring the registry, which was better than a system restore. Turn off the alert window. The desktop, which had been so visceral, was now like a blank sheet of paper with the text erased by an eraser. Even the fucking recycle bin. Never mind what file the homicidal maniac was trying to execute. The program remained unexecuted. The homicidal maniac was so furious that he shut down the computer directly through the on button. And if any other hacker knew that the famous homicidal maniac had let someone mess with him to shut down the computer manually, he would probably have to laugh until he collapsed. Yes, it's funny, isn't it? Homicide is calm now. He's pretty much done what he needed to do. Let's see what other tricks he can pull. When people are extremely angry, they will instead calm down instantly. But this is not true calmness, yet it is the very edge of collapse. Rebooted and went straight into safe mode while starting system restore. Clark, in an attempt to comfort the homicidal maniac, laughed and said, "See, the other guy's nothing more than a junior hacker. He wouldn't have known there was such a thing as a system restore." Esther just sighed and shook her head helplessly again. What hacker didn't know about the system restore feature? Homicide maniac certainly knew that. And when he clicked on the system restore window, everything was normal. It seemed that the other party hadn't thought of destroying his kernel files, or else the system wouldn't have been able to be restored at all. Killing Frenzy said in a low voice while setting up the system to recover the data. It's nothing more than that. I was really close to believing that he's an expert. It looked like he was talking to himself, but he was saying this to the person behind him. Don't think that the other party is so powerful. In front of a simple feature, he completely exposed his ignorance. No one else, except Clark alone, believed that this master of CNC would be so careless. Esther couldn't even wait to see how CNC's people would trash this old man's machine. This was a real show. Watching a show was much more lively than acting. Once the data was set, Homicide lightly tapped the Start Recovery Confirmation button. However, the system once again popped up a window. The system file is an unrecognizable file, not recoverable. What the fuck is going on here? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? The homicidal maniac slammed his keyboard with each shout, and the entire room seemed to buzz with his voice, which was like the roar of a wild animal. No one stopped him. Even Clark ducked far away and watched him crumble in peace with a beaming Esther. His body was already failing, and under the anger, it was even more like he was deflated. He could barely stand. Seeing that he wasn't smashing anymore, Clark tentatively stepped in front of him, pricked up his ears first and listened. He was really afraid that the homicidal maniac, who wasn't even moving, had already been vaporized. It was only when he heard there was still faint breathing that he let out a long breath. Murderer, or my solution isn't a very good one, but it will solve the problem once and for all. Get rid of this computer. It's so trashed it can't do anything. The homicidal maniac jerked his head up, startling Clark into thinking he was going to bite, and ran back to Esther and the others in a huff. Who knows? The homicidal maniac ignored no one, stood up, and staggered out of the room. Dennis felt like he couldn't look away and asked softly, "Is he going to be okay? He looks like he's going to be done for to me." Clark wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't even die when he was burned like that. He just let the hacker attack him. I don't think he's that vulnerable. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Clark was back, carrying a new computer case. It seemed he had listened to Clark. The vintage machine was done being trashed. And who knew what other tricks would show up in this computer? But that doesn't mean the homicidal maniac will stop there. He wouldn't be a homicidal maniac if he didn't take a pile of shit in the CNC. This computer was the one he usually used when testing software, and there was no need to debug it, so he found a keyboard, plugged in the internet cable, and turned it on directly. The homicidal maniac is also obsessive. He must get back the lost face, especially in front of these people. He was a homicidal maniac forever, and it could only be him who would kill others, and no one would ever try to kill him. Even if he kills him, don't try to kill him. No one could kill him, not even the CLA agents from years ago, and those mysterious assassins. Tenacity was his faith. Persistence was his belief. Once again, Clark and the others had gathered around. They wanted to see just how Homicide was going to take this revenge today, and they also wanted to know why he was called Homicide. They wanted to see him kill. They wanted to see how he used the blood of others to make him stronger. There was only one person who always looked at them with a smile on her face, and that person was Esther. To her, even if the homicidal maniac changed countless computers, it would be useless. This CNC's master had already calculated all this. If the homicidal maniac logged onto the network again, he would only be humiliating himself. When people were angry, they always didn't know what they should do. What the homicidal maniac has to do now should not be to get revenge, but to fully analyze his computer. What kind of virus is it? But homicidal maniac doesn't care anymore. After the system boots up, it is still customary to look at the firewall icon in the bottom right corner. However, gone. Homicide looked back at Clark and the others, and with his eyes closed, he collapsed to the ground. What exactly did Senj do? That was the question everyone wanted to know. Even while he was eating, Xiaojia had no intention of letting him go. If there was no CU present, Senj might still be able to say something to Xiaojia, but out of the CNC, Senj is just an ordinary person. And no matter how brilliant the fireworks are, they are still just stars in the end. As with CSD's homicidal maniacs, no matter how strong the hate is, in the end nothing can be done about it. It's hopeless. A burly man with sunglasses carried him out of the room like a sack, and looking at the messy keyboard and mouse all over the floor, Clark and the others could only leave one after the other. No one dares to touch the stuff of a homicidal maniac, even if they want to know why exactly that is, but they have their own things to live with, and their own lives to follow. Out of the CSD, each other is a stranger, and even in the street encountered, will not look at each other. In the eyes of others, they are only the specializes in import and export trade companies' ordinary staff only. Many things can be erased, even the expressions on their faces, and their clothing, and so on, but what they experience today can never be erased. The same goes for Senj. Isn't that what a hacker is supposed to do? Just like what Jack once told Senj, as soon as you become a hacker, your life is going to change completely. But you still have to go on pretending that nothing has changed, wearing the same clothes every day, eating the same breakfast, and even your habits have to be maintained deliberately. Why? Because hackers have to live without anyone finding out. Back at home, it seemed like everything was quiet again. The whole time he showered, Senj was thinking about these people from CSD. They hadn't been his rivals, and CNC cyber war hadn't been his war, but now I'm afraid it was. Senj didn't care. He had plenty of enemies already anyway. Everyone has their enemies, don't they? Because there's always someone who wants to take everything you have. We're just doing what we have to do. Comfort for yourself is the best reason. Feelings are sometimes meant to be shared by others, whether you are in pain or pleasure. But in Senj's world, comfort and sharing were extravagant ideas. Senj had wanted to go to the secret room to finish a couple of jobs, but looking at the time, it was already midnight, and he would need to get plenty of sleep in order to be able to work on the library tomorrow. I say that I want to maintain my habit, but there are times when I really can't help myself. Even when lying in bed, I still toss and turn. Was it insomnia? Not really. It was the excitement that prevented him from sleeping. Yes, he had defeated CSD. The news, at this point, was probably like a heavy bomb exploding in the cyber world. Senj wanted to see what the hackers had to say about this, and he also wondered if the CSD people had made any public statements. But come to think of it, Xiaojia did all that for him. And now all he had to do was sleep. Xiaojia was not so lucky to be able to take a shower and then lie on the bed and sleep through the night. When he returned to CNC, he was called by Xiao Long and Liao Ximin. The left and right of the topic was all around Senj, and Liao Ximin was now not forcing Senj to definitely join God's domain. Senj was a very individualistic person, which also had something to do with the fact that he had been an orphan since he was a child. It's life that has made him so tough, so unyielding, that no one can force him to do what he doesn't want. It's not an extreme characterization, but a better understanding of how to protect himself. Liao Ximin respects Senj's idea, so this thing is a temporary end, but Liao Ximin is absolutely not give up. Xiaojia can maintain Senj so well, he can also enter the life of Senj. Even if he couldn't, he still had his daughter. In short, the plan had been formed and it could not be changed. The investigation of the other side, Karen and the others, began overnight, but before that, Liao Ximin secretly met with someone else. This person's name was Long Tianwu, deputy commander of the Divine Realm Special Forces, one of the core figures. He was 25 years old, but he was extremely calm and collected, and was deeply appreciated by Liao Ximin and the others. Liao Ximin's height is almost 1 meter 8. Long Tianwu's is half a head taller than him. If a person was calm, even his expression and eyes were particularly calm. Only Liao Ximin knew that behind these cold eyes was a body that could explode into a huge attack at any time. Long Tianwu was just a casual dress, looks very decent. If a person grows tall and powerful, where any clothes are good, also set off his features very angular. Looks like people feel incomparably solid. It's all about security, the feeling you give through your inner aura. There are a lot of people who spend all day saying to the beautiful women around them, I have nothing, but I have a sense of security. If you come across someone like that, Just shout in his face, "Do you believe I'll shove your security up your ass and yank it out of your mouth before I do? Then, this beauty is yours. But if you run into someone like Long Tianwu, turn your head and walk away. Or else you'll not only lose the beauty, you might even lose your life." This was the feeling Long Tianwu gave off. And this was why Liao Ximin liked to leave everything to him. There was no task he could not accomplish, no difficulty he could not conquer. Liao Ximin looked at the cool moonlight in the sky and slowly said, "This place is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you definitely don't believe what happened." Long Tianwu did not speak. This is his habit. Never hear his long speech. Shying away from words is the most appropriate to put on his body. Of course, Liao Ximin knew his character. So she went on. "Senj, working in the city library? I want this man." "Good." With just one word, Long Tianwu turned around and left, soundlessly, as if this person had never appeared. Liao Ximin looked around and looked up at the moonlight. Still so cold. There are no people who cannot be changed. Things that cannot be changed. In order not to arouse Xiao Long and Xiao Jie's suspicion, Liao Ximin immediately changed the topic to Fong Karen and the others. This was what he came to CNC for, wasn't it? When he was talking to Xiao Long about the investigation program, he heard a grunt, and when the two of them looked, Xiao Jie's mouth was watering. Xiao Long is also heartbroken, son. Xiao Jie has not closed his eyes for several days. To see him sleep so fragrant, also do not want to wake him. Covered a piece of clothing on him, and then left the room with Liao Ximin. Xiao Jie is still talking in his sleep. Senj, fuck him. The first person Liao Ximin wanted to investigate was Karen Fong. In fact, now the investigation or not, are no longer important. At that time to participate in the exercise in the 5 people, Karen Fong, Zimu, Luo Yi and Wu Migeo, these people. Basically there is no problem. One of the most problematic people is Chen Yong, as he is the only one who had the opportunity to upload a Trojan horse file into the drill server. Before investigating Chen Yong, Liao Ximin and Xiao Long first went to see Tang Hui. Tang Hui did not even know that CNC had defeated CSD, and now is a carefree face. See him, that damage color. If not Xiao Long blocked, Liao Ximin are going to move the chopper. Tang Hui wasn't afraid of anything at all. He had the world's largest intelligence organization behind him, and CSD backing him up. What was he afraid of? You guys are here to see me now. Is it that CNC has been spoiled beyond repair? I've told you all this before, but you didn't believe me. Now what? You're scared, aren't you? Be good and let me leave, right? Although Liao Ximin cannot beat him, but can scold him and Liao Ximin's mouth if you want to scold people. Ancestors 18 generations can crawl out of the grave to fight with him alone. You're Tang Hui, right? My name is Liao Ximin, and you don't need to know who I am because I'm in a hurry to go take a shit right now, because when I see your face, I have a feeling of constipation, which leads to a serious endocrine imbalance in my endocrine system. And I'm just wondering how your parents gave birth to you when the people in my country have such a good pedigree? How did your parents give birth to you? Did they ejaculate you through the wall? Otherwise, why do you look like you're missing something? Who cares, doesn't it? Your genes are probably just so. Xiao Long nodded, feeling that Liao Ximin was right. But Tang Hui didn't seem to care at all. He didn't have any estimation now. Would he still want a face? You can say whatever you want, if you think it will make you feel better. What? CNC was attacked. You all have a hard time replying to missions with the higher-ups, don't you? Look at it this way. It's you guys who are having a hard time, not me. All I have to think about now is how to go about enjoying the rest of my life. Envious? Ha ha. Liao Ximin also laughed out loud and said, "Hey, don't dream. Wake up. You seeing me means you have nothing left. Pull open the curtains and look at the capital outside. Has the scene you mentioned appeared? Still thinking about fucking CSD? To tell you the truth, CSD's attack has failed. All your backers are down. Want to challenge CNC? Have you guys grown that hand? That head? Also provide CSD with a backdoor to the server. You think if you let the dogs in, they will bite us? You're wrong. It's you they're biting. Ha, I'm afraid you're going to spend the rest of your life in pain. That's pathetic. And because of you, everyone around you is going to be implicated. You're treasonous, you know that. And you still think that a CSD is going to save you from getting out of here. I'd love to spit vitamins in your face. The smile on Tang Hui's face slowly disappeared. That's impossible. Don't think I don't know the strength of these fools from CNC. There's no way they're a match for CSD. Xiao Long laughed. Don't forget that we were the ones who discovered your Trojan horse. Even the backdoor that only you and the whole world know about. We have blocked it now. By the way, we let them in on purpose. Now the 15 people in CSD, I guess they are all pretty much dead. And you are still presuming that they will save you from getting out? I really don't know if you're smart or stupid. Tang Hui finally believed that this was true, and the moment his dream was shattered, He was so vicious that he was going to hit Xiaolong across the table. In fact, Liao Ximin and Xiaolong were waiting for him to do so that they would have a reason to beat him up. Long been waiting for this day. Xiaolong, without saying anything, went up and punched Tang Hui's face. Tang Hui suddenly felt that the whole world has suddenly become flowery. Everything in his mind seems to have disappeared at this moment. Liao Ximin followed by a move through the heart leg. Even the table was kicked to break. Liao Ximin, a knight of fire, finally found a point of venting. This kick in the heart of Tang Hui. The guy kicked choked a sound 4 feet to the sky and fell to the ground. The dream was shattered, and the body seemed to shatter with it. This feeling of being torn apart, as if the soul had been drained out of him. What else did he have? There was nothing left. A punch and a kick just isn't enough. And the two go up for a punch and a kick. Xiaolong, I'll let you be cocky. I'll let you be cocky with me. Be cocky. Laugh. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Laugh. Liao Ximin. Pretend with me. Pretend. Pretend. I step on you. As if it's like stepping on a pile of diluted shit. Look at my movements. How dashing. The light of the moon in front of the bed. This is a book. At first, Tang Hui was able to use his hands to protect his head, but when he hit the back, he could only use his hands to protect his eggs. This is an instinctive reaction. Is not it? The egg is gone. What is the use of the head? Until the two of them were sweating from the fight, they helped each other to sit on the chair. Xiaolong unbuttoned a few buttons and gasped. It's so fucking enjoyable. I haven't had this much pain since the war. Liao Ximin, 2 hands on the legs, panting, said, Tang Hui, no, why not beat you to death? Because I have to beat you up every day. You are finished. If you want to be less tortured, tell me everything. You do not have a choice. You do not even have the right to live. As long as I'm in a slightly worse mood, you pray that do not let me think of you, or else I will beat you up, as if it were a meal. On ton. Do you believe me? Tang Hui is really afraid of being beaten. Beat him now, cannot get up. If the beatings continue, he will be dead. He also knows that he is bound to die. But if he can provide enough information to Liao Ximin and Xiaolong, it is estimated that he can still live a little longer. For a person who doesn't even want to face, what else can't be betrayed? He didn't need to pursue now. Why did CSD fail? Except for Senj. CNC's people wouldn't have this technology. The person he hated the most right now was not Senj, but these livestock of CSD. A Senj cannot deal with, and still say what they are the world's #1 hacker organization? There was no use talking about it now. What could he do but survive? So, he told all the people who were involved in the plan, including the detailed process, to Liao Ximin and Xiaolong. After letting the fighters take Tang Hui away, the two of them organized the information, and Liao Ximin said to Xiaolong, go to sleep, and then fuck them tomorrow. Tang Hui said everything, which is a huge gain, isn't it? As Liao Ximin said, no one can provoke the dignity of the CNC, no matter who he is. He can only fail in the end. Senj has to go to work and work to maintain his habits, something he will never change. The morning's work was still moving books, and I don't know why the old curator enjoyed watching these people move books so much, as if watching them work gave him a sense of accomplishment. You see, there's something wrong with the idol he worships, Chow Chow, because the old curator's nickname is just A Man. When we first heard his old lady call him by his nickname, everyone thought it was Mitsuru. Despite going to work at the library, time here was still well organized and Senj could spend most of his time working on that netting device he got yesterday. Senj didn't know the first thing about integrated electrical panels and whatnot, but that wasn't a problem. There was a library behind him, wasn't it? Here you can find any books you want, only what you can't think of, not what you can't find. The books on electronic engineering were in Sister Flower's management area. When she saw Senj, Sister Flower took out a lunchbox of dumplings for Senj to eat. It was stuffed with seafood that she had personally wrapped for Senj, as she had heard by chance that Senj likes seafood, so she had wrapped it for him. The food was delicious, and Senj's heart felt warm, and there are times when warmth does come from eating. Everyone has a scent they can never forget, and it will stay with you for the rest of your life. Hannah told Senj to eat slowly, and she went on sentry duty. This was no time for the old librarian to be napping at any moment, and it was almost lunchtime, too, so maybe this hungry bunch of people in the library would come over when they smelled it. As Senj ate, he looked for a couple books on electrical engineering and read them. Only after reading one page, Senj gave up. It was simply unintelligible. If he wanted to get in touch with this field, he must learn from the basics before he could do so. Otherwise, it was just useless to give him more books. After replacing a few introductory books, Senj only wanted to read them when Sister Flower walked in from outside the bookshelf, followed by Karen Fong's mother, both of whose eyes were already going all the way deep into Wen Shuan. Mr. Sun. Sorry to bother you again. When Shuan's voice was tired, It seemed that the past few days had tormented her to the point of being unrecognizable. Auntie 1, is there something you want? As he spoke, Senj also looked at Sister Hua, who was standing to the side, her face full of doubt. When Shuan was supposed to go to the book section managed by Senj, but she ran into Sister Hua, who was always eager to help, and brought her in front of Senj. This is not to blame for Sister Flower's enthusiasm. This library, all year round, no one is seen. When Shuan inquired about Senj's workspace at the old librarian's place, and naturally had to go through Sister Flower's side. Therefore, it is quite normal for Sister Hua to bring her to see Senj. Senj was thinking about how to introduce Wen Shuan to Sister Hua when Qin Nan also appeared behind Sister Hua. I can smell the aroma of the dumplings. Sister Flower, you're not mean enough to give it to Senj alone. Speaking, Qin Nan also saw Wen Shuan. A woman's intuition has always been very sensitive. A look at Wen Shuan's eyes. I know, this woman must have encountered some sadness, have been on the verge of tormenting him to the point of no return. Qin Nan came just in time, and Senj said hurriedly, Auntie 1, let's go to the reading room and talk. The two of them left one after the other, and Qin Nan was about to follow, but she let Sister Hua yank her back. You're silly. People are looking for Senj. What are you doing following along? In fact, Sister Hua was also full of doubts. Through her observation she found that Senj was always absent-minded lately. It couldn't be that he had some scandal with this woman that shouldn't have happened, right? Qin Nan followed suit. Sister Hua, you're the one who's stupid. Don't you want to know what that woman wants to say to Senj? After thinking about it, Sister Hua shook her head and said, forget it, this is Senj's private life. It's his freedom to go out with whoever he wants to go out with. Let's not interfere with people. I still have dumplings here. Are you going to eat them or not? Qin Nan, where there is still what mood to eat dumplings Senj in her heart is what wait, only she knows best. In the end, despite the objections of the flower sister, tiptoeing also followed Senj them to the reading room. The sunlight outside was good, allowing the interior to be well lit. After Senj asked Wen Shuan to sit down, he himself took a seat across from her. Senj, I'm not interrupting your work, right? Wen Shuan knew that it was abrupt to approach Senj like this, regardless of whether or not the library had people coming to see the books, but it was still considered half a State Department, wasn't it? Disturbed is definitely disturbed. Senj's dumplings are still not finished, and at the moment, his mouth still has the flavor of seafood filling. It doesn't matter. We have a clean slate. It's been a couple days and I haven't heard from Karen, so I wanted to ask you how the investigation is going, now that it's over at CNC? When Shuan wanted to say what Senj is very clear, but since asked, Senj cannot help but say something. Poor world parent's heart. Senj in his heart is to respect every parent. Auntie 1, I'm not really sure about the progress of the investigation over at CNC, but don't worry, Karen will be fine. Senj had wanted to tell Wen Shuan that Karen Fawn was just being used, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed back, because Senj couldn't think with his normal mind about many things since he met Liao Xinin. And last night at dinner, Xiao Jia also told Senj, CNC water, getting deeper and deeper. See, the fish is so few, cannot see the fish, may still be swimming somewhere. So Senj is, right now, not at all sure how this thing, in the end, will end. Wen Zhua's side also asked someone to ask. They said that CNC suffered a hacker's attack yesterday, and almost got someone killed, so I rushed here to ask you, and there's no one who can help us now. As she spoke, Wen Shuan's tears filled the top of her eyes again. A woman's tears, at times, were truly a catalyst for feelings, especially in front of someone as sentimental as Senj. Auntie 1, you don't have to feel bad. There was indeed a large-scale hacking incident yesterday, but this matter has nothing to do with Karen, so you don't have to worry about it. When Shuan held Senj's hand across the table, and the tears couldn't be stopped, a scene that Qin Nan, who happened to walk to the entrance of the reading room, saw clearly. This dead Senj, stinking Senj, you don't like such a nice yellow flower girl like me, but you prefer a middle-aged woman who is as thin as a bone, as if she has an endocrine disorder? I must hear what they say. With those words, Qin Nan hid behind the door of the reading room, covered her mouth, and listened with her ears open. Senj didn't know how to comfort Wen Shuan. He had said everything he could, but Wen Shuan still seemed to be worried. She had only one son, and if anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to survive. Because of the matter of Feng Kailuan, Feng Zhuanan and Wen Shuan's work has been greatly affected. The leader of Wen Shuan's cultural troupe directly gave her a thought-provoking lecture and then suspended her from work. There are a lot of things that can't be kept secret even if they say they are kept secret. Even Feng Zhuanan is in the army. It's not a very good time. And now it's all about the results of the investigation of Feng Kailuan. And if there is really a problem, the future of the two of them will be the same. As for how the investigation process, Senj also do not know. This is not something he should care about. At most can only help when Shu Wan asks Xiao Jie. If he let him directly go to ask Xiao Long and Liao Ximin, that is absolutely impossible. Auntie 1, this matter, I will definitely keep an eye on it for you. You go back first, okay? This library is full of books, but the people in the library are more interested in watching people. And this crying in the reading room, if people see it, what a bad influence. It was good that Senj had thought of this, but the library seemed to be particularly lively today. And just as Qin Nan was listening with interest, an unusually quiet voice suddenly sounded behind her and said, "Excuse me, this is the reading room, isn't it?" In fact, the sound wasn't very loud, but Qin Nan's attention was on her ears, so coldly and unexpectedly there was such a voice, which scared her so much that she jumped up with an ow sound. "You scare me. I scare you. People scare people to death?" This sudden move of Qin Nan's made the people behind her almost give her a heart-piercing leg. Is this a library? Why is everyone acting like a crazy person? Qin Nan's voice not only scared the visitor, but even Senj in the room. The horror of the voice, the loudness of the voice, it was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Even if it was really a ghost, he was scared to death by this voice, and there was a questioning accent in this scream of hers, like in an island action movie, where the woman keeps shouting "Want a sack? Ask for a sack?" Like that. Hearing the voice was knowing that it was Qin Nan's, and in the entire library, she was the only one who could make such a soul-crushing scream. She must have hid behind the door to listen to them and then let it be seen. It's a good thing that he and Wen Shuan didn't say anything that would make people misunderstand. Otherwise, the people in the library would have to stand in rows to ask him questions tomorrow. Anyway, having been discovered, Qin Nan stabilized herself, and looking at the expressionless man in front of her, who seemed to be looking at her with an inexplicable look, Qin Nan made a helpless gesture and said, "Everyone hides behind the door and listens to other people's conversations. Doesn't he? Don't you recognize the words reading room above the door? Why did you come to the library if you can't read? Pretending to have substance, are you?" The man was even more confused. He just saw her sneaking around and blocking the doorway. Just remind her, as to such a big reaction? Thinking of this, the man shook his head and did not say anything, taking a step towards the reading room. But Qin Nan blocked it. The reading room is not open right now. There is a teenager inside talking to a middle-aged woman about the value of life. You go in at this moment. Do you think it's appropriate? Who knows that the man did not even pay attention to him, pushed open the door and walked in. He ran into Senj and Wen Shuan who were walking outside. Between the intersection of the eyes, Senj felt as if he had touched a piece of ice above, cold into the bone marrow, as if the temperature of the entire reading room followed a few points down. When this person looked at people, he actually didn't even blink his eyes, and his sight seemed to be like a knife sticking directly above your body, and from the heels, all the way up to the neck, a layer of fine goosebumps had risen. Even if he did throw over a knife, it wouldn't stop Senj from observing as well as analyzing the person. It was Senj's habit that whenever he came into contact with strange strangers, he would first analyze the other person carefully. It was also a means of self-preservation, as Senj would never forget what his other identity was. This person has a straight posture, standing with his heels slightly close together. His head is straight, his shoulders don't shake, one hand naturally hangs down on the side of his body, and the other hand's inner side of his arm is holding a C-language computer book, with obvious fist calluses on his knuckles. The top of the forehead, under the roots of the hair, was 2 colors from normal skin, and all the movements indicated that the man was a soldier. Moreover, his gaze was like a knife. His expression was ghostly cold, his lips were slightly closed, and an aura emanating from his body had invariably disturbed the magnetic field around him, from which it could be seen that this person was not only a soldier, but also a very powerful soldier. Thinking of the soldiers, the first thing Senj thought of was Liao Ximin. Last night, he didn't give Liao Ximin any face at all. In his place, he wouldn't have stopped there either. Maybe this person was sent by him. Senj never doubted his analytical ability, but there were times when he looked away, such as the first time he saw Xiao Jie. Senj did not analyze that this guy was actually a soldier, and it felt like this guy was a complete rogue. But this guy in front of me is no hooligan. Or if he's not a regular hooligan, who cares, as long as he's not a stinking hooligan. After sending Wen Shuan away, Senj went straight back to his management area. The guy in the reading room, if he really came to see the books, then everything is fine. If it is to come to dig the corner of the library, Senj will definitely not give him face. Don't think that Senj will do it with him. The fighting thing, that's something only barbarians would do. Senj is highly educated. How could he possibly fight with someone? The real society is also a system. Everyone is a different program. As long as there is a program, there must be a system and platform for him to execute. This man's system was the Divine Realm Special Forces, And his executive program? Liao Simin. If Liao Simin still wanted to disrupt his life, Senj would never be soft. There were many ways that were much stronger than using force. Just as Senj was planning his defiance routine, Chinnan slapped him hard on the back. The sound was so crisp that it could be heard throughout the library. And the old librarian who was napping woke up and pushed the door open and shouted, "Who the hell is shooting off cannons in the library? Don't want to mix it up, do you?" Senj is in pain. Tears are flowing out. You say Chinnan a girl. Hit where not good. Favor to hit Senj's butt. Senj cannot cry? Senj covered his butt with one hand and held the bookshelf with the other. Chinnan then said with a smug expression of cold humming, "How does it feel? Is there a feeling of love and hate? Love and hatred intertwined? I've seen all the vicissitudes of the world. It's like a dream. I've gotten over my love and hate. And I look at each other across the world. And I'm no longer in strife with the world. Just because the widow's ass is about to fucking explode." Senj finished, limping to go. But Chinnan pulled Senj. He smile, "Let you hurt, is to let you remember me? Did not see Usually even a fart cannot put out. Really say, like reading poetry. No wonder the middle-aged women are looking at you differently. I did not think that. Usually Senj. Are you pretending to be His ass was on fire, but Chinnan just wouldn't let him leave. And Senj's mind was all messed up. Why did this girl hit so hard? She shouldn't be moving books in the library. She should be practicing martial arts. Just practice one move. Spanking would do. It was guaranteed that she would beat up everyone in the world. Chinnan. What the hell are you doing? You said that as a woman. You casually spanked a man's ass. Who could ever look at you? This girl doesn't need any likes. As long as I go and like someone else. That's how my dad was conquered by my mom in the first place. What's all this about? Senj nodded and said, "I'm very proud of your father. But now I'm leaving, so stop following me and go conquer Uncle Lian or the old curator." Saying that, Senj also ignored Chinnan, and took a few quick steps and got into the restroom. Half of his buttocks were swollen. 5 hand guidelines. Deep and purple imprints on his snow-white buttocks. Senj really hated to kick Chinnan to death. Senj thought Chinnan had left, but Chinnan didn't, but followed into the restroom. And anyway, the restroom in the library wasn't gender segregated. And this time of the day was when everyone was taking a nap, so there was even less people coming. Sangdar's side was pretty much stripped down when the guys at the bathroom partition let Chinnan tap on it. "Senj, I'm sorry. I know I hit you a little hard. Why don't I rub you? What's wrong with this girl? She's a ghost." Chasing after him in the bathroom. "Can she still be a human being? You're crazy, aren't you? This is the bathroom. If people see this, will I ever be a human being again?" Senj began to straighten his clothes as he spoke. And just then, he heard the old curator humming a little tune, and he walked into the bathroom. "Now it's good. You can't leave even if you want to." In order not to let the old curator see it, Senj hurriedly opened the door, let Chinnan hurry in, and signaled her to never make a sound. The bathroom partition is very narrow. 2 people squeezed together. Each other's breath can be heard. Senj is a young man. Chinnan is a young girl. So close contact, the body immediately began to react. If a woman reacts, the most she can do is blush. But a man can't. The changes in your body are obvious. And you can't control them, because when you're excited or thrilled, don't expect a part of your body to listen to you. In order not to make a sound, Senj organized half of his clothes and just tugged on them with his hands. And Chinnan seemed to be much bolder than Senj thought. This girl actually hugged Senj with one hand. This was just as the old curator walked into the bathroom, unbuckled his belt and began to take a leak. With his mouth full, he grunted, "My future is not a dream, and I live every minute of it seriously." It's true that your future is not a dream, because what the fuck are you dreaming about when you're in a coffin? Chinnan hugged Senj and did not let go. Of course, Senj is not the first time to hold a woman, but still every woman's body is different. This Chinnan belongs to the kind of body especially good. Between the tussle, Senj really want to immediately change a coffin out, and then put the old curator into it. He can be relieved. I'm getting older. Peeing also has no impulse. This splash of urine to let the old curator urine are almost 5 minutes. There is still sound it. Senj tugged on his belt with one hand, unable to move a bit, while Chinnan's breathing became more and more rapid, and actually slowly kissed Senj. This was never going to happen, and Senj's heart leapt out of his chest as his head instinctively dodged backward, right into the wood-paneled wall of the restroom. He is hiding over. Outside, the old curator pissed to half of the urine. Hard to scare back, turned his head and shouted, "Who is here? Not quickly show up. Wait for a better time?" Senj signaled Chinnan to let go quickly, but Chinnan just wouldn't listen and hugged him tighter and tighter. The old librarian didn't care which one, and bent down to look inside from under the door. He recognized the shoes of everyone in the library, and when he looked at them, He knew who it was. Don't know without looking. A look shocked. This man and a woman. And it seems to be still standing face to face. Judging by the distance. It seems to be still hugging together. It's a fucking bathroom fling. It's in the library. Isn't it? Listen up, people inside. You're surrounded. Come out and surrender immediately or I'm going to kick in the door. With those words, he slapped the door hard a couple times. Sangar took a look and hurriedly said, "Old curator, it's me, Sangar. I'm not done shitting yet. So get out." Fart. You shit 2 legs, and you're wearing stockings and high heels? Who are you kidding? Get your ass out here. Got. This time it was a complete reveal. Senj pushed Shin Nan away and looked at Shin Nan complainingly while organizing her own clothes. The latter, however, had a smug look on her face, as if the more people knew the better. She didn't care about anything at all, and marrying Senj tomorrow would be even better. As soon as the door opened, the old curator looked at them expressionlessly and said with a cold snort, "I say you two are too much of a nuisance, messing around in the bathroom in broad daylight. At least you waited until no one was around at night?" Shin Nan said with embarrassment. "When my feelings exploded, I couldn't control them. Besides, Sanj and we truly love each other. What's so unseemly about it?" Senj felt a little difficult to breathe, as if there was something stirring in his throat. He looked at the old curator's eyes and kept shaking his head. He wanted to explain, but the words were all bottled up in his heart. Nothing could be said. The old curator didn't care if they truly loved each other or not, and still scolded. "You dead girl. How dare you argue with me? I must tell your mother about this." Yeah. Why don't we go tonight? I'll have my mom stir-fry a few dishes for you, and have my dad have a few drinks with you while I'm at it. Shin Nan couldn't wait for the old curator to go and tell her family about her and Senj. But Senj was really going to pass out now, and the only thing he could think of now was that transfer order. Senj is leaving this place because everyone here is crazy, and even if they were sane, he'd be falling apart himself. The old curator heard that there is food and drink. The tone immediately changed. Pretending to be serious, said, "Well, in fact, you are not young. Talk about marriage is also very normal. But here is the workplace, but not the park. You cannot mess it, is not? In addition, let your mom give me some braised pork. I recently like to eat this thing." Who could have imagined that just going to the bathroom to check on an attacked ass would have progressed to the point of talking about marriage? Senj finally couldn't stand it anymore and said hopelessly, "Can you stop it? Old curator, how many times have I told you? You have this time. Go hook up with some Amazons or something." And Shin Nan, "I think you are not misunderstanding something? I don't have any intention to fall in love right now, and I'm not suitable for you. We can only be co-workers at most. Sorry, I'm leaving first." Looking at Senj limping back, the old curator was puzzled, while Shin Nan's eyes were filled with tears. Growing up, it was the first time Shin Nan had ever liked a boy, and although she didn't know what love was at all, she knew that when she was alone, Senj's shadow would always appear in her mind and linger. But the flowers had fallen, but the water was uncaring, and Senj just laughed, as if he had disappeared from her world all of a sudden. "I didn't think that loving someone was so painful, but I couldn't resist thinking about it, hoping for it, waiting for it." The old librarian sighed and said slowly, "Red meat sometime." When Shin Nan was left alone in the restroom, she covered her mouth with her hand to keep the sound of her crying from getting out. There was no taste that was more unbearable than crying without sound. Senj couldn't have suffered much better. Shin Nan was a very nice girl, but Senj could never force himself to accept a relationship that made him not feel half as much as he did. He also knows that a woman's heart is very fragile, but hurt is sometimes a kind of realization. He hoped that Shin Nan would be able to understand the true meaning of feelings in this pain, and not to be attached to a relationship that could not possibly belong to her, so that she could find the happiness that truly belonged to her. Senj was in no mood for anything now, just standing in front of the window and staring out of it, which was one of the reasons why he liked the library, because it was always quiet. No matter when you were happy or lost, he could make you calm in this quietness, to think about a lot of problems in life, or roaming to imagine and hope. Is it really okay to hurt a woman like that? The voice moved behind Sangar and brought Sangar's thoughts back. Looking back, it was the man who was reading in the reading room. It didn't surprise Senj that he could ask that question, because the guy definitely didn't come to the library to read books, but to see him. After the man finished speaking, he also stood in front of the window, and his eyes similarly looked out the window. Unlike before, this distant gaze appeared to be so deep and long, as if in this moment, he also fell into the emotional thoughts, obsessed with the taste of pain. Senj didn't answer his question. He had an inner world that no one else could so easily walk into. "My name is Long Tianwu, from the Divine Realm." Quite directly and naturally, he gave his home name, and he seemed to expect Senj to be surprised, and proceeded to ask him what he wanted. But to his surprise, Senj didn't seem to be interested in what he was saying at all, and just said slowly, everyone doesn't want to hurt others, but everyone is suffering from all sorts of hurt, and there's nothing we can do about it, is there? Long Tianwu slowly turned his body. His eyes stared at Seng without blinking. He suddenly found Seng very interesting. His personality was very distinctive. Never trying to show it off, but letting other people always go along with his intention. I just want to know why you joined CNC but gave up God's domain? Personalities, no matter how special they were, had to accept Long Tianwu's single-mindedness. No one can hurt God's domain, but CNC keeps taking the hurt. After Senj finished speaking, he glanced at Long Tianwu, turned around, and left. Long Tianwu didn't bother to stop him, but kept thinking about Senj's words. It was very thorough and more direct. It was indeed difficult for the God's domain to suffer any harm because everyone in the God's domain would not let that happen. But CNC is different. Too many people are able to hurt it. A casual call to bleed a cat or a dog can take a shit on CNC's head. And Senj stayed with CNC, didn't care about the so-called conditions or treatment, even if it was a part-time job. He was doing what he had to do. God's domain could give him everything, but he gave it all to CNC. That's not stupidity. That's love. Long Tianwu nodded, finally understanding why Mr. Liao must want this person. Liao Simin not only wanted Senj, he also wanted all the information about this Trojan horse incident, but he had an even more important piece of information in his hand, which was provided to him by Xiao Jia. On it were all of Senj's analytical opinions on this incident, as well as the notes based on it. This information also became the most important basis for Liao Simin's investigation process, especially those analyzing data. Even the experts in the God's domain could not be so detailed. For example, the backdoor that Tang Hui provided to CSD. Senj recorded the entire reason why the backdoor appeared, as well as the explanation in great detail. Therefore, Liao Simin's second shot was aimed directly at Chen Yong. Tang Hui's side also provided a lot of Chen Yong's information. The Trojan horse file is indeed Chen Yong put in, as a condition. The Ministry of Intelligence of the United States to Chen Yong's family to provide a copy of the United States in the field of drugs in the market intelligence, which makes Chen Yong's family earned a lot. This time, Chen Yong was controlled by the CNC, and his family also traveled in many directions, but no one expected that this time, the matter would alarm the Legion Department. Not to mention that the independent investigation mission would be sent to investigate this incident with full powers. The so-called independent investigation mission is to have the right to carry out the mission absolutely independently, in addition to the highest level of the Ministry of the Legion of Honor, not subject to any department. Any official can be said to have the right to the sky. Of course, Chen Yong's family doesn't think so. The foundation of the construction of power is money. So Chen Yong's family, then, wants to use money to lay this foundation. Therefore, when Chen Yong saw Liao Simin, the first thing he asked was, Mr. Liao, name a number.